After I was reborn, I directly recharged 20 billion in the game. People around me all say I'm a fool, but they don't know that 3 days later, everyone will be forced to enter the Doomsday game, and the attributes in the game will also be reflected in reality. The whole world will be plunged into chaos. In the previous life, when vying for the position of the Supreme God, in order to protect Lu Ruyan, I alone dominated the 3 major peak powerhouses, but in the end, I was betrayed by Lu Ruyan, and could only close my eyes unwillingly. Waking up again, I found that I had actually traveled back to the beginning of the game. At this moment, a voice came into my ears. Ding, welcome to the game. Please choose your initial knight. In the previous life, Zhang Han chose to be a knight because he felt that as a knight, protecting Lu Ruyan was a very romantic thing. Thinking about this, Zhang Han slapped himself hard. It was indeed the end for a bootlicker. He then grumbled and chose to be a beast tamer. Beast tamer is the highest recognized profession in the entire Doomsday game. In the previous life, a top guild in the Hua country, due to offending a god-level beast tamer, was forcibly disbanded by that person along with the god-level beast Abyssal Dragon. The guild leader was killed too many times, causing his attributes to drop to a critical value, and he directly went to meet his ancestors in real life. However, the cost of cultivating beast tamer profession is too high, which ordinary players cannot afford, especially for god-level beasts like the Abyssal Dragon. The resources required are beyond imagination, but these issues were not within Zhang Han's consideration. Ding, the profession selection is complete, and the game nickname is set as Night Cold. Later, Yi Han recharged all the 22 billion funds obtained from selling the equity into the game. If others knew that all this money was used to recharge the game, they would definitely curse him as brainless. However, Zhang Han was very clear that the recharge system would only be open for 10 minutes. 3 days later, the game would reflect reality, and the value of gold coins would directly soar to a ratio of 1:10. The gold coins in his hands would be equivalent to 220 billion in cash. With such a rate of increase, even Warren Buffett would have to give Zhang Han a thumbs up. Just then, a pleasant mechanical sound rang out. As you were the first player to recharge and the recharge amount exceeded 1 billion, you have unlocked the unique hidden profession, the God of Wealth. Your current profession is Beast Tamer, God of Wealth. Zhang Han was first stunned, then ecstatic. In the end of days, there are some special professions that can only be unlocked after certain conditions are met, also known as hidden professions. Zhang Han immediately summoned the attribute panel of the second profession. Profession, God of Wealth. Talent, abundant wealth. Carrying gold coins on the body increases by 1% every day. The power of the God of Wealth. Spending 1 million gold coins randomly adds 1 attribute point. Daily limit of 100 points. Penny pinching, after death. Gold coins and items on the body will not drop. Good fortune and prosperity. Luck value plus 50. Charm value plus 50. After reading the panel information, Zhang Han was stunned. Any one of these innate talents taken out would definitely be a heaven-defying existence. With his current value of 2 billion, he could earn an extra 22 million gold coins every day. Coupled with the power of the God of Wealth, he could play around with this money and get 22 attribute points for free every day. Zhang Han couldn't help but sigh. In his past life, he also spent a lot of money, a full 100,000 gold coins, which gave him a great early advantage. At this moment, a phone call rang out, and Zhang Han, breaking away from the holographic projection, saw that it was Lu Ruyan, who had successfully played him to death in the previous life. As soon as he answered the phone, a furious voice came through. Zhang Han, have you gone mad? Selling off company shares to play games? What are you trying to do? Hearing this long-lost voice, Zhang Han's face turned dark and frightening. He really wanted to tear her to pieces right now, but there were more important matters at hand. He could only temporarily set it aside. How I handle my own money. Is it your place to meddle? If it weren't for me supporting you all these years, you wouldn't even know where to dance on a stage. With that, he blocked Lu Ruyan's number and returned to the game. After calming down, Zhang Han opened his basic panel. Name, Yi Han. Occupation, God of Wealth, Unique, Beast Tamer level. Level 1. Health points, 100. Magic points, 100. 4-dimensional attributes, 10. Luck, 50. Charm, 50. Talent, abundant wealth. Stingy, great fortune. Power of the God of Wealth. Zhang Han was speechless. The Beast Tamer is indeed a profession with high upper and lower limits. Other professions have combat skills, but the Beast Tamer starts with a pair of newbie underpants. If you want to tame beasts, you either have to reclaim them in the wild or buy them from a store. It's really not easy. After entering the game, Zhang Han walked on the street and did not choose to buy a divine beast. He knew a way to obtain a divine beast egg. Soon, he arrived in front of a magnificent palace. The Supreme Hall, a powerful force in the Doomsday game, with many divine NPCs. After reaching level 100, one can obtain an introduction letter from the Supreme Hall to unlock the qualification to hire powerful NPCs. However, Jiang Han knew that there was a way to hire NPCs from the Supreme Hall in the early stages of the game. Just then, a white-haired old man in a sky blue robe walked over with a cold expression. "Young man, this is not the place for you to come. Go back and train. When you get the introduction letter from Lord Babasado, the doors of the Supreme Hall will open for you." Sure enough, Jiang Han had only entered the Great Hall. An old man wearing aqua blue robes, a magical hat, and a white beard that hung down to his chest then walked over with a calm demeanor and spoke out to stop it. Level 80 Archmage. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in admiration when he saw the title displayed on the old man's head. It was worthy of being the Hall of the Supreme. Even the gatekeeper was a great magical instructor. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "Honorable Archmagician, I do not have a letter of introduction." "Then go back. The Supreme Hall is the glory of the Empire. It's not for a brat like you to enter." The great demon master flicked his beard, his face full of pride. What strength he was. He could tell with a glance that the youth in front of him wasn't even level 10. Such a person is also worthy of entering the Hall of Supreme Being? Jiang Chen said indifferently, "I don't have a letter of introduction, but the esteemed Grand Magus seemed to have dropped something the other day, so I'm sending it for the Grand Magus." Drop something? Ridiculous. What kind of strength does an old immortal have? Even if a single strand of hair floats down, it can be detected in a matter of moments. How can something be left behind? The great demonic instructor's face was full of disdain. "Young man, I don't care what tricks you're pulling, but the Supreme Divine Hall is a holy place. Not just any cat or dog can come in. Now, go back at once, or I won't blame the old man for personally sending you to the graveyard." A strong aura instantly rose up, and a light blue watery light coalesced behind the Grand Magus. Magician level 60 skill, fluctuating water balloon technique. He looked down on Jiang Han from above, and as long as Jiang Han dared to play any tricks, he was going to step in and kill this fanatic who dared to desecrate the Hall of Supreme Being on the spot. Dropped or not, it's better for the Archmage to see it first. Jiang Chen didn't panic and waved his big hand. Ding, 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 ding. In the next moment, countless golden gold coins fell, like a golden waterfall, and in an instant, they piled up into a small mountain in front of them. The brilliant light nearly blinded even Jiang Han himself. See this scene. A second later the Archmage, Archmage after 2 seconds sad face. Archmage after 3 seconds, yen omega yen, red heart. That what? With a wave of his big hand, the water ball spell disappeared without a trace. He coughed softly twice and said in a deep voice. The old man suddenly remembered. "I did drop quite a few gold coins some days ago, and it's hard for you to send them over for me. I have a good friend in the Deacon's Pavilion on the 2nd floor who also went out with the old man that day, so maybe he dropped something as well. You can go up and take a look." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. More gold coins fell wildly, like waves, endlessly pouring out, covering the entire hall with glittering, golden light. Demon Master, Sigma, degree winky face. A moment of silence. He suddenly jumped up and turned around, looking up to the sky and roaring in excitement. Top floor War God Pavilion private room, 1 Supreme VIP. Looking at the Grand Magician who was proud and self-important only moments ago, but was now agitated, Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. It's true when they say that money makes the world go round. The Temple of the Supreme God, which originally had to go through many quests and reach 100 levels before it could be opened, could now be opened with money. However, the price is also exorbitant. Just a mere qualification to enter was 5 million gold coins. With a wave of his big sleeve, the Grand Magical Instructor accepted all 5 million gold coins, and his whole old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. This honored guest, the War God Pavilion on the top floor has already been opened for you, and after you go up, there will be other old guys to receive you. Being stared at by such an old man with such passionate and fiery eyes, Jiang Han always felt hairy all over. So what, Master? I still like the way you were bratty and unruly just now. Recover? The Grand Magical Instructor immediately tightened his smile and his gaze was as deep as an abyss. Young man, quickly go up. Hey, that's the right flavor. Jiang Chen smiled playfully and walked quickly up the steps. Soon, it was time to come to the top floor. The heavy stone door opened with a bang, and a total of 12 candlesticks, symmetrically divided into 2 columns, stood on both sides of the road, their ghostly blue firelights slowly swaying. The whole hall looked solemn and solemn. A neutral voice slowly drifted in. Young man, what is the purpose of coming here? Jiang Chen raised his eyes and a middle-aged man in golden battle armor walked over with a dragon stride. Again, the name is not readable, and the only information that can be obtained is the occupation and rank. Level 100 Berserker. Compared to the Archmagic Instructor just now, This berserker blood warrior in front of him was undoubtedly much stronger. Jiang Chen spoke. I need to hire guards. The middle-aged looking berserker blood warrior looked deeply at Jiang Han, then nodded. Yes. With a wave of his hand, a virtual panel appeared in front of Jiang Han. Supreme Hall of Glory Knight Golem. Level 100. 1. 000 gold coin/day. Supreme Hall Elemental Mage Golem. Level 100. 1. 000 gold coin/day. Supreme Hall of Shadow Assassin Golem. Level 100. 1. 000 gold coin/day. Supreme Hall Grand Magician Golem. Level 80. 800. 000 gold coin/day. As a power at the top of Doomsday, the Supreme Hall's heritage is extraordinary. The list of hires, the lowest level, are all level 80. And, it's all puppets. This means that as long as any of the jinn, they will unconditionally follow the orders of the hirer. And having such a squire means 4 words for a novice village at this stage. Do whatever you want. However, Jiang Han was still a bit dissatisfied and frowned. There's no god-level puppets? God level? The middle-aged berserker blood warrior froze, shook his head, and said with a dumbfounded laugh, how precious are god-level puppets? How could they be leased to the outside world? Furthermore, you haven't even passed a single ascension trial right now, and it's already a great blessing to be able to rent a level 80 puppet, so it's better not to be too overambitious. Jiang Han looked calm and said, add money. It's not possible to increase the money, and I'll say one more thing. God-level puppets are too precious and are not rented out from principle. The middle-aged berserker blood warrior shook his head with a resolute attitude. Jiang Chen, 100 million a day. This, the middle-aged berserker blood warrior pondered for a moment and said, in principle it really doesn't work, but as you know, I, Long Ao Tian, have always been the most fond of violating principles. As it happens, I have a friend who is a god-level spellcaster, so I can ask about it for you. A god-level spellcaster? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Spellcaster, a hidden profession. While not the only hidden, it is still one of the top legal professions, and unlike a mage or magician it is violent. Spellcasters have the most bizarre and functional means. Guard, defense, offense, all in one. Definitely a no-brainer for him at this stage. But before that, I have to confirm one thing first, Long Ao Tian said with a solemn expression. Say, this $100 million, when will it be paid? Just make a contract. Now, Jiang Chen said blandly. Long Ao Tian smiled. Then there's no problem. With a flash of light, a transaction contract appeared in front of Jiang Han's eyes. Jiang Chen took a closer look, then confirmed the transaction. He wasn't too worried about it. That's all that was good about Doom compared to reality. As long as a contract is made, then any party that backs out will be punished far beyond the contract itself. Even a god-level powerhouse wouldn't choose to break a contract until it was absolutely necessary. What's more, those who were able to advance into the divine level were all dignified figures, and were not so bad as to break their contracts for money. 100 million is a lot, but there are a lot of things in Doom that can't be bought. This was why Jiang Chen had gone out of his way to offer such a hefty price just in exchange for 1 day's worth of time from a god-level powerhouse. And you wait. The contract was completed, and Long Ao Tian glanced at Jiang Han before turning to leave. About half an hour later. And you are little friend Night Cold? Sure is a sight to behold. A majestic and old voice rang out. And Jiang Han raised his eyes to see that an old man wearing spell magic robes had appeared in front of him at some point. Nickname? Rank? Other? After a cursory exploration, I couldn't see any information. Obviously, this should be the divine level spellcaster that Long Ao Tian had spoken of. Seniors are? Jiang Chen didn't put his posture too high. Although it was true that it was a patron-client relationship, but after all, it was a god-level powerhouse, and there was a fundamental difference between it and a puppet. If you really want to put on the I'm rich and I'm great act, you can't guarantee that people will turn their heads and leave. A normal return of gold to release the contract and a breach of contract are two completely different things. The old man said lightly. Old man Mers is at your disposal for 24 hours from now. Of course, the old man will not do anything that is treacherous. These deeds should have all been clearly explained. Right? Jiang Han laughed. Don't worry, senior. I've mainly been to an extremely difficult hidden copy. That's fine. Mers nodded. Not too concerned. For a god-level powerhouse, how much harder could a hidden copy of a novice village be? Will you kill the Goblin King or its family? Don't they all just wave it off? Senior, please. Jiang Chen didn't dilly-dally, and with Mers in tow, he headed out of the Hall of Supremacy. With only 1 day to go, he naturally had to race against the clock, while hoofing it towards the leveling point. Jiang Han was filled with emotion in his heart. This is a god-level powerhouse. Even in his previous life, He had never experienced this kind of treatment, not to mention a district novice village. Even if you went to the main city, it would be a nearly invincible existence. The power of money is truly as terrifying as it is. Floral Plains. As the only practicing spot in novice village number 9527, this was undoubtedly the best place for new players who had just entered the game. However, there weren't many players on the plains at the moment. The reason is also simple. Difficulty. The intensity of the monsters in Armageddon is off the charts. Even if it's just a low level 1 slime, it can easily send a whiteboard player back to the graveyard. The opening of the internal test full count is only 2 hours, and the players who died in the Floral Plains do not know how much. Those who could stay were either masters or landed players who had casually charged a bit of money and bought a few pieces of initial equipment when the service opened. But even so, their upgrade speed was still as slow as a snail. No one has gotten to level 2 since the opening of the service. At this moment, the edge of the Floral Plain, Zhang Han led Mers all the way forward, with no intention of stopping. This was only a fringe area after all, and most of the monsters that infested it were level 1 to level 3 monsters, and the experience bonus wasn't that high. Zhang Chen's goal was the core area of the Floral Plains. There, monsters are generally around level 10 and have much higher experience. Of course, the difficulty had increased by more than a few times, except that since there was already such a god-rank spellcaster by his side, it could simply be ignored. Wait a minute. Zhang Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. What is it? Mers said with a bland look. Meet the enemy. Zhang Chen's line of sight fell to a kobold carrying a stout wolfsbane not far away, who was chasing after 2 players who were wailing. Familiarity. He was all too familiar with this green-skinned pretty boy. Just after entering the game, he was hard chased by this level 5 goblin warrior carrying a wolfsbane for more than 10 minutes, chasing him to the main city before he stopped. That's a tough call. If I hadn't met it, it would be fine, but now the heavens have opened up and I actually saw this goddamn thing on the road. Grandma's drops. Then you have to let it damn well know why the flowers are so red. Zhang Han reached out and pointed. Give that level 5 goblin a wipeout. Little things. Mers reached out a little with a bland expression, and a water balloon spell was lightly thrown out. -1354089. Instantly a terrifying number emerged from that kobold's body before it turned into pieces and disappeared into the air. Crap. Seeing this scene, the 2 players who were being chased everywhere by the goblin warriors were instantly confused, and the nationalist took off. What the fuck kind of damage is that? Nyo Z brother, am I fucking right? This is fucking up other people's phone numbers? The player who was carrying a broken axe and wearing big pants, with the game nickname Aging Big 2, looked at the direction where Zhang Han was, and the whole person stuttered. A full 7 figures of damage. Shouldn't be wrong. The player known as Brother Ox is known by his in-game nickname, Good Ox Slider. Again, there was a look of disbelief. The 2 were wide-eyed and a little overwhelmed. Hey, demon spirit? This someone is open. Do you guys care? Being able to hold out and practice at this point in time, there was no doubt as to the game level of the Nyo Z brother duo. Seasoned fan of virtual online gaming Ashes. Over the past 10 years, he has played no less than 15 virtual online games, and has studied them deeply, and is also considered to be a small master who can be called by his name in the Jianghu. Moreover, this time, as soon as he entered Doomsday, as a small tycoon, Brother Nyo Z was directly attracted by the game's perfect graphics and charged $100,000 into the game. With a large hand, he purchased a basic outfit for himself and his good buddy, ready for the big kill. But what I didn't expect was the perverted-like difficulty of Doom. Even the 2, who are veteran drivers in the game, flipped. Fighting a level 1 slime relied on a long history of silent cooperation and softening up, which allowed the kill to be accomplished. It took more than an hour to kill only about 10 of them. It would have been torture enough. As a result, a level 5 elite monster ran out of nowhere in the fringe area, swinging a wolfsbane and wailing on it. Straight away, another lone wolf player was sent to the table, and then whisked the 2 men away. Seeing that they could not escape, and were about to return to the west, the disheartened brothers finally realized that this is a sick game that takes pleasure in torturing people. They were even ready to die back in the city. Then in a flash, an old man did over $1 million of damage straight away. What the fuck is that if it's not open? Crap. This is too sick. Getting old sophomore handfuls of snot. The thought of the 2 brothers riveting it out to do 10 or so points of damage on the slime was a heartbreaking one. Look at this. What kind of life do other people have? With a wave of the hand, the monsters flew to ashes and looked out of the world. This is the correct way to open the game. Hanging. This bee is definitely hung up. I'm going to report him. Penis. Let's both report him. Brother Nyo Z was thrilled. The thing he hated most in his life was open players. And then when you compare it to your own miserable days, it's just sadness that screams to be reported. Brother Bull. I don't think it's likely to be open. The oldest two were still relatively calm and analyzed. This game has only started internal testing. Where did the hangers come from? At most the testers are testing the data. And even if it's test data, it's unlikely to be that big of a deal. So, Cowboy thought it made sense. Lair glanced at the direction where Jiang Han was and said excitedly, "Look at the robe on that old man. It's several handfuls of handsome. I guess it's a very bullish NPC. That dude might have taken some quest or something." You're right. It dawned on Nyo Zigua that it wasn't as if the online games they used to play didn't have links like this, where different powerful assistants could be obtained through various means. It's not open and shut. It's a game mechanic. I told you, how can any game be this hard? A wild slime is hard as fucking shit. It's not like the planner is a simpleton. How could they come up with this kind of difficulty that kills thousands of people? It seems like the right way to open this game would not be head iron practicing, but there are other ways to get through the newbie period. This dude is clearly feeling his way around. The more brother Nyo Z thought about it, the more right he felt, so excited that he slapped his thigh. I really am a genius. Lair thought deeply. Sparrow solid. Why don't we go up and ask? Otherwise, it's not a good idea to be chased by monsters like this. Go! The two of them did what they said they would do, with excellent execution, and headed towards Jiang Han. Who wants to slog through upgrades when you can hang on? Hey, buddy. Brother Nyo Z greeted Jiang Han in a friendly manner. Where did you get these helpers from? So Han, the damage has broken 1,000,000. Can you ask around? Jiang Chen glanced at brother Nyo Z and turned around. He didn't have much interest in interacting with people. Instead, it was the Mel's on the side who looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "The old man came from the Hall of Supreme Beings. If the two of you are interested, you can go there to inquire about it." It wasn't that he was good to get along with. It was mainly because he had suddenly met such a wealthy man as Jiang Han, which made Mers think that all of these new adventurers were rich as hell. It's a lot of money for nothing. $100 million coming in from fighting kobolds in a single day. That would make the old guys in the temple hear about it and not thank themselves? The Hall of Supreme Being? As soon as he heard this, Brother Bull got excited. Sure enough. This game must have hidden mechanics. Just before the two of them could ask in detail, Jiang Chen walked away with Mers. Brother Nyo Z and Lair looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Supreme Hall, I remember. In the central location of the main town of the novice village, that tall hall. It seems to be the Supreme Hall, right? Lair slapped his head. Out of experience, when entering a new game, he would habitually wander around the newbie village to see if there were any hidden quests. He was also familiar with the general structure of the novice village. Brother Nyo Z nodded. That's right then. It seems that this is the hidden mechanism of this game. It's probably hard enough for players to practice leveling alone, but as long as they charge up some gold coins, they can take off. So that's how it is. This dog coin planning to force Krypton is really something. It's so inhuman. Lair cursed. For nothing, I've been fighting monsters for half a day, and my axe has been swung up in smoke, and I've only gained 1/3 of my experience. Dog JB planning and not doing his job. Go, go, go. Later on brother will also make an entire entourage of this kind and have a good time first. Thinking they had found the trick to the game, the duo rushed towards the main city. Sure enough, the magnificent and atmospheric Supreme Hall was found in the central area. Very well, this will be the place where my brother and I will prosper. Brother Nyo Z tilted his head, his heart brimming with pride. The two of them, one after the other, majestically killed their way into the Hall of Supremacy. Brother Cao Z was so spirited that he crossed his arms and yelled, "Boss, here comes business. Master has plenty of money." Oh, the great magical instructor who was idly counting gold coins on the side saw the two's confident appearance, and his mouth went askew with laughter. Look at this. Could it be that another god of wealth is here to spread his wealth? The archmagician rose with a smile and greeted him. 2 minutes later, where's the poorer than that? Get the hell out of here. Boom! With a majestic roar, a deep blue light erupted. -2905224-352004. Two silhouettes leapt out from the door of the Hall of Supreme Being. The bloodstains on their heads instantly emptied. What a bull slider. Pawn. Getting older sophomore. Pawn. In the cemetery. The two in their soul states looked at each other in confusion. Speechless. We were having a good conversation. Why did you suddenly pull a big water balloon spell out of your pants? Is it reasonable for you, an NPC, to be so cranky? Besides, nearly 100,000 gold coins is still poorer than that? So how much money did that dude have on him? Kill large slime. Experience plus 95. Killing a large kobold warrior. Experience plus 92. Kill large slime. Experience plus 95. Kill giant coyote. Experience plus 101. In the meantime, deep in the flowery plains, Jiang Chen naturally didn't know that a farce had been staged at the Hall of Supreme Beings. Of course, he didn't care even if he knew. The rising experience in front of him was enough to dazzle him. What was the concept of a god-level spellcaster coming to a novice area where monster levels were generally level 10? A certain pretty boy with a big knife has given the answer. It's going to be a massacre. Wherever Mers passed, not an inch of grass grew. A casual hit is a million damage breaker. And it's still group damage. The canyon, which used to be a harmonious place, is in shambles. There was no longer any living thing in sight. The only monster force in the novice village, the goblin village, was also slaughtered. Even the big yellow dog sunbathing on the side of the road had to take 2 big pussy pockets. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has been successfully raised to LV5. And you have gained 10 attribute points, which can be freely distributed. And with such a horrifying efficiency, Zhang Han's leveling up had directly broken through to level 5. And at this point in time, it's hard to say if other players have made it to level 2 or not. Let's just say that it's true that you can do whatever you want with money. However, it's not without its drawbacks. After the upgrade, a new phrase appeared on Zhang Han's panel. Experience permanently reduced, 6%. Experience sanctions. In Doom, both players and NPCs, when grouping up, once the gap between the levels of both parties exceeds 10 levels, then the party with the lower rank, when it comes to gaining experience, is penalized. Experience gain is reduced. And that phrase, it's permanent. Jiang Chen's current experience sanction was 6%, which meant that in the future, when he gained experience, it would only be 94% of the normal value. Continued upgrades go even higher. Jiang Chen estimated that by relying on Mers to lead the upgrade, by the time he reached level 10, he was afraid that the experience sanction would be around 10%. Upgrading in Armageddon is already difficult, especially in the later stages, where each level of experience is massive, and the 10% experience sanction is absolutely desperate. But nothing dicked about it. Zhang Han's main goal right now was to level up to 10 as soon as possible and enter the main city. The experience sanction is horrible, but it's nothing to the advantage of entering the main city first. There is a give and take. Immediately afterward, Zhang Han opened the attribute panel and began to allocate free attribute points. Power, 35. Physical fitness, 35. Spirit, 70. Agility, 40. He rose 4 levels in a row and gained 40 free attribute points, adding as many as he could to Spirit. And with today's consumption exceeding 100 million, the God of Fortune's power also gave 100 attribute points, which made Zhang Han's other attribute values equally high. A level 5 panel, but one that other players would find difficult to match even if they reached level 10. Very well, another 3 levels or so and we'll be able to meet the conditions for opening the hidden copy. Jiang Chen smiled in satisfaction. There has been this highly secretive message in the forums of the former world. In Novice Village number 9527, there exists a hidden copy, the Dragon's Lair. In addition to the hidden location, the base condition for opening it was also very simple. The spirit value breaking through 100. But that's for the first tier that were all level 100 at the time. If at this stage, the only possibility to break through the 100 spirit value was to upgrade to level 10 and add all the free attribute points to spirit. But no one in their right mind could do that. Even for a law profession, such an extreme addition means that the other attributes are pure and simple, especially the low constitution. A little carelessness is what happens when Gabe eats a seat. However, for Jiang Han, who had the power of fortune, there was no such concern. Keep upgrading. After distributing the attribute points, Jiang Han took Mers and continued to wreak havoc on Flowery Canyon. 6 o'clock in the evening. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has been successfully raised to LV10. Ding! Congratulations! You are the first player to break through level 10 in Novice Village number 9527. Rewarded with attribute points of 10. Ding! Congratulations! You are the first player worldwide to break through level 10. Rewarded with 50 attribute points and the title, One Day, 1,000 Miles. The entire depths of the Floral Plains had fallen silent under Mers's indiscriminate bombardment. As for Jiang Han, his level had also soared to a terrifying level 10. The world announcement followed. Ding! World announcement, player Nightcold has successfully broken through and ascended to LV10. Opening up the ranking chart. Ding! World announcement, player Nightcold has successfully. The announcement sounded in every player's head, 3 times in a row before stopping. At this moment, all the players who had participated in the internal test of doom, no matter who they were or what they were doing, all of them stopped what they were doing, their eyes filled with consternation. It's only been less than a fucking day and someone has risen to level 10? World ranking chart. First place, Nightcold LV10, Dasha. Second place, none at this time. Third place, none at this time. Remarks, level 10 is the minimum level to be on the list. The entire list, except for Jiang Han, was empty. Right now it's only 6 hours full of time until Doomsday opens. The vast majority of people remain stuck at level 1. The few experienced masters of the game, with teamwork, are also generally level 2. Even the top players, with their ghostly stances and superior skills, constantly hunting elite monsters, would only reach a maximum of level 3 with less than half of their experience bar. A level 10 terrifying existence suddenly appeared under his eyes, causing each and every one of these high-eyed game masters to be dismayed. China. Novice Village 1001. The dagger kept flipping in his hand, and the figure dressed in a rough cloth outfit had a weird pace as he wandered between the two elite kobold warriors. 23, 31, 26. This person was obviously not an ordinary assassin profession, and his bludgeoning rate was not low, slicing out slashes on the elite goblin warrior. Experience plus 26. Experience plus 26. Soon, the two kobolds fell down one after another. With a white plate equipment, he was able to single-handedly take on two elite goblin warriors. If other people saw such a performance, I'm afraid that they would only call out Big Brother, and he does deserve it. Genie Knightley, China's famous top thief player, once in a variety of games to establish the top thief forces, on the hard power, in the thief profession can be ranked in the top 5. It's also one of the few top players who got into Doom during the beta stage. At this moment, the brocade nightclothes glanced at the ranked leaderboards, and his brows furrowed gently. I've been hunting elite monsters since I entered the game, and I'm only at level 3 now. Surprisingly, someone has directly reached level 10. Is this some kind of loophole in the game? And, the name Night Cold has never been heard before. Forget it, the Genie Nightwalker didn't care, turning off the leveling charts and focusing on practicing. Stick Country, ACI. How can someone in China get to level 10 so quickly? Cheating, definitely cheating. Even if it's not cheating, then it's definitely a player from our great Stick Country who went to China's similitude. Stick Country Universe's #1 Smithy, a thief with a small half-inch stick and thieving eyes stared at the leaderboards, his back teeth clenched in jealousy. Even Park King-win, the #1 in his universe, was only level 3 until now. How could anyone in China get to level 10? These people, they just like to cheat. Little Sakura, Baka, damn Chinese, to play such despicable tactics. They must have gotten stuck in a game bug. Inegawa Okasaka, despise such people the most. Simply ashamed to be a player. They should disembowel themselves. Scenes like these are played out between countries. The sudden opening of the leaderboards had undoubtedly caused a furor throughout the game. Apart from being surprised, more people were questioning Night Cold. After all, just how perverse the difficulty of Doomsday was something that everyone had experienced firsthand. And even if they were top players, it was impossible to rise to level 10 in a day. What else could it be if not cheating to have such an upgrade speed? But after all, it was an internal test, and it was normal to have loopholes, and many people didn't take it too seriously after cursing it twice. Can't you see that even the recharge port is closed? I guess it's just that I know there are still bugs out there. That's why I rush to make the fixes and wait for the bugs to be fixed in a few days. This Night Cold is just waiting to be blocked. But what they don't realize is that there is no such thing as a bug for Doom. Because, this is a real second world. Jiang Han wasn't surprised by the opening of the ranking list. In the last life too, someone reached level 10 before the leaderboards were opened. But that's all after the beta. At that time, the highest level in the internal testing stage was only level 8. I just don't know if the rewards are any different when you turn on the rank leaderboards in one day. Jiang Chen wore the title. A Day's Journey. Epic as the first player to reach LV10. Your strength has been recognized by the God of Light. Experience gain plus 5%. Experience class title. Still epic level. Nice. Jiang Chen grinned. The props, titles, and equipment in the game, all have ranks, which are roughly categorized into Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Dark Gold, Epic, Legendary, Divine, Heavenly Destruction, Holy Break, 10 levels, with Black Iron being the lowest and Holy Break being the highest. An epic title with unquestionable rarity. It is important to know that the equipment of Doomsday is extremely difficult to obtain. Even if it is a breakthrough of 100 level players, most of the equipment on the body is gold to dark gold stage. Every once in a while you can get a part or two that will be epic. The epic rank, so to speak, is a huge watershed. Only a very small number of players are eligible to have it. As for the legendary and divine levels upwards, that was definitely something that could only be seen by a group of people who stood at the very top. As for Heaven's Destruction and Saint's Break, even in his last life, Jiang Han had never heard of anyone being able to possess this level of equipment. Not even the NPCs. It's a rank that only exists in records. Therefore, although it was divided into 10 grades, yes, The divine grade was actually the recognized pinnacle of the grade. Now that he had gotten an epic level title before even leaving the novice village, this harvest was not a big deal. This offsets the experience sanction by 5%. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen was satisfied and assigned the attribute to spirit. And at the moment, his spirit value had come to 120 points. Ding! Player Night Cold. The first stage of experience acquisition is complete. You won't be able to gain experience through any means next. Please open the Ascension trial as soon as possible. Immediately afterward, another prompt appeared. Jiang Chen casually swiped his hand to turn off the prompt. Ascension trials. Again, this is a mechanic unique to Doom. All players are forced into a stage where they cannot gain experience when they reach a whole 10 number of levels like 10, 20, or 30. There will not be any experience value boosts, either from fighting monsters or from quests by NPCs. The only means of resolving this is through the Ascension trial, and the difficulty of the Ascension trial was perverse. While teams are allowed, no outside forces are allowed. For example, it was absolutely impossible for a god-tier NPC like Mers to enter the Ascension trial, and even if players teamed up with each other, only teams of the same rank were allowed to team up. Otherwise, once they entered it, it would be difficult to face the highest ranked person. For example, if a level 10 player teams up with a level 20 player, the difficulty of the trial will be refreshed with a level 20 trial. Under this extremely terrifying mechanism, every trial was a great challenge, and in Doomsday, death is penalized regardless of geography or cause. As long as you die, your attributes will be permanently reduced by 20%, and your equipment and gold coins will fall off as much as possible. Even the topmost bigwigs were extremely cautious when facing the Ascension trial, requiring a perfect teamwork. Trying to find someone to take it is almost impossible. Of course, there are always exceptions to everything. For example, Jiang Chen. When Ruyan Lu entered the game back then, she didn't know anything, and trying to pass the Ascension trial by herself was simply impossible. In the end, it was Jiang Han who ran around, sparing no expense to hire a professional team, and only after getting enough equipment together did he harden her to bring her through the first Ascension trial. Jiang Han had also never been absent from each of Ruyan Lu's Ascension trials in the back, and had made a big contribution. Being able to do that made everyone else on the team envious. It's just a shame that a whole lot of heart was fed to the dogs. Right now, Jiang Han naturally couldn't possibly go back to doing such a stupid thing, but he wasn't thinking of passing the Ascension trial right now. For one thing, it was because although he had reached level 10, yes, he had yet to find his first native Imperial beast, and although his attributes were high, he lacked the means to fight. Trying to single brush is like talking business in a duck store. No Kuan. Secondly, once you accept the Ascension trial, you will automatically be teleported out of the novice village. And in Doom, there is no return passage to the novice village. Once you leave, it's almost impossible to come back. Unless one takes on certain hidden quests and is led by an NPC, one can find a way to return. How was the Dragon's Lair discovered in the first place? It was because someone had triggered the level 100 hidden quest, Explore the Dragon's Lair, and managed to return to the novice village, that this mysterious hidden copy was found. It's just a shame that the berserker who found the hidden copy didn't make it through and died in it. Although, according to the video message he passed out, there was an incomparably precious dragon egg inside, causing countless people to pursue it. But no one has picked up the quest and returned to the novice village since then. For this reason, the Dragon's Lair was once known as a hidden copy that was impossible to pass. Those who can afford it can't go back, and those who are in the novice village can't get through. No solution. However, Jiang Han was born again in his first life with a huge amount of money in his hand, born in novice village number 9527, which just fulfilled the conditions. The Dragon's Lair was also precisely the most important part of his plan to rise to power. Once the dragon egg was obtained, then when it grew in the future, its strength wouldn't be weaker than that abyssal dragon that called the wind and rain. Next, it's time for the main event. Putting away the few pieces of equipment that had popped up today, Jiang Han exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Novice Village 9527, Floral Canyon, 1102, 254. This string of coordinates is bound to be familiar to anyone interested in dragon eggs. And now, there is the ability to travel. Jiang Han alone. 10 minutes later, Jiang Han led Mers to the front of a boulder and reached out to gently press his hand on it. Boom! Instantly, the boulder trembled, and a huge aura burst out abruptly, shaking the boulder into pieces. A dark hole appeared in front of the two. Ding! You have set foot in the hidden area, the Dragon's Lair. Ding! This area is extremely dangerous. Please leave immediately. Sure enough, the rumors are true. Listening to the beeps coming from his ears, the corners of Jiang Han's mouth curled up slightly. What a strong aura. How could there be a giant dragon inhabiting this place? Mirza's whisker-twirling hand lurched slightly, full of surprise. Even for a god-level spellcaster, he didn't dare to take the sight of such a giant dragon's lair lightly. Gargoyles, extremely powerful creatures. An adult-bodied dragon completely possessed a power that could rival that of a god-level powerhouse. These were creatures destined to roar into the world, and although they were very few in number, each one was a symbol of strength. Mirza looked at Zhang Han and said thoughtfully, "You went to such great lengths to hire the old man to break into this dragon's lair?" Zhang Han didn't hide anything, nodding his head with a calm expression. "Yes. You're going to bulldoze this dragon's lair?" Mirza said indifferently. "First things first, even if it's the old man, there's no absolute certainty that he can defeat a giant dragon." "That's not true." Zhang Chen shook his head. "That's good." Mirza sighed in relief. "I just wanted to see if I could steal a dragon egg out of it." But Zhang Han's next sentence almost didn't make Mirza spit out a mouthful of old blood. Stealing dragon eggs? Or just, with the nature of the dragon, for the offspring bloodline is extremely important. Stealing the dragon eggs is not the immortal behavior? What's the difference between that and pushing flat? Mirza sighed. "This is a dragon's lair. It's just too dangerous. I think it's better not to go in." "Must enter." Zhang Chen was resolute. "That's good. But if you are in danger, the old man will be the first to bring you out. Don't try to be brave." Mirza said. "Understood." Zhang Chen nodded his head, took a deep breath, and walked towards the giant dragon's lair. "And wait, allow me to set a few buffs first." Just as he took a step away, Mirza suddenly began to chant. "Ding! You have been blessed by the god of life, doubling your life attribute. Ding! You have been blessed by the god of agility, doubling your agility attribute. Ding!" In Zhang Han's dumbfounded eyes, a series of buffs fell on his body, and the full attribute increased. That wasn't just a star. Zhang Chen's eyes looked oddly toward Mirza. Is it that stable? At this moment, he finally understood why spellcasters were said to be versatile in their methods. Just this series of buffs, priests would be ashamed to see it, and milkmaids would shed tears. The acolytes are going to go to the bar and get drunk for the rest of the night just watching it. There's one thing to say, Tweedledum is cool. At this moment, Zhang Han seemed to see a steady path appear before him. In his previous life, in order to leave the resources to Lu Ruyan, before entering the copy, in addition to the necessary supplies, the other are able to save. Living stingy, but it's totally possible to have a better time now that you don't have that concern. Okay, it's okay to go in. After a full 2.5 minutes, Mel's finished applying the buffs, and his entire body became illusory, so that he couldn't even be noticed unless he looked closely. So did Zhang Chen. The two of them were like ghosts, quietly sneaking into the giant dragon's lair. But, the very moment they stepped into the cave, the deepest part of the dragon's lair, a behemoth with a golden body and a body of over 100 meters then instantly opened its eyes, and in its pair of vertical pupils, a lava-like light flowed. Mirza's divine concealment technique was nowhere to be seen in front of it. Rumble. In the next moment, the entire lair began to shake violently, and the stones swiftly shook down. A loud and clear dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. The golden dragon, which was like a small hill, stood up. Sacred ruling, shining dragon. Mirza instantly grimaced. This is a fifth-order dragon? 5th degree? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he was aware that there were also rank divisions for giant dragons. From the 1st to the 5th rank, the higher the rank, the stronger the adult body. And the abyssal dragon that had destroyed a top guild with one man and one dragon in his previous life was rumored to be a 3rd-ranked dragon. A 3rd-ranked dragon has the power to destroy a guild. And this light-shining giant dragon is, amongst the dragon race, the topmost 5th-ranked existence. If this dragon egg arrives, I'm afraid it has even more potential than I imagined. Zhang Chen's heart pounded. The trip to the dragon's lair was quite the right one. Senior, are you sure? Zhang Chen turned his head to look at Mirza. Are you kidding me? This is a 5th-rank adult body dragon. Mirza looked grave. And it's still the holy ruling dragon with the purest bloodline. There's not even a 1 in a million chance of trying to forcefully break into the lair. That strong? Zhang Chen frowned. The stronger the light-shining dragon was, then the higher the potential of the dragon eggs in the nest. But accordingly, the more difficult it is to obtain. Even Mirza, who was a god-level spellcaster, was so cautious. The strength of this light-shining dragon could be imagined. Withdraw. This is no place for you. Mirza stared at the light-shining dragon with a deadly stare, not daring to take it lightly. A teleportation scroll was already present in his hand, ready to be crushed at any time. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and said, I'll raise the money and double the honorarium. Mirza shook his head. It's useless to add money. It's not that the old man doesn't want the reward. It's just that facing such an existence to forcefully break into the dragon's lair, it's bound to be 10 deaths without a chance of survival. Zhang Chen said in a deep voice, there's no need to force your way in. Can Senior buy me some time? Well, Mers hesitated for a moment, propped himself up against the wall with one hand, and looked despondent. I don't know if the old man can top it. Triple. Jiang Chen stretched out 3 fingers and raised the price expressionlessly. I can. If you can't top it, you have to. Mers suddenly leapt to his feet, an old face rising to the color of pig's liver. I'll give it up. 3 minutes. He let out a violent gulp, his muscles surging, his veins as gnarled as dragons. What had been a dry, skinny little old man turned into a big muscle man with biceps bigger than Stallone's head. I can buy you 3 minutes at most. Any more than that, and it's out of the question. You weigh it. Master you are? Jiang Chen was stunned. Damn. Are all spellcasters so wild these days? Don't ask. Don't say. How can an old man walk in the Jianghu without some cards? Ostensibly old me is a spellcaster. Actually, Master is a melee fighter. Didn't think so. Drink. Mers bellowed and leapt high into the air, a raven-seated plane crushing down towards the light-shining gargoyle. Boom! There was a loud bang, and smoke rose from the ground. The 100-meter-long dragon was actually pressed into the ground by a single blow. Scratch that. This is the real big brother. Jiang Chen finally understood at this moment why a spellcaster had to put so many game buffs on himself. This divine melee profession under the enhancement of all attributes had a shockingly high physique and strength, and was even able to manage to briefly harden against a 5th-ranked dragon. Truly speaking of strength, even counting his previous life, Mers was ranked among the top 5 of the most powerful people Jiang Han had ever seen. Dual professional cooperation is as scary as it gets. However, he didn't have time to lament about this, and with the wind beneath his feet, his entire body quickly entered the giant dragon's lair. The direction where the dragon eggs are located should be in the deepest part of the left front. The lair was dark and out of reach, but this didn't cause much trouble for Jiang Han. Because of the terrain here, he had studied it too many times in his previous life and had long since memorized it. The whole thing traveled through the nest as if it were a return home. It's incredibly fast. This kid, Mers, who was on the side, was surprised when his afterglow caught a glimpse of Jiang Han entering the water like a fish. There were no other monsters in the dragon's lair, but the pressure emanating from the 5th-ranked dragon was enough to make people tremble with fear. It's unusual for people to just have trouble walking, but Jiang Han was actually acting like a person who was fine, flickering around the nest, and on some special paths, his control of distance was simply perfect. Its calmness and seasoned stature were like 1,000 hammers. This was definitely not something a rookie who had yet to complete the transfer quest could do. It really isn't simple. No wonder you can shell out 300 million gold coins for a single quest. Mers muttered. Even with his god-level combat experience, he couldn't pick a fault in Jiang Han. Roar! The light-shining dragon hissed, and the heavy dragon might spread out, shattering several large mountains around it. Sinful animal. If it were usual, old me would still fear you, but for these 3 minutes, even a dragon gets down. Ola 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 ola. Mels bellowed, his fists falling as rapidly as rain, each punch capable of blasting a large mountain. Under such indiscriminate bombardment, even though it was as strong as the light flare giant dragon, it was bombarded without the ability to fight back. When the light shine giant dragon was suppressed, the giant dragon's lair was incredibly calm. Jiang Chen ran furiously all the way, finally following the path to the deepest part of the nest. It was a less spacious cave. A half-man-tall cyan dragon egg stood in the center of the cave, with a faint layer of light surrounding it, and not far from the dragon's egg, there was also a shiny thing lying, not knowing whether it was an equipment or a prop. Sure enough, this is it. Jiang Han was delighted and took 3 steps, not having time to look at them in detail, putting away the dragon eggs and the glittering props, then pressed on and returned the same way. Thanks to Mers's full attribute gain buff and knowledge of the terrain of the dragon's lair, the entire process, from entering the giant dragon's lair to returning outside the lair, was less than 3 minutes. At the moment, Mers was still throwing punches like thunder, blasting soundly. Jiang Chen shouted loudly, "Master, I'm done." That fast? Mers jerked his head up, his body rapidly drying up like a deflated balloon. With a flash of light underneath his feet, his entire body instantly appeared in front of Jiang Han, pressing one hand on the latter's shoulder. The teleportation scroll instantly exploded. Jiang Chen only felt the scene in front of him change extremely quickly, and when his vision became clear again, he was already in the Supreme Hall. As for Mers, who was on the side, his face was pale beyond words at the moment, and his whole body looked as if he had overindulged, and his eyes were lifeless. It feels like the body is being emptied. Jiang Chen was shocked. "Master, you are. There's not a drop of magic left." Mers shivered, his lips trembling. "What do you think I just hammered? That was a 5th-ranked dragon, an existence close to that of a god. If it wasn't for running fast, both of us would have to be accounted for there. That is, the old man's magic and martial arts dual cultivation. which can carry 3 minutes. You change other people to try? Hard work, master. Jiang Chen also understood that even a third-ranked dragon cultivated by a player could destroy a top guild. Not to mention this aboriginal 5th order dragon. I'm afraid that even the 12 god-level powerhouses of China at that time were not opponents when they got together. Mers waved his hand and said, "No harm done. It's the remaining 200 million gold coins?" Good point. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen directly opened the trading window. 200 million gold coins is undoubtedly a huge amount of money. But that was nothing compared to the harvest from the dragon's lair this time. That green-colored dragon egg was most likely a 5th-ranked dragon egg. Absolute God's favorite. It's not in vain for old me to wrestle so much. Not bad, not bad. With a total of 300 million gold coins in hand, Mers was ecstatic. Even if he was a god-level powerhouse, it wasn't that easy to make 300 million gold coins. It's only been a day's work and it's so rewarding. There's a sense of exhilaration that comes from being rich overnight. Along with that, he also looked at Jiang Han much more smoothly. Ding! Mers's favoritism towards you has increased. Current favorability, 60. The favorability broke 60 so quickly? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. In Doom, there is no cap on NPC favorability though, but a favorability of 60 is already at a very high level, indicating that the NPC already trusts you extremely. And that's what's necessary for most NPCs to trigger a trade. Generally, it takes players an extremely long time to develop them by completing a series of quests, plus various other means. Only, Jiang Han's initial charisma value was 50, plus throwing 300 million gold coins directly made Mers's favorability break through 60. Sure enough, a high charisma value is convenient. Jiang Chen secretly lamented in his heart. The God of Fortune's anticlimax was displayed to the fullest on the first day. Jiang Chen spoke. By the way, master, there's something I want to ask. Say, Supreme Divine Hall, is there any life essence? I would like to buy some. Of course, the price is negotiable. Life essence? What do you need this for? Mers frowned, then suddenly remembered something and said with a surprised face, did you really steal the dragon's egg or not? Jiang Chen nodded. Sizzle. Mers backed up and made a remarkable contribution to global warming. That's a 5th order dragon egg, and a descendant of the holy ruling gargoyle. Even though he had traveled for so many years as a god-level powerhouse, he had never heard of anyone possessing such a rare item. Once it grew up, then slapping a god-level powerhouse to death would be like playing. Of course, gargoyles live extremely long lives, and their development cycles are not short. It's bound to cost big bucks to try to cultivate it. But once he thought of the youth in front of him spending 300 million without batting an eye, Mers didn't think that point would be much of a problem. Mers mused for a moment and said, I can indeed help you if you want the life essence, but you have to show me the dragon egg first. Jiang Chen hesitated a little, then displayed the dragon egg in his basic storage space. Sure enough, it's a gargoyle egg. Mers took a look at the item bar and instantly recognized the dragon egg. It's so recognizable. A direct descendant of a 5th order dragon. Mers's eyes burned for a moment, and honestly, if he didn't have an inexplicable good feeling towards Jiang Han, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to hold back and make a move to snatch it. This is something that is just too precious. Value can't be measured in money. However, as an elder-level figure of the Supreme Hall, Mers still had a bottom line. He said in a deep voice, I have 5 bottles of life essence here, and according to the market price, it's 5 million gold coins a bottle. I can sell you all of it. Thank you, master. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The value of life essence, he knew, only had a very small probability of appearing in a high-level boss lair. The supply does not exceed the demand. $5 million for a bottle is definitely fair, and it's even still a great bargain. This was because Jiang Chen had never heard of anyone who had offered 5 bottles of life essence at once. There is no harm. This thing is now of limited use to the old man. It is also to keep. The old man sees you as a good eye, so I will sell it to you. But, Mers's words changed. Since it's a 5th-ranked dragon descendant, 5 bottles of life essence may be a little less than enough. That's not enough? Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. The reason why life essence was expensive was naturally because it had an unrivaled catalytic effect on imperial beasts. Under normal circumstances, the imperial beast eggs, which would take decades to hatch successfully, could hatch instantly with just a bottle of life essence. Even 5 bottles of life essence might not be enough. So the life force of this 5th-ranked giant dragon egg could be imagined. Mers murmured, according to the old man's estimation, it's estimated to be 10 bottles of life essence. So, Supreme Hall, is there any life essence left? Jiang Chen asked. Mers shook his head. No, it's very precious, and even if it was, it's unlikely that those old guys would sell it to you. However, I still have a bottle of sacred life essence here, and the effect is definitely not lower than 5 bottles of life essence. Jiang Chen said with a calm expression. What are the conditions? Master, speak straight. Mers was a bit surprised. How did you know the old man was going to make an offer? It's simple. If you just need gold to trade, there's no need to say it twice. Jiang Chen said indifferently. And these kinds of things should be hard to buy with gold coins alone. Indeed. Mers nodded his head and said proudly. It's not that I'm bragging. Even if you search the entire Supreme Hall, only I can take out this bottle of Holy God Life Essence. Of course, I won't make it difficult for you. Friendly price, 25 million gold coins. And, when that dragon egg of yours hatches, later on, the old man will need a drop of giant dragon essence blood. That shouldn't be too hard, should it? No problem. Jiang Chen agreed readily, without the slightest intention of bargaining, because he knows exactly what it's worth. Technically, it's actually Mertz who's in the business of losing money. Not bad. The old man likes to deal with smart people. Mertz smiled and opened the trade window. A vial of sacred life essence, 5 vials of life essence, and a trade deed. It costs 15 million gold coins, as well as a future drop of dragon essence blood. A white light flashed and the deal was struck. Don't forget the agreement. When the time comes, the old man will come back for you. Mertz took one step, and the teleportation formation rose from beneath his feet, and then the entire person disappeared. Looking at the extra bottles of life potion in the item bar, John Han was also delighted. That's $50 million well spent. As it happened, the hall was empty at the moment, so John Han found a remote corner and threw the dragon egg into the incubation space. Remaining incubation time, 299 years, 364 days. The incubation years directly shocked John Han. This Rhonda, you actually need a full 300 years to hatch. If he didn't intervene, by the time the dragon egg hatched, John Han's grave grass would have changed in who knows how many waves. Sure enough, this stuff isn't really for the faint of heart. While staggering, John Han took out a bottle of life essence and poured as much as he could onto the dragon's egg. The pale greenish light flickered slightly. Remaining incubation time, 269 years, 364 days. Incubation years were directly reduced by 30 years. Mel's is right. 5 vials of life essence. That's not really enough. Jiang Chen took out the remaining 4 bottles of life essence and poured all of them onto the dragon egg, shrinking the incubation years to 150 years. This was followed by the divine life essence, pouring the liquid so thick that it almost materialized onto the surface of the dragon egg. Jiang Han couldn't help but get nervous. Success or failure is at stake. In a few moments. Ding! Congratulations! You successfully hatched the divine imperial beast, Cthulhu dragon. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained your first imperial beast. Unlocking the Imperial Beast Master skill, Imperial Beast Aura. It worked. Listening to the crisp beeps beside his ears, Jiang Han only felt that his mood had never been so wonderful. After paying a full 355 million gold coins, wasn't it this moment that he was waiting for? Click. The eggshell shattered. And then a giant dragon cub with a light greenish color broke out of the shell. The size wasn't that big, the length was less than half a meter, and the head was only up to Jiang Han's knees. But Jiang Han knew very well what kind of energy was contained within the body of this little guy who looked so dull and cute that he hugged the eggshell and nodded furiously as soon as he was born. Divine Imperial Beasts. Doom doesn't have many classes for pets. 5 in total. Ordinary, Commander, Transcendent, Monarch, Mythic. From high to low, there is a vast gulf of difference between each quality, and by God level, it meant Mythic Imperial Beasts. Sparing Jiang Han's mental toughness, his heart was thumping at the moment, because this was the first mythical imperial beast he had ever seen in his 2 lives, and a royal beast of his own. One must know that even that ferocious and renowned dark abyssal dragon was only a monarch-level imperial beast that had not reached the mythic level. But why the Cthulhu dragon? Isn't it supposed to be a descendant of the light-shining dragon? Is it because the sacred life essence worked to change the species? Or is it that this egg is not a light-shining gargoyle egg at all? The only quibble now is that something doesn't seem quite right with this variety. Could it be that the shining dragon is being hooded? Forget it. Whatever. But Jiang Chen didn't think about it in detail. It didn't matter what kind it was. The important thing was that this thing was a mythic imperial beast. That's enough. Jiang Chen opened the attribute panel of the Cthulhu dragon. Nickname, not yet available. Type a dragon, mythic. Level 1/0.00%. Status life, 10,000. Magic, 10,000. Base attributes, strength, 500. Constitution, 500. Agility, 500. Spirit, 500. Talent absolute suppression. As a mythic level beast, the dragon has innate suppression of lower level creatures, dealing plus 30% damage to creatures below mythic level and minus 30% damage to those below mythic level. Dragon King, the Cthulhu dragon, as the supreme being of the dragon race, has innate suppression of dragon creatures. dealing plus 50% damage to dragon creatures and minus 50% damage from dragons. Mythic Bloodline, as a mythic royal beast, the Cthulhu dragon has an absolutely strong body. When the Tsong Tian gargoyle is upgraded, it gains a full attribute bonus. Life regeneration, 200 per second. Magic wrap, 200 per second. Life bonus plus 100%. Magic bonus plus 100%. Skills: Shaking Dragon's Might, Root Shock and Awe skill. The dragon roars so loudly that the world trembles. All creatures within a 20-meter radius, regardless of class or type, are forced into a 1.5 second stun. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Consumption, 2000 magic power. Dragon King Spit, single skill. The celestial dragon spits out fiery flames that scorch everything, dealing 500% of its power in real damage to the locked target, and the skill cannot be dodged. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Consumption, 1000 magic power. Dragon King's Rage, unique talent technique. The celestial dragon falls into a state of extreme rage, bound to destroy everything, dealing 10,000% strength plus constitution, undifferentiated true damage to creatures within a range of 50 meters. Cooldown, 30 days. After activating this skill, attributes are permanently reduced by 5%, and the Cthulhu dragon falls into a deep sleep for 5 days. Jiang Chen. After reading the attribute panel of the Cthulhu dragon, there were just 2 words in his heart at the moment. Invincible. It was only level 1, and the attributes of the Tsong Tian giant dragon could not be described as terrifying. A full 500 power points in seconds to anyone you see. Taking Jiang Han himself, he was now level 10, and thanks to the attribute bonus of God of Wealth, his life value was already 350 points. If you wear a set of novice equipment, you can break 500, but even so, it couldn't take a pummel from a level 1 Cthulhu dragon. That 30% damage gain is no joke, not to mention that unbelievable Dragon King's Breath. A mouthful of dragon breath was 2,500 points of damage. And it was still real damage. What's a real injury? In Doomsday, there is no such attribute as defense points, but various skills, such as a knight's raised shield and a priest's defensive boundary, are able to reduce damage, but in front of the real injury, all these means are useless. How much damage should be? Half of it does not carry a reduction. 2,500 damage and it can't be dodged. As far as Jiang Chen knew, the hidden profession known as Blood Bull Heavy Shield Armor Cleric, the increase in physique was 1.2 times. If one were to level up to 10, add all the attribute points to physique, and put on a level 10 defense suit with a quality of silver, the life value would be 2,000 at best. As usual, it can't stop a mouthful of old phlegm from a giant dragon in the sky. And most crucially, the skill cooldown was only 5 seconds. The high level of its outburst, even if the strongest boss of the novice village, the Goblin Chief, came, he would have to kneel on the ground and call his big brother. Moreover, the celestial giant dragon was not only an unbelievable means of attack, it also had a group control means, plus the bloodstain that broke 10,000. Seriously, even if it was a mythical great imperial beast, Jiang Han felt that it was just a bit too exaggerated. How is this raising a royal beast? Clearly a living father. It's almost like bringing a boss around. Without bragging, at this stage of the game, there are as many players in Doom as there are players. All of them together wouldn't be enough for this little guy to beat up. Not to mention the bow and arrow mage long-range bombardment, in front of the 500 agility strike speed and dodge. These basic skills can't even touch the hair. The only way to do that is to wear the thing out alive. What a heifer steaming on the splits. Jiang Han's mouth was going to be crooked with laughter. What does it mean to be a mythical imperial beast? Tactical backward glance. Just this one imperial beast alone was enough to lay flat. This ascension trial. It's possible to break into it. Jiang Chen calmed his excitement, then looked towards the giant dragon cub that had just finished eating the eggshells and leaned back to pat its own little belly. It's hard to imagine that such a contraption has such appalling properties. Come here, Jiang Han said softly. Between the imperial beast master and the imperial beast, the minds were connected, and this feeling was quite marvelous. The little guy heard Jiang Han's call, but ignore the whole a high cold cub. After all, it was a giant dragon, so it was naturally impossible to obey it like a puppy. It was normal for a mythical great imperial beast to have a bit of a temper. Seeing as you're so grey-looking, I'll call you Ash from now on. Jiang Han walked over to the little guy and reached out to rub its head. The good thing is, there was no resistance. As for whether it understood what Jiang Han said, that was unknown. But since it didn't have much of a reaction, Jiang Han also took it as a default. Thus, the first mythic great imperial beast of the Dune world was born. It's just a less dominant name. Of course Jiang Chen didn't care about that, but instead turned his gaze to the item bar, the glittering prop. Since it was a copy that even a god-level powerhouse like Mers had to be afraid of, it was assumed that the other products in the dragon's lair weren't any worse. Jiang Chen swept over with a cursory glance, his gaze instantly fixed. Chapter of Brutality. Grade, Heavenly Destruction. A heaven-defying prop? Jiang Chen couldn't help but hold his breath. This was the first time he had ever seen a prop of this caliber in person. The legendary Heaven's Demise class that only exists in books. Chapter of Brutality. Grade, Heavenly Destruction. Basic attributes plus 10%. Full attributes plus 10. Brutal power, unique passive bearer of the badge of brutality. You will possess supreme power. All of your skills can trigger blast. Base blast rate plus 20%. Blast damage plus 100%. Brutal kill, invoke the power of the Chapter of Brutality, immediately inflicting 1000% of the target's spirit real damage, doubling the chance of this damage being bludgeoned. And if the chance of bludgeoning is higher than 100%, the overflow chance will be doubled and counted as bludgeoning damage. This damage has a 5% chance of triggering an instant death effect. If the target's blood level is below 20%, the instant death effect will be triggered. Cooldown, 10 days. This prop is a holding prop, unrecognized for the moment. The shock from the mythical great imperial beasts hadn't dissipated yet, and now there was another heaven-defying great prop. So Zhang Han's entire body was a little confused. Every effect of the Chapter of Brutality is frighteningly strong. Percentage base attribute boosts, and when you wait until later in the level, the bonus will be more and more exaggerated. And the full attribute bonus is even inclusive of attributes like luck and charisma. As for the two skills, they were gods among gods. It is important to know that the legal profession of Doomsday, there is no such thing as spell burst, and most skills are purely based on numerical bonuses. But because of this, legal professions tend to have high values. Once you have a spell blast, that damage, even if the Imperial Beastmaster himself didn't have many means of combat, with this skill, Zhang Han's own strength would far exceed that of other legal professions without utilizing the Imperial Beasts. As for brutal sundering, attributes aside, an instant death attribute is perverse enough. What is instant death? As the name suggests, a violent death on the spot. Once the instant death effect was triggered, then no matter what the life value was, it would be instantly zeroed out. That attribute, it's just so horrible. It's worthy of being a heaven-defying prop. It's ridiculously strong. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and gently bit his finger, blood dripping down onto the brutal force. This class of holding props does not require equipment. Instead, it needs to be recognized and then placed in the item bar, and it will automatically take effect. Sure enough, the next moment Zhang Han's attribute panel changed. The basic attribute boost wasn't too much, just about 10 points each, and the spirit boosted by 23 points. After all, the level is still low, and the bonus benefit of the basic attributes is not considered large. And importantly, luck and charisma, together, came to 60 points. Ding! Congratulations! You've bound the Heaven's Destruction level prop, the Chapter of Brutality. Ding! You have triggered the hidden quest, the Forbidden Sinbreaker. The Forbidden Sinbreaker, even as powerful as the King of Brutality. He was annihilated by the Abyss. O bearer of the Badge of Brutality, go in pursuit of the truth. Mission objective, find the Teeth of Brutality. The system beep suddenly sounded. A hidden quest? Finding the Tooth of Brutality? Jiang Chen's brows wrinkled slightly. The Chapter of Brutality he had never heard of. But the teeth of this brutality are a heck of a lot better. It was the weapon of China's god-ranked assassin, Lone Rack, a dagger that seemed to be forged from the teeth of some kind of wild beast. It is also known as one of the highest burst weapons. However, the specific attributes of the Lone Remnant had never been made public, and Zhang Han only knew that it was an assassin's divine dagger. It seems that this badge of brutality should be in the same lineage as the Tooth of Brutality. Only Lone Brutality didn't get the badge of brutality. No one had ever been able to clear the dragon's lair in his previous life, and the Chapter of Brutality naturally stayed inside. As for that brutal tooth, it should still be in the brutal Abyss continent right now. It's still a good idea to get out of the novice village first. Jiang Chen exhaled a long, turbid breath. Novice villages are relatively safe, but they also mean that resources are scarce. Hidden copies like the dragon's lair, after all, there's only one. So if you want to develop quickly, you still have to complete the Ascension trial as soon as possible and enter the main continent. Ding! Player Night Cold. Your game hours for today have reached the upper limit and you will be forced to leave the game. 3, 2, 1. The scene quickly changed and it was pitch black. Zhang Han took off his virtual glasses and rubbed his brow. During the internal beta, everything in Doom was much the same as any other virtual game. And naturally there was a time limit. It was now 10 o'clock at night, and the windows were lit up. Jiang Chen got up, found some random food in the refrigerator to deal with a couple bites, and then boarded the gaming community. At the moment, Doom has topped the charts on the gaming community, with the highest level of discussion soaring. The degree of virtualization and freedom that is comparable to reality is destined to overwhelm any player who enjoys gaming. Crap, this game is too hard, isn't it? I've been playing for a day, my liver is hurting, and I've only gotten to level 2, and I've died 3 times, and if I keep dying, my attributes are going to be cleared out. What's the point of making the game so difficult? Who can play this? Indeed difficult. To my brother played autistic R, died 7 or 8 times. After I look for him, he directly are offline. The phone does not return. Laugh me to death. Misty grass. Who's night cold? You got to level 10 in one day? Did you hang up? What a piece of shit. Playing a game with a hanged man. A cursory scan of a sea of complaints. All of them trolling the game's difficulty. There were also quite a few posts about Night Cold's identity interspersed in between. After all, to be able to rise to level 10 in a single day with such a perverted difficulty, what Jiang Han had done was already being remembered by all the players. Jiang Chen browsed through the posts one by one, his expression grave. In his previous life, he was addicted to games and was more involved in their discussions. But today, he understands beyond any doubt that those players who are on their way to the game suddenly drop out and then can't be contacted. It wasn't beaten into self-absorption. Rather, reality was erased along with it after the attributes were zeroed out due to too many deaths. There are few such people. It's no wonder that the next day the countries issued official statements that no further access to the game would be allowed. I'm afraid the number of people who died on the first day was no less than 100,000. As for hospital admissions, I'm afraid there are even more. Jiang Chen sighed and squinted out the window. At this moment, the whimpering of ambulances took over. As Jiang Han expected, on the first day of the opening of Doomsday, there were a large number of players who had died too many times because of a short period of time in the game, and the reality died along with them. Many more, after dying 2 or 3 times, went offline when they felt unwell, thus saving their lives. However, a significant number of players in this category, at intervals, succumbed to organ failure and were admitted to the hospital for resuscitation. Tonight is not meant to be peaceful. Drip! At that moment, the cell phone suddenly blinked. Jiang Chen then picked it up and frowned. It was a message from Ruyan Lu. Jiang Han, I'll give you a chance. Now come to the Heavenly Palace and settle the bill. And by the way, bring Zhou Tao a meal. He's out of the hospital. What happened last week? I'll pretend nothing happened. Damn, almost forgot about this psycho. Jiang Han muttered. Directly Lu Ruyan's all contact information will be black deleted. Cell phone off. Continue to list the next plan. In the meantime, Heavenly KTV, 666 deluxe private room. Several young men and women were having a good time, and the one in the very center had exquisite makeup and a pretty face. It was Ruyan Lu. Hey, Ruyan, you said Jiang Han hasn't contacted you for a week? If you call him all of a sudden, will he come? A female student probed at the content on Ruyan Lu's cell phone and asked curiously. Lu Ruyan put down her cell phone with a bland expression and said arrogantly, do you think he dares not come? That's Jiang Han. Love Ruyan, all love to the bone. Ruyan also sent word. He must be ass over. On the side, a slim boy with a somewhat pale face had a smile on his lips, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Forget it, Zhou Tao. Don't mention him. Today is the day you were discharged from the hospital. Of course we should celebrate. Ruyan Lu looked indifferent, with a look of disinterest. In fact, there was some uneasiness in the heart. For a full week, Jiang Han had no intention of apologizing. What's even more outrageous is that he hasn't even sent himself a single message. Has he really changed his mind? But how dare he? Zhou Tao whispered. Actually, I was discharged early. Discharged early? Ruyan Lu frowned. You've never been in good health. What are you doing being discharged early? Is the hospitalization fee not enough? If it's not enough you tell me. I'll just go and ask Jiang Han for it. Thank you, Ruyan. Or you have a good heart. Zhou Tao smiled slightly, then lowered his voice. But I was discharged. Not because of the money, but the people who came to the hospital to rescue me today were just too many, and I was forced to be discharged when my body got quite a bit better. Forced discharge? Lu Ruyan's face sank. On what grounds? Other people's lives are lives, but our poor people's lives are not? These rich people, they're the same as Jiang Han. They just like to use money to insult people. It's not that serious. Zhou Tao waved his hand. Those people are indeed dangerous. They all have multiple organ failure. I'm just a chronic gastritis. It's normal to be asked to be discharged. That's none of my business. Everything is first come first served. I think these people just look down on us poor people. Lu Ruyan hummed. Besides, there are so many hospitals in Zhangchang. They have to go to your place? Is it such a coincidence? All the other hospitals are full to end. Zhou Tao's voice lowered. This is something I don't think is a coincidence. I heard the nurse say when I was doing the discharge that all these people had organ failure after playing the game, and that they were playing the same game. What's it called? Doomsday? It can't be, can it? A game can cause multiple organs to fail? Ruyan Lu frowned. Am I going to lie to you? It's true. I think this is an opportunity. Wait a couple of days. Something big will definitely happen. Zhou Tao said. Ruyan, don't you still have money there? You lend me some, and I'll return it to you when the time comes. Ruyan Lu hesitated. I don't have any money. No money? As soon as he heard that there was no money, Zhou Tao's face immediately turned cold. Are you lying to ghosts? Didn't Jianhan give you $200,000 every month? Would you not have any money? I think you are simply looking down on me. Ruyan Lu, thanks to me I thought you were different from the others. I was wrong about you. You're the same as those rich people all the way. Lu Ruyan clenched her teeth and complained. Jianhan hasn't contacted me for a week and hasn't given me any money this month. Ha? Zhou Tao was instantly confused. How dare he be like this? He likes you so much that he usually can't wait to stick it to you. And he didn't contact you for a week? Did something happen to him? How am I supposed to know that? Lu Ruyan also came to temper. Besides, he likes me. It's not like I like him. What am I doing being so attached to his affairs? Doesn't he just have a bit of stinking money and really think he can spend it to catch up with me? I'm sick of seeing him. Besides, didn't he have a temper tantrum in the past? And in a few days he still obediently came to me like a dog and apologized. So why are you panicking? Zhou Tao nodded. That's also right. But if he comes to you to apologize this time, you can't forgive so easily and dare not contact you for a week. Listen to me. When the time comes, ask him for more money. Taking advantage of the windfall of Doomsday, I'm ready to open a studio to start a business. This amount of money is nothing to him, but it's important to us. Depends on my mood. I'm not willing to talk to him for money. I'm crushing it. Ruyan Lu said without thinking. I just asked him to come to the checkout, and by the way, I also brought you food, so if he comes to hurry up, I'll barely forgive him. Suit yourself, but listen to me. I have a hunch that the windfall that is Doomsday is absolutely extraordinary. Zhou Tao said seriously. I remember you said, isn't Jianhan a game master? And rich? When the time comes, let him take you into the game. The future is definitely promising. Who's going to let him bring it? Ruyan Lu snorted. I can't wait for him to get as far away from me as possible. Besides, isn't it just a game? I can casually do my best by myself. That is, now you need to study. Jianhan rely on the family's money to look excellent just. I tell you, when out of society, I must be 1,000,000 times better than him. Yes. You have unlimited potential, Zhou Tao said with a smile. Ruyan Lu smiled smugly. It's still you who understands me. Unlike Jianhan, who is all godly all day long, saying something about arranging for me to intern in a big company on vacation when I graduate later, says it's for my own good. He doesn't even know how sick I am of his condescending face. It's like giving alms to beggars. Let's not talk about it. Sing. Without saying anything, Zhou Tao picked up the microphone and began to play the song. He had a premonition that from today, the turnaround in his life had begun. Doom is a game that is bound to be unusual. It's not just Shoto. Throughout the world, many people realized something was wrong. Because after the accident, then someone went to look for information about Doom, only to find that the game has no developer, no record, nothing. It was like a ghost, appearing silently and taking the lives of so many people. Both dignitaries and officials of various countries have taken notice of this game that is suspected to be able to influence reality. While the news was blocked, more people flocked to the game, looking for the mystery. The second day of Doomsday's internal beta test is already, on a small scale, a sensation. The Night Cold, which was the only one present on the ranking list, also walked into the sights of countless people. Only his true identity is destined to remain a mystery. 1 hour later, Zhou Tao put down the microphone, rubbed his stomach and complained. Ruyan, has Jianhan come yet or not? It's been a bell. I'm going to starve to death. I don't know. Ruyan Lu frowned, a little angry. In the past, when Jianhan was asked to come and settle the bill, he would arrive in a blaze of speed in half an hour at the most. And if he came 2 minutes late, he would still be busy apologizing, after the final dispersal, then carefully walk her home. But today, it's already so late and there's no sign of anyone. Ruyan Lu had long since realized that something was wrong. But how could she possibly go and bow her head with her high and proud nature? Why don't you just ask? I think maybe something is really wrong, Zhou Tao suggested. And it's been a week since he contacted you. With his nature, he won't last that long. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly. Who knows if it's playing some kind of lustful trick? I'm not going to fall for this. She pranced up, ready to leave. But the bill hasn't been settled yet. Zhou Tao hesitated. Spending in heavenly places is not cheap. Starting at 4 figures at a time. I paid 5,000 for your hospitalization at the time. I think I still have it, right? Ruyan Lu faintly said. You take it out and pat it first. Zhou Tao's face changed. This is my life-saving money. Besides, there isn't much left. Of course, it's not that I can't spare the money. It's just that if I paid it, Ruyan, you're so kind. It would definitely be on my conscience. It's okay. I still have the designer bag that Zhang Han bought for me before at home. I've never used it. Tomorrow I'll take it and sell it. Won't I have money? Lu Ruyan impatiently said. When the time comes, I'll return it to you altogether, just as if you borrowed it from me. That's good. Although Zhou Tao is a little reluctant, but still understand that Lu Ruyan is not unable to take the money. Zhang Han has always been generous. As long as you are willing to give a small face, Lu Ruyan is unlikely to lack of money. Other than that, the expenses for these 2 years alone are estimated to be no less than $1 million. It was Zhou Tao who eventually went to settle the bill. At the end, he also did not forget to urge, a total of $1,200. When you have the money, remember to pay me back. I'm waiting to save my life. Don't worry, there's no shortage. Ruyan Lu didn't say anything more, but she was just vaguely unhappy in her heart. How come I didn't realize that Zhou Tao was such an abrasive person before? Ruyan, isn't Jiang Han coming to pick you up today? A female student came forward and asked cautiously. They didn't know the inside story. They only knew that in the past. At this time, Jiang Han must have already called for a special car to wait outside. Right now, I can't see anything, and the cool wind is blowing, but it's also strangely cold. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan became more and more upset and sneered. He loves to come. Do you really think that the earth can't turn without him, Jiang Han? After that, he left with a cold face. She'd like to see who couldn't stay away from who. Zhang Chen's play of wanting to escape was simply a bit too lame. At that time, if he came running to apologize to himself and didn't let him kneel down, Lu Ruyan felt that he couldn't get out of this bad anger. But what Lu Ruyan doesn't know is that Jiang Han has long since blacked out all of her contact information and is lying comfortably at home. Apologize? Not giving her 2 pussy pockets in person. All because the matter of doomsday is more important at the moment. But even so, Jiang Han took the time to contact his lawyer before the opening of doomsday. Now is also in the collection of evidence and filing. Wait for a few more days. Lu Ruyan previously received all the gifts of Jiang Han. Took how much? Have to spit out as much as possible. The next day, the sun rose. Zhang Chen entered the game as usual. There were more than a few times as many newbie villages in 9527 than the previous days, cold and quiet. For the most part, it's on the game forums that you get caught up in the content of the game, and to a lesser extent, the official personnel of Jiangcheng. But whatever it is, there's a little more reverence for doomsday. It's not yet confirmed, but after all, it's a widespread death of someone, and even the officials of each country can't keep the news completely sealed off. Level 1 area practicing. 3rd class, missing a priest. Don't come if you don't have game experience. Come to a priest. Brilliant guild high players lead the team. The current 8th class 1, elite group. Level 2 and above players come to. Yells rose and fell, and now, except for a small number of extremely confident experts, very few people dared to practice alone. Zhang Chen looked at the incomparably familiar scene with emotion in his heart. Now that's the norm for Doom. Crap, a 10th grade bigot? Number 1 on the leaderboard? How did this dude level up? Are you teaming up? We've got a lot of pretty girls here. Brother, can you take someone? Show you Black Silkyo. The moment Jiang Han showed up, he instantly caused a sensation. Although he had deliberately put on a veil to hide his true face, the brightly shining level 10 on top of his head could not be concealed. Hundreds of applications looked like Jiang Han's head was spinning, and he hurriedly set it to reject all applications from strangers. Then they went straight out of the city gates, and seeing him being so thunderous, some of the players who were planning to secretly follow and pry into his secrets had to give up the calculations in their hearts. This was because the areas that Zhang Chen traveled to were infested with level 5 elite monsters at a minimum. But whenever one was targeted by one of these monsters, it was basically a death sentence. No one dares to take that risk at the moment. A big brother is a big brother, daring to go to such a dangerous place. No wonder he upgraded so quickly. People are more angry than people. The group of people looked at Jiang Han's gradually fading back, looking and sighing. Then it went on with interest and continued to team up. On Jiang Han's side, with his 55 agility and bizarre stance, he stepped out on a perfect route, and without having to kill a single monster, he arrived in front of a huge relic, the Temple of Trials, the place where players perform their level 10 ascension trials. Jiang Chen breezed over to a guard in silver armor. Honorable Guardian, I would like to open the ascension trial. Oh, the guard glanced at Jiang Han with some surprise. Foreign adventurer, You actually reached level 10 so quickly? Where are your teammates? Jiang Chen shook his head. There are no teammates. I plan to conduct the trial alone. Alone? The guard frowned. Young man, what I have to remind you is that even the least difficult ascension trial is far beyond your imagination. I recognize your ability to get to level 10 so quickly, but it's better to be fully prepared before entering. Don't bury your life in vain. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said confidently, please don't worry, Your Excellency. I already have full intentions. Seeing how determined he was, the guards didn't say anything more. Since he was able to rush to level 10 so quickly, it proved that the person in front of him wasn't stupid. It was difficult for a person to pass the ascension trial, but it was not impossible. All of those hefty powerhouses had the feat of passing the trial alone. Although the guards didn't think Zhang Han could do it, but what the heck? It wasn't like he was the one who ended up suffering anyway. When one has experienced despair, one will naturally realize how unselfish the present choice is. The silver-armored guard looked indifferent and said, then, adventurer, choose the difficulty of this trial. A virtual panel then appeared in front of Zhang Han's eyes. Normal, difficult, nightmare, purgatory, abyss. Jiang Chen reached out calmly, and eventually his index finger landed on the word abyss in the last column. Buzz. A teleportation spell was instantly generated under his feet. The ascension trial has opened, and the difficulty of this trial is abyssal. Adventurers, good luck. Halfway through his words, the silver-armored guard's entire body suddenly froze, eyes full of confusion. Wait, abyss? This young man who seemed to have a delightfully long stature and was harmless at a glance had chosen the abyss difficulty? What a joke! The silver-armored guard's eyes looked at Jiang Chen in horror, wanting to say something, only for the latter's figure to instantly disappear in place with a flash of white light. Even if it's okay for a person to conduct the ascension trial, how dare they choose the abyssal difficulty? Truly ignorant. The silver-armored guard shook his head helplessly. Young people nowadays It wasn't until this moment that he was finally able to be sure. This person wasn't a confident genius at all, but a stupid donkey who was determined to seek death. From ancient times, for thousands of years, it wasn't as if there were no people who were ambitious enough to try and pass the abyssal difficulty ascension trial, but none of these people, without exception, could come back, and all of them were buried in the trial. And, it's also a team of people with great talent. A man? The silver-armored guards couldn't think of any other reason other than looking for death. Good thing too. It just saves the process afterward. Another afternoon to clear my head. The silver-armored guard yawned lazily and summoned the list of trials, crossing a line at the word night cold, which had only just been added. It's not even rare to resuscitate a brain-dead person like that. Directly announced the opening of the table. The breeze brought a bit of peace with the rustling of the leaves. Jiang Chen stood before the dense forest with a bland expression. He certainly understood the difficulty of the ascension trial. Even on normal difficulty, it was comparable to hunting a level 10 field boss. There are extremely high requirements for equipment, skills, occupation distribution, and the degree of tacit understanding between teams. But anything less could be the end of the group. It could be said that a team that could pass the ordinary trial in one go was definitely called an elite team with no shortcomings. As for the difficulty further down the line, it's even more exaggerated. As long as there is one vulnerability, then sorry, 100% regimentation. There is no second coming. In his previous life, Jiang Han charged 100,000 gold coins during the internal test, and waited until he was at level 10, with a bronze outfit and 2 or 3 silver grade props. Just this configuration, beyond the 99%, plus he's experienced in the game and has good skills. Even more, he had gone to great lengths to hire several flagellants to conduct the trial together. As a result, because they brought along Lu Ruyan, a drag queen, an elite team, was just reunited in the difficult trial with heavy losses. It was only after the latter honestly built their equipment that they barely made it through the normal trial. This shows the difficulty of the Ascension trial. And this was just the level 10 trial. The further back you go, the difficulty multiplies. That is, in the early stages of the game, some people did not realize the importance of divine weapons. Jiang Han was fortunate enough to pick up the slack, and spared no expense to buy a divine weapon for Lu Ruyan, which allowed her to successfully pass the later Ascension trials. Otherwise, with her skills that a dog would hate, any more expert belts would be for nothing. Of course, there is a reason why the Ascension trial is so difficult, and there are still players who take the risk and choose to challenge the high difficulty. Attribute gain. Before passing the trial of Ascension, according to the standard for normal professions, players would gain 100 attribute points for every 10 levels. However, this attribute gain is boosted if you pass the Ascension trial, pass normal difficulty with a gain of 0.2, and gain 120 attribute points for every 10 levels. Passing hard difficulty, the gain is 0.4. and you gain 140 attribute points for every 10 levels. By passing Nightmare difficulty, the gain is 0.6, and you gain 160 attribute points for every 10 levels, and so on. If you pass the Abyss difficulty, then the gain in attributes will be fully doubled. In other words, the attribute points gained were 200 for every 10 levels, and the gains from each Ascension trial can be stacked. This led to the fact that even two players with the same profession and the same equipment, if the difficulty of the Ascension trials differed during the period, at a later stage, the basic attributes could have a huge difference. One step forward, one step back. That's the point. Ash. Since Jiang Chen was determined to ascend to the altar of the gods and look down on all living beings, he would naturally strive to be perfect in everything, and he has the capital and the backbone to do so. However, he wasn't too big for his britches and summoned Little Grey at the first opportunity. Less than half a person high Little Grey appeared beside Jiang Han. The small body is to give people a sense of security. Kill. With the mythical great imperial beast in tow, Jiang Han entered the dense forest. The next moment, with a roar, the trees rustled and trembled, and a huge figure appeared in front of Jiang Han's eyes. Brutal Snow Wolf, level 10. Life, 5,000. Magic, 5,000. Strength, 300. Constitution, 500. Agility, 300. Spirit, 500. Passive, unknown. Skills, unknown. Description, a bizarre creature from the abyss. It has the power to destroy everything. Beware. Once you are targeted, the scythe of death swings towards you. Surprisingly creepy creatures? After taking a good look at the giant wolf in front of him, which was more than 3 meters long and looked like a small hill, Jiang Han's heart couldn't help but be shaken. With this strong attribute alone, it could easily wipe out a level 10 elite team full of silver armor. A blood bar of 5,000 was enough to make even the Shadow Assassin, who was known to have the highest burst, despair, not to mention the terrifying power of up to 300, which could take away a brittle skin with just 2 pummel attacks. Moreover, God knows what kind of perverted skills a monster with this attribute would have. Jiang Chen estimated that according to the nature of the monsters in Doomsday, this brutal snow wolf could definitely directly second a defense profession once it opened its skills. But neither the high attack nor the despairing blood bar was the most desperate thing about the brutal snow wolf. Rather, it's the word trick that he carries in his name. This means that the brutal snow wolves are bizarre creatures, and once killed by a creepy creature, then the player is simply wiped out in real life. Worthy of being an abyssal level trial, this difficulty, it's really perverted. Jiang Chen looked grave. He hadn't expected to encounter such a terrifying creature in the Ascension trial either. Moreover, there is no means to exit after entering the trial. The only way to do that is to pass. This means that from the moment you step into the trial, there is no way back. But, Jiang Chen wasn't thinking of retreating either. Go on, Ash. He gulped softly. In an instant, Little Grey, who had long been unable to hold back, swept his dragon body through the air, instantly appearing in front of the brutal snow wolf's body. Facing the almost 2-meter-tall brutal snow wolf, Ash's body was just a little too small in comparison. But, as a mythical great imperial beast of the Cthulhu dragon, Little Grey had an innate advantage over the brutal giant wolf. Under the strong dragon power emanation, the mountainous pack of brutal snow wolves actually retreated back and forth. Ash opened his mouth and spat out, and scorching flames erupted violently. Dragon King's Breath, -2500. A white number floated up on the head of the brutal snow wolf, and the blood bar instantly passed the halfway mark. Such a furious strike caused it to instantly recoil in fear. Ash took advantage of the situation, and his dragon claws swept a few residual shadows through the air. -594, -600. The bloodstain drops further, only to be less than a third of the way down. This brutal snow wolf, the strength is really a level 10 demonized boss. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and thought, Ash comes with a 30% damage increase, which should logically be hitting for around 650 damage. And now it's doing 10% less damage. No doubt this represents a 10% reduction in the brutal snow wolf itself. And that is the word for a level 10 demonized boss base. Yes, even bosses of the same level had strengths and weaknesses, roughly divided into normal, elite, mutated, magical, lord, monarch, and immortal. And even at the 100 level stage, where equipment and attributes have been greatly improved, the limit of the bosses that players can crusade against is the demonized bosses. And, in fact, almost no one dares to hit the demonized bosses. Are you kidding me? Just dying once permanently reduces your attributes by 20% and real life is affected. Who would risk their lives unless they had to? And at this stage, demonized bosses were even more terrifying, especially since this brutal snow wolf was still a bizarre creature. Elite level boss or above. There must be group killing skills, 300 base power, throw down a skill at will, a large number of death. However, it was such a strong demonized boss that was simply weak in front of Little Grey, who was only level 1. A mouthful of dragon's breath coupled with 2 pummeling attacks, and the blood bar went straight to the bottom. In the next moment, the eyes of the brutal snow wolf became crimson, and the hair on its body began to stand upside down. Berserking? Jiang Chen could tell at a glance that this was the boss's bloodline dropping too quickly, thus setting off into berserk mode. And in this state, all the attribute values of the brutal snow wolf would be greatly increased, and the basic life recovery would be doubled. Ash. Dragonwick. Jiang Chen gave the order on the spot. Ow. Ash looked up to the sky, shaking the dragon's might. The voice was milky, but the crimson in the pupils of the brutal snow wolf instantly faded into a stunned state. Forces a 1.5 second stun. It directly ignored the brutal giant wolf's immunity to stun and broke its berserk state. Ash quickly stepped forward. -599, -602, -597. 1.5 seconds is enough time for Ash to strike twice, and when the brutal giant wolf finally came to its senses, it was greeted by just the third claw that fell. The terrifying damage directly caused this demonized boss to fall to the ground, and from the beginning to the end, the brutal giant wolf didn't even have a chance to release a skill and complete an attack. It's not that it's not strong enough. The word trick alone was enough to illustrate the weight of the brutal snow wolf, and the super long-range dragon spit, combined with the world-shaking dragon might, was just too perverse. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the demonized boss brutal snow wolf. Ding! Your Imperial Beast Little Grey has been upgraded to level 2. Ding! Your Imperial Beast Ash is upgraded to level 3. Well done! Even Jiang Han was in awe, with a feeling that it wasn't quite real, until the system beep sounded, which opened Ash's attribute panel. Nickname, Ash. Type a dragon, mythic. Rank 5 to 60.50%. Status life, 14,000. Magic, 14,000. Base attributes, strength, 700. Constitution, 700. Agility, 700. Spirit, 700. The horrifying experience of killing a level 10 demonized boss across the levels allowed Ash to rise 4 levels in a row. The increase in its attributes is even more exaggerated. 50 points increase in all attributes for every 1 level? Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Mythic Great Imperial Beasts. Their growth was just too perverse. Also, a new skill was unlocked. Dragon Fangs. Dragons are the nemesis of magic, and as the king of the dragon clan, Cthulhu will silence all magic, inflicts 500% spirit magic damage to the 2 closest enemy units, and forcibly puts the enemy in a forbidden magic state for 5s. Consumption, 1000 magic points. Cooldown, 30s. Jiang Chen. Gotta be. Another exaggerated to the point of exaggeration divine skill. The damage explosion is even worse. There's also a 5-second mandatory magic ban. To say it's a magic nemesis would be an understatement. Used well, this skill can put a mask of pain on all legal professions and bosses. The only downside is the high blue consumption. But with Ash's 14,000 base blue bar, and the huge amount of recovery per second, this point could be simply ignored. Jiang Chen turned off the attribute panel and came to the corpse of the brutal giant wolf. As luck would have it, in addition to over 1,000 gold coins, 2 pieces of equipment had also exploded. Blood Wolf's Teeth, Dagger. Grade, Dark Gold. Effect, not yet identified. Snow Wolf Bow, Bow and Arrow. Grade, Dark Gold. Effect, not yet identified. 2 pieces of dark gold level equipment. It's worthy of being a demonized boss. It's full of goodies. Jiang Chen grinned. Honestly, even when he reached level 100 in his previous life, the demonized boss sieges he participated in were only once or twice, and none of them were the main force. But the process is difficult to understand. Be careful not to dare to die, not to mention share the equipment without their share. Unlike now, Ash got the brutal snow wolf killed in 3 or 2 hits, and the equipment was even exclusive to 1 person. Yes, throwing the 2 pieces of equipment into the storage space, he continued to go deeper with little Ash. If it was before, just 2 pieces of equipment that made countless people flock to them would have made him ecstatic. But now, after seeing the perversity of mythic grade imperial beasts and heaven's destruction grade props, dark gold level props, that's about it. What's the saying? It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. In contrast, Jiang Han was more curious. It was only the first session and a demonized boss had come out. And what will be the light of the next few trials after that? Soon, Jiang Han walked out of the dense forest, and what came into view was a fierce tiger covered in black. Dark Abyssal Tiger, Guile, level 10. Life, 8,000. Magic, 8,000. Strength, 400. Constitution, 800. Agility, 300. Spirit, 500. Passive, unknown. Skill, unknown. Description: a bizarre creature from the abyss. It has the power to destroy everything. Beware. Once you are targeted, the scythe of death swings towards you. Again, another weird demonized boss. And its attributes, compared to the brutal snow wolf, were another notch up. However, this dark abyss tiger had to face the even more terrifying little gray. At a mere level 1, slaughtering the brutal snow wolf was like killing a chicken cub. Not to mention Ash, who had now risen to level 5 and unlocked new skills. Dragon King's Breath, Dragon Fangs, -3500, -4200. The dark abyssal tiger noticed an invasion of foreign enemies before it let out a roar of extreme anger. And a mouthful of dragon breath and an azure-colored ball of magical light came in succession. The blood bar went straight to the bottom, with only a pitiful 300 life points left, forced into a berserk state. Under this terrifying state, the spirit value of the dark abyss tiger directly doubled and skyrocketed to a terrifying 1,000 points. Apparently, it was a law boss. A spirit value of 1,000 at level 10 would make a knight look at it and weep on the spot. The horrible addition of the legal boss skills, not to mention the level 10, is the level 20 all gold suit knight, that also do not see to be able to carry a bit. Swish, the sound of breaking wind rang out, and the tiny, even somewhat soft-looking dragon's claws fell. -800. The terrifying light that had only just attached itself to the dark abyssal tiger's front claws instantly dispersed. The huge body collapsed with a loud bang, and its vitality disappeared without a trace. Just like the brutal snow wolf, the dark abyss tiger suffocated and died under little Gray's dragonclaw without making another move. A terrifying blood bar of 8,000 was as brittle as paper in front of a mythic imperial beast. Ding! Congratulations on killing the demonized boss dark abyss tiger. Ding! Your imperial beast Ash leveled up to level 6. Jiang Chen wasn't the least bit surprised by this result, and quickly went up to scavenge. Spiked tiger shield, one-handed shield. Grade, gold. Effect, not yet identified. Dark sword, one-handed sword. Grade, dark gold. Effect, not yet identified. Again, it was 2 pieces of equipment. Only the quality was slightly worse than the previous one. However, Zhang Han is as satisfied as he is. Gold equipment is rare even out of the novice village, let alone at this stage. Not to mention the other. Just now these few pieces of equipment. Wait until another 2 days. Zhang Han can easily sell a million high price, but only if someone can get out of the novice village first. After all, he would surely be long out of the novice village by then, developing in a higher area. Go on. Jiang Chen licked his lips with fiery eyes. Regardless, these things, they're money. Don't look at the dark gold piece after piece. That's only because his luck value was already as high as 60 points and it was only in the Ascension trial that he was able to gather so many single bosses. What if someone else tried it? If you can drop a piece of dark gold equipment, you'll have to beg your grandparents. That's a blessing in disguise. Most of the equipment above gold was created through quests, or by collecting rare materials. Zhang Han led Little Gray all the way deeper. After the Abyssal Tiger, 2 more bosses appeared. Manganese Brute Force, Trick, Berserk Cannibal Emperor. One attribute was more exaggerated than the other, and unsurprisingly they were all bizarre creatures. Among them, the Berserk Cannibal Flower Emperor was a terrifying 15,000 blood, and the base spirit was broken into 1,000. This kind of boss could make everyone in 9527 Novice Village combine despair, but unfortunately, in front of Ash, a boss of this magnitude was still not a threat. Push all the way across. 4 more pieces of equipment arrived, 2 gold and 2 dark gold. As for Ash's level, he had also risen to level 7, missing by a thread to level 8. It's also clear that Doom's upgrade mechanic really does get harder the further back you go. Killing a brutal snow wolf directly raises the level 4 wildly, and from level 5 to level 7, it was a full experience of 3 demonized bosses of the same level. Now, only the final trial remains. Jiang Chen looked extremely far away, his eyes falling onto the dimly lit hall in the distance. The Ascension trials, too, are regimented. Aside from the fact that they are all single bosses themselves, the number of bosses in each stage, too, is fixed. Normal difficulty requires 1 boss kill, hard is 2, and so on. The Abyssal trial, then, requires the resolution of 5 bosses. Obviously, as long as the boss in this great hall was killed, it meant that one had passed this trial, and the attributes of the final boss will be greatly improved. The first few bosses were all demonized bosses, and even that Berserk Cannibal Flower Emperor was already vaguely beyond the boundaries, reaching the standard of Lord-level attributes. Then this final boss is at least a Lord-level boss. Soloing a Lord-level boss? At this moment, in Jiang Han's heart, he actually had a few marvelous feelings. The challenge was successful, and that certainly made history. If you fail the challenge, then you die and everything comes to nothing. It was like he had never experienced such a crazy move before, because all the routes in his previous life were centered around Rui and Lu, seeking stability for the purpose. But now, Zhang Han was walking on the gloomy road, but he couldn't feel a trace of tension in his heart. Instead, there was a hearty thrill. Maybe the me that stops worrying about anyone is the real me. Mom and Dad left early, and I thought I feared being alone, but that thought may have been wrong from the start. I should enjoy the solitude and walk among the dangers. When a great man walks in the world, he should not be confined to love affairs. From now on, I, Zhang Han, will only live for myself. Perhaps there was no one else around. Perhaps the emotions that had been suppressed for more than a decade had been suppressed for too long. Zhang Han suddenly laughed silently. He stood before the great hall and opened his arms to embrace the void. He murmured, "Come on." Boom! In the dim jungle, angry thunder roared wildly and wisps of rain fell from the sky. Jiang Chen withdrew all his emotions. His gaze filled with perseverance and madness as he reached out and pushed open the heavy door in front of him that had perhaps never been touched before. The not-so-bright light shone in along the door, bringing some light into the darkened hall. "Adventurer, you have fallen into the abyss." A voice that came from nowhere, like someone murmuring easily, rang out. This was followed by a succession of system beeps. Ding! You have stepped into an area of extreme danger. Please flee immediately. Please flee immediately. Ding! You have stepped into an area of extreme danger. Please flee immediately. Please flee immediately. Ding! You have stepped into an area of extreme danger. Please flee immediately. Please flee immediately. The sound was piercing and shrill, like in a movie where someone had illegally trespassed into a military stronghold. And Zhang Han had never heard the system have such a strong broadcasting sound that could even be described as mournful. It's like being at fear. Zhang Chen didn't know if the system of Armageddon had any life or consciousness, but at this moment, all he could hear from this continuous broadcasting sound was boundless fear. It was like a lone boat, engulfed by a big wave, surrounded by a vast expanse. That suffocating sense of despair that instantly overwhelmed him. Boom! Before his eyes, two ghostly lights suddenly lit up, and at the end of the great hall, the creature sitting on top of the throne abruptly opened his eyes. In just an instant, waves of air swept out like a torrential onslaught, and the two heavy stone doors creaked as if they couldn't withstand the pressure. Wanderer of the Abyss, Monarch, rank, 10, life, 50, 000, power, 0, body mass, 5,000, agility, 0, spirit, 5,000, talent, unknown, skill, unknown. From the Abyss, to the Abyss, Monarch boss, a purely legal profession. 5,000 spirit value. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. It was worthy of being the ultimate trial of abyssal difficulty, and such a high amount of blood meant that this wanderer was able to easily deal 5-digit damage. Even though Ash's life value had now reached 16,000, there was still a risk of being killed in seconds. After all, a boss of this level was bound to have mastered a high bonus skill, and it was still a legal boss. Not to mention the full 50,000 bloodstains. That's sick. To be honest, the intensity of the Wanderers was still somewhat beyond Zhang Han's expectations. Compared to the previous boss, the intensity had more than doubled, and it was completely crushing level. It's not without its flaws, though. With 0 strength and agility, this Wanderer is doomed to have no pummel damage, an extremely slow strike speed, and a long forward swing. Taking advantage of this drawback is the only chance to solo the Wanderer. Jiang Chen's thoughts flowed rapidly, and he immediately made a decision to respond. Strike the snake specifically from the 7 inches. The best way to face this kind of mage who is slow to strike, is to anticipate the skills and make a response. Of course, it's one thing to say that and another to be able to do it. Aside from certain specific states, Doom's boss skill releases are completely randomized, with no pattern whatsoever. To determine whether a boss releases a skill or not, it requires an extremely high level of player judgment. And, a boss of this level, once it released its skills, basically the player only had the life of waiting for death. Even Zhang Han was like that. Ash, don't release your skills randomly. Listen to my command at all times. Jiang Chen stared at the Wanderer's movements as the Imperial Beast aura rose beneath his feet. This skill, which did not have any attributes, was the most fundamental and crucial skill of the Imperial Beast Master. In addition to harnessing the Imperial Beasts, there was an even more crucial point, which was to be in touch with the Imperial Beasts' minds and give commands for releasing skills without the need to open one's mouth. Totally saves time in speaking and voice transmission. It also allows the Imperial Beast to respond in the first place. I didn't use it before because it wasn't necessary. Ash could have soloed those bosses by himself, but now it's a different story. Ow! Ash waved a paw in understanding. The little guy was usually so arrogant that he didn't pay much attention to Zhang Han, but when it came to fighting, he was never ambiguous and did whatever he was told. The next moment, They followed Zhang Han's orders and charged towards the Wanderers. 922. Monarch level bosses themselves come with 20% damage reduction. Ash is now level 8 with a base strength of 850. The damage dealt, 2, fluctuates around 930, plus 1000. But then, above the Wanderer's head, a green number appeared. Life response. Sure enough, Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes. A boss of this level would naturally have a high-level attribute like life value recovery as well. Returns 1000 life points per second. It's a sight to behold in outright despair. It can be said that an assassin profession level 10 ordinary player, wearing a dark gold suit that is simply impossible to put together at this stage, a skill goes down, and just scuffs a layer of skin of the boss. The hit wasn't as fast as the return. And what's even more fucked up is that bosses at the Lord level and above have a high-level attribute called damage immunity. Failure to reach a certain damage value, then this attack, directly invalid. For example, if this Wanderer in front of him, if his damage immunity was at 800, then even a 799 attack that landed on it would instantly clear. This is why it is said that the demonized bosses are the limit of guild crusades, because in the face of a Lord-level boss, numbers were not the least bit useful. Even if 100 million people came and surrounded the boss, as long as no one could break the damage threshold and land on the boss, the damage would be zero. But with Ash's powerful output, there was no such trouble. Use Dragon's Spit and continue to pummel. Zhang Chen calmly gave his orders. 4250, 935, 930, a series of terrifying numbers surfaced, and the Wanderer's blood bar was instantly reduced by a small amount. Even with his terrifying life recovery, he couldn't recover. A purely legal boss was simply a living target in front of Ash, able to output without fear. Even if you don't count the skills and rely on the general attacks alone, the DPS output per second is up to a terrifying 1500. The Wanderer's blood bar, falling extremely fast, shaking the dragon. But the next moment, a cold light flashed in Zhang Han's eyes as he decisively gave the order. Roar! Ash whistled angrily to the sky, and the Wanderer instantly fell into a stunned state. And the sliver of blue light between his sleeve robes had only just coalesced when it immediately dissipated. Instantaneous skills? Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen's eyes grew even more cautious. It took absolutely less than half a second for Fong to give the order. But even so, it was a close call for the Wanderer to release his skill. It was important to realize that Zhang Han wasn't simply observing the Wanderer's movements, but had added in prejudgment from the experience he had accumulated from dealing with bizarre creatures in his previous life. Almost the moment the Wanderer moved, the skill release signal went out. If someone else was here, even the top players would be just as unable to do so. It was because of the lack of this insight into bizarre creatures that Zhang Han had. 930, 920, the Wanderer fell into a stunned gap, and Ash went on another storm of output. In just 5 seconds, the Wanderer had taken over 10,000 damage, and even that 1,000 replies per second couldn't patch the hole. Wanderer, 43590/50,000. Finally, the stun ended, and the Wanderer's hands lifted, his sleeve robes bulging. A mysterious voice like the sound of Brahma rang out, echoing in the great hall, chanting. Zhang Chen didn't choose to interrupt at first, but continued to observe the Wanderer's movements. For a skill of this magnitude, the chanting time was bound to be not short, and since Dragon King's Spit was already on cooldown, Ash only had one, Dragon Fong, in his hand right now. Now stall as long as you can. 1, 2, 3, Dragon Fangs, 4600. The target is forced to fall into a state of forbidden magic for 5 seconds. Large chanting skills usually last more than 10 seconds, with 10 to 20 seconds being even more prevalent. However, Zhang Han was the one who only waited for 5 seconds, because he didn't dare to guarantee that a monarch-level law boss had a chant-shortening passive. This is the most prudent time to do so, and under the terrifying effect of the Dragon's Fangs, even the Wanderer, as a monarch-level boss, was forced into a forbidden state. A law boss can't put a skill on it, so that's 2 words, taking a beating. 4250, 930, 945. Ash gave a furious output that was soothing. Even Zhang Han himself threw a couple of attacks far away from each other, and sure enough, there was no surprise that the damage was zero. By the time the forbidden magic effect passed, the Wanderer's blood bar was already half empty. Wanderer, 21225/50,000, counting the previous chanting session, 10 seconds of time, leaving a relentless output machine like Little Grey wide open. That burst definitely made the boss shed tears. For this kind of law boss, the Cthulhu dragon, indeed, had a crushing advantage. However, with the high output comes a problem. Ash's 2 control skills all went into cooldown. Wanderer, you can release your next skill without fear, and with his 5,000 unbelievable spirit value, As long as he released a skill with more than 4 times the bonus, he could directly melt Ash's 16,000 blood bar in an instant. Of course, in fact, John Han still had the means to press the bottom of the box. That's the Dragon King's Wrath. 10,000%, strength plus physique, a heavenly bonus. With Ash's current attributes, this skill is able to inflict a terrifying 170,000 damage, able to kill the Wanderer more than 3 times. In this battle, in fact, from the very beginning, John Han had an absolute advantage, but he wasn't planning on using it here either. A 5% drop in attributes was too much. Not only did it affect the current attributes, but even the growth attributes in the future would have to be cut. It was unlikely that this bottom card would be used until it was absolutely necessary. And right now, it's obviously not that desperate. Yes, even though Ash's control skills had fallen into cooldown, the situation of 1 man and 1 dragon looked precarious. But John Han was still winning, because he had already judged that after encountering 2 control skills in a row, this Wanderer would not choose a skill with a long starting time next. Instantaneous skills must be the best choice. It's just that the instantaneous skills of the legal professions are bound to be no match for the bardic professions in terms of bonuses. This also meant that with Ash's life value, he could carry it off hard. The only drawback was that once the boss chose to strike at John Han, then he would inevitably die instantly. The truth is, the Wanderer isn't stupid, and from the start he wasn't aiming for Ash. Instead, it was John Han who was manipulating Little Grey. Only it didn't work out. John Chen also never expected to place his victory on his opponent's mistakes. That would be too foolish. He moved at a weird pace, maneuvering his position with extreme care. At this moment, if anyone was in the sky above the Great Hall, they would realize a surprising fact. That is, no matter how Little Grey's body moved and from which direction he launched his attack, John Han's position, and Little Grey as well as the Wanderer, always remained in a straight line. In other words, as long as the Wanderer made a move against John Han, then it would inevitably not be able to bypass Little Ash's position. Moreover, John Han was just less than half a meter away from Little Ash, almost sticking together. The Wanderer wasn't stupid and didn't strike at random, but patiently looked for an angle. A random change at this distance is a break. However, John Han's maneuvering of his and Ash's body positions was too perfect. He danced on the wire without falling. It's the ultimate micromanagement, a performance that will leave anyone in awe. In a nutshell, pure technology. Yes, even if he hadn't been able to ascend to the position of god level in his previous life, John Han's ability was actually not inferior to any god level expert, or even better. Otherwise, do you really think that using money can make a little white guy like Lu Ruyan grow up to the god level? How difficult the process behind this was, only John Han alone understood. He was simply dancing at the point of a knife with a huge liability on his back. In the end, he also used that few remaining dinky resources of Ruyan Lu to become the first echelon of Jianqing's experts. However, from a certain perspective, but as far as honing techniques were concerned, she really did account for most of the reasons why John Han had gotten to this point. After all, when other god-level experts were frantically upgrading and building themselves up, all he thought and did in his head all day long was how to use the least amount of resources to accomplish the most magnificent and effective operations. And in the end, it worked. If anything, everyone else's difficulty in Doom is brutal. Then John Han was going down to the 18 layers of hell to experience, and now this suffering blossoms. In terms of such extreme body position manipulation, and still having 2 minds at once, even if he were to be replaced by the famous assassin expert Brocade Nightwalker, it would be difficult for him to last more than 2 seconds. And John Han did it seamlessly. Ash was still frantically outputting. The Wanderer's blood bar was steadily dropping down as if it was being burned by fire, and the Wanderer kept changing his position, but he couldn't find a chance. Boom! In the next moment, the Wanderer lost his patience and chose to strike, the pitch-black light flickering from the sky and falling as a furious thunderbolt. Since the plane couldn't find an angle, he simply struck from above. Unfortunately, what he could think of, John Han naturally wouldn't be unable to think of. Little Grey had long been waiting on the route to take this blow hard. 6700. The damage was terrifying, and even with Ash's life value, he was similarly blasted away with nearly half of his blood bar. With 3 instantaneous skills at best, the Wanderer could take Ash, but at the same time, the Wanderer's blood bar was dropping rapidly. Another, Dragon King Spit, went down, and the blood level had been suppressed to below 12,000. It was a hard-fought fight, and whoever dared to retreat would be defeated. As Ash took the pain, he also roared angrily and tangled with the Wanderer. 930, 964, 933, a flurry of damage pops up from the Wanderer's head. The Wanderer struck again with a flash of red. 8500. This damage was even higher than before, and Ash's blood bar instantly bottomed out. All that was needed was one last attack to kill Ash, and by then, Jiang Han, who had lost his mythic royal beast, would not have a single chance to face the monarch boss with 1/5 of its bloodstain left alone. Perhaps figuring this out, the Wanderer locked his eyes on Ash. It's a shame that it's a little late to realize that. Jiang Chen smiled brightly as an ancient book page appeared in his hand. Chapter of Brutality. This prop of heavenly destruction was the last straw that broke his camel's back. Before the Wanderer could make his next move, Ash sidestepped slightly and a blood-colored light passed through, locking onto the Wanderer. Brutalizing and murderous. 1859, bludgeoning. The target's life value falls below 20%, triggering an instant death effect. 8026. Wanderer, 0/50. 000. 2 damage bubbled up one after the other. This monarch boss that had ruled this place for an unknown number of years only threw out 2 instantaneous skills before ending its life. It turned into pieces and dissipated into the air. Ding! Congratulations! You've killed the final trial boss, the Wanderer of the Abyss. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the Abyssal level Ascension trial. Ding! Congratulations! You can now gain experience. Ding! Congratulations! Your Imperial Beast Ash leveled up to level 10. Ding! Congratulations! As the first adventurer to successfully pass the Abyssal trial, you receive a reward. Full attributes +5. Finally passed. Listening to the incomparably pleasant system beep in his ears, Jiang Han exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Although the result was expected, he was still overwhelmed with joy when it really came to this moment. What an Abyssal level Abyssal trial! Even in his previous life, the highest record was only when he was at the 100th level, and several god levels teamed up together, which managed to pass the Purgatory level trial. And now, with Little Grey in tow, 1 person and 1 dragon, he killed through these 5 terrifying bizarre creatures. The difference is naturally very emotional. And in the meantime, outside, ding! System announcement. Dasha country player Nightcold has passed the Abyssal level Ascension trial, becoming the first ever brave person to pass the Abyssal level trial, and obtaining the legendary title Messenger of the Abyss. It is hereby notified. Ding! System announcement. Ding! System announcement. The crisp system alert sound suddenly passed out with great vigor, sweeping every corner of Doomsday. The moment. All the players were frozen in place, their eyes filled with bewilderment as they listened to this amazing briefing that was no less than the initial explosion of an atomic bomb. What's going on here? The Ascension trial? What the hell is this? Sounds pretty dang good. Worldcast? Meaning this big guy completed the world's first pass? Many players were at a loss. They had only just entered the game and hadn't even figured out what the Ascension trial was. But there is still some understanding of what is being broadcast. After all, the global first pass thing is a top-tier achievement for word of mouth, no matter what game it's in. And in previous online games, most of those vying for this honor were the familiar masters. Night Chill? It sounded unfamiliar and didn't seem to belong to any of the top guilds. Is it a new road master on the rise? Or is it a new vest opened by one of the big guys? Countless people were speculating about Jiang Han's identity while being surprised. Novice Village 2743. Several young-looking men and women converged. Although the dress-up was no different from the other players, the temperament of these few people, all of them were cold, and they were not ordinary people at a glance. When the surrounding players saw it, they all had the good sense to make a detour. Overnight, the number of organ failures in the country of Dacia has caused major hospitals to become overcrowded, and the source of this great change is suspected to be a game. Naturally, the Dacia officials couldn't just sit back and wait, and set up a special team overnight to investigate what was going on behind the scenes. And these people from Novice Village 2743 were one of the most elite groups. Every single one of them, ace of the special forces, with extraordinary skills, is a warrior who has really been on the battlefield, a global premier player, appearing in my country of Dacia. And it seems like this Nightcold is the only one on the leaderboard. An inch-haired man at the head of the group listened to the broadcast in his ear, his eyes twinkling. For some reason, he instinctively felt that this player named Nightcold might know something inside. 7. Any information on this man? The inch-haired man looked to a pretty-faced woman beside him. This person is a player from Novice Village 9527, and by inference, he should be from Jiangcheng. Other than that, not yet. 7 was succinct. As the elite of the investigation team, he is responsible for information from all sides. That's all? The inch-haired man frowned, realizing that, with 7's access, the internet could pick up information both explicitly and implicitly. Find a random stranger on the street, and 7 would be able to pull up the location of someone's ancestral grave within a minute. But for this Nightcold, it was surprising that only such a little bit of sporadic information had been picked up. That's all. There's absolutely no way that this doomsday is as simple as just a game. I can't investigate any information. Seven's eyes glittered with the color of fervor for the unknown. Now I'm almost certain that those patients with organ failure are the result of too many deaths in the game. Maybe. The inch-haired man frowned and said indifferently, "This game is indeed not simple. Let's go and upgrade first. Also, you keep an eye on this night cold at all times. Once you have news, report back to me immediately. On the Jiangcheng side, have someone poke around as well." "No." Xiao Qi nodded. For orders he of course obeyed unconditionally. However, Seven was still doubtful. "We are here to investigate the nature of doomsday after all. Too much effort on a player may not yield much." "That's right, Chief. I think this night cold is just a player in the end. There's no need to be so concerned." Someone else beside him agreed. "The world's first kill. Number 1 in the rankings." These names were indeed impressive enough for ordinary people, but it can't bluff them. After all, the virtual online game had been around for some years, and the so-called experts, to put it bluntly, mostly relied on agility and reaction. And for them, those are the least of it. Ask how this virtual environment can be compared to a shooting gallery. It can be said that people who have actually been on the battlefield, applying combat awareness to virtual online games, that's a proper downgrade. And the reality is also true. Looking at the previous several online games, the top echelon, retired mercenaries, members of the special forces, as well as boxers, such as the occupation, the largest proportion. Only a very small percentage of them are homebodies who play games. And even in the special forces, Seven and the others were the elite of the elite, and every one of them taken out could hold their own. It makes sense to thumb your nose at gamers. To them, the so-called top is just that. With time, they could really turn this group of players into scum. It's just a matter of wanting to. This was indeed the case. And if Jiang Han was here, he would have recognized at a glance that the inch-headed man at the head was one of the god-level powerhouses of the Great Summer Kingdom in his previous life. Mad Blade, even placed in the entire world, it was a top echelon, qualified to compete for the strongest warrior profession. The others, although they hadn't reached the god level, were equally top-notch experts. Mad Blade said in a deep voice, "If it's an ordinary game, then naturally there's no need to pay attention to it. But I have a premonition that this Armageddon will change the pattern of the world in the future. And someone with that much of an advantage right now, I don't think it's going to be any ordinary person to be taken lightly." "No way? Chief, you're so cautious?" Seven raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. "Anyway, just do as I say. Next, let's go ahead and upgrade. I'm now curious to see what's so special about this Armageddon." Madblade barked an admonition and turned toward the wilderness area. The rest of the few people followed in a hurry. Only, with Madblade's mention, several people were a bit more wary in their hearts, and Madblade was not the only one who had this realization. Those who were able to end up growing into a dominant party in such a brutal environment as Doomsday had quite a keen sense of smell. A significant portion of the population, realizing early on how extraordinary Doom is, began accumulating advantages on the second day of the game. Novice Village 9527. Holy shit, I can't believe it's only the second day and there's already a great god who's risen to level 10, and he's even in the same newbie village as us. Ruyan, if we can team up with this great god, we'll definitely prosper in the future. At that time, a rich second generation like Zhang Han will only be able to look up to us. Zhou Tao, who was wearing an initial cloth coat, listened to the broadcast in his ears and clenched his fists in excitement. So excited that even his body was trembling. The more he thought about it after he got out of the hospital yesterday, the more he realized there was something fishy about Doomsday. So early this morning, I dragged Lu Ruyan, and used the money she sold her designer bag to buy the gaming equipment to enter Doomsday. Just entered the game, heard the voice of the global broadcast, but also let Zhou Tao heart-surging. Suddenly born a great man when the idea of, it was as if, the one who had pierced through the Abyssal Great Ascension trial was him. On the side, Lu Ruyan looked at the excited Zhou Tao, frowned and said with a speechless face, "It's just a game. Zhang Han is uneducated, usually likes to play games even if it's not. How come you also follow the nonsense? You don't really think that just a crappy game is going to put you on the top of your life, do you? You don't understand, and I'm sure this has to be one of the greatest opportunities." Zhou Tao patted his chest and swore, "Anyway, you just wait and see. This vision of mine will never be wrong. Think what you want." Ruyan Lu bristled with disdain. "Right." Zhou Tao suddenly remembered something. Said, "Yesterday, didn't I ask you to contact Jian Han and let him enter the game and take us to upgrade? He has a lot of money, so he can find someone to buy some equipment offline. How did you get in touch?" Lu Ruyan sneered. "I don't bother contacting him. If you want to go, you go. I'm not that cheap. What about your living expenses this month? $200,000 is not a small amount. Zhou Tao hesitated. Don't worry. When the time comes Jiang Han will naturally send it himself. Hasn't it always been like this before? Lu Ruyan said rightfully. Also, Zhou Tao nodded. He likes you so much. He'll definitely come around in a few days. Forget it. Don't mention him. It's no fun. Lu Ruyan faintly said. It's not easy that Jiang Han didn't circle around me. It's also clearing the air for a while. It just so happens that I haven't played the game yet. It's not bad to experience the experience. Okay, let's figure out how to upgrade to go first. The two of them put their heads together and decided that it would be better to upgrade first. A copy of the trial. Jiang Chen naturally didn't know about the rising winds in the outside world, but carefully observed the appearance of the Great Hall. Unlike before, this time after the Wanderer died, surprisingly no equipment or props were popped out. Only a crystal-clear debris slowly fell. Jiang Chen reached out to catch the debris. Stone of the Abyss, Fragment 1, Great Unknown. Not identifiable. Debris? Nothing more than a short line of information. Not even a basic prop description. Jiang Chen frowned as his mind searched dramatically for information about the object in front of him. But in the end, he still didn't have any impression. Perhaps it's because only the final boss of the Abyssal level trial drops it, which is why there's no information on this item in the previous life. Jiang Chen secretly guessed that the world of Armageddon was too huge. And according to the theories of those God-level experts, God level was only a new beginning. The secrets are naturally numerous. It's not unusual to have props you don't recognize. Although there was some regret that the boss didn't have the big explosion that he had imagined, Jiang Han didn't care too much. After all, the props popped out by a boss of this level could definitely not be so simple. There was just no way to solve this mystery now. After exploring the hall again to make sure nothing was missing, Jiang Han stepped into the teleportation array and left the Ascension trial. Swish! With a flash of white light, a slender figure instantly appeared in the 9527 Novice Village Trial Hall. The guard in charge of the watch froze. The system announcement was only broadcast for players, and as an NPC native to Doomsday, it was naturally impossible for him to know that Jiang Han had passed the Abyssal level trial, and as far as he could remember, he hadn't heard the man in charge of the pickup take the lead in informing him of the situation. Hello, I completed the Ascension trial and now I need the main city receiving order. Jiang Han smiled and spoke. In order to leave the Novice Village, in addition to having a level of 10, you must also have the main city receiving order. Otherwise, even if they reached the main city, they wouldn't be allowed to enter. And instead, they might be killed on the spot by the guards. This was another reason why the Ascension trials were so important. If you don't pass the Ascension trial, you can't walk out of the Novice Village for the rest of your life. Hold on. I need to verify. The guard cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen, then began to contact the receiving guards. Drip! Outside the main hall, the guard in charge of receiving the guide was sitting on a silver bench in a kudzu pose. So comfortable. The calm suddenly sounded. The guide guard lazily tapped the connect button. Isn't it not yet mealtime? What's the point of calling me so early? I'm sunbathing. Sunshine my ass. There's business. The great hall guard said without any good humor. Did someone come to break into the Ascension trial today? And you didn't tell me beforehand? Hey, that's what this is about. Ha, I thought I was getting off early today. The receiving guard yawned. Unconcerned. There is such a one, but that kid chose the Abyssal level trial. Can't be persuaded. There is nothing to say. Anyway, they are dead. And there's nothing behind you. Don't worry is that there won't be a problem. What level are you talking about? The great hall guard froze violently. His face filled with incredulity. Abyssal level. What? Otherwise, do you think I'm so retarded that I wouldn't warn you first when someone comes to conduct a trial? The receiving guard bristled. What's all the fuss about? Do you really think someone can pass that kind of trial? The hall guards were silent for a moment, then said, is there anyone else coming to break into the Ascension trial? Nope, just the one. Otherwise how dare I be lazy? The receiving guard smiled and said, oh yeah, I've already classified that kid's name is dead, so you won't have to bother afterward. The great hall guard took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, whether it's troublesome or not is another story. For now, you answer me a question first. Say, that kid, isn't his name Night Cold again? Yeah, you went through the trial list? So idle? You don't look like, either. Speaking in general, the receiving guard suddenly froze, followed by a ghostly expression on his face as he suddenly realized that this colleague, who had worked together for more than a decade, had never had the habit of going through the trial list. A ridiculous to the extreme idea suddenly grew in his heart. The receiving guard swallowed a mouthful of saliva fiercely, his voice dry. Nah, Gongzi, don't joke with me about this kind of joke, huh? It's not funny at all. The guard of the Great Hall has a serious face, and his voice is low. I'm not joking. That night cold you said is standing in front of me right now, and it's no surprise that he raised his head and glanced at Jiang Han, then said in a single word, "Passed the abyssal trial." The guide guard stared from the bench with a leap. His face was no longer lazy and calm before, replaced by a face full of absurdity. He yelled down, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, don't be impossible, anyway, hurry up and release the list, I'm going to authorize this young brave now." The Great Hall Guard had a solemn face. "Also, this needs to be reported to the top as soon as possible, so hurry up." When he finished, he cut off the call. Only the shocked receiving guards were left standing in the wind, and the emotions in their hearts were even more complicated. It can't be. How could anyone in this world really pass the abyssal level trial? Is the world really changing? Honorable warrior, I have just verified the information and can grant you a receiving token. Turning off the information panel, the Great Hall Guards looked at Jiang Han with complex expressions, the arrogance in their eyes having disappeared without a trace, and instead, they were incomparably respectful, because even in the history of the Empire, there were only a few people who could pass the Purgatory level Ascension trial, and these people, in the end, were almost all high-powered big shots, stomping their feet and shaking even the entire Empire. What's more, the person in front of him had even passed the more difficult abyssal level trial. The future is unlimited. If you are still posing at this time, then you really can't tell the difference between big and small kings. Thank you, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It's an honor. The guards of the hall pounded their chests and saluted with a respectful expression. In addition, since you have passed an ascension trial of purgatory level or higher, you have the right to receive epic level props. The emblem of valor. Epic? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. There was such a good thing? With a wave of one hand from the Great Hall Guard, a badge emitting a lavender color slowly floated in front of Jiang Han. Emblem of valor, epic. Description, a proof of bravery, only qualified by passing the purgatory level trial. A supreme honor for the Empire. Basic attributes plus 20, charm plus 3, strength of valor, passive triggered when life value drops below 30%. Strength increases by 10% for 1 minute. Wearable props. Nice. Jiang Chen smiled in satisfaction and equipped the emblem of valor. The attribute alone of a 3 bonus to charisma destined the lower limit of the emblem of valor to be no lower. Not to mention a skill like valor that increases percentage attributes, and there's no limit to the level of wear. Let's just say that it's worthy of being an epic prop, and it's indeed tough. And, although this class of props is not like the chapter of brutality, which takes effect when placed in the backpack, it is likewise not a trinket and does not take up space in the regular equipment bar. Instead, it stands alone. In itself is an extremely rare class of props. The difficulty of obtaining is very high. Even if the game has developed to the stage of 100 levels, the vast majority of players do not have this type of props. This is the receiving token. Immediately afterward, the Great Hall Guard handed Jiang Chen another wooden token. With this token, Jiang Han could freely enter and exit the main city. With what he wanted in hand, Jiang Han didn't linger in the Great Hall of Trials and headed straight to the teleportation array leading to the main city. 4 players, the newbie village is too small, and only after stepping into the main city is the game truly begun. Especially the Imperial Beastmaster. Don't look at Jiang Han's current level lead by a large margin, but his professional skill was only a pitiful Imperial Beast aura, which wasn't even close to as many as other professional level 3 skills. Completing the turn 1 quest first was the most important aspect right now. 2 hours later, at the very edge of Novice Village 9527, the blue light of the teleportation array flickered, and Jiang Han's figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, there was already a towering giant city in front of him. Ding! You have arrived at the brand new area, Windleaf Main City. Finally, it's here. Jiang Chen tilted his head to look at the city, the greenish-gray walls and the sky meeting in a single color, appearing exceptionally heavy. Every now and then a cold crow swept by, bringing a sense of desolation, and the reality is true. At the same time, the danger of the main city has also increased geometrically while possessing many times more supplies than the Novice Village. Here, spooky creatures will appear irregularly and attack nearby creatures indiscriminately, whether it's an NPC or a player. Once they are killed by a weird creature, they will completely disappear from the world, never to be resurrected again. Now various players are crying that the game is difficult, but when they wait until they get to the main city they will realize that the Novice Village is simply heavenly. Even Jiang Han, as a reborn person, didn't dare to have the slightest thought of contempt in his heart. After calling out Little Ash to accompany him by his side, he then walked towards Windleaf City with peace of mind. Who's up ahead? Please show me your identification. Only when they reached the side of the city gate, the guards of the city opened their mouths and bellowed. This is the catch. Jiang Han had only taken out his receiving token and was ready to hand it over when he saw the guards salute with solemn faces and respectfully said, So it's Lord Brave. Please come in. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, but then he reacted and swept a glance at the badge of valor worn on his chest. It seems that in addition to its strong attributes, this epic prop seems to bring certain status benefits. That seems a little more maneuverable. Jiang Chen pondered, and after entering the main city, he headed towards the transfer plaza. The transfer plaza was incomparably huge, and the NPCs were no less than hundreds. However, with the number of players that Windleaf City could accommodate, this amount of NPCs would undoubtedly be a drop in the bucket. Jiang Chen remembered very clearly that in his previous life, he had queued up for a full 3 days just to queue up. Apart from the game length reaching its limit and being forcibly kicked out of the game, they all stayed in the transfer square, not daring to leave in the slightest. Otherwise, Brother Scalper will demonstrate for you in minutes what it means to be a dove. However, the transfer square at the moment was somewhat frighteningly empty, with not a single silhouette to be seen for several hundred meters. It really is a different thing to come early and late. Jiang Han lamented. To say that the novice village out of the early what benefits, this does not have to queue is definitely one of them. It saves a lot of time. 3 days may not seem like much, but it's absolutely crucial for the early stages of the game. Advantage just builds up bit by bit. Soon, Jiang Han arrived in front of an NPC with white hair. There were quite a few NPCs in charge of the Imperial Beastmaster's transfer, and any one of them could complete the transfer. But Jiang Han still went out of his way to walk a few hundred meters more to find this old man. The reason was also very simple. Among these NPCs, the Imperial Beastmaster named Gutter in front of him had the highest rank and was also the strongest professional tutor. And more importantly, it was possible to acquire the hidden profession of the Imperial Beastmaster, the Beast Whisperer in Gutter. However, not everyone is eligible as honorable mentor. I would like to make a transfer. Jiang Chen arrived in front of Gutter, who was currently sitting on a wooden chair, drowsy. Even when someone called him, he didn't bother. Honorable mentor. Jiang Chen was prepared for this and patiently called out several times in a row. Are you sick of it? You're talking like a fly. If you want to transfer, just look for someone else. What's the point of coming to me? Get lost or don't blame the old man for me flipping out. Finally, Guttal responded, but still without raising his head in impatience. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry and slowly said, I want to transform into a Beast Whisperer. Other people can't do that. Beast Whisperer? Gutter snorted coldly. You think anyone can transfer? Want to transfer? Yes. Please prove your ability first. The pack of demonic wolf cubs outside the city. Go and dig 100 pairs of eyes over before you say anything. Ding. Guttal has issued you the quest, the Eyes of the Wolf. Please go outside the city and kill 100 elite monsters, the Blizzard Demon Wolves, and gouge out their eyes and bring them to Gutter. Sure enough, hearing the system tone ring out, Jiang Han's heart fluttered. Much like what I learned in my previous life, this is considered to be a trigger for the Beast Whisperer transfer quest. However, the task was extremely difficult and the process was long, so it probably wouldn't be done without a few days. Jiang Chen didn't even think about it and decisively refused. Gutter disdainfully said, Humph, what a waste. Not even capable of this. Hurry up and get lost. Don't come and disturb the old man's sleep. Jiang Chen smiled. You've got it wrong. I just think that killing the demon wolf is just a little too simple to prove my ability. That's all. Saying that, Jiang Han removed the badge of valor he wore on his chest and handed it to Gutter. I think this badge should say it all. Gutter was about to open his mouth and curse when he saw a dark purple badge appear in front of him. He was unable to stop the look of surprise from appearing on his face. In the next moment, he jerked his head up and looked at Jiang Han incredulously. The emblem of valor? Yes. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. With this, you are indeed qualified to be transferred to a Beast Whisperer. Gutter's face was solemn. As someone who had been there before, he was well aware of the gold content of the badge of valor. It's especially amazing to be able to do this at the level 10 stage. Even this kind of person isn't qualified to transfer into a Beast Whisperer, so who could be? Gutter hesitated for a moment and asked, but can you reveal how many people are on the clearance team? Jiang Chen said indifferently. One. Guttal couldn't help but take a breath of air and make a remarkable contribution to global warming. He was truly a bit dumbfounded, and instinctively felt that the youth in front of him who couldn't see his face was lying. But on second thought, someone who could be this capable would not need to tell such lies that could be seen through at a glance. After all, the lists of those who passed the Ascension trial were all recorded, and although ordinary people couldn't find out, with Gutter's identity, it really wasn't much of a challenge. You mean, you alone, with the Imperial Beasts, fought through the Purgatory level Ascension trial? Gutter reconfirmed. Jiang Chen said with a straight face. Correction. It's not a Purgatory level copy. It's Abyssal level. Abyss? Gutter froze, then couldn't help but get lost in thought. Granted, His experience told him that anyone who could come up with an emblem of valor was unlikely to be a believer. But I understand the reasoning. Aren't you exaggerating a bit too much? Without wasting words, Gutter directly contacted his old friends in the Temple of Trials to confirm the authenticity of the news. Jiang Chen waited quietly, watching the expression of the old man in front of him become pompous little by little. Moments later, Gutter smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. Ahahaha, it's true. From the first time I saw you, little friend, I knew that you are a dragon and phoenix amongst men, with a proud natural talent that is truly extraordinary. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. First sight? Didn't you just say that trash is not qualified to be a beast whisperer? Why are you flipping out faster than a book now? Why are all these NPCs the same? In my previous life, I didn't realize that there were so many people who had mastered the art of face changing. However, spit to spit, Jiang Han is also clear that in his previous life, although he was not bad, but in front of these NPCs, the achievements are not worth mentioning. Naturally, it is not worth treating with a different eye. This life, well, that's another story. In that case, I can transfer into a beast whisperer? Of course, but the old man still has a small request. Gutter smiled, and was simply not the same person as the cranky old den of the party. Mentor, but say no harm. As long as it's something I can do, I'll consider it, Jiang Chen said. Gutter deliberated for a moment and carefully said, ever since I was a child, I have had a dream. It was when I was still attending the Imperial Beasts kindergarten. My mother told me that one day your intended Imperial Beasts will come to you on a 7-colored cloud. Stop. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. The more this old deng spoke, the more outrageous he became. Master, if you have something to say, just say it straight. Don't beat around the bush. Gutter rubbed his hands, his face full of eagerness. Oh, actually there is nothing else. I just want to see the Imperial Beasts that can pass the Abyssal level trial. What exactly does it look like? In addition to the only way to know the category of your Imperial Beasts is to be able to better plan for the later route of transferring to a new job. Little things. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and snapped his fingers, summoning Little Gray. Crap. The moment he saw Little Gray, Gutter's eyes widened and his entire body stuttered. God. God level Imperial Beast? Or a giant dragon cub? Yes. Jiang Han beckoned to Little Gray, but unfortunately, the little guy was usually so high and mighty that he looked like he was in love, licking his own fur like a puppy. Crap. Gutter covered his heart, agitated, his old face suffocating. That look was like a bumper on the street, so much so that Jiang Han wondered if this old deng was going to turn his back at any moment. God-ranked Imperial Beasts. This is simply the beast of my old man's dreams. Guttal paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Divine. Megalosaurus. Any word. That was an existence that every Imperial Beast Master could only dream of. And after so many years of mixing with the world, Gutter was also considered to be accomplished and strong. But even so, he rarely saw the giant dragon Imperial Beasts, not to mention the god level, which were creatures that only existed in legends. But today, such a creature suddenly appeared in front of his eyes and was so alive. How could he keep his cool with that? Maestro? Are you okay? Jiang Chen looked at Gutter as if he looked like he was going to be admitted to a mental hospital at any moment. In the entire Windleaf main city, the only news he knew related to the hidden profession of the Imperial Beast Master was this old den. If something went wrong, wouldn't the Beast Whisperer that came to hand be wasted? It's okay. Allow the old man to calm down. After a long time, Gutter stopped pacing and tried his best to calm his emotions, then said with a solemn face, little friend Night Cold, you and listen to me. Today, you may not be able to transfer to a Beast Whisperer? Why? Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. The profession of Beast Whisperer, although it is very strong, but with all due respect, if you deal with ordinary Imperial Beasts, even if it's a monarch-level Imperial Beast, you can barely match it, but if it's a mythological Imperial Beast, Gutter glanced at Ash, took a deep breath, and said, I'm afraid that would be a bit of a strain. Jiang Chen looked odd. That is to say, the profession of Beast Whisperer is not worthy of little Ash? Yes, it's perfectly understandable. Gutter laughed bitterly. He also did not think that one day, the Beast Whisperer, who had always been hailed by himself as the pride of his life, would have to use the words unworthy to describe. However, once he thought that the person in front of him possessed a mythical great Imperial Beast, Gutter was relieved. Then, in Master's opinion, what would be a more appropriate profession for me to transfer into? Jiang Chen hurriedly pursued the question. He knew very well that this was most likely triggering a deeper hidden job quest, and strength, above the Beast Whisperer. Honestly, I'm not too sure. After all, mythic great Imperial Beasts this continent doesn't even necessarily have anyone who has seen them with their own eyes. But, Gutter stroked his beard and turned his words around. I have an old friend who is the Royal Chief Royal Beast Master. He has seen a lot of things and should be able to give you an answer. Here's the letter of introduction. So if you get a chance to meet him, you can ask for information. With that, a white letter appeared in Gutter's hand and handed it over to Jiang Chen. Ding! You have triggered the hidden profession quest. Whisper of the Dragon. Go to the Imperial City and find the Royal Chief Beastmaster. Sure enough, the hidden quest was triggered. Leaving from the career plaza, Jiang Han felt a lot of emotions in his heart. I didn't realize that after a lot of tossing and turning, but I didn't succeed in transferring. But the rewards are great. Unlocking hidden career quests you've never heard of before. It must be known that the Beast Whisperer was already recognized as the top profession of the Imperial Beastmaster in his previous life, and his strength could be ranked at the forefront of all professions. But even so, in Gutter's mouth, this profession was unworthy of his own self, who possessed a mythic Imperial Beast. Then when the Whisper of the Dragon quest is completed, it will be worth waiting to see what kind of intensity of professions can be unlocked. Although the process was much longer, Jiang Han didn't care. After all, at this stage, just little Gray's attributes that could be called heaven-defying were already enough to kill through all copies. While transferring was certainly a way to bring Ash's attributes to the next level, it was relatively less urgent. Just one word. Enough. Mythic royal beasts are just so ho-hum. Even if you don't transfer, it's not comparable to other players who do. After that, Jiang Han headed to the city lord's mansion. Since the transfer won't be finished for a while, let's just get caught up on the other things that need to be done. And what's more important to him right now is, spend money. After all, for every 1,000,000 gold coins you spend, you can permanently increase 1 attribute point. However, even though Jiang Han was rich, he wouldn't spend it frivolously. There is preaching, equipment and the like naturally goes without saying. The equipment in the main city is another notch up from the novice village. However, Jiang Han himself wasn't relying on himself for combat, and before he completed his transfer and unlocked attribute sharing, he didn't have much of a need in this area for the time being. Right now he's looking at real estate. Yes, real estate. As a second world, Doom's freedom isn't much different than Blue Star's. Players can likewise acquire real estate in the hands of NPCs by spending gold. And real estate is definitely no less useful than a set of top-notch equipment. One of the most intuitive is that as long as one is able to own a legal home that is officially recognized, then the amount of time spent in the game per day is able to be boosted to 12 hours. This means that a player who owns a home will play a full 4 hours more per day than a player who is penniless. The advantages that accrue over time need no introduction. Only, the price of residences in Armageddon was extremely high. A random set of 2 or 3 square meters, just enough to put a crib and a dry toilet, would cost millions of gold coins. The expenses involved are not something that the average person can afford. And more importantly, it's not just about having money when you want to buy real estate. Certain conditions must also be met. One of them is to save up enough prestige value. The channels for obtaining it are also common. As long as you kill powerful enough bosses or complete certain NPC quests, you can obtain reputation. However, the prestige required to purchase real estate was frighteningly high, and there was no good way to do it anytime soon. The second is to obtain citizenship of the city. Like reality, the city of Doomsday also has a perfect household registration system, and although foreign players like Jiang Han have the qualification to freely enter and exit the city, this is all they have. In terms of status, that's a total straggler, not even as good as a beggar. To put it mildly, if you ever pissed off any NPC, you'd have to be blown out of town by the guards as soon as someone else reported it. So when dealing with NPCs, even if you're a level 100 expert, you still have to be nice when dealing with a civilian. It is also based on this situation, not to mention other things, just the quality of this point, that the players of Doomsday, absolutely qualified, walking in the street are not afraid to spit, simply a model of morality. Even if you are accidentally scammed by an NPC, you can only recognize your own bad luck and swallow your broken teeth. That status is no better than the cotton pickers back in the day. But if you have citizenship, that's a different story. The whole thing is sublimated. You can straighten your back, you dare to speak louder, and you even dare to spit in the face of other players when you walk down the main street. Of course, acquiring citizenship is, again, extremely difficult. Far more than accumulating enough prestige value. Even at the 100 level stage, only a very small percentage of players were able to obtain citizenship. However, since Jiang Han had made plans, he naturally had a doorway. 10 minutes later, Jiang Han arrived outside the city lord's mansion, and do nothing else, just skate. Not long after, a slender figure appeared in sight. It was a beautiful woman, wearing a long lavender dress, with a dignified and elegant demeanor. Although she was older, she was still charming, and she could tell that she was definitely a great beauty when she was young. And even with the current view, this beautiful woman's face value is still able to beat. Loved by all the chow thieves, especially, this Mrs. Riley, is the former lord of the city, the widow of Duke Gut. The family is not only rich, but also a high status, and that Duke Gut, who's been dead for 20 years or so, the grass on his grave is 3 meters high. Simply put, Mrs. Riley is a wealthy, multi-century, saucy widow. Who wouldn't want to take a bite out of such a meat and potatoes? And indeed it does. As brutal as Doomsday is, there are always those who are colorful. As far as Jung Han understood, there were quite a few bold chow thief players in the previous life, who tried to pick up this Mrs. Riley and have a soft meal of the Duchess. It's just a shame that none of them succeeded. And in the end, most of them ended up being dismantled by the guards and thrown out of the city, never having the qualification to enter Windleaf city again. The misery of losing the shelter of the main city in such a cruel environment can be imagined. It's true that the word color is a word. However, there are those who have benefited from it. A hidden quest can be triggered on Mrs. Riley. Zhang Chen looked at his charisma value of up to 68 and walked calmly to Mrs. Riley. Stand still. Who are you? A tall female knight instantly stopped in front of Zhang Han. Zhang Chen ignored the female guards and smiled. Honorable Mrs. Riley, why is your face always filled with sorrow? Have you encountered any difficulties? Can I help? Oh, Mrs. Riley looked Zhang Han up and down and said softly, yes, I did lose a personal item. Young man, I would be grateful if you could find it. Then may I ask the beautiful lady what the item is? Zhang Chen asked. Mrs. Riley thought for a moment. It's a flower. A very beautiful flower. Ding! You have received a request from Mrs. Riley to bring back beautiful flowers for her. The system beep sounded and the quest was triggered. Understood. Beautiful lady. I will bring back this flower for you. Zhang Chen smiled faintly and turned to leave. That was the purpose of his trip. Complete the hidden quest. Mrs. Riley's mandate. It's also the most important aspect of being able to acquire property early in the game to extend your playing time. The task of Mrs. Riley's mandate is not really a hidden one. In his previous life, after commissioning several people one after another with no luck, Mrs. Riley directly released a heavy amount of money and posted a task on the commission bar. Anyone can get this quest, and there's no penalty for failure. So, at that time, as long as the players were in Maple Leaf City, basically there was such a strange quest in the quest bar. It was a pity that the quest clues were just too few. And even though there were so many players, none of them ended up finding the flower. It was Mrs. Riley herself who eventually retrieved the beautiful flower. And according to Jung Han's understanding, the beautiful flower prop was actually in a certain store in Windleaf City. Soon, following his memory, Jung Han arrived at a prop store in the south of the city. The store wasn't that big, just like a roadside breakfast store, with a few scattered NPCs picking out items. The store owner was an old man in a white robe and mustache. Wayne's eyebrows were narrowed and his whole person looked shrewd. The first impression one gets is that of a big adulterer. Oh, what would this guest, who has traveled a long way, like to buy? As soon as he saw Jung Han, Wayne's eyes just lit up and he rushed to welcome him. Jung Han casually looked around and said, I heard that in this store, there are gift boxes for sale? There are some. I don't know which one you need. Wayne rubbed his hands together with eagerness. As soon as you come up and ask if there is a gift box, this is not properly a big grudge seed. Not. Big customers Zhang Chen said with a calm expression. Both. All of them? Wayne hesitated, then looked the youth in front of him up and down. Are you sure? Okay. Zhang Chen nodded. Wayne frowned, realizing that the gift boxes in his store weren't cheap. The most expensive kind even required 10,000 gold coins apiece. Honestly, it hasn't sold in years. After all, we all know in our hearts that the gift boxes look high class, but in reality there's nothing in them, and they're all used to screw over the out-of-towners. Right now can sell Wayne of course happy, but at the same time also have to think about thinking about. This has actually come to a research great injustice species, or are you here to have fun? Zhang Chen took one look at Wayne's expression. How could he not know what this little old man was thinking? And immediately waved his big hand, and a handful of brightly shining gold coins appeared in his hand. Don't worry, I have plenty of money. Okay, you wait. Wayne's smile was wide and illustrated what it meant to see money in the eye of the beholder. A row of gift boxes instantly appeared in front of Jung Han's eyes. There are 4 in total, all different sizes and shapes, and the price is also in the order of 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000 gold coins. That's expensive. Zhang Chen couldn't help but tisk out in his heart. Until now he finally understood why none of the many players in Windleaf City in his previous life had found that flower of Mrs. Riley's. The price of this gift box is simply outrageous. And to top it off, Wayne's store is notoriously shady. There are a lot of dirtbag players who have been big injustice seeds early in the game. No player has ever stepped foot in this shady store since then. So how could they possibly buy this gift box that means empty shells again? And the flower that Mrs. Riley wanted bloomed from inside the gift box. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew the effort and price that Mrs. Riley had paid in order to find this flower, John Han would even be a bit skeptical as to whether or not this mission was a kill tray made by Mrs. Riley and Wayne. It's all here. Which one do you want? Wayne stared at Zhang Han with a fervent smile, afraid that the youth in front of him would back out. Zhang Chen said with a bland expression, "Take them all." All of them? Wayne's mouth was grinning up to his ears. 4 gift boxes, a total of 20,000 gold coins. You see. Before Wayne could finish his sentence, Zhang Han impatiently interrupted. What I mean is, I'll take all the gift boxes in your store. What did you say? Wayne froze, his pale face scrunched up in wrinkles, and he somewhat wondered if he was hallucinating. I said, I'll take all the gift boxes in your store. Zhang Chen repeated a sentence with a calm demeanor. Ha? What the hell? The words were so powerful that now, not only Wayne, the owner of the store, but also several of the trustees that he had gone out of his way to invite to the store to pretend to be customers, exclaimed in shock, somewhat skeptical. I'll be damned. Where's the god of fortune coming from? Although Wayne's small store was not big, the room was full of gift boxes. A rough estimate was no less than 100 of them, and even if you take the lowest priced one, it would require at least 200,000 gold coins. Still the lowest. Any questions? Zhang Chen faintly swept a glance at the surprised few. No. Wayne was so excited that he was waving his hands and his whole body was incoherent. Mom, your son has made a name for himself. The gift boxes were all sold out. This is the first time I've encountered such a thing in my life. There are 20 unique gift boxes, 15 advanced gift boxes, 40 advanced gift boxes, and 65 ordinary gift boxes. Seeing as the customer is so sincere, a total of 500,000 gold coins would be fine. No problem. Zhang Chen didn't have the heart to dilly-dally with Wayne, and paid 500,000 gold coins very quickly. That amount of money is really nothing to him. Crap. Looking at the suddenly extra 500,000 gold coins, Wayne's entire heart thumped, feeling like he was still living in a dream. Look at that. What do you call a rich man? This 500,000 gold coins were spent without even blinking. At this moment, Wayne only felt that the man in front of him, whose face could not be seen, was so heroic and handsome. So is this gift box going to be packed up and taken away? Or should we open it now? Wayne asked smilingly. Open now, Zhang Chen said. Okay, you guys come and help too. You'll be paid. Wayne gave an instant yell, and a few other people heard. Can open the box and get a salary? There is such a good thing? Immediately, they swarmed and scrambled to open the gift box. Not much longer. As you can see, noble guest, all the gift boxes have been opened as you requested. The floor was filled with crumbs of gift boxes, and Wayne stood in front of Zhang Han, and his old face couldn't help but blush. It was worth 500,000 gold coins and more than 100 gift boxes. In the end, only a bunch of trash props were opened, plus 2 pieces of bronze equipment. That's a shipment rate that even an old horse would have to bow down to. It's really, even though Zhang Han hadn't held out much hope, he couldn't help but shake his head. Even if the world of doom is full of black merchants, this Wayne is considered the best of the best. But nothing loser. He didn't really expect to open anything good by the gift box anyway. The 2 pieces of bronze equipment didn't even look at them, turning to the one prop underneath that no one else was paying attention to. Beautiful flowers. Description: this is a very beautiful flower and I don't know what it does. Just such a mediocre prop cost 500,000 gold coins. Keep in mind that the world of doom has an extremely low burst rate. What an ordinary living profession could gain from burying his head in production every day for a month was only about 1,000 gold coins. Then, excluding the cost of materials, and the cost of equipment maintenance, it would only be a few hundred gold coins at the top. 500,000 gold coins? It's a huge amount of money that many people don't earn in their lifetime. Is it expensive? It's expensive, but it's worth it. Zhang Chen knew very well how much of an advantage this beautiful flower could bring to himself. With that thought, Zhang Han didn't linger and turned around to leave the store. It's worthy of being the one I've been looking at. Even the back of his turn is so handsome. Looking at the slender figure that was gradually moving away, Wayne was overwhelmed with emotion. Indeed, although it's a straggler, it's so generous. In the future, this Windleaf city, there will be a place for this kid. The first time I saw him, I thought this kid was extraordinary. Alas, it's just a pity that the status is a bit lower, or else it will certainly be promising in the future. Okay, stop. Go celebrate. A few people spoke to each other, completely bowled over by Zhang Han's ability with banknotes, and this kind of light is completely impossible to see in other stragglers. Let's just say that it's true that you can do whatever you want with money. In the meantime, dukedom. In the middle of the gorgeous room, incense curled up, casually clad in a purple bathrobe. Mrs. Riley sat on the edge of the bed, a maid standing respectfully at her side, fixing her damp hair. Apparently, the flavorful Duchess, which was just getting out of the bath. The picture of the beauty out of the bath, naturally, is extremely beautiful, and the flavor of the knitted brows and smile is even more charming. It was a pity that the highly placed Mrs. Riley was at the moment sad. Alice, do you think someone will really be able to get that flower back for me? Of course I will. Ma'am is so charming. Surely she won't have bad luck. Alice responded softly. Yes? Mrs. Riley sighed softly. In fact, it had been quite some time since she had lost this rather significant prop. For this reason, the city's dignitaries hadn't put much effort into it. But unfortunately, in the end, nothing came of it. If she still couldn't find it after another period of time, then Mrs. Riley would even have to consider whether or not to spend a large sum of money and post a quest on the quest bar. Ma'am. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the room and an urgent female voice sounded. Mrs. Riley frowned lightly. What's the matter, Mona? So fussy? How many times have I told you? No matter what happens, keep your grace and composure and don't lose your temper. I'm sorry, ma'am. I will definitely change it. But there is indeed good news. Outside the door, the maid named Mona responded apologetically. Mrs. Riley's demeanor didn't change. If there's something, just say it. Mona responded in a respectful voice. It is so, ma'am. There is a youth outside the house who says he has found the beautiful flower. But what? Mrs. Riley rose violently, with unconcealed surprise and delight written on her right face. And that purple bathrobe was also shaken off because the movement was too large. The beautiful body was undoubtedly exposed, especially the waves under the snowy neck, but also to the side of the maid to see some dizziness. She had to admit that even as a fellow woman, she had often marveled at the beauty of her ladyship. Are you sure the message is true? In the next moment, Mrs. Riley also realized her outburst and took a deep breath to calm herself. Indeed, it was sent by a young man? 1,000 times over, ma'am. And I saw the flower in his hand and... Mona's voice paused for a moment and then said, you should have seen that person before. The young man you met just now outside the Duke's mansion. Is that the guy? Mrs. Riley couldn't help but stare. It had only been less than half an hour since she had met Jiang Han, so she certainly had an impression. Just how could this flower be found in such a short period of time? Having only just given the commission? Is it really such a coincidence? Or was it that this young man had actually found this flower a long time ago and had simply come prepared? Treat him well and tell him to wait for me for a moment. Mrs. Riley gave an explanation, and left Alice to attend to her dressing. Yes. Mona respectfully retired. About half an hour later, Jiang Han finally met Mrs. Riley again in the courtyard. However, compared to before, this time the latter was obviously well-groomed and bright. Did you really find what I was looking for? Only as soon as they met, Mrs. Riley spoke eagerly. The real deal. Ma'am. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and took the beautiful flower out of the props bar. It's really... Looking at the delicate flower, Mrs. Riley was lost in thought for a moment. She had never expected that what she had been struggling with only moments before would suddenly appear in front of her. Mrs. Riley looked at Jiang Han and faintly said, so, young man, what kind of payment do you need? Money? Or rare props? Here we go. Jiang Han's heart moved. Busy half a day. Waiting for is not now this moment? Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, Madam, I'm not interested in money or props. Oh, Mrs. Riley glanced at Jiang Han with some surprise, a hint of appreciation flashing through her beautiful eyes. There were quite a few tasks that she had handed over to others to accomplish, but this was the first one that did not ask for money or rare props. And what do you need to be paid? Mrs. Riley laughed. Don't tell me you don't need anything. That would be hypocritical. Of course not, ma'am. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, what I want is simple. As long as you help me become a citizen of Windleaf City. That's it? Mrs. Riley was a little dismayed. With her lofty position as the Duke's widow, it couldn't have been easier for her to make anyone have citizenship. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. Other than that, there is nothing else. It's no problem. Mrs. Riley gave Jiang Han a look of deep meaning. But this reward is a bit too simple. I'll ask you one last time. Is it true that you don't need any other reward? You can go back and think about it again. There's no need to answer in a hurry. No need. Jiang Chen shook his head. To him, the most important thing right now was to obtain citizenship. In that case, I will fulfill your wish. Although Mrs. Riley was curious, she didn't say much seeing as Jiang Han was so insistent. However, in his heart, he was silently breeding a few good feelings towards this youth who seemed to make people comfortable. There are not many people left who are so unattached to fame and fortune. Ding! Due to your noble behavior and charisma, Mrs. Riley's favoritism towards you is +20. Hearing the sudden beep from the system, Jiang Han couldn't help but have a few question marks appear on his head. The over-the-top charm is understandable. What the hell is this noble behavior? But, When you think about it, it seems reasonable. After all, 4 players, citizenship was hard to find in $1 million, but for an NPC of Mrs. Riley's level, it really wasn't worth mentioning. At this point, Mrs. Riley asked with some curiosity, "But what, may I ask, are your plans for becoming a citizen so urgently?" Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. "I plan to purchase some real estate in Windleaf City and settle down." "So it is." Mrs. Riley nodded, a flash of admiration in her beautiful eyes. "What a solid choice, not wanting to be out in the world. What properties are you planning to acquire? Why don't you tell me about them? Maybe I can help." "That couldn't be better." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Unexpected joy. While it was nice that citizens were able to acquire real estate, there were still a lot of restrictions as well. But if even the Duchess was willing to ask for help, that was a different story. After contemplating for a while, Jiang Han said, "I'm going to purchase properties on the west side of the city. The more the better, especially the Center Commercial Street." "Center Street?" Mrs. Riley couldn't help but look odd. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Jiang Chen nodded. He knew exactly why Mrs. Riley was acting so surprised. There were a total of 4 major urban areas in Windleaf City, and the development between each of them was vastly different. And among them, the one that has developed the best is the East District, which is controlled by the current city lord himself. The northern and southern districts, which are in the hands of other dignitaries, are next in line, but are also developing quite well. As for the West End, it is poorly developed. There was little foot traffic and the stores were closed. The Center Commercial Street is even more hard hit. Open a store there, almost a sure thing. Even the black businessmen do not have a way to make money. There is no more benefit other than a quieter place to live. But the problem is that because of the small number of people living there are few guards arranged, and security is also a problem. It can be argued that the West End has almost no commercial value. Whoever buys it is out of luck and can't even sell it for a low price. But the state of doomsday is changing rapidly. In the near future, Windleaf City will be attacked by a bizarre creature, and the extent of it is unprecedented. It wasn't just a large number of players who died under the attack of a large number of strong and bizarre creatures. Windleaf City suffered heavy losses. Even the current city lord was killed in battle, and most of the buildings in the city were destroyed, but only the West City Center, because of the sparse population, did not attract too many weird creatures. The losses were instead the least, and the buildings were preserved to a great extent. And it had also become the only area in the entire Windleaf City that still had various functional buildings. Unsurprisingly, the west side has become the center of Windleaf City, and its commercial value speaks for itself. Whether it was an NPC or a player, this had become the best place to go. The difference between the before and after is more than tenfold. Don't know is just, since I know there will be such a thing. Jiang Han, head of the show, will choose other urban areas. That is not purely take the money to hit the water. It just looks like a loss right now. And when it's a little while longer, it's going to be a red herring. And I won't hide it from you. If it were any other urban area, perhaps it would be a bit difficult to purchase a large number of properties with your status as a citizen. But in this western district, it's quite simple. Mrs. Riley frowned lightly with her willow brows and said lightly, "But that's because the properties in the West End are hot potatoes, and it's normal for you to not know that when you're new to the city. Seeing as you've done me such a great favor, let me warn you, don't fall for the trap just because the price is low. Now the most worthwhile to buy is the East City's real estate. You change your mind is not too late, although I am a woman, but the words always have some weight. At least let you resettle in the East City." "No problem." Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "There's no need, ma'am. But the situation in the Western District is actually something I've known for a long time." "You knew this and still planned it that way?" Mrs. Riley was a little puzzled. "Yes." Jiang Chen laughed. "I'm doing this for other reasons, and to me, it's actually a gift." "A gift?" Mrs. Riley froze. "Yes, a gift from above." Jiang Chen nodded. Since he was able to be reborn, he naturally wanted to hold this wave in his hands. What is a loophole of this magnitude if not a gift from heaven? "Young man, do you really understand what you're doing?" Mrs. Riley bit her lips slightly and looked at Jiang Han with a complicated expression. "I'm well aware of that." Jiang Chen, though somewhat, didn't quite understand how this Mrs. Riley was pursuing so many questions, but after all, someone else's position was there, so it was not good to refute the face, and could only patiently answer. "Well, then it's your wish. When are you going to trade?" Mrs. Riley took a deep breath and did her best to calm her emotions by pressing one hand against the ripples in her chest. "I hope you're not joking about having enough money ready. The sooner the better. And it would be best if we could trade now." Jiang Chen laughed. "As for the funds, madam needn't worry. I've already prepared them." "Mona." Mrs. Riley turned back to the maid at the side and said faintly, "Do you hear me?" "Understood, ma'am." Mona respectfully said. There is more information on the West City side. It needs to be sorted out. The fastest it can take is 2 hours to make the transaction. As for citizenship, it's not that difficult. It can be done right away. With pleasure. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Worthy of being a duke's residence. Such a big matter would only take so little time. Originally, in his anticipation, he was afraid that he would not be able to come down without a few days. In 2 hours, you come over. Mrs. Riley looked at Jiang Han, her tone bland. It was just that in a pair of beautiful eyes. The emotions were getting more and more complicated. Although Jiang Han saw it, he didn't care too much about it, guessing that this duchess was treating him as a big wrong seed. Doesn't matter though. It's only bad maneuvering if everyone thinks the west side is good. With an extremely pleasant mood, Jiang Han left the Duke's mansion, and knowing that he had left, Mrs. Riley remained in the courtyard, motionless, her beautiful eyes looking in the direction he had disappeared. She pursed her red lips and said with a complex expression, Alice, do you think he is joking? Alice shook her head and said, Of course not. Your ladyship is so beautiful. It's normal for men in this world to be attracted. So, that's a coincidence? Mrs. Riley asked again. Nor will it, Alice said with certainty. First, retrieving the flowers for Madame so quickly, and now wanting to buy so much of the West Side properties at any cost. This is undoubtedly relieving Madame of her problems. And, he said it was a special gift. This man, surely, is just attracted by the lady's charm, and that's why he came to the door. Specially, for me? Mrs. Riley's mind involuntarily drifted to the slender figure, and the thought of what the beautiful flowers stood for, and what the youth had done, suddenly upset her. A thing that could be a coincidence. But when two things happen at the same time, can it still be a coincidence? Ding! Mrs. Riley is plus 20 in your favor. At the same time, Jiang Han, who was walking on the street, suddenly had a beeping sound ringing in his ears. Jiang Chen? What's going on? This shopping can also increase goodwill? Is it the charisma? Jiang Chen thought carefully about it. Although charisma value was something that would take effect on everyone, the attraction to the opposite sex was relatively stronger. After all, after completing Mrs. Riley's quest so quickly, it was reasonable to raise some goodwill. Never mind. What the hell? It's always good. Jiang Chen didn't think much of it, and took Little Gray into the wilderness area to practice. What he didn't know was that this kindness from Mrs. Riley was less innocent than it appeared. The prop beautiful flower had a different meaning to her. Plus Jiang Han was so mistakenly ready to buy the Western District under her jurisdiction. With this back and forth, Mrs. Riley misunderstood Jiang Han as being an avid suitor. 2 hours later. Ding! Congratulations! You've been promoted to level 11. Ding! Your Imperial Beast Little Gray has been raised to level 11. As the system beep sounded, a white light flashed across Little Gray's body. That's slow. As he watched Ash's attributes improve another notch, Jiang Han couldn't help but sigh. After killing the Wanderer, Jiang Han rose to level 10, with his experience bar at 60%, but it still took a full 2 hours to make up the remaining 40% of this experience. Although considering the fact that he would have to trade with Mrs. Riley later, Jiang Han didn't go deeper into the wilderness area, and only practiced at the edge of the city where there were much fewer monsters. However, Ash's opponents were at least level 15 monsters, and with Ash's attributes, against ordinary monsters, it was almost a second kill. But that still took so long. If it were any other player, even if they fought for a day and a night, they wouldn't be able to get this much experience. It's true that every level 10 is a bump in the road. Not to mention, the experience required is raised by a huge margin. According to Jiang Chen's memories, it took almost a week for an ordinary player to rise from level 1 to level 10. However, it took a full month to go from level 10 to level 20. And that's the ideal situation. If you accidentally die once in the middle of the process, it will take much longer. The top players will be a bit shorter, but the difference won't be too outrageous. After all, to be able to pass the Ascension trial, one basically possessed a certain level of combat skill and awareness. Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It was almost time for the appointment with Mrs. Riley. You then took Little Gray back into the royal beast space and entered Windleaf City. Soon, Jiang Chen arrived at the Duke's mansion. At this moment, Mrs. Riley and two maids were already waiting in the courtyard, and in Mona's hand was an extra stack of very thick papers. I'm not late, am I? Jiang Chen's heart was slightly surprised that Mrs. Riley's status was present in advance, indicating that the latter was still very attached to this deal. No, I have nothing to do. I'm just sunbathing in the courtyard. Don't worry. Mrs. Riley pursed her red lips and explained. That's good. Jiang Chen still felt that there was something wrong, but he couldn't tell, so he just didn't think about it. Aside, Mona came up and spread the deed in her hand over the top of the stone table. Your Excellency Night Cold. I've organized a map of the real estate distribution in the west of the city, so you can make your own decision on which real estate you want to acquire. With pleasure. Jiang Han smiled and saluted. Then he lowered his head to scrutinize the land deed. Center Business Street. And here, it's not bad here either. Soon. Following the memories in his mind, Jiang Han picked out the buildings that had remained intact after the invasion. Apart from a few scattered prop stores, almost the entire vacant real estate of the commercial street was encompassed. That much? And the way he swung around was such that Mrs. Riley couldn't help but look at him. The no is picking the real estate. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were picking skewers from a roadside stand. One pick was a large area. And even though the properties on the west side of the city were the cheapest in the entire Windleaf city, that didn't mean they were affordable to the unusual. This night chill is good. Not even blinking an eye. Are you really that rich? Ma'am, I don't think His Excellency, Night Cold, is joking. He seems to be coming for real. Alice's eyes were full of surprise and she covered her small mouth and whispered in Mrs. Riley's ear. Yeah? Mrs. Riley's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Jiang Han without blinking. The man in front of her was indeed a bit impenetrable to her. Mona. Mrs. Riley suddenly called out softly. Mona immediately understood and spoke. Sir Night Cold, in order to purchase property in the city, you need to formally obtain citizenship. All the other formalities have been taken care of. Now there's just one last step to go. Jiang Chen looked calm. Please speak. Mona laughed. It's quite simple. Just let me take a look at your Excellency's real face, so that it's easy to register your identity. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then removed the cover from his face. He didn't show his true face, mainly because he wasn't strong enough right now, and if he was recognized by other players, the reality might be troublesome. But for NPCs, it's not so much of a concern. Without a cover, one of Jiang Han's faces was displayed in front of several people. Doom doesn't have a face painting system. Players look like one-to-one replicas of reality. And Jiang Han's looks, not bad. On the contrary, he looks sword eyes and eyebrows, handsome, and just a little bit worse than you reader's lord. One must know that even in school, after licking Lu Ruyan so much before, Jiang Han still had quite a few suitors. After all, a boy who is very good in height and looks, and also from a good family, is simply the perfect love interest. Only someone with a not-so-normal brain circuit like Lu Ruyan would not be able to see how good Jiang Han was. Ding! Due to your charisma, Alice has a +20 favor with you. Ding! Due to your charisma, Mona's favor towards you is +20. Ding! Due to your charm, Mrs. Riley is +20% in your favor. At once, 3 system beeps came to Jiang Han's ears. Alas! I'm a damn charmer. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly, inevitably a little smug. But after all was said and done, he was actually aware that appearance was just a lead-in, and it was the other aspects that were more important. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't dealt with NPCs in his previous life, but there had never been a situation where his favorability suddenly skyrocketed. Is that okay? Seeing that Mona was a bit dumbfounded for a moment, Jiang Han couldn't help but remind him. Oh, May. Mona came back to her senses with some rare fumbling, then pulled out a silver-white voucher and handed it to Jiang Han. Jiang Han took the voucher and asked with interest. After entering the information in, I'm a citizen of Windleaf City? Yes. Mona nodded. At that moment, Mrs. Riley suddenly spoke up. Her lips flickered as she said, correction, not a citizen of Windleaf City, but a citizen of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, a first-class citizen. When these words came out, not only Jiang Han was a bit surprised, even the two of them, Mona and Alice, were stunned and looked at Mrs. Riley somewhat incredulously, because they know very well the weight of the words first-class citizen. Moreover, it wasn't just as simple as being a first-class citizen of Windleaf City. It's a citizen of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. This meant that once Jiang Han obtained this identity, his status would be recognized throughout the entire Dragon Phoenix Empire, even in the imperial capital. Afterwards, no matter which main city you want to settle down in, it is very easy, and the purchase of real estate and all this is even more out of the question. The status and position is unknown how many notches higher than it is now. This kind of privilege, even the vast majority of NPCs in Doomsday proper, were not qualified to have. Take some of the generals in Windleaf City for example. They called the shots in Windleaf City, commanded one side, and had quite a few strong men under them. However, if they went to other main cities, they were no different from ordinary people in terms of status. It was simple because he was merely recognized by Windleaf City, not the entire Dragon Phoenix Empire. Of course, most of these people were not very strong, and were popular in whichever city they defected to, but that was another story. Right now Jiang Han, a straggler, was suddenly going to be transformed into a first-class citizen of the empire. It was a surprise that really caught him off guard. And, more to the point, regardless of the empire. The only people who could grant this kind of permission were members of the royal family. Other than that, even a party lord like the Windleaf city lord, who had a heavy hand in the army, did not have this kind of right. In other words, this Mrs. Riley, she's royalty? Hardly. At this moment, Jiang Han came to a sudden realization, finally understanding why a duke's widow was able to gain a foothold in Windleaf City for so many years without anyone daring to commit a crime. Feeling like this is a real through-and-through connection, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and looked at Mrs. Riley. Dare I ask you, ma'am, is she a member of the royal family? Mrs. Riley rested her fragrant cheeks on one hand and said languidly, What? I can't have anything to do with royalty? No, just a little surprised. Jiang Han smiled. Really? Come on. It's just an identity. It's not worth the fuss. Mrs. Riley said lightly. Also, don't call me ma'am. I don't really like that. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. That should. Mrs. Riley laughed softly. Just call me Sophia. No need to be so formal when you've done me such a great favor. Jiang Chen didn't make any pretense and nodded. Then Sophia, am I to understand that we are friends? Friends? Mrs. Riley. Or rather, Sophia thought for a moment, then smiled like a flower. One could think so. Ding. You have gained Sophia's friendship. The beep sounded. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The friendship of a royal family member was not insignificant to anyone. The task of Mrs. Riley's mandate was so worthwhile. To the side, Alice and Mona quietly were pulling away. They had been following Sophia for quite some time now, and had never seen the latter smile like that at any man. Although with Sophia's heart, it was impossible to seriously stage that kind of love at first sight doggerel, but at least, she didn't hate this night chill as all. That's something. The two looked at each other and could see the surprise and envy in each other's eyes. Jiang Chen was naturally unaware of the two's thoughts, and after pondering for a moment, he asked Sophia, By the way, Sophia, there's a question I'd like to understand. Say, since you are a member of the royal family, do you know the royal chief royal beastmaster? You mean Uncle Sturt? Sophia looked at Jiang Chen with some surprise. How do you know about him? Truth be told, I wanted to inquire with him about the career quests related to the Imperial Beastmaster. Jiang Han laughed bitterly. I'm now at level 11 and haven't received a transfer quest yet, and Mentor Gutter in the city told me to go find that Lord Stout. Guttal sent you? A thick surprise rose in Sophia's beautiful eyes. She felt that the secrets of the handsome youth in front of her seemed to be growing. Even the Beast Whisperer can't satisfy you. Jiang Han touched his nose. Sort of. Sophia lightly nodded her head. Got it. I'll contact Uncle Sturt. As long as I have news, I'll contact you at the first opportunity. However, Uncle Sturt's temper is rather eccentric, so you'd better be able to give something that will make interest. Jiang Han plucked away the covering on his chest, and the emblem of valor was suddenly revealed. This should work, right? For a moment, Sophia's gaze became dull. If it's the emblem of valor, sure. Sophia took a deep breath, and for a moment, she was a little unsure of what to say. To buy up half of the west side and the emblem of valor. The surprise brought by Jiang Han's made her feel that it was a little too outrageous for her. Tomorrow, at the latest, I will give you an answer. Sophia stared at the emblem of valor and gave her promise. Thanks a lot. Jiang Chen's face was delighted. No doubt this is another big gain. The imperial capital was extremely far away from Windleaf City, not to mention that low-level players were not qualified to travel there. Relying on him to find Stout on his own, it would not be known that he would have to drag it out until the year of the monkey. But with Sophia's help, this unattainable task seemed to become just as easy. Why don't you say that a connected person is a cow? Jiang Chen seemed to have seen that a hidden profession that was so strong that it had no boundaries was beckoning to him. It's really a pillow for when you doze off. It was just one mission, and the rewards Sophia brought were beyond expectation. First-class citizenship, real estate in the West End, and an opening line for a hidden career quest. This went so smoothly that Jiang Han found it a bit unbelievable. Any other questions? Sophia spoke up. No more. Just trade the real estate in the western city as soon as possible. Jiang Chen was not greedy. He still understood the reasoning of taking what he could get. That's easy. Just hand over to Mona. Sophia smiled slightly. Mona had the good sense to walk over to Jiang Han with the land deed. The two men quickly finalized the deal after a quick check. The total is 340 residences and 184 stores, totaling a combined 120 million gold coins. 100 million? Hearing Mona's offer, Jiang Han was slightly stunned. Was it the price that wasn't right? Mona carefully glanced at Jiang Han. This is already the most fair price. No, not expensive. Not expensive at all. Before Mona could finish her sentence, she saw Jiang Han sign the land deed with a wide smile. A deal of more than 100 million gold coins was completed. And this wasn't a small amount for Jiang Han, but he wasn't distressed at all. Because the price is just too much. Cheap. You know, in the previous world, players want to buy a residence. Thatch-sized starting price is 1,000,000 gold coins. The stores are even more dramatic, and you can't get down without 8 figures. This is good. More than 300 residences, plus close to 200 stores, the value of which is incalculable. Let's just say, blood money. And the moment Jiang Han received the land deed, the players in the entire region of the Great Summer Country, without exception, all listened to 2 system broadcasts. Ding! Congratulations to Dasha player Night Cold for obtaining first-class citizenship in the Dragon Phoenix Empire. The reputation leaderboards are open. Dasha players can view them by opening the leaderboards. Ding! Congratulations to Dasha Country player Night Cold for successfully purchasing real estate. The Dasha Country regional housing system is open. All players in Dasha Country. The daily game time limit is increased by 1 hour. Ha! What the hell? First-class citizens? Real estate system? Is this B-game so real? The game length of players in the entire Great Summer Country is increased by 1 hour. So fluffy? Holy shit! What the hell is this first-class citizenship? How many classes of citizens are we then? Third class? Well, not really. I just got yelled at by an NPC the other day. He said I was worse than an animal. Pure and simple? What the hell? It's not enough to be a minion in real life. Now you're even a minion in the game? What was the dog planner thinking? Don't curse, don't curse. Where's the dog planner? The origin of this game is not clear. Undoubtedly, the 2 system announcements had once again created a huge uproar throughout the entire scope of the Great Summer Country. And compared to the shock when the ranked leaderboards opened, this time, the vast majority of players felt more outrageous. This damn, we spaced out here tired to fight with slimes to the death, but also with unscrupulous NPCs to hook up. It can be a hot mess. You become a first-class citizen and bought a house? So uppity? How is that gap between people so wide? Wipe. I really think that this night cold is open. Upgrading so fast. All level 11 not to mention. And now this whole thing. When did our Dasha produce such a talent? Who cares? It's always a good thing. Now our entire Dasha players. Every day's game length is 1 hour more. The advantage is great. If there is really a national war link, have to hammer those silly foreigners to cry and shout. Makes sense, haha. In that case, Night Cold's contribution is quite large. A number of players have also focused their discussions on the added hour of gameplay. Anyone with an intellectually sound mind can realize that this might be a huge advantage for the Great Summerland. However, there are quite a few opposing views. Which have you said so mysterious? Listen to this meaning. This game is the existence of the housing system. Only may be in accordance with the national region to divide. Now also as the night cold level is high. After going to the main city unlocked just. Other countries, sooner or later will catch up. By then there will be people unlocked. This so-called advantage is estimated to be only 2 or 3 days. After all, it's unlikely that the game is so unbalanced that only one area adds an hour to the game, right? There are experienced players who keep their sanity and analyze with composure. Indeed, that's a strong possibility. It shouldn't be that much of a stretch. And as soon as that analysis was made, a number of people chimed in to agree that it was true, from their years of experience in the game. Only, no one has an opinion on what will follow. Is it because of some accident? Or is it something to do with the timing of unlocking the property? Even Jiang Han was a bit surprised, pondering in silence. In a previous life, it was a long time ago when the first player eligible to buy a property appeared. The player, who was also not in Dasha, did not trigger the buffs added to the collective game. Right now, this is still a unique example. Forget it, all in all, this is indeed considered a good thing. All the players of the Great Summer Kingdom add an hour to their game time, and they can be a bit stronger in the back. When the time comes to fight against the Bizarre Descent, it will be more certain. Zhang Chen didn't think about it in detail either. Honestly, he's not so noble as to talk about big-time dedication to his country, especially with Lu Ruyan as a lesson from the past. He was completely wary of everyone else. However, Zhang Han was not essentially a cold-blooded and heartless person. It's not like it's going to do any harm to you anyway, so just let it go. In the meantime, Novice Village 9527. Somewhere on the fringes of the city. My goodness, how long has it been? This night cold has actually risen to level 11, and has even become a first-class citizen. This is too powerful, isn't it? This first one is indeed worthy of its name. Listening to the sound of the announcement echoing in his ears, Zhou Tao waved the wooden stick in his hand, his eyes filled with envy. It is indeed quite impressive. This time, even Lu Ruyan, who had always had her eyes high above the ground, didn't sing a counter-argument anymore, but nodded her head. This was because she and Zhou Tao had been drilling and practicing leveling since they entered the game. I would have thought that the game should be easy since it's only been a day since someone got to level 10, but once out of town, reality hit her hard in the face. The two of them, her plus Zhou Tao, couldn't even defeat the lowest level slimes, being chased and holding his head. If Zhou Tao hadn't rummaged through a lot of knowledge on the forums before entering the game, he had made enough preparations to escape with a few tricks. Then the two of them, I'm afraid, died at the hands of a level 1 slime. As for the other monsters, they were even more terrifying. Although with Zhou Tao's suggestion afterward, the two managed to join an experienced squad with Lu Ruyan's unassuming looks. Hard mix to level 2, but under this succession of setbacks, even the high-minded Lu Ruyan had to admit that the difficulty of this game was, indeed, a little too great. Big Brother, this is the real Big Brother. If we can team up with Big Brother Nightcold, our levels will definitely rise. Zhou Tao was excited. I heard that Big Brother Nightcold also went out from Novice Village 9527, so we might have a chance to run into each other. Well, indeed, if we have this kind of expert to bring, we are now estimated to be 4 or 5 levels. Whereas now, Lu Ruyan nodded with a deep thought, glancing with disdain at the bald warrior in front of her who was fighting to kill the enemy. Still have to kill them one by one. Upgrading is simply slow. Yo, you sound like that? You don't like our team anymore? Seeing Lu Ruyan with a high and mighty look, the archer girl on the side just couldn't listen anymore and sneered. Then you guys go find that Nightcold Big Brother, our little temple, and can't accommodate you, Big Buddha. Zhou Tao's face stagnated, compensated and smiled. Maisie, you misunderstood. This friend of mine is not that meaning. Sorry, ha. Cut. It's obvious that you didn't do anything. You just held your hand and ranked up, and you don't know what to do. The archer girl bristled. Do you really think you're a princess? You know in your heart if that's what you mean. Zhou Tao smiled awkwardly, but didn't dare to retort. Indeed, both he and Ruyan Lu had little understanding of the game, and joining the team was all due to the latter's colorful personality. True to form, it's pretty much a stand-up leveler. Che, just leave. Do you really think I care? On the contrary, Lu Ruyan was not happy. Her hands clasped her chest, looking disdainfully at the archer girl. I'll tell you what, it's really an honor for you to join your team. My monthly pocket money is 200,000. I really want to look for someone to practice. Do you think you can't find them? The big deal is just spending a little money. You, the archer girl whose name was Little Raindrop, turned red and almost cried out. Why are you so ungrateful? We were kind enough to take you leveling, and this is your attitude? What's my attitude? Ruyan Lu said indifferently. Still taking me to practice leveling? Stop it. This upgrading speed is slower than a snail compared to someone else's Nightcold. Then go find Nightcold and see if he takes you on. Little Raindrop's chest was undulating. Her heart was full of powerlessness. She had lived such a big life, and it was the first time that she had met this kind of extreme product. He's great at Nightcold. Does it have anything to do with you? Shrimp head female. Oh, that's for sure. Ruyan Lu smiled faintly. After all, I'm not your kind of person. As long as Nightcold sees me, he will definitely be willing to take me to upgrade. What? You jealous? But come to think of it, who of those boys on your team even bothered with you once I arrived? You. Drizzle's hand on the bow was clenched in deathly anger. In his heart, he was a bit of a hater. Although he didn't want to admit it, the girl in front of him, who had no manners at all, was indeed innocent and cute-looking in appearance. Otherwise his own bastard old brother wouldn't have been charmed to death. When the other guy said hello, he almost lost even his soul. Not to mention practicing, even if you let the lead digging a latrine. I guess that will be the shit. Let's just say that in today's society, the last thing that's in short supply is lickspittles. No more words. It's so low. You. Little Raindrop, a little girl. How had she ever seen such a mean person? And she was directly exasperated and cried. What's wrong? Xiao Yu, why are you still crying? At this time, a few warriors who were fighting monsters in the front also noticed that something was wrong. The leader, a cat-faced man named Big Rain, quickly rushed over after finishing the slime in front of him. Brother, she bullied me. The little raindrops were instantly in charge, and flung themselves into the arms of the big raindrops and cried their eyes out. What? Don't cry. Big Raindrop looked at Lu Ruyan with a dumbfounded face. This girl looked so pure and didn't look like she would bully people? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? We were kind enough to take her practicing and she said. Drizzle huffed and puffed out the story. After hearing what happened, Big Raindrop's face grew darker and darker as he looked coldly at Lu Ruyan and said, How do you explain? Explain? Ruyan Lu snorted, not feeling guilty at all. What kind of person are you? Do I need to explain myself to you? It's just the truth. Now I'll give you two choices. One is to have your sister apologize to me, and this will be over. 2, kick her out and I'll pretend nothing happened and grudgingly give you a chance to keep taking me to practice. Give me a chance? Looking at Lu Ruyan in front of her with a condescending look of almsgiving, Big Raindrop opened his mouth and didn't say anything for half a day. 2 words in mind. Clueless. Pretty clueless. He and Drizzle looked at each other. Clueless fruit under the clueless tree. Clueless fruit under you and me. What kind of psychiatric hospital did this ninja run out of to be the best? How can you take shamelessness to such a level? You're not even close to practicing with me? Who are you sending the bus to? Well, thinking it over, Ruyan Lu was very subdued, looking like she was winning, not feeling the slightest bit wrong. After all, when she faced Jiang Han before, this set of hers, it always worked. Considering it very clearly, whichever mental hospital you girl came out of, hurry back to whichever one you came out of. Don't go crazy on me. For your kind, I don't even bother prescribing medicine. The big raindrops directly threw out an international friendly gesture. Spitting fragrance, I go you a yen percent, you percent and a big, and percent. Hanging your old mother a, percent yen. After all, he was a man who had fought in all the major online games, and Big Rain hadn't participated in many curses. A small set of combos with a very high amount of moments, not half as repetitive. He admitted that the reason why he agreed to bring along such 2 dragons for leveling was indeed because of Ruyan Lu's good looks. Even Big Raindrop had happily fantasized about taking up deep game with this pretty girl while killing monsters, and ending the maternal singleness afterward. But, that doesn't mean that he doesn't have a bottom line. Being scolded by his teammates for licking the dog, that nothing Dick is called, and even Lu Ruyan treats him with love and care. It's nothing. After all, it's normal for such a pretty girl to have a bit of a temper, but insulting his loved ones, that won't do. Ruyan Lu froze, not expecting that the Big Raindrop, who had been obedient to her before, would actually swear at her. She was so angry that her body was trembling, and she gritted her teeth. Fine, don't regret it if you make this decision. Could you a big and percent and percent and percent? I a foot to you stuff you a percent in. Regret you percent dollar. Big Raindrops are still cursing. Hands are compared to the international gestures. Legs also one and one together played up the pendulum. Taunt power pulls straight to full strength. Big Raindrops, I'm gonna make you pay. Lu Ruyan really couldn't listen to it anymore, and with a hateful look at the Big Raindrops, she directly chose to withdraw from the team and turned around to leave. Zhou Tao, let's go. Zhou Tao stood in place, his entire body dumbfounded. This set of operations by Ruyan Lu was not something that even he had anticipated. I'm Nima. It's so hard to hold on to a big leg, and you're just going to throw it away? However, after looking at the eyes of Big and Little Raindrops that could almost kill, Zhou Tao clenched his teeth and still chose to follow behind Lu Ruyan, because he knew very well that the other party's willingness to take them leveling wasn't about how good of a character Zhou Tao was. Rather, it is all because of Lu Ruyan's good looks, and now that even the rightful owner has left, he still stays, fearing that the genealogy will not be protected. My auntie what's the matter with you? Zhou Tao chased after Lu Ruyan and looked worried. This is good. With the 2 of us, how can we still practice leveling? If you don't practice, you don't practice. It's just a crappy game. You think I care? Lu Ruyan aggravatedly said. Besides, he scolded me like that, and you're still helping him out? Are you my good friend or not? Okay, my fault, but think about it differently. It's normal for Big Rain to be angry when you talk about someone's sister like that, Zhou Tao said with a face of egg pain. So I've already given him a chance as long as he lets Little Raindrop apologize, I'll forgive him. Who knows, he's still getting so carried away. Lu Ruyan was aggrieved. How dare he be like this? Zhou Tao was speechless. So you think this is giving Big Rain some steps down, isn't it? Ruyan Lu said as a matter of course. Zhou Tao hesitated and said, that's not really true. That's how Jiang Han coaxed me before he could. Lu Ruyan clenched her teeth and said in aggravation, as long as I'm angry and give him a step down, he'll happily go down. If he was the one who just took me to leveling, he definitely wouldn't even blink an eye when I said who I kicked out of the team. Zhou Tao thought about it and was somewhat speechless. It seems to be true, haha. Grandma, let you contact Jiang Han to take you to practice leveling. You don't give a damn and say you are a bull. Now that you've been humiliated and disliked by others, this is the time for you to remember how good they are, bitchy or not. But that was something he naturally couldn't say. After all, over the past 2 years, he relied on good behavior and misery from Lu Ruyan also gleaned a lot of benefits. What to do or carry clear, Zhou Tao said. That's why Jiang Han is really good to you. And since he didn't contact you this time, I guess he should have encountered something. Either that or you said something that irritated him. I think you're being generous, so let's not get into it with him. Ruyan Lu snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Zhou Tao hesitated for a moment and continued. And to put it mildly, this game, Doomsday, is definitely a heavenly opportunity, but it's not like you're not aware of how difficult it is. Both of us haven't played any games before, and I'm even weaker. It's hard to upgrade just by us, and we might even die at the hands of wild monsters. Ruyan Lu had a disdainful look on her face. What's so difficult about that? Can't we just find other people to team up? It's okay, you're so good looking. There must be a lot of people willing to take you, but it's hard to say what kind of people those are, Zhou Tao advised. Just like that team just now. Don't look so hard-working. So half a day to rise a level. How tired. But it's different if you let Zhang Han come and bring the two of us. I've heard from Fatty in my class that Zhang Han has always loved playing games and is at a very good level. And what's more, he's still giving up on you. Even if the level isn't good, as long as you're willing to ask, he'll definitely spend money on a professional team to bring us upgrades. Do you think so? Ruyan Lu shook her head. You make it sound like I'm dealing with him because of the money, isn't it? Zhou Tao mentally muttered a sentence. Which time you contacted Zhang Han is not related to money? Either he wants a gift now, or he's out treating his little sister to dinner and letting him pay for it. However, Zhou Tao still smiled and said, if other people don't understand you, don't I understand you? You're all for taking care of Zhang Han's emotions, that's for sure. Ruyan Lu smiled back. Sure enough, it's still you who can understand my mind. If Zhang Han could be half as understanding as you, how wonderful it would be. Oh, to each his own. I won't say anything about that. Zhou Tao smiled smugly. But in all fairness, although Zhang Han is useless, he is indeed still good to you. He hasn't contacted you for so long. He doesn't know how hard it is now. Don't look a monk in the eye. You're so kind. You can still sympathize with his emotions, right? Ruyan Lu was a bit impressed and hesitant. Then according to you, should I take the initiative to contact him? That's for sure. Seeing that his purpose was achieved, Zhou Tao smiled broadly. If you don't reach out to that big ingrate, how are you going to get the money to start that game? How am I going to get the benefit of the doubt? It's not in vain that I have pulled half a day here, and my hard work has not been paid in vain. Then, well, Ruyan Lu thought for a moment. In fact, after so many days of Cold War with Zhang Han, she was having a tough time herself. Previously, every day when I opened my eyes, it was Zhang Han's hush-hush. No matter what I wanted to eat, what to do not have to say, Zhang Han can be half a proper. But in the last few days, that treatment has completely disappeared. And when you go out to eat and spend money, you have to think about this and that. It's not like the old days, when you had someone to cover how expensive it was. Those are the kind of days that are called life. Only out of her own pride and self-respect, coupled with the thought that Zhang Han would naturally come around in a couple of days, it was naturally impossible for Lu Ruyan to put herself down. But today, after being scolded by Big Raindrop for such a while, Lu Ruyan suddenly realized that in fact, Zhang Han wasn't as worthless as he thought. This, coupled with Zhou Tao's such bitter advice, also gave her a step up. That's right, Zhou Tao finally exhaled. In his opinion, as long as Ruyan Lu was willing to take the initiative to contact Zhang Han, then no matter what happened, even if the sky fell meteorites, Zhang Han would come without stopping. After all, it's all been done before, hasn't it? I'll go offline then and get in touch later, Ruyan Lu said, and then turned around and headed for safety. Ready to go offline. Zhou Tao didn't say anything, but instead was vaguely energized. Soon, Ruyan Lu exited the game. She sat on the edge of the bed and pulled out the new cell phone that Zhang Han had given her only a short while ago. Actually, Zhang Han did treat me quite well, although the way he uses money to hit people is vulgar. Zhou Tao has a point. After all, he only has money and no other skills. I should indeed give him a chance. Looking at the hands of the latest model, worth tens of thousands of fruit cell phone, Lu Ruyan was slightly in a trance. Fingers then tapped rapidly on the screen. Zhang Han, I'm playing a game called Doomsday. Hurry up and buy the equipment and take me and Zhou Tao to practice leveling. As long as you can bring me up the leveling charts this time, I'll consider thinking about being your girlfriend. How about it? Isn't it touching? He. Soon a message was edited out of the dialog box. Ruyan Lu even thought it was sweet to type a cute emoji and send it with confidence. In her opinion, after she had made it this far, Zhang Han would surely be touched to the core. Right? Lu Ruyan calmly pressed the screen off button and put down her cell phone. She didn't even need to look at the screen. She knew that someone would inevitably cry in pain after seeing this message, and then run to her in ecstasy. But, after several minutes of waiting, the phone froze and didn't budge. Well, it seems that Zhang Han really encountered something this time. Is it sick? Or something else? Ruyan Lu's willow brows knitted lightly in thought. After all, it wasn't like Zhang Han's style to not even return such an important message. However, Ruyan Lu didn't have the slightest worry. Instead, her heart grew a feeling of, it's really like this. Just say, how Zhang Han, that annoying spirit, can hold back for so long not to take the initiative to contact their own. It turned out to be really encountered things. In that case, you're forgiven. After all, you didn't mean it. Ruyan Lu smiled smugly. It seemed that her charm was still intact. She picked up her cell phone, intending to make an exception, and asked Jiang Han how he was doing again, as a small reward for him. However, the moment Lu Ruyan opened the screen, her entire body froze. The original confident look turned into dismay, incredulity, and then fury, because after that message she sent out, it brought a big red exclamation mark. Jiang Han, this dead-licking dog, even deleted her contact information. Deleted. How dare he? How dare he? A few moments later, a sharp popping sound, out of place in its hushed surroundings, emanated from one of the rooms in this expensively rented, high-end neighborhood. Jiang Han, starting today, I'm done with you. If you really have a backbone, don't come begging me like a dog in the future. I will never forgive you even if you kneel down. Never. After a full 10 minutes or so, Ruyan Lu's chest rose and fell, her emotions still fluctuating violently. She hadn't planned for this, but she hadn't expected this. She didn't understand which of Jiang Han's tendons had gone awry to do something so treasonous. Has he forgotten who was poking around in all directions and how many people he invited to dinner before he reluctantly gave his contact information? Has he forgotten who was as happy as a baby when he got the contact? Has he forgotten who promised that he would always reply to messages no later than 3 minutes? How dare you? How dare you? The knuckles of Ruyan Lu's grip on the cell phone were white from overexertion, and her body was shivering. Obviously, a month ago, Jiang Han was still obedient to himself and couldn't even be driven away. One turn and suddenly you're hardened? So much better. Very good. Lu Ruyan lost her voice and laughed coldly. You really think you're capable, don't you? Don't you just have a few dollars? Do you really think I care about those small favors of yours? I thought I was doing you a favor by being so condescending and accepting your gifts and money because I couldn't bear to see you lose face in front of the others. Now it seems that some people don't appreciate it, and take advantage of my kindness, don't they? Very well. Daring to challenge my Ruyan Lu's bottom line like this. Let's see. Then, who can't stay away from who? For once, I really hope you've made up your mind to stop circling me, or I'm still sick of it all. Lu Ruyan threw the phone towards the bed. Jiang Han, I hope you'll be tough to the end, but don't come halfway to apologize. Tick-tock. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Incoming message, and judging by the frequency, there was more than one. And the person who sent the message seemed a bit pushy. Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows and her anger instantly turned into playfulness and teasing. Yo, it's only been 2 or 3 minutes and you can't help but come to apologize. Ha ha. I told you, how could such a weakling dare to do such a thing? Regret it now? I'm telling you, I won't forgive you until you've been on your knees at my door for 3 days and nights this time. Lu Ruyan picked up her phone with a proud look, ready to see how Jiang Han actually apologized. Ha ha ha. Ruyan, look, I just saw such a picture. It killed me with laughter. Do you look like how Jiang Han carefully runs to you to apologize every time after you get angry? This time you took the initiative to contact him. He'll be happy too. So you'll send him the picture then and see how he reacts. It must be hilarious. Laughing doesn't live 2333. Clown.gif. Indeed, the message came, but it wasn't sent by Jiang Han, but by Zhou Tao. It's full of funk, especially the last one, which comes with a moving picture of a clown pinching his nose twice and then rolling his eyes. Just very dull. Ruyan Lu. After reading the message, the smile at the corner of Lu Ruyan's mouth came to an abrupt end, frozen on her face for a long time. Zhou Tao's intention was to make fun of Jiang Han, and this wasn't really the first time this had happened. In the past, as long as Jiang Han were to provoke Lu Ruyan, or she herself was inexplicably angry, even if Jiang Han was not at fault, she would be the first to apologize. Every now and then, Zhou Tao would secretly make fun of this. There's nothing wrong with posting this now, but, this time Lu Ruyan not only did not receive an apology, but was even directly blacked out of her contact information. This picture is a little more ironic. Lu Ruyan's face was grim as she watched the clown pinch her nose on the screen, a wave of anger rising. For some reason, she always felt that the clown pinching her nose in the screen was purposely sent by Zhou Tao to taunt her. Smokey? What's wrong? You didn't reply to the message for so long. Is there a problem at Jiang Han's place? The fact that there was no reply to the message for so long also made Zhou Tao realize that something was wrong, and he hurriedly pursued the question. Ruyan Lu took a deep breath to calm her emotions. How is that possible? I just sent a message and he replied cheerfully. He's going to take us both to upgrade. Already preparing. Are you kidding me? How could she possibly admit that she'd been blackballed a long time ago? It would be too humiliating. I told you. Ha ha ha. It's worthy of you. So charming. No wonder Jiang Han can't resist. Ruyan is the best in the world. Zhou Tao immediately played the role of a great comic, a fierce praise. Seeing these messages, Lu Ruyan's mood improved quite a bit, followed by another message sent out. But, I didn't say yes. Zhou Tao, huh? This was followed by a black question mark face expression. Lu Ruyan was indignant. Don't I thought about it. I still can't stand the way Jiang Han is circling around me. Rotten stuff. No talent. The question is, how should the two of us upgrade? Zhou Tao's entire body was confused. This was different from what was imagined. Director, did you get the wrong script? Lu Ruyan immediately replied, this isn't simple. The number one Night Cold on the leaderboard. Isn't he also the big brother of our 9527 novice village? That kind of talent is promising. I'm optimistic about him. Just let him take us leveling when the time comes. And does he know you? Unrecognizable. So do you know him? Why are you asking so many questions? Do you not trust me? Don't get me wrong. Nothing else. I'm simply asking. Since you all don't know each other, how does Night Cold Big Brother take us both to upgrade? With my face, with my name Lu Ruyan, with my charm. Isn't that enough? A cramped little rented room. Zhou Tao gripped his cell phone, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably twice. Urchin Row. She really thinks she's a fairy, doesn't she? Zhou Tao took a deep breath and issued his question. Enough, of course, but after all, we haven't left the novice village yet, so we can't see Night Cold Big Brother. It doesn't matter. It's fine to find someone else to take me. I don't like people to take me leveling anyway. If you don't like it, just find someone else. I don't care. Lu Ruyan was asked so much by Zhou Tao. She was conscious of losing face and was a bit annoyed. No, 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 no. Also with your charisma, Jiang Han doesn't have a chance to take us upgrading. That's his loss. Night Cold is Night Cold. Ruyan, I'll hang out with you. I'll be your most solid partner. Zhou Tao is also very clear about how many kilograms he has. Although there is no way to fool Jiang Han, that wrongdoer. But with Lu Ruyan's face, it's good to at least mix up some ranks, isn't it? So he hurriedly apologized, and even slapped some ass and denigrated Jiang Han in the process. Obviously Lu Ruyan ate this set, with the meaning that it is not me who is wrong, but the whole world, and was touted by Zhou Tao to be a little fluttery, and even believed in himself. Swear to send a message. Don't worry about it. Compared to the number one in the charts, Jiang Han's kind of person is nothing. When the time comes he will only have regrets. Not to mention, I'm going to take a bath. After sending the message out, Ruyan Lu didn't look at the message again. Instead, he gritted his teeth and opened the Doomsday forums, and began searching for all news about Night Cold. She wasn't just blowing smoke when she said she wanted Night Cold to take her to upgrade. Rather, I really think it could be too easy to operate with her looks and talents. Didn't you Jiang Han blackball me? Isn't it tough? Trying to force my hand with this kind of trickery? I'm telling you, no way. When I contact Big Brother Night Cold and have him take me to upgrade and break into my own world, I'll make you regret this decision today for the rest of your life. Jiang Han, you're nothing more than having a little bit of stinking money, but you're so narrow-eyed that you can't even realize that you're nothing in front of a big shot like this. I'm telling you, without having to worry about tired emotions like yours, I'm only going to live 100 times better, 1,000 times. Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered. He had already made up his mind to bring himself to break into the rankings after contacting Night Cold. Then, it was bound to let Jiang Han know, for the little capital he was so proud of, how humble he really was in front of the real big boys. The other side, Jiang Han naturally does not know. He simply buys some real estate, opened the leaderboard, but inexplicably was Lu Ruyan to miss. Let's just say that this woman is not quite right in the head. After confirming the land deed once more, Jiang Han left the ducal palace. Instead, there was no rush to head west of the city. The stores have arrived, but they're all empty now. And other than the extra 4 hours of game time that the residences provide, it's not so different from a wasteland. After all, it was the other few urban areas that were prosperous, and in general, there were almost no NPCs willing to move in. Of course, if it costs a high price, that's another story. But there's no need. The coldness is only temporary. When the weird invasion was over, the Western District would prosper as a matter of course, and at that time, the initiative would be in the hands of Jiang Han, who was sitting on a large portion of the commercial district. There's no hurry. Soon, Jiang Han arrived at the eastern region of the city. As the busiest urban area in the entire Windleaf city, Jiang Han clearly felt the difference as soon as he stepped into the eastern part of the city. Although there were no other players at this time, there were quite a few NPCs roaming everywhere on the streets. Major enhancement merchants, weapon merchants, various professions were everywhere, and there was no shortage of 50 or 60 level guards patrolling. It's busy but well organized. Zhang Han was too crowded, so he randomly found a relatively cold appraisal store. Something? The owner of the appraisal store looked up at Zhang Han with a nonchalant attitude. In his opinion, what kind of big business could a little guy who was only level 11 bring in? But a fly in the ointment is still meat, and it's better to make less than no coins at all. The boss rose lazily and yawned. Build or appraise? Appraisal, Zhang Chen said. The boss hesitated for a moment, but still reminded. If our store appraises equipment, they all start at the silver rank. For bronze equipment, it's better to go outside the city. What about dark gold? Can it be appraised? Zhang Han surveyed the surroundings. The store was a bit shabbier than he had imagined. There wasn't even an apprentice, which made him a bit skeptical of the owner's level. Like players, NPC skill levels are a mixed bag. Dark gold level equipment was considered extremely rare, and if it was half-assed, the appraisal success rate would definitely not be high. Dark gold level? The boss froze. What are you asking for? What? Can you still? Me super? Before he could finish his words, his face froze and his eyes glazed over. Because with a flip of Zhang Chen's hand, it was a delicate pendant that appeared in his hand. Dark Knight pendant, jewelry, grade, dark gold, effect, not yet identified. I'm Nima. It's true. The appraisal boss's eyes were glowing, just like a man who had been single for hundreds of years seeing a beautiful woman who had stripped off her clothes. That's called gluttony. This gentleman, don't worry, if it's dark gold level, the small store is equally capable of appraising it, and for the sake of the dark gold equipment, the owner of this store will personally take care of it. Guaranteed. The appraisal boss immediately beat his chest and swore his assurances. What's the success rate? Zhang Chen asked casually. More than 80%. I'm the gold level appraiser, with excellent skills, bar none. 80%. Not bad. Zhang Chen nodded. This level could only be considered mid-range among NPCs. A truly top-notch NPC could guarantee a 100% success rate even when appraising epic level equipment. However, those kinds of characters are usually not in appraisal stores and are mostly hidden masters. Zhang Chen did know the location of a few appraisal masters, but they were all a bit too far away from Windleaf City, so there was no need to spend that time. Anyway, the dark gold level equipment will not lose its attributes even if the appraisal fails. At most, it will just cost a little more money and appraise a few more times. As it happened, the last thing Zhang Han lacked was money. Happy to pay for time. The appraisal fee is 100 gold coins. In addition, if the appraisal fails accidentally, there is no refund. You see. The appraisal boss rubbed his hands together and looked nervous. It's one thing to be able to come up with rare equipment, but it's another thing to be able to afford the appraisal fee or not. 100 gold coins, for someone who was only level 11, was indeed no small burden. No problem, just identify it though. I still have a few pieces of dark gold equipment here, so let's appraise them all together as well. Zhang Chen smoothly pulled out a few more pieces of dark gold equipment he had obtained from the Abyssal trials and laid them out in front of him together. I'm super. So much dark gold equipment? A total of 7 pieces of dark gold equipment. The light illuminated the entire appraisal store as glittering. Almost did not blind the boss's titanium alloy dog eyes. After living for so long, he had never seen such a battle. Who is a good person is 7 pieces of dark gold clothing with the fucking throw cabbage like. Is this a ransacking of the dragon's lair? The appraisal boss's brain buzzed with the absurdity of the world. When did level 11s become so raw? Boss, are you going to test it? I'm leaving if you don't. Zhang Chen frowned. Testimonials. I'll do it. As soon as he heard that the god of wealth was leaving, the boss immediately became anxious. Master, don't be in a hurry. I'm sure to identify He reached out with both hands, and the appraisal spell went straight up. Ding! The white light flashed, and the luck was moderate, and the appraisal was directly successful. Dark Knight Pendant, LV10. Grade, Dark Gold. Spirit plus 40. Strength plus 40. Dark attribute damage reduced by 20%. Not bad. Zhang Chen directly put the darkness pendant on. A level 10 pendant. The increase in basic attributes alone was almost comparable to a level 20 gold equipment. Enough to use for a while. Such extreme equipment. The rating is just good? The corner of the appraisal store owner's mouth twitched slightly. Are all the young people nowadays so rebellious? Thinking about it, when he traveled all over the world, he was all in a bronze outfit used to the next stage. Silver equipment is a rare thing. It's really a foreign monk who can read the scriptures However, muttering aside, the appraisal store owner's hand movements didn't stop. White light flashed one after another. 7 pieces of dark gold equipment, and just one failure. Unfortunately, none of the other equipment was too suitable for Zhang Han. and he didn't wear it. Jiang Chen looked at his basic attributes. Player, Night Cold. Occupation, God of Fortune, Unique. Beast Master. Rank 11, 1.2%. Life, 990. Magic, 2640. Hunger, 100. Base attributes, Strength, 142. Constitution, 99. Spirit, 264. Agility, 110. Special attributes, Luck, 65. Charisma, 68. Just one word. Hang. A spirit value of 264 meant that he could easily deal 300 plus damage if he got a random spell skill scroll, even if it was just the most basic water ball spell. As for the general public, the level 11 attacking class professions add points according to the cardinal ratio of 2 strength, 2 body and 1 minute. With moderate gear, the blood count is just over 600. 2 water balloon spells and you have to cry home to mommy. And what was even more terrifying was that Zhang Han's little bit of attributes, compared to Little Grey, it was simply cannon fodder, because after leveling up to 11, the little guy's 4-dimensional attributes have directly broken through the 4-digit. A mouthful of dragon's breath goes down, no matter what kind of bulls, ghosts, gods and snakes you have. 5,000 points of real damage. The blood cow profession will have to fall back on a few tubes of blood. After delivering 800 gold coins, Zhang Han collected the rest of the dark gold equipment and walked out of the appraisal store in the envious eyes of the boss. The rest of the day was spent practicing and waiting to hear from Sophia. Grey Mist Valley. The thick fog covered hundreds of miles in a circle, and as far as the eye could see, the visibility was only within a few meters. From time to time, the sound of beasts roaring was heard. Of course, there aren't really many people here is all. As the place outside Windleaf City where the most monsters gathered, Grey Mist Valley was recognized as the most efficient place to practice leveling. However, it's just as dangerous. Those who dared to practice here in their previous lives were the most elite teams. Generally speaking, a small team of 5 practicing head-on with dozens of people in the back for resupply and containment would be relatively safe. But even that's no guarantee that it's foolproof. And top players who have flopped here abound. And now, Zhang Han stood alone. After all, with Ash's attributes, there was no pressure even against level 30 monsters. But in terms of brushing experience alone, there was no difference between killing monsters across level 10 and killing monsters across level 20. The Grey Mist Valley, with its preponderance of level 20 monsters, just happened to be the most suitable location for leveling at this stage. Roar! Roar! Sure enough, just as he stepped into the Grey Mist Valley with his front foot, there were a few pitch-black hyenas staring at Zhang Han. Grey Hyena, level 21. Attributes, level difference too large to view. Description, hyenas contaminated by grey mist, already brutal by nature, have become even more murderous, attacking all foreign creatures in their sights, with a penchant for anal evisceration. One tip, protect your asshole. Shit, it's this disgusting thing. Jiang Chen looked disgusted. To say that the reason why the Grey Mist Valley made countless players tremble with fear, this grey hyena was precisely one of the major reasons, because when facing other monsters, if they were accidentally killed, then at best, they would just open the table. And although the losses were also heavy, at least there was no pain. If the grey hyenas are on to you, oh, that's less than a taste of what it's like to have your asshole stirred up. Many players who had experienced this feeling in their previous lives were all in agony, and in their words, it felt like having a small blender shoved in their asshole. That's sour. It is said that after midnight, there are often a few live and dead people hanging around the place. Ash. As a new era of 5 poisonous youth, Zhang Han asked himself that his roots were red. And he did not have a masochistic hobby, and commanded Ash to open and kill. Ow. Ash threw back his head and growled, quickly killing the hyenas. 998, 5000, 997. You have successfully killed the grey hyena. Experience plus 240. You have successfully killed the grey hyena. Experience plus 235. A series of terrifying numbers floated up one after another. The level 20 plus grey hyena, even though it was itself a monster that belonged to the category of extremely high attack power, had an extremely thick blood count that broke through the 4-digit mark. But in front of Ash's horrible values, it wouldn't be enough. 1 claw down to the bottom of the blood, 2 claws down directly to the west. Those who were lucky enough to eat a shot of dragon's breath, even more so, did not even squeak, and were directly reduced to ashes. And Zhang Han's experience bar, too, began to rise. What a relief. What Zhang Han needed to do was to find a safe position to watch the battle, and from time to time to watch out for any other dangers is all. This was a little too easy for the experienced gamer. Now that's what I call a man's life. Jiang Chen was overwhelmed with emotion. When I think of the bitter beatings I received as a broken knight in my previous life, the contrast comes as an overwhelming one. Time passes slowly. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has been successfully raised to LV12. Ding! Your Imperial Beast Ash leveled up to LV12. Compared to killing those 11 level 2 low-level monsters outside the city before, the efficiency of brushing the monsters this time was undoubtedly much faster. 8 o'clock at night. Zhang Han managed to raise to level 12. Yes, with this kind of efficiency, a day's worth of leveling up is at least 2 levels if the firepower is on. And that's just a case of being unlucky today and not running into any bosses. If we add in the efficiency of brushing bosses, then the experience gain can be taken up another notch. Getting to level 20 is just a matter of days. Jiang Chen glanced at the corpses and props all over the ground, not even bothering to pick them up. Although with his lucky value, there were quite a few equipment that popped out, and there was even a lack of silver level props among them. But with his current attributes, these things were no different from broken brass, exhausting not to mention taking up his backpack. However, after a few hours of brushing the monsters, a skill scroll was still popped out. Primary scroll, Fireball. Description: after you crush it, you'll learn the ropes of fireball magic. Sloppy. Honestly, nothing really works. However, there was no limit to these types of basic skills. As long as there were enough scrolls, you could learn as much as you wanted. It's just that Doom's skill mechanics aren't quite the same as other games, and there's a lot of attention to detail, especially with this kind of skill that is not a lock-on class. It is easy to be dodged by monsters when you are not skilled enough. This is why in the early stages, some monsters don't really have too high attributes, yet they still manage to hammer after the player. The blue bar itself is low. Empty a skill, this is still playing a hammer. Same goes for archery and melee classes. Monsters can even dodge flat A's. So it's one thing to have skills you can learn, but it's another thing to be able to use them afterward. You can't shoot too much. Not enough for a fireball spell. It doesn't matter. At least after learning it you can pretend not to. It wasn't necessary for Zhang Han to fight the monsters himself anyway. Bang! With a one-handed grip, the skill scroll shattered in response, and at the same time, an additional, fireball technique, appeared in his skill bar. Fireball, proficiency 0. Congeal a fireball with magic power, inflicting 150% of spirit value magic damage to the target. Chanting time, 1 second. Consumption, 50 magic power. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Zhang Han took a look at a gray hyena in the distance, and after a second of chanting, a fireball spell lightly landed on the gray hyena's head. 321. Apparently, with the level suppression, the damage was cut down a notch and the damage inflicted wasn't as high as expected. That's a lot more pungent compared to Ash's output. Forget it, it's idle anyway. Brush up on your proficiency. Jiang Chen didn't care, and was bored as he threw away skills on the sidelines. Nightfall, 23 p.m. sharp. Jiang Chen entered the game at 10 a.m. Even with his current 13 hours of gameplay per day, he was at his limit. Too bad it hasn't gotten to level 13 yet. Jiang Chen looked at the experience bar that had just passed the halfway mark and exited the game somewhat unfulfilled. But it's just as well. Eat something and continue later. Jiang Chen also had no intention of sleeping, which in itself was a kind of rest while playing Doomsday. It's also been studied that performing a 2-hour game is actually about the same as sleeping for an hour. So most of the players spend their nights in Doom, get some sleep during the day, and go about their other business. Zhang Han's 13 hours of gameplay was almost equal to 6.5 hours of sleep. In fact, 24 hours in a row would do. The more you play, the more spirited you get. The press is now half asleep. And more importantly, when it's past 12 o'clock, it'll be the third day of Doomsday's opening, which means public test. At that time, Armageddon will descend on countries in the form of national editions, one after another. In the early hours of the morning, the first to bear the brunt was none other than Dasha. Within the Great Summer Kingdom, all those who have reached the age of 16 will be forcibly swept into this extremely dangerous game. The world, which is about to change dramatically. An hour that passed quickly. Jiang Chen directly threw the gaming device into the trash can and lay on the bed, silently waiting for the second hand to turn to the highest number. Ding! Welcome, brave one of the other world. In the next moment, the world turned upside down. The originally dim sight became bright as Jiang Chen once again appeared in the Grey Mist Valley. For those who have participated in the beta, there is no difference, other than the fact that you don't need to connect to the game via a gaming device in the future. The area in which it was originally located is the area in which it will appear. As for players who had never entered the game before, they were sent to different newbie villages. Where is this? This? Am I dreaming? Game? Wasn't I fucking jerking off my skewers? Where's my skewer? Crap labor, this is not crossing over. Ha ha ha, sure enough, Master is the chosen son. Thick crab. And except for the small number of players who were still fighting in the game, 99% of the people were in a daze, suddenly being in an unfamiliar environment and surrounded by familiar faces. It would be impossible for any normal person to remain calm in such a situation. Especially, in this day and age of increasing nightlife. Many people are simply not asleep at this hour. Movie watchers, jerk-offs, bar hoppers, and those who are working to reproduce. All shapes and sizes, all kinds. It's also fortunate that after the official arrival of Armageddon, the player's body in reality, unaffected by the outside world, has no way to be touchable. And during this period of time, everything within the entire Great Summer Country was frozen as if time had stopped. It won't return to normal until the next day. Otherwise it's just this moment of entering the game alone. Many of the young couples who are playing kinky games are about to just cover their cloths and eat their seats. After all, no one can hold their breath for 8 hours, can they? Not to mention the various people who still drive various modes of transportation. Novice Village 9527. Ruyan Lu stood in the city, her entire body confused. I wasn't playing the game either, so how did I get into Doomsday? When did the newbie village get so many players? And these people, it seems like how they look so familiar. They all seem to be from the same neighborhood? Ruyan, Kisame, are you there? At that moment, Zhou Tao suddenly sent a message. I just met Wang Wan and his friends in the newbie village. It's so weird. I just had a snack outside with Wang Wan and a few others, and suddenly I'm in the game. And the best part is, I just met Wang Wan and a few others in the newbie village. What? Ruyan Lu stared in disbelief. Even eating barbecue is pulled into the game. Is this surely not a dream? Holy shit. I don't know what's going on, but I have a hunch that it's just like I guessed before. This game, Doomsday, is indeed an opportunity to change the world. It's just great. Now it's good. Everyone is swept up in the game, and we're internal players. The advantage is huge. This is the capital to rise. And I realized that the game doesn't even have the ability to go offline anymore. It's like locking the whole lot of them in. What's up? You listened to me and entered the game, didn't you? You still don't want to come. Now it seems that my eyesight is simply. What is the meaning of pattern? This is the pattern. Those douchebags in our class. Who can compare with me? Zhou Tao was still chattering away, revealing excitement and smugness between the lines. Ruyan Lu had been too shocked to speak. Although Zhou Tao had talked to her about the hospital before, she had never put it on her mind. It never occurred to me, either, that a game could actually affect reality. And there's not even an offline feature? Doesn't that mean that one's strength in the game later on is almost equal to one's status? Geez. At the thought of this possibility, Ruyan Lu's heart pounded. She opened the leveling chart and stared dead at the only name on it, with longing and yearning written all over the inside of her eyes. Night Chill. If only we could find Night Chill. Just take me practicing, and I'll definitely be able to change this terrible life of mine and step on everyone else so hard. It was as if the gears of fate had begun to turn. Even Zhou Tao sensed the unusual nature of Doomsday, and there are plenty of people who have more access to information than he does. Although the development was unexpected by everyone, there is no shortage of smart people in this world after all. Half an hour later, led by these elites, information was widely gathered to roughly figure out the current situation. 1. All people within the Great Summer Country who are at least 16 years old, regardless of gender, young or old, are all forced to log into the middle of Armageddon. Second, the game's exit screen disappears completely, and players cannot exit on their own. Third, the distribution location of players, and the reality of the location. The closer the distance, the closer the location of the birth point. Each newbie village corresponds to a region. Fourth, during the character creation stage of the game, it is impossible to change appearance or gender, and the basic attributes are all the same. It's 5, realistic disabilities that don't affect the game's stats. Even vegetative people in comas for years are caught up in the game. It's 6, there is a lot of key information, listed in the hundreds, and it's still being added to, and with a lot of popularization from various in-game players, almost everyone has reached a consensus in the game. Try not to die. Other than that, the most important thing at the moment is to find a way to exit the game and return to reality. But even insider players with some gaming experience are clueless about this. Where's Night Cold? Isn't he the number one in the rankings? Has anyone asked him if he knows the way? Yeah, aren't there millions of players participating in the internal test? He's the only one who upgraded so fast. Does he know something? Is this one as open as a GM? Is it really that amazing? Naturally, almost everyone's eyes were placed on John Han. No way. It was surprising that there was only one person on the huge rank list. The name Night Cold was just too dazzling and radiant. This was why John Han had to hide his identity. The trees are big. To reign supreme in a game that can change the world. To say that no one in real life has beaten him to the punch is more magical than even Doom. Novice Village 001. Under a gazebo somewhere in the city. Compared to the noise of other places, this place is undoubtedly much quieter, and even seems a bit solemn. It was only because those middle-aged looking men sitting in the gazebo were all truly great men of the great summer country. The ones responsible for keeping guard around the gazebo were likewise elites who had fought hundreds of battles, all of them being kings of soldiers. At the moment, a sharp-eyed, inch-haired young man was reporting something that, so far, we still haven't found a way to exit the game. According to Dr. Chen's inference, it's either that or, just like during the internal testing period, we can only wait to see if we'll be kicked out of the game after the daily game hours are over. Either, the young man with the inches hesitated, probably just permanently trapped inside. It's amazing how serious things have gotten. After listening to the report of the young man with an inch head, LD is immovable as a mountain military big brother slightly frowned. In fact, since yesterday, the game, which is suspected of causing human organs to fail, has been in the eyes of the military. As the military leader of the immovable as a mountain naturally also extremely concerned about this issue, overnight to formulate a number of response programs. But I didn't realize that things would be so caught off guard. What about Night Cold? Is there any news about that top-ranked player? Immovable Mountain asked. The young man with an inch head responded. There is very little information. What we know now, is that in Novice Village number 9527, there were 2 players who claimed to have seen someone brushing monsters and upgrading monsters with very strong NPCs when the service had just opened not too long ago, and that person was suspected to be Night Cold. But the exact look and identity is unknown. Immovable as a mountain pursued. Is there a direction to start from? Yes. The young man with an inch head nodded his head. The first thing that is certain is that 9527 is the novice village where the players from Jiangcheng are located. In the past 2 days we have collected information about Jiangcheng and have screened the pairs, focusing on the people with the names Night and Cold in their name. But River City is so populated and there are so few clues that it takes time. So secretive. Like he's purposely wary of something. Immovable as a mountain thoughtfully. Can we contact Night Cold now? No way. The inch-haired youth shook his head. He's already level 12. He's not in the novice village. And no one can get out now. Immovable as a mountain was a bit surprised. What about Chen Maniac? He can't either? Chen Maniac, which was also the name of the maniacal blade inside reality. For this soldier king who had made great achievements, even Feudo-Russian, who was a big shot in the military world, was extremely appreciative. There was no mention of his hands and abilities, and he was one of the best in the whole of the Great Summer Kingdom. Mad Blade he. The inch-haired youth let out a bitter laugh. Only level 4 until now. Didn't he enter the game yesterday? Why is he only level 4? Immovable asked. Was it delayed by something else? No. The young man with an inch head shook his head in denial. He led the team and has been practicing all along. It's just that the intensity of Armageddon is, indeed, a bit too high. The upgrading speed of the Mad Blade is already top-notch, and the average person can only get to level 2 in a day. Immovable as a mountain was silent for a while, then waved his hand. Got it. You go down first. Report back anytime there's any situation. Yes. The young man with the inches gave a military salute and left the gazebo. Jiangcheng even has this kind of character. This Night Cold. It really isn't simple. Immovable as a mountain sighed softly. Although on the outside he appeared immovable, only how surprised he was in his heart. Only he knew. He simply knew Chen Maniac's ability too well. Such a person, leading an elite team picked from so many people in the Great Summer Kingdom, had an upgrade speed that was even less than half of Night Cold's. It's unbelievable. Is this really a game? Immovable as a mountain narrowed his eyes. Decades of military service had taught him that, from today, the global landscape will change for this. And it's not just such a bigot who makes such an exclamation. Politics, business, within Daxia, each and every one of the bigwigs who were either familiar or hidden in the shadows had become violently curious about the true identity of Night Cold. All are moving as far as they can to investigate him. It was a pity that this was Doomsday after all. And even if these people had their hands full in reality, it would be impossible to unearth John Han. However, as the digging got deeper and deeper, the crowd's surprise, too, grew stronger and stronger. The most straightforward is that nowadays, in the major novice village, the highest level players, just also only managed to rise to level 8. And it's still barely gotten this far because of the bonus of an hour of game time brought in by Night Cold. Between them and Night Cold, there was actually a difference of 4 levels. And that's with a poor ascension trial. The real difference, I'm afraid, is 1 or 2 levels more. Any player with a slightly sane mind understood just how terrifying it was to be able to open such a large gap between them and the various top players. Who is this Night Chill? Really? Windleaf City. The sensation caused by the public beta test was naturally expected by John Han, but he wasn't in the novice village, so it saved a lot of unnecessary trouble. Taking Little Grey with him, he took a swipe at the Grey Mist Valley, and his experience rose by leaps and bounds. Night Cold, come to the Duke's mansion. there's news about what you've been poking around. Just as he was recklessly enjoying the thrill of soaring experience, Sophia sent a message. That fast? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat pleased. After all, it was about a hidden profession whose strength was above that of a beast whisperer. So he immediately called back Little Grey and rushed towards the Duke's mansion. It didn't take long to meet Sophia at her usual spot. Coming? Sophia was dressed in a long purple dress that looked elegant and atmospheric while reflecting her figure to the fullest. The delicate makeup looks glamorous at first glance as it's well-groomed. Even if Zhang Han had now sealed his heart and locked his love, reaching the realm of no woman in his heart and drawing his sword to a natural god, couldn't help but take a couple more glances as well. Have to admit, this Sophia is indeed a special thing on Earth. Otherwise it wouldn't have been rated as the most flavorful NPC by many LSBs in the previous life. Although the Prime Minister is dead, but the Chow thief is not. The Wei Wu legacy has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, compared to this flavor, Zhang Han was more interested in her uncle. Hidden professions. Who wouldn't be confused if they looked at it? Coming. Jiang Chen stepped forward. News from Chief Stout. Don't be in a hurry. Uncle Sturt is out traveling and can't get away. So I'll take the message for you. Sophia smiled faintly. It's not really difficult to unlock the method to unlock the hidden profession. It's within Windleaf City. Just in Windleaf City? Jiang Chen was stunned. Then ecstatic. I thought I'd have to go to the ends of the earth for such a dangling mission. But I didn't expect you to tell me that the treasure is under the crooked neck tree at home? Yes. Sophia nodded gracefully. But it might be a bit difficult. Zhang Han collected his smile, fine shivering. Sophia hesitated for a moment, then pointed in the direction of the north of the city. According to Uncle Stur's words, above the Dragon Mountain range outside the city, there resides an extremely powerful dragon, and underneath the dragon's lair, there exists a labyrinth. Deep within the labyrinth lies everything you want. Jiang Chen froze. You're talking about the cave maze, right? How do you know? Sophia's willowy eyebrows raised slightly, the surprise in her eyes almost overflowing. The labyrinth, in fact, was not even sure what it was called. It was just vague. However, after all, Sophia had not come to Windleaf City for a short period of time, plus she was bored in her spare time, so she loved to listen to some strange things to pass the time. Only then, by chance, did he know that there was a cave labyrinth on the giant Dragon Mountain range? How come this Night Cold knows about it too? I'm more of a prior of oddities and coincidences. Jiang Chen ambiguous. Cannot say, sister brother is born again. This cave brother has been there before, right? That would probably mean that Sophia would have to be taken for a psychopath. Yes, this cave labyrinth. Zhang Han had indeed been there. Not only have I been there, but I know it too well. I remember the route perfectly, and it's not much different from going back to my hometown. Because the hidden profession scroll that he had gotten for Ruyan Lu in his previous life was found from inside the cave maze. However, that hidden profession is the hidden profession of a priest only. What does it have to do with the Imperial Beastmaster? Could it be that there is some unknown secret? Coincidence? Sophia glanced at Zhang Han with ulterior motives. She felt that this youth in front of her was becoming more and more mysterious. God, did you really hear my prayers and send such a perfect man especially for me? Ding! Sophia's favoritism towards you plus 20. Suddenly appeared the prompt sound to Zhang Han. Are dry confused. This how to do a hidden profession task can also rise goodwill? Charm value of 68. Is it really that terrible? Looking at Sophia's smiling face, Zhang Han couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Honestly, the good feeling was rising to the point where he was a little scared. Never mind. It's not a bad thing anyway. Whatever. Jiang Chen returned his attention to the quest. Sophia, are you sure that this is the cave labyrinth that Chief SCE is talking about? Not the others? Okay. Sophia was certain. On the Dragon Mountain range, there is only such a labyrinth, and it is guarded by a dragon. Chiron? Jiang Chen frowned. That's not right. When he went there then, although the cave was also dangerous, he almost didn't even manage to escape and account for himself there. But there was only one level 80 creepy demonized boss inside. Where's the dragon? Maybe it's a different point in time, and someone actually took the contents of the cave long before I got there. And that's why the dragon, too, left, or was killed, before the creepy boss entered the cave afterward. As for the hidden scrolls I got, were they other props? Come to think of it, that seems to be the only explanation. There are still a lot of details in it that aren't right, though, but other than that, Zhang Han didn't know what else was going on. But things change so much in Doom that it doesn't matter, as long as the quest is received and the rest is figured out. Ding! Stop brings news. Please travel to the unknown labyrinth and bring back what's inside. Sure enough, the next moment the Whisper of the Dragon quest was updated. Thanks for your help. Jiang Chen was ready to leave after confirming that he hadn't missed anything. Are you going to the cave maze? Sophia couldn't help but ask. Aha. Jiang Chen nodded. That's a level 80 area. Even the city's elites are dead or dying. You're just. Sophia's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. It's better not to rush. No harm done. I have a way. Jiang Chen, however, wasn't the least bit flustered and directly pulled out the communication token that Mers had handed him. It's a dragon, isn't it? I've even stolen a dragon's egg. What's a stroll through a labyrinth? Besides, he remembered all the details of that cave. Compared to when he was facing the light-shining dragon, the danger was not even on the same level. Okay, it's not like Mel's needs to be out practicing, but he's familiar with this copycat thing. As long as the money is there, the dragons are all dry and wasted. Coincidentally, John Han lacked everything right now, except money. Don't you drop another 100 million into it and the career height is there? There is nothing in this world that can't be accomplished by dropping $100 million. If so, then another one. Think tsunami. A token from the Hall of Supreme Being? Sophia, being as eagle-eyed as she was, recognized what Jiang Han was holding with a single glance. Purple tokens. The level was very high. At the very least a 100-level warrior would be qualified to hand it over. Sophia looked at Jiang Han thoughtfully. No wonder he was so confident. He did have something to fall back on. But how did one qualify for such a thing when one is only level 12? Even for Sophia, who came from a royal family, tokens of the Supreme Hall were equally rare. Because of this power, its position in the entire continent was too supreme. Yes, the Hall of Supremacy did not belong to the Dragon Phoenix Empire, nor does it belong to any other empire. However, there was no doubt that the Supreme Hall was frighteningly strong, and its depth was no less than any empire. There was even a considerable portion that believed that the Supreme Hall was the #1 power on the continent. God-level powerhouses were popping up all over the place. Of course, no one can tell if this is true or not, but since there were such claims circulating, it was already enough to prove that the Supreme Hall was terrifying. Even Sophia, as a member of the royal family, didn't know enough about the Supreme Hall. This power is too mysterious, not to mention getting such a rare token. The purple token flashed twice, and then Mers's cheerful voice came over. Night Cold, what's the matter with contacting old me this time? Jiang Han smiled. Master, I have another deal here. Do you want to do it? Oh, Mers's tone drew up, obviously interested. Tell me more carefully. Here's the deal. Jiang Chen told the matter roughly. Another dragon? After listening to Jiang Han's narration, Mers fell into a short silence, then said breathlessly, No, where did you get so much information about the dragons? You have a grudge against the dragons, don't you? That's not true. It's pure coincidence. Jiang Chen shook his head to deny it. That's odd. First stealing a dragon's egg and now raiding someone else's lair. That's a bit too much of a coincidence. Mers muttered. Coincidence indeed. I didn't want it. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. In fact, even he was a bit strange. Creatures like the gargoyle were rarely found on the continent, and it was only 3 short days before 2 gargoyle nests had to be explored consecutively. I'm afraid this kind of thing doesn't happen once in hundreds of years. Moreover, dragons have always been synonymous with brutality and power, and people in general wouldn't dare to be so offended. Without looking at the side of Sophia, just listening to the conversation between the two, she was already surprised beyond words, and her green jade fingers couldn't help but cover her small rosy mouth. Stealing dragon eggs? Breaking into a dragon's lair? This sort of thing just sounded too much to her. Not going. I'm still recuperating here. Shriveled and shriveled. Mertz thought about it, but still didn't agree. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Same as last time. $200 million honorarium after the deed is done. 200 million. Merz's voice clearly wavered a bit. This Nima. Don't be like this, buddy, okay? This money is for nothing, isn't it? So smashing people, then who can stand it? But after considering it, Merz still refused. Honestly, Night Cold, the offer is tempting, but I just fought the holy ruling dragon and I'm very weak right now. It's too risky. In this case, you allow me to recuperate for a month, and after a month, the old me will accompany you to break into this giant dragon mountain range. It doesn't have to be such a high price. 100 million gold coins will do. 1 month. Jiang Han frowned. He didn't want to wait for such a long time. If you say yes, you say yes. If you don't, I can't do anything about it. Merz's heart ached beyond words. That's $200 million. I can add more. 300 million. Jiang Chen's tone was decisive. And to be honest, 300 million gold coins wasn't dispensable to him. But it's worth it. Me. Merz's mind is about to collapse. Full of white gold coins. Such a high price. Can recruit a battle strength not bad legion well? There's really nothing I can do about it. But, Merz still refused through gritted teeth. Such a huge amount of gold coins was undoubtedly a heavenly temptation. but it wasn't enough to make him put his life on the line. While the rewards are certainly high, the risks are enormous. Is that so? Jiang Chen sighed softly. It seemed that Mirza's situation was indeed not optimistic and could not be shaken by money. However, he had other means. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, then what if we can provide information about the Holy Spirit Spring? The next moment came Mirza's quivering voice. The fountain of the Holy Spirit? How do you know about this? Even if they were separated by an unknown distance, Jiang Chen could feel the sound of Mirza's breathing becoming more and more ragged. As expected, this thing had a fatal attraction to god-level powerhouses. You don't need to ask about that. In short, I know the location of the Holy Spirit Spring, Jiang Chen said calmly. Where? Mertz pressed. Jiang Chen just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Merz was silent for a while, then his voice was low. Night Cold, if you are truly able to provide information about the Holy Spirit Spring, I am willing to give up this old life to help you bring the things from the giant Dragon Mountain range. But the question is, how do you prove it? Jiang Chen faintly spat out 4 words. Lost land. This time, Merz was silent for a long time, as if weighing something. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He believed that with Merz's insight, he would understand the deep meaning of these 4 words. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Merz sighed heavily. Are the exact coordinates known? I'm not sure about that, but roughly in which area and direction? I do know. Jiang Chen laughed. If that's all it is, the value of the message is going to be discounted. Merz pondered for a moment. Add another 100 million gold coins, and the old man will lay down his life and walk with you through the Dragon Mountain range. Deal. Jiang Chen let out a long breath. In fact, he knew the location of a total of 3 fountains of the Holy Spirit. The bite of the Lost Lands was close to dry, but it was enough for Merz. Great. When do we leave? Merz also sounded a lot more relaxed, and both parties felt they had made a lot of money on this deal alone. Now, Jiang Chen said. Now. Merz trailed off. Wouldn't it be a bit too much of a rush? Should we wait again? Can't wait for 1 point. Otherwise it's exempt. I'll find someone else. Jiang Chen's attitude was tough. Not budging at all. This. Merz thought for a moment. Okay. A Supreme Hall of Fame god-level powerhouse was taken down by a level 12 rookie. Not even a dog would believe it when it was said. But the reality is that the Fountain of the Holy Spirit is just too important. As for the strong-arm robbery, but pressing wasn't on Merz's mind. This is one of the rare advantages of NPCs. As long as the player doesn't offend the NPC, they won't be attacked. Sort of a protection mechanism. After agreeing on a meeting place, Jiang Han cut off the call with a relaxed expression. Done. Night Cold. You are truly beyond my imagination. Saomia's eyes flowed, the appreciation in her eyes not hidden at all. Although he didn't know who the other party was, those in the Supreme Hall who were qualified to give this kind of token were invariably in high positions of power. It was highly likely that it was a god-level powerhouse. Status, perhaps even no less than her Uncle Stout. But it was this kind of strong person that Night Cold not only knew, but could also invite. Of course, there was certainly a reason for his wealth. But then again, isn't it a skill when someone else has money? Power and wealth are supposed to be a man's most dazzling trappings. Sophia covered her heart, her head spinning as she felt that in just 2 days, she was going to be attracted to the young man in front of her. Appearance, wealth, means, none of it is first-rate. The only thing it lacks is a lower level and strength. However, Sophia believed that in time, the person in front of her would definitely become an all-powerful man of the continent. Ding! Sophia's favor towards you +10. In Jiang Chen's ears, another prompt rang out without warning, but he didn't say much. Get used to it. Mage. Let's have a mage. The team is 4 short of 1. Experience high, play 3rd class 2nd. Be a man and I'll blast slimes. Got any tits? Have a titty. The major newbie villages are noisy. After the initial confusion, many people still decided to go out and explore the city. After all, you can't quit the game and be idle either. However, most people chose to travel in a group after being reminded by the beta players. Of course, there were very few self-proclaimed high-level players who didn't believe in evil and confidently chose to single brush. And then they were lashed by the goblin's big stick and mercilessly sent back to the respawn point. The world of Armageddon is buzzing like never before. And with so many people, it's inevitable that there will be brain damage. This is a class of people who have no reverence for anything. Both the well-intentioned reminders of the beta players and the official re-emphasis have been thrown out the window and are bent on having their own way. Try not to get killed by monsters, or there will be serious consequences? Are you kidding me? Just coax the kids. You guys really believe that, don't you? I think this is just a huge conspiracy. It must be the capitalists who are up to no good. It'll just fool the undiscriminating bottom of the barrel like you. It won't fool me. Wang Chang is this kind of person. Although there is not much culture, and not much money, Weekdays rely on petty theft to maintain life. The police station that's not frequented. But he just has this mesmerizing confidence that he's seen it all, that everyone is drunk and he's alone. Wang Chang, you use your brain to think. Don't say everything is capitalists can or can't do. Capitalists, how can this kind of ability? Yeah, are you out of your mind? There were also people who kindly advised Wang Chang not to take any chances. Pull back. That's why you people, without some pattern, you deserve to stay at the bottom in this life. But instead of being amused, he snorted with laughter and strutted out of the city. I'll die for you guys. It's just a crap game. Where can someone get killed? Wang Chang swaggered out of the city, then get bludgeoned to death by a kobold and appear at the respawn point. See? What could be going on? It's all bullshit. Wang Chang looked at his sound limbs and was smug. Isn't this pure bullshit? Gross. People say that you have to drop your attributes when you die. And if you die more than once you may have organ failure. And you've only died once, someone retorted. Fine. You stubborn bastard. I'll die a few more times. Wang Chang smiled contemptuously and wanted to try his hand at it. It soon reappeared at the respawn point, but this time it was still fine, so he was emboldened and determined to prove the conspiracy on his own. Wang Chang, you look so white. It's better not to try. Something is really going to happen. And by the fourth time, as long as anyone with a discerning eye could see that something was wrong with Wang Chang, the whole person was terribly weak. Hey, it's okay. In fact, Wang Chang also felt physically uncomfortable, but he still waved his hand in a deadpan manner. I guess it's because I was teleported back after I died, and my brain shook and fainted. It's the same thing as motion sickness. Having said that, he went on to his death, and this time, Wang Chang never came back. When the number of deaths reaches 5.5 a year, they will be wiped out directly. And Wang Chang, he died 5 times in one day. Naturally, the table was declared open. However, even though he hung up, it was always clear what the nature of the game was. It's kind of a contribution. This really kills. It's horrible. A living, breathing human being just disappeared from the game? The players guarding the rebirth point were all pale. Although there was a special reminder from the internal players and the officials, they also knew that they couldn't just die. But actually witnessing Wang Chang's death was another matter. What to do? I just went out of the city to see how Wang Chang died and followed him once. I'm not going to die here too, am I? I don't want to. I'm dead too. And twice. And it's over. No. Don't go out of town. Don't ever leave the city. Most people are actually fine. But there's always a small percentage who don't listen. And they, too, paid an extremely steep price for it. Although the world is dominated by normal people. But people like Wang Chang is on the huge population base of the Great Summer Country. There are really not many. In the major newbie villages, it quickly appeared that players had died too many times and were never seen again. The news spread quickly. And those players who were practicing outside were frightened and rushed back to safety. Even most of the internal players were psychologically burdened and did not dare to continue. Until this time, these ordinary people who were backwardly informed and kept in the dark. Finally, for the first time after those elites, it was realized that the world was ushering in a drastic change. This is no fairy tale world. Instead, it's hell. A terrifying hell of monster intensity beyond imagination. So, how is it possible for this Night Cold to manage to rise to level 12 in 2 days? Is he really human? Maybe. It's so sick. I can't even imagine that even a level 1 slime is this hard to deal with. This is incredible. And in the midst of this panic, gradually some people realized the horror of being number 1 in the rankings. To use an unfortunate phrase, the interlude is a long way off. When they first entered the game, although many people admired Jiang Han for being able to rise to level 12 so quickly, with their knowledge, they were not yet clear about what it meant. And now, it's different. Look at Night Cold's rank after understanding the nature of doom. This kind of carrying the danger of death, upgrading in the hands of such a perverted monster was like eating and drinking water, making one's scalp numb. And most importantly, everyone, including the internal players such as Mad Blade, suddenly realized, if everyone would actually be trapped in the game unable to return to reality, then, what exactly did the extra hour per day gain that Night Cold had brought to the players of the entire Great Summer Kingdom mean? Yes, with the public beta of Doomsday, the gold content of Night Chill and what he did began to soar. Giant dragon mountains, green bamboo, clouds and mist. Occasionally, the leaves rustle in the breeze, making everything seem incredibly quiet. From time to time, huge birds of prey swept by in the mountains, and there was a chorus of animal calls. The scene in front of me alone was so beautiful that it was like a beautiful painting spread out for the eyes. But anyone who knows a little bit about the Dragon Mountain range knows what kind of danger lurks underneath this seemingly quiet and peaceful scenery. Even the ones infesting the lowest level of the mountain range were at least level 60 monsters. the higher up the mountain, the more monsters and beasts that infested it, and there was even a lack of demonized level bosses among them. It was also because of this that this huge mountain range, which snaked for thousands of miles, was so sparsely populated. Anyone with a functioning brain would do their best to avoid this dangerous place. Swish, swish, but just then, the sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out. Then there were two figures wrapped in soft white light that swept swiftly through the mountains. Their speed was so fast that even a powerful demonized boss would only be able to stare dryly from the sidelines. The lure of the Fountain of the Holy Spirit is undoubtedly great. Even a god-level powerhouse like Mers couldn't help but be tempted. And after receiving Jiang Han's promise, he rushed to Windleaf City in a hurry. After reaching a contract, the two of them directly killed the giant dragon mountain range, with a divine spellcaster like Mers opening the way. In just half an hour, from Maple Leaf City, he killed his way to the mountainside. Sure enough, strength is everything. Watching the winding mountains flow rapidly beneath his feet, Jiang Chen also sighed. One should know that in his previous life, he had put everything else aside for a while in order to reach the top of the mountain, and had been planning for a whole year. After making sure that nothing was missing, this was the only time he dared to act. The process of ascending to the top, but also spent 3 months long, experienced countless life and death crises, which only from that 80-level bizarre demonization boss eyelids, got that hidden occupation scroll. Among the bumps and sorrows, only Jiang Han himself knows. As far as Lu Ruyan was concerned, as the user of the scroll, she didn't know what was going on behind the scenes, and didn't even know that she was grateful, but instead was at peace with herself. What a dumbass! Jiang Chen smiled to himself. Raging winds ruffled his hair, and he slowly collected his smile, his eyes devoid of sadness, retracing this old road that has been traveled. The teenager who was once filled with a burning passion for sincerity has long since died somewhere. This kid. Mers glanced sideways at Jiang Han, though he couldn't see the latter's expression through the cover, but for no reason at all. It seemed to him that the people around him had changed radically. That feeling of an ancient well, appearing on the body of someone so young, was inevitably a bit incongruous. How is it that being so young gives the old man the same feeling as an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years? Mers muttered, puzzled. Soon, several more minutes passed. The duo had finally reached the top of the mountain. Up ahead is the highest point of the Dragon Mountain range. Where is that maze located? With a gentle wave of Mers's hand, the two men's bodies simply levitated in midair. Strangely enough, a group of level 80 monsters were clearly gathered around them, but there was no sign of them at all. It's just below that steep slope on the side slope. Jiang Chen didn't even need to think about it, recognizing the maze entrance with just a glance. The trip's bone-chilling encounter was too vivid in his memory. Good. Mers gave Jiang Han a strange look in his eyes, then changed direction with a wave of his hand. But compared to the previous hundredths, this one was much slower. Although Mers was a god-ranked powerhouse, let's not forget that a suspected 5th-ranked dragon existed above the Dragon Mountain range. It's always good to be careful. Mers led Jiang Han forward carefully, trying not to make any noise. The good thing was that perhaps it was because the giant Dragon Mountain range was so much wider than the giant Dragon Lair realm. It was also perhaps because the coiled dragon's spiritual sense wasn't as sharp as that light-shining dragon. The two came before the entrance to the labyrinth. It was a huge hexagram magic formation, no more than 2 meters in diameter. What a subtle teleportation formation. Mers was a bit surprised. Even though he didn't really know much about teleportation arrays, he could still tell that the magical array was something extraordinary. It's just a shame that it's in an inactive state and seems to be crippled. Mers half crouched down and flicked his fingers over the spell. Normally, when a magic array is active, there will be more or less magic residue around it. As for this magic formation in front of him, the lines were dull and lifeless as if it was painted by a child with paint. Are you sure you can open this spell? Mers queried. In advance. I can't do much about formations as I'm not very good at them. That's nothing to worry about. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and gently bit his finger. A drop of blood dripping down onto the magic array pattern. Buzz. Instantly, red light spread out, and a blood-colored magic formation was incomparably conspicuous. Mers's eye twitched. It's really on, isn't it? And in such a simple and brutal way. Kid, how did you know how to open it? Mers couldn't help but ask. Jiang Chen smiled without saying anything, quietly waiting for the maze to open. What a living hell, Mers muttered. The more contact he had with Jiang Han, the more mysterious he felt the latter was becoming. Like a prophet, like he knows everything. Boom! Not long after, there was a loud bang, and the magic array was completely activated and finished, and the red light converged. Mers could clearly feel the magical aura around him. All of a sudden, he glanced towards the highest peak of the mountain range with a grave expression. The gargoyle loathed magic and had an equally strong perception of it. Right now all of a sudden these magical auras, while not particularly large, had the potential to draw the attention of a giant dragon? Go! Jiang Chen didn't have that much to worry about, and stepped into the magic formation with a bland expression. To him, the dragon was actually less of a threat than that demonized boss in the labyrinth. Anyway, no matter which one you face head-on, it's all a dead word. At least you can still be resurrected if you die at the hands of a dragon. At most you'll just lose some attributes. You are subdued. Looking at Jiang Han's sprightly back, Mers couldn't help but feel a bit of egg pain. Grandma, it's obvious that I'm the god-level powerhouse. Why do you feel like an entourage? Don't you know how to respect the old and love the young? But muttering aside, Mers didn't dare to linger and followed as quickly as possible. With a flash of light, the two figures disappeared in place. When he reappeared, it was dimly lit. Ding! You have entered the extreme danger zone. Ding! You have entered the dark cave labyrinth. The labyrinth has one and only one exit. Please find the exit within the allotted time. Otherwise you will be trapped inside forever. Alert! This labyrinth has been overrun by bizarre creatures. Please be careful. Countdown, 180 minutes. Creepy area? Only 3 hours? Mers's face changed dramatically. Even as experienced as he was, he felt tricky about the situation in front of him. Creepy creatures that aren't just a terrifying threat to players. It's just as much of a headache for NPCs, because there are a lot of tactics and magic that work well on other species, but don't work on creepy creatures. It could be said that, at the same level, the creepy mutation boss was even more troublesome to deal with than the other berserk bosses to deal with, especially in the middle of this time-limited maze. With the crazy nature of the bizarre creature's man-on-man attack, it was even more difficult to deal with. Honestly, as a god-ranked powerhouse who could even save his life against a 5th-ranked Holy Ruler dragon, there was no doubt about Mers's strength. Even a level 100 monarch boss would have trouble killing him. But the problem is, now not only do you have to face the boss, but you also have to get the target item and find the exit at the same time. The pressure on multiple fronts makes the difficulty soar indefinitely. There really is an anomaly. The time limit has been shortened by so much. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. When I came to the dark cave labyrinth in my last life, there was the same time limit, but the limit in those days was 3 days, not 3 hours. Otherwise, even if Jiang Han had prepared for another 10 years, he might not be able to escape with his life. That's no longer something any player can accomplish. Can't you see that even Mertz is feeling the pressure? However, despite some surprises, Jiang Han remained calm. It took 3 days to escape before being reborn. If it still took 3 days to be reborn now, wouldn't it be a wasted rebirth? No such thing. With a second chance to restart, even a pig can do better than the last time. What's more, Jiang Han had never been a stupid person. On the contrary, his understanding of the game ranks even at the very top. Otherwise, even with a 3-day time limit, do you really think that it can be accomplished by any crooked person? Night Cold. I have to remind you that the danger of this operation is likely to be even higher than facing a 5th-ranked dragon. Are you sure you still insist on those props? Mers deliberated for a moment, but spoke up. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Scared? Afraid? Mers stared, then let out a snort. Are you kidding me? I'm a god-level powerhouse, a Supreme Hall Elder, and the top existence of the spellcaster lineage. Would be afraid of a little creepy maze? Well, to be perfectly honest, there is still that little bit of concern. But isn't that what people live for? To save face? Besides, if you're a level 12 minion, I'm not going to wimp out? Don't you think a god-level powerhouse doesn't want to lose face? Ha 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 ha. Mers laughed, sprightly and bold. I am looking at you young. If something happens to be a pity, if you say that the old man is afraid, these shenanigans still that qualify, then let's go. Jiang Chen's face didn't change. Don't ask much about the rest, just follow me later. After saying that, he walked towards a corner. The movement was so sharp and dry that Mers was surprised to not react for a moment. Halftime. It was only then that he froze and looked at Jiang Han's back, somewhat unsure of what to say. No, man, you really think I'm your servant, don't you? What do you mean? Don't ask questions, just follow me later? Are you a god or am I a god? If anyone else dared to be so cocky, Mers wouldn't mind going up and doing a fireball spell to show him why flowers were so red. Still, Mers decided to hold his nose and bear it. There's no way around it. People have to bow down under the roof. The point is, he still wants the information about the Holy Spirit Spring and not to mention, the honorarium alone is a full $100 million. That's just it. These days, the rich are the masters. Mers sighed and followed. Master, does concealment work? Just after following Jiang Han, Mers heard the former say this lightly. What words? What's the word this is? Mers blew out his beard in anger. A low-level spell like concealment is not something old man can look at. And this question of yours is more or less insulting. Anything, as long as you can hide your movements and breath. The more advanced the better, Jiang Chen calmly said. A little something. Mers snapped his fingers. Ding! You've gained the Shadow Maze Gain buff, blending into the darkness. Immediately afterward, Jiang Han realized that his body had become illusory. I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Worthy of being a god level, this effect, that's for sure. Don't even look at who the old man is. Mers smiled proudly, finally hearing a human word from the boy. What next? What are you going to do? You still can't detect it at your low level, but I can remind you that there are weird creatures just around the corner in front of you, so don't go and get yourself killed. Otherwise my fountain of the Holy Spirit will be lost. Jiang Chen's mind moved slightly as he asked. In total, there are 5 creeps, 3 level 60 reptiles, a level 60 elite boss, and a level 80 normal creep? Mers's smile froze instantly, and it took a moment for it to slow down, his jaw dropping as he said, How did you know that? That seems right. Jiang Chen nodded, and his heart was quite relaxed. Luckily, it seems that the distribution of creepy creatures isn't much different from the last one. No? You even know about this stuff? Mers was even more confused. You're really a prophet, aren't you? In that case, it's actually correct. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. I do know something, but it's rather limited. Mers didn't say anything, surveying Jiang Han with an incredibly odd look. Wicked, quite evil. He was incredibly sure that Jiang Han's level couldn't possibly detect the monster's information from so far away, not to mention level 12. Even if level 80 was bad enough, could he have been here? That's not right either. Even if it's the same area, the monster's movements are randomized. There may be a few minutes difference between before and after, and the type and number of monsters will change. After a moment, Mers spoke slowly. What else do you know? Jiang Chen spread his hands. No more. Mers grunted. I'll believe the hell out of you. Jiang Chen laughed and didn't reply. To deal with these NPCs, it's all about a mishmash of falsehoods and truths, neither saying too much nor hiding at all. As for how exactly he determined the specifics of the monster, it's actually quite simple. Rules. The difference between a spooky maze and a normal maze is that besides the fact that it's full of spooky creatures, there must be a pattern to the behavior and refreshment of these weird creatures. As for the laws specifically, it is more complicated and varies, and the rules of a random maze may not be discovered by some people who delve into it for a lifetime. How was Jiang Chen able to escape from under the eyes of a level 80 demonized boss in the first place? Naturally, it was because he had figured out the rules of the maze. If it was based on strength alone, not to mention with his level 80 attributes at the time, even if a god level came, it would be for nothing. A route that was perfect still existed in Jiang Chen's mind. Following his memories, he took big steps in the direction where the weirdness was, with a steady pace and not the slightest hint of panic. Instead, it was Mers who followed him carefully, on full alert. Soon the two came around the corner. Master, pay attention to my pace and movements later. It's important. Jiang Han didn't dare to be careless, and with a serious look, he reminded, otherwise, we might disturb these monsters. Me? Mers pointed to himself, wanting to speak. You're teaching me things? What's your level? What's mine? I've been through more mazes in my life than you've ever traveled. How presumptuous. Even with Mers's good temper, he couldn't help but feel a bit angry. There is quite a feeling in there of a movie or TV director being pointed out by investors who know nothing about art and say they don't understand it. It's true that you have money. That doesn't mean you can point fingers professionally. Mers took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his emotions. He felt that there were still some things that needed to be cleared with Jiang Han, lest something go wrong when the time came. This is a spooky maze, not a place to fool around. That thought, however, soon vanished without a trace. This was because Mers realized that Jiang Han was getting closer and closer to the 5 bizarre creatures, and was even getting to the point where he was face to face with one of them. But, these bizarre creatures were as hard as little deaf and blind, and they didn't notice him. Mers was stunned, and the magic ready to strike in his hand was forced down. He was naturally aware of the effects of shadow mist, although it could conceal his figure to a great extent, and it wasn't difficult to hide it from many low-level monsters. But if he were to face this level of shenanigans, and from this distance, he asked himself that it would be impossible to do so. Jiang Chen, however, did it, and in a form and manner that is incomprehensible. Not long after, with extreme control of his stance, Jiang Han managed to cross the path of necessity. Looking at that subdued and dashing back, Mers smiled to himself. I sat up in my deathbed, and the clown was me. Just now, you were so proud to say that someone else was messing around, and now you're giving me this shit? Master, you've seen it all just now, haven't you? Jiang Chen saw that Mers was not moving and sent a secret message in a low voice. Don't call me master, you're the master. Mers was already in admiration. I'm not worthy. A question mark slowly popped up on Jiang Chen's head. What kind of serious illness was this old man suffering from? No. I'm asking if you watched the Action Master just now. Should it be okay? Just now the old man thought of other things to go. Slightly distracted, Mers coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Didn't read something so humiliating that admitting it is impossible. Not in this lifetime. Then I'll start over. Master. And you watch carefully. Jiang Chen didn't say anything more and followed the original route back. This time, Mers watched extra carefully, not daring to miss anything. How? Jiang Chen quickly returned to Mers's side and asked. Read it. After all, he was a god-level powerhouse. Whether it was battle experience or enlightenment, he was first-rate. With full attention, Mers understood the doorway. But, the more he knew what was happening, the more the surprise grew in him. A simple route, surprisingly perfect to jam the blind spots of the vision of several creepy monsters. What he couldn't yet understand, however, was that even if the vision blind spot was stuck, it was reasonably impossible to hide it. Creepy creatures, how is it that simple? That's good. But before he could ask any more questions, Jiang Chen nodded and moved once more. Mers mused for a moment, but following this route, which had been arrived at after an unknown number of calculations. The two passed through without causing any abnormalities. How the hell did you do that? Still unable to hold back his curiosity, Mers opened his mouth to ask. Jiang Han laughed. It's simple. These weird creatures are blind. Just don't let them hear the commotion. Mers, listen to you. Is that logical? What do you mean? Don't let a bunch of blind people hear the noise? Jiang Chen didn't explain and continued on his way, playing dumb with the old man again. Mers had a fit of egg on his face. He couldn't wait to grab Jiang Han and tie him to a chair and torture him with a small leather whip for 3 days and 3 nights. The secrets in this kid's body are just too tantalizing. And as the two continued to go deeper, the awe in Mers's mind just grew. The whole thing went numb with shock. The labyrinth was called a labyrinth. That was naturally because of its intricate terrain. Even without monsters, it was nearly impossible for ordinary people to find the exit. Mers has traveled the world for so many years and has a unique approach to mazes. But the trip had hardened him to the pallor of those tactics. A fork in the road, a danger hidden in the shadows, was avoided at all costs. It's ridiculously calm. Even if he encountered a monster that he couldn't get around, Jiang Han still had a way to be able to pass through it peacefully. 2 hours later, a pale white light came into view. That's how you find the exit? White light was reflected in Mers's pupils, and confusion was written all over his pale face. This isn't a maze? If you didn't know better, you'd think you'd come out for a spring break. It was just as well that he didn't have a weapon on him, or he would have considered celebrating by grilling a skewer on the spot. It's almost like a heifer steaming on the splits. That's real, steaming, bull. Next to that is the area where the boss is located, and that's where we need to bother Master. Jiang Chen didn't care and squinted his eyes to the side. There was the ultimate goal of the trip, but no matter how magical the means were, it was always impossible to completely hide it from the weird boss inside. With his current level, there was no way he could escape under a boss of this level. Just leave it to the old man. Just let it go. Mers was so proud. As long as I find the exit of the labyrinth, then I'm still afraid of a set of trade. A district boss is nothing to worry about. The big deal is running away. Good. Jiang Mu nodded and was about to move. Hold on. Allow me to add a few buffs first, before he could take a leg. However, Mers reached out with one hand and instantly transformed into a falcon. The chanting then echoed through the labyrinth for a long time. There was a constant glow from the two men's bodies. Ding! You have been blessed by the god of life, doubling your life attribute. Ding! You have been blessed by the god of agility, doubling your agility attribute. Ding! Jiang Chen, a master is a master. As usual, robust. Like the last time he broke into the dragon's lair, several more gain buffs were applied, and only then did Mers call it a day with satisfaction. With a head full of buffs, the two crossed into the boss area. Hoo. It was an empty, secluded cave with a howling wind and a chilling atmosphere, and in the center of the cave, there was a huge monster coiled up. Labyrinth Keeper Ancient Beast, creepy, grade, unknown, level, unknown, description, unknown, attributes, unknown. The grade gap is too large and all but the name is unknown. Sure enough, there's a big difference. Jiang Chen exhaled a long breath of turbid air, his gaze slightly fixed. What he faced in his last life was not this divine beast. However, the location of the treasure chest didn't change. It was still behind the boss. How? Mers looked to Jiang Han, surprisingly subconsciously asking for his opinion. Can you see the monster's information? Jiang Chen asked. A level 100 berserked creepy boss. Average. Mers calmly said. It's not a level at all compared to that holy ruling gargoyle from before. Jiang Han pondered for a moment. Before I get the props, I have a way to not startle this boss. After I get the props, Master, you can make your move, but make sure you keep me safe. No problem. Mers nodded. I just added an absolute defense to you, so at least you'll be able to resist this boss's strike without incident. And this? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and carefully checked the status bar. And among the wide array of gains, he really found that absolute defense gain. I just added so many buffs that I haven't really looked closely. One more means. Jiang Chen was also quite relaxed, although he was also sure of himself. But when facing this kind of weird creature, the more safeguards the better. With everything prepared, Zhang Han began to move. Compared to those monsters before, the Yin God Beast was clearly an existence of another level. Even though Zhang Han was experienced, he didn't dare to be careless. After all, it was also the first time he had met a Yin Divine Beast. It took 10 minutes for a short stretch of road. However, it was good that the Yin God Beast was not alarmed. It sort of worked. Looking at the golden treasure chest that was close at hand, Zhang Han's eyes couldn't help but become fiery as well. Hidden profession scrolls. Coming up, Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, and the moment he touched the treasure chest, there was a click, and the treasure chest, which had existed here for an unknown period of time, slowly opened. The wind became louder and louder as the huge monster rose up like a mountain of flesh. The fierce wind in this cave was actually the breath of the Yin Divine Beast. The Yin Divine Beast's pair of vertical pupils stared at Zhang Han with icy eyes. Boom! But before it could make a move, the long-prepared Mers lifted her hand with a bolt of magic, and thick lightning bolts fell from the sky, smashing the nether beast back down to the ground. With a Mel's god-level powerhouse at his disposal, Zhang Han wasn't under much pressure, but he still managed to scavenge the treasure chests as much as he could at a very fast pace. In the treasure chest, there are 2 props, a piece of parchment, a golden jewel. Even the contents of the treasure chest are different. Jiang Chen was pondering. The only thing he had obtained in his last life was a hidden profession scroll, and right now, the parchment and the golden jewel, pressed into view. Is this really the key to unlocking the hidden professions? Forget it, no matter what. After all, it's also a 100-level boss township. It's not as bad as it could be. Although Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled, he calmed his emotions and clicked on the parchment's message. Parchment, it seems to serve a purpose. Unfortunately, nothing valid came out of it. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to the golden gem. Cooling stone. Grade, heavenly destruction. Power of cooldown, active skill. The stone of cooldown possesses the powerful power to reset the cooldown time of other props, regardless of grade. Cooldown, 3 days. Crap. Jiang Chen instinctively soared out a national curse. Another heaven-defying prop. Although it didn't increase attributes, the accompanying effects were ridiculously strong. It can reset the cooldowns of other props and ignores class. Doesn't this mean that even the skills of the chapter of brutality can be reset? Try it. Jiang Chen held back the excitement in his heart and directly opened the power of cooling, designating the chapter of brutality as his target. Buzz! A white light flashed, and Zhang Han hastily opened the panel of the chapter of brutality. The next moment, his breath stopped, because the brutal sundering skill attached to the chapter of brutality, which originally had 9 days of cooldown time left, was now directly cleared. Effective! That's too sick. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth quirked and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Originally, the cooldown of the brutal sundering skill was 10 days, but now with the stone of cooldown, it was directly shortened to 3 days. For the time being, the stone of cooling is an accessory to the chapter of brutality. Yes, this trip wasn't wasted. Jiang Chen was in a good mood. Regardless of whether or not that parchment had any effect, the value of this stone of cooling was worth the price paid this time. If we could slaughter this weird boss, the reward would be even greater. Jiang Chen looked at the Yin Divine Beast whose bloodline was dropping under Merz's indiscriminate bombardment, and his heart leapt to action. Still, it's just a thought. This deal with Merz was not made via the Hall of Supreme Being, so it was not a master-employer relationship and was not on the same team. This would be a boss grab if you dared to intervene. With such bad behavior, Merz had every reason to strike, and by the time it was over, he had made a grudge, not to mention dropping his attributes. Among the gains and losses, Zhang Han could still distinguish clearly. He quietly retreated next to the exit and waited for Merz to solve the bizarre boss. After all, just by himself, there was no way to deal with the monsters of the Dragon Mountain range, unless dying back in the city was more like it. Boom! Rumble! After all, he was a god-level spellcaster, and Merz was truly strong. A level 100 creepy demonized boss didn't even have much power to fight back in front of him, and his blood level was rapidly dropping. In terms of strength, you still have to look at god-level NPCs. Jiang Chen lamented as he watched the play. There were actually quite a few god-level players in his previous life, but Zhang Han hadn't heard of one that really soloed a level 100 bizarre demonized boss. In his opinion, Perhaps the player who had cultivated the Abyssal Dragon could do it, but that person was rather mysterious and hadn't revealed his battle record. In 20 minutes at most, this boss should be about to be killed. Jiang Chen silently estimated the time, just in time, to finish the kill before the maze closes, and the truth was pretty much as he expected. Under Mirza's indiscriminate bombardment, the blood level of the Een God Beast was rapidly decreasing, which could be described as a one-sided abuse. But what neither man expected was this. Just as the blood level dropped below 8%, the mutation was sudden. The Een Divine Beast suddenly looked up to the sky and roared, its roar shaking the sky and the earth, causing the entire labyrinth to tremble. It was a consensus that bosses would enter a berserk state when their blood level was pushed down to a certain level, and the two were not surprised. The question is, as the Een Divine Beast roared, a loud and clear dragon roar suddenly came from the sky. At the same time, even Jiang Han could clearly sense that some incomparably strong behemoth was rapidly approaching the direction of the maze. Obviously, the powerful dragon that was perched on top of the mountain was startled. Shit! Mirza grimaced. This giant dragon that was rushing outside had an aura so strong that it made his heart skip a beat, and it was likely no less than the light-shining giant dragon in the giant dragon's lair. And last time, it was the use of forbidden techniques that barely coped. With such a short interval, it was impossible to use the forbidden art again. Go! Without any hesitation, Mirza decisively abandoned the Een God Beast and rushed towards Jiang Han. It's a shame, but it can't be helped. Once you face the dragon head-on, plus the level 100 berserk boss in front of you, whoever comes will have to kneel. Shouldn't be greedy. Mirza's heart was aching so much that it was dripping blood. Although there were many level 100 demonized bosses, the ones that wouldn't run away were a rarity. It was hard to meet such a head in the labyrinth. Used a lot of props and scrolls, and was about to slaughter it, when such a stall happened in a flash. Blood loss. But at the end of the day, it's life that counts. This demonized boss just doesn't care? Even Jiang Han felt a bit sorry. Almost just short of the last 5% of blood, a demonized boss was about to completely die out. Can't manage it. That giant dragon out there is a bit ridiculously strong. I'm not sure I can walk away if I'm cut off. With a wave of his hand, Mirza directly chose to open the exit's teleportation array. With a flash of white light, the teleportation array was activated. Congratulations on finding the exit of the maze. Infusion of magic powers will open the teleportation. Mirza crouched down and stroked one hand over the teleportation array. Pounds of magic surging wildly. Countdown to opening. 60. 59. The system beep lingered in his ears like a hypnotic spell. 1 minute opening time. Damn it. Mirza let out a low curse. And for the first time such anxiety appeared on his pale face. His infusion of magic was fast enough, but the speed of the gargoyles outside was even faster. Jiang Chen, however, was unhurried and calm, even vaguely excited. This giant dragon, it came at a wonderful time. He licked his lips, his eyes twinkling. Master, let me confirm once more. You don't care about this Een Divine Beast, do you? Kid, don't care about that. Mirza's voice was low. The thing to worry about now is that the big guy out there is slowing down a bit, or else the two of us are really going to have to account for ourselves here. As for this Een Divine Beast, you should pray that it doesn't realize that we're running away, or else if it comes to cause trouble, it'll be a problem. Roar! As if to corroborate Mirza's statement, the Een God Beast suddenly let out a roar and its huge body ran wildly towards the exit. Mel's face changed and he raised his hand to lay down a defensive boundary. Master, you have an open mouth, don't you? Jiang Chen was all a bit speechless. It was simply a case of fearing what would come. Mirza took a deep breath and barked. There's no way out. I'll try my best to hold on. If he breaks through the boundary, you proceed to infuse your magic power, and I'll deal with this Een God Beast. Though a level 12 rookie with an almost negligible amount of infused magic. But right now, he had nothing better to do. A mosquito is still meat, and maybe sometimes it's just a second or two away from escaping with your life. Jiang Chen smiled brightly. No need. I have a solution. You have a method? Mirza froze. Jiang Chen flipped one hand, and then the chapter of brutality appeared in his hand. More than methodical. That's just methodical. Looking at the Een God Beast that was getting closer and closer, the corners of Jiang Han's mouth twisted in a smile that reached his ears. It's not even New Year's yet, and it's such a big gift. How can this be good? Roar! Under the high-speed dive, the huge body of the Een Divine Beast that covered the sky had already enveloped the two men's heads. Mel's eyes were gloomy to the extreme, and he was already preparing to stop pouring magic power to repel the Een God Beast. Swish! But in the next moment, a blood-colored light locked onto the Een Divine Beast's torso, and then it fell lightly. 242. The damage was slightly spicy, and for a boss of this level, it was no different than being bitten by a mosquito. But the point isn't about that damage. Rather, It was the huge string of pitch-black numbers that rose up afterward. The remaining blood of the Een godbeast was emptied in an instant, and its huge body collapsed with a loud bang, brutalized and purged. The target's blood level falls below 20%, forcing the immediate death effect to be triggered. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the level 100 bizarre demonized boss Ancient Beast. Ding! Congratulations! Leveling up to LV 13. Ding! Congratulations! Your Imperial Beast Little Grey has leveled up to LV 13. Ding! Congratulations! Rank. Ding! Congratulations! You've leveled up to LV 20. Ding! Congratulations! Your Imperial Beast Little Grey has leveled up to LV 20. Ding! Your level has reached the upper limit, and you can't level up at the moment. A series of dazzling hints kept scrolling in front of John Han, and the speed at which his experience bar rose was even more, soaring back and forth as if he was sitting on a pump, directly coming to level 20. Even Ash, along with him, had risen to level 20, killing a demonized boss across a full 88 levels. This kind of thing, I'm afraid, was unique in the entire continent. The benefits are just as great. If not for the existence of the Ascension trial as a restriction, John Han estimated that with this alone, being able to directly charge another 10 or so levels would not be a problem. Mers, who was on the side, watched as white light continued to rise from the youth beside him, and his entire body was dumbfounded. It's a premature death. What did he see? What did he see? A full level 100, bizarre demonized boss that could reign supreme in the entire Dragon Phoenix Empire, to be slaughtered by a level 12 rookie? Is there any law? Is there still a law? In the meantime, ding! World announcement. Great Xia Country player Night Cold successfully killed the level 100 bizarre demonized boss Een Godbeast, completing the first kill of a level 100 bizarre boss. Reputation value plus 1000. Attribute points plus 100. Great Xia Country Warzone points plus 1. Hereby announced. Ding! World announcement. Great Xia Country player Night Cold successfully killed the level 100 bizarre demonized boss Een Godbeast, completing the first kill of a level 100 demonized boss. Reputation value plus 500. Attribute points plus 50. Great Xia Country Warzone points plus 1. Hereby announced. Ding! 2 messages suddenly exploded in the ears of all the players. It was broadcast 3 times before it stopped. Quiet. No matter which newbie village it was dead quiet. Everyone was silent, listening to the 2 broadcasts with an expression of living hell. The breeze brought a slight chill, but it couldn't dissipate the burning heat in their bodies. Moments later, wow! The players throughout the world of Armageddon erupted into an astonishing clamor as if they had thrown a king of kings into cow dung. Treadmill. So many of us players, men and women, young and old, at least a few 100 million of us were blocked by slimes and goblins shivering inside the novice village, not even daring to go out the door. You just turned around and slaughtered a level 100 boss? How dare you be more outrageous? Crap. What the hell? First kill of a level 100 boss. Is this really something that can be done? It's too perverted, isn't it? This is not like this. Are we playing a game? I think so. There must be some kind of loophole in this game. Either that or this Night Cold isn't actually a player. There's definitely dirt. Normally, I don't usually have feelings of admiration for other people, but right now I just want to say that. Gave Papa Night Cold an E. Motherfucker, if Gong doesn't give up, I'd like to be worshipped as a righteous father. Damn. You guys really don't even want to lose face. You don't have a father yourselves, do you? Do you have to recognize someone else as your father? The key is that you also want to rob my own father. What do you mean? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the players of the Great Summer Country were talking, all their attention being diverted to this matter. Many of the comments were anticlimactic, but this is by no means a stretch of the imagination. After seeing the horrors of the monsters and the unusual nature of Doomsday, the vast majority of people have realized that the world has changed. In this kind of environment, if one really knelt down and called out to his father twice to be favored by the number 1 ranking on the rank list, the people in line would be able to circle the earth 3 times. Holy shit! Night Cold soared to level 20. Now the level lead is more than just a break. It's practically a break of several levels. That's too dope. How did you do that? Does this dude know any bugs? Can you share it? I think it's highly probable. Otherwise how could a level 12 player be so outrageous? Soon enough, someone noticed a change in the leveling charts. Although Jiang Han was still the only one on the list, his level was pulled up to level 20. Many people began to analyze it rationally, and the final conclusion was that Night Cold was probably really hung, or had utilized some game loopholes, which made it so outrageous. There was no way, no matter how much they analyzed it, they couldn't think of any other possibilities. If one were to say that rising to level 12 in a short period of time could barely be explained as a high level of skill or something special about one's profession, but now that it had crossed level 88 to kill a level 100 boss, it simply couldn't be explained. It's not a normal game progression at all. Even a dog wouldn't believe it if there wasn't something fishy going on here. And what's this Warzone point? It seems like it's very beneficial to our great summer kingdom. Adding 2 points in a row, does it count as bringing certain advantages again? It's quite possible. After all, the previous world announcement was directly responsible for bringing in an hour of gameplay, so this time it should benefit us as well. Ha ha ha, it's just cool to have a big brother to lead the flight, ha. Who cares if he's open or not? You can't find anyone anyway. It's good for something. When someone gets out of the novice village, we'll look into it then. The eyes of the internal players, on the other hand, were all gathered above the warzone. Obviously, the competition in this game, aside from fighting monsters, the zoning seems to be an important point, and compared to other countries, because of such a presence as Nightcold, the Great Summer Kingdom seemed to start off with a great advantage. It can be a long way off. Ha! Crooked melon. It must be a crooked melon. Baka. These shameless Dasha players must have used immoral means. Otherwise, why are they the only ones in the world who have been nationally swept up inside the game? That's right, Hinegawa Okazaka-kun. Now that even the planes in Dasha are stopped in mid-air, they must have been dropped as punishment. Hinegawa Tenkanasaka. Support your statement. It must be so. Damn the Daxamites. And it's not just Dasha. Players from other kingdoms had their attention similarly drawn to the world announcement. Even the reality is being reported in the news. Although Doomsday is only descending on Dasha tonight, players from other countries can still freely enter and exit the game, and they can also communicate with the Dasha players in the game. Naturally, the bizarre events that took place in Dasha were mapped out. It's safe to say that at this point in time, 7 billion people around the world are pretty much talking about the end. It has long caused widespread panic, and right now, when this explosive news came out, it naturally attracted a sea of attention instantly. It's an incredible thing. Until then, no one could have imagined that there could be someone who could be a distraction. In the face of such a supernatural event that had attracted global attention, Great Xia player Nightcold surprisingly accomplished an amazing feat in the end of the game. Does it mean that Great Xia knows something? Who exactly is Nightcold? Is it possible that the black hand behind Doomsday has something to do with this Dasha player? From firmly occupying the number 1 spot on the rank list to killing a 100-level boss, does Nightcold really know something? The media of the Stick Country issued an article, Nightcold is our great Stick Country's man Semida. AS Media, it is unbelievable that such a person has appeared in a country like Dasha, which has been fully surpassed by us. There was news about Nightcold that quickly dominated every social media program, and everyone's focus was more on researching, since it was possible to open a plugin inside Doom, or to utilize the game's loopholes. So is it safe to assume that someone actually already knows something? The essence of this paranormal phenomenon, once mastered, would be the power to rule over all. No matter which country's top management, all of them couldn't sit still in order to find out everything about Nightcold by all means. It was a pity that Zhang Han had prepared for this and never revealed any information about himself. Even the money that was charged was used from a scattering of many accounts, except that Doomsday automatically recognizes the value of a person's wealth and deducts it directly to do so. Sources and destinations are simply not realistically traceable. Of course, the world is full of smart people who will always find clues, even in the face of the paranormal. But by the time that time came, Zhang Han was afraid that he would have long since grown to an unknown level, fearless of any challenge. Time back to the node where the boss was just killed. 100-level boss. Cool. Jiang Chen could naturally anticipate just how much of a stir the world announcement would cause once it came out. After all, when the first creepy boss was killed by a player in the previous world, it also caused a worldwide discussion, and at that point, it was already at the level 30 stage, and the kills were only elite bosses. Now kill a level 100 demonized boss at level 12. One could think with one's toes that one didn't know how many people with ulterior motives were staring at oneself right now, but nothing dicked about it. Come one, slaughter one, boom, and before he could be happy for long, there was a loud bang from outside the cave. That incomparably strong dragon had finally arrived at the entrance before the teleportation array was completely activated. It's over. Mirza's face changed dramatically, and he didn't even have the heart to ask Zhang Han how he had killed the Ingod beast, because the next creature to face, it was unknown how many times more powerful than the Divine beast. The shadow of death has poured down. What's worse, the infusion of magic power happened to be at its most critical stage. Stopping now wouldn't stop the teleportation array. 1. As the countdown ends, the teleportation array emitted a milky white light, drowning the two of them in all their glory. Jiang Chen glanced at the props underneath the Divine beast with some regret. Killing the ancient beast was originally an accident. Coupled with its excessive size, the equipment's drop point was far away, and even if he rushed over to pick up the equipment in the first place, he couldn't make it. However, the experience of rising 8 levels in a row was a windfall. The two figures disappeared into the middle of the cave. Boom! As the duo left, the entire dark cave labyrinth collapsed. A void turbulence swept in, forming a huge vortex that annihilated the entire labyrinth, along with the bizarre creatures and equipment props in it. Everything fell silent as if nothing had happened. When he reappeared, Jung Han only felt that his sight was filled with a fiery red light that was incomparably blinding. It was as if the whole world had been rendered red, and overhead, a majestic dragon with a body length of over 100 meters towered over them, its eyes cold as it looked down on them. A dragon forbidden spell with half the power stored up. Mirza's pupils shrunk violently, and the hairs on his body instantly stood on end. A forbidden spell that even a 5th-ranked dragon needed to chant. He didn't even dare to imagine just how powerful it could be. I'm afraid that everything around us is going to be blown to pieces. If you dare to resist, you'll be lucky to keep your body intact. Even if he was able to use his last undercard to transform into a big musclebuster again, it would be a robust corpse at best. And the flames were so thick that they formed a huge cage, isolating the surroundings from the outside world. You can't even run away. Odd syllables drifted from Mirza's mouth, and in desperation, he could do nothing more than hang on for dear life. A defensive forbidden spell might have that little chance of surviving. Boom! Mountains and rocks shattered and magma surged. It was as if an earthquake had struck, and everything around them began to shake violently as the hot magma broke through the ground and shot up into the sky, turning into a huge pillar of fiery red light. It looked incomparably spectacular. 15. The searing heat even caused Zhang Han's blood level to drop down. At this rate of progress, it would take up to half a minute for his blood to bottom out. And that's just the environmental turmoil caused by the forbidden spell. Zhang Chen raised his head and looked towards the crimson dragon that was over 100 meters long. Sacred ruling, fire dragon. Level, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Sure enough, it was another holy ruler dragon. Ash. Zhang Chen lightly drank, and little Gray leapt out of the imperial beast space. He couldn't even resist the elemental riot alone. And even if Mirza's forbidden spell was successfully cast, he most likely wouldn't be able to resist the power of this heavenly fire dragon. At that time, it would only take a tiny bit of aftershock to turn him into flying dust. Although the heavenly fire gargoyle was not a bizarre creature, even if it had died from a forbidden spell, there was still a chance of resurrection. But, sitting back and waiting for death was never Zhang Chen's style, even if the opponent was a 5th-order dragon. Grandmaster, is there a way to send my imperial beast to the heavenly flame giant dragon? As Ash ran wildly all the way towards the skyfire dragon, Zhang Han turned his head to look at Mirz. What do you want? Mirz frowned. Zhang Chen grinned. I want to try and see if I can interrupt the forbidden spell. Mirz was silent for just a second before withdrawing the forbidden spell from his hand. If anyone else had said that, he would have just thought it was out of his mind. Are you kidding me? A forbidden spell chanted by a holy ruler dragon can be interrupted just by thinking about it? Not to mention the high to unreasonable magic resistance of the dragon itself. Just by virtue of the strength of its flesh alone, such a strong creature was able to take a forbidden spell hard. Not even a god-level powerhouse like Mirz could do anything about it anyway. All you can do is get on a life-saving skill and make a last stand. But if this youth in front of us, Mirz is willing to give it a shot, because he has witnessed so many miracles today. Not to mention, Mirz looked ahead to the still wildly running hatchling. This little thing, it's not easy. How? He spoke blandly, already placing the power of life and death in Zhang Chen's hands. It's a little ridiculous to say the least, but that's just the way it is. Giving up on casting the forbidden spell, even if he was as strong as Mirz, he would inevitably die under the pressure of the heavenly flame dragon. It's not that difficult. Find a way to get it within 20 meters of that fire dragon, Zhang Chen said in a deep voice. Could be. Mirz nodded and raised his hand, a small teleportation array appearing at Ash's feet. Being trapped in the flame world gave him a firm lock, and he really couldn't get out through some rare props like he did last time. Still, this kind of small-scale shifting was barely possible. The teleportation array flashed. Ash's form disappeared into thin air. A few moments later, this young dragon that had only just grown to level 20 broke into the flame world constructed by the heavenly flame giant dragon. The scene was too unbelievable. As creatures at the top of the biological chain of doom, how powerful was the pressure of the dragon? Other creatures, not to mention confronting them head-on, would unconsciously kneel in submission and tremble even if they got too close. Little Ash, on the other hand, was not affected in any way, and was fearless even when facing the heavenly flame giant dragon. Even leapt at the chance to rush up and give it a big pussy pocket. Shaking dragon might. Ow! Jiang Chen and Little Gray shared the same mind, and neither needed to speak to comprehend his meaning. Raising his tiny head, he let out a growl up in the air. It had a small figure, but it was a genuine mythological creature, the king of the dragons. The suppression from the deep origin of the soul spread out instantly. Within that range, whatever creature is there, it must be in subjection to its feet. This also includes Skyfire Dragon. The effect of the shaking dragons might cause the dragon, which could be described as incomparably close to a god, to fall into a 1.5-second stun. In a split second, the elemental riots stop, the lava goes out, and the world of flames falls apart. The huge body of the heavenly flame giant dragon also slowly fell towards the bottom because it had lost control, and that dragon forbidden spell that was proceeding to its end was naturally interrupted as a result. Really good? Mirza's eyes were horrified, so surprised that he almost pulled his beard off with a handful of his own. A little less than half a meter tall, in front of the heavenly flame giant dragon and ants compared to not much, actually froze and roared down with one voice. The shock that this scene gave him was indescribable by words. Damn. It's a shame Golden Voice didn't hire you as a spokesperson. What's even more outrageous is that this is not enough for Ash. Opening his mouth, he spat out another mouthful of dragon breath in pursuit. Dragon fangs, 5 seconds of enforced magic banning. Come back. Jiang Chen quickly gave the order. Although Little Gray's grade was high, after all, the difference in grade was too great. Right now it was just a surprise hit with the 2 counter skills. Still daring to head iron. By the time the heavenly flame giant dragon came back to its senses, it would be melted in an instant. Still, it's enough. Being able to mix to the god level, Mers was naturally not a stupid person. Without even needing Jiang Han to open his mouth, he raised his hand and swiftly brought Little Gray back. Good job. Jiang Chen stroked Little Gray's fleshy head, then took it back into the Imperial Beast space. Bang! Taking advantage of the brief disappearance of the flaming world, Mers put one hand on Jiang Han's shoulder and crushed the teleportation scroll. With a flash of light, the two disappeared. And with that, he fled the Dragon Mountain range. No, this can't be. It wasn't until this time that the Skyfire gargoyle realized what had just happened. Deadpan stared in the direction the two had left. Shock was written all over a pair of huge vertical pupils. A mere roar has interrupted my forbidden spell, and caused me to briefly lose consciousness. And, rumble. The huge sharp claws cut the surrounding boulders as if they were tofu. The Skyfire dragon looked down at its claws. Until now, it was still unable to use magic and was suppressed to the point of being half-tempered. But gargoyles, themselves, are magic nemesis. In particular, the holy ruling gargoyle, who was the highest position, was an existence that stood at the top. It had never been the only one to strip other creatures of their magic. When had it ever done that? But, either being forced into a stun or being suppressed. Both of these were not what surprised the Skyfire gargoyle the most. Rather, it was clearly able to feel that the might and bloodline contained in that young beast clearly shared a sense of affinity with it. Same family, same origin. No doubt that cub is also dragon. A mighty pressure that even I cannot resist. Could it be that the legends are indeed true? The heavenly flame dragon whispered to itself. A supreme being that doesn't belong to this realm will finally bring hope for the destruction? Phew! Phew! The wind whistled as the Skyfire dragon flapped its wings and slowly rose into the air. It took a deep look at the extremely distant Windleaf city, and then left the mountain range that had been entrenched for thousands of years. There are some things that need to be confirmed. Far away, a spell formation lit up abruptly, and two silhouettes instantly appeared here. Surprisingly, he actually came back alive. Mers took a deep breath of fresh air and barely escaped tears of excitement. It's only close. This old life was really almost accounted for on that giant dragon mountain range. Jiang Chen was relatively calmer, but he was also slightly agitated inside, because even he didn't expect that even an existence of this level would be shocked by Little Gray and controlled so much that he couldn't take care of himself. It's simply anticlimactic. Though usually, the bosses had all sorts of despair-inducing attributes of gaining and resisting control on them. But how vast is Doomsday? Global players alone are billions, plus the local NPC. Such a huge number. It is inevitable that a few special existences will be born. The skills of some hidden professions were also able to manage to control bosses beyond their level and ignore resisting effects. But the ones that cross so many levels, that's really not one. Unheard of, unseen. One could only say that mythic creatures, really strong to the point of being ridiculously strong, didn't deserve the name at all. Mers finally calmed down and looked at Jiang Han with an incredibly complex expression. Honestly, there was just so much he wanted to ask. After all, the fact that what happened today was unbelievable. He, a god-level spellcaster, a powerful existence that even the royal family had to worship as their guest, today was actually taken off by a level 12. Oh no, now it should be 20 rookie. If it wasn't for looking at his still strong attributes, Mers even wondered for a moment if he was a retard. In the end, Mers let out a long sigh, burying all his sorrows in his heart. Jiang Chen could naturally roughly guess what the old man in front of him was thinking, but he didn't explain. Anyway, the stuff is here, so let Olden guess for himself. Jiang Han smiled. The location of the Holy Spirit Spring in 100 million gold coins. When do you want it, masters? Mers sighed and said with a complex expression. The sooner the location of the Holy Spirit Spring, the better, and as for that 100 million gold coins, forget it, the old man is ashamed of it. If it wasn't for your imperial beast, I'm afraid it's still a toss-up as to whether or not Old Me would be alive. That's not true. Jiang Chen shook his head. Since it's a pre-negotiated deal, that's how it should be. Besides, if it wasn't for Master, I wouldn't have been able to reach this giant dragon mountain range and kill that weird boss. You're too modest. Mers looked surprised. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel an emotion called admiration rising in his heart. A descendant with such ability who is not arrogant and follows the spirit of the deal is a rarity these days. Just the truth. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It's really not that he's modest. With his personal abilities alone, it would be difficult for him to even make it up the mountain with his current rank, let alone what was behind him. The goal of the prior agreement was to get the props of the maze, and now that the goal was accomplished, there was naturally no need to be stingy. Of course, Jiang Chen wasn't so bad as to do this for the sake of so-called face or virtue. The deeper reason is that what he valued more than the 100 million gold coins was Merz's friendship, a god-level spellcaster. That was unattainable. It will be used in many ways in the future, and by spending 100 million gold coins, you also get 100 attribute points. In a nutshell, it comes down to one thing: you may make a lot of money, but I never lose. Then, the old man will be flattered. Mers didn't make a fuss and nodded in response. Ding! You've gained Merz's friendship. The next moment, the system's beep sounded. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, the two quickly completed the deal. Mers didn't linger much longer, and after sending Jiang Han back to Windleaf City, he hurried back to the Supreme Hall. It was evident that his thirst for the Holy Spirit Spring had gone deep into his bones. Next, it's off to Sophia. Jiang Chen looked up at the lofty city head, his eyes gradually becoming fiery. After working so hard for most of the day, risking being struck down by the weirdness, wasn't this the moment you're waiting for now? It's a hidden profession. Soon, Jiang Han arrived at the Duke's mansion. I can't believe you actually got the stuff from the maze. The moment she saw the parchment scroll, the surprise in Sophia's beautiful eyes almost overflowed her eyes. It seemed that shock had become the norm in the face of this youth who brought surprises one after another. It added so much color to her boring life. So what's next? How do I unlock the hidden professions? Jiang Han didn't have the intention to exchange pleasantries, and opened the door to ask about the doubts in his heart. This parchment doesn't seem to be a transfer scroll. Indeed not. Sophia mused for a moment, her lips parting lightly. According to Uncle Stout, the things in the labyrinth, by themselves, don't have the ability to transfer. What do you mean? Jiang Chen frowned. Potential. Sophia said softly. This parchment is able to activate your own potential, thus opening up a career that is uniquely yours personally. Activating potential? Very interesting statement. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Is it possible to imply that the profession that was transferred through the parchment is a powerful profession tailored for me? It can be interpreted that way. Sophia nodded. She hesitated, but explained. Whether is ultimately powerful or not, though, may not be certain. Without giving Jiang Chen the chance to open his mouth and ask, Sophia turned around and walked towards the door. Follow me. I'll take you to open the transfer. Looking at Sophia's flavorful back, Jiang Han's eyes flickered in thought. This kind of strange quest process was something he had never heard of even in his previous life. Is transferring through this parchment good or bad? For a while he was a little unsure of what to do. Forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? But Jiang Chen didn't have to think too long before he followed. Wincing is not his style. Whether the results are good or bad, you'll know for yourself when you experience it for yourself. Anyway, with God of Wealth as a second career under the hood, even if it sucks, it can't suck much. Soon, Sophia led Jiang Han into a secret room. The chamber was dark and out of reach. Sophia bent down to light a candle, the ghostly flame bringing some light into the chamber. As the candle flame lit up, a middle-aged looking figure slowly appeared above it. Jiang Chen looked at Sophia. This is? Young man, I'm the stout you're looking for. Before Sophia could open her mouth, the middle-aged man wearing a white robe with a flamboyant temperament smiled slightly and introduced himself with a bright voice. So it's Monsignor Stout. Jiang Han nodded his head in greeting, slightly startled in his heart. Another godly NPC. From what Sophia said, you've got the parchment scroll? Stout asked. Yes. Jiang Chen took out the parchment scroll from the item bar and handed it to Asai. Fruit of the loom. Stout rubbed the parchment, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Are all of you otherworldly visitors so powerful? Even this parchment from the Dragon Mountain range can be brought back. I originally thought that there would no longer be people in this world who had transferred their jobs through this way, but I didn't realize that. Jiang Chen's heart stirred slightly. There have been people who have transferred their jobs in this way before? Sure. Stout smiled and nodded. I was one of them, only the parchment I used back then wasn't nearly as high grade as what you have now, and it's probably the last copy in the world. So it is. Jiang Chen suddenly realized. No wonder he hadn't heard of it in his previous life. Feelings that this thing was so rare. It's all going extinct. Well, that's the end of the small talk. This spirit body of mine won't last long. First let me help you finish your transfer. A soft glow coalesced in Stout's hand, and using his hand as a pen, he quickly wrote a string of characters on the parchment. Sophia, stay away from Night Cold, Stout bellowed softly, and Sophia hurriedly backed away from the door. The parchment glowed brightly, spinning and landing at Zhang Han's feet. An endless white light obscured Zhang Han's vision, and he immediately felt that his body had become much lighter. At the same time, Stout's voice rang in his ears. Don't panic, don't resist. The parchment will tickle your deepest native powers. This will last a long time. Just follow your inner guidance. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and stood silently. Around him, 5 transparent crystal balls slowly hovered. It's done. With a thought, Stout retreated to Sophia's side and the two stood side by side. Uncle Stout, is this the legendary supreme transmutation? Sophia wondered. Even she had only heard about it in rumors. Yeah, that's probably the last one too. Stout's tone was emotional, his eyes showing reminiscence, remembering the old days of youth. It would be impossible to see it again. I've heard that supreme transmigration is also divided into high and low. Is that right? Sophia asked. Sure, Stout explained. Everyone's potential is different, and ultimately the intensity of their careers will vary. See the 5 crystal balls beside him? That's the symbols of potential. A symbol of potential? Yes, that crystal ball doesn't actually exist. It's more of a visualization, and the transmuter's own soul power will be infused into it. And the stronger the soul power, the stronger the transmutation strength will be. That is to say, is the profession strong or not, depending on the number? You could say that. Then, Uncle St. How many crystal balls did you activate at that time when you transferred? A trace of curiosity flashed through Sophia's beautiful eyes. Stout smiled proudly. 3. Only 3? Sophia was a little stunned. He knows how strong the person beside him is. The chief imperial beast master of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Even if he looks at the entire continent, he is also a top existence. But even this kind of person only activated 3 crystal balls? Oh, don't underestimate 3. That's the human limit. Stout was proud to explain. The 2 crystal balls in the back, by themselves, have little significance in their existence, and I have read ancient texts that only the gods believed in by ancient races can touch that realm. Doesn't that mean that Uncle Stout is already considered the absolute pinnacle of humanity? Sophia pondered. In terms of strength, I don't want to say anything big, but if it's about potential, I deserve it. Stout looked calm. It wasn't that he was boasting. As the continent's most outstanding genius in 100 years, he had the qualifications to say this. What about Night Cold? Sophia glanced at Zhang Han. At this moment, there was already the first crystal ball starting to turn light blue. Is it possible to activate the 3rd crystal ball? Well, it's hard to say. Stout mused for a moment and said, but since we can obtain the badge of valor, I think the probability should still be high. Not bad for a night chill. The corners of Sophia's mouth hooked up slightly in a smile. Looking at this reaction from his niece, Stout was a bit depressed. What's going on? I, as an uncle, actually activated 3 crystal balls and you didn't show any sign. This kid is laughing like that at a mere possibility? Can we still have fun in the future? However, he didn't say anything more and turned to Jiang Chen, because the first crystal ball around the ladder had turned completely blue. Sure enough, to have successfully infused it so quickly, this Night Cold's potential is extraordinary. Even though he had expected it, Stout still marveled at the sight with his own eyes. Sophia pursed her red lips and didn't say anything more, only that the color in her eyes became more and more intense. Time passes. Soon, the 2nd crystal ball lights up, but this still shows no sign of stopping. After some more time, the 3rd crystal ball also lit up with blue light. The 3 crystal balls gleamed, reflecting the room in blue. He really did it. Sophia was thrilled. Awesome. Even the knowledgeable Ste. The corners of his mouth revealed a smile. Well, the next step is to wait for him to activate his profession. My Dragon Phoenix Empire. Adding another talent. About how much longer? Sophia asked. Even the crystal ball is starting to spin. So that means it's at the closing stage. Soon, halfway through his words, the smile at the corner of Ste's mouth suddenly froze, and the whole person was as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes full of unbelief. Because, the fourth crystal ball and the fifth crystal ball, it lit up at the same time. Sophia's rosy little mouth opened slightly as she looked at Ste with a puzzled expression. Didn't they say that there's no way for humans to activate the remaining 2 crystal balls? Stout was flabbergasted. Don't ask me. I don't know. This crystal ball, it was clearly starting to rotate. Stout was sure he wasn't so old and blind that he couldn't even see this. It meant that the soul power was completely absorbed and the ritual was over. But why did the infusion process start all over again? It's like walking the path you just walked again. And more importantly, even the crystal ball, which was rumored to be activated only by ancient gods, was filled. Stout had a face that was twisted into a tangent twist. Confused. Particularly confused. After living for so long, this was the first time he had encountered something so bizarre. Or is it, this kid's not human? For the record, Stout definitely didn't mean to swear, but right now, he couldn't think of any other possibility besides that explanation. Just outrageous. Uncle Stout? Seeing Stout's silence, Sophia's curiosity grew, rather like breaking the mold. Stout had his eyes and nose in the air, and he was all high and mighty, not talking to pretend to be a master. Sister, I beg you, don't ask, okay? Would I be this surprised if I knew why? So Uncle Sturt doesn't know either. Not getting a response, Sophia smiled faintly and didn't press the issue any further. Who said that? Stout was a bit angry, although it did involve his knowledge blind spot, but he was the royal chief royal beast master. Did he not have credibility in his words? I don't know, can I make it up? My party was just recalling some ancient literature. According to my deduction, the reason why Night Cold was able to activate all of the crystal balls is most likely full out? Ste only made up. Not. Explaining halfway, saw Sophia a pair of beautiful eyes wide, always graceful and noble. She completely lost her mind. Full out? As soon as Stout turned his head, he then saw that the azure color, which represented the soul power of the transmigrator, actually spilled out of the crystal ball. It was even so thick that it liquefied, slowly spreading out on the ground. Crap. Stout's brain buzzed as if he'd been hit hard with a hammer. Is that even allowed by law? You're pushing the limits of humanity here, activating all 5 crystal balls even, and now it's fucking overflowing? We're both men, why do you get so much? The room was silent. Both Stout and Sophia all fell into silence. The duo had a few big words written plainly on their faces. I don't sisterly But luckily, Junghan's soul power didn't spill out again next. The transfer ceremony, at last, is truly over. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully completed the Imperial Beastmaster transfer quest. Whisper of the Dragon. Ding! You have successfully transferred to the only hidden profession Dragon Whisperer. Ding! Due to the infusion of mysterious power, the occupation grade has been raised. Ding! Occupational grade cap. Can't continue to raise it. Ding! Due to the infusion of mysterious power, you have broken through the upper limit of your profession level and have successfully transferred to the only god level hidden profession. Beast God Controller. A series of system beeps rang out. Even Jiang Chen was surprised to hear it. There's actually a cap on career levels? And you broke that cap yourself by mistake? That's a bummer. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to open the occupation panel. Profession, Beast Master. Innate talent, power of God. LV1 You are initially equipped with the body of a god, standing on top of the heavens. All final growth attributes plus 100%. Innate talent, magical power source. LV1 as a beast god controller. You initially fuse the power of the gods. Spirit value plus 100%. Strength value plus 100%. Benign talent God's Imperial Beast set. LV1 You are primed with the power of the gods and know all things. And you gain a drawing for the creation of the Imperial Beast equipment, the claws of the Beast God. Innate talent Beast God Aura. LV1 as a beast god controller. The Imperial Beasts under your command are baptized with the power of the gods. Imperial Beast attributes plus 30%. Natal talent Beast God's Harness. LV1 Your mastery of the beasts is at its peak, and all of your beasts enjoy a 30% bonus to your final attribute. After reading the occupational talents, Junghan's entire body was dumbfounded. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it before transferring. A hidden profession whose strength was above that of a beast whisperer was bound to be extraordinary, but definitely didn't anticipate that it could be exaggerated to this extent. Against the day. For a moment, Junghan couldn't even find any words to describe the beast god controller other than those 2 words. A few of these talents are even final additions. It is important to realize that such entries are among the highest priority entries. Overriding percentage words. Taking the talent of God's power. Junghan had now passed the Abyssal level Ascension trial, and the growth attribute bonus itself was 100%. That meant that he was now gaining 20 attributes for every level. The calculation of the final bonus is done separately after the percentage calculation is completed. It also means that Jiang Chen's attribute bonus for every one level up was now a full 40 points. It's an exaggeration to the point of explosion. And that stat will continue to rise as you go through the Ascension trials again afterward. As for the other talents, the brightly shining values were dizzying to see Jiang Han. 100% strength and spirit bonus. Even if equipped with the bonus of a set of epic level equipment, it was impossible to be this exaggerated. Moreover, the boost brought by the Beast God controller was more than just the value itself. What's more important is the sharing of attributes with the Imperial Beasts, as well as the bonuses to the Imperial Beasts themselves. This is where the true soul of the Sentinel lies. And the attribute bonus of an ordinary Imperial Beast Master to an Imperial Beast was 5%. Beast God's power, directly exaggerated to 30%. With Ash's current level 20 attributes, it directly added over 400 basic attributes. It would be even more if Jiang Han's own attributes were added. The lift is huge. Jiang Chen exhaled a long breath of turbid air and opened the attribute panel in a smooth manner. Player, Night Cold. God of Wealth, Unique. Beast Controller, Unique. Rank, 20, 0%. Base Condition Life, 990. Magic, 15640. Hunger, 100. Base Attributes, Strength, 367. Constitution, 99. Spirit, 1564. Agility, 110. Special Attributes, Luck, 65. Charisma, 68. Sure enough, under the Beast God Controller's heaven-defying bonus, plus all the upgrade attribute points were all added to the spirit value. It made Jiang Chen's spiritual value directly break through the 4-digit mark. Foot 1564. Just by choosing this attribute, and taking a trip to a level 10 Ascension copy. You don't even need Ash to make a move. A fireball spell can smash off a small half of the boss's blood. Of course, despite its exaggerated attributes, Beast God's power basically had no combat skills. Combined with the boss's damage reduction, the damage definitely can't be compared to Ash's. It couldn't be helped. This was a common problem for Imperial Beastmasters, even for god-level professions. But Jiang Chen was already too satisfied to be satisfied. Weak, that's who it's compared to. Now that ordinary players are standing in front of him, dare they try yelling one fireball spell down, and that's still a few tubes of blood down. If a Beastmaster can have this kind of combat power, what more bicycles do you need? And look what this Beast God Sai is. At the same time, Jiang Han hadn't forgotten that on top of the high attribute bonus, the Beast God controller also came with a set of equipment building drawings. Although he didn't know how the attributes were, since all the other talents were so strong, this Beast God Sai couldn't be weak either. Jiang Chen opened the props bar and saw a drawing line quietly in the empty space. Beast God's Claw Crafting Drawing, Growth Type, Grade, Epic, Growable Equipment. And it starts out epic? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The bosses he had fought weren't that few, and up until now he hadn't popped a single piece of epic equipment. And the rarity of the Imperial Beast equipment was even higher than the player equipment. Only by building, not to mention epic level drawings. Even silver level drawings are rare. And in addition to the drawings, the materials needed to build it, and the right forger were also an issue. But no matter what, at least there's an idea now. The materials are rare, but as long as we have the drawings, there's always a way to do the rest. Jiang Chen made a note of the several rare materials needed for the build and turned off the item bar. Undoubtedly, as long as this Beast God's Claw was built, it would be another big boost to Little Ash's strength, normal bowel movements and a promising future. Jiang Chen came to the door in a refreshed state. It wasn't until this time that the two of them, Ste and Sophia, came back to their senses, their faces full of complexity. Stout held his head full of questions, but before he could speak, his form became illusory. In itself, this was just a shadow left behind through some means, helping Jiang Han reach his limit after his transfer. Now it couldn't hold up straight away, and completely dissipated in the midst of Stout's face full of resignation. Night Cold, you're amazing. Sophia covered her heart and her eyes filled with eagerness. What even the Royal Chief Imperial Beastmaster had failed to do, the youth in front of him had done. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Is there anything special about me awakening my hidden profession?" While he didn't understand exactly what was going on, the whole thing was less than unusual, judging by the expressions on the two men's faces. Of course, if Stout is right, you've stepped into the realm of the gods. Sophia was thrilled. A god's domain? Jiang Chen frowned. Here's the deal. Immediately after that, Sophia gave a brief description of the entire process just now. 3 crystal balls is the human limit? But my soul power can't even carry 5 crystal balls? Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Will, does it also have something to do with being born again? An ordinary person has only one share of soul power, and when it comes to himself, it becomes two. Because of this, the original limit of 3 crystal balls was doubled, and 6 crystal balls were needed to carry it. Although the speculation was a bit simple and crude, for some reason, Jiang Han instinctively felt that there seemed to be some connection between the two events. Forget it, don't think about it. When the time comes to go to the Imperial City, just ask Stout about it. Jiang Chen shook his head and threw the thoughts out of his mind. It's useless to think about this now, it's just adding to the worries. Now that the transfer had been completed, the immediate focus was the level 20 Ascension trial. As for whether or not to build the Beast God's Claw first, Jiang Han thought about it and decided to give up. On the one hand, there is a scarcity of materials. On the other hand, it was the fact that with the preciousness of the Beast God's Claw drawings, there were bound to be a large number of forgers who wanted to learn. Though selling it to a forge store is bound to fetch a premium, but relatively speaking, Jiang Han wasn't that short of gold coins. The drawings are still for recruiting some powerful forging NPCs later when you are ready to develop the stores. Leaving the Duke's mansion, Jiang Han went straight to the place of trial, and in the meantime, the 9-hour time limit is finally up. All of the players in the Great Summer Kingdom, except for Jiang Han, were forcibly kicked out of the game. The various modes of transportation that had stayed in place restarted. Various instruments and equipment restarted operation. Reality seems to be on track, and everything that happened before seems like it was just a dream. But those who died too many times in the game did lose signs of life and reality. Drivers on buses, workers in factories, high-ranking officials and rich businessmen. There is no shortage of staff in key positions. As a result, there are no telling how many accidents have occurred in the Great Summerland during the same time. Obviously leaving the game has brought new casualties. There's no doubt that in the midst of the grief, doom, the game became the focus of everyone's attention. When society started to function again, the media, the internet, went crazy exploring the matter. Some of these high-flying players, the heat also overshadowed the previous what stars, politicians. The one with the highest level of discussion was naturally Jiang Han, but beyond that, other masters, too, were beginning to emerge. Good news, the second level 10 player, who also appeared in our Great Summer Country, is Tiger God, who once led his guild to a grand first place in 3 consecutive online games. The Tiger God is cheating, but I've received news on my side that Remnant Blade has also reached level 9, and is just a foot short of level 10. The Bright God and Sue God and the others are almost done. Wait until tomorrow. It's estimated that they can also reach level 10, and then they will be able to enter the main city. Expecting all the gods to power up and see if they can close the gap with Night Cold before the game officially begins. Apart from Jiang Han, the progress of the other top experts was actually similar, and with an extra hour of game time for the players of the Great Summer Country, they naturally pulled some distance away from the experts of other countries. Tomorrow morning, it was estimated that the leaderboards would all be filled with the names of players from the Great Summer Kingdom. In the meantime, roar! A dark, dense forest, searing dragon's breath fell from the sky, slamming hard into the white skeleton that blocked the way. 12650. A high amount of damage instantly melted this level 20 monster. Nickname, Ash. Type a dragon, mythic. Rank, 20 to 0.00%. Status life, 39,900. Magic, 47,080. Base attributes, strength, 1995. Constitution, 1914. Spirit, 2354. Agility, 1918. This was Little Grey's attribute at level 20. And as a mythic grade Imperial Beast, there was no doubt that it was powerful. With the addition of the Beast God Controller, it made Ash's attributes even more outrageous. The 4 dimensions were all above and below the 2000 mark, while the life value and magic value, moreover, had been so terrifying that they were numerically comparable to bosses. And in terms of the frequency of output from a player's Imperial Beasts, the strength that comes from such data is far more than the numbers themselves can reflect. This level 20 ordinary monster in front of him was no different from the ants on the side of the road. Say run over and give it a run over. What a pain in the ass. Jiang Chen looked at the endless forest and had a pang of egg pain. If anything, the biggest trouble for him right now wasn't the Ascension trial itself. Rather, it's this faraway road. I don't know what these NPCs of Doomsday are thinking. Perhaps for security reasons, the locations of the trial halls are more remote than one another. It took quite a bit of time to rush from the novice village to the level 10 Temple of Trials. Now the level 20 trial hall. That's even more exaggerated. More than an hour has not seen a shadow. This was still the case when the route Jiang Han picked was basically devoid of monsters. If it were any other player, it was estimated that at least a day would be wasted. The higher the later levels, the more time it takes is. By the time Jiang Han arrived at his destination, today's game hours were nearing the end, and it was clearly not a wise choice to challenge the abyssal trials at this time. After thinking for a moment, he chose to go straight down the line. I had just quit the game when my cell phone was dripping and ringing. Clicking on it casually, most of the messages were from the class group. Lu Lin, at Zhou Tao. Thanks to you this time, Zhou Tao. If not for your timely reminder not to leave the novice village, I'm afraid I would have died at the hands of monsters. Wang Jun, yeah. I also hinted at my family in passing. Just watched the news. A lot of people died inside the end. Scared me to death. Lili, well, thanks to Zhou Tao. None of our classes seem to have any casualties this time. I heard that Wang Ming from the next class died inside the game. Zhou Tao, it's not a big deal. Ruyan and I have participated in the internal test. We just know a little bit more than you guys. Wang Jun, by the way, have any of you seen Jiang Han lately? I haven't seen him for ages. He hasn't come to school for weeks. And Mr. Wang said he hasn't taken a vacation either. Lili, haven't seen him? Is something wrong with him? Doomsday is so dangerous this time. And I haven't seen his shadow. Wang Jun, Will. The first thing I'd like to say is that I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. But I'm sure I'm going to be able to do it. And I'm going to be able to do it. Wang Jun, at Jiang Han. Lu Lin, at Jiang Han. Jiang Chen also didn't expect that the topic had even been drawn to himself. And by the looks of it, it's like they all think they're GA in the end. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Han still replied in the group. Jiang Han, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Right now, Doomsday has only just finished its first day. And although it has caused a great deal of turmoil, the order hasn't completely collapsed yet. The official list of people on all sides will surely be tallied. If it really had been silent, maybe the class will actually think they've taken a break from pushing and report the list. At that time, if the officials were to be caught in the crossfire, there would be no shortage of trouble. The rest doesn't matter. It's better not to be secretive in this regard. For the time being. But what Jiang Han didn't expect was that he had only just shown up when someone else had ventured out. Willow Smoke, are you okay? You didn't return my messages? And you've pulled the plug on me? River Cold, at Lu Ruyan. Stupid you. Lin Lu, Wang Jun, The group cleared out with question marks and instant brush-offs. Even students who are usually never speakers couldn't help but follow suit. It's not hard to imagine the surprised faces behind the individual cell phone screens. Early life. Originally, Lu Ruyan, who had always been indifferent to Jiang Han, had taken the initiative to open her mouth to inquire, which had already made them feel perverse. I didn't expect Jiang Han's next statement to be even more top of the top. Old Ben isn't even dead yet, and he dares to be so rigid in the class group. I would call you the strongest in the world of mouthpieces. Homeroom teacher, Lu Wang, at Jiang Han. Mr. Jiang Han, watch your language. Besides, you haven't come to school for 2 weeks, and you don't answer your messages, so you don't want to study anymore? I know that your family is rich, but if you continue to be so capricious, you'll be ruined. Don't you know? Class teacher, Lu Wang, at Jiang Han. Come to my office on Monday and explain all these things, or else we'll do an expulsion. River Cold, After replying to this message, Jiang Han exited the class group. There's no point in staying in there when the purpose has been served anyway. As for the firing and all that, no dick. What a joke. Going to school? The end times are coming. Why do I still have to go to a trade fair school? After Jiang Han retreated from the group, the entire class group was silent. A little hurts like hotcakes. So dazzling and sharp that it simply disliked Lu Wang to the point that he was somewhat skeptical of life. And his anger value was instantly pulled up. In all his years of teaching, he had never seen such rampant students. So what if you're uneducated and your family has money? Wasted. As for Lu Ruyan, the whole person is confused. Originally thought that there is a class teacher to help out. How Jiang Han will also have a better attitude. Did not expect actually will be like this. Could it be that he really doesn't care about me at all anymore? For some reason, Ruyan Lu started to panic. What reaction the others had, Jiang Han was too lazy to care. After incidentally deleting and blacking out as many messages and unnecessary contacts as he could that might be distracting to look at, he clicked on the forums of Armageddon. There is no doubt that the number of visitors to the site has spiked by an unknown number of times compared to the previous 2 days. After collecting some random information that would come in handy in the future, a few messages caught Jiang Han's attention. The Tiger God has risen to level 10, and has put out a bold statement that he will single-handedly impact the Abyssal level Ascension trial. Sushin and Mingshin have also stated that after rising to level 10, they will impact the Abyssal level Ascension trial. Come up here to hit the Abyssal level trial? Zhang Chen's gaze flickered slightly. Tiger God, this LD. Of course he was familiar with. The first player to reach level 10 in the last Great Summer Country. The difference, however, was that as the opening player, he kept his full guard up at the time and chose Nightmare difficulty. It also failed in the end. But there is room for error after all. If it's abyssal difficulty, is it because I passed the abyssal level difficulty trial, giving them the wrong judgment that with a single person's strength, they can also pass the abyssal trial? Jiang Chen was thoughtful. It wasn't hard to understand. Which player who could be called a god by the majority of players wasn't a top-level, high-minded master? It's not like they're any worse than anyone else in their opinion. If others can do it, why can't you do it yourself? Keep scrolling down. As expected, many of the top experts held such thoughts, each and every one of them running towards the abyssal trial. It seems that the speed with which I passed the trial was too fast, and to a certain extent made quite a few people underestimate the difficulty of Doomsday. Putting down his cell phone, Zhang Han sighed. If there were no surprises, this famous tiger god would more than likely die inside the abyssal trial. For a top expert, such an ending was indeed lamentable. However, Jiang Chen didn't have the intention to speak out. It's all about being an adult and paying for your choices. He wasn't so sanctimonious that he would do something like this that would almost 100% expose his identity for a stranger. Nightfall. The clock is pointing to 12 o'clock. Jiang Chen closed his eyes as his body gradually became void, entering the game once more. Before his eyes, a grand hall stood. Honorable Valor, do you wish to proceed with the Ascension trial? With the badge of valor in hand, it was naturally impossible to be belittled by the guards like last time. Instead, at the first sight of Jiang Han, the various guards were all respectful, and the service was 5-star. Jiang Chen smoothly opened the single trial. The virtual panel comes into view. Normal, difficult, nightmare, purgatory, abyss. Reach out and make a point on the word abyss. Amidst the admiring eyes of the crowd, white light exploded under Jiang Han's feet and his figure disappeared into thin air. In the meantime, 6666 Novice Village. Hello Honorable Guard. I would like to open the abyssal trial. A big, burly, country-faced man wearing a golden leather armor, full of confidence, opened his mouth to the guards of the Great Hall who were responsible for opening the level 10 trials, and on top of his head, plainly overhead, was an LD, tiger out of its cage. Abyssal trials? The guard in silver armor froze, then carefully surveyed the tiger out of the cage. The equipment is quite good. You are a visitor from the other world? Exactly. Mighty tiger out of the cage nodded. So, the silver-armored guard pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, then I suppose you knew what you were about to face before you came here? I'm well aware of that. The tiger out of the cage smiled brightly. I've always been a person who loves nothing more than a challenge, even though I die. Yes. A hint of appreciation flashed in the silver-armored guard's eyes. In that case, I won't say anything more. Where are your teammates? It's just me. No teammates. The tiger out of the cage looked calm and had an innate confidence. Understood. With a wave of the silver-armored guard's hand, a virtual panel appeared in front of mighty tiger out of the cage, who took a deep breath and chose the abyss difficulty. With a flash of white light, it disappeared from sight. TSK, these otherworldly visitors are really all extraordinary. I wonder if this one will be able to break through the abyssal level trial. The silver-armored guard lamented. Motherfucker, times have changed. In the beginning, even the nightmare level trials were regarded as flooding beasts that could not be challenged by non-strong people. Now it's good. One by one, they're all going to break into the abyssal trials. Or they're going solo. Who says it isn't? The other guard sighed. The news that someone had passed through the abyssal trial had long spread through the various halls. With the pearl in front of them, they all have high expectations for the tiger to come out of its cage. Swish, swish. At this moment, several figures quickly arrived and stopped in front of the grand hall. How many of you are here to break into the trial as well? The silver-armored guard yelled. No, no, no. We're just here to watch for a moment or two to see the action. And we'll be breaking in later. The man at the head smiled and waved his hand. The silver-armored guard gave an oh-so-substantial sigh and stopped talking. A few people found a random place and sat on the ground. At this moment, if there were other players here, they would definitely cry out crap. This was because the levels of these players were, surprisingly, all level 10, and one by one, the LDS are all familiar and have made waves in several online games. The two people in the lead were even the same pinnacle characters as the mighty tiger out of the cage, bright as the moon. Su. They are also known as Ming God and Su God as the players shout. As top-tier players, the abyssal level trial was naturally in their consideration. But several people were still a bit more cautious compared to the mighty tiger out of the cage. Doom is, after all, an extraordinary game, capable of affecting the reality of life and death. With a reckless man like mighty tiger out of the cage going to test the law on his own, they didn't mind waiting and watching for a moment or two first. I don't know if mighty tiger can pass this abyssal trial this time. It feels like the difficulty of Armageddon just isn't on the same level compared to other games. Ming Ruyue yawned and asked casually. Susufu mused. To be honest, I don't think much of him. Oh, Ming Ruyue raised an eyebrow. Haven't you always been quite cognizant of his strength? Why are you so bottomless? Susufu shook her head and didn't say anything. Ming Ryu laughed. I think you are too nervous. Doomsday, this game is indeed extraordinary, and can even affect life and death. But after all, Nightcold can pass the Abyssal trial. I don't think that Mighty Tiger has to be worse than him. Before Mighty Tiger lagged behind the progress of the timeless, not still catching up. Plus, if even the tigers in this world can't pass this trial, then everyone else is even more out of luck. Maybe. Susufu laughed it off and didn't argue, seeing that the other party had little desire to discuss. Ming Ryu did not make a fool of herself. The two men had different minds and waited quietly for the results. Just as the two waited in silence, the tiger was out of its cage and was already entering the land of trials. The terrain of the Ascension trials were all randomly generated, and unlike the dense forests that Zhang Han had encountered, the trial where the mighty tiger came out of its cage was a desert. This caused him to see the monster in front of him at a glance. Desert Bear, Sneaky, level 10. Life, 5000. Magic, 5000. Strength, 300. Constitution, 500. Agility, 300. Spirit, 500. Passive, unknown. Skill, unknown. Description, a bizarre creature from the abyss that has the power to destroy everything. Beware. Once targeted, the scythe of death swings towards you. This property. The pupils of the mighty tiger out of the cage shrunk violently. The attributes of the desert tyrant bear clearly exceeded his imagination. Up to 5000 life value even. After all, when playing other games, it's not like you haven't seen this kind of blood cow boss. But along with the high blood count, there's 300 strength and 300 agility. Isn't that revealing a basket of cesspools jumping far a bit much? The tiger out of the cage glanced at his attributes. As an absolute top expert, he didn't choose the regular points of an ordinary player, but sought the limit and added all his attribute points to strength. This resulted in his base constitution, which was a mere 10 points. Even with the help of his fellow guild players, he was extremely luxuriously equipped, with 2 gold outfits on him and everything else in silver. The constitution value also stacks up to 50 points, plus other bonuses and words. The blood level was set at 560. Simply put, it can't withstand 2 slaps from the desert storm bear in front of you. And, what is this weird creature that I haven't seen before? The tiger out of the cage frowned. To be honest, his heart began to be a little bottomless. Roar! Without giving him much time to think, the desert storm bear discovered his presence and roared as it pounced. So fast, the tiger came out of the cage with a start. His 300 agility and the lack of cover around him destined him to have a hard time dodging the desert storm bear's attacks through positioning and displacement. It can only be blocked hard. 236. The damage reduction wasn't bad in the blocked state, but even so, he was still knocked out of nearly half of his blood by a pummel. The tiger out of the cage, the whole scalp numb, but still with rich combat experience. In the desert storm bear attack gap caught the opportunity. Arc Moon Chop. The sword blade turned into a circular arc and landed on the head of the desert storm bear with unerring precision, and then an incredible amount of damage slowly floated up. 0. Tiger out of the cage? For a moment, he thought he might be hallucinating from too many mushrooms. As a limit plus stream, with the equipment, his strength value was a full 150, coupled with the arc moon slash. The extreme burst definitely broke 200. This was also the greatest backbone and source of his courage to challenge the abyssal trial. And then a confident hit. And a fucking duck egg? I'm not going to hit a clam with this one. Extreme Strike failed to break defense against Desert Storm Bear, and Manticore Cage broke defense itself. This thing, is it really humanly possible to pass? The tiger's scalp was numb from the cage, and his eyes were filled with despair as he couldn't figure out how exactly Nightcold had defeated this perverted creature. That's ridiculous. But, the Desert Storm Bear didn't even give him time to think and regret, and between the wind whistling, another slap came over, and this time, the skill was clearly used. Bang! 420. The tiger returns to the west. Hangtown, Tigris Studio. As one of the top game studios in the country of Daxia, under the leadership of Mighty Tiger out of the cage, Tiger's Sangway Studio was flourishing. Inside the studio, there were hundreds of people. At the moment, dozens of people were busy in the huge villa. P.S. In addition to the day of the public beta test of Doomsday, in some special circumstances such as weird invasion are not allowed to go offline. Other times, players can go on and offline through the free control of the sleep or out of the sleep. In theory, as long as you do not go to sleep, you cannot enter the game, only that the game time will not be cumulative, and every day is a fixed length of time. The reason is also simple, because at this moment, Mighty Tiger out of the cage was charging towards the Abyssal level Ascension trial. The operating members of the studio, naturally, are making a big push to publicize the event on the internet. As the second player in the world to reach level 10, Mighty Tiger out of the cage was getting the attention it deserved. Hundreds of millions of players were watching his movements. It's done. Boss has chosen too wisely this time. No matter if the impact is successful or not, we will be able to gain a great deal of attention. The gains this time are not small. A young man in a suit leaned back on the sofa, looking at the skyrocketing data with a smile on his face. Indeed, if I can successfully break through, I'm even sure I can run a good operation to make the boss's reputation surpass that of Nightcold. Another person concurred. Then it's all up to you at that time. Anyway, I definitely believe in boss's strength. A small abyssal trial is just that. It's sure to take off. The young man in the suit laughed out loud, holding out hope for the future. Of course, boss he. Boss? The other person was originally smiling in response, but suddenly his expression became horrified, as if he had seen something he shouldn't have. Dongzi, what's wrong with you? The young man in the suit followed the man's line of sight with a stunned look on his face. The next moment he jumped violently toward the couch, fear written all over his entire face, because in the corner of the studio, the original tiger that had entered the game through falling asleep came out of its cage, and its illusory body returned to reality at some point, and in front of his chest, 3 huge claw marks appeared for no apparent reason, and a large amount of blood gushed out wildly, the bloody odor instantly permeating the villa. Boss, what happened to you? Ambulance, call an ambulance. Being killed by a bizarre creature means that Manticore out of the cage is wiped out in real life. Along with it, this top player, who had crisscrossed a number of online games and made a great name for himself, had finally paid a terrible price for his self-confidence. And at this time, Ming Ryu and the others still knew nothing about it. In the meantime, level 20 Abyssal Trials. It's a big rift valley, with howling winds and crumbling rocks. Boom! Searing dragon breath fell from the sky, slamming down hard on the rock giants at the bottom of the valley. 12350. High amounts of damage floated up instantly. A small and delicate gray figure shuttled rapidly, its sharp dragon claws leaving a claw mark on the rock giant's body. With little Ash's current size, compared to this behemoth that was close to 10 meters tall, there was no difference between it and a fly. But it was the soft and cuddly figure that looked like it hadn't been weaned yet that did the damage that caused the rock giant pain. Swish! 2364. As a claw landed on the rock giant's head, the Abyssal Trial Gatekeeper, whose strength was comparable to a level 20 demonized boss, was completely emptied of blood. The body, made of rock, exploded and turned into a boulder that rolled to the ground. Nice work, Ash. Zhang Chen gave a smile of encouragement. Ow! Ash flapped his wings and landed next to him, raising his little head with a haughty expression. That's for sure. It was a noble dragon. How could this silly big man be a match? Zhang Chen was ready to pat Little Gray's head, but he didn't expect the little guy to directly shake his head with a look of disinterest. He could only withdraw his hand helplessly. But, strong indeed. The base blood quantity of this rock giant in front of him was as high as 20,000. It wasn't as good as the Wanderer, but that was a monarch-level boss after all. For a level 20 attribute, blood is already thick. It was this kind of weird demonized boss that didn't even last more than 3 seconds in Ash's hands. A mouthful of dragon breath plus a couple of push attacks, and it directly disintegrated. Death is not temperamental at all. Brushing this kind of demonized boss of the same level was much faster than someone else brushing a small monster. Unsurprisingly, the rock giant exploded with 2 pieces of dark gold equipment. Rock sword, two-handed sword. Grade, dark gold. Effect, not yet identified. Rock splitting sledgehammer. Grade, dark gold. Effect, not yet identified. Not bad. The bosses in other places don't have such a high burst rate. Jiang Han picked up the 2 pieces of equipment and walked towards the next victim. Not the weird boss in a happy mood. Ow, ow. Ash's roar resounded throughout the Great Rift. Unsurprisingly, the bosses after that, while the intensity had risen again to a different degree compared to the rock giants, the blood level was even soaring, and it was much more terrifying than the previous Wanderer. But in front of a relentless output machine like Ash, at best it would last a little longer. There's no such thing as a half-day battle before a hard-fought victory or anything like that. Okay? Jiang Han followed the little guy's ass all the way, and was just responsible for collecting the boss's corpse and scraping a bit of equipment. When you come across a nice view on the way, take a photo to commemorate the occasion and have a lie down. All in all, just one word: comfortable as hell. Those who knew were here to break into the Ascension trial, and those who didn't thought they were on vacation. Even walking took many times as long as fighting monsters. Under this highly efficient killing, the 4 demonization level bosses fell one after another. After half an hour, it was finally time to meet the final boss. Watcher of the Abyss, Monarch, rank, 20, life, 200, 000, power, 3000, body mass, 20, 000, agility, 2000, spirit, 3000, talent, unknown, skill, unknown, from the abyss, to the abyss, again, still a monarch boss, compared to the Wanderer. However, the Watcher in front of him, was less extreme, leaning more towards the Meat Titan. Attributes were balanced in all areas, both in terms of legal and physical damage, and were a notch higher than the Wanderer. The blood volume even came to a terrifying 200,000. But, this time the difficulty has not only not increased compared to the last time, but it has also decreased. Not only was it because Little Ash had grown, but Zhang Han also had an additional god-level occupation. This meat tank type of boss is only good for being a sandbag. Kill. With Zhang Chen's command, Ash charged at the Watchers without fear. Novice Village 6666, outside the Temple of Trials. Ming Ruyu and a few others were sitting outside the main hall, bored. It seems that the difficulty of this abyssal trial is really not small. It's been half an hour and the mighty tiger hasn't come out yet. It should be in trouble. Su Su Fu Fu looked at the time, pondering. After all, it's the highest difficulty. It's normal. Wait for another 5 minutes. If there's no news, I'll also go to break into the abyssal trial. Ming Ruyu said. Time is precious. We can't wait for him all the time. Maybe it will take a small half day to attack this trial. Fair enough. Su Su Fu Fu thought deeply. In the past they had experienced this, taking a long time to grind a boss. It's a tremendous amount of torture, both physically and mentally. Looks like, this abyssal trial is not simple. Ding! Suddenly, a sharp beep sounded beside Ming Ruyu's ear. Who sent that message in such a hurry? Is it your little girlfriend urging you to pay your rations? Su Su Fu Fu said with a teasing face. Fuck off. It's someone from our guild. Probably something. Ming Ryu laughed and cursed, then picked up the message. And then, Su Su Fu Fu saw his face, at a speed visible to the naked eye, become pale, without a trace of blood color. What's wrong? Su Su Fu rushed after him. Ming Ruyu's voice was low. The fierce tiger he died in the abyssal trial. Failed? Su Su Fu Fu frowned. It seems that this trial is indeed difficult, but it's not as if the expression is so exaggerated, right? No. I mean, Mighty Tiger is, in real life, dead. Akira Kisaragi looked unsightly. It can't be, can it? Su Su Fu Fu fiercely got up. Her face dramatically changed. You mean, Mighty Tiger died together with reality because he failed to break through the barrier? Yes. Ming Ruyue nodded with a heavy face. And, the people at their studio said that they died half an hour ago, just as if they had been attacked by some creature, and had been gutted. Sent to the hospital for resuscitation. Didn't make it back. If that's true, it means that he only just entered the abyssal trial and died in it? Su Su Fu Fu had an unbelievable expression on her face. What's going on? He knew the level of Mighty Tiger out of the cage. Absolutely top-notch. But even such a person, inside the abyssal trial, had planted himself so miserably? How did that night cold pass the abyssal trial? The gap is also too big. Su Su Fu Fu was a little disoriented. When he thought of breaking into the abyssal trial just now, he couldn't help but feel a little fearful. I'm not sure, but what's certain is that our level is definitely looking for death if we go now. Ming Ruyue paused, then guessed. Moreover, I don't think it's that simple. With Mighty Tiger's level, it's unlikely that someone would pull him that far. This Night Cold was able to pass the abyssal trial, perhaps by utilizing certain loopholes. He'll have a hard time replicating that miracle. 2. Su Su Fu Fu let out a bitter smile. Who knows? It's also possible that he's really too powerful and isn't in the same dimension as us. This is unlikely. But in any case, the reason for Manticore's death must be clarified. Ming Ryu took a deep breath. I'll go down first. I won't break into this trial for now. Feel free. I'm afraid to break in. 2. Su Su Fu Fu shook her head. After something like this, who would dare to risk their lives? The two hit it off and were ready to leave. Right at this moment, the system's crisp mechanical sound rang out abruptly. Ding! System announcement. Dasha Kingdom player Nightcold has passed the level 20 abyssal trial, becoming the first brave person ever to pass the level 20 abyssal trial. Rewarded with epic props, the Stone of Valor. Dasha Kingdom Warzone points +1. Hereby announced. Bright as the moon. The sound of the announcement still lingers for a long time. The two men looked at each other in disbelief. For a moment, he didn't know what kind of expression to put on to face it. As top players, the duo had been through so many big storms. If they were to hear this kind of news in normal times, they would certainly marvel and be skeptical, but they would definitely not be so disoriented. But Mighty Tiger out of the cage had only just died, making them certain that no one could complete this trial. As a result, the next second, reality gave them a big, loud pussy pocket. Level 20 abyssal trial. He even passed it. Ming Ruyu exhaled a long breath of turbid air, her eyes complex. What kind of strength and understanding is this? Terror. Susu Fufu laughed bitterly. It's too terrifying. This person is simply a player from another dimension. Ming Ruyu sighed. It seems that the future plan of opening up the land cannot use him as a blueprint. Otherwise exactly how to die do not know. Fierce tiger he. A little impulsive. Indeed. Susufu nodded with a heavy look on her face. As the same top players, they couldn't talk about a good friendship between them and Mighty Tiger out of the cage. But there is always some sympathy. Right now a top expert had died in the Abyssal level trial, and it was a wake-up call for them. Although we didn't know exactly how Night Cold had managed to do it, it was certain that not only was it the rank, but even the strength, Night Cold was riding high. Because, once or twice could be explained as coincidence, but when so many coincidences happen to one person at the same time, that's absolute strength. I'm off for now. The subsequent Ascension program needs to be adjusted. After Ming Ruyu finished speaking, she moved to the safe area. Susufu was silent. In the era when virtual online games are so highly developed, game studios have long formed a complete industry chain. With any studio, there's a complete customized plan for top players to open up the game. This includes leveling, skill selection, and even routes and locations for daily monster brushes. It was also because of this that Ming Ruyu and the others were so far ahead of the other players in terms of their levels. Technology is one aspect, as is complete planning. But today, with the tragic death of Mighty Tiger out of the cage, Susufu had absolute reason to believe that whichever studio had previously customized the plan would become a piece of paper. Because their reference, it's all about the night chill, a change of day. After a long time, Susufu sighed heavily and rushed towards the safe area as well. At the same time, the news that the Mighty Tiger out of the cage had failed to challenge the Abyssal trial and died had also spread rapidly. Thanks to the heavy publicity that the studio had previously spent on as well as the popularity of Doomsday itself, hundreds of millions of people had learned of the news in just a few minutes. A piece of news that rushed up to the second-ranked hot search. Fierce Tiger out of the cage failed to challenge the Abyssal trial. Died in the hospital after resuscitation. Crap. Even a fierce man like the Tiger God can't even pass the Abyssal trial? Isn't this intensity a bit too heaven-defying? More than not getting through. It didn't even last a minute from the point of time. The point is, how did the Tiger God die in the hospital? Does it mean that if you don't pass the Ascension trial, you have to die in there? That's a bit too cruel, isn't it? Yeah, if that's really the case, besides Night Cold, who else would dare to go through the Ascension trial? We still have nothing to play with. It's brutal. This game is not for people at all. Have any of the big guys tried any other difficulties? Can anyone contact Night Cold and ask what's going on? What Night Cold? Call it Night God. This is the one and only true God of Doomsday. The arguments were continuous, like a wave, and the point of it is undoubtedly about the Ascension trial itself. Although the vast majority of players were now at a level that was not even close to level 3, but the level always goes up. At that time, how to go about passing the Ascension trial was another big question. Does it mean that everyone is going to be stuck at level 10? For a time, people were terrified, especially the group of top players who had just arrived at level 10. All of them were afraid to enter the Ascension trial, waiting for someone to be able to show up. It's just a shame that Doomsday is unofficial and too mysterious. These are questions where the answers don't surface on their own, only to be explored on their own. In the meantime, level 20 trial place. As he watched the Watcher's corpse slowly disappear, Zhang Han couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Just like the Wanderer, this Monarch level boss still didn't explode any equipment. All there was a fragment of reflected essence. Pick it up and look at it. Stone of the Abyss, Fragment 2, Great Unknown. Not authenticated. Sure enough, another fragment of the Abyssal Stone. What the hell is this? Zhang Chen frowned as he looked at the two pieces of debris lying in the corner of the item bar. Killing a Wanderer drops debris 1, and now the Watcher has dropped the debris 2. Then after the Abyssal trial drop, is not the same will also be debris 3, debris 4. This seems to be a quest chain that starts at level 10. I just don't know if it's equipment, props, or a skill category. Zhang Chen pondered, while anticipation rose in his heart. Across so many levels and needing to challenge so many trials of abyssal difficulty, how can this be justified without rewarding a heaven-defying level of props and equipment or something? Even, it was not impossible for it to be a legendary Holy Break level prop. It's just a shame that it's going to be a long time before it's done. But anyway, as long as there's a hint of it, the ship will come in. Zhang Chen put away the props and left the place of trial with Little Gray. Swish! There was a flash of white light. The slender figure appeared in the Great Hall. Wow! At this moment, there had long been quite a few guards waiting, and as soon as they saw Zhang Han's figure, they instantly surrounded him. It's true. I told you that since you dared to challenge an abyssal level trial, Your Excellency Nightcold would definitely be able to pass. And you guys still don't believe me. Ha ha, you'll have to buy me a drink at night. Who doesn't believe it? Not you cheeky natural self-talk. Evening, please drink a big kombucha, you drink or not? Oh, there's such a good thing? Several of the guards were talking to each other, their excitement overflowing. The eyes that looked at Zhang Han also showed a little more admiration. That kind of passionate energy made Zhang Han a little uncomfortable for a while. Being stared at by a bunch of big old men with that kind of look in their eyes was really making him a little hairy. That what? Jiang Chen coughed lightly and reminded. Gentlemen, I passed the trial. Shouldn't I have something to give? Oh, yes there is. Just a moment. The gold-armored guard at the head was busy taking out a tiny jade stone from a flashy box at the side and handing it over to Zhang Han. Stone of Valor. Grade, Epic. Description, possesses uncommon power and can be used to strengthen the emblem of valor. It's actually a reinforcement prop. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, originally thinking that it was a functional prop like the Stone of Heaven's Destruction. I didn't realize it was an exclusive enhancement to the emblem of valor. It's not bad, though. After putting the Stone of Valor away, Zhang Han left the Great Hall of Trials. Sadly, in Doom, players can go offline in place in a free state though. However, it cannot teleport on its own. Had to run back. The good thing is that now that the level cap is unlocked, it's possible to regain experience again, and upgrade along the way. One way to kill while walking. 2 hours later, Zhang Han returned to Windleaf City. As soon as he entered the city gates, he went straight to the Last Forge store. Yo, your honored guest, you are here again? The moment he saw Zhang Han, the boss who was lying on his back was instantly agitated and came over with a smile on his face and rubbing his hands together. Are we going to build equipment or appraise it this time? Appraise a few pieces of equipment and strengthen a badge along the way. Jiang Chen took out a few pieces of dark gold equipment that had exploded in the trial from the item bar. Holy shit! Even with the psychological preparation, when seeing the youth in front of him pulling out a full 8 pieces of dark gold equipment as if he was pulling out a cabbage, the store owner continues to still express his inability to understand and is greatly shocked. No, dude, what wholesale market are you in? Who's a good guy who can pull out so much dark gold equipment in one go? The last time he came to appraise so many dark gold suits, even if this is only a short interval, and then pulled out a crotch of dark gold suits. Where did you get it? That what? Although he knew that there were some things he couldn't ask more questions about, the store owner still couldn't help but open his mouth. Noble guest, these equipment of yours, where in the world did you get them from? Let me see if I can't go get a few pieces as well. Oh, I killed a few demonized bosses in the Ascension trial in passing and got lucky and exploded them, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Store owner. That's okay. The store owner didn't say a word and took the equipment and honestly started appraising it. Can't learn. Ding, ding, ding. Perhaps the mood was too tense. The success rate of the store owner's appraisal slipped slightly this time. 8 pieces of dark gold equipment. Appraised a total of 11 times. But it doesn't matter. It's only 1,100 gold coins. And there are 2 pieces of equipment that are better for it. A dark gold ring, and a dark gold cloak. Desert robe, LV 20. Grade, dark gold. Spirit plus 20. Physical fitness plus 100. Damage reduction plus 3%. Desert ring, LV 20. Grade, dark gold. Strength plus 60. Strike rate plus 5%. Bludgeon damage plus 5%. Naturally, there was no need to say that the desert robe was tailor-made for law professions just by looking at the attributes. As for the desert ring, it's actually more suitable for physical professions, and the attribute phrases are superb. However, with the passive of the badge of brutality, bludgeoning and bludgeoning damage, it was also a huge bonus for Zhang Han. As for the power, it's so much worse though, but it can also be shared to Ash through Beast God's Harness, which is also acceptable. Giving the 2 pieces of equipment to wear was another wave of attribute boosts. Also, there's this. Immediately afterward, Zhang Han took out the Emblem of Valor and the Stone of Valor. How high is the success rate of strengthening? This. In the next moment, the store owner's eyes burned with flesh until they were completely perverted. Epic level badges and corresponding enhancement props? Yes. What are the chances of strengthening? Jiang Chen asked. 100%. That must be 100%. The store owner was just short of drooling and couldn't contain his excitement. He was truly surprised that he would have the opportunity to see something of this caliber in his lifetime. Originally, I thought that dark gold leveled equipment was already the limit. I didn't realize that what this young man had come up with now was what was called a heavyweight. Have I gone mad today? 100%? Jiang Chen froze, a bit skeptical. Even the dark gold level is only 80%. Can the epic level be 100%? The store owner hurriedly explained. Hey, you don't know anything about your honored guest. It's impossible for equipment of this grade to fail to be strengthened as long as there are corresponding strengthening props, as long as there is a level 1 forging skill. So it is. Jiang Chen drifted off. In his previous life, although he had seen this kind of exclusive strengthening props, the highest it could be was silver level. Epic. I guess no player in the world has ever seen it. What about the cost of the appraisal? No. The store owner was excited. This kind of level will greatly help the forger's level, and the process is so simple that more than a few people are rushing to get it appraised. So, Jiang Chen stroked his chin. Then if I take it to the others, can I still ask for some gold coins from them? This. The store owner was instantly embarrassed and snapped. In theory, got it. Jiang Chen put away the 2 props. Hey, don't. The store owner immediately panicked. Noble guest, if you appraise here this time, the appraisal fees for other equipment this time will be completely free. Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear and continued to take steps. Grandmas. The store owner hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and yelled, all future appraisal fees are also waived. That's more like it. Jiang Han turned around with a bright smile. Not forcing you, right? Not reluctantly. The store owner forced a smile, but in his heart he was dripping blood in pain. That's a lot of money down the drain, too. But he was only this close to breaking through to the next level of appraisal skill. It's not a bad deal. Of course, that's what he thinks of himself. Many years later, someone had asked Dar, the divine forge master who was famous on the continent, what was the most regrettable thing he had done in his life. This old man, who was past his prime, was so excited that he shed tears on the spot, stating that it was of course the deal that was made in Windleaf City. Special. Damn. That unscrupulous capitalist is using people like donkeys in a production team. I'll live at least 5 years less. Very well then, let's begin. Jiang Chen took out the emblem of valor and the stone of valor. Okay, guarantee not to let your guests disappointed. Dar licked his lips, his eyes unmistakably fiery. Ding! Soon, a burst of golden light lit up, announcing the successful reinforcement. Emblem of valor, legendary. Description, proof of valor. Only qualify to be obtained by passing the purgatory level trial. This is the supreme honor of the empire, which has become even more powerful after being strengthened by the Stone of Valor. Basic attributes plus 50. Full attribute resistance plus 5%. Charm plus 3. Strength of Valor, passive triggered when life value drops below 30%. Strength increases by 10%. Spirit increases by 10% for 5 minutes. Legendary level badges. P.S. Thanks for all the great gifts. They are appreciated. Honestly, the numbers aren't as good as I thought they would be, and the amount of power for the love of it is a bit off. But I appreciate the love from all the big guys. The data didn't arrive, but the little author of the heart still received it. In order to show appreciation, the small author decided, after the next debut, or add 3 chapters, power generation if there is a chance to accumulate in addition to count. Surprisingly, it's a legendary level badge. All my life, it was worth it. Dal's entire body was so excited that he burst into tears. As a forger, he was able to see this level of props in his lifetime, and he identified it himself. At this moment, he felt that Fang's decision could not have been more correct. Straight to the next level. Even Jian Han was surprised. He had thought that the Emblem of Valor attribute would be boosted, but he hadn't expected it to be boosted this much. At the same time, it was the first legendary grade he had ever touched. So far, it seems to be the legendary Holy Break level props that haven't been touched, which is an achievement. Putting the Emblem of Valor on, Jian Han glanced at his attribute panel. Player, Night Cold. God of Wealth, unique. Beast Controller, unique. Rank, 20, 10%. Base condition life, 2500. Magic, 16690. Hunger, 100. Base attributes, strength, 556. Constitution, 250. Spirit, 1669. Agility, 165. Advanced attributes of bludgeon, 25%. Bludgeon damage, 215%. Damage reduction, 3%. Other attribute resistance, 5%. Darkness attribute resistance, 10%. Special attributes, luck, 65. Charisma, 68. With 2 pieces of dark gold grade equipment, plus a legendary grade badge, all aspects of the attributes were greatly increased, especially the life value, which had more than doubled directly. To be honest, even if Ash wasn't on the battlefield, as of right now, with this panel, he had thrown off the other players by 100,000 miles. With a random fireball spell, the damage could easily break through 2,000, and if it struck a bludgeon, it would be 4,000 damage. Of course, that's just the ideal situation. It would be a bit lower if you accounted for those buffs for enemy damage reduction, but it would be amazing enough all the same. After leaving the forge, Jiang Han rushed straight to the Grey Mist Valley. Originally, according to the initial plan, there were indeed a few hidden quests that could be activated in this neighborhood after reaching level 20. But for the current Jiang Han, the rewards of these quests were dispensable, because even if one's character explodes, the best reward one can get is a dark gold level equipment, and corresponding to the large amount of time spent on each task. This gain is clearly not worth it. Might as well concentrate on upgrading. Misty. A mouthful of dragon's breath flickered out and fiercely blasted into a dark, half-human tall rat. 12355. Under the high amount of damage, this level 30 ferocious monster instantly flew into ashes. Ow! Little Grey leaped and cheered. To it, this practicing process was more like a game. Jiang Chen looked leisurely as he carried his hands behind his back and blasted out a fireball spell every now and then. Cozy as can be. Speaking of which, after entering the game for so many days, it seemed like he hadn't really practiced properly. More time was spent either rushing or stealing dragon eggs and breaking into labyrinths. Technically, the time spent practicing adds up to just a few hours, but even so, it still tops the charts. You know, the other players, that are all 8 hours a day to pounce on the leveling. The difference in efficiency can make a world of difference. Boom, boom, boom. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of one man and one dragon, the entire level 30 area of Grey Mist Valley was in disarray. The monsters died and fled. Even the few bosses that usually reign supreme here were scared shitless. It was just a pity that there was still a possibility for ordinary monsters to escape. After all, there were too many of them, and they really couldn't care less. However, this kind of boss-level monster with a huge target and great rewards was naturally impossible for Jiang Han to let go. 4 hours later, boom! Searing dragon breath erupted away as Ash flashed his wings, his tiny claws arcing through the air in a few lines. 12300, 2654, 2339. A series of terrifying damage floated up from a blood-red python with a high burst of damage, causing this level 30 mutant boss to empty its blood bar and not be able to rise again. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the level 30 mutated boss, the Grey Mist Snake King. Ding! Congratulations! Leveling up to LV 21. Ding! Congratulations! Your Imperial Beast Little Grey leveled up to LV 21. Upgraded. Jiang Han grinned as the few props dropped by the boss were put away. Luck was on his side, exploding a gold level equipment and a physical profession level 2 skill book. However, compared to these, Jiang Han was more concerned about the experience brought by the boss itself. Killing a mutant level boss over the level brought extremely terrifying experience. Because of this, the efficiency of upgrading in Grey Mist Ancient had increased drastically again compared to when he was on the way back to the city. In 4 hours, it went up 90% of the experience bar. It was important to know that in his last life, when Jiang Han was at the level 20 stage, it would take 4 days to ascend one level on average, and that's already at an upstream level. Even the top players, under the planning of a professional team, were kept to a maximum of 2 to 3 days to level up. Now what? 90% experience in 4 hours. Add to that the 13 hours of gaming he did each day. Even if searching for bosses consumed quite a bit of time, you could still level up at least 2 levels in a day. This kind of upgrade speed is guaranteed to be more than 6 times that of other top players. In less than 5 days, you can level up to level 30. Go on, adding all 30 attribute points brought by the upgrade to Spirit. Jiang Han exhaled a long breath of turbid air and brought Little Grey to continue searching for other field bosses. Time passes. Soon, another 4 hours or so passed. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 30 mutated boss, the Rift Rock Tiger. Ding! Congratulations, leveling up to LV 22. Ding! Congratulations, your Imperial Beast Little Grey leveled up to LV 22, as another mutant boss fell, leveling up again, to level 22. Glancing at the time, just in time, the game length was about to reach its limit. Ash, let's go. With Little Grey in tow, Jiang Chen quickly left the Grey Mist Valley. In Doom, except for being in certain special areas, players can go offline at any time as long as they are free. Theoretically, even if there were monsters around, as long as they weren't locked on, they could just finish down the line and disappear. But no one in their right mind would make such a stupid choice, because you can't guarantee exactly what you're going to encounter the next time you go online. In case you happen to encounter a boss passing by and get slapped to death, you really won't even have a chance to scream. As a matter of fact, there are quite a few players who are just overexcited about practicing, resulting in unplanned time and being forcefully kicked out of the game in the middle of fighting monsters, waiting to come back online again and being rounded up and killed by monsters. Getting offline in a safe zone is the safest thing to do. However, the Grey Mist Valley was not a short distance from the safe zone, so Jiang Han was close enough to find a relatively safe place to get offline. Looked at the forum hotspots as per usual. Player Mighty Tiger out of the cage dead. How terrifying are abyssal level trials? What is the future of ordinary players? Where should they go from here? Unsurprisingly, what came into view was the news of the death of the manticore out of his cage who had threatened to challenge the abyssal trials yesterday. Zhang Chen had expected this and didn't have any waves within his heart. Without even the desire to click in, the finger continued to slide. Night Cold's level has changed once again, rising 2 levels in a day, and currently still ranking high on the leaderboard. Who can stop him? Level 22 is like eating and drinking water, prematurely. Is it true that the higher the level, the easier it is to upgrade? Is there a god who can tell us what's going on? Following the country of Daxia, the country of rice is also enveloped by doomsday, and bricklayers speculate that this game of paranormal phenomena will surely gradually sweep the world. When you go to sleep, you go into the game. Doomsday has become a problem that all mankind must face. Where does the future lie? The next news was nothing more than some new developments about Doomsday and the discussion surrounding the speed of the Night Chill upgrades. Obviously, as the gap with the players behind him continued to widen, Zhang Han's influence continued to rise. However, as the person involved, he was of little interest. Instead, a message below caught his attention. Player Qingfeng Sueju led the team to overcome the difficult level Ascension trial, and now says that dying in the trial will not actually affect reality directly? The answer is in the live broadcast. Clear breeze bamboo? Zhang Chen frowned. There was something strange about this LD. After searching around in his mind, he was sure that there was no such person among the top powerhouses of the previous Daxia. After a little thought, Zhang Han clicked into the live stream. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, the pretty-faced female host was interviewing a clean-looking youth, Qingfeng Sueju, as the first player to pass the difficult level Ascension trial, as well as the first player to pass the Ascension trial after Night Cold. What are your feelings right now? There's not really much to think about. I can only say that I was lucky, and I have to correct one thing. I didn't pass the Ascension trial solo, but I led my team to conquer the Ascension trial by fluke. Qingfeng Sueju smiled modestly. So it is. The host nodded. But the way you worded it just now, I did notice that you used the words good luck and fluke. Does that mean that the difficult level Ascension trial is difficult for you? Qingfeng Sueju's expression instantly became serious. Not just for me, but for all players. In fact, it's no exaggeration to say that in the entire scope of the Great Xia country, I may not be as good as Su God and Tiger God and the others, but the level is definitely top-notch as well. The rest of my team, pretty much the same, but even so, we still had a loss of personnel when it came to tackling the difficult trials. I'm not exaggerating the facts, and I hope that all players will fully gauge their level when taking on the challenge. The difficulty of Doom is definitely not as easy as it seems. The hosts didn't hold back their surprise. The team had a staff turnover? Then in real life. Don't worry, Qingfeng Sueju laughed. They're fine in real life. Only the game attributes did drop quite a bit. So it is, the host sighed in relief. Qingfeng Sueju continued. In addition, we had an in-depth exchange with the trial hall NPCs, and although we didn't have a clear answer, we ended up getting some information. If I'm not wrong, only if you fail to challenge an abyssal level trial, real life will die along with you, and for other difficulties, the punishment for failing is severe though, with the loss of props and equipment and attributes, but at least there's a chance to do it all over again. That's the biggest reason why I agreed to the interview, and I must warn you all to never go blindly attempting an abyssal level trial. Qingfeng Sueju took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, that's simply not a trial that humans can pass. The limit for players is the nightmare level. Very useful information. Thank you for sharing it selflessly. A trace of admiration flashed in the host's eyes. However, I have also learned on my side that Night Cold, who is also a player from our Great Xia country, has actually passed the abyssal level trial, and that too twice, as a similarly top-tier player. What are your thoughts on this? Same top? Qingfeng Sueju smiled to himself. But don't, I'm not arrogant enough to do that. It's not a dimension at all. There's no comparison. Is that so? The host was a bit surprised. I can't believe you gave such a high rating. I don't understand the game very well, and I'm sure the vast majority of people do as well. Can you explain it to us in some easy-to-understand terms? Qingfeng Sueju pondered for a moment and said with a single word, let's just say that the other players on the current rank list combined may not be his match. Kind of. In the meantime, Z City. In a small courtyard with an elegant layout, a handsome-looking young man stared at the interview on the big screen with interest, his mouth playing with the corners of his mouth. Even the rest of the leaderboards combined may not be his opponent. Such a person, if he can be used for me, I think I'll be in control of the absolute power of speech in the Doomsday World. Fubuki, young master, what are your orders? A middle-aged man with a quivering spirit respectfully answered. Use all resources. Go and find out information about this Night Cold for me. It's best if you can find him in reality. If not, find his location in the game. Isn't he Novice Village 9527? Tell the governor of River City to have his men pay close attention to Night Cold's news. And it's best if I can talk to Night Cold face to face. The handsome youth lazily said. My judgment was right. Nowadays the influence of Doomsday is just too great. This kind of talent must be held in the hands. Unsurprisingly, he will be the sharpest knife in my hand. And with that influence, will be able to sweep away all obstacles to my ascent to the top. Available. Fubo hesitated for a moment. The head of the family has specifically explained that no one is allowed to meddle in this player's affairs, and that there are special arrangements for the officials. And on the second day of the internal test, you have already entered Doomsday despite the danger. If you let the family head know about this again, I am afraid. The handsome youth's eyes narrowed, flashing a hint of danger. Got it. Uncle Fu immediately lowered his head, not daring to say anything more, and silently retreated. Oh Doomsday. Handsome young man slowly paced to the window. He looked at the old sycamore tree in the courtyard that had grown for 100 years. His expression leisurely. It's really interesting. As for why he remained so confident and proud in the face of the player who was a breakaway number 1 in Doom, the reason is also simple. Even in this Z city, where the powerful and wealthy are gathered, his family still stands at the top. No matter how that Night Cold turned his hand to the clouds in the virtual world, but people ultimately live in reality, isn't it? The moment. Jiang Chen naturally did not know that a simple interview, the fire could even burn to his body. This is the biggest reason why he is trying so hard to hide his identity. The trees are big. Until Doomsday's powers can be mirrored in reality, these bigwigs, who are used to being high up in the world, are still clinging to their old notions, arrogantly feeling that they are still in control. As a matter of fact, top experts like Su Su Fu Fu and Ming Ming Ruyu, either reluctantly or voluntarily, anyway, for whatever reason, it has been accepted as a recruitment by different forces. Jiang Chen, as the existence of the first in the ranking break style, in reality, also used that there would definitely be people who would be unable to resist the impulse to bare their fangs to him. It's not a coincidence. Rather, it is an inevitable consequence of the collision of the old and new orders. Continuing to browse through the posts for a while, Zhang Han realized that there wasn't much useful information, but it's not hard to understand. Right now, the 4th day had just ended, and 99% of the world hadn't reached level 3, and almost everyone was still in the novice village. In particular, the news of the tiger's death out of its cage has spread around the world, sparking panic. This has greatly slowed down the progress of many of the top experts. According to this trend, I'm afraid it will take another week before the number of players in the main city increases. Casually turning off his cell phone screen, Zhang Han planned what he was going to do next. For now, the most important thing is still upgrading. This is because level 30 is a very important node for Imperial Beast Masters. Imperial Beast training is turned on, and a new bar for Imperial Beasts will be added. There will be an immediate increase in both quantity and quality. Other than that, let's not think about it for the time being and level up to level 30. At the current efficiency, it will only take a few days at most. It just so happens that I've been spending gold coins slightly fiercely these past few days as well, so I'm saving up some money to get back on my feet. Nightfall, day 5. Boom, boom, boom. A small, grayish dot kept weaving in and out of the valley. Ah, the gray mist valley, which had only been calm for half a day, once again became lively. Once again, the monsters in the level 30 area had their fears. Ding! Congratulations! You've leveled up to LV 24. Ding! Your Imperial Beast Ash has leveled up to LV 24. End of day. Ash still played the role of Boss Reaper, and any bosses he encountered were not spared and died under his dragon claws, and the rate of gaining experience stayed efficient. Coming to level 24. Crap! How did this rank jump up again? It's already more than twice as far as second place, right? It's outrageous. At the same time, the players who had been paying attention to the data of the leveling charts were all in a frenzy. This nigga originally thought that without the bonus of killing a level 100 boss, plus the fact that the higher the level the harder it was to upgrade, the other players should be able to shorten the gap. I didn't realize that the gap had widened instead of shortening. What a pervert. Outside Windleaf City, in the level 10 monster area, Xingfeng Tsuweiju looked at the changes on the leaderboard, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. As the leader of the first team in the entire game to pass the Ascension trial besides Night Cold, he thought he was still good at the game. And indeed, with the advantage of leaving the novice village first, the 5 people in the team grabbed the time to practice. It held on to the 2nd through 6th spots on the charts. Even if this is only a brief moment of glory, it's still a remarkable achievement. But that's nothing compared to number 1. Qingfeng Sueju looked at his experience bar. LV10, 53%. 9 hours of hard work a day for only half the progress. Compared to the average day of ascending 3 levels while in the novice village, the difficulty wasn't even on the same level. It was hard to imagine how perverse one would need to be to maintain a progress of 2 levels a day at the level 20 stage. Still, our opponent is never night cold, and to be able to achieve this level, you're already excellent, boss. The other members of the team could see the loss of Qingfeng Sueju and softly comforted him. It's good to compete for second place when you're not as good as you are. Not to mention we still have all 3, 4, 5, and 6 on hand for the time being. Also, Qingfeng Sueju released a smile. Put your mind at ease. With this kind of character around, other people go for second. Before I left the village, I saw this man as a tall building that I needed to look up at. When you leave the village, you realize that it is a starry, untouchable moon. This is a being whose limitless horrors become more apparent the more you learn about Doomsday, and just as many players were talking about it. Evening, Novice Village 9527, Dragon's Lair. 2 huge figures prostrated themselves here, one shining with golden light, the other dazzling with fiery red. But what was the same was the dragon's might that was as brilliant as the great sun on his body. Holy ruler, shining dragon. Sacred ruling, heavenly fire gargoyle. These 2 strong men of the giant dragon clan, who hadn't met for thousands of years, were now converging here for some special reason. Which means that the egg has been lost for days, and you're still hiding in this dark corner sleeping peacefully? Mighty syllables echoed in the cave, and the Skyfire dragon's huge eyes flashed fiery red, as if there was lava flowing. Scotty, you have to know that as a prophet of my tribe, you are burdened with the fate of my tribe, and that survival or destruction is only a matter of thought. The shining dragon was unmoved, his voice shaking the rubble. Don't worry, Aster. Don't you sense that there is an aura about that human that is distasteful to us? You mean, disgusting gods? In the eyes of the heavenly flame dragon, a trace of intense disgust flashed through. Yes, the radiant dragon spoke. I'm not as stupid as you think. This is a predestined choice. So-called predestination is pinning your hopes on a lowly reptile? The light radiant dragon coldly snorted. Even with the power of a god, a reptile is still a reptile, weak beyond recognition. The light shining dragon lightly lifted its claws. Then what if this god's power is double? Double? A trace of shock flashed in the eyes of the heavenly flame giant dragon. Then it threw back its head and laughed. The laughter shook the cave almost to the point of collapsing, and the earth shook. Ha ha ha. Scotty, the more you live, the more you go back. Even if you are a god, your soul power can't carry double the power of a god. How can a mere reptile be capable of this? Aster, who do you think you're talking to? The light shining dragon rose up and spewed out scorching breath between its nostrils. I am a prophet. I can see through souls. Naturally I can see longer than you, so I can't allow you to question it. The heavenly fire gargoyle was silent. In terms of strength, it considered itself to be no inferior to any of the clan. But in terms of the cognition of the origin soul, even if it was as proud as it was, it had to admit that the Scotty in front of it was truly without equal. Isn't it too hasty? You should consult with us, the heavenly flame giant dragon said in a deep voice. There's no time for that, Aster. The light shining dragon sighed. In my dreams, I saw that the darkness would cross time and space and engulf everything. Our homeland has been completely buried. Now, something must be done, or else there is not even a last hope. The heavenly flame giant dragon's eyes instantly became grave. The situation has gotten this serious? It's worse than expected. The light shining gargoyle whispered. They're already here. The nest was silent. Only the heavy breathing of the dragon turned into a storm that swept away the sand and rocks. Ryoko, I understand. The Skyfire dragon's voice was low. Even if it was a highborn dragon, even if it loathed humans, but nothing mattered compared to the bizarre presences that could destroy everything. Just as well, since you're already here, come with me to find him, Scout. The light shining dragon said. Who? The human. What do you want? I, for one, am going to open the last dawn. Scotty's eyes twinkled. Right now, you're the only one who can help me. Is it worth it for a human? Aster asked rhetorically in a low voice as he realized what was going on. Not for his sake, but fate has made its choice and I can only trust it. Scotty understated. It's just that right now, he's too weak. What about Hodner? It's more in tune with you than me, Astel asked again. It's just us. Scotty sighed heavily. Aster, it's just us. Astel didn't say a word. His eyes dimmed a few moments. He knew what Scotty was talking about. In the past, the incomparably glorious lineage of the Holy Ruler. To this day, only it and Scotty remained. Halftime. Astel raised his dragon's head. I will travel with you. He is in a human city. I will help you find him. Again, I am the Dragon Seer. I know all things. Scotty's eyes were disdainful. Do you really think that I will not have a backhanded way to track it down? But, Scotty suddenly turned his words around. This incomparably haughty dragon prophet still showed the softness of his heart in the face of his last compatriot. Thanks anyway, Aztur. Boom. Like a thunderous boom. The wind whistles. The two giant dragons flapped their wings and slowly rose into the air, gold and red intertwined, reflecting the colorful haze of the half-day sky with incomparable splendor. These two sun-shading figures, faster than the wind, gradually disappeared into the sky until they vanished into thin air. They carry the purest bloodline of the dragon race. They are the world's last holy rulings. It was a pity that the location of the dragon's lair was not something that could be touched by a player from a novice village. Otherwise the scene in front of him would have caused many people to be shocked and amazed. Another 3 days passed. It's so damn cool. Finally level 12. I'll see what that group of grandsons from Bright Moon Studio can catch up with me this time. Outside Windleaf City, a sturdy, big and strong knight player laughed up at the sky. If there were other players from the Great Summer Kingdom here, they would definitely be able to recognize at a glance that this knight, who was a member of the team that attacked the difficulty level replica in the first place, Big Gale Force 8. He was nicknamed Brother Gale, thanks to the influence of the first pass of the difficult trial. Brother Gale was now one of the most well-known knights in the Great Summer Kingdom, also the highest-ranked knight, grade 12. Well done Gale, that hand of hate you pulled just now was really good, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to take this elite boss. Xingfeng Sueju walked up and marveled. Hey, it was just an impromptu middle finger. I didn't think it would work. The 8th level of the Great Gale scratched his head. This Doomsday in the monster can actually understand the international gestures, is also rare. Either way, at least you're a solid 5th today. Have one down the line later. Xingfeng Sueju laughed. Right now it was the 8th day of the game's opening and the 5th day of the public beta. Although there are quite a few players who have leveled up but are not skilled enough to remain stuck in the Ascension trial. But the top group of experts had already entered the main city. The competition in the rankings charts has also become fierce. All the major masters successively exerted their power. And even Xingfeng Sueju couldn't hold on to the 2nd place and fell to the 4th place. It's a godsend that a Force 8 Gale can go up to 12 and hold on to the 5th position. Alright, let's go to the safe zone first and count the harvest. It's true that the boss still has eyesight. The profit from hunting bosses is much higher than killing monsters. The 8th grade Great Gale lamented. It's just a little more risky. Xingfeng Sueju laughed. After all, our level is still poor a certain distance. Do not risk a little. How to do. In short, is also considered to touch the doorway. Go back to summarize the summary. Tomorrow continue to cheer. Go for it. Go for it. The members of the team all shook their fists in excitement as the group of 5 rushed towards Windleaf City. Crap, boss. There's a dragon. Suddenly, the 8th grade Great Gale that was walking at the very front came to a violent stop, his tone becoming delicately shrill due to his excessive shock. Dragons? What dragon? Xingfeng Sueju a burst of wonder. This excited. How the sound is like being GA basket-like. When did you enter the palace? He subconsciously looked up. Then the next instant, eyes also blared round, tone sharp as the same as the 8th grade Gale, became the team's second to enter the palace. There's really a dragon? You two are pretending. I'll pull a big grass. 3rd place. I, and %. What 2 big dragons? 4th place. Thick gift crab. The eunuch's heavenly body is alive and well. The 5 froze in place, not knowing what to do. For at the end of the horizon, 2 behemoths whistled across the sky, gradually approaching. The condescending stance and unique appearance, all of them were highlighting that these 2 creatures were none other than the continent's legendary, most powerful creatures. Megalosaurus. What's going on? How could a boss of this level appear in this area? Is this coming to slaughter the city? Xingfeng Sueju's entire body was dumbfounded. Even though he was far away from each other, that total oppressive force caused him to choke a little. Naya, can't get off the line yet. End of story. 8 Gale tries to get underhooks but can't. What about this? It seems to be coming at us. Dead. This shall not drop attributes and equipment. Could it be that the sprinkler's first time is going to be accounted for here? I also sister thought about is to give a dragon a, oh no, 2. Forget it, there's no escape. Destroy it. Tired. Several people panicked. Even though they were all experts on the ranking list, they were a little hexed in the face of this situation. Are you kidding me? That's a dragon. Not so much. Maybe there's something else to hide. Only Xingfeng Sueju remained calm and said in a deep voice, the appearance of a boss of this level should have nothing to do with players. We are not qualified to draw attention to this kind of boss. Even that pervert Night Cold, whose highest level up to now is level 30, doesn't have this possibility of getting into the eyes of a giant dragon. So what are you guys panicking about? Probably going for the NPC. Calm down. No problem. Yeah, oh. It made sense to the crowd. The looks have eased up quite a bit. Who? In the middle of the exchange, the wind whistled, and 2 giant dragons had swept overhead. Sure enough. All right. Ha, I told you. Qingfeng Suizhu smiled faintly, becoming a mastermind. According to the NPCs, a little caramels like us are about as good as a pile of dung in the eyes of a giant dragon. Why does it feel like you're proud of yourself, boss? The grade 8 Great Gale scratched his head. Qingfeng Suizhu did not think. Shit is shit. As long as we can survive, it's better than anything. Anyway, remember, the level of players at this stage is not. Crap. Boss, look over there. There's a player who seems to be targeted. Is he Big Karami? Qingfeng Suizhu was speaking eloquently, when another crouching sentence from a level 8 Great Gale interrupted the spellcasting. He looked in the direction the latter was pointing in with a confused expression, and sure enough, he saw 2 giant dragons over 100 meters in length landing outside Windleaf City, and at the center of the drop appears to be a players? Immediately afterward, the loud voice of the 8th Great Gale rang out again. Crap, that big Kalami was captured by a giant dragon. I'm super. Fly away. Kidnapping a crooked day. Can we call the police? Does the demonic spirit care about this? Do dragons know the law? Qingfeng Suizhu? Where's the unlucky bastard? To be able to be targeted by a gargoyle at this stage, and to be fucking captured away. Is this a crime? The wind whistled. The scene in front of me changed rapidly. It wasn't just Qingfeng Suizhu and the others who were confused. In fact, Jian Han, who was the person in question, was no less puzzled inside than they were. Originally, I had risen to level 30 today and returned to the city in high spirits, ready to plan the Ascension trial. With a snap, I had 2 dragons in my hands in no time at all. The young man is not a martial artist and engages in sneak attacks. He looked up at the appearance of the 2 giant dragons, both of which were old familiar dragons. Jian Han's heart is also roughly clear. Why he was targeted. One had his eggs stolen and one was punched out of the sky by Ash. Unsurprisingly, this is revenge-seeking coming. I've been walking on thin ice all my life. Jiang Chen raised his head to look at the heavenly flame giant dragon that had given himself a handful of grips and pondered for a moment. Does Big Brother smoke? Not surprisingly, there was no response. Well, it was supposed to be a bit of skin, and Jian Han didn't expect it to do anything. As far as being worried, that's not really true. Admittedly, with his current level 30 attributes, even with the addition of Little Grey, he was no different from a mole cricket to these 2 5th-ranked dragons. But then again, it's not like this thing is a creepy creature. The worst thing is to die back in the city. What can you do? Don't you wah with me. I'm afraid of your 5th-ranked dragon? Just as Jian Han was being carried by the 2 giant dragons as they flew away from Windleaf City, the Doomsday forums are already in an uproar. No, 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 no. Shocked, Qingfeng Suizhu Big Brother revealed that the Moldy Bee player is suspected to be the night god. What does it mean to be captured by a dragon? Ordinary players say so, top players say so, and the bigwigs on the leaderboards actually say so. Unsurprisingly, the news that 2 top-tier bosses far beyond their current stage had appeared in the main city spread rapidly. The identity of the player who was fortunate enough to be taken away by the dragon has also become a hot topic of discussion in the forums. At this stage, where 95% of the players were still staying at the novice village stage, there weren't that many players in Windleaf City, and the top players were more familiar with each other. With some confirmation, the identity of that mysterious player came to light. In particular, according to the speculation of Qingfeng Suizhu and the others, the direction of that player happened to be facing the high-level area when he returned to the city. The bristling monsters on the route are, at the very least, level 15 or higher. And besides Nightcold, who else possessed such strength now? What does that mean? What's the meaning? Does it mean that the night god is now dealing with a giant dragon? No wonder his level is so high. A dragon trainer. That's a huge upgrade. Envious. If I could have this treatment, I'd probably be level 30 by now. Upstairs truth. Did not expect the mystery of the upgrade so simple. It's not that simple, is it? Isn't this easy? Relying on the dragon surrogate. I'll get on me. Good man. Your logic is simply, that become the richest man is also as long as the money on the line. How come you did not become the richest man? Discussions continued among the players, and many felt like they had seen through things, searching for the secret to Jiang Han's incredible upgrade speed. However, there are a few who remain rational. Qingfeng Suizhu, according to the footage we saw, Those two dragons didn't seem to be so friendly, and I speculate that the night god was most likely forcibly taken away by the dragons. Ming Ming Ruyu, there's still this? But with his current progress, he's actually able to touch creatures of this level already? Susufu, it's a bit outrageous, and regardless of the truth of the matter, the fact that it was able to draw the attention of a gargoyle is remarkable in itself. Bright as the moon, Tweedledum, with Qingfeng Tsueju, an eyewitness. Now the news that Nightcold had been taken away by the giant dragon boss was almost a fait accompli. The heat is on. In the meantime, the astral wind that blew the face raw finally stopped, and the huge dragon's claws spread out, revealing a strange world in front of Zhang Han's eyes. It was a large, ornate hall. The walls were constructed of crystal and gems, and the floor was so golden that it appeared to be paved with gold, and in the center of the main hall, a huge statue stood. It was an incomparably majestic dragon that one could not help but worship. Whether it's the construction of the hall or the materials, there are just two words: how crosses. Even Zhang Han, who was carrying 10-digit gold coins on his body, was incomparably hot at the sight. He didn't doubt for a second that if he could give this great hall a go, the total value would not be less than $10 billion. Reptile, aren't you scared? Just as Zhang Han was pondering how to glean some wool to bring back, overhead, Aster's majestic voice rang out. It's no use being afraid. Zhang Chen was unimpressed. People who had died once, even in the face of death, not to say no fluctuations, at least not chaotic, not to mention, it's not even that bad, not bad, and kind of gutsy, and more interesting than the other creeps. Aster laughed. Those reptiles can't even speak clearly when they meet me. If they were truly cowards, how could they sneak into my lair and steal the dragon's egg? The voice of Scout, the shining dragon, rang out. I am right, aren't I, reptile? Zhang Han scratched his head in some embarrassment. How to shua it? It's weirdly embarrassing to gripe about someone else's stuff and then get caught by the rightful owner. At this point, not talking is the best way to respond. Human, there is no need for you to be nervous. We mean no harm. Otherwise you would not have survived this long? Scotty said. So what did you two bring me here for? Zhang Chen was also puzzled. Indeed, with the strength of the two fifth-ranked dragons, not to mention him, even Mel's would have to kneel if he came. There was no need to wait until now. Grant you a creation. Aster snorted coldly, a searing breath erupting from his nose. What a lucky reptile. Grant me creation? Zhang Chen froze, a little confused. Then he fell into a deep thought. Waiting for me to run through it. If I remember correctly, these two should have a grudge against me, right? Why do we have to give favors now? Has the development of the fairy dance reached such a point that even the dragons are playing with it? For the first time since he was reborn, Zhang Han was so confused. Mind you, the last time he was this confused was the last time. But soon, he realized the key. Is it because of the egg I took away? Human, you're smart. Scotty spoke up and quipped. It does have something to do with it. Sure enough, Zhang Chen asked the doubt buried in his heart. So that egg, it's not your offspring? Indeed. Scotty tapped the dragon's head, bringing up the wind that whistled through the great hall, and a low voice echoed through the hall. Technically, it's not descended from anyone. Rather, my people, the last hope. Is it that good? Zhang Chen's heart was astonished beyond words. He did guess that Little Grey was a relatively special existence as a Cthulhu dragon. After all, I've also never heard of any gargoyle that was cute like this when it was small, just like a puppy, with a fluffy body. The emotional problems are out of this crop. The last hope of the dragon clan, sounds like a bullseye. Zhang Han mused. That Little Grey egg, when it grows up, will also be a fifth-order dragon? Ash? Scotty's voice sounded again. Did you name it? It's so hard to hear. Indeed, Astel nodded in agreement, very much to the reptile's taste. Zhang Chen, I'll admit, the naming was a little bit perfunctory, but that doesn't seem to be the point, does it? Humans, you remember. Scotty raised his dragon's head, pride flowing from his pupils. He has no name, nor should he have one. He will be the supreme being of our race, and will surpass us, beyond the fifth order. So put away your damn arrogance. It's blasphemy against him. Understood. Zhang Chen nodded with a serious face. Inside, he was unimpressed. I know it's wrong, but I don't change. Hey, besides, the name Little Grey is actually quite good. Anyway, the dragon in question is quite satisfied. Did not say a word when the name was given. Well, that's the end of the small talk. We are not in the habit of communicating with reptiles, and you need not know anything else. Boom! In the next moment, Scotty swung his dragon claw, and the majestic power poured out, just like a golden waterfall drowning Zhang Han. Under this massive force, Zhang Han didn't have any room for resistance. and his entire body surged along with the golden torrent towards the giant dragon statue in the center of the hall. A few moments later, the Great Hall returned to tranquility. But this peace lasted only a few short seconds. Immediately after, the eyes of this magnificent statue, which was over 200 meters in height, suddenly lit up like purple gems, and Scotty and Aster, together, roared up to the sky. The sound of the dragon's whistle resounded through the clouds. In the name of the dragon god, in the name of the dragon god, fiery red and gold burst out together, turning into an ocean and spreading over the entire hall. That was the deepest and most powerful origin power from the holy ruling gargoyle. Granted, the blessing of the dragon clan. Boom! Jiang Chen's mind was chaotic. At the moment, his entire body was warm, like the warm sun shining on him. Only the system voice coming from his ears hinted that he was still in the game world. Ding! You are receiving an infusion of the dragon god's power. Ding! Your imperial beast Little Grey is receiving an infusion of the dragon god's power. It's really sending me warmth. Jiang Chen grinned. This dragon is still weirdly good. Taking a good look around, his eyes were filled with colorful, as if the world was twisting and turning like a mushroom overdose. Incredibly unreal. Where is this? Jiang Chen looked around with a curious expression. Honestly, this experience was quite marvelous. It's just slightly dizzying with all the spinning around. However, Jiang Chen didn't care too much about this, closing his eyes and waiting quietly. Inside, the anticipation was immense. When he switched professions, it was because he was infused with some laborious mystical power, which allowed the profession to advance. Now it's not quite clear how this dragon god power compares to the mystic power though, but Jiang Han felt that it certainly wasn't anywhere near as bad. That's the dragon god. The minutes ticked by. I don't know how much time has passed. Jiang Chen opened his eyes in boredom. Emptiness. An unprecedented emptiness. In his senses, it had been hours at least. The infusion isn't over yet. What's more, after leveling up to 30, you're actually halfway through the day's game time, with only 6 hours left. Will something go wrong if this infusion isn't done in 6 hours? And in this state, nothing can be operated, let alone looking at the time. Completely bifurcated. For a while, Jiang Han was a little uncertain himself. Never mind. Since we haven't been kicked out yet, it proves there's still time. Anxiety won't change anything anyway. Just lie down at ease. A long exhale. Jiang Chen calmed down and closed his eyes again, continuing to wait. And what he doesn't know is this. At this moment, the time in the outside world had already come to 1700 hours PM. It was well over 13 hours before dawn. Common sense would dictate that he should have been forcibly kicked out of the world of Armageddon. But in reality, his body was still incomparably illusory, and even took on a slight golden glow. Just a shame. This scene was destined to go unseen. Sunrise and sunset. Why isn't it over? Doesn't this infusion last a little too long? Ah, so boring. Mystery space. The clear male voice echoed for a long time. Though subjective consciousness alone is not an accurate judge of time, but Jiang Han's intuition told him that it had definitely been more than 6 hours since he was thrown into this space by the two giant dragons. What the hell is this place? Is it even possible to bypass the system's judgment and allow me to stay in the game world? After venting for a while, Jiang Han had to start thinking about this. It was important to realize that even when you were in a place as special as the Trial of Ascension, as soon as the game time reached the limit, the player would be kicked out of the game immediately, and the trial is mandatorily ruled a failure. Elsewhere, it's much the same. Anyway, Jiang Chen had never heard of anyone who could stay in any area for all time. Even for certain quests that take days or even months to complete, you can only go offline once the daily game time is up. This is why large missions are extremely dangerous. The several up and downs are also a huge test for players to keep track of their time. This mysterious space, however, is circumventing the mandatory downside. Of course, it can't be ruled out that it's creating a sensory illusion that it's been a long time, when in fact it hasn't. But either way, it proves that this place is special enough, and this feeling of staying in a small area and not being able to do anything is really torture. It's as depressing as being locked in a coffin. Let's hope that in the end, I won't be disappointed. Jiang Chen exhaled a long breath of turbid air, forcing down the irritation in his heart, and this time the wait was as long as it had ever been. Day 11 of the game. Today's report. The Great Summer Kingdom still has the upper hand, with the rankings wrapping up the top 100. The wind and clouds are rising again. The second place in the ranking is changed again. Genie Night Walking shows the strength of the top assassin and rushes to level 14, successfully replacing Ming Ming Ruyue and pulling away from the distance. Night Cold is still at the top of the list, but the rank hasn't changed for 3 days. A new god has fallen? Since being taken away by the dragon, Night Cold has stayed at level 30 for more than 3 days. What is the hidden secret behind this? Doomsday is hot, and it's still soaring at an unimaginable rate. There is no doubt that this game, capable of influencing reality, permeates the entire human society and has become a well-deserved second world. Television, live streaming, media, whatever the channel, opened up a dedicated section. And the hottest thing these days is still the news about Night Cold. This was because as of now, the rank of number 1 on the leaderboard hadn't moved for 3 days in a row. That wobbly 30 seems to have nailed that spot dead on. Bigwigs, does anyone know what's going on right now? What exactly is happening to the Night God? Don't build it. This big man has never been a god, but judging by his past progress, it's likely that there's been some kind of accident. Good lord, being captured by a giant dragon. Is this staging something particularly exciting? Are dragons good at this? Sizzle, you guys say that the Night God didn't make some PY deal with the giant dragon, letting the dragon take him upgrading. That's why he's so fierce. Now that the level has gone up, it's time to pay the price, and collect his chrysanthemums to come. Holy shit, you don't say. You don't say. Ha ha, it must have used some special means to dominate the number 1 position, and now that the means have been exposed, it's been sanctioned. Tell you guys, I have a buddy who knows some inside information. Night Cold is cool this time. Not to mention 3 days. 30 days he can't even get out. Your buddy knows the inside story? Which buddy of yours? Even Ming Ming Ryu? These top gods say they don't know. So where is your buddy a god? Che, I can't talk to you. Your pattern is too small. Do you know that the masters are in the folklore? But also the top gods. The level has been pulled so far away. Shit is not. You're such a bully. Why don't you get on if you can? Laugh it up. I didn't say I could. I said what about my buddy? Evaluating a refrigerator and not being able to cool it? There is a wide range of opinions. There are those who analyze rationally, those who watch for a laugh, and those who gloat. There are even a number of know-it-alls who claim to know the truth, but no one knows exactly how. And it was actually those players on the leaderboards who were most affected by this, although the bottom of their hearts do not want to admit, but the Night Cold suspected fall. For them, like the pressure on the top of the head of the mountain has been removed, finally can breathe a sigh of relief. Go see that world first view. In the meantime, in the mysterious space, Jiang Han's entire body was completely emptied, like an old monk in meditation. After all, they are people who have experienced life and death. After experiencing the initial boredom and then skepticism, after that he did his best to adjust and calm himself down. Until now, he had been able to ignore this ghost-like environment. Love it or hate it. Tired. Ding. Congratulations. You've been blessed by the dragon god and you've become even stronger. Ding. Congratulations. Your imperial beast Little Grey has been blessed by the dragon god and has become even more powerful. Suddenly, a crisp beep sounded. Finally, Jiang Chen's eyes snapped open, and a glint of essence flashed in his eyes. The next moment, the immediate environment changed rapidly. When his sight was clear again, Jiang Han was already in the middle of a wasteland. Gotta. It's been randomly dumped in the middle of nowhere. Jiang Han surveyed the surroundings. It was quiet, and the 2 5th-ranked dragons had disappeared. Is it a level 40 area? Following his memories, Jiang Han quickly judged the location. To be honest, it was slightly far from Windleaf City. After determining that the surroundings were not a threat to him, Jiang Han opened his attribute panel with anticipation. What a blessing from the dragon god. Player, Night Cold. God of Wealth, Unique. Beast Controller, Unique. Rank 30, 0%. Base Conditioned Life, 2500. Magic, 22990. Hunger, 100. Base Attributes, Strength, 556. Constitution, 250. Spirit, 2299. Agility, 165. Advanced Attributes of Bludgeon, 25%. Bludgeon Damage, 205%. Damage Reduction, 3%. Full Resistance, 5%. Dark Resistance, 10%. Special Attributes, Luck, 65. Charisma, 68. It doesn't seem to make any difference. Could it be that the gain is in the occupation? There was no increase in the basic attributes compared to before. Jiang Han pondered for a while and opened the occupation panel. Occupation, God of Fortune. Natal Talent, Fortune Rolling, LV1. Innate Talent, Not a Dime, LV1. Innate Talent, Hung Fu Chi Tian, LV1. Natal Talent, Charisma Unrivaled, LV1. Innate Talent, Power of Fortune, LV1. Natal Skill, Active, Money Shield, LV1 is the God of Wealth. Money is what you rely on. After turning on this skill, you gain a shield value equal to 1% of the number of gold coins on your body. This skill has no cooldown, no time limit, and the shield can resist real damage, special damage, attribute damage, and is immune to special phrases such as Shield Breaker, Chopper, and Instant Death. Note, after taking damage, the gold coins on your body will disappear in equal proportions. Not much of a district either. Bridge Bean Sacks. It's like there's an extra something? Jiang Chen shifted his gaze upwards, looking at the money shield, and then at his full 1.81 billion gold coin balance. Couldn't help but get lost in thought. Every 100 gold coins would be converted into 1 point of shield, which meant that with the current amount of gold coins, after turning on the money shield, he would be able to have 18 million shields. Crap, that's skill. For a moment, Zhang Han even somewhat doubted if he had misread the situation. That's 18 million shields, and no fucking time limit or cooldown? Woohoo! Take off! GGG. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twisted and he smiled like an upside-down male. Which is the highest selling skill in Doom? That's bound to be the life preservation category. This type of skill is often worth several, if not dozens of times more than other types, because, powerful attacks or not, high attributes or not, it's a long shot, but there's always a chance of getting it. But there is only one life. Fault tolerance, that's the fundamental core of this game. It was only early in the game, and an unknown number of players had already died realistically before the creepy creatures had even invaded. By the time the spooky invasion is over, it would not be an exaggeration to describe the corpses as being all over the place. Creepy creatures, just horrible, and it's full of all kinds of serendipity and randomness. Even if you take it in your stride and are too cautious to be discreet, even if you've never done anything wrong, but maybe just one day, somewhere around the corner a weird boss far above your level suddenly brushes up and launches a frantic attack. In previous lives, a number of players at the top of their level died this way. It could be argued that at certain times, luck is more important than strength in Doom. Some are obviously strong, have bad luck, and live for a very short time. There are people who are obviously average in strength, but they survive to the end. Who can say about this thing called life? But now with the money shield skill, Zhang Han could minimize the risk of various accidents. If I had this skill earlier, why would I have gone through so much trouble when clearing the level 10 trial? Jiang Chen was overwhelmed with emotion. It may seem like smooth sailing when facing the Wanderer, but it's actually all about his extreme positioning and timing of skill release. There's still the risk of a rollover, even when facing other bosses of a higher grade. But now, Jiang Han just wanna say, come on, hit me in the head. What did a shield that ignored all kinds of abnormal attributes such as shield breaking, decimation, and imminent death, with a value as high as 18 million mean? The average person may not understand this concept, but the second shift should be clear. We generally use two words to describe it. Dirt is not. Anyway, fluff is done. False meat shield, tank profession, burly body, brotherly, not really, covered in rags of unknown grade. The real meat shield, rich. Of course, aside from its own perverted mechanism, the money shield itself was expensive to pay. 1 point of shield value, 100 gold coins. For an ordinary person, even if they have the money shield, they will not be able to utilize the strength. But if it is paired with fortune rolls in, how should your excellency respond? Nothing to think about. Just turn on the skill. Although it was an active skill, Jiang Han decided to just treat money shield as a passive make and leave it off. His usual rule is that it's time to save and spend. If you are unable to give up gold coins, and then you are seconded in an accident, then there is no place to cry. Furthermore, don't look at the hundreds of millions of dollars spent on such a small amount of time. But Jiang Han wasn't worried about that at all. Not to mention how the harvest brought by spending these several $100 million. Just the several hundred properties in Windleaf City would soar in value dozens of times by the time the weirdness descended for the first time. When the time comes, whether you recruit your own people to run the business or turn around and sell the store, the returns can be substantial. Not to mention the fact that there was such a counterintuitive skill as fortune rolling in place. For Jiang Han, the matter of making money was not a matter of whether it was possible or not. Rather, it's about wanting to, at the very least, squatting in a random place. It would only take less than 3 months for the gold on his body to directly double. Only, that's stupid. Gold coins are of course a good thing, but if you miss the opportunity to improve your strength because you're saving money, you're putting the cart before the horse. At the end of the day, strength is everything. Besides, until you're a wealthy man, you have to be wary of spending money, becoming the god of fortune and still being fearful. That's not a wasted transfer? Needles don't poke. Looking at the extra line of exaggerated shield value in the value bar, Jiang Han was in a good mood. Keep looking down. Profession, Beast Master. Natal Talent, Power of God, LV1. Innate Talent, Magic Source, LV1. Natal Talent, God's Imperial Beast Set, LV1. Innate Talent, Beast God Aura, LV1. Innate Talent, Beast God's Harness, LV1. Innate Talent, Unlimited Imperial Beasts, LV1 as a Beast God Controller. You have realized the true meaning of Imperial Beasts. Your number of Imperial Beasts is unlimited. Jiang Chen. Number of Imperial Beasts. There is no limit? Are you fucking right? Jiang Chen's gaze was fixed on the infinite imperial beasts, and he couldn't return to his senses for a long time. Originally, I thought that the strength of Money Shield was already exaggerated to the point of perversion, but I didn't realize that the infinite imperial beasts behind this was even more heavyweight. In Doom, why is it that the Sentinel has the highest ceiling and the highest floor? Apart from the fact that there was a difference in the strength of the imperial beasts themselves, there was also another aspect because there were certain conditions that needed to be met in order to unlock more imperial beast space. Taking Jiang Chen himself as an example, he only had one imperial beast space right now. If he wanted to open a second imperial beast space, he must first rise to level 30, and secondly, his spirit value must break through 1500, and it wasn't just him, it was all the imperial beast masters. Suffice it to say, the conditions are downright harsh to the point of perversion. It should be noted that even if Jiang Han could add points at the limit without any concern, coupled with the unrepeatable opportunities in all aspects, his spiritual value had only just broken through 2200. Anyone else at level 30 who wanted to have 1500 spirit value was simply a fool's errand, and the unlocking conditions for the imperial beast space in the back would only be more exaggerated. And because of that, even though it is possible to have more than one imperial beast, the vast majority of imperial beast masters, including NPCs, only have one imperial beast. The remaining exceptions are all powerful people with great financial resources. For example, Stout, as a member of the royal family, he had both the financial resources and his own talent was still high, which qualified him to cultivate multiple imperial beasts. But even so, he only had 3 core imperial beasts. And now, Jiang Chen directly broke all restrictions. The only thing left to consider was the resources that would be slammed into the imperial beasts. But then again, what was his second career again? Fortune. Crap. At this moment, Jiang Han seems to be able to hear his own little heart beating flutter flutter. You can still play like this? Big brother Dragon God is above. From now on, little brother will hang out with you, fighting out of the way you go, munching and drinking I'll do it. Jiang Han was moved to tears. In fact, he is not a believer in gods, but now he decided to make sure to pick an auspicious day to give the Dragon God's old watch a good 2 incense sticks. It's so empowering. Calm down. After a long time, Jiang Han slapped his face to calm down his emotions. Each of the 2 skills brought by the Dragon God's blessing was a divine skill. If anything, Money Shield gave him stability. What Infinite Imperial Beasts brings then is a counterintuitive cap. However, both have something in common. That's cost money. It costs money to turn on Money Shield to resist damage, and it costs money to train the Imperial Beasts. Why do you need money everywhere? Thinking carefully, even with a huge sum of $1.8 billion in hand, Jiang Han unexpectedly couldn't help but feel some liver pain. Money Shield, it's okay. It's just retaining fault tolerance for critical times. Virtually nothing is usually consumed. But, unlimited imperial beasts is a bottomless pit. No amount of gold is enough to build it. There's no rush. Ash is strong enough now. For the time being, there is no need to cultivate imperial beasts in bulk. The focus now is still on finding some very crucial artifacts and props with the advantage of information. When the resources have accumulated, in conjunction with the proceeds from the power of the God of Fortune, we'll train other imperial beasts at that time. At the very least, aside from necessary spending, save up your gold coins to 10 billion as soon as possible before you start spending money on cultivation. Jiang Chen thought seriously for a moment. At this stage alone, Creepy hasn't invaded yet and the game is relatively unstressed. The combat power of a single pet has to be a bit more important. Even if you have to train, you prioritize the most valuable ones. Honestly, Infinite Imperial Beasts was indeed counterintuitive. But for now, it wasn't very useful. But, as long as there is such a possibility, that's enough. Imagine what it would be like to wait until a large number of top-grade imperial beasts were actually cultivated. Moreover, with power of the God of Wealth being such a spend to increase attribute skill, Jiang Han's own attribute growth was also terrifying. Then add to the imperial beasts. He is like a root that is rooted underneath, sending a steady stream of life upward. It's that spending. I can't imagine that I, the God of Wealth, would also have a day when I'm short of money. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. One could only say that it wasn't that the God of Fortune wasn't strong enough, but that the Infinite Imperial Beasts was too powerful. Oh yeah, and Ash. He suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, the reason why he was able to receive the blessings of the Dragon God was thanks to the Little One. Since the 2 skills were strong like this, then Little Grey, which held the hopes of the Dragon Clan, must not be bad either. Ow! A milky growl suddenly sounded. Before Jiang Han could react, a small figure drilled out of the Imperial Beast space, half-sitting on the side with its head held high. Jiang Chen? If he remembered correctly, He hadn't opened the Imperial Beast space yet. This little guy, how did he get out? And, feel like you've grown up so much? The fur is shiny and clanky. Look at that little expression. It's giving it a bad case of the bulls. Jiang Chen looked at Little Ash. Little Ash, come here. Ow. Ash quickly turned his head away and looked away with a haughty look on his face. As usual, I'm in love. Forget it. Jiang Chen was exhausted for a moment and directly opened Ash's data panel. This rebellious son. Nickname, Ash. Type a dragon, mythic. Rank 30 to 0.00%. Status, life, 202. 500. Magic, 208. 470. Base attributes, strength, 7066. Constitution, 6975. Spirit, 7589. Agility, 6949. Talent absolute suppression. As a mythic level Imperial Beast, the Cthulhu dragon possesses innate suppression over creatures of lower ranks, and has become even stronger after carrying the dragon's chi. Deals plus 30% damage to creatures of mythic rank, and plus 50% damage to creatures below mythic rank. Takes minus 50% damage from all sources. Dragon King, the Cthulhu dragon, as the supreme being of the dragon race, has received the blessing of the dragon god, and he is the absolute leader. He has innate suppression of dragon creatures, dealing plus 100% damage to dragon creatures and minus 50% damage from dragons. Mythic bloodline. As a mythic royal beast, the Cthulhu dragon has an absolutely strong body. When the Cthulhu dragon is upgraded, it gains full attribute bonuses. Life regeneration, 500 plus 1% life value /section. Magic recovery, 500 plus 1% magic value /section. Life bonus plus 200%. Magic bonus plus 200%. Skills, Shaking Dragon's Might, Root Shock and Awe skill. The dragon roars so loudly that the world trembles. All hostile creatures within a 50-meter radius will be stunned for 2 seconds, regardless of class or type. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Consumption, 5% of magic power. Dragon Emperor Spit, single skill. The celestial dragon spits out fiery flames that scorch everything, dealing 500% strength plus spirit true damage to the locked target. This skill cannot be dodged. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Consumption, 2% magic power. Dragon Emperor Fangs. The dragon is the nemesis of magic, and as the king of the dragon race, the pale dragon will silence all magic. Inflicts 500% power plus spirit magic damage to the 5 closest enemy units, and forcibly puts the enemy in a forbidden magic state for 10s. Consumption, 10% of magic power. Cooldown, 30s. Dragon Emperor's Rage, unique talent technique. The celestial dragon falls into a state of extreme rage, bound to destroy everything, dealing 10,000% strength plus constitution, undifferentiated true damage to creatures within a 500-meter radius. Cooldown, 30 days. After activating this skill, attributes are permanently reduced by 5%. And the Cthulhu dragon falls into a deep sleep for 5 days. Power of the Dragon God. The dragon in the sky has received the blessing of the Dragon God. Full attributes plus 100%. Jiang Chen. Unsurprisingly, it's time for the delightful being shocked part. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, Jiang Han's brain was still a bit turned around after reading the small gray panel. All-around enhancement, basic attributes, skills, and even suppression for other creatures. The increase in various attributes was not a single star. The intensity is simply on a different gradient than before, with a blood volume of 200,000 and an exaggerated 4-dimensional attribute. It crushed a bunch of bosses in terms of attributes alone. It is important to realize that because of the mechanism of being able to resurrect after death, the base value of the Imperial Beasts that players train will be lower compared to wild bosses. More strength is shown in the skills, as well as the Imperial Beast cultivation feature that only opens at level 30. This was why Ash, who was clearly a mythic level creature, had inferior attributes in all aspects at level 20 compared to a monarch level boss, because the little guy is still a blank slate attribute so far. When it had been cultivated, the strength of all aspects would naturally increase. As to which degree it would eventually grow to, all depends on cultivation. But now what? The blank slate attribute alone was already terrifying to this extent. When it really came to the actual battle, how long could that level 20 monarch boss last in Ash's hands? Is it not like playing to kill a king boss now? Looking at Little Gray, who didn't even look at people with a straight face, Jiang Han straightened up and called out, "Good guy." It was thought that by relying on the high attribute bonus brought by the Beast God Controller, as well as various equipment, at least you can sort of eat Ash's tailpipe on your own output. In hindsight, still too naive. An existence that even a 5th-ranked dragon valued so much was indeed too strong. Other than the cute appearance, everything else that is the top of the top. But then again, the cute looks don't seem to be a disadvantage, and it can confuse the enemy a bit. No wonder the little guy had a proud face when he came out. So he was waiting here? There's one way to say it, Tweedledee fluff. Awesome. Jonghan put away the panel and heartily exclaimed, Little Ash. Ah, I'll be relying on you from now on. Ow. Little Grey purred in triumph and gave Jonghan an unprecedented square look. That's for sure. Abyssal trial. Let's go. Jonghan was spirited. He was already a bit impatient to witness Ash's battle power. 2 hours later, Zhangchen arrived at the level 30 trial hall. Honorable Knight Cold, may I ask if you're still going to conduct the Abyssal level trial this time? Before he could say anything, the great hall guards walked over with respectful expressions, looking with admiration at the emblem of valor on Zhanghan's chest. This badge, being so rare, not many people could recognize it. However, as divine temple guards, they were naturally too familiar to be able to directly lock onto Zhanghan's identity. Yes, Zhangchen nodded. One moment. The guards didn't say anything and just opened the trial. After choosing the abyss difficulty as usual, Zhanghan disappeared into thin air. The cold wind is howling, the eyes were white, the earth was silver, and the driving coldness pierced the bones. Boom! Rumble! Not far away, a humanoid creature with white hair was wandering back and forth. Each step caused the ground to shake, and the huge paws left a series of footprints in the snow. Unsurprisingly, it's still the mutant berserk boss. Swish! Before Jiang Chen could make a sound, Little Ash rushed out like an arrow off the string. The tiny figure drew a residual shadow in the air, and then a mouthful of violent dragon breath fell from the sky. From the initial fist-sized golden breath, it had been skyrocketing to an unknown number of times the size of Little Ash. It smashed heavily on that Yeti boss. The Dragon Emperor spat. -100138. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the White Velvet Mutant Yeti. Ding! Congratulations! On! The system beep sounded instantly. Jiang Chen, degree. Seconds now? I didn't even see the boss attributes. Hello. Should we be so efficient? Woo. Ash came back a little downcast, drooping his little head. Not fun. That big guy doesn't stand a chance. And you've put it on hold to play. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. He and Little Grey shared the same mind, so he could naturally understand what the little guy was thinking. But this one skill gave the boss dunked to death, which is not really different from playing haha. It wasn't even fun playing in the mud yet. Ow. Ash gave Jiang Chen a somewhat puzzled look. Hadn't he come this way before? Play hard. There are 4 more big ones back there for you to play with. Jiang Chen, which will say anything more, if not usually even touch this little guy, is laborious. He couldn't wait to rub the little gray head bald. Where can I find such a nerdy and powerful partner? The only downside is that the rebel son is slightly disobedient. 1 man and 1 dragon are flying high. It was clear that the difficulty of the trial was gradually increasing, but the efficiency of killing the bosses was even higher than the first 2 times he had broken into the Ascension trial. One could only say that Little Ash's growth rate was just too terrifying. It was already possible, even when facing a demonized boss, to kill it in seconds with a single skill. It's like brushing up on a small monster. Boom! Boom! Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the Snowtooth Beast. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the Ice Plains 9-tailed fox. Congratulations! Without any difficulty, the 4 demonized bosses fell one after another without resistance, and the final boss, too, has finally revealed its true colors. Seeker of the Abyss, Monarch, rank, 30, life, 400,000, power, 6,000, body mass, 40,000, agility, 6,000, spirit, 5,000, talent, unknown, skill, unknown. From the Abyss, to the Abyss. Seeker. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, another boss from the Abyss series. Like the previous 2 times, the message didn't emphasize that this was a bizarre creature, but Jiang Han was incomparably certain that as long as he was killed by the Seeker, reality would inevitably die along with him. Ow! Without even needing Jiang Chen to say anything, Little Ash rushed out. As a matter of fact, there was no need for Jiang Han to command. With Little Grey's current attributes, this Seeker would only be crushed. A monarch-level boss? That's about it. It was not even a minute before or after. As the Seeker fell, the world announcement rang out. Ding! System announcement. Dasha country player Nightcold passed the Abyssal level Ascension trial, becoming the first ever Brave to pass the level 30 Abyssal trial, obtaining the epic great props, Valor Glowstone, and Dasha country Warzone points +1, hereby notified. Ding! System announcement. In a split second, worldwide, players are once again abuzz. Holy shit! Holy shit! I told you that the Night God hadn't moved for so many days and must be holding back a big move. You guys still don't believe me, and sure enough, it's true. We, the gods of the great summer kingdom, tremble mortals. Shet, How can this man come back after being captured by a giant dragon? The Great Summer Kingdom's advantage has widened again. Baka. That's impossible. The gazes of all parties instantly converged on the top of the leaderboard. The heat of the forum instantly soared to its highest level, because after disappearing for so many days, the man who reigned over Armageddon, with a world announcement, proclaimed his return in an unbelievably strong manner. In the meantime, outside Windleaf City. Ha, interesting. I told you. How could such a character die so early? Not what I expected. Even a level 30 Abyssal trial can pass? This person's potential is truly bottomless. A young man whose equipment grade was silver at worst laughed as he listened to the echoing announcement. He turned his head to look at the few people surrounding him with a playful expression. Go back to the city. I'm going to personally meet this interesting fellow. When I take him under my wing, that's when the real fun begins in this game. Understood. Beside the youth, an assassin player nodded with complicated eyes. And if any other player saw the assassin's LD, they would inevitably be astonished. A flash of light. One of the top assassins of the Great Xia Kingdom, and now a top 30 expert in the rankings. But it was this kind of person who was so respectful to a youth whose rank was inferior to his. Obviously, the identity of this handsome youth was not simple. Level 30 trial of the abyss. The roaring and killing ended, and the entire snow-white world was silent, with only the snowflakes slowly drifting in the sky. Zhang Chen made a move with one hand, and the milky white light on the ground disappeared. Stone of the Abyss, Fragment 3, Grade Unknown. Not authenticated. Sure enough, just like the previous 2 times, the only item of props that the seeker had popped out was still a fragment of the Abyssal Stone. Third piece. Gently exhaling a breath, Zhang Han took Little Gray and left the place of trial. Soon. Out. So fast. This is at most an hour, right? To be able to pass the Abyssal trial, it's worthy of being the most outstanding Braveheart ever. It's really powerful. This strength, it's even stronger than the rumors. Looking at the young figure that appeared in the hall, several guards murmured, their eyes filled with admiration and surprise. Faced with these burning gazes, Zhang Han had long been accustomed to them and walked up to the guard at the head. Passing reward. Yes, please wait. The man naturally had no objections and quickly stepped aside, taking out a piece of warm jade from the sandalwood box and handing it over to Zhang Han. Valor Phaeton. Grade, Epic. Description, a rare material created by infusing the power of light within the Stone of Valor, which can further strengthen the emblem of valor, and only powerful braves are eligible to possess it. Again, still an exclusive enhancement prop for the emblem of valor. It'll lift another wave. Zhang Han was still satisfied with this reward. The emblem of valor itself was already a legendary level prop with powerful attributes after being strengthened, and now it could be boosted by another wave. Your Excellency, take your time. In the respectful eyes of the many guards, Zhang Han walked out of the Great Hall. After leaving the Great Hall of Trials, Zhang Han headed straight to Windleaf City. Dal's Forge store. The place is now a lot more lively compared to some time ago when the doors were closed. Although up until now, there were only a handful of players who could qualify to enter the main city. But with the huge population base of the Great Summer Country, even if they were one expert in 10,000, they would still be able to identify 100,000 or so people. In just 2 days, Windleaf City had an influx of players, and that brings a lot of business to the various stores. Even outside such cold forges as Dal's, there was a not-so-short line. After all, compared to the big stores, both building and appraisal were considerably cheaper here. Purely and simply go for the volume type of Roll King. Zhang Chen had no intention of wasting time, and directly bypassed the line and went straight to the forging platform. Such blatant queue-jumping behavior naturally aroused the discontent of many people. This man is so unqualified. And no one has come forward to say anything. In the Doomsday are mixed so many days. Should have been beaten by the poisonous beatings have also been finished. The people are very clear in their hearts. Like this kind of players who do not speak of martial arts dare to interrupt the queue. In a minute to be forked out by the NPC. If it gets serious, it alerts the guards to Big Daddy. Then I'll let you know why the flowers are red in a minute. At the moment, Dal's hammer was swinging, clanking, and sparks were flying. Boss, appraise the equipment. Zhang Chen spoke softly. Get your ass in line and leave me alone. Dal was so busy that he didn't even look up, and was very impatient to crack. Wait. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Realizing something was wrong, Dar stopped his hand and jerked his head up. Then the familiar figure was seen. Ha 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 ha. So it's your guest you are. Sorry. Really busy dizziness. Did not pay attention. Dal smiled like an old chrysanthemum and apologized. You're appraising the equipment, aren't you? Listening to the conversation between the two, a series of question marks popped up on the foreheads of the other players. That's not right. According to the original direction of the plot, shouldn't the guy who cut in line be thrown out with his legs broken? What's wrong with you, boss? You look at us like we're fish out of water, and you look at an interloper like you've seen your own father? Right. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled playfully. With your attitude, I thought you wanted to back out. No. Dar was too busy to accept the emblem of valor as well as the valor fillet head. If I say it's free, then it's free. I'll do what I say. And TM free? The few people in the queue behind them looked at Zhang Han in disbelief. What kind of god was this that made the NPC who had always been so high in the ice grovel so much? We are all displaced people. On what grounds? And so on. Suddenly someone realized something. In Doomsday, there is indeed such a person who is not a straggler coming up. Murphy, the player with the name of Little Bastard, cautiously looked at Zhang Han and inquired, "Please, excuse me, are you Big Brother Night Cold?" Jiang Chen glanced at him without responding. Didn't deny it, but that attitude alone had gotten a few players excited. With the development of the past few days, Doomsday has thoroughly penetrated into real life and its influence is growing. A well-deserved first in the rank and file game. Zhang Han's influence nowadays could be considered extremely terrifying, and naturally, he had a large number of fans, and there is even a small part of them, under the guise of Night Cold fans to bite everywhere. Now if anyone dared to impersonate Night Cold, then needless to say, this group of devilishly bewildered people would immediately have to go out and try to do everything they could to pick out the impersonator's information, not to mention the fact that the officials of various countries were now closely watching Night Cold's every move. Therefore, at this juncture now, no one really dared to impersonate Night Cold, and definitely had to clear the air at the first opportunity. The lack of an immediate response actually says a lot. What? Is this person Big Brother Night Cold? Holy shit. It seems like it's possible. This NPC is as respectful as a grandson. I can't think of anyone other than Big Brother Night Cold who can do this. Nowadays, the only first-class citizen is the Night Cold Big Brother. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. It's not solid yet, but the mere possibility has the team abuzz. They don't care about whether to jump the queue or not. They have stretched their necks to see what's going on. Ding! A golden light suddenly rang out, and the Emblem of Valor was successfully strengthened. Emblem of Valor, Legendary, Description, Certificate of Valor, only qualified by passing the Purgatory level trial. This is the supreme honor of the Empire. After 2 enhancements, it has become even more powerful. Basic attributes plus 100, full attribute resistance plus 5%, charm plus 3, strength of valor, passive triggered when life value drops below 30%, strength increased by 10%, spirit increased by 10%. What a shame. Taking a look at the attributes of the Emblem of Valor, Dar couldn't help but say with some regret as he marveled, it's still legendary grade. Crowd. Legendary equipment? Stonemer up. The unreadable person in front of him was the Night Cold Big Brother. Crap. This is legendary level equipment? It's blinding my eyes. No wonder you can pass the Abyssal level trial. Such powerful equipment. It's too perverse. Inside the Forge store, there was a clamor. Though when strengthening equipment, the attributes can only be seen by the player himself as well as the NPC. But the mere fact that it was legendary was enough to leave others with infinite reverie. It's been 11 days since the game opened, but it was the equipment that could be produced by so many players. 8 hours a day of brushing monsters. That was also extremely rare. Ordinary players who could have a piece of silver level equipment. It was a big cow, belonging to the type that could walk sideways. If you have gold level equipment, it goes without saying that you're properly at the Big Brother level. As for dark gold level equipment, anyway, as far as the players in this Forge store are concerned, they've never seen what it looks like, and for them to enter the main city at this point in time, their levels were all upstream existences. Legendary? That's unthinkable. Where did you buy that pillow? You're dreaming of such luxury. Today, however, they were seeing a piece of this level of equipment with their own eyes, and it was also the badge class with an extremely high degree of rarity. Let's just say that it's worthy of a big night chill. Simply, Big Brother Night Cold, can you add a friend? I'm a 10-year-old fan of yours. Where did the big guy get the equipment? Can you reveal it? Sure. I'll pay for it. At whatever price you want. Big Brother, can you take me with you? My sister is thievingly beautiful. A proper school beauty. I can introduce her to you. Big Brother, I am your long-lost brother-in-law. My sister wore black silk today. Add a friend and I'll send it to you. If you really don't like it, I'll wear it too. The Forge became even more lively, and the crowd was so eager to eat Night Cold alive on the spot. Fear of missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for the face and all that, what can it be compared to the gains that come from hugging this thigh? You can't even give up your money because of your dignity. Can you? Jiang Chen directly ignored the fervor of the others, ignoring it as he took out the several pieces of dark gold equipment that had just exploded from the Abyssal trial from the props bar and put them in front of Dar. And these, Appraise them as well. That's no problem at all. Dar patted his chest. But then again, these dark gold suits popped from inside the trial again? Jiang Chen nodded. Tisk. Dar sighed and shook his head. Take a look at what it means to go in. However, his hands weren't idle as he began to unleash the appraisal spell. Ding! Ding! As a pleasant sound rang out, a piece of dark gold equipment was successfully appraised. After appraising the emblem of valor, Dar's appraisal skill level had risen quite a bit, and appraising dark gold equipment was already 100% success rate. Holy shit! It's all superb equipment. My little heart. It's a bit much. It was a scene that made the eyes of the other players in the store go straight. Greedy. Biggie, with all this equipment you have, there should be something you can't use, right? Considering selling it? Someone really couldn't resist the temptation to open his mouth and inquire. This time Jiang Chen responded. He glanced at the man faintly. It can be sold, but you may not necessarily be able to afford it. Hey, big guy, that's out of line. The man raised his eyebrows. There's a chance. He patted his chest and said confidently. My father owns 3 listed companies. Money is not a problem. I only accept in-game gold trades, Jiang Chen said indifferently. He had no intention of revealing his identity yet, so naturally he couldn't trade offline. Besides, even though he had charged 2.2 billion into the game, he had kept quite a bit of it and wasn't short of money for a while. Gold coin. Richie frowned. That's fine, but it might take time to get it together. Then we'll talk about it later. And these equipments are all level 30, so you can't use them, Jiang Chen said indifferently. The other professions can't use their equipment, so it's just as well to put it away. It wasn't like he had any idea of forming a guild. It's nothing to sell. Also, Richie sighed with some regret. The gap was too big, and he couldn't carry this equipment for nothing. Let's just say that the disparity between people is just too obvious. In the meantime, holy shit, Big Brother Nightcold has shown up in Windleaf City, and all the equipment appraised is dark gold. Everyone come and worship Big Brother. Is the news fidelity tie? Last time, someone also said that it was Nightcold Big Brother who appeared. But in the end, I rushed over and saw an imposter. So angry that I almost had a brain bruise. It's more real than real gold. Look at these pictures. Someone took them on the spot. It's at an appraisal store on the east side of a city. The coordinates are. Holy shit. Here it comes. Here it comes. I'm going back to town now. The news of Nightcold's appearance spread with great speed, and many people were invigorated that there was finally news of this Big Brother, especially the players of Windleaf City. As long as they were fine, they were all rushing towards the city. Sure enough, exactly as I expected, this Nightcold chose to return to the city. In a certain tavern within the city, the handsome young man who used a top assassin like a flash of light as a personal guard smiled sparingly. With a conceit of mastering everything, he got up and smiled subdued. Come on, the location isn't far from us. After today, in our guild, we'll be welcoming experts in the true sense of the word. The remaining few people did not say a word and followed behind the handsome youth. After appraising all the equipment, Zhang Han was ready to head to the Duke's mansion. At level 30, it's time to open the second transfer. It is also only after completing the second transfer that the Imperial Beast Master profession unlocks the cultivation function of the Imperial Beasts. It could be said that for the Imperial Beast Master, the importance of the second turn was far greater than that of other professions. However, Beast God Controller was a hidden profession after all, and Zhang Han wasn't sure if the ordinary NPC's transfer method would work. It's better to ask Stout about this. Glancing up at the surrounding area, the number of players rushing in was getting bigger and bigger, giving Zhang Han quite a feeling that he was at a big star in a concert. But he didn't care too much. It didn't do anything to you anyway, so just ignore it. In fact, while the whole thing of coming all the way over here to spectate the top of the leaderboard sounds rather degrading to the senses, but these players aren't stupid at all. It would be fine if it was inside another game. This is Doom. With such a big gap in strength, if you really dare to go up and pick a fight, others are going to hold a grudge, and once you run into each other in the wild, there is only one word for death. There is no other downfall. We can't stay in the main city all the time, can we? Even if you can really be that meticulous and can't go out of town to practice, it's pretty much the same as being wasted. So, watching the fun is watching the fun. We all have a number in mind and don't dare to overstep the rules. However, there are always those people in this world who feel unique, or rather, ego. Jiang Chen hadn't gone far before a dozen or so people suddenly got in the way. Holy shit, there really are some ungrateful ones. Even Big Brother Nightcold dares to block his way. Does this mean he doesn't want to hang out inside the game anymore? Absolutely. It's going to kill a lot of people when it comes out of the city, isn't it? What kind of retard is this? Everyone else was dumbfounded. Although they talked about single-handedly killing the big man of Nightcold, it was all just lip service. just for fun. I didn't realize that there was really a crouching dragon that dared to surround it. Precious, you're serious. The crowd has expressed great shock at this apparent lowering of intelligence and has begun calling psychiatric hospitals. Why did you let these guys out? No. See a flash. That one is also a big brother. And that young man behind him is a reality bigot. But soon, there were also people who recognized the identities of a few people and were surprised. A flash in the pan, I know. Reality bigot? What the hell? Someone from the side pursued. Besides, even if they were to add them together, they wouldn't be a match for the Night God, right? That's for sure. But the problem is that Night God is awesome just inside the game. Others are in reality, coming from a great place. So what a grade. The top grade. But I can't say, or else I'll be crabbed. Anyway, if we put it in ancient times, when we ordinary people see this kind of person, we have to kowtow a few times and realize it ourselves. Shit, that sure is bull. After hearing the group's origin, the voices of discussion gradually lowered. The reason is also simple. These two parties now facing off against each other are the big game players on one side and the big reality players on the other. Either side was not something they could afford to mess with. If you accidentally set yourself on fire, you won't know how you'll die. Trouble comes out of the mouth. Be careful what you say. In the meantime, guys, what do you mean? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, a hint of sternness flashing under his eyes. Don't get me wrong. A clear voice came out, and the few people who were blocking the front gave way, and then a handsome-looking young man walked slowly. And, we mean you no harm. Do you think that it looks like there's no malicious intent? Jiang Chen looked calm, but his voice unconsciously chilled a few points. I can't help it. Who made you just too mysterious? I can only go by the sword. I'm sorry. The handsome youth smiled faintly. In fact, I came here this time to negotiate a deal with you. Deal? Jiang Chen frowned. Dark gold equipment? It can be said so. The handsome young man smiled faintly. Trust me. I can offer a bargaining chip that you can't refuse. Jiang Chen mocked. If you can shell out tens of billions of gold coins for these dark gold suits right now, then I really can't refuse. Tens of billions of gold coins. The handsome youth froze. Then the corner of his mouth picked up an arc. It seems that your pattern is still limited to inside the game. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. Jiang Chen, how can a simple shopping can meet that pattern, brother? Families who understand. Jiang Chen faintly scanned the circle, his mind rapidly searching for memories related to the youth in front of him. A blank slate. Seems to be under the impression that there is no such person. This also means that this person is not a top player. However, the appearance of the man beside him was quite familiar to Jiang Han. A flash of light. One of the top assassins in his former life. But one flash has always been high-minded and has always traveled alone, unwilling to join any forces. Right now it was following this youth. The identity of the latter, then, seems not difficult to guess. Which big shot scion has come to make a fool of himself inside the game? The handsome young man continued. To be honest, at first, when I saw that you were able to be so far ahead of the others, I was thinking that you were a makeable talent, and that you would definitely have something to offer in the future. But now it seems as if you haven't realized how much this in-game ability to call the shots can benefit you. In reality, Jiang Chen remained silent. Yes, but the opportunity remains in your hands now. Handsome youth smiled slightly. You have dominance in the game, and I am in reality also slightly resourceful. As long as we cooperate, you can have everything. I'm not going to say anything else. I'm not a big fan of pie, money, status, or women. If you ask, I'll give it to you. He emphasized. Even today, not interested. Jiang Chen sighed softly. It wasn't as if he hadn't thought he'd meet someone like this, but the shock was still slightly too great when the imagination became reality. He hadn't even been this speechless when he'd been captured by the dragon. Just as well with Ru Lu. Never mind. Let's not talk about this underhead girl. I can see you're resisting. The handsome youth smiled faintly. Is it because you think I'm arrogant? So arrogant that I'm making people uncomfortable. Jiang Chen thought deeply. It seems you're not so stupid as to be hopeless. Maybe. The handsome youth shrugged indifferently. Actually, I've tried to be humble before, and everyone praised me for my manners. But what's the point? This kind of modesty is actually meaningless. What I'm saying is really just the truth. It's just that the world is still full of mediocre people who can't accept reality. I was actually destined from birth not to need humility. It's pointless. It doesn't bring me anything. The handsome youth suddenly felt some emotion. When was this realized? When I was a teenager. I saw a sweet-looking actress on TV and mentioned her in passing, and the actress came to accompany me that day with a smile on her face. So drop your preconceptions and talk. The handsome young man laughed. Although I know that many people look at me with displeasure, I'm actually not that annoying. At least that's what the people around me say. The people who work for me are doing pretty well now, and all they're paying for, really, is just to follow my orders, which is a fair trade, isn't it? You're sober. Jiang Chen was also a bit surprised. This person was not as sketchy as he appeared. Crazy is a bit crazy, but it does have capital. Just a shame. In a short time, the game's abilities will be mirrored in reality, and the order will collapse completely. All of this capital is nothing more than an attic in the air. Make your choice then. I look forward to you joining me. The handsome youth laughed. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said with a serious face, the fact that you can come to Uncle for cooperation proves that you recognize Uncle's strength, and Uncle is very happy. It's good that you understand. A trace of excitement flashed in the handsome youth's eyes, and he just assumed that Zhang Han had agreed, and along with that, he ignored his less than polite address. But before he could raise the corners of his mouth, Zhang Han's voice rang out again. But the way you're pretending, Uncle doesn't like it. So, Uncle will send you to the resurrection point first to calm down. The handsome youth's white face instantly became gloomy. You're going to take a shot at me? Jiang Chen snorted. What? You didn't think of this possibility before you came? It doesn't matter. It's just one death. The handsome youth laughed coldly. But you weigh the consequences yourself. There are some people that you can't offend at will. A flash in the pan, and a similar attitude to yours at first. But what happened in the end? Now as you can see, he still serves me obediently? I have more means than you think. Before he could finish his threatening words, a bit of fire was reflected in his pupils, which then enlarged rapidly. Bang! 3346. A fireball spell, and the bloodstain is directly cleared. The handsome young man didn't have time to make a half-hearted reaction before his body turned into a piece of light and dissipated in place. Only a bunch of equipment and gold coins were left scattered all over the place. Jiang Chen bristled. Idiot. This really did it. Ha! One fireball spell and you're smashed. Big brother bull. The surrounding onlookers were all confused, not expecting Nightcold to be so thunderous. That's no face at all. This is the main city. Killing is expressly forbidden. Aren't you afraid of being evicted for doing this? Or is it that Big Brother already has a way to deal with it? There should be a solution. But the point now is that officials have just introduced a new legal ordinance that prohibits players from attacking each other in Doom. And if you kill someone in the game, that's equivalent to a crime as well. A game that can affect the reality, no matter which country, cannot sit idly by. In the past few days, the countries have issued ordinances. Do not allow killing in the game. Otherwise, they are sanctioned accordingly inside reality. But this Nightcold, surprisingly, directly ignored all these bars. And the identity of the person who struck it down was still so shocking. Let's just say, it's so bold. This person must not be offended. It's horrible. Simply a madman. Neither the game nor the bonds of reality seemed to be working for him. For a while, the crowd was emboldened. The eyes that looked at the slender, unreadable figure had a few more moments of intense awe and fear in them. Even the real-life bigwigs say they'll slaughter them, let alone them. Jiang Chen looked toward the dozen or so players following the handsome youth, his expression indifferent. What about you guys? Do you want to make a move too? A flash of light gripped the dagger in his hand. Of course he knew that he was no match for the man in front of him, even along with the others. They are only abused. But, it's one thing to win. To be on it or not to be on it is another matter. The other players, too, were of the same mindset, those of them who either volunteered or had a hard time getting out of their own way. But in any case, since it had come under the handsome young man's command, it was destined to be impossible to watch from the sidelines. Offended, a flash of teeth, launched the sneak skill, running towards Jiang Chen, kinda polite. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of emotion and softly called out, Little Ash. Ow! Little Ash leapt out of the Imperial beast space in a single bound. Shaking the dragon's might, hostile units in a 50-meter radius are forced into a stun. 3 seconds. In an instant, more than a dozen players stood in place, unable to move, and even Flicker of Light, who had entered the sneak state, was forced to reveal himself. Then next, it's roll call time. Kai Su is not a flash in the pan, smart and bald, big bull. Little Ash swept by like the wind, just like swatting a fly, pulverizing one player after another. 10566, 10532, 10465. A casual pummel could deal damage that broke 5 digits, enough for these players whose life values were still hovering in the 3-digit range to die dozens of times. This. Breaking 10,000 damage. What the hell? The players on the sidelines were dumbfounded. Originally that one fireball spell that just smashed out a damage of breaking 3000 had already surprised them. Now Ash's appearance was a great shock. Soon, the stray fish were cleaned up. Who is it that is fighting here? And what insolence! I see that you already have a way to get killed. Heavy footsteps sounded as a patrol in iron armor arrived at the sound. The squad leader in the lead had a gloomy and angry face. In broad daylight, with a clear sky, someone dares to commit murder in the street. It's clear that he doesn't put me, running thunderer Manti Lai, in his eyes. I'll see how it goes. It's me. Jiang Chen calmly turned around, his expression ancient. You're so calm after killing someone. How dare you? The patrol leader's expression suddenly stalled. A first-class citizen? And why does this face covering look somewhat familiar? He looked again at where the others had died. No bodies in sight. All equipment and props. Well, seems to be stragglers. That's okay. The corner of the patrol leader's mouth pulled out a smile. Incomparably amiable, although it's a bit presumptuous. But this esteemed excellency, can you tell me what happened just now? I also have an explanation. Jiang Chen said indifferently. It's not much. It's just that someone threatened me a few times, so I cleaned them up smoothly. Oh, my esteemed excellency, how industrious you are. The patrol leader exclaimed. What a noble spirit it is that you would condescend to clean up after such a minion who dares to offend the citizens with his words, regardless of your status. I pay my respects to you. But, the patrol leader's face was solemn as he said, we are responsible for the security of the city. If this happens again next time, please make sure to let us step in and not dirty your hands. Jiang Chen gave the patrol leader a somewhat surprised look. Got it. Well, then, I won't bother your excellency. The patrol leader gave a respectful salute and left with the patrol on fire. While running, the deputy said in disbelief, Chief, why are you being coy? You don't seem to have any vigor at all. You're the pride of our patrol. First-class citizens, although it is true that the status is quite high, but there are a lot of them in this city, and I have not seen the headman's attitude so good before. The patrol leader growled. TM's first-class cookies. How many times have I told you? We do patrols. We pay attention to details. Details. Didn't you notice the man's physique and covering just now? That man is the youth that Mrs. Riley is looking for. I hear Mrs. Riley's been going crazy the last 2 days not being able to find him. Do you think this kind of person is still the same as other first-class citizens? When we report the news up, we'll be rich, don't you know? So that's how it is. No less. Chief, the deputy came to a realization. Patrol leader, that's for sure. Why else would I be the captain and you be the deputy? And, how many times have I told you not to call me head, but first captain? Okay, chief. Fuck you. The patrol left. Jiang Chen wasn't idle either, and left the eastern part of the city straight away. As for where it's going, that is, of course, the resurrection point. A certain great man named Lu once said this. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. As a matter of fact, from the very beginning, Zhang Han had no intention of letting go of this youth of no small origin, because he knew very well just how heartless such people would be in order to achieve their goals. A flash in the pan is the perfect example. Such a top-notch assassin with a proud nature had to stoop to the level of a human being and escort others. Dogs wouldn't believe it if there wasn't some kind of inside story here. Of course, Jiang Chen wasn't sure what exactly happened, and he wasn't interested. There was only one thing he needed to know. To be merciful to his enemies was to be cruel to himself. In his previous life, he had suffered too many losses because of this so-called kindness and benevolence, and it is naturally impossible to repeat the same mistakes today, even if the identity is well hidden. There isn't much time until the game mirrors reality, but Zhang Han also didn't dare to guarantee whether or not anyone would find out his identity before then. Any element that is a threat to you must be nipped in the bud. Of course, when this youth fell, the forces behind him would inevitably be crazier as well. But, whatever, since he had decided to make a move, it would be better to hold him down once and for all, eliminating the possibility of a resurgence. Could it be that by stopping now, the other side would put aside their grudge and not care? That's fine for kids. Outside the forge store, there was a silence, and the onlookers, looking at the equipment and props all over the ground, fell into silence, even though those equipments were not of low grade, and there was even no shortage of gold-grade equipments among them. It's tempting, but no one's picking it up. The reason is simple, they don't have the backbone to fight against the reality bigwigs, and if they move now, how are they going to live with themselves when they are liquidated afterward? Not everyone is night cold and can be so uninhibited. Dukedom. In the elegant and luxurious layout of the room, expensive incense curls up to bring a delightful aroma. Only, the people in the room couldn't raise a single emotion. Sophia was half leaning against the window. Her purple silk nightgown reflected her beautiful figure to the fullest. Her suspenders were slanted and collapsed, and her shoulders were half exposed, making her look even more flavorful. She played with her green fingers with red nail polish with some annoyance. In fact, since the sale of the real estate in the Western District, She had been secretly keeping an eye on Jiang Han, with eyes in and out of the city, reporting news at all times. But a few days ago, the news suddenly broke. It was only after the latter parties made inquiries that they learned that Jiang Han had actually been captured by the giant dragon. The terror of a giant dragon was something that Sophia naturally knew incredibly well, and that was precisely why she was so worried. She probed variously, even trying to find a way to contact the Hall of Supreme Being, wanting to ask Mers if he knew any news about Jiang Han. Only, unfortunately, nothing. God, are you trying to fool me? After all these years, I had thought I had finally gotten lucky for once, but I didn't expect. Sophia sighed softly, her brow filled with unrelenting sorrow. Ma'am. At that moment, Mona's voice came through the door. What's wrong? Mona. Sophia's tone was flat. She wasn't interested in anything right now. Mona said excitedly, there is news of His Excellency Nightcold. In the next moment, Sophia's beautiful eyes blossomed with an intense color. Resurrection Point 4. White lights lit up one after another, reviving one player after another. You guys got killed back there too? Looking at the crowd that walked out from inside the resurrection point, the handsome youth's face became even more ugly. I'm sorry, Mei Xiao. He's very powerful. We're no match. With a flickering sigh, he explained, it doesn't add up. Waste. Bunch of losers. The handsome young man known as Mei Xiao gritted his teeth and growled lowly. He actually dared to make a move. He's bold. Doesn't he know that inside reality, if I want to crush him, it's no different than crushing an ant? The crowd was silent and no one dared to answer. Who? After a long time, Mei Xiao forced down his emotions. His eyes flickered. That's just it. I was a bit out of line. After all, he's already level 30 in the game. It's normal that you guys aren't rivals. It's in my expectation. But, perhaps it's this high level that breeds the arrogant delusion that he can be my equal and not see himself. But soon, I'll make him realize how foolish it is to offend me. My Jibo. A flash in the pan. What are your orders? Mei Xiao, a flash of light said. Mei Jibo mused. Doesn't your dark assassin skill have a sneaking skill? Resurrection point number 4 happens to be not far from the east city side, so you can get there in a few minutes. So go take a look and try to see if you can salvage some of your losses while Nightcold hasn't finished picking up his equipment and props. Nightcold has a pet that can undo my sneak status. I'm afraid not. A flash of light shook his head. Mei Jibo said indifferently. That's your business. I only look at the results. A flash of silence for a moment and a hard look on his face. Got it. With that, he turned on his sneaking skill. No need to go. I didn't take the equipment, but by the looks of it, he shouldn't be able to use it. At that moment, a low voice rang out. Mei Jibo's face instantly changed drastically as he raised his head and caught a glimpse of Jiang Han, who was rapidly arriving. Then, a fireball fell from the sky and instantly smashed onto his body. 3215. The body of Mei Jibo, who had only just been resurrected, disappeared once more. The crowd's faces changed greatly, not thinking that even at the resurrection point, Nightcold would dare to strike. The alert value here is tens of times that of the main city. Even NPCs didn't dare to start a fight here, and it was known as an absolutely safe place. This maniac, does he really have no regard for anything? I advise you not to move, or he won't be the only one to die. Jiang Chen swept a circle around everyone present and shrugged his shoulders. Killing one is killing. Killing a group is also killing. I don't care. At those words, including the dozen or so players who flickered away, they all looked tense and didn't move a muscle. It's still a good idea. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. There was a debt for every wrong. Although he didn't feel like he was some kind mother of God, he wasn't a person who killed innocents indiscriminately either. However, if someone really dares to do it, that's another story. Nightcold, what do you mean? Want to kill me again at the resurrection point? After a while, the white light lit up, and Mei Jibo once again resurrected. His face was incomparably gloomy, and he was already somewhat pale and bloodless. Having died twice in a row, his attributes had been reduced by 40% of their maximum value. 3 more deaths and you will be completely dead. Jiang Chen grinned. Correct you. It's 4 times. Mei Jibo's face changed. Then he said sternly, I would advise you not to do things to the extreme. Believe me, if anything really happens to me, not only you, but also the people around you, your relatives, friends, lovers, all of them will have to be buried with me. Dead to the world and still talking tough. Jiang Chen raised his hand and did another fireball spell. 3267. Mei Jibo's blood bar. Once again. Cleared. That's a threat that won't work on me. Looking at the drifting white light, Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. He was all alone now, pressed for anyone else to relate to him. If they had to be counted, it would only be the woebegone relatives who fought over the company and its equity, as well as Ruyan Lu. If you want to retaliate, you can only retaliate against them. And so on. And that's a good thing? For a moment, Jiang Han felt some irony. What was clearly a threat seemed to him to be the other extreme. You're on your deathbed and you're still thinking about working for me. You're a nice guy. Jiang Chen didn't even really want to kill Mei Jibo anymore, not really. The white light came on once more. Mei Jibo was resurrected for the second time, knowing full well that 2 more deaths in his own reality would have to die along with him. Attitude that's gotten better with the eyes. The arrogance is gone. The cockiness is gone. And his voice is low. I admit that I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. As long as you stop now, I am willing to give compensation. Any. Boom. 3289. Before he could finish his words of submission, Jiang Chen launched another fireball spell. He didn't even bother with the bullshit. For the last time. Seeing this scene, the hearts of Flicker and the others trembled, their eyes filled with fear and surprise, because they knew very well that although Mei Jibo was arrogant and unpleasant, his background, exactly how deep it was, such a person was openly killed. How terrifying would the storm that erupted be? At the same time, they don't understand. Why would Night Cold be so carefree? Is there really nothing in this world worth his fear? But no matter what they think, it won't change the outcome. Soon after, Mei Jibo was resurrected for the 4th time. Night Cold, you will surely die. You will definitely die. Your whole family will be buried with me. You pariah, how dare you disobey my will? I was born in the clouds, and a lowly thing like you deserves to be trampled in the mud by me. What makes you? By what right do you dare to kill me? Do you have any idea who I am? Perhaps knowing that Jiang Han had no intention of showing any mercy, Mei Jibo was incomparably maniacal. His face was pale but his eyes were red as he was shouting hysterically. The previous condescension and arrogance was gone. He doesn't want to die. He really didn't want to die yet. He's still so young and has an unlimited future. A future that this group of bottom-feeding pariahs can't imagine. Obviously he should be sitting high in the clouds overlooking the earth. How did it come to this? Mei Jibo is really scared. He kept trying to get offline, almost madly, but that simply couldn't be done in combat mode. And it took time. Boom. And no amount of anger or resentment on his part would change anything. His birth, his proud honor, and his family lineage couldn't stop that most basic, and lowly, of skills. The fireballs fell, blasting out damage that far exceeded his life value. Number of deaths, 5. Plum Machine Bow is completely offline. This time, the resurrection point would never see him again. In the meantime, a certain small courtyard with a very elaborate layout. Sharp footsteps from far and near. White-haired hasty Fu Bo walked quickly through the corridor, anxiety and uneasiness written on his pale face. A few minutes ago, a player had recorded the footage of Jiang Han and Mei Jibo confronting each other and uploaded it to the forums, causing a hot debate. On the one hand, the players were marveling at the fact that the toughness of the top of the rankings was true to its name. On the other hand, there were quite a few people who were also talking about what was behind Mei Jibo's bravado in the face of Night Cold. Anyway, this incident has brought about a lot of repercussions for the top brass as well. Even the Mei family, too, had suffered a considerable amount of repercussions. Fubo came this time to wait for Mei Jibo to get off the line, so he could hurry up and stop this brainless behavior and go see the old man at home. Fubar pushed open the door, ready to wait a while. However, in the next moment, his face stagnated, and incredulity slowly crept onto his face. On the bed, which was on the side of the room, Mei Jibo's eyes were closed and his face was pale beyond recognition. And this gesture is the same as those players who have died too many times and died together in reality. Young master! Young master! Fubo's liver broke and he ran forward, reaching up and placing his hand under Mei Jibo's nose. Not breathing. It's over. It's over. Fubo fell heavily to the ground, even though he had been weathered for a long time. At this moment, he was shocked out of his wits. He slowed down and stumbled toward the outside. Ryoko! Miserable screams resounded throughout the compound. Kibo! My Kibo! Why are you gone? My son! No matter who it is, Mei Yo Diao, will make sure that his whole family is buried with you. In-game, the resurrection point was incredibly lively. Really killed 5 times in a row by blocking the resurrection point. It's so ruthless. It doesn't even give a chance. It's too scary. It's not even safe to be at the resurrection point. If you offend Night Cold, you even have to lose your life. Doesn't that mean that in the future, inside the game, as long as he wants to kill someone, whoever he wants to kill will have to die? It seems like, does. The players who had arrived late and followed Jiang Han to watch the fun were all confused. Although he hadn't witnessed the whole process, the handsome young man hadn't appeared at the resurrection point after his death, proving that reality was dead. Even though they were only bystanders, they could still feel that there were chills leaping up from the soles of their feet. In his heart, A thought even more coincidentally emerged. No matter who he offended, he couldn't offend Night Cold, because in Doomsday, he's the sky. It seems to be working well. Jiang Chen gauged the crowd's reaction and nodded. That was one reason why he had struck so decisively, to make an example of him. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time for anyone who thought they could take him down a peg to all come looking for trouble. After this, there shouldn't be anyone who dares to come looking for unhappiness. Night Cold, as a first-class citizen of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, why are you violating the rules of my Windleaf city and starting a fight even here? And it's not just the players who are keeping an eye on the resurrection point. A very high-status NPC arrived with an unpleasant face, the enforcer of Windleaf City, and only this level of NPC was qualified to judge first-class citizens. Otherwise, how could it be possible to delay until now? Those guards who were responsible for subduing this place had no law enforcement power, and could only go forward to inform after discovering the abnormality in the first place. A black-robed enforcer said in a cold voice, considering that you killed just a straggler, as well as being a first-time offender of the precepts, it's exempt from the death penalty, but it's a living offense. I sentence you to be banished from the East End for life. Sure enough, Jiang Chen's heart was not surprised. The existence of resurrection points is the foundation of every main city, and the importance is naturally not the same thing as ordinary areas. Even as a first-class citizen, openly killing someone here is punishable. However, since Jiang Han knew about this matter and still chose to make a move, there was naturally a solution. He smiled and spoke. Honorable Enforcement Officer, but right at this moment, a female voice that filled one with infinite reverie rang out abruptly. Your Excellency the Enforcer. What Night Cold killed was just a straggler who dared to offend his dignity, and it was a justified strike in all senses of the word. Isn't this kind of discipline too unreasonable? Gifts plus more. The crowd followed the sound and saw a woman walking slowly surrounded by her guards. A red dress as bewitching as fire, bright and charming. Unlike her usual dignified and elegant manner, the Sophia at this moment was like a different person, noble and proud, like a traveling queen looking down on her subjects. Her eyes were cold, with an unspeakable nobility, and the heels of her slender shoes struck the ground, making a crisp sound that also poured into the heart tips of everyone present. The bailiff removed his hat and placed it on his chest, bending over to salute. Honorable ma'am, Bailiff Iter greets you. No need to be polite. Sophia naturally raised her veiled hand lightly, and said in a light tone, His Excellency Nightcold is my close friend, and I don't want him to be treated unjustly. What do you say, Lord Iter? Iter hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, The lady is right. It is indeed true that I was overly arbitrary in the party, and did not get to the bottom of things. According to the Windleaf City laws, stragglers who offend first-class citizens should indeed be punished by death. As for the law that no citizen shall strike near the point of resurrection, or he shall be severely punished, he did not mention it at all. Are you kidding me? Maybe some of the enforcers aren't sure of the identity of the person in front of them, but as a veteran who had been mixing in Windleaf City for more than 10 years, Iter incomparably understood that within this Windleaf City, apart from the city lord, the one who could not be offended the most was this Mrs. Riley, because what she represents is honored royalty. Moreover, when this so-called duchess married on the occasion of the cardamom, the grass on that Duke of Guts' grave was several meters high. The royal family then parachuted the current lord of the city in as a matter of course and took over the territory, which was originally semi-independent. Even with my ass, I know how unique Mrs. Riley's position is. That is, she did not have the ambition to compete for power and profit, guarding the barren land of the western city to live peacefully. Otherwise the right to speak in Windleaf City is now in the hands of who is really not certain. Can't you see that even the city lord is respectful to others? The executive officer's status is indeed high, but staggering in front of such a person, that genius is a bit unable to distinguish the size of the king. You're smart, Mrs. Riley said blandly. So, is there anything else that hasn't been taken care of? No more, ma'am. I'll stand down. Iter, also sensible, saluted and turned away. Nemas, if he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have rushed here so quickly even if he had been beaten to death. I'm still looking for a little karami to punch up my performance. Almost washed myself out. Sweating it out belongs to yes. After dismissing the rather prominent executives in the city in a few words, Sophia looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes softening. Night Cold, are you alright? Jiang Chen shook his head. It's fine. This bit of trouble is not enough to pose a threat to me. But, thank you, Sophia. A show of hands. Sophia pursed her lips and then said with concern, But what I'm talking about, is that you were taken by the gargoyles? They didn't do anything to you, did they? It's a blessing due to a disaster, so it's somewhat rewarding. Jiang Chen laughed. That's good. Sophia let out a long sigh of relief, the stone that had been hanging in her heart finally landing. But why are you here? Jiang Chen was a bit curious. Honestly, Sophia's appearance really surprised him a bit. Sophia laughed. You disappeared for so many days after you were captured by the dragon, and I've been unable to pry for news of you. Mona said you were here and I was a little worried, so I came over to check. Thanks. Jiang Chen's face looked a bit odd, counting the time he was reborn. It seemed like it had been more than a decade since anyone had cared about him so much, even though he could face 2 5th-ranked dragons without changing his face. At this moment, he was a little unsure of how to deal with it. Sophia also realized that what she said seemed a bit ambiguous, so she smiled lightly and explained. We're friends, aren't we? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. If you don't even count someone like that, who came quickly at the first sign of your news, as a friend, what else does it count as? Now I'm relieved to see you're safe and sound. I have some business to attend to, so I won't stay much longer. Sophia knew deep down that if she continued to chat, she was afraid that her little mind would be revealed, so she casually found an excuse and turned around to leave. By the way, with a step in her footsteps, she turned her head and said, since you are a friend, come and sit at your house in the future. I am always welcome. Will do. Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't think much of it, and took it as a courtesy. Besides, how can this sitting or not sitting be as restful as brushing some mini-bosses and leveling up a few more? Sophia smiled like a flower, turned her head and walked away quickly, only left the crowd a graceful and calm back. The breeze blew a few strands of hair from her temples, and the skirt together gently fluttering. However, the slightly trembling fingertips still betrayed her nervousness. On the surface it looks like waves, but she has not had emotional experience. Even her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Jiang Chen didn't care about this little episode and left as well. Looking at the backs of the two men leaving separately, the room was filled with silence. A group of melon eaters looked silly. All that's gone? In such an important place as the resurrection point, a player with a deep background was killed in a dignified manner and just waltzed away? Not even half punished. Then you'd have to wipe the blood off your hands to kill a mosquito. Does that make sense? Outrageous. Is really too outrageous. When this enforcer came out, I thought that the Night Cold Big Brother would finally be sanctioned. I didn't expect still too young. Come on, I can kind of see that in the game. The Night God is really able to do whatever he wants, and can split whoever's melon he wants to, so I'll walk around him when I see him from now on. Alas, to say that this male is also miserable enough, just so unexplained. Xia Baoqing, what are you doing messing with him, Li Yunlong? A moment later, there was an uproar, and the crowd was talking. All of them were marveling at Zhang Han's terror. It's a bogeyman, whoever messes with it dies. But then again, who was that Imperial Sister NPC in the long red dress just now? So pretty, simply the goddess of my dreams. I also noticed, too much charm, simply the best on earth. And I see that the law enforcement officer is about to be scared to pee. This sister's status is certainly not low. Tonight there is material for dreaming. TSK, rich and with a face. If I can marry this kind of superb royalty, even if I am allowed to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion, I would be willing to do it. How do you even eat it? Want to fart, eat it you. At the same time, there was a lot of focus on Sophia. Just that looks, body, and every move of the flavor. Not to throw off the reality of those big stars 100,000, 80,000 miles. It's hard not to draw attention to yourself. And most crucially, listening to the conversation. Just this kind of character actually came all the way over to relieve Night Cold. You say it's infuriating. We were treated like cattle and horses by the NPCs, and we had to beg and plead with our grandparents when we wanted to take a quest. Why do you get to be greeted by red-skirted ladies? This is the same our players. Why the gap is so big? I can't tell you how many times I've said that I'm envious. It was fine if they didn't compare, but once they did, the crowd only felt that life was hopeless. Born and bred. I'm sorry. In the meantime, the forum is also making waves. What a horrible damage a day. A fireball spell blasted more than 3,000. This my blood is only more than 200. With this damage, even the current #1 knight in the world wouldn't be able to carry it, right? One move and you'd have to kneel. Bow kneeling old brother. This attribute is too heaven-defying. Is he covered in dark gold equipment? The main thing is, what the hell is that pet of the night god? A general attack of 10,000 damage. Who can top this? Even if the same level of meat shield profession, but also to lie down in seconds, right? It's even more exaggerated than a boss. Indeed, we are playing a game? We are here to play the soul system. A little inattention will be hiccups. He is here to play greedy blue moon. A knife 999. Real injury knife explosion is not it? What else is called night cold? Why don't you just change your name to Slaggy? It's so not human. Once the video of Jiang Chen wreaking havoc in Windleaf City was uploaded, it attracted a lot of comments from players. That horrific damage was a jaw-dropper. Especially Ash's performance is really too exaggerated compared to those bosses, and the sense of oppression is directly pulled full. However, compared to these, the heat was even higher, and it wasn't just Jung Han's battle prowess. Rather, it was the matter of him blocking the resurrection point and forcibly killing the young man who had come from the wrong side of the tracks. This is, perhaps, the first person to die realistically because they were killed by a player. The sensation was palpable. The rhetoric on the internet is roughly divided into two schools of thought. One school of thought is the cynical school of thought that this resurrection point blocking is a big deal. TMD. The second generation of the mouth are arrogant into such a face. People like Cold did not invite him to mess with him. Their own blocked up, but also licked a big B face to ask people to work for him. Die well. That's right. And listen to the things he said. What do you mean he was born to be in the clouds? And we pariahs should be trampled to death. What a big mouth. This is not proper Changwei in the world. Oh, it's only Night Cold who has the strength. If anyone else is blocked, what should they do? Not leave the city? Can't you see that even a big shot like a flash in the pan was treated as a punching bag? Can ordinary people like us do anything when we come across it? That's right. That face simply see my palace cold. Said Handsome who understand The other faction, on the other hand, was a bit more wishy-washy, worrying about whether or not Night Cold would eat the beef. There's one thing to say. This SB is indeed arrogant. I want to give him 2 sticks. But the problem is, Night Cold can even kill people at will at the resurrection point. Isn't that a bit scary? If he wants to kill anyone, doesn't anyone have to die? Theoretically, yes, it is. Scary to the point of being a bit outrageous. What then? If we accidentally offend him, we're not dead. Holy shit, you guys say this? If he is that kind of person, not long ago to do it, what are you waiting for? Obviously it is someone else who first took the initiative to offend. Oh, you're still too young. The two waves were bickering and arguing about everything, and the cursing intensified. And the attention, too, is at an all-time high, because this was both Night Cold's first appearance and, explicitly, the first time players killed each other. Not just the internet, but even the officials of various countries have been alarmed and are highly concerned. Daxia, a conference room. The atmosphere was slightly heavy, and those who could come here were all not characters with a strong hand, but at this moment, each of them had a gloomy face. That is to say, from the current analysis, in the world of Armageddon, Night Cold's ability has overridden everyone, and even the NPCs in the main city can't restrict him. This means that whoever he wants to kill inside the game will have to die. In a position on the left side, Meiyo Diao's face was terribly gloomy. The death of his only son in the family has shaken him to his core, and until now, there's been surprisingly little information about the killer. This was unbearable for him, who was used to being on his high horse and solving problems by illegal means. As much as it pains me to say it, sadly, it does. The youth who was making the report held up his glasses. We currently have no effective countermeasures. That's a problem. The middle-aged man beside Meiyo Diao frowned. Although he was said to be Mei Jibo's eldest uncle, he actually didn't feel much regret for this nephew's death. After all, he more or less knew about the chicken stealing and bullying of men and women that the latter did on a regular basis. But the problem is, if such an existence existed in the world now, one that could take away other people's lives at will, that would be intolerable for him. This is simply an untimely bomb that doesn't know when it will explode. It's a real pain in the ass, and something has to be done to quell this hidden problem. An uncontrolled top player is now a top killer, and, so far, no one knows his true identity, which is the deadliest of all. It's extremely unsettling. The remaining few, too, agreed. They also had to consider how the emergence of such an exaggerated player would affect the stability of society as a whole. So the top priority now should be to completely control Night Cold's identity information. I don't think anyone would object to that, right? At that moment, Meiyo's sympathy spoke up. The rest didn't say anything, acquiescing. Although they also knew clearly that this guy suddenly raised this matter, his intention was more of a personal vendetta. But this is, indeed, a matter of urgency. The death of Mei Jibo has set off alarm bells. It wasn't just Night Cold, but there was actually a sizable portion of players who didn't know their identities in the game. Only, they didn't have the same ability as Night Cold. But who can say what will happen in the future as time progresses? These hidden dangers will eventually erupt one day. But what to do? Someone asked. Mei Yudian glanced at his own big brother and said faintly, Yudan, you do it. Mei Yudan got up, his voice low. It's actually quite simple. A census, so that everyone has to register for the game's LD, or else reality takes mandatory control. A census? That's not difficult. And a lot of people don't want it. There's a lot of resistance. Someone frowned. It's a method they've certainly thought about. But for one thing, they've been busy with a lot of realistic deaths and social unrest as the end descends. Secondly, there are quite a number of people who oppose mandatory registration and consider it unnecessary. There used to be no objection, and that was because none of us knew that anyone could even kill a player in the main city with still manageable security. But now, it's another story. Mayudan reached out and clicked, and the screen appeared full of netizens buzzing about it. He said in a deep voice, "What Night Cold has done is not only ignoring the law, but it's also causing a not so small amount of panic. A census is now essential to quell these fears, and resistance will be correspondingly much lower. And the perfect time. I formally propose that the plan to synchronize Doomsday identities with real ones be opened and implemented immediately. So vote, everyone." The rest of the group was silent for a moment, then took a stand. I agree. There was not a single objection. This is not to give face to Mayudan. Personal gains and losses are simply irrelevant in such matters. Just an inevitable development of events. And with the plan once implemented, in less than half a year's time, everyone's identity will be nowhere to be seen. Little Chen, immediately go inform the others and study this matter. A middle-aged man with a calm demeanor solemnly said, "Understood." The elegant young man with glasses nodded and took the papers with him and left quickly. Soon a directive was given and many people became incredibly busy. Census data, for simple words, behind which lies an unimaginable difficulty, not to mention the manpower and material resources consumed. Just how to confirm the authenticity of the player's identity is a huge problem, and there are a significant number of people who are not willing to, but there is no shortage of smart people in the world who can always figure it out. Only, it will take time, just when countless hitmen were busy. Game. At this moment, Zhang Han was naturally unaware of the winds and clouds in the outside world. Round and round we go again to the Duke's house. He had planned to go to Sophia to inquire about Stout, but he almost forgot about it when that second generation stirred him up. A second turn mission? In the courtyard, SDE's surprised voice came from the wristband on Sophia's hand. "Night Cold, you're level 30 so soon?" "Yes," Jiang Chen said. "Too terrifying, worthy of an existence whose sole power can fill 5 crystal balls." Stir exclaimed, "I'm ashamed of myself for this kind of upgrade speed." He sighed and continued, "Unfortunately, though, even I'm not quite sure how exactly your second transfer quest will be accomplished. Even you don't know, Master?" Jiang Chen frowned. That was unexpected. The transfer quests of the hidden professions were rather special and most of them were very difficult. These he was aware of, but it was the first time that I had encountered something like this, where even the NPC didn't know the transfer method. Truth be told, in the entire Dragon Phoenix Empire, there has never been an existence as special as yours, and I really don't know much about the transfer method either. Stout laughed bitterly, and I'm pretty sure, not to mention me, even if you go through the entire continent, there's no one who can give you a clear answer. The realm of the gods, it's just too mysterious. What then? Doesn't this mean that Night Cold has no way to complete the second transfer? Before Jiang Han could say anything, Sophia spoke up with some urgency. "Don't panic, Sophia. I know you're worried about him, but it's true," Stout said in a deep voice. "But, I've been consulting ancient books these days, and I've got some eyebrows." "Master, please speak." Jiang Chen quickly followed up. Stout brewed for a moment, then said, "I once read in the canon that those who carry the power of the gods must be recognized by the gods in order to activate their full power. So, I need to find the gods if I want to complete the second turn?" Jiang Chen was a bit of a dilemma. The so-called gods are not the same concept as god-level NPCs. They are ethereal existences that are said to have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. "Where can I find it?" "It's not that much of a stretch," Stout explained. "It's not necessary to meet the gods to be recognized by them. You just need to find the legendary Lost Temple, and perhaps the gods will exist inside." Jiang Han's mind moved. "Are you talking about the Lost Temple?" Stout eeped softly, a little surprised. "I'm surprised you know all this?" "I heard that once," Jiang Chen said. "If you were to say what mysterious places there are in Doom, then the Temple of the Lost would definitely rank up there. Unlike other buildings, the Lost Temple did not have an exact location. Rather, it appears randomly, like a mirage. Maybe one moment it's right in front of your eyes, but the next moment, it's gone without a trace. Whether or not you get in is largely a matter of luck." A number of people had seen this shrine in their previous lives, and only one person had ended up going in, and that person, who was originally just an ordinary player, came out and went on a rampage, eventually growing to the god level. This secret, too, was revealed only after he had ascended to the divine level, and according to him, the reason why he was able to enter the Lost Temple was that he was guided by the Lost Race. However, there was no specific revelation as to which race it was, or what exactly was in the Lost Temple. Now it seems to have something to do with the gods. Even the Lost Gods Temple knows. Night Cold. You're really knowledgeable. Sophia's beautiful eyes flashed as she couldn't help but praise. Stout. The method and the temple. Both of which were suggested by me. What do you mean by praising him? You're going out on a limb, aren't you? Sophia, the lost temple. I brought it up. Stout emphasized with some irritation. I know a lot more. What's the point of that? So, do you know the location of the temple, uncle? Sophia wondered. Stout trailed off. It occurred to me that I forgot to turn off the gas on my way out the door. So let's not talk for a while. Snap. Clean cut off the connection. Ding. You have accepted the transfer quest. Find the lost temple. The system beep sounded. It seems like it's really this mission. Jiang Chen was thoughtful. That's the good thing about being a player. Being able to judge some things through quests that NPCs can't. However, the clues remain nothing. A lost race? Jiang Chen pondered silently. There are many different races on the continent, but those that can be called lost races are extremely rare. And none of them have been reproducing since ancient times. As far as Jiang Chen knew, there were only two races, elves and dwarves. As for the gargoyle race, I don't know if it counts, but now that the heavenly flame gargoyle and the lightshine gargoyle are both wandering off somewhere, there's no trick to try to poke around. Don't be discouraged. I'm sure you can think of something. Seeing Night Cold's silence, Sophia thought he was a bit sad and softly consoled. You've already created so many miracles, haven't you? You're right, Jiang Chen smiled. Indeed, even with the experience and insights of previous lives, it is difficult to find lost races, and it's something that you can't actively look for. It's just too random, but at the very least the transfer quest is open and there is a goal. As for the rest, take one step at a time. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. Just do it and be done with it. After leaving the Duke's mansion, Zhang Han didn't rush out of the city. He had more important things to do now than practicing. The 12th day of Armageddon will see the first spooky invasion, also known as tomorrow. In the face of this horrible havoc, he must be fully prepared. Jiang Chen took out the Supreme Hall token from the item bar. Hey, is the maestro there? In the meantime, the Hall of Supreme Being, Mers, dressed in dark blue vestments and a mage's hood, was lying in a rocking chair in the sun. After getting the news of the Holy Spirit Spring, he rushed to the target location without stopping. It took a lot of effort, but finally the last key thing was made up. Right now, both strength and status have been further enhanced. It's time to say no. Tweed's cool. It's just that the twists and turns involved are a little too much for Mers to recall, especially when facing the heavenly flame giant dragon. Don't look like you escaped quite smoothly, but as long as you slow down by half a beat, you might be smashed to death by the forbidden spell. He didn't want to go through that again anyway, but I heard that the two giant dragons hadn't appeared since they showed up in Windleaf City a few days ago, and according to the dragon race's nature, those two should have moved. It will be hard to see the dragon again. If the heart is there, the dream is there. The big deal is to start all over again. Oh. Humming an inspirational ditty, Mers was in an incredibly happy mood. That's what life is like when you're this laid back. Yes. Hey. Is the maestro there? At that moment, the communication token suddenly rang. Listening to that unmistakably familiar voice, Mers almost lost his breath. No wonder my right eyelid is jumping all the time today. It's related to this bogeyman. At the thought of the livery situation he was likely to face next, Mers even entertained the idea of throwing the token away for a moment. Still, after a moment's hesitation, he picked up. What's up, kid? There was something icy about the voice. No way. I have a small favor here that I need you to do. Master. Jiang Chen's voice came out. Of course, as with the previous two times, there is a reward. Mels frowned, instinctively sensing something was wrong, and he asked cautiously, which unlucky dragon's lair did you find again? Once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a well rope. He was truly afraid. Every time this goes out, it's either a dragon fight or a dragon fight. It's like having a fucking vendetta against dragons. That's not true. It's just that I might run into some trouble on my side and need your help. Master, Jiang Chen smiled and said, don't worry, there are no giant dragons. Are you sure? Mers would be skeptical. Just in Windleaf City, nowhere else, Jiang Chen said. Main city? Mers raised an eyebrow and instantly branched out. Then I'm afraid of a ball. He was full of bravado. Okay, just tell me what. Whether it's to beat up the city lord or who? I still owe you a favor. Just ask and I'll go beat up those rookies for free. This is not to that point either, Jiang Chen muttered. Why was the little old man's fire so big? Ha ha, well said. The old man is still that much stronger. Mels, that was quite arrogant. As long as he wasn't facing a creature like the holy ruling gargoyle, with his current strength, he couldn't really find a few that were his opponents. That's it then. Just make it to the western part of Windleaf City before tonight, and when tomorrow passes, you can leave. Master, Jiang Chen said. No problem. I'll be right over. Mers rose to his feet with an air of arrogance. Grandma, if you can't beat a dragon, you can't bully a little party girl. Done. Inside the city, Jiang Han put away his token with a relaxed expression. With such a god-ranked powerhouse around, dealing with tomorrow's bizarre invasion should be a sure thing. And, if he was only thinking about his own safety, he would have been able to escape unharmed with the money shield, even if he didn't have to use Mers's hand. After all, in the first wave of the bizarre invasion, the main force was held back by Windleaf City's NPCs, and most of the ones that launched attacks on the players were still elite bosses. However, what Jiang Han valued more was the integrity of the stores in the Western District. It's better to let Mers watch over something worth billions of dollars. Upgrade. Soon the time came to 1300 hours noon sharp. After reaching level 30, the difficulty of upgrading, compared to the level 20 stage, went up another step. Coupled with the fact that he had to return to the city to deal with tomorrow's weird invasion, Jiang Han didn't go deeper into the high-level monster areas, and the efficiency of gaining experience decreased. But even so, in a day's time, he still maintained the terrifying efficiency of 1 level a day, rising to level 31, and until now, the player who was second on the leaderboard was still stuck at level 14, a full 17 levels of difference. After getting off the line, he habitually opened his phone to browse for messages. Nightcold made a move to kill other players 5 times in a row at the resurrection point, causing the latter to die in reality. With such a terrifying strength, does it mean that he can do whatever he wants? A strong man of unknown identity, recklessly violating the law, is a blatant challenge to the social order. It's also a disregard in trampling on human life. Authentication is imminent. Doom should not be a place where players can do whatever they want. Should we, as players, support the authentication of our gaming identities and cooperate fully? Unsurprisingly, all the major media outlets were scrambling to report on the fight that took place in Windleaf City. Jiang Han keenly noticed that the guidance of public opinion seemed to be being manipulated by a big invisible hand and led to him as much as possible. And under this overwhelming public opinion, he seemed to be vaguely molded into the image of a murderous devil. A lot of players are also starting to worry about how the security in the game has to be ensured. Obviously, this is someone pushing the envelope. Going to start building momentum and then take the opportunity to find out who I am? Jiang Han snorted and threw his cell phone aside. Great idea. Just a shame. Can't do it. It's not that the officials don't have it, it's that there's not enough time. When the shenanigans descend tomorrow, I don't know how many players will die. When the whole society will be thrown into chaos, where will there be anyone who has this leisure to do their job? Not to mention, immediately following the bizarre invasion, the game comes down to reality. In time, players will gain extraordinary abilities based on their attributes and levels inside the game. The social order that has been barely maintained will collapse completely, so Jiang Chen wasn't worried about being exposed at all. And let's take a step back and say, even if we could really find out his identity, but by then the game had fused into reality. So what could we do if we found out? Who's the chopper and who's the fish will have to be determined separately. Time passes. The pointer points to midnight. The machinery stops running and the steam stops coming out. At this moment, it was as if time had stood still in the entire Great Summer Country. Just as in the game's beta, all players were once again forced to be pulled into the world of Doom, and the downline feature, once again, disappeared into thin air. Armageddon, the game that changed the course of human life, finally showed its horrible fangs on this day. P.S. The last chapter was posted in error, so if you find 2 chapters with the same content, refresh and reread them. What is this situation? I haven't even gone to bed yet and I'm in the game? Forced entry into the game again? Isn't this exactly like the day of the beta? It's over. It's over. The offline button is gone again. Is it a mandatory 9-hour stay again? What the hell is going on? Players were in an uproar. Many panicked, remembering the fear they felt when they were dominated by the public test. Last time, a lot of people had died because of the coming of the end. What about this one? However, there is a sizable portion of the population that is not impressed. I guess so, but it doesn't matter. It's all about practicing at night anyway. So give me a hard charge, and tomorrow you'll be able to level up to 10. Haha, yeah, even if you can't go offline. Monsters can't be killed in the novice village anyway. Just try not to go out. Stay on and see what's going on at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Well, indeed, it's all habitual. I go into the game every day when I fall asleep. How big a deal? All beings in all their diversity. But by and large, it was pretty peaceful. After all, it's been so many days that most people have gradually begun to get used to life in the end. There was even a considerable portion of people who chose a life profession and played around in the novice village, relying on selling gold coins offline and making a little money. So, although there was still some vague uneasiness in their hearts, most of them, remaining cautious and calm, did what they had to do. But, except for the individual iron-headed waifs who felt that this was a good opportunity to close the leveling gap, almost no one dared to go out of the city to practice. Even the group of top experts were the same. Those who had previously practiced in the wilderness were doing their best to make their way to the city. Windleaf City. Right now in the entire world, John Han was probably the only one who understood what would happen next. But even knowing that doesn't change anything. The weirdness descends and there is no way to stop it. The way to deal with it is to rely on your own strength. Or luck. And he didn't care that much if strangers died or lived. So the only thing John Han did was to invite Sophia over as a friend. Originally, it was meant with the thought that with a god rank like Mers around, sheltering 2 more people wouldn't be a problem. However, for some unknown reason, Sophia refused. Zhang Chen didn't force the issue, and after giving repeated instructions to be careful, he led Mers to the vicinity of his property and waited for the creepy to arrive. Little friend Night Cold, it's rare to be so free. To the side, Mers happily stroked his beard, so safe within this urban area. Even if the old man doesn't make a move, the guards can keep you safe and sound. The old man's favor is not so worthless. Do you want to reconsider? This time, forget it. Next time if you need to use the old man, just open your mouth. Is the leisure? Seeing Mers look like an old man, Zhang Han stroked his chin. It seems that this old den still does not know what will happen next. Zhang Han said with a smile. Master is joking. I, Knight someone, have always been most concerned about the spirit of contract. Said it's today. Then it's today. The previous 2 times have already made the master take the trouble. This time it's just as a relaxation for the master to relax his muscles. Night chill you. Mers was speechless for a moment. I can't believe I considered this. He really, I'm crying my eyes out. Such a noble character leaves the old man at a loss for words. Mers took a deep breath. The old man likewise valued the spirit of contract above all else, and for that he would even give his life. And this, we are as one. Don't worry about it. As long as I'm around, there's absolutely no way a single brick will fall in this western district. Saying that, Mers's eyes grew cold. A young man with a noble character and a great future had to be afraid even in a place like Windleaf City. For this reason, he had even gone so far as to waste an important favor, specially inviting all the elders of his hallowed Supreme Divine Hall to assist him. From this, it could be seen to what extent these maniacs who dared to chase after Nightcold were heartless. I'm much more relieved to have a master here. Worthy of being a master. It's really reliable. Zhang Chen offered a timely blow of horse's ass. That's natural. Mers looked proud. And with a big grin, he made such a stand in front of the store. As long as those maniacs really dare to do wrong, I, Mr. May, have to show them what it means to be beaten by society. Time passes. An hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Chen looked at the time and spoke expressionlessly. Master, buff up. Mers froze. He didn't notice any hostile units either. Click, click. The next moment, a sound like a mirror breaking came from the distance. Mers's demeanor changed violently, and he looked up into the sky, only to see that the originally azure-colored sky appeared with a heavy touch of black, as if a paper cutter had made an opening in the surface of the paper. The sky was covered with a surge of black gas. Is this a weird invasion? Mers frowned, seeing at once what was happening. Roar! Roar! Beast roars rang out one after another, and the opening grew so large that even from a distance, one could see creatures stirring inside. Invasion! Invasion! The entire city is on level 1 alert. Everyone, be careful. The peace was instantly shattered, and one by one the guards, magicians, all the NPCs that had the ability to fight, rushed towards the city's head as much as they could. The opening grew larger and larger, like a black abyss spanning the sky, and countless bizarre creatures poured out. Unlike those weird bosses in the Ascension trials, each of these weird creatures that came from nowhere was oddly shaped. Some were like humanoid, but without heads, replaced by tentacles full of slime that flowed slowly and fell to the ground, corroding all the stones and gravel it touched, and thick smoke rolled out. Some are octopus-like, but are full of eyes, which turn in different directions. But whatever it is, it makes your scalp tingle at first glance. Moreover, their numbers were so huge that when they were aggregated together, they were like rolling waves that came towards Windleaf City in a line. Everywhere it passed, all living things were chewed to death. Mers floated up, observing the spooky creatures that littered the sky. He would smile when he saw the creatures at the top 20, nothing more than a bunch of cockroaches. Further back, 30 levels out, larger flies, destroyed with one hand. 50 levels, some intensity, but not much different from what came before. Level 70, well, slightly stronger, but not qualitatively so. 90 levels, quite a pain in the ass, but still under control. 100 levels, very strong, as long as the intensity of the demonized boss already is able to pose a threat to the god level. But be careful, not a big problem, can be killed. Until now, Mers remains confident, but the problem is, even for a level 100 boss, it still wasn't the limit. Mers's eyes crossed over the countless bizarre creatures and eventually landed in the middle of the black opening. There, the sky-shading behemoth slowly descended. Level 100 Lord-level creepy boss, a full 3 heads. Mers looked at the 3 oddly shaped contraptions, then at the overwhelming army of weirdness, and finally looked with a despondent expression at the honest-looking Jiang Han. It wasn't until this moment that Mers finally realized why the bastard beside him had to righteously ask him to stay. I can't believe I considered this. I'm crying my eyes out. I was expecting to breeze through the day. I didn't expect to pull another big job in the end. Careless, Mers fished a dry cigarette out of his pocket, tremblingly lit it, squatted on the ground and barred it. The smoke drifted up slowly, so that it was impossible to see his expression. There is no such thing as a great young man of high moral character. This is clearly a black-hearted capitalist who doesn't miss a chance to squeeze. You're just going to pull the wool over the eyes of a little old man like me? Play? Who can play with you, our living father? A faint pang of sadness came over Mers when he remembered that he had sworn that he wouldn't leave the West End without dropping a brick. All the bragging that was done then. That's all the water that's not running dry in my head now. Master, no problem? Zhang Chen asked with a smile. Don't worry. Mers put out his dry cigarette and rose slowly, his expression resolute. Lives can be lost, but not faces. I'm a man of my word, and when I say I won't let a single brick fall from the West End, I'm a man of my word. Snap. Before the words were finished, a piece of tile flew from a distance and hit the ground heavily before shattering. As a large number of bizarre creatures approached Windleaf City, the entire city began to shake slightly. Mers, Jiang Chen, it's normal for this city to fall into disrepair after all. Jiang Chen smiled and spoke. Master, it's not your fault. These sins. Mers burst into a rage. As a cultured man who went to magical grade school, he certainly did use a little bit of hyperbolic rhetoric. But aren't you shining a light in your face when you pull a stunt like that? Can't stand it. I'm going on a killing spree. Stuff all these damned, filthy and lowly creepy creatures back into their mother's big leathery swallows. I'm a horse killing. O great goddess of light, hear the chants of your most devout followers. O great lord of life, I pray to you. I add, with magic as a source. In extreme anger, Mers began to buff himself. At the same time, he didn't forget to put it on Jiang Han as well. Jiang Chen, 6. All that anger and you didn't forget to get on the game first. Take a look. What good fighting habits. It's worth learning. 2.5 minutes later. Boy, a certain way to go. Mers leapt forward and killed the bizarre creatures that were rapidly approaching the West City Center. Ash. Jiang Chen wasn't idle either. Summoning little Ash. With so many bizarre creatures, it was impossible to remove all of them, even if they were god-level NPCs, while ensuring that the surrounding buildings were intact. Mers's role was more to step in and obliterate the bizarre creatures that were a threat to the entire urban area and at the same time Jiang Han couldn't handle. As for the rest, it was still necessary for Jiang Han to make a move. Of course, with Mers around, he could certainly find a place to crouch and be safe from the crisis. But, there's no need for that. Normally when you were upgrading, you had to look for bosses all over the mountains, but now it was good that the weird bosses were piling up. Isn't this pure experience for nothing? Kill. With Little Gray in tow, Jiang Han took the initiative. Soon, a bizarre boss with 5 arms appeared in front of him. Unknown, elite boss, Guile. LV 30, life, 10, 000, magic, 10, 000, strength, 2, 000, constitution, 1, 000, spirit, 1, 000, agility, 1, 000, description, unknown creature. Be careful, don't let it get you. Boom. -150000. The little gray dragon was ruthless without saying much, and came up with a shot of Dragon Emperor's spit. With the addition of various buffs from Mers, it directly dealt a full 150,000 true damage. This elite level boss lays down in seconds. Unlike normal monsters, the monsters and bosses of the creepy invasion have a huge difference in bloodstains. This could be seen from the fact that this level 30 elite boss only had a blood volume of 10,000. However, relatively speaking, the strength attribute was much higher than other bosses of the same level. It could be said that all of them were brittle skins with high offense and low blood, easier to kill and more dangerous at the same time. But for Jiang Han, it didn't even matter. Anyway, with Little Gray around, Even monarch-level creepy bosses were killed casually. These low grades, even at level 50, are still weak. Go on. Jiang Chen didn't stop and traveled through Windleaf City. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed the elite-level creepy boss. Ding! Congratulations! You've killed the normal-level creepy boss. Ding! Congratulations! The system's beeps went on and on. Ash was like the god of death wielding a scythe, and wherever he passed, no matter what grade of boss, it wouldn't last more than a mouthful of Dragon Emperor spitting breath under him, and even if it encountered the most feared siege of other NPCs or players, it only needed a single, world-shaking dragon might, to control all the weird bosses and then kill them one by one. A million shenanigans pass by without a single leaf touching my body, just under this kind of high-efficiency hit that is hard to understand for the onlookers. Ding! Congratulations! You've leveled up to LV32. As the crisp and pleasant system beep sounded, the level was raised, and this was just under an hour after the bizarre invasion. It's true, killing bosses uninterruptedly increases the efficiency of gaining experience by a lot. Jiang Chen would smile. Normally, weird invasions don't last all day, and retreat after 5 hours without completely overpowering their targets. In other words, a conservative estimate would be that the minimum level would be 36 before the end of the bizarre invasion. Or at least, and, Jiang Chen's goal was more than that. From memory, during this bizarre invasion, compared to the other main cities, Windleaf City's losses were particularly tragic, not to mention the fact that most of them had fallen. At the last minute, numerous strong NPCs were besieged to death. The number of leveled creepy bosses is just too high. In the midst of the chaos, as long as you could slaughter a few heads, it wouldn't be hard to quickly rise to level 40. You should know that in normal times, robbing bosses at the hands of NPCs is unethical behavior, which will cause NPCs to hunt you down, not to mention that even the forces of all parties will spit on you. This kind of disgraceful behavior has more consequences in Doomsday than killing people. But if you're in the middle of a weird invasion where the various NPCs are all on their own, you suddenly come out of nowhere and make the boss lay down with a single move. Isn't that a real life-saving hero? It's a leak, not to be picked up. Looking at the stone of cooling and the badge of brutality in the props bar, which had already finished cooling down, Zhang Han's heart was on fire. With the two things in place, his ability to decimate bosses was horrible to the core. But, there's no rush. Jiang Chen glanced outside the city. All sorts of magical elements dazzled him, and a bunch of NPCs were fighting those 300-level Lord Bazaar bosses. Obviously both sides are in good shape. Going over there at this point in time is a pure and simple beating, though it was possible to survive by relying on the money shield's ability to keep you alive. But is that still called picking up? Waiting until the boss's blood bar is almost at the bottom, and then backhanding a brutal sundering, is truly awesome. That's the real playbook for dealing with creepy invasions. Plan pass. Thank you to all the great people for their gifts. Well, starts adding more tomorrow. Keep looking for bosses to kill. After determining his next objective, Zhang Han led Little Grey from the edge of the battlefield and slowly advanced towards the front battlefield. Overall, the attacks on the west side were much weaker than the rest of the city, and were mainly centered on the periphery. Coupled with Zhang Han's unique battle sense, the one man and one dragon stirred up the wind and clouds and traveled across the country. One by one, the bizarre bosses, like straws, fell one after another. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the level 30 creepy boss. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the level 45 creepy boss. Ding! These level 30 to level 50 bosses, in addition to bringing high experience bonuses to Zhang Han, also exploded a floor of equipment. In just 2 hours, Zhang Han was already harvesting 7 pieces of dark gold equipment, and as for gold and silver equipment, as well as skill books, there were even more, all over the place. Anyway, he was too lazy to pick up any equipment below gold level when he saw it now, although when he entered the game, he spent gold coins to expand the item bar to the upper limit. The total number of squares was only 200, a pile of garbage. It takes up too much space to give it to him. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the level 40 creepy boss. Another hour passed, and as the massive boss fell in front of him, the level rose once more. Jiang Chen habitually swept a glance toward the place where the boss had disappeared, and his gaze froze slightly. There, a purple glow was particularly conspicuous. Epic quality equipment. Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward and pocketed this piece of equipment. Eater's ring, grade, epic, effect, unidentified for now. Finally, Jiang Chen smiled faintly, counting on it. This was still the first epic level equipment that had popped out, and the number of demonized bosses that had died at Ash's hands was definitely more than 3 digits. Especially, Zhang Han's own lucky value didn't know how many times it had thrown out the other players, counting the previous ones. The dark gold suits had hit 20 to 30 pieces. Even then, it only popped so epic. It was enough to see how rare this level of equipment was. More than that, it's still only available through builds or quests, but either one is out of reach for players at this stage. Go on. The sudden windfall made Zhang Han energized and continued to rush towards the front battlefield. Compared to Zhang Han's idle flurry of ransacking, what happened to the other players was a completely different story. No, I don't want to die yet. Can someone please help me? What the hell are these damn things? Shaoan, don't scare me. How can I live without you? Asshole, I'll fight you. The sounds of killing and crying were intertwined. The first time a creepy boss descends, the intensity isn't really particularly outrageous, plus the NPCs are out to fight back. It's a tiny fraction that can break through the defenses, but this was still an unattainable existence for ordinary players, plus the fact that it happened so suddenly that there was no preparation at all. Even a plain old creepy boss could easily harvest a player's life, especially when gradually some people realized that the players who were killed by the bizarre creatures never resurrected. The panic reached the extreme. Don't run, all of you. The blood level of these monsters isn't too high. As long as we join forces, we can definitely repel them. The more we run, the faster we die. Don't run. Even if there were individual players who could still barely keep their heads above water and respond correctly were calling out at the top of their lungs. But where could the players, who had completely lost their bearings, listen? Escape. That was pretty much the only thought inside everyone's mind. Only a small number of players who were overwhelmed with grief and anger because they had witnessed the death of their friends and family fought to put up resistance. But in the end, it was just one more skeleton. People kept dying and cries of grief kept ringing out. Desperate. Depressing. It was destined to be a day of bloodshed. Windleaf City. Boss. What to do? It's going to be impossible to top it. This boss output is just too high. If it continues like this, we're bound to die. Outside Windleaf City, a group of 5 people, carrying the knight at the forefront, Grade 8 Great Gale roared in despair. The fact that they had managed to hold up until now in the most comprehensively invaded city of Windleaf had proved their toughness. And in fact, the 5 remain at the top of the charts until now. In particular, Xingfeng Sueju is still in the top 10. But there were just too many invading monsters. Even though the ones that were charging at them were only ordinary monsters of more than 10 levels, this huge number, as well as the elite bosses that would appear from time to time, brought about a pressure that was even greater than that of attacking a difficult ascending copy. Not to mention, they had already seen with their own eyes that more than a dozen players had been killed and directly disappeared from their friends list. Being struck by these creatures in front of you would really kill you. It wasn't until this day that they truly understood why this game was as brutal as it was by nature. No, it's not a game. Rather, it's truly the end of days. Only, it came down in a unique way. Old boss, I'm in so much pain. I really can't hold on anymore. Compared to other monsters, the attacks of the creepy creatures were genuinely capable of inflicting pain. The 8th level Great Gale was able to hold out until now. And in addition to a strong enough attribute, his will was also tough as nails. It can be constantly hurt and constantly healed. The infinite loop goes on and on. Even a man of iron has reached his limit. Surrounded by weird little monsters, the whole person of the 8th level of the Great Gale is like a sharp knife dissecting countless wounds on his body. That pain goes deep into your lungs. Gale, you stand back. I'll carry it. Xingfeng Sueju reddened his eyes. He also occasionally to the bizarre creatures of the damage. Know the pain. But how can this be compared to the Gale? He maneuvered the long sword in his hand to repel the bizarre creature in front of him and quickly hurried on. Boss, don't come over. With the attributes of this boss, you'll be seconded if you come. The Grade 8 Great Gale's face was pale beyond words, but even so, he still forced himself to raise his spirit and let out a roar. The old man is the knight. It's the hardest man in the national costume. Drink! Bang! The heavy shield slammed heavily into the ground. The metal edge of the shield rubbing against the ground in a shower of sparks as an odd knocking sound rang out. In an instant, Xingfeng Sueju and the others clearly felt that the pressure from the monsters around them plummeted. But, creepy creatures don't shift the target of their attacks for no reason. Their lower pressure means that there is always someone who has to carry the hate. And that person is none other than the Great Gale of the 8th degree. That heavy knock was a knight level 10 skill, Shield Taunt. Attracts hate from all hostile units within 5 meters. In the next moment, the roar of an 8-stage Great Gale rang out. Boss, you go quickly. Take Little Fish and the others and go. I can only taunt these beasts for 5 seconds. And I'm trying to get 15 seconds at most to hurry before transferring the hatred. Make sure to kill your way out. Go, Gale. Xingfeng Sueju hissed angrily, frantically launching an attack on the bizarre creature that had shifted its target. The 2 men beside him were also going crazy and blocking the creepy creature's advance. Gale, hang in there, I can get you back up. 5 seconds, you'll hold up. Don't do anything stupid. We're a team. We're going to go together. We're going to die together. The only holy priest in the team, Swimming Fish's voice trembled. She had long since burst into tears, and the staff in her hand kept waving, desperately trying to reply to the level 8 Great Gale. But even though she was a powerful hidden profession, she was still powerless in the face of this situation. Like a tidal wave of attacks, the blood level of the level 8 Great Gale, while receiving a high amount of healing, was still rapidly decreasing. At the end of his rope, he was undaunted. Ha ha ha, having teammates like you guys makes it worth my while. Boss, don't waste your efforts. The least regrettable thing in my life is following you and getting to know you guys. Come on. I really can't hold out. Bang! The elite boss slapped on the shield of the level 8 Great Gale, and while the high amount of damage shattered the shield, the knockback effect caused his body to fly backwards like a kite with broken strings. The 8th grade Great Gale paled and closed its eyes in exhaustion. In his current state, a random glitch could take him away and he could only wait for death. Qingfeng Sueju wanted to support them, but they simply couldn't pull back the creepy creature's hatred, and could only watch as a large number of creepies swarmed up to them. Thick despair instantly overwhelmed them, especially Swimming Fish, as the team's priest, but could only watch helplessly as the level 8 Great Gale was torn to pieces by the bizarre creature. The suffocating feeling that pressed down on her like a mountain made her hands and feet go cold, and she closed her eyes, not daring to look at the cruel scene that followed. There was nothing she could do but pray for a miracle. No hope left. Boom! However, the next instant, as if the young girl's prayers had been answered, a searing hot as a meteor rushed down to the sky, smashing heavily on that elite boss and bursting into pieces. 145363. A high amount of damage instantly melted that unbeatable elite boss. The sudden change caused the crowd to subconsciously freeze, looking in unison towards the direction where the dragon's breath had fallen. Above the sky, in their pupils filled with despair, a small figure, like a meteorite, also like a ray of light that cut through the darkness, descended from the sky. Although somewhat less certain, from the appearance, that seems to be a young dragon. Ow! Before it could hit the ground, a childish dragon's whistle rang out, followed by the surrounding bizarre creatures falling into a daze in unison. And then, that incomparably dull-looking little guy's figure flashed, swiftly weaving in and out of the many bizarre monsters, flickering and moving, his sharp dragon claws tracing several white arcs of light in the air. Wherever they passed, the high damage that erupted was like a knife slicing through tofu, dismembering all of these bizarre creatures that had put them at the end of their rope. Before a few people could react, a vacuum was cleared around them. It's safe. The heavy pressure collapsed into nothingness in an instant. The 8th grade Great Gale touched various parts of his body incredulously. Qingfeng Sueju had a complicated look on her face. An intense color erupted in the swimmer's eyes. God, could it be that you heard my prayer? Ash, go! A low voice rang out. The crowd followed the sound and saw a figure whose face could not be seen coming from the west. The night god? The swimmer froze and recognized the identity of the visitor. She immediately reacted to the fact that the one who answered her prayers was not a god, but the extremely mysterious rank list number 1 in front of her. The night is cold. Thanks a lot. Qingfeng Sueju took a deep breath. No one could understand what they were feeling at this moment. He was about to be buried here, but was yanked out of the abyss by the man in front of him. The great favor is not to be thanked. As long as there is a need to use me in the future, Qingfeng. Jiang Chen interrupted. What did you just say? Qingfeng Sueju froze. A great favor? Jiang Chen waved his hand. No, I'll say the last sentence. More. Qingfeng Sueju's entire body was in an awkward position. Others, so that's what you care about, big guy? Qingfeng Sueju calmed down his emotions and bowed seriously. Big brother is joking. I don't mean that. In short, if there is a need for me to use Qingfeng Sueju in the future, I will do whatever I want to do. Swimmer bowed right after him. Daggers and fire. Righteousness. The remaining two spoke similarly. Tiger's den. Wolf's nest. 9 deaths. Dragon's den. 10,000 deaths. 8 big gusts of wind. The land of fish and rice. Is not right. A horse. Is not right. And will hate. Is even more wrong. Straight face. Underscore. Omega. Me too. Crowd. Don't worry about it. It's just on the way. Oh yeah. Right now the West City area will be relatively safer. So if you guys don't want to keep brushing the bosses, you can go over there. Jiang Chen waved his hand in disbelief and turned to leave, with Little Ash bouncing to follow, gazing at the backs of the man and the dragon that were gradually moving away. The crowd could not return to their senses for a long time. For a long time, until Jiang Han completely disappeared in the line of sight. 8 big gusts of wind sighed, worthy of being a big brother of the list, simply strong against the heavens. After the night god, big brother is my god. Tony Leung have to line up a little later. Look at your lack of talent. The swimming fish child restored her life value to the grade 8 Great Gale while skimming her mouth in disgust. People have saved our lives, but you're so good that you're just coming at me as well. The grade 8 Gale is not straight and strong. I am a 9 leakage fish. So what? What's wrong with that? Besides, you're still saying it's nice of me. Do you know you're looking at other people's eyes like that? Humph. It's up to you. Alright, don't argue. Pick up the equipment props and hurry to the Western District. Qingfeng Suizhu smiled helplessly. These guys, they usually argue a lot. However, he was also very fortunate to have met such a group of companions who could live and die together. Oh okay, boss says so. The 8th grade Great Gale swung his arm, and the pain disappeared. His grandmother, this group of oddly shaped things to hit people actually still have a sense of pain. It's too scary. I also don't know how the night cold great god copes with it. Qingfeng Suizhu shook his head. Do you still need to cope with it? Just directly run over it. I reckon. The big brother didn't even put these monsters in his mind, which is like us, fighting to death. Also, grade 8 Great Gale fought deeply. Big brother just asked us if we want to continue brushing the boss to come. Unusual people who can ask this kind of question. Wait a minute. He's not really brushing the boss as a small monster, right? The crowd froze in unison, then fell silent. It's quite possible. I'll be damned. I need to check the leveling charts. Biggie isn't really taking advantage of this time to be upgrading by painting bosses, is he? The 8th level Great Gale opened the level leaderboard in a fiery rush. This was followed by a gasp. Holy shit, how many levels? Several people asked curiously. The 8th grade Great Gale stammered. 35 levels. Qingfeng Suizhu was silent for a while and said, if I remember correctly, Big Brother was level 31 yesterday. Right. The class 8 Great Gale nodded. From the time these monsters appeared, it's only been 4 hours by full count, which means that on average, you can go up 1 level in an hour. The more Qingfeng Suizhu did the math, the more outrageous he felt. How many bosses did this have to kill? The whole of the 8th grade Great Gale was confused. Of course they knew about the high experience of brushing bosses, but at this stage of level 30, 1 level an hour? The swimming fish child wrinkled his little face and broke his fingers. This experience. I count 1 7 get 7, 2 7 48, March 8th Women's Day, May 1st Labor Day. Okay, don't forget it. Qingfeng Suizhu said quietly, the more you count, the more solid you are. You just need to know that mortals like me can't understand the style of the big man. When brushing up on experience copies, the other side. Jiang Chen was naturally unaware that several people were secretly discussing themselves. He didn't have that kind of compassionate mood to save anyone in particular, and the reason why he stepped in was the same as what he had said earlier. He just happened to pass by and swiped the boss in passing. Even without Qingfeng Suizhu and the others, it would be hard for that elite boss to escape death. But, the heart is also full of emotions. Having experienced the cruelty of the Doomsday in his previous life, he was well aware of how rare it was to remain in such a critical situation. If there were more people like that, the world would be quite interesting. Jiang Chen smiled. Let's go, Ash. Counting the hours. It's time to go to the frontal battlefield. Ow, Ash growled. It wasn't like he cared where he went anyway. After making the decision, John Han also stopped wasting time looking for low-level bosses, and with Little Gray in tow, he quickly headed to the location where the 3 major lord bosses were located. All the way forward, the closer you get to the front battlefield, the more you realize the brutality of the bizarre invasion. The entire Windleaf city's main force was held back by the 3 major lord bosses. Even with the presence of a god-ranked powerhouse like Mers, the area he was sitting in, the main western district, plus the fact that he also had to go out and hold back a lord boss, it is difficult to take care of the well-being of other urban areas. Windleaf City, it's just too big. Even though it was because of the tenacious resistance of the guards that bought time for the women and children in the city to escape, there were still quite a few people who died at the hands of the bizarre creatures. High-rise buildings have collapsed and the once prosperous city has been reduced to a broken wall. The ground was filled with corpses, and the rich smell of blood filled the air. The earth was dyed red. Even with Jiang Han's mental quality, seeing the scene with his own eyes, his mood couldn't help but turn gloomy. It's too gruesome. The bizarre creatures were crushingly irrational, and all creatures in their line of sight were subject to indiscriminate attacks. Their only point of existence is solely for the purpose of destruction. Along the way, after clearing out the low-level bosses, Jiang Han finally arrived outside the city. Ash, go back. Being cautious, Jiang Han let Little Gray return to the Imperial Beast space. The monsters in the central battlefield and in the city were of 2 completely different intensities. Although Little Gray was a mythic great Imperial Beast, after all, it hadn't grown up yet. And, whether it was for players, NPCs, or wild monsters. Level 50 was a hurdle. Further on, the intensity has increased dramatically. There were generally level 60 or 70 bosses here. And if something really happened to Ash, the joke would be on him. As for Jiang Han himself, relying on the high shield from Money Shield, not to mention, he was extremely resistant to punches. This was why he dared to fight a Lord-class boss. Otherwise, for a boss of this strength, you can die on the spot if you lightly graze some skin. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to just kill it himself as all. He took out his communication token and began to contact Mers. Master, can you hear me? Do me a favor. Wait a little while. Mers's exasperated voice came out. Kid, you better have something big in mind. The old man is now being swarmed. Me super. Still dare to sneak attack old me. Give old me death to come. Drink. Ada dada dada dada. This was followed by a sharp gust of wind. Not surprisingly, the master should be playing Wing Chun. Well, Jiang Han stroked his chin. It seems that the battle is indeed fierce enough. Even the bottom card when beating the light-shining dragon was forced out. Another moment passed. Mers's voice rang out, have a fart. I dare not be distracted now. Jiang Chen opened the door. Think of a way to send me near the Lord bosses. I have a way to slaughter them. Joke, I can't even take these beasts. You can. Halfway through his words, Mers suddenly fell into deep thought, remembering the level 100 demonized boss that had suddenly died violently in the Dragon Mountain range earlier. It seems like, it really works. Fuck me. You're going to rob the boss again, aren't you? You must be robbing the boss, right? Right. Mers sounded sad, remembering the fear of being dominated on the Gargoyle Mountains. After exhausting himself for half a day, the ancient beast ended up dying in someone else's hands. The point is, we have to thank him afterward. What kind of white-collar job is that? Calm down. It's not called robbery. It's saving people from danger. It's risky alright. I'm carrying too much, Jiang Chen said in a serious tone. Besides, I'm not robbing the boss that you fought. Master, so what are you panicking about? Seems to make a lot of sense. Mers rubbed his chin and came to a realization. Yeah, it's not like he's robbing my boss. I'm panicking Kuan. Besides, the kid was right. Whoever could kill the Lord boss at this point would be a godsend. As a native NPC, Mers naturally couldn't bear to see this group of weirdness continue to wreak havoc. Good point. Where are you now? Report a point and I'll kill a star for you. The coordinates are. Jiang Han quickly reported the location. Be right there. Drink. Immediately afterward, Jiang Han heard several muffled sounds from the distance. In about a minute or so, the naked, muscular Olden descended from the sky, his strong force smashing the ground and cracking it. Sure enough, facing an endless army of weirdness, even Mers had to use his bottom card. You stick your head up here and I'll give you a couple buffs. He didn't dilly-dally and just started chanting. It quickly put a gain buff on Jiang Han. Just tell me, who do we get first? Mers clenched his fist so hard that his joints clicked, and it seemed that after becoming this state, others had become a lot grumpier. It's like being on steroids. Whichever one has low blood. Get it, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Good. Come on up. Mers half crouched. Come up? Jiang Chen froze. Get on the old man's back. How else are we going to get you there? Mers said rightfully. What about teleportation? Didn't you send Little Ash near the Skyfire Dragon last time? Jiang Chen had a black line on his head. He was a big man. What was the point of lying on an old man's body? What a shame. That's an exclusive skill for spellcasters. Old man in this state. Now, Mers showed off his sturdy biceps. Got it. Jiang Han took a deep breath of cold air. But can't we just open a road and I'll rush over? Just memorize it? What's your speed? What's mine? Mers said in a deep voice. Alright, don't be so grating. The old man, who is a god-level powerhouse, has put down his stature to be a human chariot for you. So what grievances do you still have? Killing the boss is important. Hurry up. Now if we dawdle for one more minute, many more people will die. For the sake of 100-level Lord-level boss, just carry it. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and jumped up. No, don't you ride on my head. Make me a human mount, right? Master, don't mind the details. Forget it. Not bothering to dwell on it. Mers leapt up and fell like a lion, shattering the surrounding bizarre creatures right into a bloody mist. Now, it's time to give these beasts a taste of our feverish combos. Gifts plus, 4 out of 10. Well, was going for 4 shifts today. Sitting in front of the computer all day holding in 3 farts. I'm still working on the rest of the chapter, and it's not certain when I'll finish it, so if I can write it, it'll come out in the middle of the night. Stuck on text ors. Kill the beasts. Battlefield. Shouts and killings shook the sky. Rolling blood aura rose up to the sky, and wolf smoke rolled out. The defending army and countless bizarre madness fought, and there were wrecks all over the place. By this point in the fierce battle, the army's formation had been completely broken up, and most of the warriors had been killed in battle. Those who survived were wounded. The shield guards erected their heavy shields and constructed a wall of flesh with their bodies to withstand the continuous onslaught. In the rear, archers frantically shot arrows, and the sound of magicians' chants floated over the battlefield. All kinds of brilliant colors met, and then were drowned out by a torrent of black. There were simply too many shenanigans and too many attacks. They knew no fatigue, no pain or fear. They were relentless killing machines that would not spare any creature in sight as long as they still had the ability to move. People are still dying, but even so, no one chose to be a deserter, because, behind them, is home. There was no way back but to play a battle cry of blood and fire to protect all they held dear beneath the creepy fangs. Lord Iter, the western shield wall has been completely broken through. The archer team can't keep up. Our healing can't keep up. It's the same for the magician team. Lord Selmai has died in battle trying to resist the weird boss. We are about to lose our bearings. Should we abandon the first position and move to the rear? Lord Iter, please instruct. Frontline. A red vestment-robed executive officer Iter listened to a report next to his ear. His mood was heavy to the extreme. His right sleeve robe was empty. An arm had long been broken. The wound was corrupted by a mysterious power, and even the priests could not do anything about it. Want a refund? The city lord was facing the lord boss straight on and was dragged back to the rear to heal from a serious injury, and he had absolute say as the temporary commander. At the same time, the lives of these warriors who were fighting for Windleaf City were delivered into his hands. This heavy responsibility left him almost breathless. After paying a grueling price, the blood level of the leading 3 lord-level bosses was already low, but it was at this juncture that the defense line broke down completely. It was a battle that had been lost completely. Keep holding out and all the fighters will be buried, but if you back off, then Windleaf City, which had already been mostly destroyed, would only suffer even more damage, and more civilians would be killed or injured. On one side, there are bloodbath warriors. On the one hand, there are homes and dependencies on which to live. Whatever choice is made, it's going to be incredibly torturous. But, as a commander, if the silence continues, it will inevitably cause more damage. There's no time to think about it. Iter took a deep breath and prepared to give the order to retreat. It would be nothing to destroy some more buildings compared to the rest of these fires, which were mostly destroyed anyway. As for the fact that civilians will be killed or injured in the process, that can't be helped. War, it's just so cruel and unforgiving. Get out of the way, all of you. Just then, a mid-air roar rang out, and a violent wind whipped by, sweeping a large number of Bazaar flying to the sky. A blurry figure then traced residual shadows in the air and landed beside him. Lord Mers? Iter looked a bit odd. The person in front of him, of course he recognized him. The Supreme Hall's god-level powerhouse, thanks to his blessing, had stepped in to protect a piece of the urban area and had stepped in to hold back a boss, and only then had Windleaf City been able to hold out until now. But the problem is, why is there a man sitting on this head? Iter's eyes can't help but drift upward and look at Jiang Han. Well, it's still an acquaintance. However, he didn't dare ask anything more in the face of Mers. What is your lordship's command? You, get everyone to deal with that lord boss in the northern city center, and leave the other 2 major bosses to us, Mel said in a deep voice. Seriously? Although it wasn't very polite to question a god-ranked powerhouse like that, but now that Iter's words and actions almost had a bearing on the survival of Windleaf City, he had to be cautious. Nonsense, old me, a god-level powerhouse. Would I make a child's play of such a thing? Mers said in a deep voice. Right now, this is the only way. Of course, believe it or not, it's up to you. It's not like old man is staying in Windleaf City anyway. After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in place. The majestic airwave lifted Iter's long hair, his expression bright and uncertain. Moments later, Iter gave the order with a clench of his teeth. Legion of shield guards, Legion of magicians, Legion of archers, all move to the North City. Yes, understood. Immediately, there was a response. However, there was still a question. Lord Iter, there are still lord bosses in the northern district. It's not the best stronghold to transfer. Is there another plan? Or is this not a retreat at all? Exactly. Iter said in a deep voice. We are going to fight it to the death. Lord Mers, the god-level powerhouse of the Supreme Hall of Fame, has promised to take care of the remaining 2 lord bosses. So it is. That would be great. We understand. The leaders of the major armies were in a much higher mood, although they were also puzzled as to how Mers was so confident with a 100-level creepy lord boss whose strength was definitely not below that of a god level and was very difficult to deal with. But by now, they have no choice. Start the transfer. With Iter's order, The warriors of Windleaf City moved towards the northern city center. Boom! Boom! At the same time, Mers was also quickly rushing towards the Lord Boss in the East District. His figure was athletic and his blood was like thunder. The entire person was like a high-speed locomotive. And under the rampage, he blasted to pieces all the weirdness he touched. It's a god-level powerhouse striking. We are saved. Brothers, kill, kill, chop up the bastards. A strong combatant killed into the frontal battlefield, and instantly the situation eased a lot, and the crowd that was already exhausted was instantly energized as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. It's not bad for a god level. Why is there a man riding on this lord's neck? Is there a particular fetish? At the same time as they were invigorated, the hearts of the crowd couldn't help but feel a strong sense of doubt. It's weird how a burly old man who's naked with a guy riding around his neck looks, but the battle was tense, and no one bothered to look deeper into this. Roaring with fury as they fought and retreated, moving towards the northern city center. Boom! Rumble! Soon, Mers led Zhang Han and killed him hard near the Lord Boss. As he said, he killed the stars. Kid, it's up to you next. Mers looked up with a gloomy expression at the behemoth that covered the sky in front of him. Even when he was facing a Lord Boss of this level, he felt the full force of the oppression. It was hard to imagine that a royal beastmaster who was only a little over level 30 had the confidence to be able to decapitate such a great terror. Don't worry, the package is dead. Zhang Chen grinned as the chapter of brutality appeared in his hand. Next, it's pretend time. Boom! Like a monstrous python, the Lord Boss also discovered the two tiny existences under his feet and swung his tail in a fit of rage. The black city wall like huge snake tail brought up a majestic wind sound and came whistling. Mers stepped heavily with his feet, his force erupting violently, and his entire body assumed a defensive stance to harden against this strike. Zhang Chen's face did not change. Swish! In the next instant, a dark red light, like a silk thread swept through the air and landed on the Python Lord Boss, brutalizing and murderous. With Zhang Han's level attributes, even if he had struck a bludgeon, the damage of this strike, unsurprisingly, was still zero, failing to break through the damage immunity. But immediately afterward, two large, dark letters emerged. Dying. In a flash, the wind came to a screeching halt. This huge-sized Lord Boss, its blood quantity instantly cleared to zero, and its body was as if it was fixed by something. Even the snaketail that had long been thrown out magically ignored the inertia and came to a violent stop. Immediately afterward, the body of the Python Lord Boss was like a freshly fired ceramic that had been struck and cracked inch by inch. In less than a second, it crumbled apart and turned into pitch-black points of light, scattering in all directions. The blood-colored battlefield was like a black rain. The change came so suddenly that most people didn't react to what was going on. Only those shield guards who had formed a shield formation and fronted against the boss's damage were in a daze. No! What's going on? Why is the pressure suddenly gone? Looking at the black debris that slowly floated down, their hearts were nothing but confused. Where's boss? Where's the big boss? It was there just a moment ago, and then it's gone. After a while of engaging in this manner at the original pace, the battlefield stirred. At first it was only the shield guards who began to cheer. Then after that, the eyes of others who realized something was wrong quickly converged. The battlefield instantly boiled over. Worthy of being a god-level lord, he slaughtered a Lord Boss with a single strike. Brothers, step up. Let's hurry and head to the northern district. Well, there's hope. The death of a Lord Boss was too great a sway on the battlefield, and a large number of combatants were freed up to deal with other bosses and small monsters instead, and the death rate was significantly reduced. The crowd is exhilarated. In the meantime, ding! World announcement. Dasha Country player Night Cold successfully killed a level 100 Lord Boss, completing the first kill of a level 100 Lord Boss. Reputation value plus 1000. Attribute points plus 200. Dasha Country Warzone points plus 1. Hereby announce. Ding! The sound of the announcement was clear and loud, but it was like a dull, heavy drum, ringing in the ears of every player. Even if they were now unable to protect themselves, even if they were now in danger of being struck down by creepy at any time, still, they couldn't help but be shocked when such an outrageous to the point of being announcement rang out unexpectedly. Moreover, after experiencing such a terrifying and bizarre pursuit, it was only at this moment that all of them could better understand what kind of existence they were facing. As a result, in the blink of an eye, you heard Night Cold slaughter a level 100 creepy Lord Boss? Not a body. We're still being chased up and down by several levels of monsters here. Windleaf City, West Town. Ha! Big brother Night Cold just left the city. Did he go to kill a boss? Walking on the street, Qingfeng Sueju and the others who kept changing their positions were directly dumbfounded. The Great 8 Great Gale clutched his head and wailed. Too strong. Big brother is really too strong. Does he accept little brothers or not? Boss, Why don't you take us to join Night Cold Big Brother? The contrast of this crap game is too strong. I'd like to. Qingfeng Sueju smiled bitterly. That's only if he sees us. Well, says so. The Great 8 Great Gale fell into deep thought. And then, his gaze turned ghostly to the swimming fish child on the side. What are you looking at me like that for? The swimmer was wary. It's not like I'm a night chill bigot. The Great 8 Great Gale hemmed and hawed. He. Little fishy, you're so pretty. Why don't you go talk to Big Brother Night Cold? Maybe he'll agree once his heart is moved. You think everyone is as shallow as you? The swimmer bristled with disdain. Besides, I'm not the kind of person who would sell her sex for fame and fortune. That's true. That's all I'm saying. 8th-level Great Gale smacked his lips. Not ashamed of you, small fish. Have a backbone. I'm mad someone did not look. Wrong word has not yet set out. The 8th Great Gale to see the swimfish child cup's small face, shyly said, but well, if it is the Night Cold Big Brother, it is not impossible. He. Category 8 Gale. Little fish, I was so wrong about you. The Great 8 Great Gale yelled. Big Brother Night Cold saved your life. And you're actually thinking of returning the favor. You don't speak of martial virtues. Go to hell. Swimming fish kicked the Great 8 Great Gale. Isn't that how it's written in novels? After the hero saves the beauty, he gives his body to the hero. It's reasonable, right? Che, daydreaming. The Great 8 Great Gale rolled his eyes. I'm sure that after today, I don't know how many people will want to hug Big Brother Night Cold's thighs, and if he really wanted to, there would be a whole lot of girls. Indeed. Swimming fish thought deeply. Not to mention anything else. Just being able to save one's life during a bizarre invasion would already drive countless people crazy. Not to mention the unfathomable strength of Big Brother Night Cold. The swimmer considered herself a beautiful woman as well, and was often accosted by people walking down the street. But she wasn't so narcissistic that she felt the world had to revolve around him. There were so many good-looking people, but there was only this one Night Cold in the whole world. But I've decided that from now on, I'll be Big Brother Night Cold's #1 fan. Swimmer clenched her small fists and turned into starry eyes. If I can get off the line alive today, I'll immediately set up a backup club. Come on, collect your drool. Demented girl like. The Great 8 Great Gale was filled with contempt. Then the words changed. But when the time comes, add me. Me too. Pull me in too. The other two responded in kind, transforming into little fans. Boss, what about you? The Great 8 Great Gale looked towards the clear wind Sueju. I wouldn't be able to. Qingfeng Sueju smiled and shook his head. Though, he also admired Night Cold to the core. But, for one thing, he didn't much like the frenzy. Secondly, after being the boss for so many years, suddenly having to become someone's fan and adding things like a backup club is a little too shameful and a little unacceptable. Alright, then we won't take you, the level 8 Great Gale said with some regret. I can't imagine that your vision is so high. Boss, that even killing a boss like a 100-level lord couldn't conquer you. It's true that you're a lone male silver. Qingfeng Sueju joked. That's for sure. Killing a lord boss this kind of small achievement is simply not worth mentioning here in my case, okay? Although I can't beat it, I still can't disobey it? Ding! Warzone announcement. Player Night Cold has successfully killed the level 100 creepy lord boss. Warzone points +1. Hereby notifying you. Just then, the announcement rang out again. The crowd fell silent in unison. In the middle of the day, the Great 8 Great Gale looked at Qingfeng Sueju. What about now? Clear breeze bamboo. Take me one too. Relying on the stone of cooling, Zhang Han was now able to use brutal sundering twice in a row, with a humanoid meat shield like Mers opening the way. The second Lord Boss, too, laid down logically. Sure enough, the prop in this kid's hand is a bit evil, Mers muttered. Even if he fired at full power, it wasn't that easy to dispose of such a bloodied Lord Boss. As we all know, the lower a boss's blood level is, the harder it is to deal with. Various hidden buffs and statuses don't normally trigger. But when the bloodline comes down, it's a different story. So it's one thing to fight or not, it's another to kill. This kid was good. He got it done in 3 tries and skipped right over the hardest stage. The rest of the head is up to you, Master. Zhongchen leapt off of Mers. That's natural. Mers stepped heavily on his feet, and his entire body winded up towards the North City Center to kill him. Zhongchen had slaughtered 2 Lord Bosses, which had greatly relieved the pressure. If he was a god level, plus these warriors from Windleaf City, and he still couldn't take the last Lord Boss, why not just buy a block of tofu and run headlong into it? That was fast. Looking at Mers's back, Zhang Han couldn't help but sigh. He had realistically experienced just how exaggerated the speed of riding a Mers in a state of full rush was, and was even able to directly smash even level 70 or 80 monsters right into pieces. If we really have such amount, the rush speed, sheesh. However, it's only something to think about. Jiang Chen retracted his gaze, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly in great pleasure. The experience gained from killing 2 Lord 100-level bosses in a row was naturally massive, and it was unknown how many times it would be enough to ascend to level 40. It's just a pity that there is the barrier of the Ascension trial. But Jiang Han was satisfied. In less than 5 hours, he had raced from level 31 to level 40, a leap that was unimaginable to the onlooker. This weird invasion is really a good time to upgrade, and the rewards don't stop at experience. Those bosses that he had brushed before had exploded in epic level equipment, more than a dozen pieces of dark gold clothing, as well as 100 or so pieces of gold clothing, and as for the miscellaneous ones like skill scrolls, there were even more of them. Anyway, Jiang Han's 200 props bar definitely couldn't be filled up. Of course, he didn't pick up everything, specifically leaving 20 squares. As for what it is used for, Jiang Chen's eyes were fiery as he looked towards the location where the level 100 creepy lord boss had disappeared. There, several pieces of equipment were shining brightly. This time, there's always no giant dragon to stop me from picking up the dropped props, right? Last time in the giant dragon mountain range, I failed to pick up the divine beast, S-drop, and my heart wanted to drip blood just thinking about it. If he couldn't pick it up again this time, then Jiang Han was going to go straight to black. Whoever dares to stop, then he'll fuck them. It's no good when a giant dragon comes, I'm telling you. But looking at this, there should be no surprises. After all, after finishing off the first Lord boss, the drops were still in place, even though they were hoofed over to this side by Mers. These bizarre creatures are only interested in killing. As for the other NPCs, they won't be stupid enough to grab the props. Not to mention the fact that there was a god-ranked powerhouse like Mers around. Just the fact that Jiang Han had stepped in and killed the Lord boss was worthy of their respect. Although no one noticed how the first Lord boss died, but this second boss, they could really see it. It wasn't the powerful Lord Mers who killed him, but this man whose face couldn't be seen used a strange prop to decapitate him. This lord, can you tell us your name? A knight with a face full of blood, after killing the weird creatures around him, looked respectful as he asked Jiang Han a question. Knight chill. Jiang Han didn't hide it and directly reported LD. Lord Knight Cold? That knight took a long breath, then gave a knightly salute with a serious look. Your great kindness will be remembered by me. Knight odd. Jiang Chen just laughed and didn't say anything as he turned around and rushed towards the location where the boss died. Or didn't say much and quickly returned to the group to support the others. Well, did you get the question? Immediately, there were people who couldn't wait to ask questions. They were too curious about this mysterious man who had decapitated the Lord boss with his hands. Asking, this lord is called Knight Cold, a wide said in a deep voice. He saved our lives. Yes, this Lord Knight Cold saved our lives. My companion took a deep breath, her tone serious. Their duty as knights was to block the boss's attacks, and in that precarious situation just now, that Lord boss could have reaped their lives with just one random strike. At the critical time, he suddenly killed such a fierce person and directly destroyed the Lord boss. How can they not be grateful? Remember, the one who saved our lives is Lord Knight Cold. It's Lord Knight Cold. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. The name Nightchill spread wildly among the NPC population of Windleaf City. It even traveled all the way from the East City battlefield to the North City battlefield. It could be said that, including executives like Eider, as long as the residents of Windleaf City who participated in this battle, all of them remembered this name. But this kind of thing was naturally unknown to Jiang Han. This was because his attention at the moment had already gathered as much as he could on the few props he had just obtained. Shield of the Gosshawkers, Shield, Grade, Epic, Effect, Unidentified for the time being. Starcaller's Staff, Grade, Epic, Effect, Not Yet Identified. Stone of Searing Heat, Material, Grade, Not Yet Identified. Stone of Inflammable Fire, Material, Grade, Not Yet Identified. Worthy of being a Lord-class boss. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. 2 pieces of epic equipment, and 2 high-level materials. Granted, the odds are that both pieces of equipment are level 100 and won't be used for a while. However, the materials were important to him, because the building materials required for the Beast God's Claw were any high-level materials. Although the exact quality hadn't been identified yet, it was at least a 100-level Lord boss that had popped out, so it should be able to fulfill the build requirements. Yes, this time Ash's equipment is also available. Jiang Han grinned. This is not a sleepy person to send a pillow. Immediately after that, quickly head to the location where the first Lord boss died. Compared to the props that were all over the ground just now, there was just one prop here, lying alone on the ground, but the light that emanated from it was crimson in color. Is this a artifact? Gifts plus 511. Shipped out. Jiang Chen was surprised. In his perception, the way to obtain this level of props and equipment was either through quests or through building. Most often, It is still acquired by chance due to certain encounters. Never heard of it. Who popped artifacts from bosses? It was also once recognized by players that equipment and props above epic level could not be obtained through bosses. But now, obviously, it's just breaking that perception. It seems that some of the experiences from my previous life cannot be used as a complete reference. If I blindly hold on to this mentality, I'm likely to suffer big losses in the future. While rejoicing, Zhang Han's heart was more than a little wary. With the experience of his previous life, his knowledge of the game far exceeded that of other players. But if you look at the whole of Armageddon, it is unknown how much has been explored. Perhaps, even counting the billions of players who have endured countless trials and tribulations in their previous lives, only the tip of the iceberg has been lifted. But anyway, it's a good thing. Zhang Chen gently exhaled and put the artifact away. God of Destruction's Horn of Rage, props, grade, divine artifact, effect, not yet identified. Again, identification is still required. The rewards of this bizarre invasion are more lucrative than completing a legendary level quest. After ensuring that no other props or equipment were missed, Zhang Han left satisfied. The legendary quest. That was the ultimate quest that one would only be qualified to receive after level 80. And its process was so lengthy and difficult that it made people despair. In his previous life, less than a handful of legendary quests had been completed worldwide. Of course, the final rewards were also extremely generous, and it was said that the worst was a legendary level prop or equipment. But compared to Zhang Han's current harvest, it was all a lot worse. Zhang Chen opened the props bar and counted the harvest. Level up to 40. 1 divine artifact, 3 pieces of epic equipment, 12 pieces of dark gold equipment, 164 pieces of gold equipment, and 8 advanced skill scrolls. A proper bumper crop. This would actually be good for 2 or 3 more times. Zhang Han rubbed his chin, which was a bizarre invasion. It was simply a warm welcome to the old country. Unlike his laid back, in the northern city center, the shouts of murder shook the sky. The conquest of the Lord Bosses was already at the stage of wrapping up. Step up, brothers. This beast is about to die. Kill him and honor our fallen compatriots. Kill. The more it came to the end, the more frantic the bosses' counterattacks and struggles became. But even so, none of them retreated. This battle was too much. Windleaf City had been destroyed for the most part, and their loved ones, close friends, were killed and injured in countless ways. The city that used to be so prosperous is full of desolation. At this moment, in the hearts of all the people, there was no fear of death, but only endless hatred, and the burning fire of revenge. Boom! A meteor fell from the sky, smashing heavily into the boss, and Mirza's fist was like a dragon, his violet breath exploding and chiseling raw into the boss's body. High amounts of damage rose, and the blood bar of this 100-level Lord Boss that had been wreaking havoc in Windleaf City finally cleared, turning into pitch-black debris and dissipating completely. Finally, it's time for the old man to eat some meat. With hot tears in his eyes, Mirz winds up the boss's drops. Luckily, there was no wasted effort this time. If he worked hard for half a day and lost his meat like last time, he would really have to buy a 3-foot white cloth and hang himself. As of this moment, the 3 level 100 creepy Lord Bosses that had invaded Windleaf City were all killed. The rest of the monsters, while also strong, always had a way to deal with them. However, with the dissipation of the 3 leader bosses, these remaining bizarre creatures unexpectedly froze in place in unison. It's like a machine that has lost a key component and can't function. Immediately afterward, all the bizarre creatures around them turned their direction in unison, rushing towards the pitch-black crack in the sky. The invasion, it stopped. We survived? The sudden turn of events caught everyone a bit off guard, and they just watched the bizarre creature enter the rift. Ryoko. Yes, we won. Watching the rift disappear and the sky turn back to its original color, Iter raised his arms and shouted, "Warriors, we have won the battle. Survived. I really survived. Boss, we're not dead. Teacher, did you see that? We persevered." With the help of Lord Mirz and Lord Nightcold, on the battlefield, it was completely boiling, with some people cheering with tears in their eyes, and others remembering the deceased with a heavy heart. But in any case, they survived under this group of bizarre creatures that were terrifying to the core. Windleaf City, after all, had preserved the last of its fires. Thank you, Lord Mirz, and thank you, Lord Nightcold. I don't know who it was that suddenly shouted out the names of Jiang Han and Mel's, so the crowd, whose emotions were already running high to the extreme, began to blaze like a dry woodpile that had been lit on fire. Under the heavy twilight, a flock of white birds flew by, the sky was dyed the color of blood, and a stirring and powerful hiss resounded in the ruined city. The wargo was slanted into the ground, its vermilion lacing fluttering in the wind. The bizarre invasion of Windleaf City ended early. This The players who survived were all dismayed to hear the earth-shattering roar. Who Mers was, they didn't recognize. However, the name Night Cold was as loud as thunder. Is it the same Night Chill they know? This mysterious big shot who had firmly dominated the top of the leveling charts from the very beginning, also had such a high reputation among those NPCs that were so powerful that they were perverted? Feeling the cool breeze, the environment that instead seemed quiet amidst the clanging roar, some of the bewildered players who were still reeling from the aftermath of the hijacking opened the leaderboards somewhat handily. It turned out that at the top of the page, the number had changed to 40, and the second rank was not even half of his. Is this still the real world? Or is today's nightmare really nothing more than a hallucination? The man's eyes were vacant as he looked around at his sadness, not knowing whether to be sad or happy. How is it that at a time like this, when everyone is frantically running away, there are still people who can step on the boss's head and climb higher and higher in the clouds? Half a day later, some room in the West End. Gentlemen, are you willing to follow this lord to his death? A middle-aged looking handsome man rose from his bed in a startled sitting position. Aaron gasped for air, his mind filled with three terrifying figures slamming towards him with great power. Those three damn creepy lord bosses. Aaron looked up with a hard face, then froze. With its soft lighting and quaint rooms, this is clearly a residential home, but as the city lord of Windleaf City, he should have been leading an army in the fight against the boss at the critical moment of the bizarre invasion. But now, why was his body still intact and lying on a soft bed after taking a frontal blow from the boss? Nope. Aaron's breathing became labored as he realized a possibility with a jolt. Could it be that I'm born again? Aaron felt himself up and down. He vaguely remembered that he had taken a hard hit from the weird boss, and his bones looked like they were finished shattering and his arms and legs were broken. Even the best healers in the city couldn't have healed themselves as intact as they were now. The only explanation, then, was that something had happened that he couldn't understand? No matter what happens, I will definitely not let those beasts kill their way into Windleaf City. Aaron clenched his fists and leapt up from the bed. Crunch! A young man suddenly pushed his way in. Lord City Lord, you're awake? Seeing Aaron wake up, the youth was happy and at the same time a little surprised. Turn. Aaron raised his eyes slightly to the youth. What year is this? Turn froze and said bad. The lord of the city wouldn't be out of his mind, would he? However, out of professionalism, he still responded respectfully. This year is the 666th year of the Yuan calendar. 666 years? Aaron couldn't help but get lost in thought. You're not born again, are you? What about the exact time? Aaron asked again. My lord, an hour has passed since the invasion of the bizarre creatures. Toon said respectfully. The invasion is over? Aaron's eyes glazed over. Sure enough, it wasn't a rebirth. I'm crossing over here. Turn, how can you be so laid back at such an important time? Aaron coldly grunted and aggressively walked outside. Follow me on my journey. This time, even if this lord lays down his life, he can't let those beasts kill their way into the city. My lord, what are you talking about? Toon suddenly responded. Oh right, you passed out so you didn't know. With the help of Lord Nightcold and Lord Mers, Creepy has been repelled. You don't have to worry so much. Aaron stumbled to his feet and pressed his surprise. What did you say? I say, in the case of Lord Nightshade and, immediately afterward, Turn quickly described to Aaron what had happened. This. After hearing that, Aaron couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. So that's what happened. Creepy was repulsed, and this injury to himself, and it was Mers who stepped in and healed it. When he thought about how he had just been reborn and crossed over again, Aaron was so embarrassed that he could dig his toes in the ground and make a 3-room apartment. Aaron sighed. I can't imagine that besides Lord Mers, there is such a great talent to save my Windleaf City from danger. Toon, where is this Night Cold now? I must meet him in person to express my gratitude in person. That, my lord, is precisely the purpose of my trip, Toon respectfully said. A group of distinguished guests, including Lord Night Cold, as well as Lady Riley, are waiting in the hall to discuss the reconstruction of Windleaf City. Lead the way. Aaron didn't ask too many questions and thundered on. Soon, with Toon leading the way, the two came to a wide hall. At this moment, the ones sitting in the hall were all the top brass who had survived the battle. Scattered, only about 10 people in total. At the very center, there were 3 people. 2 of them, Aaron was more familiar with. Mrs. Riley, needless to say, even putting aside her royal status, this stirring beauty alone made her the focus of the crowd wherever she went. The other, a Supreme Hall God-level powerhouse who had been involved in resisting the invasion at the time of the bizarre creature's invasion, was Mers. The identity of the remaining one, then, cries out. Aaron quickly stepped forward and bowed slightly with a serious expression. Thank you both for your righteousness. Otherwise it's hard to say whether or not my Windleaf City will be able to survive this calamity. On behalf of all the residents of Windleaf City, I would like to formally thank you both. From now on, the two of you are my Windleaf City's eternal friends. Ding! From Aaron's good graces plus 20. Ding! You have gained the respect and recognition of the Lord of Windleaf City, earning the title Friendship of Windleaf. Two system beeps sounded beside Jung Han's ears. Open the titles panel. Friendship of Windleaf, you have stepped forward in a time of crisis and helped Windleaf City through the crisis, gaining the recognition of all the residents. While holding this title, the native residents of Windleaf City have a plus 20 favorability towards you. That's nice. Zhang Chen smiled. Look at this. It's a fair and square grab of the boss. Then others have to say thank you. With this title, coupled with the original charisma value, as long as one encounters a native resident of Windleaf City, then the favorability is 88 to start. Although it was said that there was no upper limit to high favorability, a favorability of 88 was still an extremely high degree as well. It could be said that right now, as long as Zhang Han didn't do anything to steal chickens and dogs, he could walk sideways in Windleaf City. Little things. Although Mers had to lose a circle of weight and was tired to death, he still put on a breezy look and waved his hand. Old me is just entrusted by someone. Duty calls, otherwise I really wouldn't have stirred up this mess. If you want to thank, just thank this kid. Saying that, he pointed at Zhang Han. You can't say that. Your Excellency's favor. I'll keep it in mind. As for His Excellency Night Cold, Aaron had a flash of gratitude in his features. Same thing. Ding. From Aaron's good graces plus 10. Obviously. While Aaron didn't focus on who had the greater favor out of respect and politeness, Mers's words actually did the trick. Zhang Han smiled and said, Lord City Lord doesn't need to care. It's still important to discuss business. Your Excellency is truly open-minded. Aaron exclaimed in admiration and then took his seat. With the arrival of this City Lord of Windleaf City, all of the figures who had a say in Windleaf City had arrived. As for what Zhang Han was talking about, it was naturally the reconstruction of the city after the war. Nowadays, the entire Windleaf City had been destroyed for the most part, and the most prosperous East District was even more devastated, and the remaining intact buildings were basically in the West District. Then the core of the existence of this meeting is actually quite simple, the attribution of the west side of the city. Aaron first took the data that Tun had long ago tallied up and flipped through it carefully. After a long time, he lifted his head to look at Sophia and said with deliberation, Ma'am, if I remember correctly, most of the real estate in the west side is vacant and unoccupied. So could these spare resources be utilized? I don't mean soliciting, of course, but trading. Are you considering selling these properties? I'm sorry, Aaron, I'm not really in a position to do that right now. Sophia shook her head. Aaron froze, then said, Ma'am, I know that the Western District is where you belong, and I hold full respect for that, but at this moment, Windleaf City is in a time of peril, so would you be so kind as to raise your hand? For the price, it's negotiable. Before he could finish his sentence, Sophia interrupted him, her lips quirking. Aaron, you know, I've never cared about money. I mean, most of the real estate in the West End right now, the attribution is not in my name, so I can't make the call. What do you mean? Aaron frowned as if in a fog. Sophia turned her head towards Zhang Chen. A trace of color flashed in her beautiful eyes as she said softly, Now, the half-owner of the Western District, is Night Cold, and all that vacant real estate you're buying belongs to him. So if there's any planning, talk to him. Aaron sniffed, his eyes turning to the man whose face he couldn't see, and opened his mouth slightly, too surprised to say anything. I will not add more today. Tomorrow I have to go to the hospital. Not necessarily have time to code. I have to pinch some savings in hand, to prevent tomorrow's broken. I'm sorry. Aaron's mind was a little scrambled. The ownership of the West End has always belonged to this Mrs. Riley. So how did it suddenly change so drastically? When did this happen? Aaron looked serious and said, I'll take the liberty of confirming one more time. Sir Night Cold, nowadays, most of the real estate belonging to the Western District is now under your name. Is that correct? Zhang Chen nodded his head. Aaron couldn't help but take a deep breath. My goodness. Nowadays, very few of the major buildings in other urban areas can be preserved. As the only urban area that has survived, the future redevelopment of the west side will inevitably be centered around it. By then, how much will such a commercial center be worth? Even the former East End would not have had such an exaggerated status. And this Night Cold, even from the representative of the royal family Mrs. Riley hands to share most of the proceeds. This is simply. Then, can you reveal one or two of these properties? How much Your Honor is willing to offer? So that we also have a mental expectation. Aaron looked a lot more serious. Again, it's a trade, but right now, it may not be very promising. Mrs. Riley has always been relatively indifferent to fame and fortune, and has no desire for money or power. Acquiring real estate from such a person is certainly a lot easier. As for this Lord Nightcold, to be honest, Aaron's first sensation of him was extremely good. After all, to be able to step in at a time of distress in Windleaf City already said a lot. But everyone was an adult, and Aaron wasn't naive enough to think that everyone was like Mrs. Riley. Besides, righteousness is righteousness and business is business. Not to be confused. Having been in charge of Windleaf City for so many years, Aaron really knew too well the value of the future Western District. Ask yourself, if the West End is in his name, then he won't be selling much real estate himself. Not even a single one is for sale, because this is a mountain of gold that can be constantly mined and produced in a steady stream. A one-shot deal is comforting, but it has no staying power. Well, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, I'll leave behind a few big stores in the city that are the biggest and have the best lot locations, and the rest, they can be sold. Ha! Aaron froze. Before he even opened his mouth, an old man in a flashy robe rose up in excitement. Your Excellency Nightcold, did I hear you correctly? You mean that only a small portion of the Western District's real estate will be retained? Yeah, you're not kidding us, are you? Several other people also opened their mouths one after another, all of them nervous, afraid that this mysterious Qing would say a negative answer. Even Sophia glanced sideways, unconsciously at Jiang Han. Although she didn't like fighting, she wasn't stupid and was well aware of the pros and cons. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Han just smiled faintly. Of course I'm not joking, only, I'm rather concerned about all of you. Whether you can come up with enough gold coins now. I am selling the property, but the price still needs to be negotiated. Don't worry, it's negotiable. Definitely good negotiation, Aaron said in a deep voice. Gold coins and whatnot. We will definitely give Your Excellency Nightcold a satisfactory explanation. Yes, it must be so, and we will certainly not disappoint Your Excellency. Just being willing to sell is something we're already grateful for. Quiet Hall suddenly clamored. Everyone is excited. How dare you say half no word? Although Windleaf City had been mostly destroyed, which one who could survive even the bizarre invasion didn't have some strength and background? In the other cities of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, all of them had their own backing forces or clans. More than that, but raising tens of millions of gold coins is still not much of a problem. If you can't, bite the bullet and sell off other city properties to raise more money. This is not a joke, but the truest idea in their hearts, because now the Western City is a meat and potatoes. Doing business here, that is bound to be $1 million. Why is it that on the continent, there are always people who find ways to start wars? Because rebuilding after a war is bound to result in a group of people getting rich and wealthy, which is another kind of war money. But it is such a precious opportunity. This mysterious young man in front of me, even let it go out so lightly? This is simply, Lord Nightcold, the nobility of your character simply puts us to shame. You are like the white moon in the sky, radiating a bright light that shines down on our gloom. You are simply synonymous with perfection. Please accept my compliments. Ah, let me recite a poem for you. Ding. From Aura's goodwill plus 20. Ding. From Desoy's goodwill plus 20. Immediately, more than 10 system beeps sounded one after another. That's it then. I'll just take care of the property in my name. And as for the rest, you guys can discuss whatever you want. And remember to raise enough money. Looking at the excited crowd, Jiang Han just smiled faintly, hiding his achievements deeply. He knew very well that to be able to make these old and cunning rich merchants in front of him praise someone so sincerely, it was bound to be not because of excessive charisma. Rather, it's cut and dried and profitable. But, doesn't matter. On the face of it, this massive sale of real estate is losing money by the seat of your pants. But for Jiang Han, it was a big profit. What Aaron and others see as lucrative is calculated over a timeline of years, if not decades. But with such a heaven-defying talent as wealth rolling in place, even if Jiang Han did nothing, he only needed to wait quietly for dozens of days before his possessions doubled. What's the point of trying to do business? Cash flow, for Jiang Han, is the most important. Strictly speaking, this kind of transaction was a win-win situation, except that the profits Jiang Han gained from it were even more beyond imagination. If we make a good profit, people will have to thank us. What's not to love about a 1-2 punch of behavior? All of you are on the first level, and I, in the atmosphere. Don't worry, we'll make sure to raise the funds as soon as possible. Your Excellency Nightcold does not need to wait too long. I just hope that you will never leave some space for me. The crowd naturally nodded their heads with smiles. As long as they could buy real estate, anything was fine. With that, I will take my leave to raise funds and you will continue. So do I. After that, several people greeted each other successively and prepared to leave the table. The heart of this meeting came to an end in surpassing harmony. Gentlemen, hold on. And just at this time, Sophia, who had been silent, suddenly opened her lips lightly, as if she had something to say. Is there anything else, ma'am? The face of the royal family, the people still have to give, and in the future, they all do business in the western city. Naturally, they have to have a good relationship with this person behind the curtain, and they have turned their heads in confusion. Sophia said with a bland look on her face, it's still about the division of the real estate. There's something that needs a little support from all of you. Go ahead, ma'am, Aaron said. It's not a big deal. Sophia faintly said, the change in Windleaf City. At the first time, I have already reported it to the royal family, and I believe that all of you have seen Nightcold's heroic performance. In the midst of this bizarre invasion, he first demonstrated exceptional boldness, and together with His Excellency Mers, he killed the two Lord Bazaar bosses, helping Windleaf City hold on to its last hope, and then, afterward, to sell decisively the property in his own name at the expense of his own, with such vigor and nobility of character that I am moved by it. A young hero with such character and courage. I believe that he deserves better treatment and status, so I have decided to apply to the royal family to grant Nightcold a knighthood. Okay, I'm done talking. Who's in favor and who's against? In the middle of the hall, silence suddenly fell once again. Aside from Jiang Chen, everyone else, including Aaron, were all jaw-dropped in disbelief. Did you hear me right? Knighthood. Knighthood? One must know that in the Dragon Phoenix Empire, where lineage and status are extremely valued, the things that a title represents, that can be too much. Most importantly, the ability to legally own your own territory. And on top of that, that esteemed status is what makes all these rich businessmen salivate. Don't look at them as being strong and their property is even more abundant, but none of them can hold a knighthood. The only exception is Aaron, but even he, himself, was very close to the royal family to be able to hereditary down the title. That was precisely why Aaron understood even more how difficult it really was to obtain a knighthood. It was necessary to have both convincing strength and sufficient contribution, and most importantly, to gain the recognition of the royal family. And now, Nightcold had gotten a recommendation so abruptly, and if you think about it, he seems to fulfill all of these conditions. Aaron glanced at Sophia's flawless pretty face and then at Jiang Han, a hint of gossip flashing through his eyes in an unprecedented manner. He was a little curious as to what kind of relationship this Mrs. Riley, whose beautiful name had spread throughout the entire Dragon Phoenix Empire, had with this Excellency Nightcold. It's what makes her go out of her way to recommend it. Half owner of the West End? In Aaron's mind, such a sentence that Sophia had said before suddenly flashed. Shagga. He glanced at the two with some urgency, envy rising violently in his heart. To be honest, even as the lord of a city, he was somewhat jealous of Nightcold. To be able to conquer such a lord with a monstrous background, it would be a proper 300 years less of a detour. And crucially, such a great beauty. I don't have any opinion on the matter, and I'm all for it. Still, Aaron smiled slightly and took the lead. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Nightcold, he was afraid that he would be dead now, and based on that alone, it was impossible to object. The same goes for me. His Excellency, Nightcold, definitely deserves this treatment. Agreed. The rest of them, too, took a stand. What a joke. Not to mention the fact that they had all been favored by Jiang Han. Sophia's position alone was there, in the future in the West City to mix, that still have to look up to others. Who dares to say a word of no, is not to find their own pain. Everyone here is a human being, so naturally they wouldn't be stupid enough to do something like jumping out and being the villain. Instead, one loud fart followed another. Your Excellency, Nightcold, is as outstanding as I have ever seen in my life, and is worthy of this knighthood. Yes, extremely. If the royal family side need the old man to cooperate with the place, the old man is duty-bound. If even His Excellency Nightcold is not qualified, then look around the whole world and I don't think there's anyone else who has such qualifications. Not even MacArthur. Seconded. Very well. It seems you all know how to be grateful as well. Sophia nodded and pursed her lips to look at Jiang Chen. So Nightcold, do you have any comments? No. Jiang Chen shook his head, naturally having no reason to object. Truth be told, though, the surprise in his own mind was no less than that of the others, because even in his previous life, he hadn't heard of any NPC suddenly being knighted, let alone a player. Just how much privilege this represented. Jiang Han himself was a bit mesmerized. Thank you, Sophia. Jiang Chen exhaled a long breath of turbid air and looked serious. At this moment, he finally understands what is called the power of a rich woman. It wasn't yet known if it would work, but the mere fact that it was possible was enough. You deserve it. Sophia smiled softly. If it wasn't for you, Lord Mers wouldn't have been able to come to the Western District, and it's unclear what the situation is still like in the entire Windleaf City and the Western District right now. That said, I should thank you on behalf of the Empire. Saying that, Sophia made a salute with elegance and grace. The granting of the knighthood was certainly due to some of her personal petty thoughts, but more importantly, Nightcold's own qualifications were there. A brave man who can pass the abyssal trial, a powerful beastmaster who is suspected to have the power of a god, and a hero who saves Windleaf City from danger. Either way, it deserves to be treated squarely by the royal family. It was a combination of factors that gave her the certainty to make the suggestion. Otherwise, even if Sophia was a member of the royal family and was not of a low status, she had no qualifications to make a recommendation haphazardly. There's no harm in it, it's just a show of hands, and I must confess that the reason for doing this is not as noble as you think. Jiang Chen looked frank. He made them, and it wasn't really that much of a curveball. There are just benefits, that's all. But by mistake, it did allow Windleaf City to gain quite a lot, on signs regardless of heart. Sophia smiled. For whatever reason, much like your acquisition of real estate, I actually don't understand what the reasoning was, but in the end, the result I see is that the West End is well protected. As long as that's the case, that's enough. No? Jiang Chen didn't say anything, just looked deeply at Sophia. It seemed that this flowery woman was not just a vase as it appeared to be. That was actually an understatement. But Sophia could actually see that the previous acquisition of the property was probably not a coincidence. Except that she didn't care. Sophia continued. As for whether the knighthood will be a success or not, I can't say, but I believe. She looked at Jiang Han with a burning gaze. You're not the type to act recklessly, are you? Jiang Chen didn't say anything. That said, it seemed like a long time since he'd been trusted so much. Well, this topic ends here. All you need to know is that saving Windleaf City, which is what you deserve, is enough. Sophia didn't continue to press the issue, but just smiled lightly. After some more inconsequential details were discussed, the crowd dispersed. As the hall became empty again, the whole thing, at last, came to a close. Windleaf City. Two figures walking on the street, an old man and a young man. The cold wind blew slowly, bringing some depression. Mer stared at Jiang Han with strange eyes, somewhat unable to describe the mood in words. He was both a participant and a bystander in this bizarre invasion. From the advanced layout, to the bizarre invasion, to the final sale of the stores and being offered a knighthood, he had witnessed what Jiang Han had done. A dog wouldn't believe it if they said it was all just a coincidence. A huge crisis that nearly wiped out the entire Windleaf City. Not only did it not pose a threat, but instead, it allowed the youth in front of him to make a lot of money from it. When he thought about how he had gone out of his way to run around and fight, but in the end, his harvest was not even a fraction of what Jiang Han's had been able to achieve. Mel's tears were about to fall. Compared to him, I was as young as a fledgling chick. Master. Suddenly, Jiang Han's footsteps lurched. I have a proposal. I refuse. Without thinking, Mer spoke without expression. Although he didn't know what kind of medicine Jiang Han was selling, but for the pisser this kid is, he's certainly not holding back any good farts. I'm not falling for that big B. That's a shame. I was saying, forget it. Jiang Chen gave an O and didn't take it seriously, continuing to walk forward. Mers bristled with disdain. Ha, you're still playing hard to get with me? Am I that impatient? The two of them sulked and walked out of the West End without saying anything. Eventually, Mers pressed on and whispered, tell me, kid, what's your game again? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It's nothing much. It's just that this place in the Western District needs to be looked after for a while. And since you're so strong, Master, I think it's a good choice. Mers pondered for a moment. You mean, you're asking the old man to work under you? It's not that much of a stretch. Just need to put up a name and deter one or two, Jiang Chen said. Ha! Mers smiled peevishly, his eyes questioning. Easy to say, but don't kill a giant dragon out of nowhere when the time comes. Would I fall for the same trick twice? After all, I am an elder of the Supreme Hall, and coming to Windleaf City this time is already a violation of the Hall's rules, so I'm afraid it would be inappropriate if I were to be titled again. It's really a matter of having a heart, but if there's something I need help with in the future, I can make a deal. Mers, obviously not wanting to wade through this mess, made a random excuse. Jiang Chen calmly said, in due time, I will bring some important news, such as the spring of the Holy Spirit and the like. Please be sure to let me join your team. Mers took 2 steps forward and held Jiang Han's hands with trembling lips. Tell me about it. Why didn't you say so earlier when you had news of these goodies? Having to stir up my old man's emotions like a scumbag makes it hard to stop when it counts. Play with it. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment. Then the rules of the Supreme Hall? It's just a bunch of regulations that old guys come up with to toss out when they're bored. So to hell with them. Dogs don't even listen. Mers cursed. That's good. Jiang Chen nodded and said with a smile. But Master, there's something I'd like to say up front. My abilities are limited, so it's impossible to say when I'll obtain this information. Mers froze. Working for nothing? Ha! Jiang Han righteously said, "How can you call it working for nothing? This is selfless dedication." Of course, I'm a person who doesn't like to force others. If you think it's not right, you don't have to force it. Oh, not reluctantly, not reluctantly. The old man is indeed a very giving man. You have a good eye. Merce said to himself, I'll believe the hell out of you and have limited ability to say if you want to fish, just say so. But even if he knew what Jiang Han had in mind, Merce didn't point it out. It was a young plot that he had no way of rejecting. Then again, nothing good can come from being with this kid, but the reward is equally great. The so-called pain and pleasure is probably this feeling, getting caught in a trap. Since that's the case, then I'll be much obliged to have Master take care of you for a while in the future. The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth hooked up slightly. It was not an impromptu moment to mention this specifically. Although from the beginning he had never intended to join or rely on either side of the force, there were some things that could not be accomplished by one person. For example, if we were to search for the lost race, we would have to search for it by ourselves. But I don't know how long it would take. Some extra boost is necessary. That's why he's leaving behind some of the more excellent stores in terms of location and lot. Gold can solve 99% of the things, but there is always 1% of the exceptions. Certain more special props, or need to start to build their own, in order to meet the needs of the bulk. Right now, after the weird invasion, it's time to get down to the business of implementing these plans. And recruiting NPCs is one of the more important aspects. Well, the two struck yet another deal in the midst of a generally fairly harmonious atmosphere. In the meantime, reality. Most of the day had passed since the weird invasion, and almost everyone had quit the game, not daring to remain inside. The whole world, it's in chaos. Wailing filled every corner. In just 5 hours, too many people have died, faced with horrific and bizarre creatures. Whether you are a high-ranking politician, a wealthy businessman, or a beggar begging on the side of the road, none of it makes any difference. It wasn't until this moment that all of them realized that their previous knowledge of Doomsday was still too superficial. This is not the second world that people dream of, but a hell that will destroy the earth. Before today, although Doomsday was dangerous, many people were still relatively optimistic, thinking that as long as they hid in the novice village and didn't go out to adventure, then naturally their lives weren't in danger. But what about today? Those weird creatures that were as terrifying as a tidal wave were able to wreak havoc on every corner. And even powerful NPCs and field bosses couldn't resist their invasion. Not to mention the weak players. Joe Tao, you reply to my message. Will you stop messing around? I'm going to get mad if you keep making jokes like that. A room with stained walls. Ruyan Lu huddled in the corner. Her body could not stop trembling. That face that was usually as proud as a swan was now filled with panic and fear. A full 6 hours had passed since the end of the bizarre invasion. The other end of the phone, on the other hand, never responded to the hundreds of messages she sent. Even if Ruyan Lu was stupid, she finally realized a terrible truth. Zhou Tao is dead, died in the midst of this horrible holocaust. It's over. It's all over. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? A crashing roar echoed through the small room. During this recent period of time, Ruyan Lu had actually had a pretty miserable time. Ever since Jiang Han stopped hitting on her, she could no longer maintain her previous quality of life after losing her source of funding. At first, relying on selling some of the expensive gifts Jiang Han had given her earlier, she was still quite nourished, though not as much as before. But within a few days, a team of professional lawyers came to the door, claiming to have been commissioned to return the valuable gifts and money given by Jiang Han. Naturally, Ruyan Lu was not happy and condescendingly told them to get out. The result is, naturally, the others did not eat her up, dredged up the connections, and capped it off with a thunderbolt. The court summons came down quickly, and if these debts could not be paid, she was facing what would be jail time. Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded on the spot and had to frantically sell everything she could to raise funds. Rich neighborhoods with high rents can't afford it anymore and move into dark, cheap rentals. Gone are the days when you could eat, dress and buy whatever you wanted. Even Shoto was indifferent to her. She began to worry about 3 meals a day. It was also at this time that Ruyan Lu began to realize just how happy she had been in the past with Jiang Han around. Regretting, she also didn't understand why she had obviously done nothing, why Jiang Han suddenly ignored her. But she couldn't find Jiang Han. The good thing is, perhaps even the heavens couldn't stand to see how miserable she was, and as the repayment date approached, that attorney who had been leading the case turned out to be dead inside Doomsday. Huge sums of money in hand that don't have to be repaid. It was at this time that Zhou Tao came back to her, and after some discussion between the two, they decided to do whatever it takes to capitalize on the opportunity that is Doomsday. Leaving only a little money to maintain her living expenses, Ruyan Lu exchanged all the funds she had on hand for gold coins through offline trading. After that, a powerful outfit was purchased for Zhou Tao, The two were confident that they were going to kill a bright future and break out of the novice village. I didn't expect the bizarre invasion that immediately followed. Zhou Tao was directly disemboweled and perished on the spot. Zhou Tao, you son of a bitch, punk thing, took so much of my gold and equipment and you can't even deal with a creepy. You shall not die. Lu Ruyan yelled miserably. She actually didn't care if Zhou Tao died or not, but the outfit that Zhou Tao wore, she had paid for it. It's all gone down the drain. What am I going to do now? Looking at the ragged, cheap housing that was the same as the slums, Ruyan Lu's entire body was lost in thought, not knowing what to do. Originally, she thought that even without Jiang Han, in the opportunity that was Doomsday, with her ability, she could casually walk to the top, but the reality was that until now, she and Zhou Tao together had not risen to level 10. This incomparably heavy reality had finally given her a resounding slap in the face, understanding the cruelty of reality. Jiang Han. Right. I can still go to Jiang Han, that punk Zhou Tao. If it's gone, it's gone. I was wrong about him before. When I didn't have money, I was ignored. And when I had money, I immediately ran back, claiming that Jiang Han was insulting me with money. But clearly he was the most hypocritical and money-hungry. But why couldn't I see through it before? It's all his fault for leading me astray. Otherwise Jiang Han and I wouldn't have gotten to this point. I realize now that Jiang Han is the one who treats me the best in this world. Yes, I can still look for him. After a long time, Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and climbed up from inside the corner. He loves me so much. I just need to find him and apologize to him properly. We can definitely go back to the old days. Nah, it'll be better than before. Jiang Han has always wanted me to be his girlfriend and I've always refused. This time, I'll give him whatever he wants, and if I just bow my head, he'll definitely turn around. Jiang Han, wait for me. You would have waited for me, wouldn't you? You love me so much. Lu Ruyan rolled and crawled to pull open the creaking wooden door, looking a little crazy. The fear of death and the fallout and depression of these days had brought her spirit to the brink of collapse, and she was like a walking corpse, even running out of one of her shoes. But she didn't care. Even the pain of the wood shaving sticking into her feet was ignored. Only her mouth kept chanting Jiang Han's name, and there were many others who had the same idea as Ruyan Lu. Only, what they were looking for was not Jiangshan, but night cold. On a night when it was impossible to count exactly how many people had died, almost everyone was dominated by eeriness, except for this mysterious big guy at the top of the rankings. Even, while facing the overwhelming weirdness, he even killed 2 major weird lord-level bosses, and his levels soared against the wind and waves not to mention. It also put an early end to the bizarre invasion of Windleaf City. In particular, most of the players from Windleaf City, who had quickly moved to the western district under the warning of Qingfeng Suizhu and the others, had survived. As a result, even with this bizarre invasion, out of all the main cities, Windleaf City was hit the hardest. The players who survived, however, were the most numerous. Right now, the top 1,000 positions on the leaderboard. Surprisingly, 1/10 of the players were from Windleaf City. Everyone was keenly aware of one thing, even in the face of the terrifyingly bizarre, Big Brother Night Cold was surprisingly still able to deal with it calmly, and the afterglow he sprinkled in passing was enough to benefit the other players quite a bit. While the other players were being hunted down, the players of Windleaf City were leisurely picking up silver equipment and props that were all over the ground in the West City Center. Of course, no one had the idea of keeping it all to themselves. It was all going to be returned to Big Brother Night Cold when the time came. Whether or not someone else wants this crap is another matter. I've decided that when we go online tomorrow, we'll immediately find a way to move to Windleaf City. The other city districts are just too scary. Only Big Brother Night Cold can protect our safety. I'm coming alone. Do you all have a group? It's safer to go together. I'm going too. +1, +10086. Heavy purchase of the city transfer scroll? Price is negotiable. I'm already on my way to Jiangchang. If I can meet Big Brother Night Cold in reality, I should be safe. The countless players of the Great Summer Country were ready to move towards Windleaf City. The transfer props, which were already rare, were directly speculated to sky-high prices, and countless surviving high-ranking officials and rich merchants were trying to find ways to find their way to Windleaf City. And with so many players flooding into a city, and most of them being powerful and wealthy, it was bound to bring great value to Windleaf City. And most superficially and straightforwardly, real estate goes up. The moment. Jiangchen was naturally unaware that the outside world was already in an uproar over the competition for a trip to Windleaf City. There were still 2 hours until the end of today's game time, and it was obviously too late to head to the trial hall at this time. Sojourner then went back to the West City Center and swept through the surviving NPCs. Soon, a lean, muscular doll came into view. The Night chills His Excellency. Seeing Jiang Han approaching, Dar, who was resting on the steps, rose violently, his face filled with admiration. Zhang Han's deeds were spreading all over the city, and he had naturally heard about them. You're here this time. I have some equipment I want to appraise. Is that okay? Zhang Han smiled. That's for sure. It's an honor to serve you. Dal patted his chest. Then his tone changed. But, my forge store was destroyed, and it would be much less efficient without the appropriate forging table. There's no harm in it. If the forging table is there, I have a way on my side. Jiang Chen waved his hand carelessly. Just follow me. Oh, Dar was a bit surprised as he followed Zhang Han away. Soon, the two came to an opulent store. Here, Dar's entire body was stunned, staring at the huge forging table in the very center and drooling. A forging table of this grade was at least 1,000,000 gold coins to start with. In addition to being able to appraise equipment, you can also build high-quality equipment. It was simply the love station of his dreams. This forging table, I can use it too? Dar stroked the forging table with a delighted face. There's no charge, right? Of course. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Actually, this place is a property in my name, but after I bought it, it's been sitting idle. But recently I've had the idea to start operating it. Dal wasn't stupid and understood immediately. You mean, you want me to come over here and work? Jiang Chen nodded. There is this idea. As for the treatment, you open yourself. No. How dare I ask for anything? With the situation in Windleaf City today, I'm already grateful to have a place to take me in. Dar waved his hand back and forth. It wasn't modesty. In today's Windleaf City, the forging stores had been destroyed by who knows how many, and a large number of forging masters had been displaced and made homeless. Although the reconstruction program was to be opened immediately, it was certainly impossible to build so many forge stores in a short period of time, and the competition for a forge position, that was bound to be particularly fierce. Truth be told, Dal didn't consider himself to be low on the forging scale anymore, but he wasn't too sure that he could necessarily guarantee a suitable job. Now suddenly appeared such a bright road. Still dare to pick and choose words. That is really no eyesight. Well, in that case, I won't say much more. The proceeds of this forge store work will follow your previous pattern. Also, if you have any other forger friends, you can introduce them as well. On my side, I might need a lot of forgers. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said indifferently, among the many types of stores, aside from the stores selling Imperial Beast props, the most important one right now was this forging store. After all, an unlimited number of Imperial Beasts doomed him to have no upper limit on his need for Imperial Beast equipment. It is necessary to establish a complete line of equipment in advance. Okay, you're covered. Dar nodded repeatedly. I can't say about other times, but it's so easy to find a forger now, and the price of hiring, it's guaranteed to be minimized. Then the right to operate this store will be given to you. Just make your own decisions on matters of size. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Ha! Dar froze, then pointed at himself with incredulity. Me? The right to operate? Is that true, father? Jiang Chen nodded his head. Speaking of which, it was true that he didn't have that much time and energy to put into this, and the reason why he sold most of his real estate, aside from the fact that it was for the sake of eating up the full, fortune-rolling, bonus, was also an important reason. Solely find someone who looks good to take care of it. As for how the proceeds would be, he really didn't care, as long as it would come in handy when he needed to build equipment. Not just forging stores, but other types of stores as well. However, it was fine if he didn't want to, but once he thought of these tedious things, Zhang Han had a bit of a headache for a moment. He could still find Dal for the forge store, but for the other stores, he didn't really have any suitable candidates. Looks like it's time to find a time to ask Sophia about this aspect. Sometimes it's a pain in the ass to have too many possessions. Well, we'll talk about these things afterward. It's better to appraise the equipment first. Zhang Han collected his thoughts and took out the God of Destruction's berserk horn from the props bar. This piece of equipment. Are you sure about the appraisal? Dar first took a closer look. Then his expression instantly solidified and he lost his voice and exclaimed, "This is a divine weapon?" Before Zhang Han could say anything, he held his head in his hands. That's not right. How could a divine artifact need to be appraised? This isn't right. Dal's eyes were dull, as if he had received some great shock, and his whole being was somewhat delirious. Jiang Chen frowned. So, divine artifacts don't actually need to be appraised? Dal took a deep breath to calm his emotions as much as possible as he said in a shaky voice. Yes, Sir Night Cold, this is a fact recognized by all forgers. Theoretically, at the highest, only legendary grade equipment and props need to be appraised, while divine artifacts and above grade equipment, each of which is a unique existence, do not need and have no way to be appraised in and of themselves. That's why I'm confused right now. This equipment of yours, It's clearly a divine weapon grade, but why are the attributes not displayed and it needs to be appraised? He paused and said in a deep voice, "May I take the liberty of asking you, this divine artifact, from where exactly was it obtained?" "Dropped on the bazaar, boss. It's one of the 3 lord bosses that invaded Windleaf City." Jiang Chen didn't hide it and fell into deep thought. Dull's statement was exactly the same as what he had known in his previous life. Divine artifacts, indeed, don't need to be appraised. That is to say, this equipment in front of you is an accident that shouldn't exist? So, can it be appraised? Jiang Chen asked. "I'm not sure about this." Dar took 2 deep breaths. "However, at my current level, even if I appraise legendary grade equipment, there is a chance of success. So I think I can give it a try. Let's get started then." Jiang Chen threw the horn of Berserk into Dar's hand and stepped back. "I try." Dar came to the forge with a grim look on his face, raising his essence to its highest point. Prior to this, the highest grade equipment he had appraised was only epic grade, and this Berserk horn was a full span of 2 grades. It was more of a divine weapon that had been passed down for thousands of years of forging knowledge and was recognized as not needing to be appraised. Once the appraisal was successful, then he, Dal's name, would certainly have a place in the history of forging. It's too critical. Soon, Dar carefully casts appraisal. Bang! Almost the instant the appraisal spell was cast, the milky white halo shattered as much as it could. Appraisal. A direct declaration of failure. Gifts plus 6 out of 12. This, Dal's face changed dramatically, and in the middle of the day, he sighed heavily. "Well?" Jiang Chen asked. Dar shook his head. "There's no way to appraise it. Even the appraisal spell doesn't hold. 0 success rate. That difficult?" Jiang Chen frowned as Dar appraised dark gold equipment with a success rate of 100%, which showed that his appraisal level was already very high. But even then, there was nothing to be done? "It's much bigger than expected." Dar sighed heavily. "I'm certain that there isn't a single appraiser in the world right now that would dare to say that they are certain that they can appraise this divine artifact. Not even the Empire's finest forging masters would be able to succeed. After all, no one has ever seen an artifact that required appraisal in the history of the Empire." Jiang Chen didn't say anything and fell into deep thought. An artifact that shouldn't have been there and couldn't be authenticated yet. What is the secret behind this? Is it related to the creepy boss? Jiang Chen felt that there was a high possibility of this, as there were quite a few strong NPCs that had appeared in the thousands of years of history, and although Lord-level bosses were strong, there were records of kills. Even if the explosion rate was low, it wasn't as if not a single person had obtained a divine weapon of this level in such a lengthy period of time. The only thing in doubt, then, is the creepy creature. After all, relative to the number of years that the Dragon Phoenix Empire had existed, the time of the Bazaar descent was only a short 10 years or so. It's a pity that such a powerful equipment can't be appraised. It's a shame that I wasn't able to help you. Dar sighed heavily, looking regretful. It's not your fault. Although Jiang Chen also felt sorry, but to say how lost he was, it wasn't so much. With the slow exposure to many things that were not accessible in his previous life, the grand picture of Doomsday is unfolding. Just because you can't identify it now doesn't mean you can't do it later. It was true that humans didn't have appraisers of this level, but what if it was the realm of the gods? It seems that the search for the lost temple needs to be brought up to speed. Jiang Chen took out 3 pieces of epic level equipment. What about these? It's okay to appraise them, right? Epic. A hint of surprise flashed through Dar's eyes in an unmistakably avoidable manner. His vision had improved quite a bit after seeing the divine artifacts, but seeing Jiang Han casually pulling out 3 pieces of epic equipment, he still couldn't hold back his emotions. "No problem, but it might take a bit more time." Jiang Chen handed over the equipment. Ding! Ding! The light of the appraisal technique rang out one after another. After all, it was epic level equipment, and even at Dar's level, it took 8 appraisals before the 3 pieces of equipment were successfully appraised. Unsurprisingly, the ones dropped by the 100-level Lord Creepy bosses were all 100-level equipment with strong attributes, but they couldn't be used for the time being. Jiang Chen placed his gaze on the Eater's Ring. Ring of the Eater, LV40. Grade, Epic. Spirit plus 5%. Spirit plus 300. Damage increase plus 5%. Eater's Power. Passive: the Eater is able to draw power from damage, and 3% of the damage you deal is converted into lifesteal. Not bad, just the right ring for spells. Not out of crook. Jiang Han smiled with satisfaction and put the Ring of the Eater on, then had taken out more than a dozen pieces of dark gold equipment. And Dar froze, sweating a little. Casting appraisal technique needed to consume mental energy. The higher the level, the more mental energy it consumed. 3 pieces of epic level equipment, not to mention only appraising them 8 times, had already made him feel a bit tired. That's a lot of work for a dozen or so dark gold suits. Will it work? I'll find someone else if it doesn't work. Jiang Chen laughed. No offense, my lord. Man, there's no such thing as a no-no. Dahl wasn't intimidated and took the gear. One drawing one without a squeak. Soon, as dozens of rays of light flashed by, the appraisal was completed as much as possible. These dark gold equipment, all of which were leveled at 40 or above, had a total of 3 pieces that Zhang Han could use. A hood, a pair of gloves, and a pair of mage boots. However, the minimum level of use is all 42. It's still necessary to pass the Ascension trial first. After reaching level 40, the experience required for each level up was even more exaggerated than before. An upper middle level player who wants to level up one under normal circumstances will need at least 10 days. But for Jiang Chen, this was clearly not a problem. These pieces of dark gold equipment will come in handy soon. Jiang Chen followed up by taking out the remaining gold equipment in the item bar. Clunk! A full triple-digit number of equipment smashed down on the ground like pouring cement, piling up into a small mountain, illuminating the entire forge store into a golden color. Dar's entire body went numb, nearly blinded by the brightness. How long will it take to appraise so much gold equipment? Darl's scalp tingled at the thought of the little mental energy he had left. The great Lord, he spoke with trembling, somewhat white lips. These gold equipment, should they be appraised now? The sooner the better. But it doesn't matter. Just watch. Jiang Chen waved his hand. This kind of grade of equipment, it doesn't help him much anymore. Don't look for me even after appraisal. Just put it in the store for sale. Consider it as the store's communal funds. The cost of your recruiting and maintaining the operation of the forge store will come out of this first. If that's not enough, come back to me. Enough? Sure. More than enough. Dar wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, if he really let him finish appraising all these equipment today, then he might have to suffer from mental exhaustion. But this much gold equipment is at least millions of gold coins, so your excellency shouldn't need to recruit so many forgers, right? It's not necessary for now, but in the future, it's not certain. Jiang Chen took out the Beast God's Claw, build drawing from the item bar. This thing, can it be built? Let's see. Dar took the drawings, and immediately afterward his face just stagnated. Epic drawings? Or growable equipment? At this moment, it was as if Dar could hear his heart thumping. It's fucking unscientific. Is there a problem? Jiang Chen frowned. Epic level equipment was indeed rare, but it wasn't like no one had built it in his previous life, and he hadn't seen any NPC get excited like this. No problem. Just didn't realize that the legendary drawings that don't require a build medium actually exist. This is incredible. Dar was a bit incoherent. Building a medium? Jiang Chen was puzzled. It's the drawings themselves. Dahl explained. Oh yes, you are not a forge master, so you may not be too aware of the fact that, generally speaking, the essence of a build drawing is the knowledge of building that is hosted within it, and once you choose to learn it, the drawing itself will immediately disappear, which can be understood as a disposable consumable. After this, the forgers will have access to the medium present in the drawings. Based on this medium, after putting in the appropriate materials, the equipment can be built. But with this drawing of yours, no such medium exists. So, Jiang Chen pursued. Dahl took a deep breath and said excitedly, so, this means that this drawing won't disappear after studying it, and what it contains is a complete set of forging knowledge. Any forger with enough forging rank can learn this drawing. As long as there are enough materials, you can directly build equipment. Of course, the ultimate success still depends on the level of the forger. I see. Jiang Chen drifted off. To put it simply, general forging drawings were similar to a speedy finished product, while this, Beast God's Claw, drawings were a complete set of teaching materials. The difference between teaching a man to fish and not in teaching a man to fish. So much for the value of the drawing. Then, not needing a medium means that it is possible to mass produce epic equipment, worthy of the talent of a god-level profession. It's really beyond reasonably strong. Originally, he had thought that of the several talents of the Beast God Controller, this was considered a weaker link. But now it seemed that the value of this talent was actually more or less the same compared to the infinite imperial beasts. Of course, the amount of materials needed is massive. Dal. Jiang Chen looked at the excitedly dancing Dal. This drawing, you can learn it, but, you need to sign a contract. Your Excellency has spoken. As long as I can learn such a technique, I'll sign a life and death contract. Dar didn't even inquire what the contract was, nor did he nod his head in response without half a moment's hesitation. For a forger, if you want to improve your forging, then the best way is undoubtedly to create high-quality equipment. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded. It was natural for him to not just throw out such a precious thing at will. Want to learn? You can, but there has to be an equivalent price to pay. Moreover, such a large forge store to be handed over to Dar to take care of, It could not just be a matter of lip service, and many of the details and benefits of it also needed to be bound. Then these gold equipment. You finish appraising them as soon as possible, and I'll come back to you tomorrow to discuss other things. After explaining to Dar, John Han left the appraisal store. Only Dar was left with a lifeless face as he began to appraise the small mountain of equipment. Soon, John Han arrived at a mansion not far from the Duke's mansion. Right now, the East District was almost destroyed, and the core people of Windleaf City had almost all moved to live in the West District. This mansion was exactly where City Lord Aaron was temporarily residing. Oh, little friend Night Cold, what is the purpose of your sudden visit? When Aaron, who was taking care of business, saw John Han, he immediately put down the work at hand. There are some matters that require the help of the City Lord for a moment or two. Jiang Chen opened the door. I'm going to search for the lost races. A lost race? Aaron froze. That's a lot of difficulty. Rumor has it that no one has seen the lost races for hundreds of years, but it's like looking for a needle in the sea. I know. Jiang Chen nodded calmly, but there's always a need to try. Aaron mused for a moment. So, what do you need me to do? Spread the news. Whether it's the residents of Windleaf City or other stragglers, the wider the news spreads, the better. Also, Jiang Chen said indifferently, as long as I can provide valid information, I can take out a piece of dark gold equipment and 1,000,000 gold coins in exchange. Being able to directly find the lost races, 3 pieces of dark gold equipment, and 5,000,000 gold coins. If that's not enough, there's more to talk about. So, Aaron said thoughtfully, it seems this lost race is indeed important to you. I will have the guards spread the word and make an announcement as soon as possible. Don't worry about it. But, hope remains small. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded his head. That was one reason why he had made such a generous offer. In fact, for players at this stage, a single piece of dark gold equipment could drive them crazy. But NPCs are different, and many understand what the lost races actually represent. A piece of dark gold equipment has limited appeal. Then I'll leave you to it. With his purpose accomplished, Jiang Han had no need to stay on and left the mansion. And with Aaron's order, the news of Lord Nightcold's quest to find the lost race began to spread rapidly within Windleaf City. Information also appeared on the bulletin board that was originally used to post tasks. Many NPCs are starting to pay attention to this matter. And that, too, is something other players can't do, because unlike the real world, Doomsday has a communication system, but that's only for individuals, and between players, they can only communicate with players or NPCs individually. And there is a range limit. Something like posting an announcement is something that only NPCs of very high status can do. For example, Sophia, for example, Aaron. And even if it's an NPC, it's usually a huge price to pay to make an announcement of this magnitude. However, the efficiency is also really visible to the naked eye. After the bizarre invasion, many players rushed out of the game at 6 a.m., not daring to linger and simply not consuming the day's game time. However, there were quite a few bold players who, after much deliberation, decided to go online and seize the opportunity to head to Windleaf City. At this time, a small group of players who were close to Windleaf City were the first to arrive. Naturally, they received the message. What? Big Brother Nightcold is looking for this laborious race? 5,000,000 gold coins? And a dark gold suit? Crap. Worthy of being a big brother? This thing taken out is too awesome. If I can find this lost race, won't I be rich? Holy shit. This reward is too top-notch. And it's also a good relationship with Big Brother Nightcold. Brothers, move. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. With Jiang Han's influence in Doomsday nowadays, his every move would attract the attention of countless people. There are too many people trying to get on his good side, not to mention such important news, not only in the game, but even in the real world. All the players noticed this matter, and with the help of the internet, the news spread at a terrifying speed. It's not just the Great Summerland. Even players from other countries were keeping an eye on this. The search for the lost race has also quickly become the hottest hotspot on the planet. With such a horrible player base, it was only a matter of time before the lost races were found. The next thing Jiang Han had to do was wait. The next day, after signing the contract that had been drawn up in reality with Dar, Jiang Han headed straight to the level 40 trial hall. 2 hours later, ding! System announcement. Dasha Kingdom player Nightcold has passed the level 40 Abyssal trial, becoming the first brave person ever to pass the level 40 Abyssal trial, rewarded with epic props, the Valor Glowstone, and Dasha Kingdom Warzone points +1, hereby announced. As the system announcement rang out, unsurprisingly, Jiang Han passed the Abyssal trial with flying colors. After the blessing of the Dragon God, Little Ash's base growth, too, had seen a substantial rise, with its exaggerated attributes of all 4-dimensional attributes breaking 10. 000 and a life value close to 500. 000. Even without cultivation, it could easily crush a monarch boss of the same level. Coupled with Jiang Han's ability to save his life after turning on the money shield skill, the biggest shortcoming of the Imperial Beastmaster had been made up for. Abyssal level trials could no longer pose any threat to him. To be honest, it's like coming to play. Fourth piece of debris. Just like the previous 3 times, this time's final boss, the Receiver of the Abyss, only exploded a fragment of the Abyssal Stone. After collecting the reward for clearing the level at the Hall Guards, Jiang Han left the Trial Divine Hall amidst the admiring eyes of the crowd. In the meantime, Big Brother Night Cold passed the Abyssal level trial again. It's just like I thought. Less than 2 hours. TSK. That's awesome. I just don't know what will happen to the upgrade speed after leveling up to 40. It should slow down too, right? If it was someone else. It's really hard to say, but if it's the Night God, I'm guessing the time it takes to go up a level should still be faster than the second place upgrade. It makes sense. 2 days of level 1 is no big deal to him at all. Killing bosses is like playing. Maybe one day he'll slaughter 2 more level 100 bosses and go straight to level 50. Undoubtedly, the world announcement naturally caused a lot of heated debate among the players. It's just that most people don't react as strongly compared to previous times. Get used to it. If it were a different player, even if they were to pass through a purgatory level copy, they were afraid that they would be shocked for a while. But for Mr. Night Cold, I've slaughtered 3 level 100 bosses, and I've passed the level 40 Trial of the Abyss, sprinkled with water. Alas, people are more angry than people. Not to mention that Big Brother Night Cold isn't a person at all. He's the one true god. Let's just hurry up and go to Windleaf City, or else the next weird invasion. It's not good to say that we'll have to return to the west. That's right. I've heard from others that the loss of Windleaf City is actually quite heavy in terms of NPC deaths. The number of players that can be accommodated is now limited, and now the guards are starting to charge an entry fee. So if we go over later, I guess the price will still go up. Holy shit, there's more to this. That needs to be scratched. It's too much of a roll. It's all tied to life safety, so can it not be rolled? However, this announcement did make most people once again strengthen their resolve to rush to Windleaf City. It was strange to say the least. It was clear that powerful NPCs abounded in other cities, but the sense of security brought to them was not even close to that of a player. Crap! What the hell was that? Suddenly, someone shrieked and pointed ahead in some panic. The others looked around at the sound of the voice, and a look of surprise came over their faces, for at the end of the line of sight, smoke billowed up as a group of creatures of unknown origin were in the midst of a mass migration. Without any hesitation, all the players turned around and ran. This is going to be a real bummer if there's another bizarre invasion. Taking a step back, even if it wasn't a creepy creature, it was debatable just how aggressive such a large swarm of creatures would be. Nobody's betting on it. Soon, in the forge store, Jiang Han found Dar. At the moment, his face was slightly green, the whole rewarding himself for the night, and his eyes were slightly puffy. My lord, what is your command? When he saw Jiang Qin come in, he immediately put down the equipment he was appraising. Toes picked at the soles of his shoes a little nervously. I have a few more pieces of equipment here, so I'll appraise them as well. Jiang Qin casually took out the 8 pieces of dark gold equipment that had just exploded from the Ascension trial and handed them to Dar. Dal, I knew it, Dal said with tears in his eyes. Lord, you do have a bit too much equipment. Can I rest for a while? Feel free. Jiang Chen gave Dar a somewhat odd look. Didn't I say that these gold equipment are unimportant? You live within your means. How come it seems like I'm squeezing you? Dar scratched his head a little awkwardly. As if that were true, haha. It's not that I couldn't hold back. So much gold equipment coming. Dar smiled sarcastically. He'd never fought such a rich war in his life. Appraisal experience that's gone up and up. For the appraiser, with so many gold suits in front of him, it would be like an old whoremonger getting into a greenhouse for free. Which cadre can withstand such a test? Never mind. Let's put the others aside for now. And the dark gold suit as well. You'll have to reinforce the badge for me first. Jiang Qin didn't care and took out the emblem of valor and the corresponding strengthening stone. Okay. Dal hastily took the 2 props and began to work on them. Moments later, as a golden light lit up, the emblem of valor was once again successfully strengthened. Emblem of valor, legendary. Description, proof of valor. Only qualified to be obtained by passing the purgatory level trial. This is the supreme honor of the empire, which has become even more powerful after being strengthened many times by the stone of valor. Basic attributes plus 300. Full attribute resistance plus 5%. Charm plus 3. Strength of valor, passive triggered when life value drops below 30%. Strength increased by 15%. Spirit increased by 15%. Nice. After reading the attributes, Zhang Han nodded in satisfaction. The grade was still legendary, but the attributes had been raised quite a bit. In addition to the basic attributes being doubled by a full 2 times, even the effects of the skills had been increased by 5%. Unfortunately, charisma remained stuck at +3. However, this also sidestepped how difficult it really was to obtain this kind of attribute, and legendary grade equipment that had been continuously strengthened was only at this level. Wearing the emblem of valor, Zhang Han opened the attribute panel. Players, Night Cold. Occupation, God of Fortune, unique. Beast Controller, unique. Rank, 40, 0%. Base status life, 5,940. Magic, 43960. Hunger, 100. Base attributes, strength, 1186. Constitution, 594. Spirit, 4396. Agility, 495. Advanced attributes, bludgeoning, 25%. Bludgeoning damage, 205%. Damage increase, 5%. Damage reduction, 3%. Full attribute resistance, 5%. Dark attribute resistance, 10%. Special attributes, luck, 65. Charm, 68. Compared to level 30, the attribute boost was also tremendous, and the spirit value even directly broke through the 4,000 mark. As for Ash's attributes, that's an even bigger boost. But before he could open Ash's panel, the communication system suddenly began to blink wildly in succession. Zhang Chen looked down. It was a message from Aaron. Little friend Night Cold, come to my residence quickly. The news you asked me to spy on has a clue. That fast? Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. He asked Aaron to poke around. Naturally, for news about the Lost Tribe. It was thought that even with that many players and NPCs, it would be a month's wait at the very least. It's not even out of the question that, in the worst case scenario, it won't be found. But it's been less than a day, right? Coincidence? Or is there something else going on? Zhang Chen frowned, slightly incredulous. It simply went so well that it was a bit outrageous. Never mind. Whatever. Let's go check out the situation first. Zhang Chen headed straight to Aaron's mansion. Soon he met Aaron. At this moment, besides this Lord of Windleaf City, there was also a guard in silver armor in the room. Seeing Zhang Chen, Aaron first smiled and nodded as a greeting, then shot a glance at the guards beside him. Greetings to Lord Night Cold. The silver-armored guards immediately greeted respectfully. Zhang Chen understood the identity of the person in front of him after a moment's thought, and opened his mouth to ask, "You've seen the Lost Race? Your Excellency is indeed intelligent. I do have something to report. However, as for whether it is a lost race or not, I'm not quite sure, so I hope Your Excellency won't be offended." The silver-armored guard's tone was respectful and at the same time, he was also a little apprehensive. Then he added, "Still, I think it's very similar to the description in the book. Otherwise I wouldn't have dared to come here rashly. There's no harm in it. The lost race hasn't shown up for so many years after all, so if it really isn't, there's nothing that can be done about it." Zhang Chen waved his hand. "But exactly which race and where the location is, you can tell us first." The silver-armored guard looked serious. "If I'm not wrong, it should be the Dwarves. It's in a dense forest not too far from Windleaf City." "Just in Windleaf City?" Zhang Chen was a bit surprised. "So close?" Before the silver-armored guard could answer, Aaron explained, "It's a coincidence. In fact, a few days ago, when he was out on a mission, he got lost in that dense forest and entered the dwarf clan's territory by mistake. However, the dwarves are very repulsive to outsiders, so he's been hiding, not daring to show his face. It wasn't until yesterday's bizarre invasion, when the dense forest was thrown into chaos, that I escaped. That is to say, those dwarves, right now, are in the dense forest?" Zhang Chen pondered. "Not at all." The silver-armored guard shook his head. "Those weird creatures were so powerful that the dwarves were nearly wiped out by the regiment, and the territory was pretty much destroyed. But then for some unknown reason, the weird creatures suddenly stopped their attacks and retreated. I also escaped at that time. Otherwise, not only the dwarves but also me might have been killed by the bizarre creatures." When the silver-armored guard remembered the scene, it was a moment of fear. Just a little bit closer, he was going to be buried in the dense forest. Suddenly retreating? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Aaron laughed. "I reckon it's because the 3 Lord 100-level creepy lord bosses were killed, ending the creepy invasion of Windleaf City early, and that dense forest wasn't too far away, and the creepy around it receded along with it. That said, maybe this has something to do with you. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to receive this message now." "Seems like it." Zhang Chen nodded. "That's an explanation that makes quite a bit of sense. No wonder I hadn't heard of any lost races infesting this neighborhood in my last life. I guess they hadn't lasted long enough for the weird creatures to recede and were simply killed off. Naturally, there will be no news about it. And now, because of the bizarre early end to the invasion. A portion of it has survived instead. Speaking of which, I have to thank Lord Nightcold. Not only did you save Windleaf City, you also saved my life. The silver-armored guard bowed with a serious expression. Be sure to accept my obeisance. Just a coincidence. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Let's not talk about that. I'm more concerned about this group of dwarves now. Where exactly are they now? It's not far. When I fled back, I saw them preparing to migrate. They should be in the direction of the north of the city now. The silver-armored guard responded. Then let's go. Jiang Chen didn't waste any time, and the two of them immediately moved off. The moment. North of the city. Holy shit. This seems to be a hidden NPC. This look. This height. Just like a fucking short winter melon. Is it the legendary goblin clan? I don't think so. The goblin thing is ghostly and day-eyed and doesn't have a human form. I think it's a dwarf. Well, that seems true. All carrying sledgehammers in their hands. Fits the description of a dwarf race. Wait, I remember this thing being a lost race again? Holy shit, it seems so true. Mom, I'm rich. Don't you run, little Yakuza. I found it first. Nightcold big brother wait for me. The dark gold suit and gold coins are all mine. Many of the players who had migrated with Windleaf City as their target had sensed that something was wrong. Many players with high agility had already pulled out their legs and ran to bring the message back. As for the players with low agility, they knew that they couldn't catch up, so they could only watch from afar to see if they could get some benefits from these dwarves. I heard that the dwarves are better at forging. If we can find a way to get some good equipment, in case we get a divine weapon, isn't it much better than that dark gold equipment? MD, it's a bunch of moving Jinchana. Don't go up and try, it feels like you're missing out on hundreds of millions. Many people's eyes were on fire. The value of divine artifacts, that they were well aware of. As early as the days just after the end of the internal test, a player who had a stroke of luck to obtain the artifact by chance. Because the mother of the family is seriously ill and in urgent need of money for surgery, the artifact will be put up for auction. And the end result was that an unknown tycoon spent hundreds of millions of dollars in cash inside reality to buy this artifact. At that time, the news was a big deal. And because of this, there were a large number of players who risked death, all going out of town to upgrade and kill monsters. This kind of profit is higher than the drug trafficking. Even the foreign main VA parks don't do scams anymore. They just put a gun to their head and let people into the game to play equipment for gold. Those who don't meet the target are lucky to get a small electric baton. If you're not lucky, just say goodbye to the cashews. Every day, pretty boys are subjected to merciless flogging. That's how horrifying Doomsday is to reality. Also, that was still early in the game, and players generally weren't that cognizant of prop equipment. Putting it into perspective, after the bizarre invasion, all kinds of props and equipment in the game, the price went crazy. A divine artifact, that value could not be measured in money at all. It could be said that the deal for that divine artifact was simply that unknown tycoon taking a big advantage. But for the original owner of the artifact, it was also earned, because thanks to that money, he saved his mother's life. But in any case, this kind of deal is not destined to be replicated once more. And now, the possibility of obtaining a divine weapon seems to be just around the corner. Brace yourself for the bold and starve the timid. Under the high rewards, there were still people who risked being killed and cautiously felt their way towards the direction of the dwarves. Bang! As those few players approached, a small hammer suddenly flew from a distance and heavily smashed into their midst. -80, -80, -80, at once, the same damage popped up on their heads in unison. The head of a person lewdly smiled. Hey, the sledgehammer is only 80. Carry. Boom! Before the words were finished, thunder surged from the hammer, and a violent force swept out in all directions, instantly drowning several players in it. -80, 000, -80, 000. Such a high amount of damage smashed several people's bodies to pieces, leaving only equipment and props all over the ground. I'm super. A hammer of 80, 000, at once. The other players who were also groping forward stopped in their tracks, not daring to move. Sweating it out belongs to yes. For that kind of damage, whoever touches it dies. The dwarves, indeed, were not something players could touch at this stage. These damned human races, they really are all unsettled, and the goose's heart is sick at the sight of them. Saul, the goose just said it shouldn't go through human territory. A stout dwarf clad in golden battle armor with a long beard reached out with one hand, and the hammer fell into his hand, and he grunted coldly, glancing somewhat dissatisfiedly at the blue-armored dwarf beside him. At ease, Durin, the blue-armored dwarf named Thor faintly said, the human race is certainly disgusting, but there are also capable people. If not for the sudden disappearance of those three powerful auras, Goose does not think that those weird creatures would have suddenly retreated. Since the human race was able to repel them, It's certainly much safer to go this way. Faster then. The goose doesn't want to be mobbed like a monkey. These damn humanoids, if it wasn't for the concern of the pack, I'd have to hammer them to death. Doolin swung his hammer grumpily. Do you really think that the name of Goose Northwest Hammer King is not blown out of proportion? Saul sighed. What are you yelling so loud for? Hurry, hurry, hurry. The goose feels like it's going to lose control of its desire to hammer the bastards to death. And if you can't come up with a solution, the goose is going to hammer you to death too. At this moment, if there were any NPCs here, then they would definitely be expressing their high respect for those few players who were hammered to death. It's well known, although the dwarf clan was not known for its combat prowess, and even within the major ancient races, it belonged to the bottom of the pile. But the temper of this clan, that was notoriously violent. Fight through it, to hammer. If you can't beat it, you have to hammer it. They dared to hammer in the face of weak goblins. They dared to hammer even in the face of a mighty dragon. Even against the national color, white-skinned elves. As usual hammer. In a nutshell, if I don't like the look of you, I'll whack you. It is also because of this character that this group has always been hidden from the world, avoiding contact with the outside world as much as possible, because it might just get hammered with some other race someday. But even so, without the other races outside, they were hammering each other within their own pack. 3 days with a small hammer, 5 days with a large hammer. Even though they are all thick-skinned, they can't withstand this kind of internal friction, and the number of people is getting thinner and thinner. How the other races had faded away on the continent, that was hard to say, but the dwarves had been reduced to this state, and were definitely hammered out. They're really onto something. No one even took half a step back when they were almost wiped out by the creepy regiment. If any other race had come, they might have left some fire behind to continue the race. Dwarves, the main event is a head iron. If John Han hadn't stepped in and slaughtered the 2 bosses to end the bazaar invasion early, a handful of dwarves originally hiding in the dense forest would have been bound to be full of loyalty. In this case, if you still want to sneak up on me, what is it if not the old man hanging himself? Back off. However, with the previous lesson, the other players also knew that the pot was made of iron and didn't dare to approach any closer, backing away, fearing that the terrifying sledgehammer would swing over at some point. The smoke rose again, and the dwarves seemed to have found their way and were ready to retreat. The two parties were fairly peaceful and never clashed again. It's just ahead, my lord. Just then, 3 figures suddenly arrived, and one of them, a silver-armored guard, pointed in the direction of the dwarves with an uplifted expression. Holy shit, it's Big Brother Nightcold. Big Brother Nightcold has also found his way here, and it looks like he's coming for the dwarves. Isn't that nonsense? Originally the big man was looking for lost races. Isn't this dwarf race readily available? Scratch that. I don't know which bastard has received the reward from Big Brother Nightcold. I'm sour. Several millions, I'm sour too. But what I'm more curious about is, how does Nightcold Big Brother plan to approach these dwarves? I'm not sure. Anyway, the damage is too horrible. I can't think of a way to do it. But after all, he's a big guy. He's even slaughtered level 100 bosses, so he should be able to beat these dwarves, right? Holy shit. I'm going to have to run fast in the fight later or blood will be splattered all over me. The surrounding players instantly recognized Jiang Han's figure in the middle of the 3 figures. After all, even though he had concealed his true face, his previous few appearances had been recorded, and there were many features that could be recognized. The crowd stopped and watched from a distance. After all, they were also curious as to just how strong this number 1 in the rankings, who had created many miracles, was now. On one side was a dwarf who had smashed 80,000 damage, and on the other side was a legendary player who had once slaughtered 100 level lord boss. It's going to be great if we get into a fight later. Be careful, my lord. These dwarves are very grumpy. The silver-armored guard reminded with a grave expression that before he came, he had recounted a lot of knowledge about the dwarf race with Jiang Han. I know it in my heart. Jiang Han didn't dare to be careless in the face of such an oddball clan. In a sense, the dwarves' level of belligerence wasn't much different from that of the bizarre creatures. But after all, it was about the second turn of the career, and at this time, it was important to seize the opportunity. To fight or not to fight is another matter, but at least get close first. That's it. Your mission is accomplished. Jiang Chen looked at the 10 million or so shields on his body and slowly approached in the direction of the dwarves. There was no option to conjure up ash, not to mention whether or not there were any high-level powerhouses in the dwarf group. He was not here to look for trouble this time. Carrying a bit of damage, at best, would just be dropping a bit of money, but if they really fought, prying the lost temple from the mouths of the dwarves, it would probably be a lost cause. Oops goose shit, this son of a bitch human still dares to come close. Goose to whack him. As Jiang Han slowly approached, Du Lin also sensed something was wrong and wielded his hammer, ready to strike. Wait, Durin! Just then, Sol suddenly reached out and stopped Durin. Do you ever think that this human looks so smooth? Du Lin froze, and his eyes fell on Zhang Han. Well, then couldn't help but get lost in thought. It's I don't know why, but it was obvious that this human didn't even show his face, but it just looked somehow smooth. It's like, there's an inexplicable charm to it. Woohoo! Durin let out a whimper. Sol, the goose suddenly doesn't want to hammer him. So is the goose. Sol wrinkled his nose in a wild sniff with a mesmerized face. And did you smell that? He smells so good. I'll smell it. Oh, indeed. Durin followed suit and sniffed. Goose thinks that there must be something very special about him. Gifts plus, 7 out of 13. It seems to be the flavor of divine artifacts. And there are more than one. Sol's face was full of intoxication. Oh my god. The smell is so strong. What this human has on him seems to surpass divine artifacts. Wow. I smelled it too. No wonder Goose looks at him so favorably. So that's why. Durin concurred. As the race recognized as having the best forging technology on the continent, every dwarf was extremely sensitive to equipment, especially high-quality gear. Being so far apart, both Sol and Durin could guess that Zhang Han had more than one piece of high-quality equipment on him. For them, who were helplessly secluded in the midst of the dwarf's dense forest, unable to collect rare materials for thousands of years, the attraction of a divine artifact was more exaggerated than anything else. They were almost 200 years old, but so far they had never seen a single piece of epic equipment with their own eyes. The only way to understand it is through the canonical books that have been passed down from our ancestors. No, it's not right. At this time, Sol suddenly frowned. There are other flavors, not only high-quality equipment. This kind of flavor seems to have smelled somewhere, but the goose cannot recall. Seems to be a long time ago. Yeah, when you put it that way, Goose kinda rings a bell too. Durin couldn't help but be in the middle of his contemplation as well. Halftime. Jesus, it's the smell of the gods. I remember. It's the smell of the great gods. Thor suddenly exclaimed in excitement. Goose remembered that during the offering ceremony 100 years ago, the great Lord Fire God once descended down a shadow. That kind of smell. And the smell on this human. Like it? Right. When you say that, the goose remembers too. It's the scent of the gods. Durin nodded his head repeatedly. But the smell on this human seems to be a bit of a mishmash compared to Lord Vulcan. There's more than one kind. Is he a god as well? Sol frowned. It can't be, right? Obviously it's just a human. But, why does he have the power of a god in him? Could it be that he has received a mandate from Lord Vulcan to guide the geese on their way? Durin danced with excitement. Hephaestus, the great god of fire and craftsmanship, has he finally remembered your people? Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Gods, accept the goose's praise. Don't get too happy. Durin, Sol said in a deep voice, how could a god be so weak? He shouldn't be a god. Just show the goose. Dulin fished out an oddly shaped telescope from his body and raised it in front of his eyes to aim at Zhang Han. He seems to be only level 40. His level is so low. And his attributes. Wow. Sol look. His spirit power is so high. Show the goose. Sol grabbed the binoculars. The reflection of the lenses made his eyes widen like a cow. Oh my god. It's so high. How can he have such a high spiritual power when he's only at this level? It seems that he's really being guided by the gods. Is that so? Should the geese let him come over then? Durin was a bit torn. Thousands of years of closure had made them wary enough of the outside world. If anyone else had dared to come over so arrogantly, those two would have long ago been unable to hold back and start whacking. But it's such a unique being. Sol hesitated for a moment and said, Goose thinks, let's get him over here first, see what he's planning to do, and if he wants to do something bad to the geese, then it's not too late to whack him. And yes, it's strange to say that the goose just looks at the human. Durin snatched back the binoculars and muttered as he observed. The two of them just stared wide-eyed, waiting for Zhang Han to slowly approach. Hey no, why isn't there a fight? This is not scientific. Why is it that if we go over there, we have to get beaten up? But if Big Brother Night Cold goes over there, it's like crossing the street? Science? Oh, you're talking about science in front of the big guy? I blew a bean. I originally thought that only the reality inside the double standard dog. Did not think. You thick eyebrows Dwarf King actually also defected to the revolution. Double standard dog. It's time to say no. The big man always comes up with some operation that we don't expect. I don't Sister Lia. Watching Jiang Chen approach the dwarves just like that, step by step, and always remaining at peace with each other. The crowd of onlookers was literally head over heels in peppercorns, numb from head to toe. As number one on the rank list, Night Cold's power was there for all to see. Even if they beat this group of powerful dwarves, it wasn't that overwhelming. It turned out not to even hit the it just wiggled right through. How chilling. Originally, many people had already turned on the video recording function, ready to record this unprecedented battle that was about to break out and transmit it to the internet when the time came. The title is all figured out. It's called Shocked. In full view of the public, the big brother of List 1 is actually in a passionate physical fight with two strong men. That view count has to be clicking up. I didn't expect to record a loneliness. It's just a simple walk. What's that? The secret that big brother Punji and the two strong men can't tell? Doesn't seem like it's out of the question, huh? Just as the title parties were wondering how to get more attention, John Han had already arrived at the dwarves' landing spot. What are you? Odd syllables drifted out of Thor's mouth. The language of the dwarves was thicker, and translated into the common language. It had a big ballast flavor. Human race. Night cold. Zhang Chen's language was concise. What are you doing here? Du Lin said with a wary expression. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment. I've come this time because I want to seek the help of the two of you. Seeking our help? Thor frowned. Is it to want us to build artifacts? There is no such intention. Zhang Chen denied it while feeling a bit surprised. He knew that the dwarves had a strong level of forging, but he had never thought that this race could even forge divine weapons. It's like a bunch of moving mountains of gold. Not here for me to build a divine weapon? Saul and Durin looked at each other, a little puzzled. So what are you doing? Saul asked. I want to find the lost god's temple, Zhang Chen said calmly. Looking for the lost temple? Saul's face changed, and his entire body became much more alert. Durin shook the hammer in his hand as well. What are you inquiring about this for? Don't worry, I don't mean any harm, Zhang Chen said frankly. It's just that I might need the help of the gods for my transfer quest, and the only way to reach the gods right now is the lost god's temple. Of course, if there are other ways to access the power of the gods, that's fine too. A transfer quest? At that, Sol and Durin looked at each other. If other people had said this, they would not have believed it, but this human in front of them did indeed have the aura of a god on his body. Could it be that? Is he really a messenger from the gods? This, after a long time, Sol hesitated. The geese are probably clear about your intentions, but the lost temple is, after all, a matter of great importance, and the geese can't just tell others so easily. Zhang Chen frowned. Then what do I have to do before the two of you are willing to tell me the location of the lost god's temple? Saul said. Well, it depends on the mood of the geese. No, it's when the geese confirm that you're a good person that they can tell you. Understood. Zhang Chen nodded. If he were to put it in another game, this would be considered a delightful goodwill brushing session. So the location of this lost god's temple wasn't really that important is all. As long as there's a way to do it, that's all that matters. Right. Zhang Chen suddenly remembered something. Since I can't be told the location of the lost god's temple for the time being, I have a divine artifact here. So could you two help me appraise it? A divine weapon? You really do have a divine weapon. As soon as these words came out, Dulin's eyes immediately glowed with a thief's light. Take it out and take a look. But, artifacts don't need to be appraised, right? Though Thor was also excited, he still maintained his composure and stroked his beard in confusion. That I'm not really sure about. Zhang Han shook his head. But on my hand, I do have a divine weapon that needs to be appraised, and I've asked other forgers, and can't appraise it. I've always heard that the dwarves are unrivaled in their forging techniques, so there should be a way, right? Older brother has vision now. Thor stroked his beard with a proud face. The geese, the dwarves, are the best at forging. Those forgers in your mouth are simply the trash of trash in the eyes of the geese. You're in the right place when it comes to the geese. Professional match. Du Lin swore with conviction and patted his chest. The goose can guarantee that if the geese can't do anything with this artifact, no race on this continent will be able to do anything about it, unless the great god of fire descends. You take out the artifacts first, so the goose can study them. That would be best. Zhang Chen took out the god of destruction's berserker horn from the item bar. Sol took the equipment and took a closer look. Then his eyebrows snapped up. Ha! This thing? It doesn't seem to be a forged artifact. What do you mean? Zhang Chen asked. Sol carefully fumbled with the horn of berserkers with a serious face. Goose has been building equipment for so many years, and it's obvious at a glance that this thing doesn't have any forging traces, but rather, it's of high enough grade in itself to be a naturally formed artifact due to contact with a certain element. It's already a divine artifact without being forged? Then what level is the material itself? Zhang Chen was startled. Thor took a deep breath, his tone grave. Goose reckons that this is indeed one of the horns of the god of destruction. That is to say, this is a part of the gods? Zhang Chen pondered. Quite possibly. Thor nodded, puzzled, but the gods are so powerful. Who on earth could have cut this horn? Or rather, shed it naturally? Night cold. Where did you find this? Zhang Chen revealed the origin of the horn of berserkers. Sol and Dulin were shocked. What? The disappearance of those 3 terrifying auras is actually related to you? Yes, Jiang Chen nodded. Geez, so you're the one who helped the geese. Thor sighed in admiration. Forgive Goose for his previous lack of insight. If that is the case, perhaps Goose can tell you the location of the lost temple. But, Goose, there is still a meeting to be held in the clan, and it will take time. It's okay. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He really thought that he took out the Horn of Berserkers simply because he wanted to appraise the equipment. That's a little too naive. Of course, it's better to be able to identify this equipment, but the greater purpose was still to use the origin of the equipment to go along with the idea that it was he who indirectly saved the dwarf clan. This way, it doesn't look like taking credit, but also lets the dwarves know the truth of the matter. If I do good deeds without leaving my name, what good will I do? But filling the cup. The most important thing is to be silent. This is a silky little set of moves that looks mediocre, but is actually close to a perfect score. Sure enough, the dwarves, while cranky yes, were not as ungrateful as a certain shrimp-headed female. It was immediately taken. But the question now is, why did the horns of the god of destruction appear on that group of oddly shaped creatures? Even if it fell off naturally, it shouldn't have appeared on the continent. Durin was still staring at the horn of Berserk. Could it be that these things have been to the god's territory before? Sol hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. That isn't likely, is it? But there's no other explanation. If I have to say there is, it's that the god of destruction also fought these things and lost a horn. Durin looked grave. Sol was silent. The power of the gods, although they hadn't really seen it, it was recorded in the canonical books. But even one of the horns of such a being appeared on the bodies of those dreadful creatures, and for whatever reason, the matter was frightening enough. Could it be that, can't even the undisputed gods resist the invasion of these strange creatures? Listening to the conversation between the two, Zhang Han was also slightly alarmed. A divine artifact that needed to be appraised actually involved so many domains behind it, and it was slightly terrifying if one thought about it carefully. It's weird, can't even a god stop it? Although the truth of the matter was not yet clear. When I think of my previous life, the invading bizarre creatures, one at a time, were so horrible and desperate that in less than 5 years, the global population had plummeted by 70%. Jiang Chen felt that the so-called god of destruction really hadn't been able to stop creepy Armageddon, not simply a name of a game, but an incredibly accurate description. Never mind, don't want to think about that. It's just a guess as to what exactly. Jiang Chen shook his head, shaking these stray thoughts out of his mind. He looked to Sol and asked, so this equipment, is there a way to appraise it? Of course there is a way. It's not hard for the geese. Thor looked arrogant. But what price are you going to pay? To appraise the equipment, you have to collect the payment. This is the rule set by the ancestors of the dwarf race. Even if Jiang Han has benefited them, there is no exception. One size fits all. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, I can pay gold coins. Gold coins? Sol froze. Wait a minute. With that, he pulled Durin aside and asked in a low voice, what the hell is a gold coin? It's the currency of humans. It can be used to exchange for many good things. Goose has read about it in the canonical books. Dulin responded in a small voice, but I don't know the exact value. Ask first. Don't be fooled. Don't worry. The goose is resourceful. Sol patted his chest and swore. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen with a deep look on his face. Night cold. Goose might as well tell you that the cost of appraising a divine artifact isn't generally exorbitant. Even so, are you still insistent on identification? Jiang Han touched his nose. Just name your price. I'm okay with it. In that case, the goose is welcome. Thor nodded, and then made a contemplative gesture, as if weighing the price. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry and waited patiently. Ryoko, Sol said with deep eyes, before making an offer. Goose has one more question he needs to confirm or two. Jiang Chen, go ahead. Thor, how much rice can you buy with this gold coin? Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It really was a problem that went deep into his bones. While I understand that you are trying to confirm the value of the currency, do you dwarves eat rice as well? Jiang Chen thought for a moment. According to the current market price, 10 gold coins is equivalent to a bag of rice. What? 10 gold coins for a bag of rice is worth so much? Sol was startled, then quickly calmed down. Goose got it, just give me a second. After that, he went back to looking for Durin to rant about. Dulin, did you hear that? 10 gold coins can be exchanged for a bag of rice. The purchasing power is much higher than we thought. Sol whispered. The geese could use the opportunity to make some more gold. Dulin nodded. Indeed. Looking at this pie of night cold, surely it's not bad. And he said that other humans are not capable of appraising this equipment. Now this situation. What does the book say? Supply. Supply of all. It's oversupply. Sol hated it. I told you to read more and hammer people less in general, but you didn't listen. Ah yes, that's the idea. Goose thought the price could be a little higher. Durin chimed in. It's a great opportunity. That's not good. It's not like the geese are cunning goblins. Saul hesitated a bit. You're confused. Saul, Doolin said eagerly. If it were usual, it would be fine, but right now, when the geese are still on their way to migrate, that's when they need resources, and mercy and kindness can't be exchanged for resources. Saul firmed up. Yes, Durin, you're right. I have to be ruthless. As if he had made some sort of determination, he turned to look at Jiang Han. Goose figured that to appraise this artifact, you'd need at least that amount, said Saul, holding out 5 fingers. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes, his thoughts turning over. This gesture, is it 5 million? Or 50 million? But it didn't matter. After all, it was about a divine artifact, and only the dwarves could appraise it, so it was normal for the price to be even more exorbitant. The next moment, Saul's roar rang out. 500 gold coins. Raider Shao? For a moment, Jiang Han felt that he was dumb. Otherwise how could he have seen Saul say such ridiculous things? Such a high price. Don't you want to die? 500 gold coins. Thor emphasized in a loud voice. Goose said beforehand that the cost of appraisal is very high, and the method of appraising divine artifacts is very special, which your human race doesn't have, so it's reasonable for Goose to set the price a little higher. Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless, somewhat unsure of what to say. The price, generically, is not going to give him a whole lot. Then go to the village to eat a seat, have to follow 2 north it. Delayed in getting a response. Saul was also a bit puzzled and yelled down to Durin. Goose, that price, isn't it slightly too high? Very likely. 50 bags of rice. The goose has never seen it in his life. Durin nodded. So, lower? Saul hesitated for a moment and looked at Jiang Han again. 300. At least 300 gold coins. If it's any less, you'll go and think of another way. Honestly speaking, looking at such a strong man who had his forging skills pulled full circle and could even build divine weapons, shouting out a high price of a full 300 gold coins, Jiang Han's heart was also incredibly complicated. It seems that these times of seclusion in the dense forest, the dwarves are living a rather miserable life. Think about it, a race that has never communicated with the outside world. It is already very difficult to continue until now. How can it be related to the word rich? But it's possible to use this as a breakthrough. Thoughts flowed rapidly, and Jiang Han's mind came alive. Wouldn't it be gnarly if we could keep these dwarves to build equipment? Jiang Chen decided to give these poor and accustomed dwarves a billion little shocks. He slowly opened his mouth and said, 1 million gold coins. What? Saul froze. Jiang Han calmly said, as long as the artifact is successfully appraised, I will pay you a reward of 1 million gold coins. A million? Durin's eyes snapped open. Are you serious? You're not lying to us, are you? 1 million gold coins. How much rice can this buy? Saul felt his heart pounding. If there really was this much rice, wouldn't they never have to eat grass roots again? What kind of divine life is this? Eating rice all the time? I can put a deposit down. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be stingy. Considering that the dwarves didn't have a general account for storing gold coins, he casually took out a bag of gold coins and threw it in front of Saul. This is 1,000 gold coins. Even if I'm cheating you, it's more than the price you offered. You can count it. Let's see. Saul tremblingly picked up the cloth bag, opened it and saw that there were really golden round objects inside. He took out a gold coin to test the weight and weighed the bag again. With his high level of forging and meticulous control of weight, 2 simple movements would give him an insight into how many gold coins were still in the cloth bag. Sure enough, all of it added up to 1,000 gold coins. No more, no less. Really? Now, Saul and Durin were both confused. A full 100 bags of rice had arrived? Nope. The old ancestors said that when things go wrong, there must be a demon. The handout is so generous. There must be a fraud. There must be a problem in any part of the process. Saul gave a sharp jolt, then growled in a low voice. Goose remembered. You said 10 gold coins can buy a bag of rice? How do you prove it? In case none of these bags of gold coins can be exchanged for a bag of rice, won't the geese lose a lot of money? Goose doesn't believe that something as precious as rice can be bought for a mere 10 gold coins. Yes, Durin responded as well. How do you prove it? Jiang Chen. Good lord. At the mention of rice, both feet are off the ground. The virus shuts down, and the brilliant intellect reclaims the high ground. That's easy. I'll just give you the rice directly. Jiang Chen didn't bother to break it up and directly opened the communication system. Night cold. What can I do for you? A moment later, Sophia's mature and sensual voice rang out. Here's the deal. Jiang Chen spoke the matter over quickly. I see. As soon as Sophia heard that, she realized the importance of the matter. I'll immediately have someone bring over more food. Thanks a lot. Jiang Chen hung up the call and looked at Saul and Du Lin. Both of you, please wait a little longer. Real rice? Saul asked tentatively, sticking his neck out. Of course, Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Tube enough. Okay, then we'll wait. Though still somewhat disbelieving, Saul decided to wait it out. Not that he had anything to lose anyway. The three waited patiently. Not much longer. Tap tap tap. A puff of smoke rose in the distance, and an army of close guards of the Duke's house clad in silver armor arrived in a carriage, and inside the bags piled up like little mountains on the carriage. It was full of rice. Additional, August 13th. My lord, the item has been brought. The guard at the head quickly stepped forward and said with a respectful expression, in addition, Mrs. Riley asked me to relay a message to His Excellency that she is discussing the knighthood for His Excellency, and can't spare the time. Got it. Jiang Chen nodded. In here, it's all rice? Saul couldn't wait to come forward, staring at the bags in the car with a nervous face. You can confirm it yourself. Jiang Chen laughed. Saul took 3 steps and reached out and flicked his hand over the bag. Claptrap. Losing its restraints, the snow-white rice rolled out like an avalanches and piled up on the ground. Goose 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 goose. Shit. What a rice. Durin lunged over, grabbing a handful of rice and shoving it into his mouth, chewing as he burst into tears of excitement. Whoa, whoa whoa. For many years, they had relied on some sort of edible ore for their livelihood, and even the roots of that grass were a good flavoring agent. A luxury like rice, that can only be smelled on the day of sacrifice. Durin! Saul roared and smashed his hammer on Dulin's head. Can't you pay attention to it? This isn't that useless gold mine. It's precious rice. You opened such a big hole at once. It's all spilled on the ground. What a waste. If you don't say that the dwarves have thick skin and flesh, on this hammer of Thor, it can send everyone else except Zhang Han directly to reincarnation. But Durin froze without saying a word and grabbed the rice to build a meal. Look at you, Thor hated. You're a disgrace to the goose dwarves. Saying that, he bent down and picked up a grain of rice and put it into his mouth. Savoring it, his intoxicated expression slowly surfaced. 99%. Rare. With that expression, the guards on the side looked a little skeptical. This stuff, it's not even cooked. Is it really that good? Don't eat it. Shame on you. Saul hammered on Dulin again, and then looked at Zhang Han with a grateful face. So much rice. Is it really all for the geese? It's not just rice. Zhang Han laughed. Gold coins can also buy many other things, such as meat and vegetables. Even meat can be exchanged? Saul's lips trembled, almost to be knocked out by the sudden happiness. 1 million gold coins. How much meat can be exchanged? Zhang Han laughed. I'm not very clear about this, but the unit of measurement. It's definitely in tons. Tons? Goose gosh darn it. Saul covered his heart. The whole person fell into a fainting spell. Stop it. The goose is going to be unable to bear it. Quickly bring the artifact over. The goose will immediately appraise it for you. How many geese will appraise it? Now. Immediately. Now. It wasn't until this time that Saul finally realized what 1 million gold coins really meant to them. Ding. From Thor the dwarf's favor plus 20. Ding. From Durin the dwarf's favor plus 20. Jiang Chen immediately handed the horn of Berserk to Saul. One moment. Thor clutched the horn of Berserk and disappeared from sight in a gust of wind. Soon. 80. Bang. Bang. The sound of metal clashing came from the distance, and a rich dark red light burst out steeply, rendering the surroundings as if it were dusk. Thor went and returned, and the horn of Berserk in his hand had shrunk to the size of a thumb, and was strung with black lines, with a dazzling light flowing on its surface. Obviously, after the dwarf's superior forging skills, this artifact finally revealed its original appearance. Horn of Destruction. Grade, Divine Weapon. Description, a horn suspected to be that of the god of destruction, tainted with some strange power. Its aura has become even more violent, and after being crafted by the dwarves with great skill, it reveals its final posture. Strength plus 55%, Spirit plus 55%, Constitution minus 50%, Agility dash 50%, Strike rate plus 10%, Strike damage plus 20%. God of Destruction's Rampage, unique passive. All your attacks will slash the life regeneration of hostile units by 50%. Destructive Divine Power, catalyzes the remnants of divine power from the Horns of Rage, dealing 300%, Strength plus Spirit, magic damage to the current target and removing, damage immunity, words for 30 minutes, and removing other advanced words for 5 minutes. If the target of the attack is a building type, it causes a forced destruction effect and forcibly removes the power of divinity. Magic consumption, 5%. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Sure enough, it's just like the name. God of Destruction's Horn of Rage. This equipment, both in terms of attributes and skills, was an extreme offensive type. In particular, the bonuses to strength and spirit were horrifying. Of course, This extreme attribute also brings the same negative gain, the double weakening of physique and agility. Undoubtedly for the user's survival has a huge test. But this could be completely ignored for Jiang Chen. It's not like he's relying on a blood bar to resist damage anyway. Suffice it to say, in terms of attributes alone, the role this artifact played in Jiang Han's hands was not even inferior to that of a sky destruction prop. As for the two accompanying skills, they were equally perverse. Leaving others aside, the effect of removing damage immunity alone was already worthy of the word artifact. If you ask a player what is the most disgusting phrase for bosses in Doom, then damage immunity is bound to be at the top of the list. This was because it was destined to be a sea of people that posed no threat to the boss. As long as the damage isn't up to par, there's zero hit anyway. But with God of Destruction's Berserk Horn, it's a different matter. Jiang Chen was certain that if this artifact was put up for sale, countless tycoons would have to fight over it. This was because it represented those large guild forces that were qualified to crusade against high-level bosses. But well, honestly, to Jiang Han himself, it was just like that. But what is this power of divinity? Jiang Chen's gaze was fixed at the end of the panel. Other force-destructive effects are not, or repressions. He understood and had seen them all. But only this, power of divinity, was indeed unheard of. And there's no explanation for the equipment. Something to do with the realm of the gods again? Jiang Chen was pondering. Even amongst the artifacts, this berserk horn belonged to an extremely unique category. Then this gold coin. At this moment, Saul's voice rang out, and he looked at Jiang Chen with some hesitation. To be honest, for him, these several carloads of rice that had been shipped were already too much over the mental expectations. This 1 million, although the person in front of him personally promised, but Saul's heart is still drumming. Don't worry, there's no shortage, Jiang Chen said indifferently. I still have this point of credit. However, 1 million gold coins is a huge amount after all, and it will take some time. So why don't you all move inside Windleaf City with me and take a rest first? You mean for Goose to take the clan to human territory? Sol was instantly on guard. He was quite fond of Jiang Han, but that didn't mean he was the same for other humans. Sure, Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. If you're not willing, you won't be forced to do so. Only I have to remind you too that although the value of gold coins is high, if you want supplies, you still need to trade. In the final analysis, both of you can't avoid entering the city. With such a large amount of supplies, no one would want to trade outside the city. It's not safe. Ha, geese, the dwarves never cheat. It's time to give gold coins. Geese must give gold coins, Thor shouted. If you guys think so, others don't. Jiang Chen looked calm. What if you guys delivered the gold coins and didn't receive the goods? Saul froze for a moment. Not that he'd ever considered that. Saul, Doolin quietly tugged at him. Actually, Goose thinks that Nightcold has a point. We're leaving from the dense forest anyway. It's inevitable that we'll have to come into contact with other races. Seeing that the two of them were still a bit wobbly, Jiang Han decided to add more fuel to the fire. Of course, the most important thing is that for the two of you to thank me for helping me identify the divine artifacts, I'll be opening a banquet in the city to entertain you all. Feast? Feast? Durin wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Got any boiled rice? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. There's meat. Meat? Really meat? Thor and Durin were instantly nonplussed, looking at each other with such excitement that they almost jumped up in place. And Jiang Han's next sentence immediately afterward became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Enough. Durin couldn't hold down the surprise in his heart, and didn't care what Saul thought. He ran wildly towards the pack. Moments later, deafening cheers resounded through the wasteland. What do you think? Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Saul. He could certainly see that of the two, it was still this blue-armored dwarf in front of him who was in charge. So be it. Saul sighed. As the patriarch, he certainly thinks about more things. But the dwarf clan, which had really been repressed for too long, was indeed hard to resist in the face of these temptations. Anyway, you have to make contact with other races, so why not make contact with the human race first? And most importantly, the person in front of him had the aura of a god. Otherwise, if someone else had come along, there was no way they would have said anything to rush into another race's territory. They do crave resources, but that doesn't mean they're actually stupid enough to do so. Then let's go. Seeing Saul agree, Jiang Han's heart was also a little unsettled. It's a dwarf race. A race that was able to create divine weapons was simply a mountain of living treasure that would be favored wherever they went. And it knows the location of the lost temple. For whatever reason, there has to be a way to keep them. Lead the way. Jiang Chen let out a long breath to calm himself down and opened his mouth to the escort leader at the side. Yes. The captain of the escort saluted with a look of admiration. Worthy of being Lord Nightcold. He even managed to bring back the dwarves to the city. A team of knights opened the way. and hundreds of dwarves migrated towards Windleaf City in great numbers. Crap, even if we didn't fight, this took the dwarves? Just outrageous. Is this the world of Big Brother? Can't read. But then again, can't we dip into the big man's favor and get dwarves to build good equipment in the future? Hey, you don't say. You really don't say. It's very possible. Watching this incomparably spectacular scene, the onlookers were dumbfounded and uploaded the recorded videos online. The news unsurprisingly caused another stir. There were even more players coming towards the rushing Windleaf City. Even the players know what the dwarves mean, let alone the NPCs. It wasn't hard to guess that as long as the news continued to spread, then the value of Windleaf City's real estate would only rise higher and higher. By the time the transaction price with Jiang Han, and the price when he purchased it, it would be another picture altogether. 3 hours later, Windleaf City, Western District, a spacious banquet hall. As early as when she first received the news from Jiang Han, the meticulous Sophia had actually made all sorts of preparations for all sorts of possibilities. In the hall, a table of delicacies had long been prepared. As soon as he entered the Western City Center, Jiang Han took a few hundred dwarves and began to crunch and dazzle the rice. At the moment, Saul sat paralyzed at the table, his whole body looking incredibly contented and red-faced. As for Durin, that's an even bigger exaggeration. It has been transformed into a relentless dry rice machine that jumps up on the table and flares wildly. Dwarves' life is used to eat, drink, sleep and play. Eat a meal where so many rules? What horse's table manners? Goose on dinner. Ask NM forging skills. 360 degree. Night cold. With so many ingredients. Is 1 million gold coins enough? Looking at the green-eyed, zombie-like Doolin, and the other clansmen in the hall who were eating and fighting, the propped-up soul looked at Jiang Han with a worried face. This kind of eating is like a dream. Before Jiang Chen could speak, the silver-armored guard at the side shouted, "You can rest assured that the entire consumption of the venue tonight will be paid for by Lord Nightcold." This. Saul's entire body was a bit rushed. It's only identifying a divine artifact. This is giving gold coins and treating us to a meal. It's really too much for you to take the trouble. No harm done. Jiang Chen waved his hand indifferently. Although this gang of dwarves did have an oddly large amount of meals, but with his current fortune, he naturally didn't care about this little bit of fluff. It is the goodwill of the dwarves that is more important in comparison. Jiang Chen cut to the chase. So, can you tell me the news about the Lost Temple now? Of course there's no problem. Saul didn't even think about it and beat his chest. You are now friends with the geese. What's the point of asking for information between friends? But well, with that, he glanced at the others in the hall. I understand. Jiang Chen waved his hand and dismissed all the guards. It's okay now, isn't it? Aha. Saul nodded, then pulled out a compass and handed it to Jiang Han. This temple detector, which was passed down from the ancestors of the geese, as long as it is close to the fire god's temple, then it will produce a reaction. The closer we get to the fire temple, the more violent the reaction will be. With this prop, it shouldn't be difficult to find the fire god's palace. But, with that, he turned his words around. Nightcold, as a friend, Goose still has to advise you that it's best to dismiss this idea. Why? Jiang Chen asked casually as he took the probe. Saul said with a serious face, because there, an incomparably terrifying creature is coiled. That's 2 shifts today. The backstory is somewhat important and will take time to sort out. 5 more tomorrow. A horrible creature? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Of course he had thought that it wouldn't be that simple when it came to the realm of the gods. What creature? Jiang Chen asked. Saul shook his head. This, Goose isn't clear on. But the canonical texts make it clear that the ancestors told the geese not to return to the fire temple until they had received guidance from the gods. Jiang Chen was thoughtful. That is to say, even you guys haven't actually seen that so-called horrible creature? That's right, Saul said, but Goose still advises you not to go there. When Goose's ancestors went back, they almost died in there. Then is there a possibility that, in fact, after so many years have passed, that horrible creature has already left the fire god temple? Jiang Chen asked. No way, Saul said with certainty, because the canonical text says that the horrible creature was imprisoned inside the fire god's temple by the great fire god. The power of the gods cannot be erased in a few hundred years, but according to the ancestors' words, perhaps in a short while, the horrible creature will be killed completely. It's not too late for you to go then. What about the exact time? Do you know? Jiang Chen pursued. He had to go to the fire god temple. It was good to have less trouble. Saul thought for a moment. This is coming soon too. 10 years tops. 10 or so years. Jiang Han corner of the eye twitching. Wait until then the yellow flowers and vegetables are cool. Okay. You call this fast? However, when one thought about the dwarves' lifespan of hundreds of years, it was actually reasonable to say that it was getting close. But Jiang Han couldn't afford to wait. Your ancestors, did they give any other guidance? Or did that Lord Fire God leave any key messages? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, trying to dig out more valid information. This is indeed gone. Saul hung his head and said, otherwise, the goose would have returned to the Fire God temple with the clan. Where would there be a need to stay in the dense forest for so many years? This bit of information. It is all about the ancestors exchanging their lives for the return. Lord Vulcan never communicates with the geese either, and only descends a shadow when he receives offerings. There's still this kind of god? Jiang Chen frowned. He never revealed the intention to lead you back to the Fire God temple? Didn't all of them step in to suppress that horrible creature? And why did you leave the fire temple in the first place? The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more he felt strange. By all accounts, with the ability of the gods to suppress even that horrible creature, it shouldn't be difficult to help the dwarves. Indeed not. Soul sighed heavily, and it was because of Lord Vulcan's will that the ancestors left the fire temple in the first place. That is to say, the fire god first told you to leave the fire god's hall, and then that horrible creature appeared in the fire god's hall at some unknown time and was suppressed afterward? Jiang Chen's heart moved slightly. This one clue strung together formed a complete story. In all likelihood, this Vulcan's goal from the very beginning was not something that was protecting the dwarves at all. He don't care about the dwarves. However, there was no need for Jiang Han to say this. After all, it was about the beliefs of the dwarf race, and it was still a toss-up whether or not Saul would flip out if he heard it. Yeah, you're smart to even guess that. Saul nodded. Back then, Lord Vulcan opened up a place of extreme inflammation in the vicinity of the Fire God temple. The temperature was so high that even the ancestors couldn't stand it. So they left the Fire God temple. It was only after that the horrible creature appeared. So it is. Jiang Chen stroked his chin. Was what this Vulcan had done really a coincidence? Anyway, that's all the information Goose knows. Any more than that, Goose really can't help you. Are you sure you still want to go to the fire temple? Soul said. Must go. Jiang Chen naturally didn't let this sway him. After all, it was about the transfer. The fire temple was certainly dangerous. But to successfully find a lost race was already an unexpected blessing. I don't know how long it will take to find the other races. And, even if it was found, how could there be any guarantee that the other shrines would be safe? In that case, Goose marvels at your courage. A trace of strong admiration flashed in Saul's eyes. Even if he knew he was going to encounter unknown dangers, he still had to go forward? He pulled out a fiery red orb from his bag and handed it to Jiang Han. Then, as a token of appreciation for keeping the geese full, this Fire Spirit King Crystal is yours, and I believe it will help you. Jiang Chen received the Fire Spirit King Crystal. Fire Spirit King Crystals? Description: a unique crystal with a fiery red color and flowing light, sealing a strange power. In order to return to the Fire God's temple one day, the dwarves spent hundreds of years to create the Fire Spirit Crystal, and among the thousands of Fire Spirit Crystals, a unique Fire Spirit King Crystal was born. Compared to the Fire Spirit Crystals, the effect of the Fire Spirit King Crystals is even more powerful, and lasts for a longer period of time. After use, gain, Dance of Flames, gain buff. Flame Dance, fire attribute resistance plus 90%, lasts for 3 hours. The effect cannot be stacked with other similar props. Using multiple Fire Spirit King crystals can continue the buff's existence for a longer period of time. Jiang Chen, a full 90% resistance to the fire attribute. It was worthy of being something that the dwarves had poured their hearts into creating. And the values were simply exaggerated to the point of being terrifying. Such a high amount of attribute resistance means that when taking attacks from all fire attribute sources, the damage will be reduced by 90%. Coupled with the fact that the emblem of valor itself possessed a 5% all attribute resistance, after using the Fire Spirit King crystals, the fire attribute resistance would stack up to a terrifying 95%. With this kind of heaven-defying resistance, the damage taken when facing any fire attribute skill was only 5%. It could be seen that in order to return to the Fire God's palace, the dwarf clan had indeed been building up their strength. Thanks a lot. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. This kind of prop, is there any more? Unfortunately, it's just one. Soul shook his head. But there are still some fire spirit beads. They are just less effective. If you need them, I can send you a few. With that, he pulled out a few more fire spirit crystals. Fire spirit crystals? Description: a magical item that the dwarves have spent hundreds of years researching in order to one day return to the fire temple. After use, gain flame resistance. Flame resistance, fire attribute resistance plus 30%, lasts for 1 hour. The effect cannot be stacked with other similar props. Using multiple props can prolong the buff time. Compared to the Fire Spirit King crystals, there was indeed a huge gap, but still the strength is high. After all, 30% attribute resistance is more than half the gain of a piece of dark gold equipment, and it doesn't have to occupy the props bar. If there was a rating, the level of this fire spirit bead could almost reach epic level, and seems to be ready for mass production. Saul, thank you for your kind words, but these few may still not be enough. Jiang Chen asked, how many more of these fire spirit crystals are left? I can buy them with gold coins. How much more do you need? Saul asked. The more the merrier, Jiang Chen said without thinking. This type of props, like recovery potions, could be used for imperial beasts. A full 30% fire resistance can come in handy sooner or later. Saul thought for a moment. Goose can give up to 50 more. Anything more is impossible. 50 at the most? Jiang Chen frowned. That translated to 50 hours of buff duration. It's actually pretty strong. But the dwarves can only come up with so many props? Not for a return to the fire temple? Is it difficult to build? Or is there not enough inventory? Can I help? Jiang Chen asked. It's not that difficult to build. The fire spirit crystal Geese's clan has been drilling for hundreds of years. The technique is more pure than any other prop, but the inventory is indeed insufficient. Soul laughed bitterly. You know, the geese have been inside the dense forest for far too long. Their resources are depleted, so naturally they can't build much fire spirit crystals. If that's the case, it's not so bad. Jiang Chen put down his heart and said faintly, Soul, have you ever thought about where your tribe is going to go in the future? At that, Saul lapsed into silence. As a leader, of course he considered this, but had only just escaped from the dense forest, and his people were even more dead with only a few hundred left. The road ahead, it's confusing. Jiang Chen looked serious and said, if there isn't a good place to go, Windleaf City is actually a good place to land. Right now the city has just been strangely destroyed. It's the right time to rebuild, and your dwarf race is unrivaled in the world in terms of its forging power, so you're bound to receive the highest treatment. Truth be told, I hold a knighthood and can set aside an exclusive territory for you to inhabit. Both resources and food can be adequately secured. Yes? Soul was in a trance for a moment, but eventually sighed heavily. Night Cold, thank you for your kind words, but the geese have an ancestral tradition of following the will of the gods. Okay, Jiang Chen nodded with some regret. However, before returning to the dense forest, you might as well stay in Windleaf City for a while longer. After all, you've only come out once in so many years. You always need to gather enough supplies. I don't think you're willing to go back to the kind of life where you're eating minerals to get by, right? That's not a problem. Soul mused and nodded, but the geese have no intention of returning to the dense forest. Not going back? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Isn't there an ancestral training? That's not what the geese's ancestral motto is. Soul gave Jiang Han a somewhat strange look. Rather, apart from the kind-hearted elves, try to avoid contact with other races, especially the cunning goblins and the fickle human race. As for where to go, it doesn't matter. Jiang Chen froze. Then you guys have endured hundreds of years of hard life and still guard that dense forest. Not because of ancestral teachings? No, Saul denied. What was that for? Jiang Chen was a bit depressed. Could it be that there were still some hidden secrets in that dense forest? Saul scratched his head a little awkwardly. I'm not going to lie. It's actually because I can't find my way. Jiang Chen, against the day, he was 1,000 times over. And he couldn't even think of this reason. Feeling like an entire race of roadkill. So, can you still find the way to the dense forest? Jiang Chen's mind was alive. While carrying rice, Saul's sentence useless gold mine could still ring in his ears. Unsurprisingly, the gold mines in that dense forest should be extremely rich. Right now, since the dwarves had no intention of returning, there was a big article that could be done up there. Ha! Saul smiled. Can't find it. Sure enough, Jiang Han also did not hope in this group of Iron Bean. Estimated that the silver armor guards fled back to the sense of direction are better than them. Find an opportunity to ask is. The immediate focus was still to find the fire temple to complete the transfer, and then find a way to keep the dwarf clan in their territory. However, both of these things are not less difficult, and it's better to think long term. Alright then, you guys go ahead and dine. I'll leave you to it. Greetings Soul. Jiang Han walked to a quiet corner. Afterwards, the communication wooden sign was pulled out. The Hall of Supreme Being. The courtyard is filled with the sound of water and birdsong. Mel's, dressed in blue vestments, paced slowly, walking in front of a huge mirror, his eyes full of delight. Who do you think researched this stuff? It's just great to have in the props section. He rubbed the carving in his hand that glowed with a faint halo of light. Lovingly. Epic props. And it's also a special prop that doesn't need to be equipped to take effect. To be honest, as a god-level powerhouse, Mers naturally had high-grade equipment on his body. And the one at the bottom of the box was even a divine artifact. But even so, He hadn't seen this kind of epic prop that could take effect just by placing it inside the props bar. I didn't expect to ship after killing that Windleaf City's creepy lord boss. A big upgrade without a doubt. If this continues, those two old guys in the temple will be no match for me. Mers was so happy in his heart that he was about to hum a quick little tune. Master, master. Yes, master. Come alive. Just then, a clear voice suddenly sounded from his waist. I blanch. Again? Mers instantly discerned the voice that made his head spin. Who else could it be but that kid Night Cold? Let's just say, why are your eyelids jumping all over the place so early in the morning? As the saying goes, the left eye jumps to wealth, the right eye jumps to disaster. He is jumping on both sides of the fence, jumping for wealth and disaster. This ancestor, which great Buddha did he mess with again? Mers muttered, still pulling out his token to connect. To be honest, this period of time he was really being tossed around a lot. All the old bones are almost going to fall apart. The previous count of 30 years have not been so tired, but at the same time the rewards are huge and the strength rattles up. That was why he was willing to make deals with Night Cold over and over again. Did he really think that god-level powerhouses were so easy to fool? To be able to go from being a watchman's junior in the Supreme Hall, all the way to being a branch hall bearer, and then to a hall elder. Mers knew one thing well, the more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Say, kid, what's the bad taste you're holding back this time? However, having said that, Mers was more or less resentful and asked with an irritated look on his face. What words? What words this is? Jiang Chen's voice came out. What do you mean by bad water? I am having a heavenly good deed specially shared with the master. I can't imagine that the master would be so distrustful of me. Ha! Mers sneered. I'd be a dog to believe you again. Alright kid, and stop beating around the bush. What is the reason for contacting me specifically this time? Don't try to hoodwink me again. Don't worry about it. Just ask if there's anything master wants to know. Jiang Chen swore. Know everything. Come on. Don't do your whole fancy hoodwinking thing to fool my old man. Mers got right to the point. Just tell me, did you mess with a dragon or a creepy boss this time? None of them. Jiang Chen denied. What is that? Could it be that it's another extremely dangerous creature? If you say it out loud. Old me is also considered to have fronted a giant dragon and slaughtered a 100-level lord boss, so I always have this kind of ability to endure. Mers looked bland. He really didn't brag about it. Looking at the entire Supreme Hall, those who could have this kind of experience with him could be counted on their fingers. Mental defenses are strong as a duckskin. Neither. Zhang Han said smilingly. Where did master think he was going? Fighting and killing all day long. Do I look like the kind of person who picks fights? Not like. You are. Mers smiled peevishly. Okay, and cut the crap. Tell us what it's really for. Jiang Chen said. It's nothing much. Just that I plan to go to the Fire God's temple for a stroll. Fire God temple. That's okay, at least it's not a fifth order. Wait. Mers nodded at first, then jerked his head. God. Gods ah? The air was suddenly quiet, and the only sound in the entire courtyard was the sound of running water slowly drifting out. Moments later, Mers spoke tremblingly. Big brother. I've called you brother. Listen to my brother's advice. Don't get involved in the god's business. This really can't go. He had thought that, after just passing the 5th-ranked dragon and slaughtering the Lord Boss, his heart was already as cold as the fish in RTD. No matter what kind of creatures you go up against again, you can do it with a calm and collected mind. I didn't expect Zhang Han to open his mouth with this king bomb, directly drying out Mers. This young man, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? Also go to the Fire God's temple to shop around. You shop you shop. Is that temple your toilet? You can come and go as you please? Master, don't say it so absolutely. The price is negotiable. Zhang Han wasn't in a hurry and patiently said, we've worked together so many times, and I'm not the kind of person who likes to take advantage of people, so I'm sure there will be a big benefit when it's done. What benefits? Don't talk about gold coins, although the old man likes gold coins, but to pay out some money to break into the temple is a bit too ridiculous. Unless, speaking of which, Mers's words changed, if you can come up with £1 or £2 of the fountain of the Holy Spirit, that would be something to consider? The question is, do you have it? Well, I don't have the fountain of the Holy Spirit on hand, but well, Jiang Chen smiled. Have you ever heard of the Dwarves, Master? Mers frowned in confusion. Dwarves? Heard of them? Why? Oh, he suddenly came to a realization. You went to the Fire God's temple this time to look for the dwarf race, right? This race is indeed magical, and if you can really find it, I'm afraid that building divine artifacts won't be a problem. It is indeed worth the risk. But the problem is, even if you find it, with the style of the dwarves, it is impossible to build equipment for you at will. The old man advised you not to do this day. Is this dwarf race still to be found? Before Mers could finish his sentence, He was interrupted by Jiang Han smilingly. He then heard the voice on the other end of the cone pull up. Saul, come say hello. There was another jumbled clamor, a bit indistinguishable from what exactly was going on, but it seemed to be quite lively. Geese are fluting stacks. Just as Mers pondered what the opposite side was up to, a stuttering voice suddenly sounded, as if something had been stuffed in his mouth. Scolded, but that's not the point. Mers snapped, and he instantly discerned that the words were not shouted in the common language, but in the oddly syllabic dwarven tongue. No, kid, did you really find the dwarves? Mels was nonplussed and rushed after him. Luckily, I just happened to come across the dwarves migrating, so I brought them to Windleaf City. Jiang Chen responded. And brought it into Windleaf City? Impossible, right? Mers was instantly confused. Having seen so much, he knew all too well what an odd race the dwarves really were. More stubborn than a donkey. Even if the strength is far superior to them 10 times and 100 times, then as long as they see you as bad, they say hammer. In ancient times, humans did have quite a few artifacts that were built by the dwarves, but the process of each transaction was incredibly convoluted, and some unique means were used to achieve the goal. And ever since then, the dwarves, who knew they had been duped, have been disgusted with humans and unwilling to interact. It could be said that if the humans wanted to seek help from the dwarves, it would be no less difficult than rounding up an adult-bodied dragon. But Jiang Han not only found it, but also brought it into the city? Is this scientific? Not right. Quite wrong. At the thought of this, Mers instantly became alert. This kid is as cunning as a fox. Maybe this is a random person who can speak Dwarven to fool himself to come. There must be something wrong. Mers took a deep breath and calmly analyzed the possibilities. It doesn't make sense either way. Sure enough, there is a trick. I'm not falling for it this time. Having made his assertion, he decided to dismantle the scam. Trying to fool me? Not even the door. Kid, just cheat. Doodle. Before Mers could say 2 words. However, the communication was simply cut off. Looking at the wooden sign that had fallen back into silence, Mers just felt his brain buzzing and going blank. This is not unfolding right. If it's a scam, shouldn't they be desperately trying to prove something by now? Why are they just hanging up? Are you really that confident? It's the same as last time. Wanting to get away with something, isn't it? Soon enough, though, Mers calmed down and casually tossed the wooden sign in front of him, sitting back in his rocking chair and closing his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. The courtyard had regained its former peacefulness, and the water flowed down from the wigwam, clear and transparent. It was this state of mind of Mers's that never quieted, and he reached up and tapped the armrest gently, adjusting his emotions. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Ah, Grandma, you win. It didn't even last 3 minutes before Mers leapt up from his rocking chair, grumpily scratching his hair before his figure disappeared into thin air. Taken again. The moment he opened the teleportation, such a thought flashed through his mind. But, knowing this, he still embarked on the journey to Windleaf City without any hesitation. There's no way around it. It's like a cat scratching your heart if you don't get to the bottom of this. It's blue and thin. 2 chapters to go. Exploding liver. Mers rushed to Windleaf City at fire speed, and after some poking around, he smoothly found the hall where Jiang Han was. Crunch! He gently pushed open the door and was met with a scene of unbelievable chaos. The entire hall was in a mess. All kinds of plates were scattered on the ground. Tables and chairs were knocked over. A short figure hugged the food and gnawed furiously, and occasionally one could see figures wrestling together for the food. Mers's mind went blank. In the process of inquiring about Jiang Han's location, he had actually confirmed from bystanders that the dwarves had indeed moved into Windleaf City. But when he actually saw the image, he still couldn't help the surprise in his heart. That was a magical race that had been lost on the continent for thousands of years and was capable of forging divine weapons. Master, this way. Jiang Chen also noticed Mers's arrival and smiled and waved from the corner. Mers quickly walked up to him, his tone urgent. Boy, these dwarves, where in the world did you abduct them from? It doesn't matter. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The important thing is how to make them willing to forge divine weapons. Mers reacted instantly and frowned. Something to do with the fire temple? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. Mers bowed his head and contemplated for a long time before he raised his head and said, Old me, I can join you in searching for the fire god's temple, but you must truthfully tell Old me what exactly is the purpose of this time. The divine hall, after all, is related to the gods, and I don't want to die in vain. Jiang Chen recounted the relevant matters briefly. Transfers? Mers listened and pondered. No wonder you even dared to take such a risk. You really had to go. Forget it. He sighed. In that case, Old me will accompany you on your journey. But in advance, this trip, Old me will not receive any money or payment from you. When you enter the temple, explore it individually. As for that terrifying unknown creature, if you cannot provoke it, try not to provoke it. If you really cannot avoid it, the old man will try his best to keep you safe, but only his best. See what I mean? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then nodded. Merz's meaning was obvious. This time there was no need to sign a contract between the two, and he would step in when he encountered trouble. But when it really came to a life and death crisis, each flew separately in the face of great difficulties. Between the two, they are on equal footing. To be honest, the risk is actually quite high. But then again, when it came to a hidden secret like the Divine Hall, it was obviously unrealistic to use gold coins to hire a god-level powerhouse to risk his life. And when other powerhouses heard about it, they would only shake their heads in rejection. It's actually quite righteous of Merz to go this far. When do we leave? Merz asked. Now. 2 days passed in a flash. Cracks littered the earth, and not a speck of greenery was to be seen in the dry riverbed, replaced by searing coke, dark red lava gurgling and pulsing, occasionally sparking brightly. Even the air was distorted under the high temperatures. Drip, drop. The ear-piercing sound like an alarm traveled extremely far through the air before finally burrowing into the void and disappearing completely. The location of this divine hall is really mysterious too. The two figures swiftly swept past under the wrapping of white light, and Zhang Han looked at the temple probe in his hand and murmured in a low voice, after inquiring from Thor about the general area where the fire god's temple would appear. The two of them, he and Merz, hoofed it here. But even if you remove the time offline, the search has been going on for a day and a half now. The temple detector was ringing back and forth, but unfortunately it just couldn't find the location of the temple. It is no wonder that it is said to be a lost temple. Even there are such artifacts that are specially built to find the fire god's temple are so difficult to find. If it is by itself alone, then I am afraid that it is really a lifetime to find the fire god's temple. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang, and a huge creature that looked like a loach steeply burrowed out of the ground, covered in flames. 20. Even after using the fire spirit crystals, Zhang Han's shield value continued to fall down, and it was clear that this loach-like creature was very strong. And it is true. Molten fire fish loach, level 100 elite monster. And in fact, this wasn't the first monster they had encountered. Except that with Merz around, these 100-level monsters couldn't make much of a wave. Boom! Rumble! Just as Merz was about to make a move to kill this molten firefish loach, several more powerful level 100 monsters broke through the ground. The magma around them began to boil, and even the ground shook. What happened? Melz looked around and realized that there were no less than 100 level 100 monsters that appeared at the same time. This number of monsters popping up for a short period of time is a massive monster riot. But, what exactly caused these monsters to riot? Drip, 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 drip. The next moment, Merz got his answer. The temple detector in Zhang Chen's hand frantically emitted a sharp beep. At the end of the two men's line of sight, a stone gate appeared at some point and hovered in midair. The ancient and magnificent aura cleansed away in an instant, making people unable to resist worshipping. That's God's power. Apparently, after searching for most of the day, the entrance to the fire god's hall finally appeared at this moment. Kid, up ahead is. Merz forced down the great oppression that the stone gate gave him and turned his head to look at Zhang Han. And then it was a no-brainer, because he could clearly see that Zhang Chen's figure began to become gradually illusory until it was completely transparent. Swish! And that ancient stone door suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. The whole thing was simply too fast to react. Merz glanced at the location where Zhang Han had disappeared, and then looked into the distance with a despondent expression. Unsurprisingly, this kid should have somehow entered the fire god's palace. The purpose of the trip was halfway accomplished. But the problem is, I haven't gotten in the car yet. In this moment, Merz just wanted to hug and cry. This came all the way here, and risked being buried here. Wasn't it just to see the true appearance of the temple with his own eyes, to see if he could get anything out of it? It's a good thing that death is not possible, and that the temple didn't go in, becoming a runner again. And there was also the problem that the temple entrance was gone. But the beasts weren't. Roar! Roar! The mournful roar of the beast rang out, shaking the rubble and erupting the lava. As if they had received some kind of instruction, the hundreds of monsters launched a brazen charge towards Merz in unison. With a lifeless look on his face, Merz began to chant, pounds of magic rising. He didn't really want to do anything. He just wanted to go home and get a good night's sleep as a way of soothing the hurt inside. But the problem is that these mongrels are coming at your face. So what else can you do? Kill. Just as Merz was tearfully brushing off the monsters, Zhang Chen had already arrived at a side of the world that was isolated from the rest of the world. 350. 350. Compared to the outside world, the temperature here was even more exaggerated, almost like entering a burning furnace. And Zhang Han's shield value was dropping wildly. Without the God of Fortune shield skill, With his current blood level, he would have been vaporized directly after only a short while here. The damage. It's horrible. Jiang Chen surveyed his surroundings and realized that directly in front of him was a huge lake emitting red light. Only that what flowed inside was not lake water, but scorching hot magma. That level of dazzling was like a round of golden sun, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. Guess that's the source of the damage. It was no wonder that the dwarves said that they would not be able to return to the fire god's temple for the time being. As far as this kind of sustained damage was concerned, even with the use of the fire spirit crystals, it was not something the average dwarf would be able to withstand. However, Zhang Han didn't choose to use the fire spirit king crystals. The amount of damage now was high, but with the God of Wealth shield in place, it wasn't slow to burn, but there wasn't much pressure overall. It's better to keep it for now and use it to prevent unforeseen circumstances. After all, the effect only lasts for 3 hours. Moving his gaze away from the lava, Jiang Chen looked toward a large hall in the distance. Unsurprisingly, that was the fire god's hall he was looking for. God? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and walked toward the main hall. 350, 450. The closer he got to the great hall, the higher the sustained damage he received, and by the time Jiang Han reached the passageway in front of the great hall, the damage he received per second was already coming to 650. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen decided to use the Fire Spirit King crystal. The damage is cut to 50 instantly. Keep going. The closer he got to the main hall, the weirder the atmosphere became. The sides of the passage were filled with broken statues, on which patches of blood could still be seen. Finally, Jiang Chen arrived at the door of the Great Hall. He looked up, only to see that the likeness of the Great Hall had changed drastically compared to when he had viewed it from afar. The sense of grandeur and atmosphere like an epic has already disappeared without a trace, and instead, it is full of bleakness. The hall had collapsed most of the way. The remnants of decrepit arches and convex windows intertwined into a picture of disrepair. A few broken columns piled on top of each other, overgrown with weeds, and a smell of decay drilling ghostly into the tip of his nose. It is hard to imagine that this is a holy place used to worship the gods. The only thing that was intact was the clean white statue in the deepest part of the hall that was about a foot tall. Jiang Chen curiously walked over. Amidst the devastation, the statue was intact, releasing a divine light under the strong contrast. Trespasser, please state your intentions. The next moment, heavy mechanical sounds rang out from the sky. Jiang Chen's footsteps lurched, and the statue that towered over him seemed to have become even whiter. He said lightly, "I've come to explore the remains of the temple." Rumble. The white statue suddenly turned slowly, its blurry face looking down on Zhang Han from above. "I understand. Intruder, you need my blessing as a way to activate your potential." Activating potential? Jiang Chen's mind moved. After receiving the blessing of the dragon god, the strength of his profession had indeed risen by a large margin. Trying to complete the second turn seems like it could be done that way as well? Stout's guess was correct. Completing the second transfer of the God of Fortune and the Beast God Controller did indeed require the power of the gods. As he was thinking, the mechanical voice once again sounded indifferently. Then, "Trespasser, kneel before me, offer your sincerest praise and blessings and submit to me. As a reward for you, I, for one, will bestow my blessings on you and shelter you. I'm sorry, but I'm not asking for a 5-star review, am I?" Kneel? A hint of disdain flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He never believed in the so-called gods, and he never did, and he still does. If the price for performing the second turn was that he needed to kneel down to this thing in front of him that he couldn't even see the face of and was godless, then he would rather stop there. And, this so-called condition was, in the end, just a guess on Stout's part. Do god-level professions like God of Wealth and Beast God Controller really need to kneel to the gods? It was necessary to know that when using the parchment for transmutation, those last 3 or 2 crystal spheres were already the realm of the gods, and according to this logic, the Beast God Controller should at the very least be on par with the divine ranks, and the strength of the God of Fortune was in no way inferior to the Beast God Controller in Jiang Han's opinion, not to mention the double enhancement of professions after experiencing the blessing of the Dragon God. Intruder, what are you holding back? It is your supreme honor to kneel before Hephaestus, the great god of fire and craftsmanship. Now, offer me your sincerity at once. On your knees. Jiang Chen was still pondering, but the clean white statue had lost its patience. A fiery red halo lit up from it, spreading out in all directions. 1000, 1000. The searing heat carried a heavy pressure, causing Jiang Han's shield value to drop rapidly. Grandma Lee's, I'm a big living man. I can still let you a broken statue bully me? Jiang Chen also came to a temper. What about the gods? I'll fight if I can, and I'll fight if I can't. Day by day, you have to stay in the fight. He reached down and picked up the God of Destruction's Horn of Rage on his chest. Ow! However, Before he could activate this divine artifact, the Imperial Beast space opened up for no apparent reason, and Little Grey leapt out with a roar and rushed towards the clean white statue. Boom! 188040. A heavy dragon's breath landed on top of the statue, and high damage erupted, followed by Ash swiftly skimming through, cutting a trail of shadows through the air. The dragon's claws fell. 17500. Bang! Over 200,000 damage caused the clean white statue to instantly explode, with debris bursting in all directions. It was only then that Ash landed on the ground, his eyes staring abhorrently at the original location of the clean white statue. It was as if the two parties had some deep hatred. The sudden turn of events caused Jiang Chen to frown. He had never seen Little Grey display such a stance before, even when it was bombarded with more than half of its bloodstain when it first fought the Wanderer. It was more of a warlike spirit, instead of hating each other as much as they do now. Ash, come back. Jiang Chen looked around vigilantly and gave orders. The giant dragon clan detested gods. He was aware of this. This was even recorded in many canonical books. It was not a hidden secret. It was said that in ancient times, the dragon had broken out into battle with the gods, and the feud between the two sides was forged as a result. But Ash hadn't grown up in the dragon clan after all, and Zhang Han had never instilled him with knowledge of the relevant aspects. It's only logical that it shouldn't know these things. Has the dragon race's hatred for the gods gone deep into their bloodline? Ow. Only after confirming that the statue had completely shattered did little Ash return to Zhang Han with his head held high in triumph. Go back. Although the low life value of that white statue greatly exceeded Zhang Han's expectations, he wasn't so naive as to think that with Ash's level 40 attributes nowadays, he would be able to walk horizontally in the Temple of God. It would be more appropriate to take back the Imperial Beast space. Little Ash didn't resist. Anyway, the guy who made it annoying had already been resolved, and with a gentle jump, it returned to the middle of the Imperial Beast space. Rumble. Right at almost the same time, the entire hall suddenly began to violently shook. The already dilapidated shrine collapsed and was completely reduced to rubble. Lowly human, how dare you disobey my will? Do you realize that you have already made a great mistake? The demon in the cage may thus escape its bonds? Vile intruder, you will surely pay for your arrogance. I will crucify you in hell and strip you of your divinity. A voice from who knows how far away, as if it had crossed time and space, rang out and ghostly passed on. With that heavy aura and pressure, the entire world seemed to be trembling. Ding! You are being struck by an undetectable force. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately. Just like when he first met the creepy monarch boss, the system's shrill whistling sound rang out frantically, and the beeps almost shattered Zhang Han's eardrums. 10,000, 10,000. Is this Vulcan? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. It seems that destroying that idol has caused the god's wrath. This fire god, indeed, still exists in the world. The roar alone, from an unknown distance away, caused the blood to plummet. In just a few seconds, Zhang Han's shield value had decreased by hundreds of thousands. Money is lost in the tens of millions. The power of the gods is incredibly strong. Should I turn off the money shield and die back? Or is there something else can do? However, Zhang Han remained calm, thinking of various methods in his mind. With the current level 40 attributes, it was simply a nightmare to face the gods. Hephaestus, you deserve to die. However, before Zhang Han could make a decision, another equally heavy voice rang out, and its source was clearly under that boundless lava. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled even more intensely, as if an unprecedentedly large earthquake had occurred. A huge rift valley appeared steeply. The earth was torn apart by some unknown force, and the temple that had been reduced to ruins was swallowed up by the rift valley and sunk into it. And Zhang Han, who was in the middle of it, likewise fell into the rift valley with it. In the rapid descent, he saw lava erupt for hundreds of meters, coloring the sky a brilliant red, and the entire world was as if it had been set ablaze. The end was near. Bang! 500000. I don't know how long he had been falling, but Zhang Han smashed heavily into the ground, and the huge impact directly caused him to drop a full 500,000 shield values. Together with the shield value that had been dropped by the Vulcan's roar earlier, it had already taken $1 million breaking damage. In just 2 minutes, the direct loss of gold coins was as high as 100 million. The divine hall, worthy of being a realm involving the gods, was really not something that ordinary people could come to. If Zhang Han didn't have such a heaven-defying skill as money shield, he would have died in the middle of the temple long ago, and wouldn't have been able to support himself until now. And just as Zhang Han was considering whether or not to turn off the money shield, a dazzling red suddenly appeared before his eyes. It seemed to be an immense creature. Immortal Phoenix. Rank, attributes. There are 3 more chapters, but they'll be a little late. so you can wait until tomorrow morning to get up and read them. Good night. By the way, I'd like to ask for a 5-star review. Another creature with unreadable attributes. So, is this the horrible creature that Thor spoke of? The demon that Vulcan suppressed here? Human, were you the one who broke the statue of Hephaestus? A low voice rang out. It wasn't until then that Zhang Han could see clearly that underneath the blazing firelight was a phoenix with a fiery red body, and around the body of this immortal god phoenix, there were 8 pitch-black chains with an eerie light flowing from them, a color that was as regal as a black hole. It was as if just to look at it, the whole person was going to fall into it, and even when it was restricted by the 8 chains and had to prostrate itself on the ground, the immortal god phoenix still held its noble head high, its heavy pressure sweeping out like a wave. However, Jiang Chen remained subdued. Being able to be locked up here by the gods with so much effort, there was no doubt about the strength of this immortal god phoenix, but he wasn't worried. For one thing, it was that if there really was that idea, the immortal god phoenix would have done it long ago, so why wait until now? Secondly, listen to the tone of the god of fire, and this immortal divine phoenix is bound to be an immortal relationship. As the saying goes, an enemy's enemy is a friend, and Zhang Han didn't care why exactly this immortal god phoenix was locked up here. But since it was hostile to the fire god, it was a united front. Of course, it was also possible that those 8 chains were restricting the immortal god phoenix, but for either reason, one is safe for the time being. Jiang Chen kept his distance and nodded. Yes, good job. The immortal god phoenix's voice came out. However, I advise you to leave this temple before it's too late, or else when Hephaestus arrives, you'll be blasted into mush at the first opportunity. Jiang Chen was slightly shocked. He can still come over? It's just this small matter. It's not so bad, is it? Little things? The immortal god phoenix snorted. What kind of place do you think this is? You can come here whenever you want? Oh, it seemed to remember something and explained. Breaking a statue is really not a big deal, but because of the shattering of the statue, I awakened, and it will only take a little bit of time for me to break free from my bonds. How dare that scumbag not come? You can even break free from the yoke of a god? Jiang Chen was a bit surprised, although he didn't know much about gods either. Even an existence as strong as the light-shining dragon, which could easily crush a god-ranked powerhouse like Mers, had no chance of winning against a god. But this immortal god phoenix, it seemed to have a disdain for gods? The yoke of the gods? What is that? The immortal god phoenix suddenly laughed out loud. The whole laughter shook the entire underground. Ignorant human, do you still think that Hephaestus, that coward alone, is qualified to trap me here? Isn't it? Jiang Chen's mind wandered. There was a story. Joke. The immortal god phoenix snorted coldly. In the past, when I gave birth to my offspring, I needed a place with plenty of fire elements, and it just so happened that the fire elements were thick near this fire god temple, so I landed here. And then, it was assassinated by the fire god? Jiang Chen suddenly realized. By him? The immortal god phoenix disdainfully said. How can I not see such a lowly plot? Even when I am weak, I am not something that he, a false god, can fight against. False gods? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow at another new term. Then why are you still locked up here? The immortal god Phoenix was silent for a moment. A heavy sigh followed. I have underestimated the lowliness of Hephaestus. There is more than one false god here. 5 false gods, and I have fallen into weakness, and was locked here in a moment of carelessness. To summarize, it is too arrogant? Jiang Chen shrugged. I don't look down on other people. I know it's a bureau but I still go in, and then I can't carry it anymore and I'm locked in here. Yeah. The immortal god Phoenix didn't retort. I only sigh that I have lived a long life. But in the end, I was actually backstabbed by a few false gods, and even my origin was drained quite a bit, and a punishment for my pride. It is only pity that my unborn child should also be sacrificed by these backsliders. Sad. Sad. The immortal god Phoenix's eyes were bleak, and his voice was filled with pathos. You really laid an egg, didn't you? Zhang Han's eyes lit up. If you nag this, then I won't be sleepy. Humans. The immortal god Phoenix was enraged. Dare to offend me like this. If you hadn't broken that stone statue, I would have broken you into pieces by now. Sorry, got carried away and didn't keep my mouth shut. Jiang Chen coughed lightly twice in embarrassment. It does seem a bit offensive to talk about laying eggs to someone's face, However, I am more interested in knowing where your eggs are not, and where your heirs are today. Jiang Chen mused. Perhaps, I can think of a way to do so. The immortal god Phoenix glanced at him. Human, your little mind, do you really think you can fool me? If I'm not mistaken, you should be an imperial beast master, right? Indeed. Jiang Chen didn't deny it and nodded with a frank expression. Oh, human greed. It's really a bad route that can't be changed at any time. The immortal god Phoenix let out a cold laugh. I tell you, it's better to die of this heart. My bloodline, how noble is it? Is it not something that a human can manage? Even if you find my son, it will be in vain. Let alone you. Even if the strongest imperial beast master of your clan, Gu Lin, came, it would be nothing more than a futile attempt to establish a soul link. Not that qualified. That's not necessarily true. Jiang Chen shook his head. Who Gurren was he was not cognizant of, nor did he know. But that was a bit of an off-putting comment for him. What do you mean you're not qualified? I'm the god of wealth of the corn bully. I'm rich and I'm good-looking. And in reality, the queue of chicks chasing me could reach France. I take a $2 billion shield out to play with you, and you think I'm air? I'm going to call Vulcan back in the pot. No, scratch that one. But then again, you're all chained up in big, thick, black chains. Why are you still pretending? Not necessarily? The immortal god Phoenix snorted. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Little Ash, give him out a bright job. Ow. As soon as the words fell, Little Ash drilled out of the imperial beast space and opened his teeth and claws at the immortal god Phoenix. Super fierce. The immortal god Phoenix first glanced at Little Grey carelessly, then his eyes shook violently. This, is it? No, it's impossible. How can you manage a dragon of this level when you're just a human? And, it seemed to realize something and looked fiercely at Jiang Chen, and then the shock in his eyes was so intense that it was beyond measure. After being blocked for so many years, a lot of origin was lost, so the immortal god Phoenix didn't use half of its power, but when it finally began to take a closer look at the human in front of it, but it got an unexpected result. A blessing from the dragon god? No, this is impossible. How could that old guy dragon god make such a choice? The immortal god Phoenix roared lowly. Could it be that even he has fallen? It stared deathly at Jiang Chen, its heavy pressure spreading out. Human, tell me truthfully, where is the dragon god's body? And how did you get this power? I don't believe that old man would trust a human. Well, I really don't know. Jiang Han slowly straightened his collar, then smiled brightly. But as you can see, now standing in front of you is the 21st century three good young men, once a 5-bar brigade captain for 3 consecutive years, transmogrified god of fortune and beast god controller, recipient of the emblem of valor, rank 1 on the ranking list, Baron Pending of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, and the absolute best groom of the Friends of the Women of the Windleaf City. Nightcold is also. I'm sure it's not much of a problem to contract some kind of immortal god Phoenix. The immortal god Phoenix didn't say anything, only staring at him with a deadly stare. Ryoko, it sighed heavily. Such a chaotic and contradictory aura is the first time even I have seen it. Maybe you do qualify. Low key, Jiang Han said with a modest face. Actually, it's not as excellent as you say. Humans. The immortal god Phoenix didn't care about Jiang Han's gag, but instead spoke in a low voice. I can tell you the location of where my heir is, but it's not something you can touch at your current level. It's up to you to find it. Of course, if you do manage to save my heir, then it can be a powerful aid to you from now on, and it will be an honor for you. Just say it, I'll go down even if it's a mountain of daggers. Jiang Chen's eyes were fiery. This lord in front of me, that was one who didn't even put gods in his eyes in his heyday, so how bad would the power of the heir be? Could it be another mythic great imperial beast egg? You're really right about one thing. To find it, you do have to go down into the fire. The immortal god Phoenix's eyes lit up, and a magnificent feather floated out from its body, slowly falling into Jiang Han's hands. Go, and this feather will lead you to it, right there in the middle of the fire. Got it. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. He could clearly feel that this somewhat hot feather on his hand was pulling him in a certain direction, and there, it was clearly the endless lava that he had passed by before. Apparently, this lava that the fire god had taken great pains to lay down in the first place had become the best place for the immortal god Phoenix to give birth. Jiang Chen pressed down the excitement in his heart and rushed towards the piece of lava. Thanks to the depth of the rift itself, he soon arrived before that lava. The strange thing was that there was obviously no obstruction around, but the viscous magma seemed to be blocked by some invisible barrier and did not flow out. 1000. 1000. At the same time, extremely terrifying damage emerged from Jiang Han's body. It was important to realize that after using the Fire Spirit King Crystal, his flame resistance was as high as 95%, but even so, he was still taking 1000 damage per second. That's 20,000 per second if you don't have flame resistance. This hitman can't stand it even if he comes to catch a break. However, even if the damage was high and the shield fell off fast, Jiang Chen didn't feel a single bit of heartache. Compared to another mythical great imperial beast egg, what was this amount of money? Even if you squander your gold coins here, it would be worth it. Without the slightest hesitation or stop, Jiang Chen plunged headfirst into the magma. The burning heat that instantly hit his face caused his consciousness to become slightly blurred, and the damage on his head came to a terrifying 5,000 points per second. But Jiang Han still didn't care. With his tough will and the guidance of the feather, he moved forward with a brain. It's in these extreme circumstances. Soon, the shield value he dropped exceeded 1 million, or 100 million gold coins. Moving on, shields continued to drop. After about 10 minutes or so, after paying the high price of a full 3 million shields, Jiang Han finally saw the imperial beast egg that emanated a golden halo amidst the fiery red. Found it. Jiang Chen quickly moved forward. In front of them was an altar suspended in the magma, which was pitch black and had dense white writing all over it. At this moment, the white text was emitting an eerie bright light, and on that golden egg, a few golden threads were drawn out, the light gurgling toward the altar. This altar, it seemed to be extracting the life force of this immortal god phoenix egg. However, Jiang Chen didn't have the time or interest to explore this. Reaching out and fishing for the immortal god phoenix egg in such a way, the white text on the altar instantly dimmed in light. Who is it? Almost at the same time, the angry voice of the fire god rang out violently, and compared to before, this deity was much closer to the fire god's hall. The dull roar got louder. -200000 -200000. In an instant, the shield value dropped another million. This old den. Don't let me catch me clearing up later. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he memorized the fire god. It's not your egg. What's your hurry? Hurry up. His mom is still out there, and she doesn't even say a word. But cursing aside, Jiang Han's speed of return was not reduced in the slightest. Another 3 minutes passed. Put. Jiang Chen smoothly found the border of the lava and drilled out headfirst. Looked at the shield value. It dropped over 7 million directly, along with a loss of 700 million gold coins. However, looking at the golden imperial beast egg lying inside the props bar, Jiang Han was not at all distressed. $700 million can buy a mythical great imperial beast egg. This kind of deal if you go out and yell. I don't know how many dignitaries and nobles want to squeeze their heads to rush the deal. Don't say 700 million gold coins. That's 7 billion. 70 billion. Then all the powerful forces will come up with the money. But whoever sells eggs at this level is at SB. Jiang Chen naturally couldn't have done such a cerebral palsy thing. Moreover, it's not clear if other people can use the egg. A god-level profession. That's not for everyone. I found it. Jiang Chen quickly returned to the immortal god Phoenix and pulled out the golden egg. After all, it is someone else's own mother, so at least let the mother and son to meet is not. You actually did it? Looking at her heir appearing before her eyes, the pupils of the immortal god Phoenix were filled with astonishment in addition to the gentle glow of motherhood. To be honest, despite giving the information away, it pressed on with no hope. How could a mere level 40 little guy navigate through that terrifying lava, and at the same time go deeper? But this human, on the other hand, just did it. Thank you. At this moment, even as proud as the immortal god Phoenix, he put down his arrogance and sincerely thanked Jiang Han, because it means that its children will not be sacrificed by those disgusting false gods. Jiang Han grinned. No need to. Before he could finish his sentence, Vulcan's roar rang out once again. You will die. Human. I don't know what you used, but you didn't just destroy the statue, but you even touched the egg. You have committed an unforgivable sin. You have no idea what you are doing. It is hastening the end of the world. You are a sinner. Sinner. I will surely tear you apart with my own hands. You lowly human. Prepare for the wrath from the gods. -500000. With that roar, another 500,000 shields dropped. The immortal god Phoenix sighed. Human. Leave now. Hephaestus is about to arrive. You won't be able to escape then. Take my heir and go as far as you can. And when he grows up, then tear this motley crew apart. It's just a pity that I won't be able to witness that scene. I understand. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Of course he knew that a mere roar from an unknown distance could deal such horrifying damage. By the time the fire god descended here, just how exaggerated would it be? It's not something that can be compared to a godly NPC. At this moment, Jiang Han was somewhat glad that he had come alone. Otherwise, if Mers followed, it would be certain death. After all, NPCs are not the same as players, having the opportunity to be revived. Jiang Han can just turn off money shield and die back. Mels can't. Ga is really Ga, but is there really no way to help you? Before turning off the shield, Jiang Han still asked. There are ways, but you're too weak. The immortal god Phoenix sighed. What kind of existence it was. Naturally, it was not willing to be blocked for another few hundred years on this and then eventually fall. Not only you, but even if the most powerful of your humans were here, I'm afraid there's not always a chance they could help me. Tell me, what if? Jiang Chen asked casually. The immortal god Phoenix sighed softly. In fact, this blockade, so many years has been worn out by me a lot. Eightfold seal, has only the last 2 left. To help me is also very simple. Just remove the remaining 2 seals. Twofold seal? Jiang Chen asked. How? See those 2 imprints of shimmering black aura? Just shatter them. The immortal god Phoenix's tone was bland. It didn't hold any hopes at all. It was only after being trapped for so many years, coupled with the fact that Jiang Han had saved its heir, that it was willing to say a few more words, as if to relieve its boredom. It doesn't sound like it's that hard. Jiang Chen looked around and saw 2 marks scattered in different directions. Is the damage required high? Hurt? The immortal god Phoenix let out a light laugh. It seems that your eyesight is still limited to this, but it's understandable. After all, humans can't come into contact with things like divinity either. Divinity? Jiang Chen froze. Why did this thing sound somewhat familiar? Yes, divinity. The immortal god Phoenix nodded. The focus of this seal is the divinity hosted on it. To break the seal, the divinity on the seal must be erased. But, it turned its words around. For humans, this is simply impossible to do, as this is the realm of the gods, and to erase the divinity, only an equal amount of power is possible. Well, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then fished out the God of Destruction's berserk horn on his chest and displayed the attribute panel in front of the immortal Phoenix. Take a look at this thing. Doesn't it just happen to erase the divinity to come? The immortal god Phoenix casually glanced at it, and then a pair of eyes fiercely fixed on it. God of Destruction's horn? Where did you get this from? Luck. Popped it fighting a boss. Jiang Han scratched his head. Fighting a boss? The immortal god Phoenix was stunned. How is that possible? Although it's nothing more than a false god. But what kind of boss can touch these backstabbers? It doesn't matter. Jiang Chen waved his hand. The important thing is, just tell me if this thing can erase divinity. Right? Indeed. The immortal god Phoenix nodded, followed by a sigh. However, it's no use. Those remaining 2 seals must be shattered at the same time to be able to do so. But do you have 2 identical props? 2 identical props? Jiang Chen mused. That's not true, but this should work. Saying that, he pulled out another stone of cooling from the props bar. Coincidentally, exactly 3 days had passed since the last time the stone of cooling was used. Then, God of Destruction's horn of rage. You can directly use God of Destruction's power twice. Where did you get so many strange and weird props? The immortal god Phoenix froze. It was killing itself to think that a tiny human could bring so many surprises one after another. Boom! Without waiting for Jiang Chen to reply, another dull thud spread from the sky. Lowly humans, the great god of fire has descended. Prepare for my wrath. It would be the honor of your life to be torn apart by my own hands. The divinity in you, and the beast, are destined to be my sustenance. Ha 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 ha. Hephaestus, the fire god, was already getting closer and closer. Jiang Han could even hear the wind whistling, and he was once again locked in, this time slamming down the shield. A full million. And what's even more terrifying is that this aftershock, it's still spreading. -300000 -500000. Each hit was hundreds of thousands of damage. If this momentum continued, even if Jiang Han still had 8 digits of shield value on him, it would still be emptied in a few minutes. Right now, the safest way was actually to take back the equipment in the props bar, directly turn off the shield, and die back to the city. At best, you lose 20% of your attributes. However, Jiang Han was regardless, picked up a stone and began to write and count on the ground. This son of a bitch, the fire god, had been acting like a bully from the start, clamoring for him to be broken into pieces. It's fine if there was no way to deal with it before, but now that there is a way, how can I let you continue to be arrogant? Jiang Chen was truly pissed off. I'm a motherfucker who's died once, and I'm still threatened by your ass? Today is the day that the shield falls off here, knocking out all the possessions. Then there must be a way to screw this pretender. The distance between point A and point B is 100. The speed of the release of the power of the God of Destruction is. The speed of the skill is. Then assume that the skill is released first of this distance is X and the distance of the later release is 100X when. Although, even with the God of Destruction's raging horn and stone of cooling in hand, after all, the 2 ceiling points were far apart, and coupled with the time needed for skill release, the entire process was actually quite troublesome. The slightest mistake would have missed this one and only opportunity. But, who is Jiang Han? In the beginning, with a piece of broken copper and iron have gone to the absolute top under the god level. For the release of skills timing precision control, is not a handful of pinch, as the saying goes. If you learn mathematics, science and chemistry well, you will not be afraid of going anywhere. Soon he calculated the position and timing of the skill release amidst the undying god Phoenix's uncomprehending eyes. Quickly arriving at the target point, he directly activated the power of the God of Destruction. Subsequently, Stone of Cooling was then activated, and God of Destruction's power was triggered once more. Two incomparably furious breaths swept in different directions one after the other, but in the end, they were incomparably precise and landed on the ceiling point at the same time. Boom! Boom! The two seals were destroyed at the same time, and at this moment, the immortal god Phoenix could clearly feel that the chains binding it lost their effect. Raging power. It refilled its body again. Boom! The flames in the sky began to blaze, and this terrifying divine beast that had been trapped here for hundreds of years finally saw the light of day. Human! Sacrifice your humble life. The great god of fire has descended. Give me, on your knees. At the same time, magnificent voices rang out as Hephaestus, the fire god, finally crossed countless spaces and descended on the fire god temple. With one step, he instantly arrived at the edge of the Rift Valley, looking down on everything with arrogance. But what appeared before his eyes was not the imagined human beings who trembled and panicked under the divine might. Instead, golden flames swept in waves of scorching air against the sky. The huge figure slowly rose in the flames, and a pair of pupils with monstrous killing intent just appeared in front of Hephaestus' eyes, shrouding him from the sky. Hephaestus? Shit got violent. Saw this firebird running around. Third shift is here, and I'm begging for a good review on a daily basis. I'm also a mushroom eater. For a moment, Hephaestus thought he might be hallucinating. After all, the seal underneath this rift valley was laid by the joint efforts of his 5 gods. Could it be broken so easily? And, at the first moment of the change in the fire god hall, he immediately moved in order to be on the lookout for any changes. Unexpectedly, it was still a step too late. Hephaestus, didn't expect that, did you? My, is back. The dull sound was carried on a scorching wind that pounded into Hephaestus' face. Even if he was the fire god, he didn't have the slightest chance of winning against this terrifying creature in front of him. No way. How on earth did you break free of the seal? Even you. It's impossible to do it. You've lost so much of your origin. Hephaestus growled lowly, disbelief written in his eyes. No, could it be the human? He suddenly realized something and probed his gaze into the depths of the Rift Valley. And how could this lowly human do this? Hephaestus' eyes flickered. It was more difficult for him to comprehend than the fact that the immortal phoenix had broken free of its seal itself, and that an incomparably weak human had triggered the change. It doesn't matter. The immortal god Phoenix's low voice sounded once again. What matters is that it's time for you vile false gods to pay for the crimes you've committed. Only with your filthy blood can I wash away my shame. Boom! As the last syllable fell, the temperature around them rose dramatically, and the body of the immortal god Phoenix radiated a golden light. And at the moment, it was like a round of golden sun, releasing temperatures that were difficult for people to bear. The air was twisting and the rock was melting like caramel, flowing down the edge of the chasm. The immortal god Phoenix's wings flashed, and the blazing wind was sharper than a blade, and wherever it passed, everything exploded into pieces. 2 tornadoes formed by flames were steeply generated and went straight to the sky, sweeping towards Hephaestus at the same time. Do you really think that you've got me? After being sealed for so many years and having your origin drained away, I don't believe you still have much power left. Hephaestus sneered as he raised the staff in his hands, the red gem at the end of the staff emitting a dazzling light. Obscure incantations like murmurs slowly floated out of his mouth. A blood-red sun rises. At this moment, in this side of the world it was as if there were 2 suns at the same time. One round of gold, one round of blood red. It was as if the whole world had been set on fire, and every corner was flooded with light. Even the deepest parts of the Rift Valley are no exception. Boom! The 2 flame tornadoes and the blood-colored sun fiercely bombarded together, erupting in the most intense collision. Powerful elemental forces intersected and then exploded. Incomparable berserk power swept out in all directions, destroying everything it touched. Whether it was tough rocks or scorching magma, they all directly turned into nothingness. Such a shocking scene. Jian Han, who was in the deepest part of the Rift Valley, was secretly shocked. If it wasn't for the immortal god Phoenix, who had also applied a layer of flame shield to him and passing between ascending into the air to isolate the aftermath. Otherwise, he was sure that the aftermath of this strike alone would be a few million damage hit at the very least, and that's just the fallout. As for what kind of pressure the center of the collision was under, then he didn't know. The power of the gods was just so terrifying, and that is just the beginning. A loud and clear phoenix chirp rang out as the immortal god Phoenix launched an undying attack on Hephaestus with the fury that had been sealed for hundreds of years. Hephaestus didn't want to fight the immortal phoenix, but he understood beyond words that the only way to end this battle was with blood. Whoever retreats, then dies. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Both parties were extremely powerful existences, and under full strength, the power that erupted was even more terrifying. and each strike could annihilate countless living beings. Needle point. Such a powerful collision caused the world to melt, and every building that could be seen was melted and returned to the void. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at this clash at the very top, his eyes filled with admiration. Even in his previous life, he had never seen a battle at this level. I don't know how long the fight went on. Boom! In the end, the immortal god Phoenix let out a cry, and the fiery flames that were strong enough to melt everything penetrated through, fiercely blasting at Hephaestus' body. This strike directly melted one of his arms. Even the staff of unknown grade dimmed and the fiery red crystals shattered. No! No way! Hephaestus yelled miserably. It was finally the first time that this deity that the dwarves had believed in for thousands of years showed such panic and desperation. With even his weapons shattered, he realized he had lost the battle for survival. Despicable backstabbers, if you hadn't played a trick, do you really think you could have done anything to me? The immortal god Phoenix raised its head, its pupils filled with disdain. How dare you presume to call yourself a god? You deserve it too. It stretched out its sharp claws, and even though Hephaestus did his best to resist, and the raging elemental power poured out crazily, he still couldn't stop this fatal blow. Snort! With the sound of flesh and blood being dissected ringing out, the immortal Phoenix's sharp claws sliced through Hephaestus' body like a knife slicing through tofu. Fishy red blood spilled. The immortal god Phoenix gently so a little more. The furious power that caused Hephaestus' body to explode like fireworks. An incomparably powerful god was bleeding here. Who? The immortal god Phoenix flapped its wings, and a strange power burst out, absorbing everything around it, including the blood of Hephaestus. After all, it had been sealed for too many years and had lost too much of its origin, and it had paid a great price for trying to kill a genuine god, and its body was incomparably weak, and the blood of Hephaestus is the perfect sustenance. The immortal Phoenix bathed in the blood of the gods as a way to vent its inner rage. Ryoko. When the light dissipated completely, everything fell silent. The entire small world was already destroyed to the extent that only a few remaining pieces of land made up of huge stones were left floating in the void. It's like the infinite stars here, and it's a little scary how quiet it is. Human, come here. The immortal god Phoenix looked towards the largest piece of land, and a low voice rang out, I still have 2 drops of false god's blood. Maybe you could use it. Jiang Chen hadn't moved yet, and in fact, he didn't need to, because the small piece of land he was on automatically floated towards the immortal god Phoenix, and 2 drops of blood overflowing with a golden yellow glow landed in front of him. Spirit's blood. Grade, unknown. Description, the mighty god of craftsmanship and fire. Hephaestus has existed on the lost continent for tens of thousands of years, and his blood flows with divinity, though who could ever obtain the blood of a god? The blood of the gods? Jiang Chen hadn't yet regained his senses from the engagement just now when 2 drops of blood suddenly appeared right in front of his eyes like that. Also, it's embarrassing. This blood, what is it for? Jiang Chen asked as he nonchalantly took the divine blood and opened his mouth. The immortal god Phoenix extinguished the flames on its body and said in a deep voice, the most important thing is that my heir, who has not hatched until now, must have gone wrong. This blood of the gods can break through some of the restraints and bring it back to life. So it is. Jiang Chen drifted off. Just like when Ash hatched, eggs of this caliber are bound to take a short time to hatch. The efficacy of divine spirit blood should be similar to that life essence. Only, the results are definitely better. After all, the provenance of life essence is killing high-grade bosses, and this blood of the gods is to slay a god. It's a simple matter of thinking about it. In addition, the blood of the gods also possesses a certain degree of divinity that can strengthen the body. The immortal god Phoenix said indifferently. Of course, ordinary creatures, there is no way to carry this intensity of divinity, and they will burst into flames if they are not careful. But as for how to use it, that's up to you. Divinity? Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This wasn't the first time he had heard of this term, and there was no doubt that it would be a characteristic unique to the gods. Then, is what's needed for the transfer also related to this? Well, this side of space, it shouldn't be able to exist for much longer. I am grateful that you have allowed me to break the seal, but you still need to be prepared. Once this realm collapses, then the news of Hephaestus' fall will be known to several other backstabbers. And, saying that, the immortal god Phoenix stared at Jiang Chen with great meaning. These few chaotic divine natures in your body are bound to make him covetous. He will surely find a way to devour this divinity. So become strong as soon as possible, and take my heir with you. Until then, I will find a way to find the backstabbers and buy you some time. The immortal god Phoenix's words caused Jiang Chen to involuntarily frown. A few confusing bits of divinity. The dragon god's blessing he knew. It should be considered a share of divinity. What about the others? Is it career-related? Or something else? But before Jiang Han could ask carefully, the entire world began to tremble violently. It's time. The immortal god Phoenix raised the head of the beast. A hint of ferocity flashed in its deep eyes. I will send you out. With that, a white light lit up from underneath Zhang Han's feet. Wait! Zhang Chen yelled. What's wrong? The immortal god Phoenix froze. I haven't picked up the equipment yet. Zhang Chen looked toward the fiery red staff floating in the air. That thing was left behind by the fire god, right? It's just a piece of broken rags. What's there to pick up? The immortal god Phoenix was unimpressed and even carried some contempt. Rags? Zhang Chen's mind moved. Then do you have any such rags there? Give me a few more? Having said rags, what am I still collecting these things for? The immortal god Phoenix snorted. As for the props I possess, they are all bound to my soul, so it's useless to give them to you. So, Zhang Han nodded a little depressed, thinking that he could make a profit. Then you'll let me pick up this crap first. At least it was something from the Vulcan, even if it was shattered. The grade couldn't be lower. It's simple. The immortal god Phoenix's wings flapped, and there was a fierce wind, while the fiery red staff came to Zhang Han in the process. Hephaestus staff, damaged. Grade, epic. Spirit plus 500. Spirit plus 5%. Fire damage increased by plus 30%. Fire attribute skill chanting time reduced by 30%. Unknown skill, passive the divine staff has been damaged and cannot be viewed at this time. Unknown skill, active the divine staff has been damaged and cannot be viewed at this time. Even damaged. It's an epic level staff. If it can be completely repaired, it's probably at least a divine artifact level. Zhang Chen exclaimed in admiration. In terms of basic attributes alone, the bonus of Hephaestus divine staff was greater in strength than the other equipment. The last two phrases, in particular, are nothing short of fire magic. Absolutely superb. And with the possibility of further repairs, the full body strength will only go up a few more notches. This kind of equipment, naturally, there is no reason to let it go and equip it directly. Well, it's time for you to leave. The immortal god Phoenix spoke once more. After experiencing the collision of power at the level of a god, this world had already reached its limit and was about to collapse. With a flash of light, the teleportation array appeared at his feet. In the next moment, one person and one phoenix disappeared without a trace. Boom! And the entire square of space began to collapse just as the immortal god Phoenix had said. In the meantime, a party in an unknown world. An ancient hall. It was incredibly silent, as if no creature had been here for thousands of years. Broken and silent. There wasn't even a wind blowing, and everything, without a hint of life, was terribly quiet. In the middle of the main hall, there were dozens of statues placed in a haphazard manner. Buzz! Suddenly, a sound so subtle that it couldn't be any more subtle rang out, and a red statue in the corner of the great hall unexpectedly opened its eyes. The ghostly voice came out. I have lost a bilocation. Buzz! 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 The next moment, 3 more statues woke up. Hephaestus, it's just a doppelganger. Why are you making such a fuss and affecting our recovery? If this delays the plan, you are guilty as charged. Several other statues had a slightly less friendly tone, blaming the fiery red statue. What I lost was the bilocation that was responsible for guarding that immortal god Phoenix. If I didn't feel it wrong, that world has collapsed. The fiery red statue representing Hephaestus spoke. Collapse? Hephaestus, you better give us a reasonable explanation. The immortal god Phoenix was a crucial part of the plan, and we wasted no time in depleting our origin divinity before sealing it under the altar. And now you're saying that that world collapsed? What about the immortal god Phoenix? Did it escape, or did it die there? Several statues shook with rage, their voices echoing through the hall, adding a bit of life to the place. Buzz! 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 And as he spoke out of reproach, more and more statues began to awaken. After hundreds of years, this great hall, which had been silent for a long time, came back to life. Explain? Hephaestus sneered. You think I want to lose that doppelganger? That is the most powerful doppelganger I have ever walked the earth with. Now that it is suddenly destroyed, it is I, not you, who have the most to lose. Oh, in the end, it's still just your incompetence. In the past years, that immortal god Phoenix was suppressed. We have already counted. It only has a very small probability of escaping. You state a bilocation, and even let the plan go wrong. It's not your incompetence is what? Yes, we need something to fill that void. How about you, Hephaestus? Stupid bastard. Hephaestus, you deserve to die. Hephaestus' explanation did not convince the other gods, but instead was met with their heavier and heavier accusations. Okay, stop arguing. In the end, it was a huge statue in the center that spoke up. In this matter, Hephaestus is certainly at fault, but the immortal Phoenix's power is obvious to all. So in exchange for whomever else you are, you have the certainty of restraining it? And, after so many years of extraction, the origin should be enough. The focus now is to find the source that caused the mutation, whether it's the immortal god Phoenix or something else, and then get rid of these hidden dangers. Otherwise, once it affects the progress of the plan, then more than just that one small world will go wrong. The giant statue was obviously of a not-so-low status, and as soon as the words were out of his mouth, the bickering in the Great Hall subsided. All the other statues, including Hephaestus, then responded. We understand. Identify the source of the problem. Swish, fiery domain. Berserk elemental power streaked about as Murs hovered in midair, tangling with dozens of monsters. It's really bad luck. Even if the shrine didn't go in, it's still being pestered by so many monsters. When is it going to end? While his skills continued, Murs sighed heavily. Even though he was a god-level spellcaster, he still felt tricky and mentally exhausted when facing so many hundred-level monsters. In particular, the sudden appearance of the Fire God's palace had a fatal attraction for these monsters that lived in a land rich in fire elements. There was a steady stream of monsters, and the scale was exaggerated, though inferior to the original weird invasion. I don't know how much more time it will take to really process it down completely. Bear. Just as Murs was getting a headache, a searing heat suddenly emerged from the sky. This is... Instantly, the battle-experienced Murs sweated and jerked his head up. Boom! He then saw a red shadow appear in the sky. In an instant, Murs was clearly able to feel that those monsters that had been brazenly charging towards him just now, as if they had been frightened in some way, fled desperately towards the distance. But he wasn't the least bit surprised. It was because this red shadow that appeared in the sky gave him a sense of oppression that was even stronger than when he had first seen the light-shining giant dragon. It can even be said that the two are not on the same level. What the hell is this? Cold sweat instantly came down on Murs's forehead. There was absolutely no chance of winning against a creature of this level, and even the survival rate was frighteningly low. Crap, why are you still coming at me? And what made Murs feel the most despair was that as he was about to flee, the behemoth actually came straight towards him. Not, what can I do? With a million thoughts, Murs tried the teleportation scroll anyway, and unsurprisingly, it was locked down and unable to escape. Wait for death. While instinctively applying various defense buffs to himself, Murs closed his eyes and had already given up struggling. The difference is just too great to have any hope of escaping. Boom! Soon, the ground shook violently as a searing heat landed not far away. The kind of heavy pressure that made Murs almost gasp. Simply horrible. Just as Murs's heart cried out, "My life is over," a clear voice suddenly rang out. "Master, why are you so nervous?" Murs's eyes opened instantly, and then in a single glance he saw a tiny figure standing at the feet of the horrible creature. Who else could it be if not that night-cold kid? Murs's jaw dropped in surprise and his mind went blank. Although he didn't know what relationship there was between Jiang Han and this horrible creature, the fact that the two could be so close to each other and still be at peace with each other already said a lot. Not, you can even climb a creature of this caliber? Who? In the next moment, a fierce wind rose, and the terrifying creature flapped its wings and turned into a fiery red stream of light, disappearing into the sky. My God! Mel sighed in relief at this, shuddering and wiping the cold sweat from his face. To be honest, this unprecedented sense of oppression had never made him so desperate in his life, not even when they were locked by the heavenly fire gargoyle's forbidden spell. Sweat. Even the entire back was thoroughly soaked. That thing? It was brought out from the fire god temple? Murs swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard and looked at Jiang Han incredulously. You kid, you actually didn't die? Master, that's right. I'm a person who has the advantage of being a hard 8. Jiang Chen said with a smirk. A mere fire god temple can't help me yet. Murs, this be pretend. But he had no way to refute it. So angry. Tell me, what exactly did you encounter inside the fire temple? Did you meet the gods? Murs asked curiously, shaking his head. See, Jiang Chen casually said, not only was it encountered, but that Vulcan was slaughtered. But these words, obviously, were not necessary to say to anyone else. Even the gods have seen it. Why didn't old me get in? Otherwise I would have definitely been able to reap some benefits as well. Murs pounded his chest and the whole thing was bad. Why does this kid get the benefit of the doubt on the inside and he has to work his ass off as a punching bag on the outside? How can this gap between people be so wide? Jiang Chen didn't bother with how Murs was feeling. The immediate focus is on other things. He took out a drop of divine spirit blood and dropped it directly between his palms. Buzz! The moment the blood touched Jiang Chen's skin, a golden light violently erupted, enveloping him whole, and at this moment, his entire person was like a golden god of war, fantastically incomparable. This exaggerated array looked at the sight of Murs again confused. What is this kid making again? The next moment, a crisp beep sounded beside Jiang Han's ears. Ding! You bathe in the blood of the gods and have gained the divinity of the fire god. Ding! Due to the infusion of divinity, your profession God of Wealth potential is activated and has successfully advanced. Ding! Due to the infusion of divinity, your profession Beast God Controller potential is activated and you have successfully advanced. I'm always looking for 5-star reviews. Sure enough, Jiang Chen's mind moved to the fact that the transfer of the two major professions was related to the gods. Divinity. That's the key to unlocking career progression. Jiang Chen called out the occupation panel. Occupation, God of Fortune. Innate talent, fortune rolling. LV2. The most basic ability of the God of Fortune is to generate wealth. The amount of gold you carry on your person increases by 2% per day. Benign talent, God of Wealth. LV2 is the God of Wealth. You refuse all loss of money. Upon your death, everything on your body will not fall off. Natal talent, Flood of Fortunes. LV2 as the saying goes. Money is the most nurturing of all, and you are blessed with a great deal of wealth and excellent fortune. Luck plus 60. Innate talent, Charisma unrivaled. LV2 people who look ugly suddenly become handsome as long as they go out of their way to be charismatic. You are now 1,000,000,000 times more charismatic. Charm value plus 60. Innate talent, Power of God of Fortune. LV2 the God of Fortune is also a god, and you possess the power of a god. For every 1,000,000 gold coin spent, plus 1 random attribute point. Daily cap /1000. Natal skill, active, Money Shield. LV2 is the God of Wealth. Money is what you rely on. When this skill is turned on, you gain a shield value equal to 10% of the amount of gold on your body. This skill has no cooldown, and is immune to special phrases such as Shield Breaker, Decimate, and Imminent Death. Note, after taking damage, the gold coins on your body will disappear in equal proportions. After the advancement, all career skills were strengthened in all aspects, and the intensity is more than a notch higher than before, especially the Money Shield, straight across from 1% to 10%. After the Vulcan tossed around so much, even with the immortal Phoenix sheltering him, Jiang Han still dropped quite a bit of shield value, and now had about 800 million gold coins on him. The shield value, however, had soared to 80 million, and even if you take the same amount of damage, the amount of gold lost is far, far less than before. Combined with the 2% increase in gold coins per day from fortune rolling, even Warren Buffett would have to kowtow to Jiang Han when he came. It's worthy of having consumed a drop of divine blood to complete the advancement. The strength is truly heaven-defying. Even though he was mentally prepared, Jiang Han still couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Moving on down the line. Profession, Beast Master. Innate talent, Power of God. LV2 you are initially equipped with the body of a god, standing on top of the heavens. Final growth attribute plus 200%. Innate talent, Magical Power Source. LV2 as a Beast God Controller. You deeply merge the power of the gods. Spirit value plus 100%. Strength value plus 100%. Physique value plus 100%. Agility value plus 100%. Natal talent, God's Imperial Beast set. LV2 you possess the power of the gods and know all things. Gain the Imperial Beast Equipment Construction Drawing. Beast God's Claw. Gain the drawing for the Beast Gear. Beast God's Helmet. Innate talent, Beast God Aura. LV2 as a Beast God Controller. The Imperial Beasts under your command are baptized with the power of the gods. Imperial Beast attributes plus 50%. Natal talent, Beast God's Mastery. LV2 your mastery of the beasts is at its peak, and all of your beasts enjoy a 50% bonus to your final attribute. Innate talent, Unlimited Imperial Beasts. LV2 as a Beast God Controller. You have realized the true meaning of Imperial Beasts, and there is no limit to the number of Imperial Beasts you can have. Under Mythic Grade Imperial Beasts, your Imperial Beasts have a final cultivation grade of +1. Like Zazen, the boost in this profession is beyond amazing. The all-encompassing percentage increase gave Jiang Han's own attributes another huge boost. And what was most beyond his expectations was that this particular talent skill, Infinite Imperial Beast, could even have a boost. The cultivation grade under the Mythic rank +1. Doesn't this mean that if one can cultivate a Monarch-ranked Imperial Beast to the very top, it will be able to evolve into a Mythic-ranked Imperial Beast? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his heart vaguely guessing. He also knew that after completing the Profession Ascension and opening the Imperial Beast cultivation system, there was a way to be able to raise the grade of the Imperial Beasts themselves. But the conditions are extremely harsh, not to mention the fact that the Imperial Beast itself had to be cultivated to the pinnacle of that level. The rarity of the materials needed to evolve was simply desperate. To cultivate a transcendent level royal beast into a monarch level would require props that were even rarer than even divine artifacts. Anyway, in his previous life, Jiang Han knew that quite a few god-level experts possessed divine weapons, but whoever took a transcendent Imperial Beast and directly cultivated it into a monarch Imperial Beast had never heard of it. And what about this, Unlimited Imperial Beasts? If the inference was correct, it would mean that as long as one could cultivate a transcendent level Imperial Beast to its peak, then the Imperial Beast level itself could be raised to the monarch level. This talent is forcing me to cultivate more imperial beasts. The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more outrageous he felt. The intensity of this kind of leveling up without a limit on the number of grades is simply too high to be described in words. Of course, the resources required to do so are livery-inducing, but no matter what, this time, the harvest of the Fire God Temple was too much greater than expected. I thought that the two god-level professions themselves were already heaven-defying enough, but I never imagined that the enhancement after ascending the ranks would be nothing less than obtaining the professions, and even more than that. It's a qualitative leap. Jiang Chen opened his attribute panel. Players, Night Cold. Occupation, God of Fortune, unique. Beast Controller, unique. Rank, 40, 0%. Base status, Life, 24,640. Magic, 97480. Hunger, 100. Base attributes, Strength, 3,935. Constitution, 2464. Spirit, 9748. Agility, 2,320. Advanced attributes, Bludgeoning, 35%. Bludgeoning damage, 225%. Damage increase, 5%. Damage reduction, 3%. Full attribute resistance, 5%. Dark attribute resistance, 10%. Fire attribute damage increase plus 30%. Special attributes, Luck, 75. Charm, 78. Divinity increase, basic attributes plus 1000. What is this divine increase? Again? After reading the panel, Jiang Han couldn't help but stare. The boost was even greater than expected. And in addition to the gain from the career advancement, there was an additional 1000-point increase in basic attributes. So, the effect of the blood of the gods, aside from completing the career ascension, is a great hint to my own attributes, as well. Is this what divinity does? Jiang Chen secretly guessed. Surprised. It was important to know that it was only a drop of divine blood. The enhancement was so great, and it was still unknown whether or not there was any depletion of divinity in the process of career ascension. However, Jiang Han felt that completing the career ascension should have been a drain on the divinity of this drop of divine spirit blood, and even then, it all added a full 1,000 attributes to him. And what if it's the complete blood of a god? How big will the lift be? Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at the remaining drop of divine blood in the props bar. But, he was just thinking about it, and had no intention of putting it into action. After all, this drop of divine blood had a more important role to play. With a thought, a huge fire-red egg appeared before his eyes. Even such a powerful deity was torn apart. The strength of the immortal god Phoenix was undoubted, and as its direct descendant, the grade of this one egg was, in all probability, mythic grade, and that drop of divine blood was prepared for that purpose. Jiang Chen glanced at the immortal god Phoenix egg. There's no specific hatch time, and there's not even an attribute panel. It was as if it wasn't an egg, but a stone that served no purpose and was dead. Just like what the immortal god Phoenix said. After so many years of divine extraction, this egg was already losing its life. Without hesitation, Jiang Han directly took out the blood of the gods and dropped it onto the eggshell. Soon, this immortal god Phoenix egg began to shake violently, and scorching breath gushed out. On the sidelines Mers was stunned. How did he pull out such a large egg for good reason? And although he didn't know the bottom line, from this heavy aura, the grade was definitely not low. This kid, he wouldn't have gotten another Imperial Beast egg comparable to a 5th-ranked dragon, would he? Mers stared at Jiang Han with a suspicious look on his face. It was quite possible. After all, the Fire God's temple was the realm of the gods, and the level of danger was only higher than that of the dragon's lair. Although it wasn't clear why there were Imperial Beast eggs inside, it seemed reasonable for something of this grade to appear. Wicked. Dang, it's evil enough. Could this kid be the bastard son of a god? How can luck be so good? Damn you. Mers's entire body was numb. A giant dragon egg had already made him envious and jealous, and now he was pulling a stunt like this, and his back teeth were all going to be fucking gnawed. What Mers thought? Jiang Han didn't care. He stared at the immortal god Phoenix egg in death. Soon, it seemed that the divine blood had been absorbed, and the scorching aura faded as the immortal god Phoenix egg regained its calmness, and the information panel, finally, appears. Incubation time, 71 hours, 59 minutes. 59 seconds. Only 3 days? Jiang Chen looked exhilarated. Originally he was considering whether the immortal divine phoenix egg would need life essence to catalyze it like the dragon egg before it after using the blood of the divine spirit, but now it seems to be unnecessary. It's only been 3 days. Satisfied, Jiang Chen took the immortal god phoenix egg back to the props bar. The next thing to do is to be patient. Master, let's go. Ha? That's gone? Mers froze. Not going to hang around any longer? The divine halls have all been there. What else is there to wander around? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Could it be that you have something to gain as well, master? No, no, just asking. Mers shook his head a little glumly. It was this time out that he really had nothing to show for it. Had I known, it would have been better to collect some gold coins as a bodyguard. At the very least, I could still collect some money. No, this time, it's a pure run. When he thought of his earlier vow of win-win cooperation, Mers wanted to smack himself in the mouth. In the end, you still have to follow this kid to get the grease, collaboration and all that just doesn't work. If he could do it all over again, Mers vowed, he would never repeat his mistakes. However, he couldn't change anything after what had happened. One can only embark on the journey home in a depressed mood. Soon, the two rushed back to Windleaf City. Jiangchen didn't delay and headed straight to the place where the dwarves had temporarily settled down. Get the goose out of here. If you bother me again, the goose won't give you face, the goose will hammer you to death. Only just reaching the doorway, he heard Saul's angry voice ringing through the air. The duo then saw a white figure being blasted out of the room with a stumble. What the hell? Mers was stunned. This thing in front of me looks as weird as it can be. There were hands and feet, and it appeared to be a human being, but the costume was incredibly strange, oval in shape, and white all over. Aaron? Zhang Chen took a closer look and recognized the identity of the person in front of him. This was clearly Aaron, the city lord of Windleaf City. Only, why is it dressed like this? You are? Zhang Chen was puzzled to open his mouth. How come the lord of a city was still wearing a doll's clothes? It's not easy to make a living. So you come out to sell? Ahem. Night cold. It's you? Aaron held his head up in some distress, riding his crooked suit, the whole thing looking like a standing, slender maggot. You're dressed like this? Zhang Chen looked Aaron up and down, strangeness written in his eyes. Ugh. It's a long story. Aaron sighed heavily and opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end just sighed heavily. Forget it. He turned away without a second thought, his oval figure full of despondency. This. Looking at Aaron's back as he left with his hands in his pockets, knowing full well that he was lost as hell, Zhang Han didn't sympathize in the slightest and even wanted to laugh a little. It's hard to imagine what kind of mental state it takes to wear such a superb ensemble. It's almost so humid that it gives you rheumatism. How? Zhang Chen looked towards the silver-armored guards in charge of standing guard outside the room. Alas, Your Excellency has no idea. The silver-armored guard sighed heavily, and said, in fact, the city lord is doing all of this for a bitter reason, completely for the sake of Windleaf City in consideration. It's still related to Windleaf City? Zhang Chen froze, completely not expecting Aaron's reason for his offense to be so lofty. The silver-armored guard nudged towards the room. Didn't my lord bring these dwarves back to Windleaf City? Yeah, what's wrong? Zhang Chen said. The forging ability of the dwarf clan, as your lordship also knows, can be said to be unique in the world. And right now, our Windleaf City is at the time of reconstruction. So if we have the help of the dwarf clan, it would be like sending charcoal in a snowstorm. The silver-armored guard explained. That's why Lord Aaron arrived non-stop after learning that the dwarves had entered the city, and tried to find a way to intercede with the dwarves, trying to get them to stay and help with the rebuilding efforts. That I can see. But what does it have to do with him wearing this outfit? After the silver-armored guard explained it like that, Zhang Han was even more confused. This is simply bull-headed. My lord is unaware. These dwarves are strange. The silver-armored guard's voice was low. These days, no matter how the city lord intercedes and what methods he uses, he doesn't get a good face, and he can't even say a few words. So, said, his tone has more than a few points of heartache. The city lord really have no way. Thinking that cannot be pitched. I heard that the lord in the first place with a few carloads of rice to the dwarves to bring the city. He just, no way? Zhang Chen's tiger's body shook and his eyes were filled with horror. Masaka, this fucking, is it withholding the death of prey rice? Blow up. Zhang Han does not understand this kind of performance art and is greatly shocked. It's so blown up. What kind of strange brain circuits could have done such a thing? Ugh. The silver-armored guard wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and tried to suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. Lord City Lord he is carrying too much. This, Finch real. Zhang Chen looked in the direction Aaron had disappeared in. His heart a mixture of flavors. It's more than carrying too much. It's just so dang good. He seemed to be able to visualize that image of a well-groomed Aaron knocking on the dwarf's door with as much gusto as a maggot. I thought to myself that by this dress, I don't look at the face of the monk. You don't like human beings, but you still don't like rice, don't you? When the time comes, maybe they'll be willing to negotiate once they're happy? Then the dwarf said with deep eyes that if there are any conditions, just mention them, and Aaron cheerfully said as long as I can rebuild Windleaf City, I can do anything, and then cheerfully began to take off his clothes. The dwarves say don't take it off, all they want is rice, and then a deal just got done in a twist. But the reality is that Aaron's fried brain circuits failed to win the favor of the dwarves, and all the sacrifices he made were pointless and unsurprisingly blown out of the water. Jiang Chen couldn't quite imagine Aaron's mental state at the time, but figured it must not be normal. Just by looking at his back, he knew that the slump in the setting sun was his departed knucklehead. City Lord, why are you doing this? Zhang Han secretly sighed and said that he was worthy of being the City Lord of Windleaf City. For this explosive brain circuit, he had never seen it in his 2 lifetimes. Anderson wouldn't have dared to make it up. I know. Jiang Chen nodded at the silver-armored guard, then pushed open the door. Again? Is it over? Goose said. If you dare to come again, Goose won't give face. Even if you're Nightcold's friend, Goose will still whack you. For the Goose. Before he could open his mouth, Saul's middle voice rang out. The wind whistled, only to see a dwarf figure copying a sledgehammer and aggressively killing towards the door. Saul, it's me. Jiang Chen spoke with a bland expression. Ha? Nightcold, it's you? Thor's hammer-swinging hands lurched, his whole body awkwardly in place. Goose thought it was that ungrateful Aaron. Sorry. It's okay. Jiang Chen didn't care and walked in. Judging by Saul's level of anger, Aaron hadn't been around for the past 2 days. Back so soon. Did you find the fire temple? Thor asked curiously as he put away his hammer. Jiang Chen nodded. Of course, not only did I find it, but I also went to the fire god temple. What? Thor's eyes were wide with disbelief. You actually went in? So you got guidance from Lord Vulcan? Isn't it time for the geese to finally return to the fire temple? Saul's voice began to tremble as he looked at Jiang Chen with incomparable eagerness, hoping to get a positive answer. This doesn't. However, Jiang Han just shook his head with a bland expression. I am sorry, Saul. You may never be able to return? For what? Saul was confused, not expecting an answer like that. Because the fire temple has been destroyed. Jiang Chen sighed softly. After such a terrifying battle, even the entire world had collapsed, let alone the fire god's palace? Destruction? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Saul lost his voice and exclaimed. The temple is carrying the power of Lord Fire God. With Lord Fire God's supreme greatness, it's impossible for the temple to be destroyed. Even if it was that horrible creature. It's impossible. And when the geese ancestors went in, that horrible creature was no longer able to strike. So how could the fire god's palace be destroyed? You've got to be kidding, right? Looking at Saul's intense reaction, Jiang Han sighed softly in his heart. He also understood just how important the Vulcan as a faith was to the dwarves, waiting for thousands of years, hiding in that dark, dense forest, not hesitating to eat or for a living, so miserable for so many long years, just looking forward to the guidance of the gods. In the end, it was met with this answer. Whoever is stumped like this can't remain subdued. And Jiang Chen knew very well that the Vulcan actually didn't care about the dwarf race at all. And how is it possible to drop guidelines? It could be said that the wait for the dwarves was doomed to tragedy from the start. If Jiang Han hadn't killed the 2 major Lord Creepy bosses in Windleaf City and terminated the creepy invasion early, allowing the butterfly of fate to flap its wings, the fate of this race, then, is doomed to perish in a long wait. I'm not kidding. Jiang Chen took out the Hephaestus divine staff. This staff is what I found in the fire god's temple. Saul, I understand how you feel, but you really can't go back. This. However, out of Jiang Han's expectation, in the next moment, Saul's pupils suddenly shrunk, and then he pounced on the divine staff in Jiang Han's hand like a madman, his previous loss and hysteria disappearing without a trace in an instant. Lord Fire God's divine staff, it even appeared in your hands, and you still say that you didn't receive guidance from Lord Fire God. Ha ha ha. Thor looked at the scepter and laughed heartily. So say the geese. So say the Lord Vulcan has not deceived the geese, and he will send a messenger to guide them. Messenger? Jiang Chen froze. Look at this reaction. Saul seems to have misunderstood something. That's right. Saul nodded with a serious expression. The ancestors of the geese have said that the god's staff is the most important thing to the fire god. How would you get such a thing if you are not an emissary? Needless to say, you are the emissary sent by the Lord Fire God. And, Thor stuck his nose out and sniffed, the goose clearly smells Lord Vulcan on you. Honorable Lord Messenger, stop joking and tell us what guidance Lord Vulcan has given. Jiang Chen could not help but fall into a deep thought, thinking that the fire god that melon child hang, where there is any guidance? If you have to say, does it count as an before you die? It was a terrible scream, but it was natural that these words could not be said. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, to say that there are guidelines. There are indeed. What? Saul stared up into his large Kazran eyes like a student waiting for the school bell to ring. Hopeful. Jiang Chen babbled without blushing. To listen to the messenger. That's for sure. Saul nodded his head like a chicken pecking. The geese will abide by that without an adult saying so. And, nope. Jiangchen spread his hands. Thor first mused for a moment, then exclaimed in admiration. I can't imagine that Lord Vulcan has such trust in Lord Nightcold. No wonder he would hand over such an important scepter to you. It seems that he believes that you will lead the geese to the light. That's natural. Jiangchen smiled and nodded, though these were words he had made up in order to lull the dwarves into playing with equipment under his hand. But really, the way out of this choice is just so much better than blindly believing in a god that doesn't care about them and then perishing in a dark corner. So, although it was a bit immoral to do so, Zhang Han didn't feel too guilty inside. So my lord, what should the geese do next? Sol's tone was no more respectful than before. After all, in his eyes, this youth in front of him was already representing the will of Lord Fire God. It's simple. Zhang Han, the great Fire God's messenger, smiled and gave the first guideline: stay in Windleaf City and do the crafts passed down from your ancestors. Craft work passed down from old ancestors? Sol's old face was red, embarrassed, and scratched his head. In public, it's not too good. Jiang Chen frowned. What's wrong with letting you play some equipment? Fighting gear? Oh. Thor gave a long oh. My lord, you said this I thought. Why? I thought it was playing. Sol coughed twice, eyes dodging. So what? Where are the pots and pans? Jiang Chen. So, what do you guys do when you're bored in a dense forest? No wonder the population is so thin. Forget it. Anyway, you understand what I mean now, don't you? Jiang Chen said somewhat helplessly. Of course, my lord. Your will the geese will follow through. The geese will go and form the rest of the clan. Sol said with a solemn expression. Playing is fun. Fooling around, don't make fun of the gods. He will not be half-assed about this. Go on. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Sol hummed a merry little tune and went out with gusto. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and decided to head to the Duke's mansion. The importance of the dwarf clan was unquestionable. He needed to find Sophia to discuss it. After all, the owner of the Western District was still a member of this royal family. And knighthoods and specific divisions of land locations are equally key to settling the dwarves. Bang! 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 No sooner had the two left than a heavy knock sounded at the door. Aaron had by now shed his previously elaborate rice uniform and replaced it with a large pie uniform. As he thought about it, he felt that he might be looking for the wrong key. The dwarves liked rice before because of poor resources. But after spending a lot of time in the city, your eyes naturally come up. This time I'm just going to dress up like a big pancake, and I can't believe you guys aren't impressed. Aaron is confident. Even if this time it does not work, he also let a few top tailors make a few other pieces of clothing that can be worn all at once. There are always dwarves who look good. What's with all the knocking and no movement? Logically speaking, even if he didn't treat himself well, with that stinking temper of the dwarves, he should have come over with a hammer by now. This isn't right. Mike. Aaron looked at the guards aside with some suspicion. Where are Sol and the others? Reporting back to my lord. Lord Sol should have left with Lord Nightcold, Mike respectfully said. Left? Aaron exclaimed. Where did it go? Did it say? Is it time to leave Windleaf City? He had performed all 18 of his martial arts, so if he just ran away, wouldn't it be a basket case? That's not true. It's still in town. Mike shook his head. That's good. Aaron was relieved. There's still a chance. Mike hesitated for a moment, then said, my lord, it's a bit rude to say this, but I personally think it's better if you don't fold. Why? Aaron glanced at him. Do you think I won't succeed? Then have you ever heard the saying, where there's a will, there's a way, as long as I stick to it? That's not true. It's mainly because Lord Nightcold came over just now, and Sol agreed to stay in Windleaf City come what may. Before Aaron could finish his sentence, Mike honestly told what happened. What? Aaron froze. Say that again. I said that Lord Nightchill came by a while ago and the dwarves have agreed to stay. Mike repeated. No, that can't be right. Aaron stuttered. His whole body was bad. I tossed and turned for so many days without success. Nightcold has only been here for how long? A few minutes tops. That's not how you make up stories. You're telling me this is a done deal? It's true, my lord, Mac emphasized. The reason they left was to confer on how to settle down. So, you don't have to bother with that anymore. Mike glanced at Aaron's cheeks, which were wrinkled together by the large pancake uniform, and politely said, you are also the lord of our Windleaf City after all, so it's really a bit. Mike didn't dare say the latter, but both knew it by heart. The genus is a disgrace. Aaron was tempted to retort, but the big pancake clothes on his body were askew in the wind, pouting his head and making all words pale into insignificance. He was silent for a long time and asked, how? Mike shrugged. Back to your lordship. I don't know about that. Anyway, it was just a few words from His Excellency Nightcold, and Sol happily agreed. It didn't seem to be anything special. Once again, Aaron fell silent. He didn't say anything, just turned away silently. Where are you going, my lord? Mike shouted. Get a class at the circus. Aaron waved his hand, his voice falling. His shadow was extraordinarily round in the sunlight. In the meantime, Dukedom, Your Highness, you should know. Granting the title of Viscount as well as above must be recognized by the royal family. And right now, we haven't even seen the silhouette of this Nightcold. We have to make a conclusion. It's really difficult for us. Your Highness, please be considerate. We are also following orders. Moreover, this Nightcold is just a bit too arrogant. We are noble royal envoys. We came to Windleaf City specially by Prince Karami's will. And now that people can't be seen, there's really no way to confer knighthoods. Jiang Chen and Mers had only just entered the door when they heard the sound of an argument coming from them. At this moment, in front of Sophia, there stood several men dressed in gorgeous robes. One of the men at the head of the group wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a svelte, defeated look about him. So, you guys are holding Karami's name over me, is that what you mean, yes? Sophia's tone was cold, and there was some huffing in her beautiful eyes. The young man with the gold-rimmed glasses slowly pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said faintly, there was no such intention, Your Highness, but you should be well aware that we represent the will of Prince Kalemi, and there is really no way to grant this viscountship as long as it is not recognized by us. Of course, he smiled slightly and said quietly, Prince Karami is devoted to you, which you have known for a long time. I think if you open your mouth and come to your house to talk to the prince, you will surely be able to solve this matter. I just don't know what kind of sincerity Your Highness can come up with. You go back and tell him to die before it's too late. Sophia coldly said, even if all the men in the world died out, there is no way I would have anything to do with him. Oh, Your Highness, that's a shame. The spectacled youth sighed. Your Highness, originally the prince had repeatedly instructed that he must help you properly, but this attitude of yours right now is really making it difficult for me. Hard to do? Just then, a clear voice suddenly came from the doorway. I don't think we should do it. The crowd froze in unison. Then followed the sound. Only two figures appeared at the gate. One couldn't see his face and was tall, and the other had a withered face. A whole little old man. Nightcold. Sophia's beautiful eyes lit up. You're back? Just arrived in town and didn't expect to run into this as soon as I got here. Jiang Chen smiled. He had heard all the previous conversation. It is nothing more than a few of these people who have been appointed by the royal family to confer knighthoods, taking the chicken feather for an arrow, plus that laboring Prince Karami was salivating over Sophia and was going to do something about it. It's very doggone. Jiang Chen hadn't thought that such a thing would actually happen to a member of the royal family. It seems that this internal strife within the royal family is also messy enough. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Go sit in the courtyard for a little while and I'll take care of it. The corners of Sophia's mouth quirked up slightly. Her mood, having been offended by a few people, had improved considerably. So this is the legendary Lord Nightcold. Before Jiang Han could say anything, the spectacled youth stepped forward with a leathery smile. So many geniuses showing up. What a great show. He looked Jiang Han up and down. TSK. I thought it was someone who could get Your Highness to look at him differently, but it seems to be nothing more than that. A rat who hides his head in his tail. Not even half as good as Your Highness. The prince. Abbot, pay attention to your identity. Sophia's beautiful eyes stared, her voice filled with coldness. Nightcold is a hero who saved Windleaf City, and cannot allow you to denigrate it. Oh. Yes. Big hero. Rubbing up against the Supreme Hall's god-level powerhouse. Picking up a big bargain, which led to the killing of the Lord Boss's big hero. Out of respect. Harm. Look at this mouth of mine. How did I accidentally say what was in my heart? Albert smiled and held out his hand. Oh, just kidding. The big hero shouldn't be offended, right? Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to him and just sighed softly. Master, have you ever felt that this man is so pretentious? Indeed. Mers nodded deeply. Too beaten. You or me? Feel free. Listen to what you two are saying. Are you going to make a move on me? Looking at the two of them singing in unison and boredom, Abbott's eyes were grim as he lowered his hand. What a big mouth. Do you know that just this conversation alone is enough to get you killed without a burial place? Yo, is that a threat? Mers's eyes twinkled. You can certainly interpret it that way. Albert licked his lips and sneered. Do you have any idea what I am? And do you know what I am? Mers laughed sarcastically, his muscles bulging slightly under his sleeve robes, his body instantly pulling up a notch as he bullied his way up to take a step forward, his back facing Jiang Han. Boy. Watch this punch. Why? This punch is going to be fierce. In the next instant, Mers's figure flashed and appeared in front of the spectacled youth, his casserole-sized fist falling with a sonic boom. A punch smothered Abbott's head. Bang! Before Albert even had time to react, the corner of his mouth still had a cold smile just turned into shards of light and disappeared into the air. Walked peacefully. Jiang Chen. One punch and it's a straight up fuck up? The bird is real fierce. Honestly speaking, this result is quite out of Jiang Han's expectations. Originally thought that, with the temper of Mers, at most clean up this Albert a meal. Did not think that a little bit of mercy does not leave. It's really atrocious. This, as for the few people who followed the spectacled youth, all of them stayed where they were, not daring to breathe. How could they not have expected that things would actually evolve to such a state? How many of you? Anyone else have an opinion? Mers glanced at them coldly. No. This beast, Albert, spoke out against His Highness and threatened the two lords. I think he deserves to die. That's right. Your honor's righteousness is truly noble. Please accept our obeisance. Well played. He too A few people were scared half to death. How dare they have any opinions? They clapped their hands and changed their faces faster than turning a book. It's still a good idea. Mers snorted coldly. It might as well tell you that the old man, Mers, is a glorious elder of the Supreme Hall, and if you have any opinions, the door of the Supreme Hall is always open, and retaliation is welcome. Ah, so it's the Lord of the Supreme Hall. A few people trembled, completely not expecting the identity of the person in front of them to be so high. Abbott, it's really a wasted death. There was no way the Empire would choose to turn its back on a god-ranked powerhouse for him, and it was still Abbott who had been in the wrong in the first place. What are you pretending to be for good reason? So, now that the boy is dead, who gets to do the honors now? Mers's body shrunk and returned to its original shape, while there was no need to turn into a muscular form to deal with such a minion. Spells attacked, whereas punches were quicker. Moreover, these days, they were either chased by the giant dragon or scared by the immortal god Phoenix. It made Mers a little skeptical of life. When had a god-level powerhouse ever been so miserable? Was he really a strong person walking out of the Hall of Supreme Being? But now, try crushing this kind of ungrateful minion with one punch was simply more confident than using Puffy. Just one word. Awesome. An old man with white hair stood out trembling. My lord, I am the deputy. Very good. Mers nodded. I hear you're in the process of granting some laborious Viscount title to be approved by a few of you, right? No. It's not our approval. It's just His Highness the Prince's approval. We are merely representatives. The old man waved his hand repeatedly, fearing that if Mers was unhappy, he would blow his head off. Not important. Mers pulled out his ears. Just tell me, can this be done? It can be done. Definitely. The old man nodded frantically. Immediately we will be able to sign the papers and divide the territory. He hurriedly pulled out a map inscribed with Windleaf City and a document and handed it to Jiang Chen. The efficiency of the office is directly pulled full circle. Soon, with the full cooperation of all parties, the originally cumbersome process took only 3 minutes, and the process was all completed. Next moment. Ding! Congratulations to Dacia country player Night Cold for becoming a Viscount of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Opening the fiefdom system. Game time increased by 2 hours. Game time for all players in the Dacia country war zone increased by 10 minutes. Windleaf City players. Game time increased by 30 minutes. Ding! Congratulations to, undoubtedly, as the first person to be knighted on a worldwide scale, or even in the past 2 lifetimes, Jiang Han had once again triggered a world announcement. Ha! This is a knighthood? This progress is too scary, isn't it? Calm down. After all, it's a big man. Can't be measured by my mortal mind. Just get used to it. Tweedledum. But this increased game length is simply beautiful. We have a lot more advantage. We can level up our strength as soon as possible. Big brother fluff. Once the world announcement came out, it naturally caused a hot debate, and compared to the last time, other than the shock, the rest of the player discussion centered on the increased length of the game. After the bizarre invasion, Doomsday is like a knife hanging over everyone's head, ready to fall. Everyone, knowing that hiding in the main city is not a solution, trying to think of ways to improve their strength. 10 minutes a day may not seem like much, but cumulatively, it's a not-so-small advantage, especially the Windleaf City players. Surprisingly, followed suit and enjoyed the benefits, adding a full half hour of game time. This alone was enough to make other players envious and jealous. It wasn't hard to imagine that from this moment onwards, the price of the quota to enter Windleaf City was going to skyrocket again. Even the territory is unlocked. Is Big Brother Night Cold still human? So does this mean that Big Brother can recruit minions? It seems to be so? Holy shit, if Big Brother is really recruiting juniors, I definitely want to join. This isn't properly the #1 force, and I'll be able to walk horizontally in Armageddon in the future. You think all cats and dogs are recruited, right? Right now. An entry quota in Windleaf City has been speculated to 10,000 gold coins, and if a big brother establishes a force, it wouldn't be more than 100,000 a quota? Ugh, that's true. If I can join, I'll do whatever I'm asked to do, and I don't know if the big man prefers men or women. I'll do whatever I want. I have hemorrhoids that add a little graininess to the big guy. Of course, there were quite a few people speculating whether or not there would be forces formed after the territories were opened. After all, unlike other games, Doom has not had an official powers feature until now. Although guilds also existed, they were self-organized by players and formed in much the same way as in reality, without a fixed and easy order. However, no one knows what the truth really is. Baka, how is it that this Night Chill of the Great Summer Kingdom has opened a new feature? This is so unfair. How else can we play? Compared to the Great Summer Kingdom, our daily game hours are more than an hour less, so how will we cope with a weird invasion in the future? This Night Cold must be our stick country's man Similac. Why should he go to add to the Great Summer Country? Simply a traitor. Compared to the Great Summer's peace of harmony, players from other countries were not so calm. In itself, with the advantage of a game length, most of the players on top of the rank leaderboards right now were from the Great Summer Country. In other countries, there were only the occasional very few top players who had certain strange encounters, which allowed them to make it to the top of the list. And now, as Dasha's game length increased again, they could only watch the gap between them and Dasha grow wider and wider. And most critically, it's not explicitly stated, but a warzone system does exist in Doom. Will nations collide with each other in the future? And at that time, with the accumulated strength of the Great Summer Kingdom, how would they be able to handle themselves? No, we must find out Night Cold's true identity, or else we'll only end up dead. The threat of this man, it's just too great. It's more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Unite and make the Dasha officials give a statement. For the long peace of the world, it is not permissible to have such a man, who can rise above all. He must be controlled. That group of losers from the Great Xia Kingdom actually have the heart to care about the deaths and lives of civilians and try to maintain order. Don't they know that the immediate focus is to find out the identity of Night Cold? Since they won't act, let's do it. With so many people united together, who else can escape us? Find out the secret of Night Cold's power in the game. And then, share it with us. Too many people realize what it means to be a being so unfettered and so powerful. Even though Jiang Chen was barely in contact with the other players nowadays, they were beginning to feel uneasy and fearful, unable to tolerate someone who could step on everyone's head. So they finally decided to put aside their preconceptions and unite for a common purpose. These people, who were basically dark hands hidden in the shadows and stood at the very top of power and wealth, had become even more maniacal after experiencing the bizarre invasion, as the crisis of death still loomed over them, and the only key to breaking the game is a distant first place in the rankings, being able to brush off creepy invasion as an experience copy. I'm sure that once you know the secrets he carries, then Doomsday will no longer be a threat. That kind of gain is enough to put too many people out there at great risk. And they are all abroad. Even if the Night Cold game is more bull, it is impossible to come along the network line, right? The power of capital is terrifying, driven by power and wealth. The announcement was released in less than a minute, and in every region, there was a small, shadowy force that traveled to Jiangcheng in the Great Summer Country. Eagle Jam. Some hidden airport. Got it, Charles? Don't worry. I'm the number 7 ace. I'll definitely find out the real identity of that Night Cold, and when the time comes, I'll make him obediently spit out his secrets, or else he'll see what it means to be truly cruel. What? You told me to be more careful. Oh, forget it. Just those stupid asses. No one can stop me in this situation. A team of black-clothed men wearing black suits and sunglasses drilled into the airplane, and the leader of the group was also talking on a satellite phone. Extremely arrogant. The plane slowly lifted off and pulled away from the airport. Target, Great Xia Kingdom. Jiangcheng. A little life. Yossi, I will live up to the cultivation of the Little Day Empire and find out that Night Cold, and then, I will shove this umbrella into his posterior and prop it up hard until he reveals his secret. An ace troop that had been lurking around was finally showing their fangs. The target is likewise the Great Summerland. Stick Country. Good drop. Must bring Night Cold back to Semida. He should have belonged to our Stick Country Semida. Surely obediently follow our Semida. Our Stick Country is number 1 in the universe. Shouldn't he return to the bosom of his motherland? It's an honor for him. Similar scenes are played out all over the world. Too many forces hidden in the shadows have finally surfaced in all their splendor after the collapse of the world order. And for Dasha, although in the wake of the bizarre invasion, the collapse of order in other countries, only the officials of the Great Summer Country were trying to think of ways to painstakingly maintain order, resulting in a situation within the country that wasn't as chaotic as other countries. But right now, with so many people traveling to Jiangcheng, It was bound to cause even more chaos. Today is destined to be an extraordinary day. The dark clouds gathered and shrouded the sky over Jiangcheng. I'm looking for a good review. So, the dwarves have decided to move into Windleaf City? Sophia's beautiful eyes flashed continuously, her small rosy mouth unable to close in surprise. It was because the news Jiang Han brought was just too shocking. It was unprecedented in the entire lost continent for a treasure known as the Crafting God Clan to be stationed in a human city. Yes, so the deal needs to be renegotiated. Jiang Chen nodded. If you also have real estate on your side that needs to be sold, I suggest you don't rush for now. Although Jiang Han had bought the busiest part of the western district in the beginning, Sophia still had quite a few scattered stores in her hands that were worth a lot of money, especially after the dwarves confirmed their presence in Windleaf City. It was bound to climb to sky-high prices. Got it. Sophia naturally understood the value of this, and she spoke. By the way, quite a few people have already raised funds in the past few days, but you haven't shown up, making them anxious. Both found their way to me and wanted me to collect these gold coins on their behalf, but I didn't feel it was appropriate and didn't deal with it. There are a few more at the mansion now. Would you like to meet them first? Good. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. The two then left the compound. Soon, dozens of wealthy merchants were met at the place where the visitors were received. As soon as they saw Night Cold, these people were like seeing their own father, and surrounded them with glowing eyes. Afraid he'll run away. Now this master, that really is the living god of wealth. As long as to take his hands of real estate, that future is bound to soar. Lord Night Cold, I have already raised 40 million gold coins, and I can trade immediately, and those few stores that were promised before. You see, Lord Night Cold, look at me, I've raised $90 million, can we trade first? I'm enough for a small goal. Little old boys all move back a little. Let me and Lord Night Cold talk first. Several people scrambled to be the first, afraid of missing the opportunity. There's no rush. Since I promised you all, I'll do it, Jiang Chen said indifferently. But, it's going to cost extra money? The air suddenly became silent. Can I ask what the big lord is all about, if I may ask? A blue-clothed old man's face was pale and trembling. I've sold all my family's assets in order to raise funds, and I can't even afford to buy underwear, so to suddenly raise the price. I don't understand. Yes, my lord. My horse can't even eat the draft. I've only eaten one loaf of bread in 3 days. The others echoed softly, as miserable as it was going to get. The reason is simple. Jiang Chen's expression remained calm as he told the story. After a moment of silence, the hall suddenly began to stir. The old man in blue violently jumped up from the ground on both feet, not knowing what person he was contacting, and yelled excitedly, your father. Buy land. Beat the money. How much? The more the better. Sell me all the land you bought last year. What? Wangdu? What's wrong with Wangdu? What kind of trash can compare to Windleaf City? Sell me the royal palace. Don't blather. I'll kill you if you don't see the money tomorrow. Hello, daughter-in-law. It's me. Hurry up and sell the house. What for? What for? To buy land and make a fortune. Of course. What? The child on the magic elementary school to be on the account? You listen to me. Directly through. Did not let you throw the account. To stay to buy a house it. The group of people who had just been miserable and incomparable were like playing chicken blood, where there was still half a bit of reluctance. What's wrong with the price increase? Up. It should just go up hard. Lord Night Cold is doing this for the benefit of his family. Seeing this kind of speed of change of face of the crowd, Jiang Han didn't care. Had expected it. Dealing with these rich merchants, that is half a word can't be trusted. However, for the sake of us coming all the way over here, can your excellency take the gold coins first, as a deposit, and the price after that, is negotiable. The old man in blue who had taken the lead in arranging to raise the funds came forward and asked cautiously. That's not a problem. Jiang Han thought about it and nodded. But the subsequent funds, they should be in place as soon as possible. No problem. No problem. The blue-clothed old man nodded repeatedly. My lord, we are the same here. Make sure you take this deposit. The others rushed to chime in. Jiang Han naturally responded to all of them. These money early to take early peace of mind. Level 2 of the wealth rolling is not a joke. After a short negotiation, the amount of gold coins in the account rose rapidly. It had to be said that compared to the players, this group of NPCs was really rich. The minimum amount of gold coins for each of them was at the 10 million level, with a few of them being at the billion level. The amount of gold coins on Jiang Chen's body directly and quickly broke through 2 billion. Not only had they made up for their previous losses in the Fire God's Palace, they had even surpassed the peak. And there were still quite a few rich merchants waiting to pay up. By the way, on the Windleaf City side, there's also a dividend. At the end of the day, Sophia brings another piece of good news. These days, there were simply not too many players pouring into Windleaf City, making the Windleaf City, which was itself mostly destroyed, overcrowded. At first, Sophia wondered how so many stragglers had suddenly come, and after some probing, she realized that they were all rushing towards Jianghan. Right now, Windleaf City was in the midst of rebuilding, and it was the time when manpower and material resources were needed. Sophia simply decided to collect some gold coins before letting the players enter the city, and subsequently issue quests for them to participate in the reconstruction of Windleaf City. Even if not many players were willing to enter the city, it would ease the pressure on the city's guards to maintain security and order, so it wasn't a loss either way. I didn't realize how amazingly effective it would be. The cost of entering the city did not diminish the enthusiasm of the players in the slightest, but instead, they were scrambling to pay for their spots. Sophia had no choice but to choose to raise the entry fee into the city, from the beginning of 10 gold coins, all the way up to 10,000 gold coins. As a result, there were still quite a few players paying high entry fees. In just 3 days, the influx of hundreds of thousands of players brought in hundreds of millions of gold coins. By the time this batch of rich merchants' deposits and Windleaf City's share of the gold coins arrived, Jianghan's gold coins on his body had already come to 3 billion when he left the Duke's mansion. "This is my kingdom now." The sunlight poured down, coloring the streets a golden yellow, and Jianghan looked at the stores around him with emotion. The land that was bought in the first place is now bringing in huge revenues. Back then, Chen Daggerboy was able to win $37 million with $20. And I, Jiang Mao, have not been weak in my life, and I can also come up with a hand of buying low and selling high. A small investment to create a myth. Looking at the clock, there were about 10 minutes left before the end of today's game hour. Jiang Chen directly chose to go offline, because tomorrow is a very important point. After half a month, on the 16th day of the game began to merge with reality. 9 o'clock at night, Jiang Chen ate a large meal and opened the game forum in passing. Fluffy class. I just poked around from the NPC and found out that Night Cold Big Brother didn't know what tactics he used to get the dwarves to confirm their presence in Windleaf City. It's too strong. Night Cold Big Brother Saigao. Our Dacia Warzone game hours have increased again. It's just awesome. My god. Doesn't that mean that players in Windleaf City have a huge advantage, and that they might even be able to find dwarves to build equipment? If that's the case, Windleaf City has the potential to become the next center of the empire. Brothers, find a way to run over there. Tickets are expected to go up in price again. It's hard to get. Unsurprisingly, the news of the dwarves moving into Windleaf City spread within the players as well. In this regard, Jianghan was naturally delighted. After all, the more people who came, then the more dividends he would receive. These are good leaks. However, some of the information that wasn't too hot had caught Jianghan's attention and was related to reality. Brothers in Jiangcheng should pay attention. I saw a lot of foreigners today. I don't know if they are here to rub our war zone. Indeed, there are a few sneaky ones, like Treadmill 007. I don't know what they're doing here. Now that the officials have stepped in, there seems to be a conflict. Someone from abroad? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, his intuition telling him that this matter wasn't that simple. Since the Bazaar invasion, River City has indeed become a lot more crowded, as players have realized that the location where they first enter the game is determined by the reality of their location. As long as the person was within the boundaries of River City and was entering the game for the first time, then the teleportation location would be exactly Windleaf City when entering the main city. Therefore, a lot of powerful people are trying to find ways to send their children under the age of 16 to Jiangcheng, and after entering the game for the first time, they will return to their hometowns. Like Windleaf City, Jiangcheng was now in a similarly supreme position, but with so many people from other countries pouring in at once, anyone who wasn't a fool could see that something was wrong. One foot just triggered a world announcement, and the next foot is killing their way to Jiangcheng. These people, they really can't sit still at all. Jiang Chen guessed the truth of the matter after a little thought. These people, 9 times out of 10, were coming for him. Fast enough action, I must say. Unfortunately, it was still slow. Wait until after 12 o'clock tonight. Then in reality, Jiang Han would need to fear no one. 3 hours went by in a flash. Instead of entering the game by falling asleep as usual, Jiang Chen stood by the window and waited quietly. The hour hand is pointing at midnight on the dot. When a voice like a flooding bell rang out abruptly in everyone's mind. At this moment, all the players in Doom, worldwide, were all forcibly kicked out of the game. Armageddon. It's finally starting to merge with reality. Ding. Please select the skill you need to extract. Beside his ears, the system's beep sounded. Extract the money shield. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and spoke with a bland expression. Of course he knew that when Doomsday merged with reality, Apart from the fact that the attributes in the game would directly feed back into the real body, and players can extract a skill unconditionally if they are level 10 or higher. This skill, however, can only be a player's occupational natural skill, or an occupational skill that he or she has mastered. The ones that come with equipment props don't really count. Therefore, when the game first descends, players with hidden professions will have a great advantage. After all, the strength of the skills carried by hidden professions was usually more than a notch higher than ordinary profession skills. As for the effects, they're not quite the same as in the game, but they're not too far off. For example, if the extraction was a mage's fireball spell, then the stronger one's own mental power was, then the more powerful the fireball spell would be. As for how big it is, the mechanism is more complicated, and no one has been able to study the specific values and analogies thoroughly even in previous generations. But what is certain is that the stronger the attributes and the stronger the skills in the game, then the stronger they will be in reality. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully extracted the money shield. In the next moment, Jiang Han could clearly feel that his mind had become clearer. His ears were clear, and his body was full of vigor. Apparently, in addition to the skills, the attributes in the game also mirrored reality. And with Jiang Han's attributes in the game, it was extremely terrifying. With mental strength close to 10,000, and other attributes, also 4 digits upwards. And in this node where the highest level of any other player was just over 10 levels. This kind of horrible attribute, that meant 4 words, do whatever you want. Bang! Jiang Chen slightly sidestepped, and a heavy punch blasted onto a sidewall, a huge force instantly bursting out and putting a hole in the wall. Could be. He grinned. With that kind of tough physicality, it was a monster among monsters. Of course, at the moment, after all, it was only the initial fusion of the game, and the bonus of the attributes mirrored to reality was still relatively low. If you really want to be serious about it, you can actually still be a threat to him with the current level of technology and at all costs. Like thermal weapons, an anti-tank sniper rifle can also do decent damage if it hits. Intense poison, for example, is just as capable of taking the life of a high-level player. The means are actually many, but it's also just ideal. After all, Jiang Chen wasn't a brainwashed person. It was impossible to stand and give a blast. And with the addition of high sensitivity, it was almost impossible for even the best snipers to hit him. So, just for his current attributes alone, unless a whole army is sent out to carpet bomb him, it can't help him. And even if he really couldn't fight, he could still escape. You can go in for an attack, but you can go out for a defense. A realistic version of the Homelanders. And what's even more terrifying is that, in addition to such a strong physical quality, Jiang Han has now extracted the counterintuitive skill, Money Shield. In terms of in-game effects, his shield value was a full 300 million with the Money Shield on, although it wasn't quite clear exactly how much was reflected into reality. From Jiang Han's experience in his previous life, it wouldn't be anywhere near as low. Even if you look at it at 0.1%, that's still a full 30 million shields. The better-known anti-material sniper rifle, the Barrett, face-to-face, causes damage that translates into 4 figures, even counting to the death. It's 999 for him to count a round. It would take a solid 3,000 rounds to break the shield. It could be said that there wasn't any kind of thermal weapon on this planet today that could pose a threat to Jiang Han. Even if it was a nuclear bomb capable of destroying a city, there was absolutely no way that the damage to a single body would exceed the value of 30 million. In other words, the current Jiang Han was able to carry a nuclear bomb in his flesh in the true sense of the word. There are some scores that should be settled. Jiang Chen looked out the window with a cold expression. A few more scowls on his handsome face. Just because he didn't bring something up doesn't mean he's forgotten about it. These debts must be paid in blood. He braced the window with one hand, gently exerted his strength, and leapt down from the second floor, his athletic stance, as if he had become one with the night. The moon is bright and the cicadas are chirping. Tonight is destined to be a night of bloodshed and killing. Just as Jiang Chen acted. After a brief moment of confusion, most people figured out what was going on now. Crap! It's starting to get fierce. How come I'm seeing the system panel in reality? No way? This fucking Armageddon has really descended into reality. So damn will that group of creepy creatures follow. It's over and done with. This is really the end coming. No wonder the name of the game is named this. It's too desperate. Many people were horrified, remembering the fear of being dominated by the bizarre creatures, and their hearts shook. For a moment, I don't know what to do. I'm Nima. What's the point of being scared? What's the point of being weird? If you die, you're done. Big deal. You'll be a good man again 18 years from now. That's right. Think about so many have-nots for what? Pay off your mom's mortgage for half a lifetime. For the boss to get a little wife to beat the screws for so many years. Old man has long been living enough. Destroy it. I'll directly choose a backstab skill and go to the factory tomorrow and give the boss 2 stabs. Bahahaha. I'm excited when others are afraid. The game comes down to reality. It's time for us plebs to turn the tables. Backhanded hand of fireball spells. I'll see who's upset and I'll blast them. Deep blue. Give me some. However, there was also a part of me that was manic and excited. There was little mental pressure to select the skill and accept the attribute bonus. Someone whose profession was a warrior and was known for his strength, reddened his face and blasted out a fist, blowing the wooden table to pieces. Thick gift crab. I feel so full of power all over my body that I could kill a cow with one punch. Someone whose profession is an assassin, with great agility, runs madly on the street, with his feet stomping like a wind turbine. Ha ha ha. Bolt counts a koana. Give me 2 wings on my head. I'll take off directly on the spot. In the future, I will deliver 1,000 orders of takeout a day. Someone whose profession was a mage and whose mental power was top-notch, blasted out a fireball spell to burst in the air. Crap. I don't need to bring a lighter for smoking in the future. There are also people whose profession is a thief, turning on their stealth skills and wandering the streets without clothes. Hey, these idiots can't see me. I'm going to go to the women's bathhouse and take a stroll. Chaos. No matter what part of the world, it is in the midst of chaos. Suddenly powerful. It was almost impossible for anyone to remain calm, all experimenting with their skills and strength. What's more, groups of people rushed onto the streets, vandalizing and looting, wantonly venting their dissatisfaction. Even in the great summer kingdom, order completely collapsed at this moment. Don't ask what the uncles are doing. They're all working on their skills. In the midst of the chaos, Zhang Han arrived at the rich district. For security reasons, during the time when Doomsday hadn't even opened its internal beta, he had bought an extremely remote building in the suburbs, and had been living in it all these days, in order to avoid contact with other people as much as possible. But now it doesn't matter. At the moment he didn't spend too much effort on hiding his identity, which meant that he dropped a $100 bill in his hand as he passed by the store and fished out a pair of gloves and a mask, which was still a DJ Ottoman parrot with a black hooded sweatshirt and slacks for a standout effect. Hey, that kid in front of me. I'm talking about you. What are you pretending to do with a hat? Just as Zhang Han walked into the neighborhood, a light and provocative voice suddenly came from behind him. Hand over everything of value you have on you, or else I'll break your dog's legs. Grandpa. Zhang Han's footsteps lurched. Turning around, he saw 3 mental boys with arrogant expressions walking quickly, one with the center parting and 2 with full yellow hair. We, he said blandly. Who else could it be but you? Hurry up. Grandpa, I'm recently short of money to spend. You should be living here, right? Feel free to give 1,000,000 or 800,000. Then hurry up and get lost, or else Grandpa's fireball spell won't recognize anyone. The yellow-haired guy in the center shook his right hand, and a palm-sized ball of fire coalesced from his palm. Oh, I'm not afraid to tell you. My buddy is a 11-level expert in Doomsday. Don't you toast to it. If you don't pay up and die, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. The other middle-parted guy seemed to be not at level 10 and had not extracted the skills, but still arrogantly and infinitely shook the watermelon knife in his hand with a ruthless look. Chopping pampered rich people like you, old man, one knife at a time, directly chop you into mush. The last person laughed coldly. Don't think we're bluffing. My buddies and I have just chopped up a pretender. The bones are cracked and buried. Be sensible or obediently hand over the money, or the next one will bury you. Looking at the 3 people singing in unison, Zhang Han let out a soft sigh. There are still a lot of stupid people. After seeing the viciousness of the hearts of people in his previous life, he was not at all surprised that at the early stage of the game's descent, there were people like this who did wrong just because they had a little bit of ability. But, straight away, they came to rob the rich neighborhoods, and that genus is hopelessly stupid. It was a very simple truth. Although most of those who could eventually become strong still relied on personal ability or chance, but that was all a long time away. In the early stages of the game, the power of money still has a dominant position, through offline acquisition, so that these players who do not lack of money, both equipment and attributes, to be ahead of other players. And these 3 spiritual guys obviously didn't realize it. Seeing Zhang Han's silence, the middle-parted guy with the watermelon knife was offended and, hey, you idiot, I'm talking to you, give a reaction, okay? Are you deaf or are you too scared to speak? Don't worry, Grandpa will definitely let you die a little more painfully. But the premise is that you put the money. Click. Before he could finish his sentence, the center-parted guy's expression froze, and he could no longer speak. For a white palm with well-defined knuckles had taken hold of his throat, and with such a smooth twist, the neck broke in response. Zhang Han let go of his hand with an indifferent expression, and the center-parted guy's eyes quickly dimmed, his body powerless as the watermelon knife slammed heavily to the ground. his breath all gone. Keiko, what's wrong with you? Dare to touch my brother. Fuck you. When the other two saw this, they surprisingly didn't have the slightest fear and roared angrily as they rushed towards Zhang Han. Then he's really on it. Bang! Bang! Zhang Chen's figure flashed and instantly disappeared in place. With two heavy muffled sounds, the two of them vomited a mouthful of blood almost at the same time. The blood was still mixed with some broken pieces of meat, and then stacked up with Chang Zi. That's weak. Looking at the gradually freezing corpses of the three, Zhang Han shook his head, not to mention that there was a crushing gap in attributes. Even if it was between Bo and Zhong, he could easily take down these three. After all, in his previous life to live so long, Zhang Han is in reality experienced more than one life and death struggle. For the control of power which is these just get power feedback rookie can be compared. Next, will be your turn. Zhang Chen didn't pay too much attention to the sudden hiccup and squinted slightly, looking toward a brightly lit villa in the distance. Living there were a few of the people in control of the Zhang clan consortium today. Moving times. Kyoji, everybody get high. Let us all witness this historic moment. Colorful lights intersected and reflected in the center of the hall. Young men and women writhing and waving their bodies around in wanton frenzy. The slightly older ones were in another room, smoking cigarettes and sipping tea, smiling and talking. Bang! Bang! In the midst of the frenzy, some people got carried away and casually flung out skills they had only mastered a short while ago, and brilliant fireballs in various elements, more magnificent than fireworks, burst into pieces in the hall. Sparks scattered from the stars, igniting a painting that had been hanging on the wall. That painting, a masterpiece by a famous master, could fetch at least $10 million on the market, but no one wants to look at it. For at the moment, they are all immersed in joy for the future. From the day Doomsday was released to the public, the figures of their faction, because they got the last bits and pieces of equity, held the absolute power of speech in the group, the force of the people, all the funds, all the money injected into the Doomsday in a vain attempt to create a top guild. And with such crazy decisions, a few days before the public beta, John's group frantically made acquisitions offline, hoarding both equipment and gold coins. In desperation, this almost insane investment paid off huge on the day of the bizarre invasion. The value of the resources at hand has multiplied many times over. It had even recruited and cultivated a number of top-tier powerhouses, without mentioning anything else. The equipment on each and every one of these people in the hall, not to say that they were the top of the line, but they also belonged to the first tier. Almost all of them are gold-level equipment. Drinking tea on the second floor, the few with extremely high prestige had more than one piece of dark gold quality equipment on their bodies. And even, there was a level 10 epic equipment. If it wasn't for the fact that no one was selling divine artifacts right now, with the group's strong investment in the early stages, it would be divine artifacts that would have to get one. In the game, it is also the formation of an immense power. Things were already going well, with a promising future. But I didn't expect that following the bizarre descent, even the attributes and skills in Doomsday itself descended into reality together. What that means, I'm afraid, can be thought of with my ass. With the advantage they built with their huge investment, this is going to be. It's totally hairy. Even so, some people were fantasizing about ascending to the top later on, truly standing in a position that they had never dared to hope for before. How can this not drive them crazy? Boom! However, just as the group of people were forgetting to celebrate, a loud bang suddenly came from the side of the door. The crowd followed the sound and then realized with dismay that the gate, which had been specially reinforced, had collapsed with a bang, and outside the gate, there stood a slender silhouette. What man? A few people immediately realized that something was wrong, and their eyes looked at the figure with horror. No one knew better than they did just how strong the gate, which had been designed for unexpected accidents and reinforced several times, was. It's better than any bank vault. Even if they were to use dynamite to blow it up, that would carry it, right? Right now. Looking at this situation, it's a direct kick in the pants? What kind of terrifying power is this? Yo, still got your mind set on a silver party here? 1, 2, 3, without waiting to open their mouths to ask, the crowd saw the man in the Ultraman mask walk in slowly, and start counting the people in his own clear voice. Aside from a few old guys, it looks like most of them are here, which is just as well, and saves me from having to run around. After the inventory was completed, the man in the mask laughed, seemingly satisfied. The eyes of the crowd instantly became wary. Listening to this tone, is it not to seek revenge? You sent Bar Hua, how to run, to this young man's home? But before they could think of how to react, on the sofa, a handsome young man in a black suit stumbled up, just as if he was drunk, and walked towards the masked man. Gang Lin, recognized as the future head of the Zhang group, growing like this, so funny, it is little Wang, right? No, no, little king doesn't look like this. Then it's little Jean? And it's not right. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Isn't that the shit-loving Larry? Jiang Lin had his hands behind his back and was walking crookedly, circling around the masked man and slurring his words. Jiang Lin, you don't even recognize me? The man wearing the Ultraman mask laughed softly, then removed the mask, and a handsome face appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Jiang Han? Immediately, someone exclaimed in shock, and their eyes became a little more dangerous. They, of course, knew this youth who should have become, and was most qualified to become, the successor of the Jiang group. If it wasn't for that car accident back then, I'm afraid it would be him who should be celebrating here today, right? Oh, so it's you. Jiang Lin shook off his head, the corner of his mouth pulled up an arc and smiled wryly. What are you doing in my house if you're not wrapped up with that surname Liu? Is it that the money is spent, and you want my brother to give you a little charity? Zhang Chen glanced at him faintly. Obviously, Jiang Lin had this look. His spirit was obviously abnormal, but it wasn't like he had been drinking. Zhang Chen swept through the hall, his eyes fixed on a pile of white powder on the desktop, and his heart immediately had an answer. It's also good that this state of delirium saves the effort of forcing a confession later. Zhang Chen retracted his gaze and said indifferently, there's something I need to figure out. You'd better answer me truthfully. Get a grip on yourself? Who do you think you are? Do you think it's still more than 10 years ago? I still have to grovel to you? Jiang Lin's forehead veins rippled. The whole person was like a barrel of dynamite that had been ignited. Do you know that your parents are dead? Now the Jiang of Jiang group is the Jiang of my old son. You, an orphan, should be thankful for being able to live until now. Do you know that? Now get the hell out of here or I'll break your legs. In the face of Jiang Lin's tirade, Jiang Han's face did not change. He just took a deep breath, and then his eyes gradually sank as he said in a single word, did you have something to do with the car accident that caused my parents' deaths 10 years ago? Ha, 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 ha. Jiang Lin suddenly laughed out loud. So that's what you wanted to ask? Jiang Han, it must have been very hard for you to hold it in for so many years, right? You've been wanting to ask this for a long time, right? You poor thing. It's only now that you dared to ask this. But unfortunately, our positions now have long been unequal. John's group is destined to belong to me. While you can only be a loser who has been played around by a woman, what can you do with me? And I'll tell you what else. Back in the day. Jiang Lin, you're drunk. Before Jiang Lin could finish his sentence, an inch-haired man interrupted him with a deep, low voice, then quickly stepped forward and tried to reach out and cover his mouth. Thumbs up. However, at the next moment, with a soft sound, the inchman's entire body seemed to be pressed the pause button to freeze, and his pupils were instantly dilated, and then became lax. A white-gloved finger poked into his brow with ease. I'm going to ask a question, and you'd better not interrupt. Jiang Han drew back his hand with a cold expression, blood staining the glove scarlet. The inchman fell back on his head, the back of his head slamming heavily on the ground, blood spilling out instantly, until his consciousness completely dissipated. He had never imagined that he would die so abruptly. Today, in this room that was considered to be the safest of them all. Now then, tell me the truth about what happened in the first place. Word for word. In the next moment, a voice like that of a stern ghost rang out, and a hint of violence flashed across Jiang Han's brows as a fierce aura instantly swept across the entire hall, locking everyone in place like a wave, spreading across the sky. Perhaps, I might consider letting you all die a painful death. The smell of blood filled the room. The dynamic music was still blaring, and the light beams changed position, illuminating everyone's face brightly and darkly. Everyone was shocked by the scene that had just happened, even though, among them, there had been people whose hands were stained with human lives, and there was more than one. Such a simple and rough death had never been seen before. Without using any weapon, just with just one finger, he poked the person hard. This kind of terrifying power, is it really possible for human beings to possess? Kato Hawk had to weep with shame to see it. Even if the properties in Doomsday were mirrored in reality, it would be too much to ask to be able to do that, wouldn't it? With the luxury equipment and skills, they were also considered a group of players with top attributes, and their power reflected to reality was not low, but they definitely could not do such a light job of poking through a human skull. You're night cold. Suddenly, someone realized something and incredibly lost their voice in shock. Throughout the entire Doomsday, there is only one person who can pull off a cliff-like gap with other players, and, in this LD, there is another word cold. When the two were linked together, then the identity of the youth in front of him came to light. It seems that you guys aren't too stupid. Zhang Chen glanced at the man and didn't deny it. Sizzle dash. Receiving an affirmative answer, the crowd was alarmed, but still felt more like a dream. More than 10 days, the name of Night Cold has already resounded around the world. and it can be said that no one knows about it. Unsurprisingly, he would stand at the top of human society in the future, and even with the large amount of money they had invested, they would not be able to match it and would need to look up to it. And right now, the real identity of such a big shot would be Zhang Han, the youth who had long ago been kicked out of the Zhang Group's power core and should have never had the chance to stand with them again. How is that possible? For a while, several people felt that their brains were a bit insufficient, and some of their legs had already begun to tremble, because they knew very well that Zhang Han, this time, was clearly rushing to trace the tragic case back then. Ha ha ha, Night Chill, Zhang Long Tao. I think you've been shaken out of your mind, right? Can he be Night Cold? I'll rip my head off and kick it for you as a ball. Only Zhang Lin, under the effect of the medicine, the whole person became more and more crazy, laughing openly. If he is Night Cold, then what am I? Night Cold's father? Zhang Lin. Zhang Han spoke in a cold voice. Tell me, 10 years ago, what was going on? 10 years ago, what else could be going on? Zhang Lin stumbled to Zhang Han and looked at him with a crooked mouth. It's just that I moved a little bit in the car. Then, boom! He reached out and compared it to an explosion. How was it? Surprised? Surprised? The crash. It was that simple. They thought I was really going back to the car to get something. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. Pretending to be a good old man's face to whom to see it? Also let me take care of you to take care of you. If you are really good to me, how come you don't see to share half of the equity with me? A few $100 billion of property. Just picking up our family from the village and giving us a few tens of millions to get rid of it? You call that being nice to us? Hypocritical to the core. Zhang Lin actually got more and more agitated and couldn't control himself as he fell to the ground. Then stood up again shakily. And you? Why were you born with everything and I had to grow up in a poor countryside? Why? It's a shame he didn't die in that car accident. But well, saying this, he let out a long sigh of relief and smiled smugly. It doesn't even matter. The group will be mine. And you? You can only circle around a stupid woman, like a love-starved wretch, destined to only look up to me in the future. That's a bad taste. I think it's supposed to be weird, isn't it? Shall we? You make a testimonial? Honestly, I'm kinda curious. Jiang Chen was silent. Only his lips were slightly white. Even though he had been a man for 2 lifetimes and had experienced countless perils of the human heart, even with several years of investigation, he already had a vague guess and answer in his mind. But when he heard the truth in person, he still couldn't control his emotions, and his body was trembling slightly. It just felt like the emotions in his chest were so thick that they were about to explode. You're a real, unapologetic brute. Jiang Chen stared at the increasingly insane youth in front of him, the killing intent in his eyes intense to the extreme. In the beginning, after making a name for themselves in the vast business world, his parents didn't choose to continue expanding and striving, but wanted to live their lives in peace and quiet. Along with that, some of the relatives who are well connected have been brought along for the ride. Thanks to their vast financial power, so many people, including Zhang Lin, had gone from being poor and remote to taking root in the prosperous Jiangcheng, and their quality of life had doubled 1,000 times over. Unexpectedly, this kindly act has become a wolf lured into the house. The rice is rising, but the rice is falling. This group of people, if they don't know how to be thankful, they are even unaware of the fact that they are enmity, waving the butcher's knife at the 2 old men. And at that time, Zhang Lin was only 12 years old, and because of this, it led to Zhang Han's family relaxing their vigilance, which ultimately led to the tragedy. Of course, perhaps Zhang Han's parents also expected a change of heart, which is why they left the equity for him to settle down in advance, but they counted 1,000 times, but did not count that the hearts of people can be sinister to this. Has always behaved faithfully and honestly Zhang Lin, only 12 years old, so heartless. Instead of falling to strong competitors in various crises, they died at the hands of a large family that was supposed to support each other. Zhang Han looked at Zhang Lin with a cold expression. And, besides you, forget it, he sighed suddenly. There's no point in pursuing this further, because no one who has access to this inner circle is innocent. Still want to ask others? You really think of yourself as a plate of food. 10 years ago I had to find a way to curry favor with you, but it's not the same now. With one of my fingers, I can crush you, an ant-like existence. Zhang Lin laughed in disbelief. Or do you really think I'm stupid? Would tell you the truth? I just want you to know that even if you know the truth you can't do anything. Zhang Han, originally you settled down and forget about it. Remembering that your parents took care of me back then, I can let you off the hook. But since you had to seek death yourself, it's not my fault. He gently clapped his hands, then reached out and pointed at Zhang Han. Whoever comes and slaughters him will be rewarded with a piece of dark gold equipment. I said. No one moved. Are you kidding me? The others aren't high on drugs. They're conscious enough to want to run away. And they dare to touch this bogeyman's ass? Dark gold? That's only if you have the life to take it. You're all fucking deaf, aren't you? Hurry up and give me. Before Jiang Lin had a chance to lash out, he let out a mournful and extremely miserable scream. This was because the finger he was pointing at Jiang Han had already been crushed to pieces by the latter. How dare you? Jiang Lin's face twisted in pain as he roared in anger. He looked up and with a glance, he saw a smile on the face of the youth in front of him. This was followed by a demonic whisper. Don't worry, Jiang Lin. You won't die that fast, because I will break your bones, one by one. What are you talking about? Jiang Lin was subconsciously about to break into tears, but the next moment he howled miserably once again, so loudly that it even overshadowed the rock music coming from the multi-million-dollar stereo. This was because his other finger was also crushed by Jiang Han, 10 fingers connected to the heart, and this intense pain made Jiang Lin unable to do anything but howl. And this, just for starters. Click, click, third and fourth roots. The sound of bones breaking was crisp, muffled by the passionate rock and roll, and together they were hidden in the hissing of Jiang Lin. It wasn't until the 5 fingers were completely pinched and crushed, drooping down like a glove, that Jiang Lin finally came to his senses, his eyes filled with fear. Jiang Han, Jiang Chen, I know it's wrong. Jiang Han, I was talking to you for fun. I was only a few years old then. How could I have done such a heartless thing? I was just in a trance and said that kind of asshole thing. Adrenaline spiked rapidly, allowing Jiang Lin to briefly suppress the intense pain in his palms as he turned as pale as death, sweating like a pig, and began to beg for mercy while stumbling and frantically backing away. However, Jiang Han was oblivious to it and approached him step by step with an expressionless face. I'm your cousin. We're family. Looking at the figure that was like a god of death, Jiang Lin panicked. Let's sit down and talk about what we have to say. I'm actually saddened by the death of my uncle and auntie. There's no need for our family to fight to the death. By the way, the uncles and aunts are so kind-hearted. Surely they don't want their son to be an executioner. Jiang Chen's footsteps slightly lurched. His eyes were in a trance, and the corner of his mouth revealed a touch of sarcasm. So you beasts know that too? Of course I know. I've always known. My aunt and uncle have been so good to me, so I definitely know how to be grateful. Seeing Jiang Han finally stop, Jiang Lin was like a drowning man trying to grab the last straw, and echoed, if it wasn't for the help of my uncle and aunt, I don't know which mountain I'd still be mowing grass to feed the pigs in right now. And if they were alive, they definitely wouldn't want to see this cold-bloodedness and heartlessness of yours. So think about it, isn't it so? Yeah. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth tugged. If he was alive. Yes. Bang. He stepped forward and gently kicked Jiang Lin to the ground, then crushed Jiang Lin's other hand. The latter hissed in pain and rolled all over the ground, his mouth still pleading, trying to convince him with the kindness of Jiang Han's parents, only to be greeted with only more intense pain. The mournful screams echoed in the villa for a long time, starting with the hands, then the feet, the lower abdomen. After spending more than 10 minutes, every bone in Jiang Lin's body was cracked and broken by Jiang Han as much as possible, but he still didn't die, because Jiang Chen purposely avoided the vitals while inflicting as much extreme pain as possible. But even so, Jiang Lin was as breathless as a puddle of mud at the moment. His ribs, which had been inserted into his internal organs, and every breath was like swallowing 1,000 razor blades. He used the last of his strength to beg Jiang Chen to kill him, because the pain was just too deep into his bones to be described in words. But his mouth full of teeth had also been knocked out long ago, and he could only make helpless whimpering noises. Jiang Han stopped moving and just half-crouched by Jiang Lin's side, quietly looking at him with fear and pain flashing in his eyes, trying to struggle but unable to do anything about it. The stereo had long since been turned off by him, and the entire room was horribly quiet. With only Jiang Lin's agonizing whimpers echoing, he had already fainted a few times, but each time he came to his senses again under the intense pain. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Jiang Lin's eyes dimmed and he finally stopped struggling. Jiang Chen silently got up, no sadness or joy on his face as he looked expressionlessly at the others in the room. And at this moment, these young men and women have long been scared out of their wits, and their faces are horribly pale. They had witnessed the entire process and knew exactly what kind of destruction Jiang Lin had received, and the blood and broken bones all over the ground were the best proof. Good death! Jiang Longtao suddenly jumped out, pointing at Jiang Lin and cursing. This beast that's worse than a pig or a dog. Uncle Jiang and Auntie Yan are two people that are so good, but they were actually killed by this beast Jiang Lin. It's really not enough to die 10,000 times. I have long looked at him not good. That is, I did not know about what happened back then, or else I do not even need Jiang Hanyu to do it. I will be the first to kill him, to give my uncle and aunt to take revenge. Right, that's what I think too. This beast, he really knows people's faces. but he's actually envious of them. He's simply heartless. I've misjudged him. Indeed. I really didn't know about what happened back then. John Han, I'm too pained. Remember at the funeral? I even greeted you. Being reminded by Zhang Longtao, the others also stepped forward with righteous indignation, as if they were the messengers of justice. But the words emphasize one thing: what happened back then had nothing to do with them. Only, in the face of the infuriated crowd, Zhang Han remained expressionless as he took a single step, and a massive force erupted violently directly from the soles of his feet. The entire person was like a sturdy cheetah, instantly appearing in front of Zhang Longtao's body, his fist infinitely enlarging in the latter's pupils. Bang! The heavy force caused Zhang Longtao's head to burst open like a watermelon. Warm blood spilled onto Zhang Han's handsome white face, adding a bit of demonic and bloodthirsty to him. Don't act. None of them will escape, he said softly. He wasn't a fool, so how could he not tell the difference between true and false? At the funeral that year, he stood in the corner in his white mourning clothes, silently looking at the lights of all the houses, pretending to be sad. The adults squeezed out a few crocodile tears and stood in groups discussing the division of the company, even fighting over it and writhing like madmen. The children are not concerned about playing together, proudly talking about the family will buy a new car and a new house. Do not have to care about someone's feelings, because he does not have a mother and a father. The only one who grieves is himself. These people have long been eyeing that gold mountain of wealth, and for this reason, they have not hesitated to throw away their conscience and morality, and have carefully planned an accident. Otherwise, how could it be possible that in just 1 month, the original backbone of the group could be weeded out, and new factions quickly formed to partake of those huge fortunes? A whale falls and all things come to life. They were like parasites, revolting their masters and sucking them clean, along with the bone marrow. It's none of our business. It was Zhang Lin who did it. He's dead, what more do you want? Zhang Longtao's death caused the others to no longer be able to suppress the fear in their hearts and wanted to flee the place, but with Zhang Han's current speed, this was simply impossible. With a slight point of his foot, his figure flashed with astonishing speed, catching up with one person in a split second and punching out like thunder. The third, Zhang Chen silently recited to him, his eyes carrying a cold intent. He was like the god of death wielding a scythe, doubling back the pain of that year to these wolfish things. With another point of his foot, his body was like a falling leaf, and he caught up with another person. The palm fell with the sound of breaking wind. Fourth, I'll fight you. Seeing that he really couldn't escape, a bald man roared angrily and angrily killed towards Zhang Han to make a fight to the death. A blue lightning was cutting through. Zhang Han slightly sidestepped his head without expression, precisely avoiding the strike by a millimeter's difference, and lightly swung out a punch. The bald man collapsed in response, his sternum shattering as much as it could, and the lightning landed on the wall behind him, bringing up a shower of sparks. Fifth, before the last word fell, Zhang Han had already caught up with another person. Immediately. Sixth and seventh. He was like a lion hunting in the grasslands, and wherever he went, no one survived. The moon was bright and starry. Under the night sky, in the luxurious villa, a succession of miserable screams cut through the sky, and then with the evening breeze together with the air, until completely disappeared. The whole villa, unbelievably quiet. Zhang Chen re-entered the hall. The two light globes were still turning tirelessly. The light shone on his face and moved away. It was impossible to see his expression. The blood dyed his gloves blood red and dripped down his fingertips. Halftime. He stepped toward a room on the second floor and pushed the door open. Wow! Instantly, the few middle-aged men hiding in the corner panicked, their eyes filled with fear. With that much commotion, it was naturally impossible for him not to hear it, but they knew very well that blindly fleeing or panicking would only accelerate the speed of sending them to their deaths. One hid in the room, not daring to utter a breath. I thought it was all quiet out there, so it should be safe. But I didn't expect to be discovered anyway. Zhang Chen raised his eyes and swept around the room, his icy gaze finally settling on a middle-aged man. Zhang Lin's father, Zhang Hai, that is, Zhang Han's eldest uncle, now the largest shareholder of Zhang Group. Zhang Han, don't mess around. The person who killed your parents is Zhang Lin, that little beast. He has already been killed by you. The person died and the debt is eliminated. I didn't expect things to turn out that way, and it really had nothing to do with me. Feeling the heavy killing aura, Zhang Hai's face turned pale and he panicked as he explained. Even selling your own son. You two, father and son, are really more animals than one another. Zhang Chen also didn't expect this reaction from the other party, and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, things, our family are all animals, but I really had nothing to do with your parents' deaths. It was all that little beast's own doing. He's paid the price now. It's time for your anger to die down. After all, no matter what, we are all family, aren't we? I even hugged you when you were little. If you're still angry, I'll do everything I can to make it up to you. Jiang Hai nodded his head repeatedly. The equity in my hand. I can give you all of it without a single point. Inside Doomsday, I also bought a lot of equipment and gold coins. I can give you all of them. Oh yeah, artifacts. He seemed to have remembered something. His tone was urgent. I even have news of divine artifacts. As long as you let me off the hook, you'll be able to obtain a divine artifact. You're a player as well. You should know what divine artifacts stand for now, right? Jiang Chen ignored it, still taking one step forward. Let alone a divine weapon. Even the legendary Holy Break equipment would not shake his killing heart. What I'm saying is true. There really is a divine artifact. It's with a child named Aisha in Watermoon City. She has clues to the artifact, and we're all close to exploring it. I'll really give it to you, as long as you're willing to let me off. Jiang Han, I'm your elder uncle. Ah, blood is thicker than water, elder uncle. I even hugged you when you were little. You, thumbs up. Jiang Hai's expression froze, and he couldn't continue as a hand snapped his neck. He died wide-eyed with extreme fear and anger. You little brute. Even kill your own elders. Your parents died a good death. There is so much money. Do not share a little more equity to us? A few $100 billion of wealth to share a few million. Really take us as a family? I think they deserve to die. If we were given a little bit of equity earlier, would we have done it? Jiang Han, listen to me. You are now breaking the law. Killing us, you have no benefit. You are still young. Have a great future. We have broken the law. We can turn ourselves in and be duly punished. I will turn myself in now. Don't you come over, please. I was forced to do it. It was a few of them who had to force me to join. Otherwise I would have only wanted money. And Jiang Hai's death amplified the already fearful emotions of the other few to the extreme, cursing and begging for mercy. Only, Jiang Chen was in no mood to pull any nonsense with them. 2 minutes later, the villa was once again quiet. Jiang Chen walked out of the room, his expression devoid of sadness and joy. By now, almost all of the people behind the scenes who were involved in that fiasco back then have paid their fair share. There were 2 or 3 other leaks that weren't at the villa and therefore escaped. But that's only temporary. The revenge of 10 years ago, after 2 lives, was finally avenged. However, Jiang Han's mood was not as smooth as he had imagined. Instead, it became more and more depressing. These beasts are dead, but those who can't return, still can't return. Bang bang bang. At that moment, a series of explosions suddenly rang out in the night sky. Jiang Han turned his head to look, only to see a violent explosion on a certain street not far away, with flames shooting up into the sky. That's pretty disturbing, Jiang Chen murmured. With his spiritual value of close to 10,000, his perception and hearing nowadays were unknown to be many times that of a normal person. If he wanted to, he could still hear what was happening, even from this distance. At the source of that explosion, it was the official personnel of Daxia, who had clashed with the foreign invaders, and the engagement was fierce. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, these people had rushed towards him, and then a conflict had erupted with the Daxia officials when they entered the city. Let's take you guys. Then, Jiang Chen's feet clicked, and the terrifying force caused him to catapult out like a cannonball, and the direction he was heading to was exactly where the 2 parties were mingling. He's not going to wait until the knife is at his neck to make a move. Bang! 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 On the streets, the sound of gunfire was continuous and jarring to the eardrums, and a few silhouettes weaved through the shadows of the buildings with surprising speed. Ha 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 ha, it's simply too refreshing. Carter, did you see the look on those yellow-skinned pigs just now? So surprised that their mouths couldn't even close. They didn't think about it. They couldn't catch us in the first place. And now it's even more unlikely that they'll descend on us even with the attributes from Armageddon. Times have changed. We will be supreme beings in the future. A burly, blonde-haired foreign man laughed out loud, contempt and pride written all over his words. That's normal. Their fighting force is so weak that they are no match for us. But Lev, don't take it lightly. Daxia has never been a forbidden place for our mercenaries. Except that the real masters haven't arrived yet. Beside the blonde man, his companion warned, there is a price to pay for being gullible. Ha ha ha, you're overthinking it. With my current strength, anyone who comes will have to die. Lev disdainfully skimmed his mouth. An expert? It's all bullshit. This, blazing fist, I extracted is the specialized skill of the hidden profession firefighter. Whoever dares to come, I'll blast him into mush with one punch. Maybe, Carter shrugged indifferently. But the point now, we still have to get rid of these dog piles. Really can't understand these people. Obviously the superpowers have descended, but still maintain order. Really brain dead. Oh, it is indeed incomprehensible. Lev laughed. Then his face sank violently as he stared at the gun-toting figures in front of him from far away. Fark, they're here again. Are they really not afraid of death? The explosion just now hasn't scared them? Seek death. Carter's face also turned ugly, and he said in a deep voice, since this is the case, we have to give them a little bit of color, and we'll kill all of this group of yellow-skinned pigs who don't know how to die here today. Just what I need. Lev grinned and nodded. The two of them hit it off and took the initiative to meet up towards the dozen or so people who were surrounding them. The strife resurfaces. Although these two were wild, they did have strength. Itself as the top international mercenary. First-class hands, mixed in the game. And now after the enhancement of the attributes of Doomsday, the hands are even more horrifying. They even voluntarily discarded the hot weapons they were carrying because it was exhausting. Just empty-handed, going head-to-head against a heavily armed squad, relying on their already unparalleled combat awareness and sense of smell. They easily passed through the defense line even under the suppression of fire from hot weapons. Ha ha ha, it hurts. Ouch. Lev laughed arrogantly and blasted out with a fist, the wind of his fist carrying a searing wave of air smashing the barrel of the gun that was smoldering as he bullied his way forward, casually knocking out the armed man in front of him with a hand slash. It was also that this person had similarly received the attribute enhancement of Doomsday, and his own physical quality was too hard. Otherwise, if it were before, the power of this hand knife would have been able to directly take his life. Lev raised his arm, ready to completely end this guy who didn't know how to die and dared to rush at the front, but then he violently withdrew his hand, flicked his foot, and made a magnificent turn. Ta-da-da-da-da. In the next moment, a series of gold and iron clashing sounds rang out, blasting a puff of smoke on the ground. Ha! Even heavy weaponry on this scale? Lev sneered. Even with his current physical fitness, it was impossible to carry a barrage of these heavy machine guns hard, but it doesn't matter. Go eat tail gas behind me. Although it was obvious that the first strike was a bit less than complete, Lev was still certain that he could kill all of the dozens of people in front of him. Director, we found out that these two are the ace mercenaries of the top foreign mercenary organization Viper. Lev and Carter. The two of them, they are both top experts in the top 200 of the ranking list in Doomsday. They are both hidden professions. Their strength is astonishing. The brothers are a bit overwhelmed. Just as the two let go of their hands to fight, behind an abandoned sprinkler, youths in combat uniforms spoke rapidly, reporting the specifics. Fucking hell. The middle-aged man standing opposite the youth inhaled a mouthful of smoke fiercely, and then crushed the cigarette with his fingers. What kind of cow ghosts and snakes have come to Ardashia to wreak havoc? And they really think that no one can rule over them, don't they? Xiao Zhang, call for backup, and, from now on, you're temporarily in charge of intelligence reporting, directly to the division. Yes. Xiao Zhang straightened his chest and saluted, then hesitantly said, what about you, administrator? Me? The middle-aged man who was then the deputy director of the Jiangcheng Public Security Department sneered. Of course it's a good lesson for these two sons of bitches. Administrator. Xiao Zhang are stunned. This is too dangerous. They can even dodge bullets. You go. What? You look down on me? I'm at least a level 10 high-level player with extracted skills. So you're panicking. The deputy administrator bristled. Without waiting for Xiao Zhang to speak, he patted the other's shoulder. Alright, obey the order. And for the rest, you don't have to worry about it. After saying that, the deputy administrator turned around and walked towards the center of the battlefield. And the moment he turned around, the ease and bravado on his face was gone, replaced by seriousness and gravity. Of course he knew exactly how terrifying the strength of a person who could rank in the top 200 ranks in Doomsday after midnight today was. Definitely top of the world. Going up there with your own strength is actually no different from sending yourself to death. But, today's Dacia is chaotic enough on its own. Stormy, how can a foreign nation be allowed to take liberties? So many people had killed their way into Jiangcheng even today. If they weren't allowed to pay the price, wouldn't they be even more reckless in the future? Do your best to avoid a frontal engagement. Just stall them, and by the time reinforcements arrive, they'll be dead for sure. However, the deputy administrator didn't rush blindly, and with a gesture in his hand, a greenish glow coalesced and wrapped around towards Lev. Vine twining, mage control skills. It's just a little carving skill. How dare you bring it out to embarrass people? Facing the deputy administrator's attack, Lev just grinned and heaved out a heavy punch, which shattered the green light that had transformed into vines. A firefly is worthy of competing with the white moon. Something that doesn't know the heights of heaven. I'm the Snake King. Lev turned toward the deputy administrator and killed him with surprising speed. Even when the others quickly redirected their fire to suppress him, they could only manage to briefly slow him down, not really hurt him. Stronger than expected. The deputy administrator's face sank. He didn't expect that his all-out strike wouldn't even last a single glance. It was important to realize that although he wasn't a player on the leaderboards, he was already much stronger than ordinary people and had long since completed his transfer. One could only say that the strength of the top experts was too unfathomable. Little one. You guys retreat first. I'll stall them. The deputy administrator glanced off in the distance, where several young men who had been inducted into the sheriff's aurora lay, all attacked by Lev and Carter and dead. At this rate, this squad would likely be reunited at the hands of these two. The idea is not bad, but unfortunately, just with you can stop me? It's simply a joke. And to add to the deputy administrator's horror, in just a few seconds of giving the order, Lev had broken through the line of fire and was rapidly closing in. Between the two, they were already less than 50 meters away. Try it then. I'll bite off a piece of your flesh even if I die. The deputy administrator yelled and took up a defensive position, facing this top-notch expert who had stirred the entire squad into pieces in a short period of time. Honestly speaking, he did not still have any certainty. Such an existence was truly too terrifying. Even if helicopter gunships and a whole squad of heavily armed elites were deployed, it wouldn't necessarily be useful. Come on. Between the flashes of lightning, Lev had already killed. The deputy administrator looked at the shadow that was so fast like a cheetah and gritted his teeth in death. He could even hear the sound of the wind breaking from the other party's swinging fists. That feeling, like a heavy mountain approaching, that despair that left people gasping for air. But he also gave up. His eyes reddened with a beat of his chest, having long made up his mind to die for sure. He stared at Lev's figure dead on, his spirit concentrating like never before, trying to see the actions of this mercenary of terrifying strength. But Lev was too fast for him to see. The deputy administrator's pupils snapped. He could only see a shadow like a cannonball rushed over. Then bang, a muffled sound. Lev seems to be hit by something. The whole person like a broken kite as in the night sky drew a beautiful arc, and finally hit the ground heavily, motionless as a dead dog. The deputy administrator sucked in a breath of cold air. Worthy of being a top mercenary? His strength is as terrifying as this, surprisingly able to violate the mechanics of physics. People in the air can be forced to change direction. Newton look at it all to lift the coffin board shouting crippled. And so on. The deputy administrator was finally reacting, looking ahead with a bewildered look on his face. There, a slender figure appeared at an unknown time. His back wasn't considered burly, but at a glance, it inexplicably gave off an ineffable sense of oppression. What's the situation? The deputy administrator's small eyes were written with great confusion and full of bewilderment, and without waiting for him to open his mouth to inquire about the identity of the visitor, he saw the black-clothed man's figure flicker and cut a blur of residual shadows in the air. Before the word crap could be uttered, a miserable howl came from the distance, and another ace mercenary, Carter, flew out like a gyroscope. True spiral ascension. The deputy administrator opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Whose ministry is this? Surprisingly so brave. Too like a humanoid weapon. Can top heavy firepower shuttle freely international top mercenaries? Surprisingly did not even hold a photo. It's almost like being abused as a dog. What do you mean? A descending blow? The sudden change of events caused everyone present to be dumbfounded, all of them staring blankly at this heavenly descended divine warrior who came from nowhere. The awe and admiration in his heart climbed to the extreme. What's with the Ultraman mask? Do all high rollers have this weird fetish? Jiang Chen ignored the thousand strange gazes and came to the deputy administrator's body, his clear voice floating in the night sky. Where are the others? The deputy administrator froze. What? Jiang Chen said indifferently. These two should not be the only ones who have infiltrated Jiangcheng in the past 2 days, right? Where are the others located? The deputy administrator hesitated. Can I ask what you're inquiring about this for? Idle and bored. Take advantage of tonight to settle these rats who are hiding their heads and tails together, so as not to cause any trouble in the future, Jiang Chen said in a loose tone. The deputy administrator raised an eyebrow, subconsciously flooding his mind with surprise and absurdity. One must know that since they dared to invade Jiangcheng at this juncture, those secret infiltrators were none of them the ace elites of various countries, and their strength was terrifyingly strong. But listening to the tone of the person in front of him, it seemed as if it was as simple as narrating about crushing an ant on the side of the road. However, once he remembered the kind of terrifying strength and speed he had displayed just now, the deputy administrator immediately dispelled the doubts in his heart. Although he didn't know what the masked man's identity was, but to be able to blast 2 top mercenaries to death so easily, he did have that kind of strength to say those words. The location of the other intruders is classified as highly confidential. I do not have the authority to do so, and need to apply to the top. The deputy administrator took a deep breath. It's going to be a while, and I can't guarantee success. Jiang Chen didn't say anything more, just nodded and waited patiently. The deputy administrator began contacting higher-level intelligence services to put things in perspective. Soon. It's okay. He looked up at Zhang Han, then handed over the special communication in his hand, which contained a classified document that had just come in, documenting some of the people who had entered Jiang City in the past 2 days with more suspicious identities. Jiang Han casually scratched the screen twice and pulled the file to the bottom. It's okay. He handed the tablet back to the deputy administrator, and then turned to leave as fast as he could. That's good. Feeling the cool breeze hitting his face from the high-speed movement, the deputy administrator froze in place. A document of this length is at least a few thousand words, isn't it? Just a couple of scratches. Sure you got a good look? It's outrageous. The deputy administrator shook his head, but he didn't say anything more, because this kind of person is not something that can be surmised by common sense. Administrator, is this man sent from above? A youth walked over quickly and asked curiously. No, the deputy administrator denied. When applying for special privileges just now, he had naturally asked these related questions, only that the top was also confused about it. To be honest, it was kinda unexpected for him to be able to request this information. Not someone from above? Then the strength is still so strong? It's too exaggerated. That kind of speed. It's just like Superman. Killing these two mercenaries is just like killing a chicken. I don't know how much it is in Doomsday. The youth suddenly paused, as if realizing something. His eyes violently erupted with a fine light. His tone was a little trembling. He won't be a night cold big brother, right? Quite possibly. The deputy administrator fished a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it, taking a deep drag. Smoke puffed out from between his nostrils and slowly rose into the air as he narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction Jiang Han had disappeared. With such a wide gap between even the top players, this kind of instantly recognizable thing was certainly something he had guessed. Perhaps the reason this important information was applied for so quickly was that the people at the top, too, thought of it. If it's really him, these little brats from foreign countries, they're in deep shit. The deputy administrator grinned. That's a night chill. Streets. Jiang Chen was like a ghostly shuttle. Under the cover of the night, it was impossible to see his whereabouts. Only the fallen leaves that were swept down and slowly drifted away could prove that something had just swept by. As a matter of fact, just as the deputy administrator had guessed, under the high amount of spiritual power, Jiang Han's memory was simply too high nowadays, and it was simply too easy to forget such things. At this moment, the information of almost all the intruders was clear in his mind. Although it was impossible for even the Dasha officials to specifically grasp the location of these people, but as long as there was an approximation, that would be enough, because Jiang Chen's current perception was similarly not something that could be surmised by common sense. Soon, he came to the first target area. Meanwhile, in some small room, bang! The sound of breaking wind rang out as the fist arced through the air before landing heavily on a stone table. In a flash, the stone table, which was made from granite, was smashed with a huge crack. Ha ha! Boss, this power of mine, it's simply too powerful. I really love Doomsday. With the gains brought by the attributes of the five of us right now, it's simply easy to single-handedly take on an armed company. The dreadlocked man who threw the punch was excited. I can really do whatever I want this time. Indeed, the man referred to as boss by the dreadlocked man was a man with sunglasses, long hair, and dressed like a dick cowboy, and he laughed softly. Alright, straighten up and return immediately. Return? The dreadlocked man froze. But we've only just gotten here, and we haven't even finished our mission? Mission? Boss snorted. Dylan, I think you're all muscle and no brain. With our current strength, do those damn old guys still have the capital to hold us back? Why should we still give them a hand? And, move your pig brain to think about it. Even the attribute bonus we get is so powerful. That horrible guy Nightcold is already level 40. Level 40. This kind of power descends into reality and you dare to investigate him? Do you think it's still before? This, being pointed out by such a mention, the dreadlocked man finally reacted. Yeah, even they were so strong. That Nightcold's current power was even more exaggerated, and to dare to go looking for trouble at this time, what was that if not the old man hanging himself? And boss is right. With all this power, why bother listening to those old guys? If we fly back now and blow their heads off, we'll be the ones in charge from now on, won't we? Right. We are supposed to go back. There's no need to offend this monster. The dreadlocked man was invigorated and had seen a bright future. A few others, too, chimed in, and the grid opened, packing up for the opening of the run. Boom! However, before they had the chance to move, a loud sound rang out abruptly, and an arm actually blasted a large hole in the hard wall, piercing through it. The next moment, the entire wall collapsed. A slender figure appeared in front of several people, and a clear voice leisurely sounded. Sorry guys, Dasha, it is not for you to come and go as you please. Who? The pigtailed man's face was instantly grave. To be able to shatter the wall with a single punch, this kind of strength was not trivial. The others also realized the problem and focused their eyes over. Then they saw an Ultraman, not wearing an Ultraman mask figure slowly approaching in the raised smoke. What are you? The group's boss narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Weren't you just discussing me? Now that I'm here, I don't recognize it again?" Jiang Chen's tone was bland, but the words that came out of his mouth gave a few people the creeps. The night is cold, though they hadn't seen what this player, who had created so many impossibilities in Doom, was really like either. But that punch alone was enough to prove a lot. Boss said in a deep voice, "Night cold. This time when we entered the Great Xia, it was indeed our fault in the first place, but we have already planned to leave and have no intention of targeting you. Believe it or not, we do. It doesn't matter." Jiang Chen was unmoved, and with his current ear power, he naturally heard the conversation between several people. "But still, you think I'm weak, so you want to come up and stomp on me, and now you want to run away when you see that things aren't going right? There is no such thing in heaven. So what do you want? Money? A woman? Whatever we can give, try to make it up to you." Boss opened his mouth. He was really unwilling and didn't dare to clash with Jiang Han right now. Once he really did encounter Night Cold, he would surely die. "Money in reality, it doesn't mean anything to me." Jiang Han snorted. "If it's gold coins in the game, it has some value, but you can trade over, and so on. It seems like it really can." It wasn't until this time that he began to seriously scrutinize the few people in front of him. As expected, they were all familiar faces. All of them had made quite a name for themselves in their previous lives and belonged to the top figures of a certain consortium. And at his current rank, he should be on the top of the ranking list as well. So the question is, for someone with this kind of potential, the consortium should be willing to pay a big price for him, right? Although the gold coins in the player's hand at this stage weren't much, with the Super Consortium's ability, 1 billion would be hard to do, but it shouldn't be hard to scavenge a tens of millions of gold coins from the market, right? If you look at it on a national level, raising hundreds of millions of gold coins can be done. Without mentioning more, it was always worth 20 million gold coins to pack up these 5 top players in front of us and sell them, right? Although this amount of gold coins wasn't particularly large for Jiang Han, don't forget that it wasn't just these 5 people who had invaded Jiangcheng this time. Those who were sent by various countries and powers to cause trouble were 218 people that Jiang Han knew of alone. That's a big deal if it adds up. Equivalently, blackmail the world. It seems, it's okay to try. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered as he murmured, "You're sending your best men to get to the bottom of me, aren't you? That comes with a price." Night. Seeing Jiang Chen fall into contemplation, the man with the pigtail thought that he was shaken and wanted to continue persuading him, but before he could open his mouth, he felt a cold wind whisking by, and a strong force landed precisely on the back of his neck, and then his eyes went black, and he directly fainted to death. Bang! Bang! Knock after knock rang out, and in a flash of lightning, 5 people lay down unconscious one after another. Under the absolute difference in strength, they had no room for resistance at all. Jiang Chen searched around the room with his back hand, gathering 10 sacks in total, 5 ureas, 5 Stanleys. After a little contemplation, I decided to go with Stanleys. After all, it's a big international brand, and it's a perfect match for these international friends. As the saying goes, the brand reveals the quality and the details determine the success or failure. Although this is the first time I've been a trafficker, I still strive to get all the details right and aim to bring the ultimate enjoyment and experience to my customers. Jiang Chen also did not dilly-dally, and moved nimbly to put Stanley's sack over a few people's heads, and then used a rope to tie them together solidly. Just pack it up and carry it away. Immediately thereafter, quickly moved to the next target location. Caesar, I think this thing, out today. Who the hell is doing a sneak attack? No martial arts. Have the guts to come out and fight one-on-one. Ah, crap, have you guys seen the boss? So big a person? Just stood in front of me to curse. Good end of the person is gone. Go see. Ah, well. Soon, these top experts from different countries and forces in Jiang City had been approached by Jiang Han to liquidate them. And he didn't bother with nonsense. In the guise of an emotionless human trafficker, every strike meant that one person had to be put in the sack. As the saying goes, the mage has to go to the center, and the thief does not go to the air. Busy for the whole night. Jiang Han with a horrible strength. Hard to get all the information of these invaders, as much as possible to use the sack to pack sets away. An abandoned site. Bang! Casually threw the last person to the ground. Hundreds of people stacked into a tall mountain of meat. I do not know if the bottom was crushed to death, but nothing dick about it. Fresh cells fresh and dead cells dead. Besides, I'll just say he's passed out. And how should your excellency respond? If you have the guts, you can inspect the goods face to face, and you can see if I'm not robbing you to strip your bottom and be done with it. A casual scan brought the exact number of people to mind. 232 in total. There were a few more than the list that was obtained. It should be the number of people that were not counted even by the Xia officials. After all, the Jiangcheng today was a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Even the most powerful intelligence agencies would inevitably miss something. But it's safe to assume that at least 90% of the invaders are here. There aren't enough Stanley bags to go around. Gee, that's quite a giveaway. Jiang Chen looked at the small hill piled up by human bodies and was overwhelmed with emotion. Seeing that he had triggered the world announcement 3 times, giving Xia a huge warzone advantage and making other countries sit up and take notice. This time around, that's a real bloodbath to get rid of the hidden dangers before it's too late. The ones who were sent were all the best of the best. Just the ones that Zhang Han had an impression of were 1/3 of the party, all of which had grown up to the god level in their previous lives. The others are a bit worse, but definitely top-notch. Then next, it's time for the main event. Jiang Chen casually fished out his cell phone from a random person, then logged into the game forum of Doomsday and used that person's face to register, authenticate, and then log in. Subsequently, turned on the recording function of the cell phone, recorded the scene to the best of its ability, and directly released. The text is heartbreaking. The top masters are sold as a package. The real thing, and the children are all the same. Produced by Night Cold. Quality assurance. Fake for 10. Walk by and don't be wrong. The tapping crackled. And in the spacious hall, dozens of people sat at their respective workstations, staring solemnly at the screen in front of them. Here is the special department responsible for controlling Daxia's Doomsday Forum. It also represents the will of the crown. In fact, as early as the first day of Doom's internal testing, the physical anomalies experienced by many people brought this particular game to the attention of the officials. The people involved were quickly assigned to take over the Doomsday Forum board. And on such a special day as today, naturally, there were countless people who wanted to know about other people, and the number of messages published was several times more than the previous days. This makes these staff members, naturally, extremely stressed. However, compared to other divisions, this was after all the central department, specializing in reviewing the remarks and information of some top players, and those with more sensitive identities. The pressure would be less, and the identity of the person Jiang Han used to register his account was undoubtedly among those that required a high degree of attention. Almost as soon as the registration was complete, it drew attention. At the moment, several people, including one of the biggest professionals in the entire department, gathered around and stared unblinkingly at the screen in front of them, and the content of the first video posted by this highly sensitive account made them pause for thought. This person, is he really Big Brother Night Cold? The staff member in charge of auditing trembled, not daring to breathe. It was because the several people standing behind him were not simple in their identities. Those who can get their hands on the identity certification of Sunset's number 3 War God, Alter, and those who can have this ability can't seem to find anyone else. The middle-aged man dressed in black pondered for a moment and spoke in a deep voice. He is the person in charge of the entire department. An absolute big shot. And, this message? Someone immediately asked tentatively. In the past, people who impersonated Night Cold's identity, they didn't know how many thousands of swipes they had to make in a day. And without exception, they would all be dismissed. And now the real Night Cold has finally shown up. It's reasonable to think that it's a good thing that such a mysterious big shot has finally shown his face. But the thing is, Big Brother doesn't play by the rules. The content of this video is just a little too stoned. What's the deal with kidnapping 100 or so people and hawking them on the internet? Even if you're a bigot, that's no way to engage in human trafficking with a straight face. It's not hard to imagine that once this video is released, it's bound to cause another uproar. And today was already chaotic enough. And then this mess. The state of affairs do not know what will evolve into. Even the big man in black had a bit of a headache. But after thinking for a while, he still made a quick decision and said in a deep voice, agree to release it, and in addition, give it official certification, and get everyone else to stop all vetting of information for now, and make sure that this information, as much as possible, spreads out. When this was said, several other people froze in unison, listening to the big man's meaning. Was he trying to expand the situation? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Should we discuss this with the other parts? Someone hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth to ask. No need. The black-clothed big man was resolute. I know what you are concerned about, but there is one thing you must be clear about. This is an extraordinary moment. Even the entire order of the Great Summer is collapsing. If one is still looking over one's shoulder, one is completely hopeless. You mean, a few others were no fools, and instantly understood. Is it to take advantage of this incident to deter certain cowards? Pretty much. The big man in black nodded his head and let out a cold laugh. Aren't these foreign brats arrogant and cocky? Taking advantage of the chaos, they want to turn against Night Cold under our noses. This time it's a kick in the pants. It's also good to show them what it means to be outside of people and outside of the sky. Understood. Once a few people thought about it, They also quickly weighed the pros and cons. Soon, the video was posted and began to spread all over the world. Not only the Doom forums, but almost the entire internet could see the video first. And with the personal appearance of Night Cold himself, as well as the officially certified logo, the attraction is beyond imagination. A large number of netizens first flocked to the video with curiosity and then were shocked by its content. The pop-ups overshadowed the video itself as if they didn't want the money. Sleeping with nothing to do, the couch. Nothing to sleep. Ilua go. This is the Night Cold Big Brother? Sure enough, the Big Brother's thinking is extraordinary. This Ultraman's mask on the face cannot cover his handsome. And I have a spell Big Jocker Tau, TSK, handsome or not is another matter. What's with all these people behind this? They're all wearing Stanley bags over their faces. Are they playing some new game with the big guy? Can I join in? Little Black Not White, a game? I'm not sure. And the title is sparse. Selling top players? What do you mean? These Stanleys are all masters? The beginning of the video wasn't anything special. The crowd just saw a man wearing an Ultraman mask, recording a circle around an abandoned construction site. And the only thing of note, other than the night chill itself, was a small hill of hundreds of people with Stanley masks over their heads. And right in the middle of the crowd's confusion, the person wearing the Ultraman mask, which was Night Cold, stood in front of the camera and spoke. The content is concise, with an introduction of identity followed by the purpose of putting out this video. Although it sounds slightly off the wall, anyone with an IQ greater than 80 can understand what he's trying to say. Simply put, some foreigners who don't know how to die have come to make trouble, but these people have already been taken down by me. And as for their deaths, it depends on whether or not there is anyone who is willing to pay the price. If they pay, they will be released, and if not, then they will tear up the ticket. Threats. Naked threats. After reading the passage, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. True to his word, Big Brother has directly issued a warning to various countries and powers. The vigor, simply. But, that's not what surprised everyone the most, because after this, the video, Jonghan directly came to the mountain of people next to, casually pulled down a sack. A pithy, highly recognizable face is exposed to the screen. The third war god of sunset, ATL. Crap. Did I read that right? This is Adel, right? This is the top warrior of sunset. Is it an illusion from too much guidance? It's not an illusion. It's really Athel. But how did this bastard show up in Ardashia? Big Brother Fluff, casually striking out and suppressing the top players of sunset. Little Atelier. Laughable. The pop-ups rolled in at several times the amount than before. Until this point, no one questioned Jiang Han's identity anymore. Because after the attributes of Doomsday were mirrored in reality, throughout the entire planet, there was only one person who could pick up the third god of war of sunset like a chicken. This one, I'm sure I don't need to introduce. The famous hidden profession owner, the golden god of war, Atul. Zhang Chen's voice rang out as he stretched out two fingers and gestured twice in front of the screen. A top-tier powerhouse. Not much to ask for. A ransom of 20 million gold coins. Pretty good deal, right? However, it is important to note that I only accept gold coins from Doomsday, not real-life transactions, and the time limit is 3 days. If no one is willing to pay up by the time it's over, then I'm sorry. He sighed. Then we'll just have to say bye-bye to this golden god of war. No one can protect him, I'd say. Holy shit. Selling $20 million directly. This is real human trafficking coming. It's too cheating. Can you even make money by this method? Naya, I thought it was just a threat to threaten, but I didn't realize the big guy was really selling. I can only say 6. This operation is too overbearing. Not to pay the money really tear the ticket. TSK. This time I see who else dares to spread the wild in the land of Ardashia. Zhang Han's undisguised offer. Unsurprisingly, another shot to piece of lying. This is for real. And this was just the beginning. After which Zhang Han continued to rip off the sacks from more people's heads, with a familiar, or unfamiliar face appearing in front of the screen. The shock in the hearts of the crowd grew stronger. For among these people, those whose status was comparable to Athel's were as numerous as they could be. After all, White Elephant's top spellcaster, Eagle Jam's #1 paladin. Almost every region had top powerhouses thrown inside the human mountain. Oh, there are 2 exceptions. That would be the Small Day and the Stick Country, because the invaders of these 2 countries were directly slaughtered on the spot by Zhang Han. Selling this thing, it would be better to sell 2 pigs. It's too much money to earn to get your hands dirty. But in any case, several notorious powerhouses inside Doomsday were now being offered one by one like they were cabbages. This strong contrast made everyone who was watching the video feel their scalps tingle. And those are just the players who haven't hidden their identities. As for the other more mysterious ones, the level was unclear to the crowd. but judging from the quotes, there were even higher than these few well-known players. That means they'll be at a higher level in the eyes of the big boys. It could be said that those who were qualified to stay inside this mountain of people were all elites, but it was such a large number of people who had gathered together. But they were all easily taken down by a single person. It's just horrible. No one doubted that if the man in the Ultraman mask in the video wanted to, then he was virtually invincible on this planet. It's easy to be a sidekick. Perhaps the only way to pose a threat to him would be to use a weapon of mass destruction. But that sort of thing, obviously, could not be used in the city. Well, that's it for the merchandise display. Whether or not these people are to be ransomed or not, I'm not forcing the issue, but you only have half a day to think about it. And if I don't get an answer by the time my game goes offline, well, I can only say sorry. After quoting everyone's prices once, Zhang Han didn't continue recording. As for how to trade and how to raise enough gold coins across the border, that was not something he needed to think about. Let those behind-the-scenes forces and consortiums have their headaches. The video is over. The heat of the event, however, has only just begun to fester. Too damn relieved. Dozens of countries' experts, even the ace mercenaries, all of them were taken out by Night Cold Big Brother. Invincible. All I can say is that it was so hot for me to watch in the middle of the night that I jumped right out of bed. So excited that I crushed my eggs in one hand. Fluff fluff fluff. Worthy of the big man. The man who is properly the strongest man on earth. Like selling pig's head meat. If I didn't have no money, I'd buy a foreign girl high and low to see what it's like. Just a few minutes after the video was released, the heat quickly climbed to number 1. And even a lot of people who were originally in the process of obtaining the skill and excitedly experimenting with it stopped their hands and started discussing the matter. And it is not the general public who are the most clueless. Z City. Several people led by Madblade, dressed in combat uniforms, sat in the SUV. As a military ace and having entered Doom during the beta, the Madblade is in the middle of the game like a fish out of water. By now, he was a solid top 10 presence in the rankings, leading a team that is unquestionably top-notch. At the same time, they also belong to the most outstanding and representative strong men of the officialdom. This time when Jiangchen was suddenly flooded with so many top foreign experts, it was naturally impossible for the Xia officials to sit idly by and react quickly. In addition to the small force that had been deployed, a number of experts had also been deployed to Jiangcheng. Madblade was one of them, and was also the supreme commander in charge of the reinforcement operation. But what he didn't expect was that he had just finished coordinating the various departments and was about to leave when news broke on the internet that all these troubles had been solved by a single person. Sitting in the backseat of the SUV, Madblade quickly slid through the forum messages, his entire body confused. Of course he had watched that video. There were quite a few familiar faces in it. All of them were old opponents who had once fought on the battlefield, and their strength was unquestionably strong. You end up being carried around like a dead dog with a price tag and, crucially, a Stanley bag over your face with no dignity. It's a disgrace. It's really, ridiculously strong. Halfway through the day, Madblade put down his cell phone and let out a heavy sigh. As an existence in the top 10 of the ranking list, coupled with rich combat experience, he had full confidence that he would still step on top of the world when the attributes of Doomsday had just been mirrored. But now, when compared to Night Cold like this, it's nothing. The few old acquaintances that he saw in the light video, if they really wanted to fight, single on single he could definitely take an overwhelming advantage. But if he fought more than one, there was almost no chance of winning. And the result? For that matter, other people tie up a whole bunch of them at their fingertips. Pressing is not even in the same order of magnitude. Madblade had no doubt that if the identities had been reversed, he would have been part of the mountain of people. Operation terminated. Madblade ripped off his tactical headset and gave the order decisively. Jiangcheng no longer needs them. And there was more than one who was as depressed as Madblade. After all, thanks to the advantage of game hours that Zhang Han had brought with him, players from the Great Summer Country occupied the majority of the rankings. And there were naturally quite a few strong players. When it comes down to it, the strength definitely far exceeds that of any other country. There are quite a few top players alone that the officials can spare. It was also because of the vastness of the Great Summer that these people were scattered all over the place. But if they were all gathered in Jiangcheng, even if the elites of multiple countries infiltrated together, it was still unknown who would die in the end. But it doesn't even matter now. After all, with such a big Buddha as Night Cold in place, today's Jiangcheng was solid as gold. Whoever comes, dies. One time. In various areas within the territory of Daxia, the warriors who were just now boiling with fervor and were ready to head to Jiangcheng to quell the chaos with a full heart of wariness returned in a depressed manner. At this moment, the only ones who were more depressed than them were probably those behind the scenes who had dispatched their experts under their hands to explore Zhang Han's true identity. It had been thought that so many countries and powers had joined together to reach a consensus. Even with the intervention of the official Daxia, this time the operation was bound to be a tenfold success. I didn't expect things to end up like this. More than 200 elites from various fields were killed in one fell swoop. Who would have dared to believe this if it had been said before today? Dogs don't believe it, but it actually happened. And the problem now was that the person was still in Nightcold's hands, and was being used as a bargaining chip for blackmail. Even for these honchos, who hold most of the resources, it's an overwhelming struggle, because what they need to pay on each side is at least tens of millions of gold coins. This thing can be different from the real currency. If you can use money to trade directly, then how much they want how much, not to mention tens of millions, even if it is billions of dollars can be casually out. Do not have to blink an eye. But the problem is that others only accept gold coins. This is a headache. After all, it's only been more than 10 days since the game opened, and players are still in the beginning stages, hitting a limited number of gold coins. Trying to collect tens of millions of gold coins was not a trivial matter no matter which side of the force it was for. The price that needed to be paid several times, not to mention the manpower and material resources consumed in it, were also exaggerated. But it had to be paid. Let's not talk about how rare an expert who can be on the ranked list is. It can't be measured with money. And more importantly, the anger of Nightcold had to be quelled off. Otherwise, with his current strength, if he really killed the door, who would be able to withstand it? That's a little bit of money. Consider it protection money. Yes, that video, which wasn't too long, made these figures, already at the pinnacle of power and wealth, start to get uneasy, to be genuinely intimidated. As a matter of fact, from the moment Doomsday was mirrored into reality, these 1,000-year-old foxes were keenly aware that something was wrong. And upon seeing that on weekdays, their subordinates, whom they were all proud of, and who had carried out countless bloody missions before, were all being treated as if they were dead dogs. These people came to their senses, and an emotion called fear began to grow in their hearts. How confident they were in the people they sent out. How well they understood the terror of Nightcold. Such a person is not someone who can afford to be offended. Mustn't keep messing with this bogeyman, at least not before coming to some groundbreaking conclusion. Scared. If he really couldn't spare this amount of money, when this bogeyman really asked something and directly killed the door, it would be fun. Can't really skimp. As for being threatened with losing face or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's better than losing your life. But, what's more fucked up is how to break through the obstacles and cross borders in the game to find Nightcold. Even if you eventually collect enough gold coins, while the areas in Dune where the various countries are located are actually open to each other and not hindered, they are all stragglers wherever they go anyway. And players are accepted in whichever city they go to, but the risks involved in crossing borders are desperate, time-consuming not to mention. As soon as a high-level boss is encountered that kills the person carrying the gold coins, then the gold coins will drop as much as they can. So, without special methods or props, this approach hardly works. Levi, go ahead. Find the Daxia officials and say that we need to cooperate with them. It doesn't matter if the price is higher, but we must raise enough gold coins within Daxia. A group of people gathered together and thought about countermeasures with sad faces. And thinking about it, the only way is to cooperate with the official Daxia. Anyway, as long as the gold coins could be handed over to Nightcold, then the deal would naturally be concluded. And I believe he wouldn't care about the process. Soon, under the trend of fear, all parties sent representatives to the Great Xia country to settle this matter as soon as possible as a way to calm Jiang Han's anger. In the meantime, River City. Bang! Bang! As time passed, the powerful people from various countries who had been knocked out by Jiang Han gradually awoke. After all, he had to keep it to sell for money, and he didn't lay a finger on it. With the physical fitness of these people, it's not surprising that they were able to come to their senses. He didn't bother with nonsense, and directly added a punch each. What a pain in the ass. After making sure that the prey were quiet and had no chance to escape, Jiang Han let out a tisk before sitting back down again. It's not easy to handle so many physically tough lords, who can't be bound by normal chains. It's kinda inconvenient not having a proper place to hold them. What's more, it's a bit of a waste of time to wait until someone comes to pay the ransom before releasing them. However, Jiang Han wasn't worried and just quietly admired the bustling night scene, letting the night breeze blow his temples, because he knew very well that it was only a matter of waiting a little longer. Someone will take over. Another 2 hours passed. Z City. It was the same small room, still a few familiar faces. Within a short period of half a month, this was already the second time that several pinnacle bigwigs, who had rarely met in private for more than a decade in the past, had gotten together because of the same person. The atmosphere was a little heavy. The reason for calling you all here is clear to me, so I'll spare you the small talk and get right down to business. An old man with gray hair, but with a flickering spirit, broke the silence and took the lead. Nightcold's true identity has been found out. Guys, what do you think? Junchung happened such a thing in the whole world as set off a big wave. These big brothers, naturally, cannot be no action at all. And in an era where technology was so advanced, even though Zhang Han's movements were incredibly bizarre, there were still traces to follow. The tragic death of Zhang Lin's family, coupled with some grudge connections and clues, made them almost certain. The real identity of that Nightcold, who was number 1 on the rank list, was the original heir of the Zhang group, Zhang Cold. And all they had to discuss now was what kind of attitude they should use afterward to deal with this character who had created a big fuss. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, the room once again fell into silence. But this silence didn't last long, and soon a middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. My opinion is that we can only befriend, not offend. If the order of the Great Summer Kingdom is to be maintained, it can only rely on him. The room was quiet for a moment. I agree. Nods of agreement followed. I agree. Agreed. This was followed by several other nods. Anyone who can sit in this position is not stupid and sees the situation very clearly. The sudden arrival of Armageddon has inevitably added to the already chaotic situation, and there is no way that they, by virtue of them, will be able to stabilize the situation, because there is no absolute suppression. And looking around the world, there was only one person who could have this kind of prestige. Nightcold. The choice is clear in your mind. What about you? The crowd looked toward the middle-aged man sitting in the corner with a gloomy face and not saying a word. If there is a sole variable, it's probably just him. After another moment of silence, the middle-aged man opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. Listening to you all, does this mean my son died for nothing? So what if it is? A stern temperament, country-faced man who had experienced the baptism of blood and fire spoke nonchalantly. In this situation now, is there anyone who can't die? Why don't you go out there and look at the streets and see what kind of a mess they're in? You go and see how many people have died since the weirdness descended? How many more people will die if we have another incident like today? If no one can stand up and stabilize the situation, later on, how many people will die? He said in a deep voice. Now that the entire Disya is already in a state of turmoil, how many people are taking advantage of the opportunity to do wrong and act recklessly? And how many people died not at the hands of creepy, but at the hands of those thugs? How many families were torn apart? Do you think that you are the only one who suffers from the loss of a loved one? Mayo Sympathy's voice was low. That's different. Different? What's different? The country-faced big man sneered. Is that little brat really that innocent? Hasn't done anything to steal chickens and dogs? I don't think so, right? If he didn't come to the door based on his status, Nightcold would have slaughtered him? How come we don't see anyone else getting slaughtered? If you ask me, it was well deserved. You, Mayo Diao's face sank. That's easy for you to say. It's not like you were the one who was victimized. Ha! The country-faced big man said disdainfully. I'm not stupid enough to think I'm the king of heaven and that no one can check and balance me. Surname May. His fire also came up, pointing at Mayu Sympathy's face. I'm still telling you, after this incident, it's still hard to say how Nightcold's attitude towards the officials is. If it's really because of this that he's gotten hostile, then no need for him to say it. I'll personally shoot you, and send you to see that little brat. Still, there's no one who can't die as long as the order can be re-established, including you and including me. Mayu Sympathy face became more and more ugly, but not yet wait for him to speak. The first to open his mouth, white-haired old man, in due course stood out. Well, I'll say less. This meeting is not to see the two of you quarreling, but, he glanced at Mayo Dia with deep meaning in his eyes. There are some things that should be put away. In front of the great right and wrong, private feelings are irrelevant. If my old man finds out that anyone is trying to make an issue out of this, then don't blame me for flipping out. Elder Chen's meaning is also my meaning. The big man with the country face immediately picked up the conversation. What Elder Chen said is not unreasonable. And after that, the remaining few people, too, made their attitudes clear and resolute. Even Mei Yu Dan, after a moment of contemplation, chose to side with Elder Chen. Mei Yo Diao didn't say a word, and a heart was already sinking to the bottom. He knew very well that his idea of seeking revenge for his son was almost impossible to realize. That young man called Zhang Han didn't even have to show his face before he could already influence these core figures of Disya. You all said so. So what can I say? Mei Yo Diao laughed miserably in despair. He stood up with strong support and said feebly, "Don't worry, I'm not so insensitive. However, in the future, these matters, there is no need to look for me to confer." With that, he turned away, disheartened. The others didn't say anything, but just quietly watched Mei Yo Diao's figure fade away. And with him gone, that means no core position from here on out. This is something that everyone, including Mei Yo Diao himself, is well aware of. But even Mei Yu Dan, who was the older brother, didn't say much. The momentum was unstoppable. All of this had been predetermined from the moment Meiji Bo appeared in Windleaf City. We can only say that the cause of his day is the effect of his day. In this encounter with Jiang Han, even the former big brother had lost. So, back to business. Until Meiyu's sympathy walked away, the white-haired old man withdrew his sight and faintly said, "I'll emphasize once more. Similar things don't happen again. All of you take this as a warning. Look at Jiang Han, and don't look at it from the perspective of the past. Times have changed. Now it's not that he needs Daxia's shelter. It's that Daxia needs him." He looked around the room, his sharp gaze sweeping over the faces of the crowd. "I hope that you all keep this in mind and don't do anything presumptuous." "Understood." Yes. The crowd nodded in unison, not daring to be perfunctory. They certainly knew the priority of the matter. To stabilize the matter of the Great Summer Order. It was indeed they who had a request to make, and their posture should be corrected. Then, Li, the white-haired old man turned his head to look at the person beside the country-faced big man. "What exactly happened to Jiang 10 years ago? I'll trouble you to find out." "The death of Jiang Han's parents. It doesn't have to be that simple. I understand. The person who was called Little Li was actually not too young," but still nodded his head in a respectful manner. He looked serious and said, "I will find out the truth of the matter as soon as possible, and give Jiang Han an explanation. If there's really something fishy, the relevant personnel, none of them can escape. It's good that you understand." The white-haired old man nodded. "The faster the better in this matter. No matter how big the involvement is, how deep the involvement is, whether it's in the open or in the shadows, all of them will be dug out. Then, send the person in question to Jiang Han, as our sincerity. Yes. As for the rest of the details, they still need to be discussed slowly, and on the Jiangcheng side, you can let people make contact for a moment or two first. Although it is a very important meeting, there are actually not many matters to be deliberated." Coupled with a high degree of unity of opinion, the crowd maintained its thunderous style and quickly reached agreement. In the meantime, River City. A dozen people led by the governor of Jiangcheng himself arrived at an abandoned construction site with a highly classified directive. At this moment, all those who were qualified to participate in this operation were all quite prominent in Jiangcheng, but once he remembered what the man in the construction site had done, he couldn't help but get nervous. The governor took a deep breath and spoke aloud. "Night Cold Big Brother, I'm Governor Li Huan of Jiangcheng. I've come here to ask for something. Can I come out for a moment? Is it finally here?" In the construction site, by hand, just woke up a bald man on knocked out the past. Jiang Han looked up at the direction of the shouts. "Step away." Soon, the group led by Li Huan was seen. "Tell me, what is it?" Jiang Chen said indifferently. He didn't turn off Adel's cell phone positioning, so he wasn't surprised that these people could accurately find where they were. "Yes, well, we came by to ask if the big man needed any help." Li Huan stretched his neck and glanced inside the construction site. "After all, there are so many people. It would be troublesome to guard them all the time. I guess it will take a few more days for the people behind them to raise the money, so we can't let the big man stay here all the time to keep an eye on them, right? That would be too much of a waste of time. If you can, we can do it for you." "What about the conditions?" Jiang Chen asked. "No conditions, no conditions." Li Huan waved his hands repeatedly. "It's just to simply express my gratitude. As the governor of Jiangcheng, I naturally wish for calmness here. If it wasn't for the big brother's hand, it's not certain what this place would be like tomorrow. How would I dare to make any conditions?" The posture is put very low. Jiang Han thoughtfully looked at Li Huan. Of course, he will not be naive enough to completely believe what Li Huan said. However, Li Huan was a smart man. At least Jiang Han didn't resent dealing with him. "Tell me, what else is going on?" "I don't like to beat around the bush." Jiang Chen didn't have the intention of exchanging too many pleasantries and spoke bluntly. Li Huan did not expect Jiang Han to be so direct, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "It is true that there is still something I want to discuss, but it is not my intention." "Say it." Jiang Chen looked calm, not surprised. "Here's the deal." Immediately afterward, Li Huan said the official wish for cooperation in a simple but not too detailed manner. "Cooperation? Not impossible, but there are conditions," Jiang Chen calmly said. "Firstly, all of the official databases of Daxia about the information of Doomsday, the permissions I need to enter, and the more valuable parts. Every day specifically organize a copy of it out, and look for a special person to dock with me. Every month, provide me with at least one piece of information about at least epic level equipment or props, and every 6 months, provide me with one clue related to divine artifacts. If it's news of the Imperial Beast Egg, it needs to be at least transcendent level. Secondly, if you want to use my name to maintain order, you can, but I won't accept anyone's transfer. and it doesn't mean it's joining the officialdom. Take care of any trouble yourselves, and don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Of course, if there's really any trouble that can't be handled, you can come up with something valuable to exchange with me, like an artifact from the game or something, and I'll consider making a move, but it's mostly up to my mood. Third, my identity is completely confidential. I don't mind cooperating if those 3 points can be done. This, Li Huan hesitated for a moment. To be honest, if we look at it according to common sense, this is completely overbearing. Simply hang out a name, and you can enjoy the entire official and vast intelligence network of Dixia. This is not cooperation. It is clearly spending a lot of resources to provide a master. But when you think about it, it seems like those are pretty reasonable conditions for a big guy with a breakaway lead. I need to ask for instructions from above. I can't make these decisions. Li Huan thought about it and was still cautious. As soon as possible. You only have 3 minutes. Jiang Chen nodded. Li Huan didn't say anything. He just pulled out his cell phone and stepped aside to start contacting the bigwigs who could actually clap. Soon, Li Huan came back and carefully said, "These conditions, they are all fine, but there is a small request from this side. Say, it's just that on the big guy's side, can you go on the official forum and authenticate your identity? Just by registering. That's not a problem." Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before nodding his head. The condition, rather, was somewhat simpler than he had expected. Officially, that's quite a slate. Reaching out is not a good choice, since all can do this kind of cooperation, but also a good choice. After all, after the doomsday descends, the reality will be more or less encountered something. You can't do everything yourself, can you? That's a waste of time. Take the group of experts lying inside the construction site, 200 or so people, without keeping an eye on them at all times. With their physical fitness, it was estimated that they would soon be able to run away, but one was always going to be in the game, and there was no way one was going to waste the whole day on this. It's much easier to leave it to the officials and just be a shill and collect the money. That would be great. Li Huan let out a long sigh of relief, and with that, the mission was accomplished. He looked at Jiang Han and asked, "Then the people on this construction site, I'll leave it to you to guard it, and if someone comes to ransom it, the price will be as I said in the video earlier, not a penny less." Jiang Chen said, "Also, if anyone is restless and wants to escape, they can directly report my name, and if they are restless again, they can notify me." Got it. Li Huan nodded, and his heart was quite relaxed. Don't look at those people in the video like a dead dog. No temper at all. But all of them are top-notch powerhouses. Even if he can mobilize all the armed forces within the boundaries of Jiangchang, but he's not sure that he can't afford to make any waves. It's a lot easier when you have the promise of a big brother. That's it then. I'll leave the rest to you to negotiate. After discussing some other details and making sure that nothing was left out, Jiang Han left the abandoned construction site, and the internet, once again, is in an uproar, for no other reason. Night Cold, the great god who ranked first in the Doomsday rankings, had officially registered his account in the forum and had been officially certified. Crap, is this Night Cold big brother finally showing up? Even the official account is certified. Fluffy, Biggie deserves to be Biggie, catching so many top powerhouses, with such a great god sitting in the future. I'll see who else dares to make a move. In the future, Daxia is going to be much more peaceful. This news is too important. At this moment, both Daxia and players from other countries realized that something was wrong. At such a point in time, such a sensitive juncture, the Night Cold Big Brother chose to officially register the account. The deep meaning behind it can be intriguing. With this kind of big shot sitting in the middle of the town, is it time for the Daxia officials to liquidate some of the people who have been acting recklessly? The news was confirmed in less than 10 minutes, and the chaos within the whole of Daxia calmed down a lot as far as the naked eye could see. Even the most rampant person wouldn't dare to be a standout for fear of being targeted by this absolute fierce man. And this is the situation that the officials wanted to see the most, and the effect is many times better than expected. Let's just say that the words night chill are better than anything else these days. In the meantime, a dilapidated room. Lu Ruyan, who was covered in blood, huddled in the corner, staring unblinkingly at the video that had been looped on the plaza's big screen many times, her eyes in a trance. Jiang Han, is it really you? It's very windy tonight. Blowing the broken windows creaked, and the humble door panels did not close and open and close, like a drunken man slamming the door, so that one could not help but be annoyed and alarmed. Ruyan Lu shivered, her entire body on the verge of collapse. Since the bizarre invasion, she's had, well, a harder time. Zhou Tao's death, along with all her money, went down the drain. Not to mention maintaining her previous quality of life. Even survival became a problem. She tried to go outside to find a job, thinking that her grades were relatively excellent, and she couldn't do any worse. But she had a temper that others simply couldn't stand, and they were blown right out of the room. The only financial source is to strike gold and doom. But the game level was a mess again. Plus no one was willing to team up. She simply didn't have the ability to kill monsters alone, and could only occasionally pick up some garbage that NPCs or players didn't want to sell. In a day, the income was even less than a gold coin. There is simply no way to sustain life's needs. Today was too hungry to bear. Lu Ruyan had to put down her face to go through the garbage to see if she could fill her hunger, and ended up being scratched by a couple of crazy old ladies under the bridge hole, and her face was covered with blood. Lu Ruyan no longer dared to go, lying in bed hungry and cold. She couldn't figure out why she had been reduced to what she was now, when she had been so rich before. Not even a beggar. It's all Zhou Tao's fault. If he hadn't been badmouthing Jiang Han behind his back, I would have treated Jiang Han well, and now I'm sure I'd still be living in a rich neighborhood. Lu Ruyan regretted while increasingly hating Zhou Tao. And Jiang Han is also, so a big man. I'm not just a poor attitude to you, as to so petty, but also play missing. I give you a good apology is not on the line, she muttered, giving no thought to her own fault. But, there's no use talking about that now. No matter how much you miss the good old days, no matter how much you regret not cherishing them, you can't go back, because ever since the bizarre invasion, she'd been searching for Jiang Han like crazy. The school, Jiang Han's home, and even places they had been together before. Wherever possible, she had been, but she couldn't find Jiang Han. It was as if he had evaporated without a trace. Ruyan Lu was in pain, but at the same time, she also felt a few moments of relief. I told you, there must be a reason why someone who was so passionate about her would suddenly abandon her with a heart of gold. Probably died in Doom when it was in beta. It's not as good as Shoto. Thinking this way, Lu Ruyan's heart is also a lot better. She self-consoled, dying so quickly. In fact, with him or without him, the days are the same. Maybe, it's going to get a little worse. With the passage of time, Lu Ruyan slowly believed the idea. She was not wrong at all at the beginning. Jiang Han is just rich at home. They simply do not have any ability. But, what she hadn't expected was that this video, suddenly shown on the big screen in the plaza tonight, had suddenly brought such explosive news. Though wearing a mask, though the voice wasn't quite the same. But somehow, when Ruyan Lu saw the figure in black clothes and pants, her heart's intuition told her, this person is Jiang Han, because she was so familiar. How could one forget someone who had been circling around them all these years? The figure, certain subconscious movements, all too similar and alike. Is it really you? Jiang Cold, Night Cold, is the same person. Ruyan Lu was unbelievable. She herself was shocked by this unbelievably absurd idea. That Night Cold who had been sweeping through the world and looking out of the corner of the eye inside Doomsday was the person she had secretly longed for in her dreams. How could it be Jiang Han? She pulled a photo out of her pocket, and on it was a picture of the two of them, the young girl a little disgusted and averting her face, while the teenager smiled cheerfully and brightly. This was the only photo of Ruyan Lu with Jiang Han, taken 2 years ago. In order to express her sincerity as a way to get Jiang Han to come around, she even printed it out and carried it with her at all times. Looking at the photo, Ruyan Lu's eyes gradually became hollow. At that time, Jiang Han's eyes could not tolerate anything else, and there was no Jiang Han in her eyes. But now, this once scornful figure seemed to be slowly drawing closer to that towering Night Cold, eventually overlapping. How is this possible? Ruyan Lu's hand trembled so violently that she could barely hold the photo, and she felt remorse and sourness explode violently in her chest, crushing her heart. So says, the people she had always thought were no good were in fact long standing at the top of the world waving their hands? And someone like that was even sweet enough to buy himself breakfast and pick him up from school a month ago? If one did not separate from Jiang Han that day, then now, looking around at the shabby surroundings, the strong contrast made Ruyan Lu almost faint. She covered her face and cried out in pain. What has she done? How come you chose to believe the words of that idiot Zhou Tao in the first place? Obviously there is such a wonderful person full of eyes. Obviously happiness is surrounded by their own. And even like a tidal wave raging, just need to nod, then everything is within reach. It was clear that he had hated to give his heart away in the first place. And even the entire school could see that sincerity. But how can you be as stupid as a pig? Even with all the strength of your body to resist this surge of love. Do not cherish just, but also in front of other people to taunt, denigrate. Hard to miss Jiang Han. No, it's not. It shouldn't be. Tears flowed out through her fingers, and she simply couldn't stop them, as Ruyan Lu's cries grew louder and louder until she was bawling. The sound traveled out far and wide in the night sky, incredibly poignant, but no one cares except the teenager who was there in the first place, for a long, long time, until her throat was hoarse and her tears were dry. Only then did Lu Ruyan open her red and swollen eyes. She sniffled and looked determined. But there's still a chance. Jian Han, as long as you're still alive, you'll definitely have a chance. I was blind before. I'll make sure I don't make any more stupid mistakes in the future. You'll come back to me, won't you? Just as Lu Ruyan was crying in pain, Jian Han had returned home. Naturally, he didn't know that he could be instantly recognized even with a mask on. But even if he knew, he didn't care. To him, this kind of cargo wasn't worth wasting too much time on, and it might come in handy later. Related to a prop that is suspected to have surpassed the artifact. That place, in his last life, when he was at level 100, he and Lu Ruyan went to explore it together, and even almost passed it, but unfortunately the way of obtaining it was rather special, and other people couldn't replace it, so he wasn't able to get his hands on it in his previous life. In this life, that's literally 1,000,000% certainty. Truly, the current Lu Ruyan was a rare prop in Jian Han's eyes, in the most rational sense. To maximize the benefits, it was also necessary to send someone to protect her to make sure that the bastard didn't accidentally gar before he reached level 100. It's the same as raising pigs. It's not mercy to keep them alive. It's to fatten them up before killing them. Jiang Chen understood this, but really couldn't do this. For the sake of the artifact, enduring her for a while longer was already the limit. But to be this disgusting and expect to protect yourself? If you can live, you can live. If you can't, you can't. Big deal. The artifacts don't fucking matter. Lying on the bed, Jian Han entered the game. The reality of the matter is almost all dealt with. The focus of the future is still Doomsday, and when you get past this stage of level 40, level 50 is an incredibly important point where attributes will see a significant increase. Of course, the difficulty will likewise skyrocket. The Ascension trials, in particular, will see a substantial leap in difficulty. In the past, in the Abyssal trials, the bosses were the Monarch grade level. A level 50 trial that will most likely feature a mythic level creepy boss. One must be prepared for everything and not take it lightly before rising to level 50. Equipment building, which has been put on hold before, as well as the cultivation of imperial beasts, should be put on the agenda, especially that immortal god Phoenix imperial beast egg. I'm asking for a hand for love. Re-enter Windleaf City. In just a few hours, the place had been turned upside down. On the outskirts of the Western District, the original broken wall was rebuilt and the debris of the ruins was cleared away. What had been a somewhat desolate and dilapidated strip of land surprisingly looked brand new, not gorgeous but incredibly well organized. Apparently, the place went through a round of renovations. Only this efficiency, isn't that a bit too much? Jiang Chen looked around, and if he wasn't wrong, it was mostly the handiwork of the dwarves. Apparently under Sophia's arrangement, the race that was good at forging had finally settled down. I just turned in my bag and started working. So I can say that I'm quite diligent. It was simply the innate working saint body, with an incomparably happy mood. Jiang Han arrived at the forge store. Hey yo! Before even entering the door, incomparably impassioned hissing sounds drifted out from the forge store, clanking metal clashes full of rhythm and rhyme. It is not difficult to imagine what passionate fire is inside. Jiang Chen pushed open the door, and a wave of scorching air hit his face. What came into view were dozens of shirtless, muscular dwarves wielding heavy hammers in unison. Although they were already drenched in sweat, it was obvious that they were in an unbelievably happy mood, smiling like a chrysanthemum that bloomed in the summer. Oh-hoo! Goose dear clan, tell the goose out loud. What's the goose's motto? Thor stood on the center forge, holding the forge hammer aloft in one hand and yelling at the top of his lungs. As long as you can't beat them to death. The other dwarves responded immediately, their hammers swinging with gusto. Forging, for the dwarf clan, is the greatest hobby. Well, Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall into silence. Honestly speaking, this banana manic picture was really a bit spicy. It's hard to get used to it for a while, and he wasn't the only one in the room with that thought. Great Lord, you're finally here. Dar came trotting over with tears in his eyes, as if he had seen his own father. Finally, someone who can make a difference. What's wrong? Jiang Chen looked at Dal and frowned. As if you're being bullied? It's just being bullied. You have to do it for me. My lord, do not say okay. Once said Dal's aggression, a stream of the heart surged. Small pearl straight down. These dwarves, they are not reasonable at all. Overrun the blacksmith store not to mention, but also hands to beat people, said Dar, touching the corner of her tearful eyes. Before today, it was clear that he was the number 2 person in the forge store, but as a result, these dwarves from nowhere acted like bandits, indiscriminately rushing into the store and commandeering all the forging tables. It's not enough to hog it, but to come up here and take off your clothes. Dal said that our forging store is not the previous kind of small workshop, is to be bigger and stronger, and later strive to take the title of Windleaf City Excellent Advanced Forging Store, and strive to be a good example of civilization. He went up to dissuade him, and was not surprised to receive a severe beating. And these individual dwarves are also brutal. Even the city lord Aaron is not in the eyes. Dal how dare to squeak. Can only look at their own acres of this acre of land as a group of short and stout Hans ruthlessly stuffed. Jiang Han's sudden appearance gave him a place to pour out his full of grievances. So I'll get you a new store? Jiang Chen didn't even need to continue listening. He roughly understood what was going on. Most of the time, the dwarves were indeed brutal. This is not necessary. Dar shook his head. Then why are you telling me this? Jiang Chen was curious. It's also not much. Dar glanced at the dwarves, scratching his head and suddenly becoming coy. That is, can your honor ask if I can join them? Jiang Chen, after all this time, it turns out that the problem is that you don't fit in, right? But think about it, for the forger, there is no better teacher than the dwarves. Follow the slow mix. Under the accumulation of time, the level of forging is bound to improve significantly. Jiang Chen nodded. All right, I'll ask for you later. But how is your research on the drawing of the beast god's claw going? Already almost done learning. Next you can officially start forging. Dar confidently patted his chest. As far as forging is concerned, I am also a professional. Your Excellency can rest assured that it will only take a small half a month to build this epic level equipment. What? Did the goose hear right? It takes half a month to build epic equipment? You call that professionalism? At that moment, Saul finally noticed the two and walked over with large strides, looking at Dar with contempt and disdain written inside his eyes. Sol, how long does it take you to build epic level equipment? Jiang Chen turned his head with interest. Saul was full of concern. Epic equipment? Isn't that just a matter of having hands? The goose just fights with its feet, and it won't take a day. Dal, always feel insulted, but can't refute it. Drawings. Jiang Chen gave a wink to Dal, who immediately took out the drawings of the beast god's claw and handed them over to Sol. Sol glanced at the drawings, then his gaze snapped up, looking at them with incomparable seriousness. Well? Jiang Chen asked after him. Sol didn't say anything, just looked more and more grave. Ryoko, this drawing is not your average epic, Sol said in a deep voice, at least from the point of view of the construction. The frame itself is at the level of a divine weapon, and as long as there are enough materials, it can be strengthened to become a divine weapon in the future. Moreover, if Goose didn't guess wrong, it's likely to be of a suit nature. Indeed. Jiang Chen nodded, then took out the drawing of the beast god's helmet from the props bar. Goose dropping my ass. Really? Thor's eyes were glazed over. Even though he was the patriarch of the dwarf clan and had seen a lot, a divine artifact level suit had never been seen before. It was said that only in the ancient times did sets of this level appear. Well, how much time will it take to build it all together? Jiang Chen asked. The 200-level creepy lord bosses just happened to burst out two extremely rare materials, and the materials were sufficient. It could take almost a week if it's two pieces of equipment of this construction. Saul couldn't help but blush in his old face. He had just let out big words, but he didn't expect the punch in the face to come so quickly. As expected, the messenger-sama could never be figured out by common sense. What about Durin? How is his build level? Jiang Chen asked again. Sol thought for a moment. About the same as a goose. 3 days tops if the geese build one each. 3 days? That's not too slow. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. It was just right. By then, when the equipment was built, the immortal god Phoenix would have almost hatched. These two drawings, then, are yours, and in 3 days, I'll pick up the equipment. No problem, just wrap it up for the geese. Saul patted his chest. I promise to satisfy your honor. Jiang Chen nodded. He still believed in the forging ability of the dwarves. That what? Dal, who was on the side, spoke up and respectfully said, Honorable Lord Patriarch, may I observe from the sidelines while you are building your equipment? Who are you? Saul disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Don't even look at what your status is. You want to observe a goose building equipment? The goose isn't your teacher. Just get out of the way. Dar touched his nose with some embarrassment, knowing that by virtue of himself there was certainly no expectation. He explained, I am also working under Lord Night Cold. I just want to ask Lord Patriarch if he can make it easy. Is this true? Saul looked at Jiang Han with some doubt. He's as bad as a dog at this forging level, and he's still able to work for his lordship? Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded. And to be honest, Dar's forging level is actually not low within the human race. So it is. Saul came to his senses. Goose just said that any cat or dog can hang around here, and since he's also working for the Lord Emissary, Goose will grudgingly cultivate it. He looks to Dal. What about you? Is it true that you want to improve your forging skills? Yes, that must be. Dal was so excited that he stepped forward, afraid to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sensei, I want to get ahead so badly. Well then, from now on you'll just spar with the goose, and the goose will show you what it means to really forge, Sol said. Got it. So, what do I do? Dar's voice trembled with excitement. Sol thought for a moment. You're too basic here. Let's practice the basics first. Within 3 days, you'll be almost qualified if you first build 10 pieces of gold equipment. Raider less? Dar froze. 10 pieces, Sol said rightfully. Isn't that normal? 10 pieces? Dal almost didn't take a backseat to the fact that building equipment was more exhausting than appraising it. According to his strength, he could build up to 2 pieces of equipment a day. Extreme condition, 2.5 pieces. Any more than that, and it feels like your body is being hollowed out and shriveled up. 10 pieces in 3 days. You're treating me like a donkey, aren't you? No? Forget it if you can't. Geese don't teach lazy dogs, Sol said indifferently. Row. It has to be 10 pieces in 3 days, right? I'll fight with my life. Dar gritted his teeth. This was his chance to carp. He had to take it. Work on it. Tart. Thor turned toward the forge with the drawings. Dal is a face of lovelessness to follow behind. Originally just finished identifying that more than 100 pieces of gold equipment. Seeking to think can rest. Did not think. Hoguafen. You're a tough guy. John Han didn't delay at the forge store either. Ash's equipment problem, it was sort of solved, and when the 2 pieces of epic level equipment were built, it would usher in another wave of huge boosts. However, even with this grade of equipment, the priority still wasn't the highest in Jiang Han's eyes. Rather, Imperial Beast Cultivation. After completing the career advancement, the most central function of this Imperial Beast Master was finally unlocked, which meant that Ash could realize his original potential. After leaving the forge, Jiang Han arrived at a store that had just opened. After collecting high deposits from the NPCs, the stores were counted to have sold out quite a lot, and various stores opened one after another, making the West District lively as well. Lord Nightcold's visit to the small store is truly a blessing to the store. I don't know what your honors are. With Jiang Han's reputation nowadays, he didn't even need him to open his mouth, and the clerk took the initiative to call the store owner with incomparable enthusiasm. I've come to buy some things. Jiang Han opened the door. High-quality Imperial Beast Spirit Fruit. The higher the quality, the better. Imperial Beast Spirit Fruit. The store owner pondered for a moment. The highest Imperial Beast Spirit Fruit in the small store. The quality is at the 5th level. How much does your excellency want? How many do you have? The current stock, in total, has less than 400 left. I'll take them all. Jiang Chen spoke without thinking. There were many kinds of Taoist tools for cultivating Imperial Beasts, and this Imperial Beast Spirit Fruit was one of the more common and easiest to get. Again, there are qualities. Grade 1 was the lowest, and Grade 5 Imperial Beast Spirit Fruits were of very high quality, and were generally used on Imperial Beasts with great potential. The total is 40 million gold coins if you want them all. The store owner was a bit surprised, but he also understood that with the financial power of the person in front of him, not to mention $40 million, even $400 million could be taken out. What about below level 5? Jiang Chen asked again. 4th grade spirit fruits. There are roughly 2,000 left, 10,000 at the 3rd grade, 40,000 at the 2nd grade, and 120,000 at the 1st grade. That's all that's in stock, the store owner said. So little? Jiang Chen frowned. In fact, this amount of Imperial Beast Spirit Fruit was quite a lot. A rough estimate. It was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. But for cultivating a mythical great Imperial Beast, it was obviously not enough. Moreover, when the immortal god Phoenix hatched out, the consumption would be even greater. The store owner froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Actually, there was originally more than this much, but the inventory was in the East District, and during the weird invasion, the warehouse was destroyed for the most part. So that's all there is now. If your lordship doesn't think it's enough, you can go to other stores. Also, the other cities should be transporting supplies on their way, so just wait a little longer. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, forget it, you can pack all of the Grade 4 and Grade 5 Imperial Beast Spirit Fruits for me. Although it was said that low-quality spirit fruits were also able to achieve the effect of activating the potential of Imperial Beasts. For one thing, the effect was too poor and the cultivation cycle was long. Secondly, the quality is too low. Imperial Beast Spirit Fruit, in fact, are in the cultivation of the time, with a special means of catalyzing, to ensure that the number of just interfere with the original development of the Imperial Beast Spirit Fruit. In other words, too many impurities. Only Grade 4 and above Imperial Beast Spirit Fruits are purely natural growing spirit fruits. Okay, the store owner was all smiles. The total is 72 million gold coins. To thank you for saving Windleaf City in the first place. 70 million will do. Could be. Jiang Chen didn't rub it in and paid quickly, while 70 random attribute points arrived in his account. Just a moment, my lord. It will take some time to pick up the goods. Receiving the gold coins, the store owner smiled even wider. Just this one transaction alone, excluding the cost and concessions, he personally had quite a lot of profit. It was worth a whole year of busy work, worthy of being a viscount. You're just as bold as you are. Soon, more than 2,400 Imperial Beast Spirit Fruits were carried up by the fellows. The stacking of such props is generally capped at 10, which means that one compartment of the props bar is able to hold 10 spirit fruits. With the number of props bars Zhang Han had now, it couldn't be filled up. However, as an Imperial Beast Master profession, there was another advantage that Imperial Beast type cultivation props could be thrown into the Imperial Beast space. Jiang Chen didn't rush to put it away and directly summoned Little Grey. As soon as the little guy came out, he first subconsciously swept a circle towards the surroundings, and then not finding any enemies, he somewhat angrily wailed twice towards Zhang Han. What's the point of calling it out when you haven't even had any fun? But soon, the Little Grey was attracted by the Imperial Beast Spirit Fruit, turning around in circles, the whole a curious baby. Ow. He then swallowed an Imperial Beast Spirit Fruit in one bite. Oh my little ancestor. It's not good to eat this stuff. Zhang Han was shocked and hurriedly walked up, reaching for Ash's mouth. But Little Grey just twisted his butt and leapt up, even flying directly into mid-air, and also condescendingly spat out his tongue at Zhang Han. I'm not playing hide and seek with you. Jiang Chen was tired for a while. Although the Imperial Beast Spirit Fruit was a cultivated plant, it was not used for eating, but rather thrown inside the Imperial Beast space to strengthen the Imperial Beasts through the Imperial Beast space as a medium. This is why it is necessary to wait until the profession has been leveled up to unlock the Imperial Beast training, because it is inseparable from the ability of the Imperial Beast Master himself. Ash was so good, he just ate it as a snack and crunched it. But, shouldn't be much of a problem. Let's put Imperial Beast Spirit Fruit. Zhang Han does not care, mainly because I do not know the Imperial Beast ate this thing whether there is no problem. But look at the Little Grey, this living and breathing appearance. Shouldn't affect anything. Buzz. In the next moment, Ash's body suddenly flickered. Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then opened Ash's attribute panel. And then, in deep thought, if I'm not mistaken, Ash's base attribute value seems to have increased a bit. That's okay? After confirming it again and again, Zhang Han turned off the attribute panel. Breeding Imperial Beasts was never a longer process, and in addition to resources, it also required time. Weak as a dog in the early stages and fierce as a tiger in the later stages. This is not just a saying. But now, is it not more or less outrageous for Ash's attributes to skyrocket after this bite? Are all mythological beasts this tigerish? Eat as much as you like. Jiang Chen beckoned to Ash in midair and decided to wait and see first. Ow. Seeing that Zhang Han had no intention of coming up to catch it, Little Grey also felt bored and landed on the ground. Awooing at the Imperial Beast Spirit Fruit was a wild show. Half an hour later, Little Ash lay comfortably on the wooden desktop, his little stomach bulging, while the Imperial Beast Spirit Fruits piled up in the wooden box were already quite empty. Big brother, have some more? Jiang Chen held a 5th grade Spirit Fruit in his hand and sent it towards Little Ash's mouth. Hiccup. Ash waved his paw feebly. Unable to eat. Really unable to eat. Okay. Zhang Han somewhat regretfully put away the Imperial Beast Spirit Fruit. It seems that even mythical level Imperial Beasts cannot be fed indefinitely. I just don't know how much the attributes have gone up. Open the foundation panel. Nickname, Ash. Type, Cthulhu Dragon, Mythic Grade. Rank, 40 to 0.00%. Status Life, 509,280. Magic, 596,220. Base Attributes Strength, 16,976. Physical, 16232. Mental, 19874. Agility, 16,160. This boost, after reading Little Grey's attributes, Zhang Han couldn't help but stare. Compared to before, the 4 basic attributes, surprisingly, were so much higher, with each of them breaking through 15,000. Of course, it was with all the additions that made it such a terrifying boost. But even if you put aside the various attribute bonuses and convert them to base values, the increase in each of them is 1,000 points. Yes, after just one cultivation, the base values of the 4 major attributes of Little Ash had risen by 1,000. I don't know how many times more exaggerated the attributes than those obtained from upgrading. You really can't have any more? Jiang Chen glanced at the Little Grey. According to this rhythm continues. Feed on a month's. I'm afraid that on the basis of the current, a few times is easy. Of course, the resources consumed must have been huge. After all, it was just one meal that dazzled 1/5 of the spirit fruits, which were worth more than 10 million gold coins. But Jiang Chen didn't care. What's wrong with eating more when your child is growing? Eat, pick the big ones. Eat hard. Raised. It seems that the previous knowledge of mythic great imperial beasts was merely the tip of the iceberg. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down, although he also knew that there was an upper limit to the cultivation of imperial beasts. With the potential of a mythic rank, even if it was only the upper limit of level 40, it should be difficult to touch it in a short period of time. And Zhang Han seriously doubted that the upper limit of attributes of a creature of this level could really be reached by being able to cultivate it, even with the current panel. With Ash's skill that was equally terrifying to the extreme. A mouthful of Dragon Emperor Spit. The damage could hit a broken 270,000 against bosses below the mythic level. You know, it's only level 40. Jiang Chen counted the damage and his eyes jumped straight up. This second boss of the same level is really no different from a second slag. One bite and send it to meet its two milk. Even a boss whose strength had changed drastically after level 50 would likewise not be able to carry this exaggerated damage from Ash. The only shortcoming. It couldn't be said that it was a shortcoming. It just meant that compared to this explosive output ability, Ash's blood volume was relatively less, but it had also broken through the 500,000 mark. However, waiting until after level 50, it would be a different story, and the mythic great imperial beasts at that time would be truly terrifying existences. It's a real future to look forward to. Jiang Chen waited patiently, wondering how long it would take for Ash to break away from this disheveled and fat state. After all, it was a giant dragon. Its digestive ability was not comparable to other creatures, and in just 10 minutes or so, Little Gray's rounded stomach returned to normal, alive and well. However, to Jiang Han's greater regret, after that it wasn't very interested in spirit fruits and said it wouldn't eat anything. Gee, looks like the limit is 1,000 points for today. Although it wasn't quite clear if this was the upper limit or not, Jiang Han couldn't do anything about Little Gray for a while. Moreover, he understood that the imperial beast spirit fruit was not as simple as food. It contained a huge amount of energy. It was also that little Ash, as a mythic great imperial beast, could directly withstand this kind of impact, if any other grade of imperial beasts were to eat so fiercely and violently. Not to mention bursting into flames, it would take a long time to digest the energy alone. Otherwise there would be no need for an imperial beastmaster to aid in the cultivation. Jiang Chen was satisfied and took Little Gray back into the imperial beast space. Next, it was just a matter of waiting for the immortal god Phoenix to hatch, and for the two epic great imperial beast costumes to be built successfully. In the meantime, go find some bosses to bully first. Boom! The huge figure slowly fell, and a patch of trees was crushed and broken. Amidst the rolling smoke, a silhouette stepped out. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed the demonized boss Samurai Giant. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to LV 41 and gained 80 assignable attribute points. Ding! Congratulations! Your Imperial Beast Little Gray leveled up to LV 41. Strength plus 100. Physique plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Agility plus 100. Reaching the stage of level 40, the experience needed to level up became even more exaggerated. Even with Little Gray's ability to kill bosses of the same level in seconds, and with such an exaggerated efficiency in acquiring experience, Jiang Han still spent 2 days on this to level up to 41. It seems a little slow, but only relative to before. After all, Jiang Chen knew very well that in his previous life, when he was at this stage of level 40, the time he spent trying to go up one level was definitely more than a month, and that's with efficiency pulled full circle. If you get some other task, it will be even slower. 2 days at level 1 is not horrible, but even so, the speed at which his rank changed had created quite a storm at the top of the forums. Ahahaha, Night Cold Big Brother upgrade efficiency is finally slowed down. 2 days to rise 1 level. And other Big Brother more than 10 levels of upgrade efficiency is about the same. Go. Sounds like you're very proud of the way. Others are fully 40 levels. That difficulty can be the same as 10 or so levels? You don't go too far. What do you know about hammers? Looking at the vision of the big man, can be the same as ordinary people? The theory of relativity understand? There is no absolute slowness, only relative slowness. Relativity is not how you use it. But then again, even the big man's upgrade speed has slowed down. And I'm afraid that the upgrade experience after level 40 is frighteningly high. Indeed, by the time we get there, we'll have to stay up for a month or two before we can move up a level, won't we? What about after that? Wouldn't it take 10 years or so to get to level 100? I don't think I'll ever get to level 100 in my life. Alas, that's the realm of the top bigwigs. The players each expressed their opinions. Jiang Han's speed was slowing down, but it made them even more pessimistic. Because of the former's strength, there was no longer any need to prove it with his upgrade speed, and in the player's view, even if he reached the level 40 stage, It was impossible for him to have a decline in his upgrade speed due to a lack of strength. Then the root cause is also simple. The experience needed to upgrade is, well, horribly high. However, Jiang Chen was naturally unaware of these explanations. He took 2 steps forward and collected the items that the Samsonite giant had exploded. As luck would have it, a level 40 dark gold equipment came out, along with a few scattered pieces of high-level materials and props. Jiang Chen's focus, however, wasn't on that. Over the past 2 days, the bosses around here had almost all been cleared out, and the equipment and props that were popped out were naturally quite a lot. Moreover, not to mention dark gold equipment, even epic level equipment would be difficult to divert his attention right now, because in a few minutes, the immortal god Phoenix was going to hatch. It's really something to look forward to. Jiang Han brought Little Gray to the Senate Giant's lair. Even the boss was killed. The other monsters naturally died and fled, and the place was quiet and undisturbed. Jiang Chen took out the immortal god Phoenix egg from the props bar. Waiting is undoubtedly torturous, especially waiting with a purpose, and perhaps the experts who study certain medications should consider thinking about how they can start from that angle, and how they can do so in such a way that 3 minutes seem to pass as if a century has passed. The minutes ticked by. Finally, with a crisp ringing sound, on the immortal god Phoenix egg, a small crack appeared, and then the crack spread rapidly until the entire eggshell shattered open. A wave of scorching heat erupted violently, sweeping in all directions, and Jiang Chen could even feel the kind of rolling heat that could burn through the ground, and along with it, the entire lair was filled with it, just like a furnace. A loud and clear phoenix chirp rang out, its voice clear and resonant. The gorgeous and splendid wings unfolded, completely chopping the eggshell in half like a sharp blade. This imperial beast, which had been born for hundreds of years but was slow to hatch, finally revealed its true colors at this moment. Unlike the soft-looking Little Gray, the creature in front of him had just been born and was as tall as a man, and even more massive if you counted the spread wings. The overall look is gorgeous and regal, regardless of anything else, just from this appearance alone. Even if a player who didn't know what kind of creature was here, they wouldn't be able to help but exclaim in astonishment as a divine favor. Jiang Chen called out the attribute panel. Nickname, not yet available. Type Immortal God Phoenix, Mythic Grade, Rank 1/0.00%. Status Life, 74,640. Magic, 294,960. Base Attributes, Strength, 4,476. Constitution, 3732. Spirit, 7374. Agility, 3,660. Talent Absolute Suppression. As a mythic level Imperial Beast, the Immortal Phoenix possesses innate suppression over creatures of lower ranks. Deals plus 30% damage to creatures of mythic rank and plus 50% damage to creatures below mythic rank. Receive minus 50% damage from all sources. Flame Supreme, Immortal Divine Phoenix born from bathing in flames, controlling all fire. Fire attribute damage reduction plus 100%. Fire attribute damage increase plus 100%. Mythic Bloodline. As a mythic Imperial Beast, the Immortal Phoenix possesses an absolutely strong physique. When the Immortal God Phoenix is upgraded, it gains a full attribute bonus. Life Regeneration, 1% life value/second. Magic Recovery, 2% magic value/section. Life bonus plus 100%. Magic bonus plus 300%. Skill, Burning Sky Flame, Group Attack Skill. The Immortal God Phoenix ignites the fire of the burning sky, inflicting 60% spirit value flame damage per second on all hostile creatures within a 100-meter radius for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Consumption, 10% of magic power. Meteoric Sky Comet, Group Skill. The Immortal God Phoenix flaps its wings and summons the Meteorite Comet, dealing 300% spirit damage to all hostile creatures within a 50-meter radius. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Consumption, 5% of magic power. Divine Phoenix Fire. After 3 seconds of coalescence, the normal attacks of the Immortal Divine Phoenix will be transformed into Divine Phoenix Fire, dealing 100% power value plus 100 spirit value flame damage. Soul Burst, Passive Skill. Immortal God Phoenix kills the enemy unit, will ignite the unit's soul, and burn the surrounding hostile units. To all hostile units within a 10-meter radius into the killing unit 10% of the life ceiling plus Immortal God Phoenix 1% of the magic value of the flame damage. The trigger distance of this skill is 1,000 meters around the Phoenix of Immortality. Immortal Nirvana, Unique Talent Technique. After taking fatal damage, the Immortal Phoenix will forcibly lock its life value at 1 point for 10 seconds. In this state, it is immune to all source damage and ignores all death word effects such as instant death. After 10 seconds, the Immortal Phoenix will enter the Nirvana state. Current remaining Nirvana count, 3. Divine Phoenix's Legacy. Immortal Divine Phoenix Bloodline has passed through the blessing. Full attributes plus 100%. Sure enough, it was another mythical grade Imperial Beast. and the attributes at level 1 are exaggeratedly high. Of course, this was, after all, the final attribute that was presented after a series of high bonuses from the Beast God Controller's series of skills. But even in terms of the basic attributes and self-imposed bonuses, the strength was surprisingly not the least bit weaker than Little Grey, who had been blessed by the Dragon God. Apparently, the initial strength of the immortal god Phoenix was surprisingly something that was going to exceed that of the Little Grey when it was just hatched. As expected of an existence whose full body is capable of hardening against a god, it's really strong. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be a little excited as well. And, in contrast to Little Ash, the immortal god Phoenix, although it had the same unbelievable output ability, was a completely different route, full of swarming skills. This is a complete bug if thrown into the middle of a war. Jiang Chen's gaze was fixed on Soul Burst. By itself, the range and cooldowns of the other skills are exaggerated enough. However, this Soul Burst Shatter was a completely different dimension of existence. The damage was high enough, not to mention the effect was even more exaggerated. 10 meters square seems like a lot, but the problem is that the trigger distance is a full kilometer. Once Soul Burst Shatter triggers and kills another hostile creature within 10 meters, then this skill will trigger again. Theoretically, as long as each Soul Burst was able to kill a hostile creature, then this skill would be able to cycle infinitely. If you were able to kill several hostile units at once, then the Soul Burst Shatter could be triggered more than once. The cycle is infinite and endless, until it spreads 1,000 meters, and with the strength of a mythic Imperial Beast, it wasn't impossible to do so, as the damage itself was too high. So to speak, the more hostile units there were, then the strength of the immortal Phoenix, the more exaggerated it was. This is simply the innate practicing holy body. Jiang Chen's gaze was in a bit of a trance. Admittedly, the experience gap between even elite monsters and bosses was enormous, but quantitative changes caused qualitative changes. What kind of a scene would it be to gather a tidal wave of thousands of beasts within 1,000 meters to detonate once again? And more importantly, two-legged bosses are not easy to find, so four-legged monsters are all over the place. What a way to send a pillow when you're sleepy. Jiang Han grinned. This leveling up speed had only just pressed down a little bit. This was good. The big brother of leveling up had come. What to call you? Looking at the immortal god Phoenix, which had retracted its wings and was grooming its own feathers, Jiang Han stroked his chin. When that adult-bodied immortal god Phoenix left, it left behind the name of this cub, Luo Huang. But Jiang Chen felt that it was a bad name and a bit awkward. Reach out and that crimson gorgeous feathers touched. Jiang Han looked cozy, did not hide and did not resist, which is obviously a lot more obedient than the Little Grey, that rebellious son to be. Well, why don't we just call you Little Fire? Phew. Its wings flapped gently, bringing up a scorching wind, and the immortal god Phoenix stared at Jiang Chen with a pair of eyes that flowed with flames, revealing a bit of dissatisfaction. It won't work. That's called Little Foam? Also not satisfied? Ah, that called Little Phoenix? Ha? Still not good enough? You're kinda picky, huh? No kidding. Since this is an immortal divine phoenix and you have the Nirvana skill, why don't you just call it Little Nirvana? Or Little Nirvana? No way? You're not satisfied with a name that's in the bottom of the box? Can't call you Little Undead, right? Hey, how to hit people still. Retrograde Sun. Are all Retrograde Sun? A series of thought of 10 or so names, are not as satisfactory, and even nearly received a big forced pocket. Jiang Han a little depressed. He felt that these names are still strange, not bad. Why aren't you satisfied? So picky then. Jiang Chen was really out of tricks and spoke. Forget it. Since you are not even satisfied, then it is better to return to your Luo Huang's name. Anyway, is it your father? Or your mom? It doesn't matter. This earthy name is simply ruining your beautiful life. What a thought. To name it that. Chirp. This time there was finally a reaction. The little one is still more comfortable with this name than the previous one. Ha? Really agreed? Jiang Chen was a bit dazed, then sighed. Alright then, from now on you'll have this name. I'll call you Xiao Luo. No comments? Emperor Luo. That is. Xiao Luo hesitated slightly, then nodded. Nice. Jiang Han smiled. Alright then, let's eat something first and go practice afterward. With that, he took out the Imperial Beast Spirit Fruit from the Imperial Beast space. Practicing was practicing, and he hadn't forgotten about the most crucial core function of Imperial Beast cultivation, and had specially gone to Windleaf City to get a lot of goods. It's enough for a while. Like Little Grey, Xiao Luo was also a mythic great Imperial Beast, and was also able to directly digest spirit fruits, and it was obvious that it was quite attractive, and without Jiang Han's special instructions, it lowered its head and began to eat. Half an hour later, Level 40 monster-infested area, Wet Gulch. As the most disgusting area outside of Windleaf City, this place was much more inviting compared to Grey Mist Valley. In addition to the dark and damp environment itself, more importantly, there were a large number of fierce poisonous rats gathered here. No, it can't simply be described as massive. One could say that the damp gullies themselves were piled up with ferocious poisonous rats, and with a casual foot, one might step on the family of whichever rat or mouse was involved. And compared to other level 40 monsters, the mighty poison rat's ecological level was extremely low and weak, and its attributes were even inferior to level 30 monsters. But that's mono. The terror of the mighty venomous rats was never measured in attributes, but rather the extremely exaggerated numbers. As the saying goes, more ants bite more elephants. Once the fierce poison has been targeted, what you have to face will be a wave of rats all over the place. And the sickest part is that the essence of the name poisonous is the word poisonous. These nasty contraptions spit venom at people from great distances, and in saliva full of bacteria and venom, they cause persistent toxic injuries. Untimely detoxification can lead to violent death at any time, so not as a last resort. Both NPC and players rarely come to this place. It's just disgusting. And today, the long quiet damp gully wasn't so quiet. Go go go! Ash, you don't kill! Run! Zhang Han ran wildly through the gully, and with his current agility, he sprinted with all his might at an astonishingly fast speed, sweeping a residual shadow through the air, and behind him was a swarm of rats that covered the sky. It's nifty and over the top. Zhang Chen glanced back while dodging the venom that kept nourishing him. Although he had been fully prepared before coming, Zhang Han was still disgusted when he saw the number of rats. At a glance, you can't even see the edge. Black and pressurized, rolling in like a line of black tide. This group of fierce poisonous rats, each as tall as a person and with hair harder than steel, charged at Zhang Han, the foreign intruder, as if they had gone mad. Not every head of poisonous rats are so fast, but under the rolling tide of rats, there is no way for them to stop for a moment. A little slower than half a minute, will instantly be swallowed up by the back of the poisonous rats. With the wrapped in the tide of rats rolling, was trampled to a bloody mess. That's why in the tide of beasts, one can still see a huge sphere made of stacked bodies of manticore rats, rolling along, and every now and then there are bloodied manticore rats dislodged from it, and then trampled by other manticore rats. Almost every mighty poison mouse's body had what looked like a thick phlegm-like green liquid and blood together, incomparably sticky, slowly dripping down the hard fur. The whole scene was a sight to behold. If people with dense phobia are here, they don't even need these fierce poisonous rats to make a move. As long as they look at them from afar, they will faint on the spot and can't get up again. Zhang Han didn't have an intensive phobia, but he also looked creepy and instinctively felt nauseous. What's even more terrifying is that there is a wave of rats approaching from all directions, not just one direction, and the entire damp gully is filled with the squeaking sound of poisonous rats, and these waves of rats are converging. This was of course the result of Zhang Han's deliberate guidance. At the first moment after reading Xiao Luo's skills, he thought of such a place where a large number of monsters gathered. For Xiao Luo, who possessed an unbelievable group attack ability, there was no better place to practice than here. And after today's Imperial Beast cultivation, Xiao Luo's 4 attributes, once again, had been drastically improved, with a spirit value close to 10,000. Even if it's only level 1, it can do huge amounts of damage as well. Finally, as the sprawling tides of rats were about to converge, Zhang Chen let out a low gulp. Boom! Xiao Luo, who had long been hovering in mid-air, let out a cry. Burning flame. In the next moment, scorching golden flames rose up, covering 100-meter radius. 19640, 18566, 1990. At the same time, it was simply impossible to count how much damage was rising above the heads of the manticore rats. Nearly 20,000 damage per second, causing these monsters to let out a miserable wail. Soon enough, the first mighty poison rat died under the damage of the burning heavenly flames. Bang! Right at the moment when the blood bar of this fierce poisonous rat, which wasn't too thick, cleared, inside its body, its flesh and blood began to burn, and even its soul was set ablaze. Immediately afterward, the body exploded, and crimson waves of air roared out, dealing high damage to the surrounding manticore rats. Soul burst shatter, triggered. Almost instantly, under the double damage of the 2 skills, more manticore rats died. This was followed by more soul burst shatter triggers. Bang! 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 One moment, as if they were setting off firecrackers, countless crimson airwaves overlapped, just as if a handful of sand had been thrown into a lake, stirring up countless ripples. And those manticores, that's the sand. The moment of death is when they are thrown into this lake, which represents death, and stirs up crimson ripples. The amount of sand is uncountable. Zhang Chen stopped in his tracks and stared unblinkingly at the spectacular scene in front of him. Ding! Successfully killed the fierce venomous rat. Experience increased by. Ding. Success. Ding. Beside his ears, the alerts kept ringing, jarring his eardrums, so much so that he had to turn off these annoying yet meant experience rising alerts. Jiang Chen's pupils reflected the magnificent firelight. He was a little unsure how to describe the scene before him. It's spectacular. It was like a ball of cotton being ignited by a blazing fire, with the burning heavenly flame as the round point. Countless soul bursts quickly spread out in all directions, with an unknown number of soul bursts being activated every second. With skills of this order of magnitude, Jiang Han had every reason to believe that if it was a traditional online game, then the graphics cards and CPUs that were carrying this image should all be starting to smoke by now. Even if a boss was thrown in, I'm afraid it would be melted instantly. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to LV42 and gained 80 assignable attribute points. Ding! Congratulations! Your Imperial Beast Little Grey leveled up to LV42. Strength plus 100. Physique plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Agility plus 100. Ding! Congratulations! Your Imperial Beast Luo Huan leveled up to LV13. Strength plus 1200. Physique plus 1200. Spirit plus 1200. Agility plus 1200. Ding! Congratulations! Leveling up to LV43. Ding! The experience bar began to soar wildly, breaking through the cap again and again. The deaths of these millions of mighty poison rats had raised Jiang Han's level by more than one level. Fong didn't do well in high school, so after dropping out of school he started to earn his own living. Although his education was not high, it was good that Fong had a good sense of smell and could fool people, so he became a self-employed media worker. You earn traffic by writing miscellaneous anecdotes to attract attention every day. Although they don't make a lot of money, they can barely support their family, and with the care of their landlady, they can make a small living. Even when Doomsday came later, Fong stayed with the craft. Only the focus of his daily coverage became Doomsday. Fong whistled pleasantly. He had already thought of today's content. Shocking. It took 2 days to level up. Night Cold Big Brother's upgrade speed has significantly slowed down. And the reason for that is surprisingly, as usual, the title party. While there's really no secret behind it, there's always someone bored who clicks in, and Fong makes some of his rent money on that view count. Besides, as long as the word Night Cold is included, the number of hits will not be low. Can. Fong was in a happy mood and ready to get off the line. By the way, what level is second place coming up? As he came off the line, he decided to double-check that the second's rank hadn't risen. As a way to create a comparison, Fong opened the level leaderboard and then froze violently, because the number at the top of the leaderboard, the one after the rank that started with 4, rolled unbiasedly to 3. I'm seeing things? Fong couldn't help but get lost in thought, turning off the leaderboards and turning them back on. Level 44. What's wrong? Did I open it the wrong way? Turn it off again. Turn it on again. Level 45. 1 DFA? Looking at the constantly jumping levels, Fong's entire body fell into a stupor. What's going on here? Just a minute's time and it went straight up to level 47? Is it hard to slaughter another level 100 boss? After staring at the leaderboards to double-check, Fong quietly waited for the world announcement to go off. A silence. No? A moment later, Fong was a bit stunned that no world announcement had gone off for such a horrible experience. Wasn't it the experience gained from killing the boss? Then what exactly was done? Never mind. I have to hurry up and get the manuscript out. Shit, the previous ones are all ruined. Doggone big guy. Upgrading too fast. Fong cursed and flamed off the line. Unsurprisingly, the game forums had already blown up at this point. Grandma drops and offers my knee to the big man again, giving it to me. This face slapping came too fast. Just now I said that the big man's upgrading has slowed down, but the result is that in a flash the frame has dried up 5 levels up. I'm really convinced. I have not finished peeing. See the news to me scared a jolt. Pee shoes on the 47 level. This one I have to touch this level. I do not know Big Brother has no experience to share. Okay, so play it like that, right? I'll go to the kitchen and get you the money. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Activate. There was a sigh of admiration, and sure enough, the big man really couldn't be looked at with common sense. Tidal Gulch. It's only been 5 levels since the mighty venom rats at a range of 1,000 meters. It's true that swarm-type monsters have a lot less experience. Looking at the chart rats and mice all over the place, Jiang Han narrowed his eyes and thought, though it was said that Koro's presence shared a third of the experience, but roughly estimated down, died in the hands of Xiao Luo fierce poisonous rats, no less than 1 million number. This kind of number if replaced by other monsters, that is now bound to reach 50 levels. But now it seems that the experience is a bit different than expected. But think about it, The single strength itself is different from other monsters. If the experience is still the same, then this damp gully should be full of NPCs by now. It was the fact that messing with mighty poison rats was thankless that caused so many of them to gather in this one small place. Furthermore, a skill going down to 5 levels in a row was already an incomparably exaggerated speed, catching up to the efficiency of an ordinary player for half a year. What's with the bike? Keep going on. Jiang Chen greeted him, and Xiao Luo hovered down. Little Gray was still having fun on the side, but it was obvious that for a single attack, Xiao Luo's practicing efficiency was, undoubtedly, a notch higher. This retrograde son can kind of retire with honor. Waiting for a powerful boss encounter is when Ash comes into play. Continue practicing at Wet Gulch. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has been raised to LV48 and you have gained 80 assignable attribute points. Ding! Congratulations! Your Imperial Beast Little Gray leveled up to LV48. Strength plus 100. Physique plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Agility plus 100. Ding! Congratulations! Your Imperial Beast Luo Huan leveled up to LV42. Strength plus 100. Physique plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Agility plus 100. Although most of the mighty poison rats among the moist gullies were directly terminated in their nests in the wave of attracting monsters, there were still quite a lot of them. With Xiao Luo being such a group attack divine pet, even though the shared experience became less and leveling up became more difficult, the efficiency of leveling up still went up by more than a factor of 2. As the day went on, the entire damp gulch became incredibly silent, and leveling up to level 48 went smoothly. It was only 2 days away from level 50. Full stop. Ding! That's when the comms went off. Jiang Chen looked down at the news from Windleaf City that the Beast God suit had been built. Just in time. Go back and look. Jiang Chen smiled, then called back Little Gray and Little Luo and returned to Windleaf City. Soon. Oh, Lord Messenger, let Goose introduce you to this work of art. Having only just entered the forge, Darl and Durin came over proudly to show off the results of their build. Dar pulled out the Beast God's claw and said with a raised eyebrow. During the process of building it, the geese discovered that this equipment even has a hidden function. Hidden function? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Attached phrases? That's not true. What Goose is talking about is the hidden appearance. Dar waved his hand. That is to say, after wearing the Beast God's claw, the appearance of this equipment can be shown or hidden. Oh, I see. Jiang Chen nodded. That means that wearing it is the same as not wearing it. Worthy of being an adult, to immediately comprehend the key to it, it's really powerful. Du Lin praised from the bottom of his heart. At the moment, in their eyes, even a fart from that Jiang Han tasted like strawberries. Jiang Chen ignored the two men's boasting and took the equipment. Beast God's Claw, Beast Equipment LV40, Grade, Epic, Spirit plus 10%, Strength plus 10%, Damage Increase plus 10%, Attack Speed plus 20%, Spirit plus 500, Strength plus 500, Beast God's Power, passive when dealing damage to an enemy unit. It will additionally deal 0.5% of its power value in bleeding damage per second for 10 seconds, and this damage can be stacked 10 times. Description: the sharp claw that carries the power of the Beast God has initially possessed the power of the Beast God, and it seems that it can be strengthened again? Helmet of the Beast God, Beast Equipment LV40, Grade, Epic, Physical Fitness plus 15%, Damage Reduction plus 10%, Physical Fitness plus 800, Beast God's Royalty, passive when taking damage. It will rebound 10% of that damage against the enemy. If this damage taken exceeds 10% of maximum life value, that damage is reduced by 50%. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Description: a helmet of defense that carries the power of the Beast God, initially possessing the power of the Beast God, and, it seems, can be strengthened again? 2 level 40 epic gear. I don't know if it's because of the build, but rather that the strength of the Beast God suit itself is what it is. Looking at the words alone, it was much stronger than the Serpent's Ring, which was also an epic equipment. However, the most crucial thing was not the attributes and skills of the two pieces of equipment themselves. Instead, it's the set attribute of the two pieces of equipment. Beast God's Blessed Karma, 2 plus 10% final damage, plus 10% final damage reduction, plus 10% full attribute resistance, triggered by wearing two Beast God's equipment at the same time. Final word. The strength of such words needs no elaboration. Beast God's Blessing, allowing two pieces of Beast God equipment to have a 1+1 effect. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Han decided to put the two pieces of equipment on Ash first. Although Xiao Luo's attributes were equally incomparably strong and was still the mainstay of the current upgrades. But everything had to be first come first served, didn't it? The heart of the hand is meat. With the two pieces of equipment on, Ash's own base attributes were already frighteningly high, and with the increase of the final word, it was another huge boost. Sure enough, just as Dar had said, the two pieces of equipment became transparent like a stream of water after they were worn, and then merged into Ash's body. Overall, the appearance has not changed much. Leave the forge. Jiang Chen arrived at a relatively remote courtyard in the western district. The water is flowing and the air is fragrant. It's a little more relaxed and cozy than the tight pace of other places. At first glance, it's a great place to spend your days. After returning from the Fire God's Hall, Mers didn't return to the Supreme Hall, but decided to just stay in Windleaf City for a while. After all, he had negotiated to join the gang before. With such a god-ranked powerhouse in residence, Sophia naturally wouldn't refuse, and found such a clear courtyard for him as requested by Mers. These days, Mers rests here in peace. Is the maestro here? Is the maestro here? Jiang Chen stood outside the door and shouted loudly. I'm super? It's only been a couple days and you're here again? Mers, who was resting in a rocking chair with his eyes closed, jerked his eyes open, panic written on the bottom of his eyes. Don't you come over here. Don't worry, master. This time I'm just here to spy on some news. Jiang Chen opened his mouth. I believe the hell out of you. The corners of Mers's mouth twitched. And what time did he not say that? In the end, it's my old man who gets hurt. Scumbag. Still, muttering and all, Mers opened the courtyard door. It really doesn't. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. It seemed that the credibility was yet to be improved. I'm here this time. I just want to poke around Watermoon City. Jiang Hai's words were not forgotten, although the authenticity was yet to be confirmed. Jiang Han did not think that what was taken out as a bargaining chip on the verge of death would be subsequent nonsense. After all, it was about the whereabouts of a divine artifact, so it was more or less a matter of taking care of it. So he really didn't have any thoughts of messing up this time. He just wanted to ask if there were any means on Mers's side to get to Watermoon City as soon as possible. Still saying you won't mess up? Even the news of Watermoon City is known to you? But to Jiang Han's surprise, as soon as he heard this question, Mers glared with both eyes. Young people don't learn. Come to cheat. Come to swindle. Jiang Han frowned. What happened to Watermoon City? You don't know? Mers froze. It's true that I've come here this time just to find out some news, but I really don't know what's going on in Watermoon City. Is there some kind of change? Jiang Chen looked frank. Really? Mers gave him a willful look. Why am I so unconvinced? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, to say that there is indeed a clue to a very important prop over at Watermoon City, so I want to go and take a look. So, Mers let out an O and sat back in his rocking chair, waving his hand. Then I'd advise you to stay away for now. There's been a bit too much shit going on in that place lately. It's quite dangerous. Tell me more carefully. Jiang Chen came to have a few moments of interest. Mers mused. Have you heard of Grey Mist? Grey Mist? A flash of shock flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. It was something that he had not only heard of, but encountered in his previous life. But at that time, the level of the first tier of players was already above 80. The top experts even reached 100 levels. And after the encounter with the Grey Mist, there were still quite a few people buried in it. It's an extremely scary substance. But this thing? How did it show up so early? And it still appeared in a major city. It sure looks like you've heard of this stuff. Mers glanced at Jiang Han and said indifferently, right now, the neighborhood of Watermoon City is being attacked by the Grey Fog. And according to the current trend, the Grey Fog will most likely cover Watermoon City. If you want to go, the old man thinks. Forget it. With that, Mers suddenly sighed with a tired look on his face. He was going to say that it was dangerous over there, but on second thought, where did this kid go that wasn't dangerous? Can't be persuaded at all. Just as he had thought, Jiang Chen did indeed not have the slightest intention of retreating when he heard the news. Instead, he became even more curious. Clues to a suspected artifact. Grey fog infestation. Is there really such a coincidence? Could there be some unknown connection between these two events? How much does Master know about this grey mist? Jiang Chen asked. Know a little, but not much. Mers said. According to the ancient records of the Supreme Hall, the appearance of this thing seems to be related to an evil god. An evil god? A god? Jiang Chen's mind moved, and he seemed to have grasped something. It can be understood that way, but this evil god doesn't have an associated consecrated altar on the continent, not even a shrine, so it's not considered a god in the generalized sense. Mers explained, after all, no race would believe in an evil god responsible for spreading plagues and viruses. That would be too evil. Right. He suddenly remembered something and looked at Jiang Han. Didn't you go to the fire god temple? Maybe there's relevant information recorded on it. Have you paid attention to it? That's not true. Jiang Chen shook his head. The entire fire god temple had been crushed by the immortal god Phoenix and the fire god. Where was he going to look at all this? However, since it's not a god in the traditional sense, it shouldn't be very relevant to Vulcan. Should it? It's impossible to say. Mers shook his head. Although this evil god is mysterious, there is a pattern to the timing of the Grey Mist's appearance. According to the ancient records, the first time the Grey Mist appeared was on top of a sacrifice, when someone knocked over the tribute and a corner of the sacrificial idol was smashed away. After that, the grey fog descended, but only on a very small scale, and the impact wasn't too great. The second time it appeared, it likewise appeared at a sacrifice where the idol was contaminated by a mob, again on a small scale. Third, Mers looked much more grave. Where it appeared is not known, but the range is extremely wide, and several ancient races were affected and suffered heavy losses. It was also from that time that these races retreated from the stage of history and gradually disappeared from sight. However, according to the research and deduction of the historians, it is highly likely that the appearance of the Grey Mist this time is a result of a certain race having angered the gods and thus sent down a punishment. That's why the Grey Mist is also called divine punishment. Mers continued, but the source was always hidden, until 30 years ago, when a senior of the Supreme Hall stumbled upon this power, held by an evil god, and the name of that evil god is Sekhmet. Sekhmet? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered for a moment. So can it be understood that every time the Grey Mist appears, it's someone who has angered the gods, thus sending down this so-called divine punishment? Yes. Mers nodded. Unfortunately, as of now, the Grey Mist still has no way to deal with it but to wait until the gods have rested their wrath. I just didn't expect that it would actually appear in Watermoon City. I don't know which talent actually has the guts to anger the gods. This is good. The entire Watermoon City's residents are moving out. I just hope that the Grey Mist will invade a little later. Jiang Chen didn't say anything and stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's a thing. Could it have anything to do with me? Knocking over the statue this thing is not to mention. Even the fire god that old Dang was immortal god Phoenix are slaughtered. To say who offended the gods the most ruthless. Other people seem to be really cannot be ranked on the number. However, the fire god died after all. And although I'm not sure if the gods have any other means, if it really has something to do with me, it should have descended on Windleaf City. Jiang Chen thought darkly. Pondering over it, he still felt that it was unlikely. However, he always felt that it wasn't that simple. With so many main cities, why did the Grey Mist descend on Watermoon City? And it didn't come early or late, just when there were suspected clues to divine artifacts. What? You're going to Watermoon City? Mers asked, raising his eyes. There is this idea. Jiang Chen nodded. I knew it. Mers sighed softly with a look of determination as he slowly rose from his rocking chair. In that case, then I'll reluctantly accompany you on your journey. Jiang Chen looked at him with some surprise. Oh, don't get me wrong. There's no need for you to pay. The side of the Supreme Hall has asked old husband to investigate this matter today. How else would old husband have known about it? However, old me is still considering it. Since you've dared to go, I'll just walk on by the way. That couldn't be better. Jiang Chen nodded. The Grey Mist thing. It's still dangerous. Plus if you touch the realm of the gods, you have to be even more cautious. After all, the power of fire god Hephaestus was still fresh in his mind, and a random roar was hundreds of thousands of damage. Although Jiang Han's trip was still mainly aimed at the artifacts, and he had no intention of going head-on against the Grey Mist, it was always much safer to have an extra god-level powerhouse by his side. Then we'll meet again tomorrow? Jiang Chen laughed. Tomorrow? Mers froze. This was not in keeping with the style of the youth in front of him. Those past few times it was all about leaving in style. There is still a need to prepare for that. The road is quite far, Jiang Chen said. That's fine. It's just as well for me to see if there are any teleportation formations left over at the Hall of Supreme Beings. Mers nodded. Jiang Chen left the courtyard. There's really no other reason for having to leave tomorrow. Mainly because the game hour is almost up. Down the line, Jiang Chen pulled out his cell phone, found a string of numbers at the top of his address book, and dialed. Night Chill Big Brother. Is there something I can get for you? A sweet voice came from the other end. After reaching a deal with the Xia officials, Jiang Han naturally didn't have much need to hide his identity. Although his real-life identity still hadn't been circulated, the official Xia, there were still some people in the know. This communications commissioner, who specializes in communicating with him, is clearly among them. I need information about Watermoon City, mainly about Grey Mist. The more detailed the better. Send it to my forum account as soon as possible. Jiang Chen didn't talk any nonsense, and hung up the phone after saying the purpose in 3 words. Soon a file was passed around. Jiang Chen clicked on the information and relied on his ability to forget everything, skimming through it at an astonishing speed. I've got to go. Watermoon City, this neighborhood is what the hell up. Dipped into the blood clunk off. Seems to be a percentage drop in blood. I died directly in it. Brothers, do not go over there. It's too scary. Super. Why didn't I brush up on this sooner? I came back dead too. Damn. Is Watermoon City about to be exterminated? Even the NPCs have picked up their bags and left home altogether. Pills. Holy shit. In the morning I remember that the Emerald Forest hadn't been contaminated yet. Right. And today it's been swallowed by most of it. And this mist is too fluffy. Which big guy put in a biochemical weapon? At this rate, I'm afraid it won't last more than a few days. Brothers, I'll moist first. If I don't leave, I'm afraid that by then all of Watermoon City will be covered and the resurrection point will still be inside. Just like what Mers said, not only the NPCs, but even the players of Watermoon City noticed the presence of the grey mist and started fleeing. And the grey fog is spreading fast. On top of that, among the many messages, there were a few scattered mentions that the grey mist had actually appeared a few days earlier and had NPCs tainted with it. It seems that this grey fog, indeed, has nothing to do with me. I was overthinking it. Jiang Chen relaxed a bit. The point in time when those NPCs were infected with the grey mist, he hadn't even entered the fire god's temple yet. Obviously it wasn't because the fire god's statue had been smashed, thus causing the god's anger. Moreover, at that time, the grey fog was not widespread, and only a few NPCs who went out to mine were contaminated with it, not causing much of a stir. Just for some reason, this morning, the grey fog suddenly began to spread over a large area, and it seemed to have a clear goal of spreading towards Watermoon City. God? Jiang Chen closed the file thoughtfully. After thinking about it, another call was made to reach the official. This time, what he demanded was some news about the gods from each main city. The file isn't too big, as the statistics are still mostly about what individual players are saying on the forums, and some special discoveries made by the official staff. But the topic of gods itself is special, and even with the officially acquired information, there won't be much. Jiang Chen himself didn't hold out much hope, but what he didn't expect was that he actually extracted some useful news from it quite easily. On the Shadow City side, it seems like there's something going on at the altar. A bunch of NPCs are gathered there not knowing what they're doing. Brothers, amazing discovery. The outskirts of Silverlight City, I found a stone statue glowing. Grandmother, I do not know if it is a boss. Directly sent me back to the city. Do not go over there. Why can't I go to the southwest outskirts of Bino City? And there's an extra stone statue. Which NPC bigwig set up the border? There were about a dozen scattered messages in total, all accidental discoveries by players. But they didn't attract much attention because there were so many unusual things going on in Doom. But Jiang Han knew very well that those statues they were talking about were most likely related to the gods. A glance at the message stats to the earliest one, no more than 3 days old. That is to say, it was right at the point in time after the fire temple had shattered. One or two may be coincidental, but so many messages are intriguing. Plus, the grey fog in Watermoon City was related to the evil god. It's unusual how it looks. Jiang Chen tapped his fingers on the desktop unhurriedly, pondering, these so-called gods, what exactly is it that you want to do? A little pondering didn't yield an answer. Jiang Chen simply didn't pay attention to this. Soldiers come, water comes, and instead of speculating on these has-beens here, it's better to focus on other details and prepare how to deal with them. He opened the other files and continued to browse through them to see if he could glean any more useful information. The sun sets and the moon rises. The stars are dotted and the bright moonlight sprinkles down, bringing a bit of peace and tranquility. At midnight, Jiang Han was lying on the big fluffy bed, his body gradually becoming illusory. Windleaf City. After getting online, Jiang Han went straight to Merz's residence. Just in time, the old man was just about to go looking for you. Only when he entered the courtyard, Merz greeted him and opened his mouth. The old man has asked, over in Watermoon City, there just happens to be a teleportation array left behind by the Hall of Supreme Beings. So you, together with the old man, can be directly teleported out of the city through the teleportation array. That couldn't be better. Jiang Chen nodded. The amount of manpower and material resources it took to build a super long-distance teleportation array like this was unimaginable. And not all cities and pools could teleport to each other. Take Windleaf City for example. There were only a handful of cities that could teleport, and most of these teleportation arrays were destroyed in the middle of the weird invasion. I didn't realize that the Supreme Hall side was still constructed to have it, so it was a good way to save the effort of catching up. Otherwise, with the information we learned yesterday, when we arrived at Watermoon City after a few days, it was still hard to say whether the grey fog had spread over or not. Do not delay. Move immediately. It wasn't the first time the two had acted together, and without any unnecessary words, they directly rushed towards the outside of Windleaf City. Not much longer. In a forest about 5 kilometers away from Windleaf City, dry fallen leaves were crunched, and two silhouettes slowly descended from the sky, surrounded by a soft white light. This teleportation array, itself, was prepared in response to the war, and I didn't expect the war to come without waiting for it, but instead, it's now being put to use. With a single wave of his hand, Merz's wind rose up and blew the fallen leaves all over the place. On the ground, A grayish teleportation array appeared in front of the two. War? Jiang Chen was a bit curious. It was more than 10 years ago. The empire was very chaotic internally at that time. The forces of all sides were intertwined, and skirmishes broke out from time to time. Even the Supreme Hall was not spared. Mers explained as he activated the teleportation array, but there's no point in talking about that now. Then this teleportation array, in the future, can instead serve as a connection point between Watermoon City and Windleaf City? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Can't. Mers shook his head. Not quite the same as the ancient teleportation array in the city. This kind of teleportation array is a consumable item that will be scrapped after a few uses at best, and can't be used as a stabilizing channel. As a matter of fact, that kind of teleportation array hasn't been in circulation on the continent for a long time, and now this kind of temporary teleportation point, instead, is the mainstream. But, speaking of which, Mers remembered something and said with interest, if you really want to set up to create a teleportation point between the cities, you can ask Thor and the others. The dwarves should have a way to solve it. Not for a while. Jiang Chen thought about it and shook his head. That's a shame. You should be the only one on the continent who can shout at them now. With that said, the teleportation array fiercely lit up, and the activation was complete. Go. Mers took a step and his figure instantly disappeared. Jiang Chen hurriedly followed. Buzz. A ripple rippled through the air, and arcane magical symbols lit up abruptly. Afterward, the two of them, Mers and Jiang Han, walked out of the teleportation array one after another. This is the area of Watermoon City. Jiang Chen reached out and felt it carefully, and could clearly feel that the air had become moist. Unlike Windleaf City, Watermoon City was close to the waters, and its own climate was much more changeable, with light rain falling in the sky. It was quite pleasant. This is... Mers's eyes narrowed and he moved a bit to look away. Jiang Chen also raised his eyes. At the end of the line of sight, an unknown distance apart, a gray mist sank and floated, a stark contrast to the emerald green of the other directions. It's like dropping a sticky drop of ink on a mountainous painting that cuts hard. The gray fog is spreading faster than expected. Mers looked much more grave, even in the ancient texts. He had never seen a gray fog of such magnitude. Compared to this, even the huge city on the horizon looked much smaller. It wasn't hard to imagine that by the time the gray mist completely spread to Watermoon City, then even a main city would have trouble resisting this mysterious power. For this is the wrath of the gods. Where are you planning to go? Mers glanced at Jiang Han. Watermoon City. Jiang Chen said without thinking, I'm not very interested in this gray mist. Well then, old man won't be joining you. Mers nodded. Since he had accepted the commission from the Hall of Supreme Beings, it was only natural for him to be attentive to this matter, and as soon as possible, he would be able to get to the bottom of the source before Watermoon City was completely enveloped. Otherwise this disaster, which has brought about more damage than a bizarre invasion, could be even greater. After a brief exchange, the two went their separate ways. Following the direction of Watermoon City, Jiang Han traveled on. Along the way, no monsters were encountered, and it went somewhat horribly smoothly. Perhaps even these creatures with not too high an IQ can sense danger from their instincts and leave in advance. This was what made the bustling Watermoon City silent. It wasn't until roughly only 1 or 2 kilometers away from the city that Jiang Han saw quite a few NPCs coming head-on, and most of them, surprisingly, were in teams. Go, 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 too unlucky. I just bought a house in the city and am ready to settle down, but I've come across this mess. Who to talk to? Ugh, who says otherwise? It's not the fault of those few misfits. They clearly said that whether they go out for mining or hunting monsters, they should not go near the Watermoon Lake, but they don't believe in the evil. This time they really angered the gods, and the whole city is going to be finished with them. Damn, this kind of person should be killed by 1,000 cuts, and those who are involved with him should not be spared if you ask me. Hateful. What's the use of talking about this when people are dead? There's just one little girl alive now, and it's pitiful. Getting closer, Jiang Han heard a few NPCs sitting on a carriage, talking with righteous indignation. Little girl? Jiang Chen's mind moved and he leaned over to greet them. Gentlemen, excuse me, you are? Thanks to the high charisma value, these NPCs, even when they were angry, actually suppressed their anger and looked at Jiang Han in a calm tone. Jiang Han smiled and said, I want to pry something from you all. Looking at your dress, you're not from our Watermoon City, are you? What do you want to ask? A man with a blue turban on his head said boldly, that little girl you guys were talking about. What is she? Jiang Chen asked. Little girl? As soon as they heard the prying news, a few people became visibly wary. What are you asking for? Are you a relative of hers? That's not true, but... Jiang Chen thought for a moment and took out Mers's communication token from the props bar, calmly saying, I was commissioned by the Lord of the Supreme Hall to come and investigate the source of the gray mist. and I just heard you guys talking about it. So it's the Lord of the Supreme Hall. The name of the Supreme Hall of Fame was still good, and when he saw the token, the man with the blue turban on his head put his heart down. He mused for a moment before saying, "The little girl you are prying into is the daughter of a miner in the Bisui City District." "Where's the name?" Jiang Chen asked. "Her name is Aisha." The man with the blue bandana on his head sighed. "A very poor little girl. I've heard that almost all of the elders in the family have been infected by the gray mist this time they went out mining. I don't know how long they'll live." Sure enough, Jiang Chen's heart fluttered. The person he was looking for was this Elsa. As for that so-called artifact, might it still be related to the gray mist? "Where is she?" Jiang Chen hurriedly asked after her. "It should still be in the city right now, isolated by a few adults from the church. If your excellency wants to pry into the specifics, you need to go to the church in the Aqua City district to do so," someone immediately replied. "However, you have to be more careful, my lord. This gray fog is not normally terrifying. Even the best healers in the city can't do anything about it. Don't ever get infected." "Thanks a lot." Jiang Chen smiled and thanked him. After chatting with a few more people and finding out the general directions of the Bisui urban district, Jiang Han arrived at Watermoon City. With the current situation in Watermoon City, NPCs were busy fleeing the city and there wasn't much restriction on people entering the city at all. Of course, even if it was restricted, with Jiang Han's status as a Viscount of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, it wouldn't have any effect. It was smooth sailing into the city. Then it was a matter of poking around all the way to where the church was located. "Stop, who are you?" Compared to the casualness of the city gates, the people of the church were obviously much more on guard, and after just a glance from afar, two guards wearing silver battle armor with red crosses carved on their chests spoke sternly, and then walked over towards Jiang Han. "This place is extremely dangerous. You'd better hurry up and leave, or else you won't blame us for taking action." As they approached, the two of them spoke out a warning, and one of them even struck the ground heavily with the long spear in his hand. "I'm an Imperial Viscount, and I've come to investigate the source of the gray mist." Jiang Chen looked indifferent, with his own powerful aura of condescension. It's time to pretend. It can save a lot of unnecessary trouble." As expected, once they heard Jiang Han's identity, the eyes of the two of them instantly became much clearer. "So it's Lord Viscount. This way please." Seeing the knighthood vouchers again, the attitude became more moderate. Under the leadership of the two men, Jiang Han quickly made his way through the heavily guarded defenses to a large, clean white hall. At this moment, three middle-aged women wearing white robes and the appearance of nuns were gathered together, talking softly about something. "Lord Xena, the Imperial Viscount, Lord Night Cold, is visiting and says he wants to investigate the source of the gray mist." A silver-armored knight stepped forward and shouted, "Imperial Viscount?" The oldest nun of the three looked at Jiang Chen in the distance with some surprise. She hadn't received any relevant news. Jiang Han didn't beat around the bush and walked up, taking the initiative to make his intentions known. "If I'm hearing you correctly, you're trying to reach out to Aisha? Trying to find the source of the gray mist?" After handing the knighthood voucher back to Jiang Han, a hint of admiration flashed in Xena's eyes. The danger of the gray mist, with the identity of the person in front of him, it was impossible not to know. But even so, he took the initiative to find out the truth when everyone else was avoiding it. This noble spirit, so that Xena had to be moved by it, used to seeing the hypocritical face of those dignitaries, suddenly appeared such a Viscount Lord. But also some people are not quite adaptable. "Yes," Jiang Chen nodded. "In that case, I won't advise anything more. I'm sure that before coming here, your lordship has already learned about the dangers of the gray mist." Xena turned toward the corridor. "Follow me, my lord." Jiang Chen quickly followed. Soon the two came before a room. "By the way, my lord, before we go in, there is something I must ask." Xena snapped, her face becoming serious. "Have you mastered a healing spell that is at least high level? Or a removal spell?" "No," Jiang Chen shook his head. "Then you have to be extremely careful. If you don't have the skills to master this type of skill, once you come into contact with the gray fog the first time you don't expel it, then you will be entangled in the gray fog, and at that point, you will be in trouble." Xena said in a deep voice. "After being infected with the gray mist, you will lose blood as a percentage and it will last for a long time. So I hope that your lordship will be prepared for it. As I recall, even if it's been infected for a long time, as long as it's a high-level healing spell, it's still possible to remove the negative effects of the gray mist, right?" Jiang Chen said with some doubt. "That's for regular gray fog." Xena explained. "The gray mist on Aisha, it's not that simple. Aisha is also infected with the gray mist?" Jiang Chen was surprised. "What's the situation now?" "It's okay for now." Xena shook her head. "She isn't even affected in any way, but those close to her do get infected with the gray mist again. And the reason? Have you guys investigated it clearly? Jiang Chen asked. It might have something to do with a water bottle, but it's just a guess. Xena hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm ashamed to say, because the closer we get to Aisha, the stronger the gray mist becomes, and none of us dare touch that water bottle, or even go near Aisha right now. So it is. Jiang Chen frowned. Then there aren't any other means to resolve the damage caused by this gray mist? If it's just a normal gray fog, there are actually quite a few solutions, Xena said. For example, healing spells, blessing spells, and even shields can be counteracted. But the gray mist on Aisha's body is very difficult for normal means to be effective. The shield can counteract normal gray mist damage? Jiang Chen keenly grasped the point of Xena's words. It's possible. Xena nodded. But that's just the weakest of the gray mists. Any thicker and you'll need a high-level shield. And for specifics, you still need to look at the cumulative amount of gray mists. So, Jiang Chen stroked his chin in thought. There were quite a few people who had encountered the gray mist in their previous lives, but the news that was revealed was that this thing had no means to stop it. But now it doesn't seem to be that way. Once it's out of the source of the gray fog, this stuff isn't as overblown as rumored to be drug-free. Still following Doom's gameplay mechanics, there's no jumping out of the word prioritization loop to be able to do a pass on everything. These so-called gods, their pushiness doesn't seem to be as high as rumored. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly raised in an arc. On prioritizing words, I'll offer the God of Fortune shield, with my backhand. How should your excellency respond? Slashing, shield breaking, and even high-level words like imminent death were immune to God of Fortune shield. Jiang Chen didn't feel that this so-called gray mist would be able to bypass the God of Fortune shield and directly erode his life force. Even though it was rumored to be a power from the evil gods. But it's not like we've never met a god before. The fire god, as a deity that a number of races on the continent believed in. And from time to time people made pilgrimages to it. That was absolutely orthodox compared to wild ways like the evil god. What's the result? That voice at the time of descent, the damage was high, but as usual, it failed to break the God of Fortune shield. You can't even do what others on staff can't do. And you, a temporary worker in the wild, still want to reverse the Big Dipper? Glancing at the shield that was upwards of $300 million, Zhang Han was as steady as an old dog. He is as strong as he wants to be, and the old man's shield bar is long. Well, what's to be known? I know. Jiang Chen smiled. After all, we're here to investigate the source of the gray mist. It's only natural that it's a bit more dangerous. No need to say much. Just lead the way. Good. Xena said nothing, pulling out the brass key and turning to open the door. It was just that the admiration in his heart was already beyond measure. Look at the fearlessness. Ding. From Xena's favor plus 20. Well, the sudden system prompt caught Jiang Han a little off guard. Didn't really care, though. Good people are welcome everywhere. Low profile. Crunch. The wooden door opens. In the next moment, Jiang Han felt a wisp of gray wafting over. But it was so faint that it couldn't be seen at all without careful observation. The intensity of the gray fog seems to have gotten stronger again. Xena glanced over and her face stared for a few moments. It hadn't been like this the last time she'd been here. Bypassing the wisps, if any, of gray mist, the two entered the room. A small figure came into view. It was a little girl in a long floral dress, with a Muppet bear in her hand, standing quietly by the window, her long blonde hair still shining brightly in the dimly lit room. Aisha, Xena called softly. Hearing the voice, the little blonde girl Aisha turned her head, a smile finally appearing on her pale little face. Auntie Xena, this lord has something he wants to ask you. Xena lowered her voice, incredibly gentle. Aisha looked up at Jiang Han, who was on the side, and a trace of intense vigilance flashed in her eyes as she took 2 steps backward. Don't worry, Elsa, this lord is here to help you. Seeing Aisha's almost instinctive movements, Xena's heart ached as she whispered soothingly, it's okay. Really? Aisha clutched the Muppet bear in her arms, fear and worry written in her big, timid eyes that shouldn't be there at that age. It's true, little Elsa, believe me. Xena sighed heavily inwardly. Even the entire city was shrouded in the shadow of a gray fog that could strike at any moment, and the threat of this crisis to the residents of Watermoon City could be imagined. That said, most people understand where the source of the danger comes from, but there is still a small cynical minority who think the crisis was brought on by those individual miners. It was as if they had found a vent, pouring out their usual unsatisfactory feelings and grievances onto the miners. Even young Elsa was not spared from too much malice, and originally, she was just a victim of this disaster. Part of the reason why the church had to quickly quarantine Elsa was not just to prevent the gray fog from spreading, but also for safety reasons. You can't expect much humanity from people who take all their anger out on a little girl. Then, well, Aunt Xena, I'd like to believe you. Elsa thought about it and nodded. though still resistant to strangers in her heart. She chose to trust Aunt Xena, who was willing to help her. "My lord, ask what you have to say, but don't be too harsh. It might scare her." Xena turned her head to Jiang Han and reminded him quietly. "Her emotions right now, they might not be that stable." "I understand." Jiang Chen nodded, then took a step toward Aisha. "My lord." Xena was startled. "Don't get too close, danger." With that, she realized something was wrong and whispered, "Ask questions, just outside. No need to get that close." "Yeah, big brother, just stay there. Don't go near Elsa." Before Jiang Han could say anything, Aisha said in a lost tone, "It will be dangerous. Little Elsa." Xena looked at the tiny figure in the corner with eyes full of pain. Despite her young age, she knew that Aisha actually understood everything. That's okay. In the face of such a kind little girl who was in such a situation and had to worry about other people's safety, Jiang Han also unconsciously slowed down his tone and said gently, "It won't have any effect on me." Followed by 2 steps forward. "Stay back. It's really dangerous." Watching Jiang Chen approaching step by step, Aisha became flustered, strangling the Muppet bear in her arms to the point of distortion, and instinctively retreated towards the back. But unfortunately behind her was the hard wall. Xena's heart was also in her mouth, ready to unleash an advanced healing spell. But to their surprise, with unhurried footsteps, Jiang Han just walked to Aisha step by step without showing any discomfort. He held out his hand. "See, isn't that alright? -40, -40. A flurry of damage jumped up. "Well, it's not exactly fine." As Xena had said, an invisible gray mist existed on Aisha's body, and if she got just a little bit closer, she would be infected. At 40 points of damage per second, according to Jiang Han's current life value ceiling, he would only be able to support himself for about 10 minutes at most. But with the God of Fortune shield in place, it didn't matter. "Ha, you're really okay, big brother?" Listening to Jiang Han's unconcerned relief, Aisha's eyes were not only amazed, but also joyful that she could finally have someone to contact her. "A few days ago, a group of strange uncles came to ask me questions, but they were all in danger and disappeared. I thought they were dead then, but then they appeared again. But they didn't dare to come near me." Aisha gave an innocent smile. "Hello, unique big brother. Strange uncle?" Jiang Han thought for a moment. These people are likely to be Jiang Hai's gang. Only, after touching Elsa, it died right back. And how dare it come near again? Jiang Chen retrieved his thoughts and smiled gently. "Then little Aisha, may I know what kind of questions those strange uncles came to ask?" "That's it." Elsa thought for a moment and pulled a bottle out of her arms. Instead of a bottle, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a decoration, as it is only the size of a thumb. Jiang Chen's gaze was slightly fixed. The clue related to the artifact was most likely this purple crystal bottle. "Can I see it?" Jiang Chen asked in a soft voice. "Could be." Elsa nodded graciously, as if she were sharing a beloved toy with her little friend. However, a hint of hesitation appeared in her eyes again. "But in the beginning, those uncles were fine, and it was after touching this bottle that they disappeared. So," Jiang Chen thoughtfully reached out and gently touched the crystal bottle with his fingers. -400, -400. Instantly, the damage inflicted was boosted to 10 times. 400 damage per second could send people to their deaths in minutes, where players at this stage could resist. Although it was possible that Jiang Hai and the others had low life value ceilings and would receive less damage, they definitely wouldn't be able to carry it for more than a minute. Jiang Chen took a closer look. Strange purple crystal bottle. Grade, none. Description, originally just an ordinary toy. It became special by soaking in a unique spring, thus possessing some kind of efficacy to counteract the damage of the gray mist. But at the same time, it seems to have suffered from some kind of curse, and only Aisha can touch it. The dip in the spring. The curse? Jiang Chen let go of the purple crystal vial. The high amount of damage was still bubbling up, and he didn't know how long it would last. If I'm not mistaken, this cursed power is the source of this damage. As for the gray mist on Aisha's body, Jiang Han felt that it might not have much to do with the bottle itself. Rather, it was the bottle that saved her life. It's a very unique prop that is only a positive gain when it's on Aisha. Interesting. Jiang Chen looked at Aisha with interest. This bottle, where did Aisha pick it up from? Well, let me think about it. Aisha blinked her big eyes. By the way, there are a lot of those bottles by the Griffin Lake on the west side of town, and there's a cave there with other things in it. What is it? That Aisha doesn't know either. Aisha said, but that thing emanated a reddish glow. Aisha had wanted to go and see the results. Her eyes dimmed for a moment. Then an uncle would have collapsed, and Dad rushed to take us back to the city, only for even Dad to get sick when we got back. Red glow. Jiang Chen's heart fluttered. Sure enough, the news of the artifacts that Jiang Han and the others had poked around had mostly come from here. only for them to die inside reality before they had a chance to explore it. I see. This message is very important. Thank you, little Aisha. Jiang Chen said thanks with a serious expression. You're welcome. Aisha is happy to help. Aisha's mood was still low, but she managed to force a smile. But big brother, is it really true that you're here to help us? Like Auntie Xena said? I'll do my best. Jiang Chen nodded. Although the purpose of his visit this time was actually just for the artifact, there were some words he just couldn't say in the face of such a little girl who knew so much that it made his heart ache. And there were similar crystal vials near that cave, and if they could be brought back, it might not be impossible to say that they could be useful. It's just as smooth. If so, that's great. A glimmer of light floated in Aisha's eyes. Big brother, you're so kind. If Dad could get better, he'd be so grateful to you. And so would Aisha. By the way, saying that, the little girl suddenly remembered something and pulled out a green glass ball, carefully placing it in front of Jiang Han. Dad said that we are not rich, but we can't take favors for nothing. It's the most precious thing Aisha has, and Aisha gives it to big brother. Although Aisha doesn't know if it's any use. Though, her tone was suddenly high. When Aisha grows up and is capable of working and earning money, she will definitely repay big brother. Jiang Chen, looking at that tender and pale little face, Jiang Han was silent for a moment, then opened his 5 fingers. I know. Hey. Aisha smiled playfully, looking at the glass ball. A strong reluctance surfaced, but the hesitation was only for a moment. She let go of the glass ball, and the glass ball fell into Jiang Han's palm. Elsa's favorite glass ball? Grade, none. Description, for a little girl who loves beautiful objects, what could be more attractive than a glass ball like this? Without a doubt, this is Elsa's most precious thing, and secretly, even her mom and dad don't know about this glass bead. By the way, big brother, is there anything else you want to ask? Aisha glanced fondly at the glass ball and ruthlessly looked away to change the subject. No more. Thank you, Aisha. There will be a way out of this gray mist thing. Jiang Chen took the glass beads back to the props bar and thanked Aisha. A clue to a suspected artifact. If it was on another NPC, it would have to make you run errands until you die and pay a huge price to pry it out. But this little girl in front of me is so innocent. So much so that it made Jiang Han even have so much as a hint of the guilt of being a pitbull. One must know that even when facing the fire god, he didn't have so many complicated mental activities. Sure enough, sincerity is the way to go. Aha, I trust big brother. Aisha nodded her head, and even the despondency she felt just now was wiped away quite a bit, looking like she was already placing all her hopes on Jiang Han. Jiang Chen turned towards Xena. Can you give me a copy of the information related to Griffin Lake? No problem. Xena nodded and couldn't help but ask. However, do you really want to head to Griffin Lake, my lord? That place is now infested with grey mist. She had asked about Aisha, of course, but even though she was a high-ranking healing magician of the church, she didn't dare to venture into the confines of the grey mist. That's just too dangerous. Go take a look. Jiang Chen nodded. A flash of surprise and admiration flashed in Xena's eyes. I see. For information about the grey mist and the Griffin Lake, just go to the church and ask for a man named Jair. Thanks a lot. Jiang Chen didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Xena looked at his back with a twinkle in her eyes. Not to mention anything else, just this courage to dare to enter the grey mist was enough to be admired. Aunt Sheena, are we saved? At this time, Aisha's tender voice rang out as she leapt. Lord Nightcold will definitely bring good news and save Watermoon City, right? Xena looked at the hopefulness on Aisha's little face, but she sighed inwardly. While she did want things to work out, the more she learned, the more desperate she became for grey mist. Where is the anger of the gods so easily quelled? Even if the root cause of the problem is identified, it doesn't mean that there is no price to pay. And just like the previous times in history when the grey mist appeared, those who dared to offend the gods will surely pay a heavy price for it. But the grey fog still won't stop there. This calamity, in fact, has long been destined to be irreparable. Unless, of course, the gods come around. But these words, naturally, were impossible for Xena to say, and she couldn't bear to break Aisha's naive fantasies. She whispered, "It will be, little Elsa. It's going to be okay. I knew it." Aisha raised her small fists and smiled brightly. Lord Nightcold must be a great hero. Sheena, looking at Aisha's heartfelt smile, she momentarily became a little envious of the simplicity and innocence of small children. Sighing softly inwardly, Xena turned, closing the wooden door behind her. Well, little Elsa, there's something I have to take care of. You'll be a good girl and stay here, right? Of course. Little Elsa is the best. If it had been before, Aisha would have begged Xena to stay for a few more minutes, but now she agreed readily. Because this time, she had something to look forward to. Bang! Xena closed the door and stood outside in silence for a moment before leaving. In the room, Elsa sat in front of the window, her small hands propped up on her face, her big eyes fluttering. It's going to be okay. She thought so. After leaving the room, John Han came to the church. It didn't take much effort to smoothly get the information about Griffin Lake and quickly flipped through it. Did the gray fog cover the area earlier? Not long after. John Han turned off the information. This amount of information was easily digested for him. After poking around some more important yet sporadic news about Watermoon City, John Han immediately set off for Griffin Lake. 2 hours later, a thick and dark mist appeared in front of him, and Jiang Chen came to the edge of the gray mist. At this moment, these gray mists were still slowly spreading in all directions. With a head full of damage, Jiang Chen entered the gray mist. -40. The ongoing damage is still bubbling out. I don't know if it was a gray fog that was infected before or if it's infected now, but the good thing was, the intensity wasn't too high, and the curse that had touched the purple crystal vial earlier had been lifted an hour before. It's a little bit of damage that doesn't matter at all. The bearing of the Griffin Lake should be less than 5 kilometers in the due north direction, and it will be there soon. After surveying the surroundings, John Han instantly judged the location where he appeared and made his way towards Griffin Lake. As it gets deeper and deeper, the damage gets higher and higher. Obviously, the closer one got to the Griffin Lake, the higher the concentration of the gray fog became, and even one's sight was greatly disturbed, with visibility barely less than 5 meters in range. -80, and by this moment, the damage John Han was taking was 80 per second. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and looked ahead. There seemed to be a few figures gathered there, deliberating on something. Inside this gray fog, there are actually other people? Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. The danger of the gray mist needed no introduction. For a few short kilometers, the ground was filled with the corpses of monsters, and there was no other living thing to be seen. Right now, in such a central area, there were actually a few silhouettes, so one would think that the strength of these people must not be bad. Could it be someone from the Supreme Hall? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, and from his conversation with Mers, he also knew that the Supreme Hall had sent more than one expert. Perhaps these people were the other powerhouses of the Hall of Supreme Beings. Check it out. Jiang Chen kept his guard up and slowly approached. It wasn't that he was curious. It was mainly because the Griffin Lake wasn't far away. This was a must-pass. There was no getting around it. In the meantime, obviously not possible. The old man disagrees. An old and majestic voice came out, shaking the gray fog away. The blue-robed Mers was resolute. The concentration of the gray mist from the previous side is extremely dangerous, and I'm afraid that going into it rashly will put your life in danger. Even if you're at god level, this is a risk that I am determined not to take. But Elder, you're the only one here who would bless a class of gain. If even you stop here, I'm afraid that no one else in the entire hall would dare to continue deeper. Beside Mers, a country-faced middle-aged man in pitch-black armor spoke in a deep voice. Isn't there any way out? The source of the gray fog is likely just ahead. Anyway, I'm out of ideas. So what the fuck are you asking me for? Mers blew his beard and glared. If you have the ability to do so, just mang in by yourself, and this time next year, I will burn 2 more incense sticks for you and you can mention whatever tribute you want. I have plenty of money now, and burn you 2 more big donuts and little pussies. This, master is joking. The middle-aged man in pitch-black armor laughed bitterly. I just have no choice but to ask, and if it really doesn't work, then there's only retreat. Yeah. Several others nodded one after another. They were all from the Hall of Supreme Beings, and like Mers, they had received a mission to come and investigate the source of the gray mist. Unexpectedly, a group of people were stuck here, unable to move an inch. Originally, he had sought out the fact that the god-level powerhouses were all here, so perhaps there would be progress. The results remain the same. One could only say that the terror of the gray mist was really far beyond their imagination. Alright, instead of thinking about all this nonsense here, let's think of something else. I'll say it plainly, even if one searches the entire heavens, no one would dare to break into the core of this gray mist so bluntly. Too dangerous. Meltzer took a big hand and just capped it off. The might of a god-level powerhouse erupted in an instant, causing several people to look grave. No. The black-armored middle-aged man nodded his head, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Even a god level was so cautious, so it was evident that no one could enter the center of this gray mist. Yo, if it isn't the master, haven't seen you in a couple hours. What are you doing here? Just as the crowd was at a loss and ready to retreat, suddenly a clear voice rang out. Several people, including Mers, froze in unison, their eyes following the source of the sound. A figure wearing a black mask was then seen slowly leaning over. Night chill? Mers opened his mouth in surprise. The other few people in the Supreme Hall were shocked. To think that even the elders knew this person? What status? What are you doing here? Mers glanced at Jiang Chen with some suspicion. Didn't you go to Water Moon City to spy on the news? It is, but there's something on the horizon. So I came to take a look. Jiang Han responded smilingly. Right, master. What are you guys busy with here? Nothing, just discussing the source of the gray mist, Mers said lightly. That's so. It looks important. Jiang Chen glanced at a few people and thought. That's natural. Mers smiled proudly. You don't look at what kind of status the old man has. And what is being discussed is naturally a great matter. Jiang Chen let out an O sound, not caring, and said, okay, then you guys continue. I'll go first. After saying that, he passed through the middle of a few people and continued on his way as if no one else was there. Just like shopping, it quickly disappeared from the sight of several people, and the area where Jiang Han stepped, if not mistaken, the very same extremely dangerous zone they were just discussing how to enter. Right? What the fuck? You're just gonna go through with it? Going? What's up? Mers, the remaining few, feared the sudden quietness of the air. A few people looked at each other. It all came so suddenly. From Jiang Han's appearance to his disappearance, the entire process was even less than a minute. This strange man who had suddenly descended from the sky had simply come and gone with more panache than the wind, and had not forgotten to slap Mers in the face in the process. The middle-aged man in black armor swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Master, say something. The sudden concern of a friend is the most feared. Meltzer eyed it and didn't say a word. Say what? I just turned 18? It's true that people can't go over there, but this kid isn't a person. What now? For a while, even these battle-hardened Supreme Hall powerhouses were somewhat confused. It was hard to believe that this area ahead was actually not as dangerous as imagined. Shall we? We go in and try it too? After a moment's contemplation, it was suggested. Go, Mers said slyly. The old man is just waiting to burn paper for you. A few people stopped talking at once. It was true that they were a bit skeptical of life, but the weight of a god-level powerhouse's words was unquestionable. Besides, whoever dared to greet even the temple elders with such a tone of voice could not be any simple character? Just wait in peace. Perhaps the truth about the source of the grey mist will soon come out, Mers said. A few people were even more surprised, not expecting a god-level powerhouse to recognize that person so much, and at that moment, he waited in peace, looking into the thickening grey fog. Mers stroked his beard and sighed softly. A wave of familiarity rushed over me. It was the same as the last time in the fire temple. The only thing that a hallowed god-level powerhouse could do was to wait. But the good thing is that this time, we don't have to deal with the siege of the beast tide. It's also a blessing in disguise. And so on. Thinking about this, Mers suddenly realized something was wrong. Whenever I'm with this kid, I don't have a problem. Was it really that easy this time? Just dealing with this level of grey fog? Go wait outside. Mers's face became serious. This place is not safe. With that, he shifted his body and turned into a gust of wind to scatter towards the distance. The buffs on his body were like stars, flashing every now and then. What's going on with the elder? The others were even more confused when they saw this. How could they flip their faces faster than a book? He was fine just a moment ago, but suddenly he ran so fast as if he had seen a ghost. Go. However, doubts were doubts, but even Mers was scornful like this. They asked themselves that there was a gap in their eyesight and strength, so naturally they would not be blindly confident. Since he was harboring deep misgivings, he also followed and ran out of the grey fog area, deep in the grey mist. 200. 200. As Jiang Han continued to advance, the sustained damage received increased once more. Surprisingly, it was already approaching the high ratio of 1% of maximum life value per second. It's no wonder Mers and others are so cautious. This kind of long-lasting debuff that could easily last for 10 days and half a month was a headache even if a godly priest came. It was only Jiang Han who could ignore the risks and arrive here. Not much longer. A lake appeared in front of him, but unlike the pleasant scenery and clear water described in the information, the Griffin Lake at this moment was covered by grey fog, and the thick mist tossed from time to time. Jiang Han stood at the edge of the lake, vaguely can only see the water under the feet of the lake in the gurgling flow, and then a few meters away, it is all grey fog. Feathers were scattered all over the ground, and the ground was full of griffin carcasses. One could only imagine how quickly the grey mist invasion came, so much so that the creature, known for its speed and often used as a high mount, could not escape in time. Unfortunately, no equipment or props will pop out of an organism infested with grey mist. Jiang Han slightly regretted. So many corpses. If he was a bit more lucky, he would have harvested a lot of dark gold suits. To no one before in the damp gully of the ordinary swarm of monsters in large numbers of death and not the same. This Griffin Lake nearby is also quite a lot of bosses infested. Jiang Han also saw a few huge corpses. However, he didn't care too much. A few dark gold suits were just that. Nothing compared to the suspected artifact props in Aisha's mouth. Following Aisha's description and groping through the gray mist, it took half an hour before Jianghan finally managed to find the cave. The entrance to the cave wasn't too spacious, and could even be described as narrow, and Jianghan needed to turn his body sideways to barely pass through. It was no wonder that only a little girl like Elsa had discovered the cave. It did take some effort to squeeze in for an adult of her size. Surprisingly, under the dim environment shrouded in gray mist, the cave was unexpectedly bright, with visibility several notches higher than outside. As soon as Jianghan swept over, he found that the interior of the cave was a long passageway, just about a meter wide and 2 meters high, just like a long corridor, and on the ground, there were a number of objects with a shimmering purple glow. It's not wrong, this is indeed the cave Aisha was talking about. Seeing the iconic purple crystal bottle, Jianghan immediately made a judgment and raised his eyes towards the depths of the long corridor. Sure enough, what met his eyes was a crimson glow if nothing else. Jiangchen kept his guard up and advanced through the long corridor. The further in you go, the more the promenade opens up. Until the end, it was already 5 or 6 meters wide and looked like a natural basement. Jiangchen stopped in his tracks. In front of him was a round stone table, and on the table was a vessel used to hold something, and it was from this vessel that the red light emanated, dazzlingly. And other than that, Jianghan's focus was on the side of the stone table, where a one-person high stone statue stood silently. Another statue of a god? Jiangchen was instantly on guard. From its appearance alone, the statue was practically identical to the statue in the fire god's temple, which also had no face. The only difference was that the statue in front of him was black in color, so thick that it looked like it was stained with a layer of ink, and in the surroundings, dense if black gas. With the fire god temple's previous experience, Jianghan greeted the restless little gray and little Luo in the imperial beast space in advance, suppressing their urge to come out. Then he walked over to the stone table and took a closer look. Bylight glazed plate. Grade, divine artifact. Effect, not yet identified. It really is a divine weapon, but it also needs to be authenticated? While delighted, Jianghan was also slightly surprised, having thought that unique artifacts like God of Destruction's Berserk Horn, which required identification, would be hard to come across again. I didn't expect another one to appear in front of me. Can't it be that it has something to do with weirdness again? But there were no weird creatures around here. Not even a single living thing. Forget it. Jiangchen didn't bother to think about it and directly reached out. Who cares if it needs to be authenticated? Let's get it first. The rest, research slowly later. Rumble. The moment he touched the bylight glazed disc, the entire cavern began to shake violently, just like an earthquake, with debris constantly smashing down from above. An ethereal and misty voice sounded in Jianghan's mind. Have you decided, visitor from afar, to open the challenge of the Holy Spirit? Trials? Hearing the sudden voice, Jiangchen wasn't too surprised. There are not a lot of similar trials in Doom, in the same sense as copies. Buzz. Without giving Jianghan a chance to reply, a vortex suddenly appeared in front of him, and the air became distorted, wrapping Jianghan up in it. The light is dimmer. Jiangchen stabilized his body and slowly landed on the ground. Raising his eyes, a hint of amazement appeared in his eyes. The high wall enclosed an arc that snaked from the front of the body all the way to the back, figuring it would join up somewhere behind it and eventually form a complete circle. The wall was made of stone, and on it, in addition to the arcane writing, there was a patch of dark red that appeared to be dried blood, and above the wall, a grandstand consisting of countless seats and, at the very top, a huge torch. Here, surprisingly, was a gladiatorial arena, and the position Jianghan was in now was the very center of the field. Courageous visitor who intrudes into the sacred fighting arena. So next, meet your challenge. Everyone. A majestic and impassioned voice rose steeply. Hurrah for our warriors. This challenge can only be terminated by death. Bears. The torch suddenly flared up, and the firelight illuminated the entire gladiatorial arena, dispelling the original darkness. It was as if a grand event had kicked off, and Jianghan had no reason to feel as if his blood was boiling. Vaguely, he seemed to see thousands of spectators surrounding the fighting arena and letting out a hoarse cry. Boom! On the side, the heavy stone door opened and a huge figure appeared behind it. A back-the-horn giant, Lord level, LV, 48. Life, 750. 000. Strength, 5. 000. Constitution, 25. 000. Spirit, 1. 000. Agility, 1. 000. Passive, unknown. Skill, unknown. Description: he once set a record of 100 consecutive victories in the Holy Spirit Gladiator Arena. He is the glorious warrior of the Holy Spirit Gladiator Arena. Trying to defeat this resolute and undefeatable man is more difficult than ascending to the heavens. If you accidentally encountered him, then, run away quickly. Is it a Lord-class boss that's coming up? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. This trial, the intensity on it seems to be even greater than the Ascension trial. Ash! Jiang Chen softly called out, and a black shadow flew out from the Imperial Beast space. After a few days of cultivation, the little guy's size finally grew a bit bigger, and the fluff on its body faded away as much as it could, and at this moment, it only became more and more like a primitive dragon royalty. Boom! And after so many days of boredom, Ash had long been unable to hold back, and without even needing Jiang Han to speak, a dragon breath blasted towards the horned giant Abak. 256740. The high amount of damage instantly caused Abak's blood level to drop by a third. A little something. Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. With Ash's current attributes, the four dimensions had long since broken through 20,000, coupled with the damage bonus in all aspects. A mouthful of Dragon Emperor Spit went down, casually causing more than 300,000 real damage. However, the effective damage inflicted now came to 250,000. Obviously this horned giant Abak is not an idle person. It is no wonder that he is a man who has won 100 matches in a row, and at the same level, he was able to resist 3 mouthfuls of spit from Ash, so he is really as hard as iron. But that's about it. Aside from blood and means of defense, Abak's other attributes were simply too low to be seen, especially spirit and agility. The Hallowed Lord boss couldn't even compare to Jiang Han's attributes. A big sandbag with low offense and thick blood. Coincidentally, Ash's favorite is this sandbag. As expected, seeing that this big man was actually able to take a mouthful of his own spit, a hint of leaps flashed in little Ash's eyes, and he disappeared from his spot in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already flying above Abak's head. 31784, 32744. It had only just stepped out of the gate only, and he was attacked by powerful attacks one after another, which made Abak confused and angry at the same time, and he swung the war hammer in his hand and smashed fiercely at Little Grey. It was a pity that with his sluggish speed of movement, he couldn't touch Ash at all, and the latter only needed to dodge it with a flick of the wrist, and, even if he ran into it, with Abak's power value of only 5,000 points, at best, he would be able to deal 3,000 damage to Ash, and with Ash's current life cap and recovery, the life value recovery per second was going to be over 6,000. Relying on pummeling alone, Abak simply couldn't even rub off Ash's skin. Under a furious bombardment, Abak's blood level rapidly decreased, and at this moment, he finally snapped out of his daze and sensed the danger. With another roar, a blood-red halo surfaced on Abak's body. His defense ability strengthened drastically, and he was finally going to show the manly majesty of winning 100 matches in a row. Boom! Only to be greeted by another searing dragon's breath. 238690. This strike directly caused Abak's few remaining blood bars to be directly cleared. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the Lord Boss, the horned giant Abak. Ding! Congratulations! Your Imperial Beast Luo Huan leveled up to LV 43. Strength plus 100. Physique plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Agility plus 100. As Abak's massive body collapsed with a loud thud, a system beep sounded. Jiang Chen glanced at the skyrocketing experience bar. Unfortunately, the level didn't go up. After reaching the level 48 stage, the required experience was no longer satisfied by a single Lord Boss of the same level as a Lord. Plus Ash and Lo are both on the team and will share the experience. With this kill, only Xiao Luo finished leveling up. Jiang Chen didn't care too much and looked around Abak, got lucky and popped 3 pieces of equipment and a scattering of props. Abak's Valor Shield. Grade, Epic. Effect, not yet identified. Abak's Warhammer of Valor. Grade, Dark Gold. Effect, unidentified. Abak's Leather Armor. Grade, Dark Gold. Effect, not yet identified. Nice. Jiang Chen smiled. 1 Epic Equipment. 2 Dark Gold Equipment. This was definitely considered a great harvest. As for the other props, Jiang Han casually glanced at them. There was nothing too precious, but he put them away in passing. After all, it was a Lord Boss drop. It couldn't be worse. That is, to him is so insignificant. Randomly put a piece of the market can be sold at a high price. In the next moment, the majestic voice sounded again. Congratulations, outsider brave. You were actually able to defeat the resolute as Iron Abak. Needless to say, the process must have been incredibly difficult. Ha ha ha. But sadly, you won't have time to celebrate and catch your breath, because a bigger challenge lies ahead. What you will face next is the true cruelty of the Holy Spirit Gladiator. Alec, give this alien brave a little fear. Boom! The stone door opened again, and another huge silhouette emerged from it, but the figure was much more petite compared to Abak. Alec the Swift, Lord, LV, 48. Life, 300,000. Strength, 25,000. 000. Constitution, 10, 000. Spirit, 1, 000. Agility, 15, 000. Passive, unknown. Skill, unknown. Description, having once set a record of 100 consecutive victories in the Holy Spirit arena. She is a glorious warrior of the Holy Spirit arena, and trying to escape under the swift as the wind swift force giant is more difficult than climbing to the heavens. So if you accidentally encountered him, then please puff out your chest and deal with it head on. For in this way, one can die with dignity. Another Lord, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Generally, he has 3 no-hitters. One doesn't hit women because he doesn't have any around. Secondly, you don't fight monsters that can't read the message because it's not stable. 3 don't fight bosses because they can't be beaten. Jiang Chen frowned and silently retreated behind Little Ash. How dare you kill my husband? You deserve to die. After the swift force giant rushed out of the stone door, she swept a residual shadow through the air and violently pounced on Abak's corpse, her eyes red and hissing as she yelled. But giants are immortal. Buzz! A red glow lit up steeply on the swift force giant's body, and at the same time, Abak's corpse, bloomed with red light. Between the two giants, a thick red thread was drawn. Pounds of vitality began to grow in the horned giant Abak. The swift force giant opened his arms and looked up to the sky. Resurrect, my love. Boom! 325680. In the next moment, the searing dragon's breath landed on the swift force giant Alex's body, instantly dealing huge amounts of damage. Little Grey cannot hold these have no. Dragon ruthless words not much. A mouthful of dragon breath has long been sprayed out. As for Alec, this kind of high attack and high sensitivity assassin type boss, it was obvious that she didn't have Abak's various means of damage reduction, coupled with the mandatory locking of the Dragon Emperor's spit, which made her agility of no use at all. 320,000 damage cleared his blood bar in a split second. Alec seconds lie. Ding! Congratulations, you've successfully killed the Lord class boss Alec. Jiang Chen, this whole dead-end thing ends up going down faster than a bumper sticker. Roar! But in the next moment, Abak actually staggered to his feet and hissed angrily. I didn't think, did I, that I would be able to get back up. Alec, give me life again. Giants are immortal. Let us uphold the honor of the giants and together tear the humble challenger to shreds. Alec! He waved both fists excitedly and turned his head to the side. Then the eyes shook violently, finally settling on incredulity. Alec? This is no place to sleep. Abak felt Alec's breath carefully and was shocked to find that his wife's breath was as broken as it could be. Crap! The daughter-in-law is gone. Dare to kill my wife. I'll fight you. A moment later Abak realized what had happened, and in horror, he subconsciously gripped and fished for air. Where's my hammer? And the hammer is gone? Abak was shocked and angry. But it's okay, there are means. He opened his arms and hissed to the heavens, resurrect, my drop of love. Then Alec's body, too, lit up with a red light, and thick red threads connected the two once more. A question mark slowly snapped out of Jiang Han's head, completely shocked by these two. Are you two playing Russian nesting dolls? You resurrect me, I resurrect you. Are we done? Little Grey, who was playing happily on the side, was obviously also aroused by the scene in front of him. So the Dragon Emperor's spitting breath had just finished cooling down, and it couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of dragon's breath to help it along. 265480. So Abak lay down again. Obviously death didn't come without a price. Equipment and props fell out, not to mention that even the blood limit dropped by more than half. Abak, why are you dead again? Then, Alec lives. Resurrect, my love. Looking at the red light that lit up on Abak's body once again, Jiang Han couldn't help but fall into silence. Genuinely, he wouldn't be able to be whole by this operation. The last time he was this breathless was the last time. Obviously the mechanism of this trial is not that simple. If I'm not mistaken, I should have to kill both Lord Bosses at the same time to stop them from shouting that fucked up line in order to kill them completely. Otherwise, the next thing to face is an infinite loop. Suffice it to say, it's extremely difficult. Of course, it was easy for Ash to do that, but the little one is on a roll right now, and is totally taking this scene as a show. Seeing Tweedledum, Jiang Chen didn't bother. It was just as well that he wanted to see just how many times these two bosses could be resurrected. Boom! 315260. Another 5 short seconds passed. Ash spat out the dragon's breath he used to fuel his fun as usual, and Alec collapsed without a word. Abak stood up. Resurrection. 5 seconds later. Boom! 268421. Abak lies down and Alec gets up. Immediately after that, these two giants stood and lay down, one after the other, constantly being killed and revived by Little Grey. The two Lord Bosses, each resurrected a full 5 times before they completely died and could not rise again. It looks like 5 times is the limit, But unfortunately, there's no experience for the later kills. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze and understood the principle behind it. This kind of resurrection, which was not without limitations, could be utilized up to 5 times, and for each resurrection, the attributes would also drop drastically. I also wonder if the resurrection mechanism of these two giants can be effective if they are struck down by Tricky? Jiang Chen stroked his chin, secretly pondering. This resurrection mechanism a number of times is surprisingly the same as the players. Could it be that the giant was also a player from another world? All sorts of possibilities turned quickly in his mind, and it was the first time Zhang Han had encountered such a special being. Forget it. After thinking for a while, Zhang Han didn't have an answer, so he didn't waste any time and walked up to check out Alec's drops. Alec's Swift Dagger. Grade, Epic. Effect, Unidentified. Abax's Light Armor. Grade, Dark Gold. Effect, Not Yet Identified. Another epic piece of equipment? Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. The luck was considered moderate, and although there wasn't as much equipment as the 100-level creepy lords that popped out, 2 pieces of epic equipment was a good haul. The majestic voice sounded again. You were able to kill both Alec and Abac, so you must have gone through another incredibly difficult battle, right? But even so, you still amaze me, Outsider Brave. Of all the lifeforms involved in the challenge, I would call you the strongest. Your will and strength have been recognized by the Holy Spirit. Then next, the road to sainthood will be open for you. Now, let the battle be rekindled. Meet the raging storm that's never been seen before. Meet the cheers of the crowd on the stage. Come forth, the Holy Spirit of Destruction. Rumble. The entire gladiatorial arena began to shake violently as the bodies of the couple, Alec and Abac, disappeared completely in shards of light, and the torch at the top, with its golden flame wavering, it was like being blown by a gale, shaking and threatening to go out at any moment. A heavy, oppressive feeling hangs over the sky, and the storm is coming. Thumbs up. The next moment, the torch suddenly went out. The gladiatorial arena also stopped shaking, and everything fell silent. Jiang Chen was a bit stunned. This battle, give me the whole blood boiling, looking for a good fight, and that's the last thing you're going to do? I thought it was going to be a hard one, but it turned out to be a big shit. What is this another unique mechanism? However, Jiang Chen remained vigilant and looked around, still not finding anything unusual. But it's not as if nothing has changed in the gladiatorial arena, where there had been a stone door. A long flight of steps had appeared at some point, leading directly to the torch. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and led Little Gray up the long steps. Out of caution, every step was taken, but the imagined change of heart didn't happen. It just went all the way to the end of the ladder. And right now, in the center of the extinguished torch, there was a turquoise plate, turquoise glazed plate. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. It seemed that after beheading Alec and Abac, he had even passed the trial, and it was only then that this artifact finally revealed itself. The one outside. It's just an illusion. Walking into the center of the giant torch, he reached out his hand and smoothly took the turquoise glazed disc into the props bar. Thus, this divine artifact, after not a few twists and turns, finally fell into his hands. Boom! But the next moment, a sharp and hoarse voice rang out. Outsider, put that down. It's not your place to touch it. The sky grew cloudy again, and thick overcast clouds converged over the gladiatorial arena. At the same time, right where the turquoise glazed disc was originally located, the gray mist that was so thick that it was extreme spread out violently, sweeping in all directions. 200. 200. At the same time, the damage that Zhang Han had endured surged, coming to 200 points per second. Almost every second, it was going to drop 1% of its maximum life value. Glancing at Little Gray, it was similarly eroded, but as a mythic grade imperial beast, with the various self-inflicted damage reductions, as well as the terrifying life recovery. Even this gray mist was difficult to cause substantial damage to it. Jiang Chen looked toward the location where the gray mist was spreading and narrowed his eyes slightly. The feeling was familiar to him, instantly reminiscent of the time when he came into contact with Aisha's purple crystal bottle. In other words, the sound that was ringing out now was the real source that had eroded the crystal vial. So this shrill yet hoarse contradictory voice is more than likely the one behind it. As for the real identity, Jiang Chen raised his eyes to the faceless, pitch-black statue that had begun to slowly solidify at the source of the gray mist. Sure enough, it was the gods again that were at work in this. Roar! The moment he saw the statue, Little Ash couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and pounced over. While world-shaking dragon might shocked the statue, it even solidified and fell out of the gray mist ahead of time, followed by the scorching dragon breath spewing out. 320000. The statue shattered in response, and the upper limit of damage taken seemed to be of an order of magnitude compared to the Vulcan statue, as fragile as a tile under Ash's outburst. However, Jiang Chen didn't let his guard down because of this. The last time I broke a statue, I attracted the fire god. What about this one? With his spirit highly concentrated, Jiang Han's eyes also became grave. He had seen the terror of the gods, and with his current strength, he didn't have the capital to fight against it for the time being. If it was really that evil god who had descended here, then one should be prepared to bolt at any time. Bang! 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 Sure enough, after the pitch-black statue shattered, the gray mist did not stop spreading because of it, but instead became more and more intense, and the pieces of the statue, surprisingly, began to shatter for no apparent reason, directly turning into pieces. Powder as fine as gravel slowly floated up, and then came together and slowly solidified again. The corner of Jiang Chen's eye twitched. It's not, is it? You're a statue of an evil god, and you're playing the resurrection game like Alec and his wife? What kind of world is this? Ash! He let out a low gulp, not wanting to give the evil god statue a chance to coalesce, and Little Gray immediately rushed out like an arrow, swinging out with a claw. However, these gray powder, even as a phantom, cannot be seen and touched. Small Gray, this claw, even swung empty. It was also while this lightning bolt was going on that the powder had already coalesced into shape. Is this dragon? Jiang Chen's eyes sank and he recognized it at a glance. Could it be that this evil god's original body was perhaps related to the Gargoyle clan? No, it's not right. But soon, he sensed that something was wrong, because the appearance of this giant dragon was surprisingly the same as Little Gray. Being of the same dragon race, it was normal to have a similar body type, but Little Gray itself was an extremely unique existence, very different from giant dragons such as the light-shining giant dragon. It's hard to find a giant dragon that's about the same size as it, and even if there was, it couldn't be the same as this pitch-black shadow in front of him, which was practically identical to Little Gray. If you didn't know, you'd think you were born of the same mother. Tainted evil spirit body, Cthulhu dragon, LV, 48. Life, 800,160. Magic, 891,750. Strength, 26147. Constitution, 26672. Spirit, 29725. Agility, 23,160. Skill, unknown. Description: the Holy Spirit body that once guarded this place and was responsible for opening the path of ascension to the Holy Spirit has been contaminated by unknown reasons and has lost its original power. And under this contamination it seems to have undergone some kind of unknowable change. Be careful, it could be another you. As the giant dragon's body completely coalesced, its attributes were finally displayed in front of Jiang Han. Not bad, not bad. Shitty intruder, you surprise me. This power is so pure that it has the qualifications to make me devour it. No wonder you made it this far. I make an exception and admit that you have surprised me. In that case, I will be merciful and use this power you brought with you to make your death less painful. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. The shrill but hoarse voice rang out again, laughing with reckless openness. Fear, tremble. I will make you feel what true despair is. Listening to the somewhat stomach-churning voice, Jiang Han looked at the attributes of the contaminated Holy Spirit body in front of him and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This familiar panel. Apparently, this inexplicable contraption replicates Ash 1-for-1. Although he was a little unsure, Jiang Han couldn't help but grin. Originally, I was worried that it might be the evil god himself who had descended. I didn't expect it. Although, it was perverse enough for a statue to replicate Ash's attributes. After all, it was a mythical imperial beast, so there was no need to elaborate on its strength. But the bottom line of the hallowed evil god, that's it, fall into hell. The evil saint spirit body let out a low roar, and the gray mist became thicker and thicker, obscuring almost everything in sight. 400. The damage dealt by the gray mist was directly doubled this time to 400 per second, which was already more than 1% of the maximum life value. And this time, even Ash was affected. Although the blood was dropping very slowly, this gray mist was, indeed, able to deal damage to mythic imperial beasts. A copy, plus constant gray mist damage? Jiang Chen instantly understood the evil god's tactics. Relying on Abak and Alec's nauseating resurrection abilities, the trespassers are continually retried over and over again, and then eventually the strongest individuals are replicated. Then, release the black mist. Honestly, it does look sick. After all, to be able to continuously kill two lord bosses of the same level, the intruder's strength was bound to be even more perverse. And after replicating it, it was coupled with the continuous damage from the gray mist. Honestly, although Jiang Han thought that Ash wouldn't lose to this imposter, it wasn't that easy to win. This challenge of the Holy Spirit was indeed even more difficult than the Abyssal level Ascension trials. Just a shame. Ash. Jiang Chen let out a low gulp, and Little Gray threw back his head and roared. Dragon Emperor fangs, instantly releasing. Roar. However, the evil saint spirit body also made a counterattack at the same time, similarly roaring up to the sky. It was actually the Dragon Emperor's fangs, as well. Both sides fell into a state of forbidden magic at the same time. Folly. Could it be that you think I can't replicate this skill? No matter how high the grade is and how pure the power is, it's only level 48. Your underhandedness has nothing to hide in front of me. Tremble. Mortal. Ha 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 ha. The evil god's voice filled with disdain rang out. Indeed, under the influence of the grey mist, Ash's blood was at a ding-dong disadvantage. You're from Dunhuang, aren't you? So many murals? Jiang Chen bristled. Why were all these gods the same? The smile was so disgusting. It was almost as if the word dejected was etched on his face. Lo! Jiang Chen's mind moved. Who? The imperial beast's face opened. A scorching breath rose up. The wind whistled, and a crimson figure flapped its wings and flew out with elegance and grace. Mythic royal beast, immortal divine phoenix. The evil god's laughter came to an abrupt end. Laughing? Why don't you smile? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. Dragon Emperor's fangs could lock onto 5 targets, so he specifically chose to summon Xiao Luo after the evil holy spirit body had released this skill. In order to do so, it was to avoid falling into the same state of forbidden magic as Ash. Then the situation is now clear. Opposite sides. Little Ash and this imposter were both in a state of forbidden magic, while little Luo, on the other hand, was still in full bloom. 2 against 1. The advantage is mine. You. After a short silence, the evil god went from being confident in the beginning to doubting himself now. Heaven and hell. Just a breath away. Ash. Luo. Beat the hell out of it. Jiang Chen grinned. Didn't expect that. Did you? Master has 2 divine favorites like this one. Boom. Scorching flames rose up from the ground, wrapping up the surroundings as much as they could, and Xiao Luo cried out as the divine phoenix fire coalesced in her mouth. Little Ash had already transformed into a residual shadow, ruthlessly slamming into the imposter in front of it that made it incomparably loathsome. The 2 mythical imperial beasts struck at the same time, and even if the evil god had replicated Little Grey's attributes, he still couldn't hold back. The evil living spirit body wants to avoid the battle and drag it out through the grey mist until the end, but unfortunately, under Little Grey's extremely high agility, as well as Xiao Luo's unreasonable and indiscriminate bombardment, there was no way to avoid it. The blood bar was rapidly dropping down, and in this kind of pre-level 50, blood and attack are not proportional to the mutual seconds phase. Under the swarm of 2 mythical great imperial beasts of justice, the evil saint spirit body wouldn't last long at all. No, no, the evil god hissed, his previous condescension and ego gone. He simply couldn't accept it, and the means he left behind in order to prevent a change of heart were already strong enough that even if the topmost powerhouses came here, they would only fall. I didn't expect to fall into the hands of a level 48 weakling. The evil god couldn't wait to descend immediately, but unlike the fire god descending into the fire god's temple, this was not his belonging, separated by a starry sky, and he couldn't cross over in a short period of time. Lowly human, how dare you offend the gods? You will pay. You will pay. Dare to give your name, and I will break you into pieces. Heh, really think I'm afraid of you? Jiang Han laughed coldly. The line does not change its name and the name does not change. Grandfather, I am the royal bloodline of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Prince Karami, if you have the ability to come and fuck me, good. Very well, Karami, I'll remember you. The evil god roared. Boom! A brilliant golden, divine phoenix fire fell, and the evil saint spirit body's blood level was completely emptied. Accompanied by the roar of the evil god's unwillingness, this body, which was condensed from the power of the evil god and wrapped with countless grey fragments, collapsed in an instant and turned into a pile of ashes. Almost at the same time, the dense grey mist quickly dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this the end? Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. He clearly felt that the sustained damage that had been constantly pulsing was suddenly gone. It also means that the source is completely removed. But thinking about it, at the same level, if the 2 mythic royal beasts made a move, even a god would have to kneel. Didn't see the full-bodied immortal god Phoenix. Beating Vulcan is like beating a grandson. Little Ash's strength could not be weaker than Xiao Luo's in the slightest, and it was even stronger in terms of single combat. Unfortunately, the demise of the evil holy spirit body didn't result in an experience bonus, nor did it drop equipment or props. This Olden is also stingy enough, Jiang Chen muttered, and although he had some regrets, he didn't care too much. Anyway, the artifacts have arrived. The grey mist quickly dispersed, and the gladiatorial arena was once again quiet. Buzz! Suddenly, a milky white light, steeply lit in the center of the torch, and a blurred figure slowly coalesced. Again? Jiang Han frowned. It's not over, is it? Otherworldly brave. Thank you. for driving out Sekhmet and freeing the Holy Spirit gladiator. In the next moment, the majestic voice from before resounded, but unfortunately, the Holy Spirit left a long time ago, making it impossible for me to open the true path to sainthood for you. But, you have been recognized. One day, if you are fortunate enough to be able to encounter the Holy Spirit, you will be qualified to step onto this path. And this is the proof. Good luck. Then, may the Holy Spirit protect you. As the words dissipated, a halo of light appeared from the void and slowly landed in front of Jiang Han's body. Jiang Chen reached out and grabbed it, realizing it was a prop. The Holy Spirit's guidance. Grade, unknown. Description. It is said that only the brave person who has completely conquered the Holy Spirit gladiator is qualified to obtain the guidance of the Holy Spirit, and by bringing it with him, he is qualified to walk on the path of ascending to the Holy Spirit. Unfortunately, the Holy Spirit has already been lost in the river of years, and I don't know if you have the luck to be able to find the Holy Spirit. At the same time, the system's beep sounded beside his ears. Ding! You've triggered the only hidden quest, searching for the lost Holy Spirit. Another hidden mission? Jiang Chen looked at the prop in his hand with interest. Just by looking at the exterior, it looked like a prismatic crystal, but with a much thicker texture and a slight roughness to the touch. Jiang Chen put away Holy Spirit's guidance. Since entering Doomsday, he had received a total of 2 hidden quests. One was the Forbidden Sinbreaker triggered by the chapter of brutality, and the other was this search for the lost Holy Spirit. The former is a little bit of an eyebrow, because of that brutal tooth. Jiang Han is more or less an eyebrow. It's in the brutal Abyss continent, and you can go there when you have a high level. As for this so-called Holy Spirit, that was really no clue. Don't even know what the Holy Spirit is. Bosses? Props? Or is it something else? Forget it, take a step and see what happens. Jiang Chen didn't care too much, and glanced ahead. The white figure that had coalesced in the center of the torch had completely disappeared, as if it had appeared just to release this voucher. Ding! You have completed the Holy Spirit Gladiator Challenge and are being teleported. The system's beep sounded, and Jiang Han's figure became a blur. Outside Water Moon City. Elder, this gray fog seems to have become even more terrifying. A few figures gathered together, towards each other. The middle-aged man in pitch-black battle armor looked incomparably grave. At this rate of spreading, it will reach Water Moon City in a day at most. Indeed, and the concentration of the gray fog has become higher with the naked eye. Now even if we go back to the area we stayed in before, I'm afraid that our lives are in danger. Quite possibly. Several others chimed in. There was a little more admiration in the eyes that looked at Mers. Worthy of being a god-level powerhouse, he actually had this ability to foresee danger in advance. Luckily they hadn't been reckless, or else they would be in big trouble right now. I'm afraid. What's this kid doing in there? Listening to a few people's comments, Mers was also a little bit guilty in his heart. They left the gray fog not long. The gray fog suddenly skyrocketed, which if not a little muff. The dog does not believe. By the way, Elder, that friend of yours? The middle-aged man in pitch-black battle armor suddenly remembered something and asked in a low voice. There won't be a problem. Will there? Problems? Mers grunted in disbelief. He knew what the middle-aged man meant, not doubting Nightcold's identity, but whether something would go wrong in this concentration of gray fog. Don't worry about it. Other people old man don't know. If this kid, damn life is as hard as a cockroach. That is, he can't die even if Water Moon City is bombed. Mers waved his hand in disbelief. Are you kidding me? A character who even casually enters and leaves the Fire God's palace. God knows if he will still have any cards in his hand. This little gray mist can poison him to death? Then Mers would rather believe that tomorrow he would wake up and it would be the end of the world. The other few people looked at each other in disbelief, somewhat incredulous. The concentration of this gray mist, they were looking at it with trepidation. Elder, this friend of yours, could it be that he is also a god level? Someone asked cautiously. God level? He's not even close. Mers bristled. Just 40 levels or so. Then you are still so confident? It was fine if he didn't explain, but when he did, a few people became even more confused. Just over 40 levels? Without even passing the 50th level mark. Even the most talented person would be crushed to death by a single finger, right? I can't talk to you guys. In any case, this kid is so evil that you know what you're asking for. Pry less into society. Mers waved his hand impatiently. Okay. A few people didn't dare to say anything more. Just inside, they all vaguely felt that the elder was not being fooled. But when I think of the man's ability to enter and exit the gray fog at will, it's not like he's incapable of. In short, 2 words, tangled. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Mers. It was mainly that this kind of thing was so beyond their knowledge that it was hard to be convinced just by what they said. Don't discuss this. Mels looked extremely far away and said, the infestation speed of this gray fog has increased again. You guys now hurry to Watermoon City and tell all the residents to speed up their evacuation, and abandon all the things that should be abandoned. If it goes on like this, in less than half a day, Watermoon City will be completely covered up, and this city will definitely not be able to keep it. The crowd glanced toward the gray fog in the distance, and the boundless fog rolled in, like 10,000 horses galloping, spreading at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye even from so far away. What the hell is going on here? A few people's hearts couldn't help but be heavy and clear about the seriousness of the matter, so they hurriedly reversed their direction and rushed towards Watermoon City. Wait! However, they hadn't gotten very far out before they heard Mirz's voice ring out. No need to go. The middle-aged man in pitch-black battle armor looked at Mirz with a puzzled expression. Elder? Mirz's voice rang out again. Gray fog. Disperse. Ha! Several people froze in unison, subconsciously raising their eyes to look into the distance. Crap! The sound of dismay cut through the air, shaking the trees and scattering the birds. 5 faces of confusion. With the exception of Mirz, who was slightly more calm, the other 5 stood as dumbfounded as they could, as motionless as statues, for what was reflected in their pupils. A mountainous landscape, the gray mist that had originally rolled and had disappeared without a trace. In the meantime, inside Watermoon City, Aunt Xena, are you guys leaving Watermoon City? Aisha asked in a lost tone as she stood in the corner. Xena, leaning against the door, was silent for a moment, but nodded. Yes, little Aisha, we must leave. What about Dad? Elsa stirred her 2 forefingers together, her little face full of worry and loss. Is he better? Daddy, can he leave with you guys? Xena opened her mouth, a flash of intolerance in her eyes, but ultimately said nothing. The black mist that Aisha's father had contracted was not too strong, but by the time she arrived in town, so much time had passed that even with her advanced removal spells, there was no way to dispel the gray mist. One can only rely on healing arts and medicines to hang on to their breath. But this fact, how was she to tell the poor child? Aunt Sheena. Xena's silence still made the smart Aisha realize what was going on. Big tears fell. Aisha pinched the corner of her skirt in death. Her tiny body trembled uncontrollably out of fear. Auntie Xena, please, just wait a little longer, okay? Wait a little longer, okay? Daddy will be alright. Little Elsa is very good. Daddy said so. As long as little Elsa is good, he will be alright. And hasn't Lord Nightcold come to help us already? By the way, Lord Nightcold. Aisha's eyes fiercely lit up as she grabbed the last straw. Auntie Xena, didn't Lord Nightcold go to investigate the source of the gray mist? He'll be able to bring good news, and then drive off these damnable gray mists. In that case, maybe Dad will get better. Aisha. Xena was speechless. She was tempted to say that the gray mist could not be solved with human power, and that Lord Nightcold was only comforting you when he said that. But looking at Aisha's big, tearful, but innocent eyes, she just couldn't say it. All that could be done was to sigh softly and turn his head away, unable to look directly at him. Reality is harsh, as all will recognize, but it's still a little too soon for this little girl. Little Aisha, you'll just have to deal with these on your own. Xena pulled the door shut and prepared to leave. Everyone was helpless in the face of the gray mist, even her. The only thing that could be done was to leave the city while there was still a chance, to avoid more tragedies of broken homes. Aunt Xena. Suddenly, Elsa shrieked. What's wrong? Startled, Xena hurriedly pushed her way inside. My crystal bottle. Shattered. In the room, Aisha stared blankly at the purple crystal vase hanging on her chest, which suddenly cracked. It's like something got out. The crystal vase is broken? Xena frowned. It was something that had always protected Aisha, and although no one else could touch it, there was no doubt about its importance to Aisha. Elsa, how are you feeling right now? Do you feel anything uncomfortable? I'm fine, Aunt Xena, Elsa said, and I feel as if the nasties have disappeared. Nasty stuff? Xena froze. Little Aisha, are you talking about the gray mist? Right, Elsa nodded. The gray fog is gone. How is that possible? Xena's first reaction was disbelief. From the beginning of time, there hadn't been any cases of the gray mist suddenly disappearing after anyone had been infected with it. But Elsa wasn't the kind of child who would lie. Could it be that the crystal vase did the trick? She looked at the purple crystal vial on Aisha's chest and didn't have an answer for a moment. Xena-sama! Xena-sama! Sharp footsteps suddenly sounded in the hallway. What's wrong? Roy? Xena turned around to see a young nun running fast. Gray fog! Gray fog! The dark-haired nun named Roy pointed in the direction of the window and gasped. The gray fog is gone. Just now, the gray fog on Kern's body suddenly disappeared. What? Xena's eyes widened involuntarily in surprise, and for the first time in those ever-stoic eyes, she was so out of character. Kern, that's Elsa's father. Really? Sister Roy. Is the grey mist on my dad gone? Little Elsa jumped up with joy. Roy, are you sure? Xena stared at Roy with a serious expression. Are you sure the grey mist on Kern is gone? It's not that you misread it? There is no mistaking it, my lord. Roy smiled and pointed out the window. And, as you can see, my lord, the sky is clearing. Xena looked in the direction Roy was pointing. The window cleared up at some point. The heavy overcast clouds dispersed, and the dimness disappeared without a trace. Birdsong and fresh air. Yes, it's clearing up. A ray of sunlight shone along the window on Aisha's long blonde hair, dazzling and translucent, and she said in a tone that was both proud and happy, I knew it. Lord Nightcold is a great hero. Xena opened her mouth in a dazed expression, but nothing came out. The more she knew, the more she realized that what was happening now could not be overstated as a miracle. Is this really something a person can do? Griffin Lake. Say that again? You mean, you knocked that statue of the evil god, so the grey mist disappeared? Merce's entire body flaxed and froze after hearing the account of the youth in front of him. Listen, is this a human thing? You even dare to knock on the statue of the evil god, so you're a real tiger. This. The other few people looked at Jiang Han with a strange expression, not knowing what words to use to describe their current mood. Mighty man, that's the real slugger, killing directly inside the grey mist, knocking a statue of a god to pieces, and skulking around like a nobody when he was done. Throughout the history of the continent, this is pretty bombastic. Are you really not afraid that the gods will come for you? Merce had his hands behind his back, and while he did know that the kid was a freak, he was still a bit overwhelmed by the reality of the situation. I have an orange hemp welt that I don't know if it's a paddle or not. I can't get out of here without knocking that thing off. Besides, just come. Zhang Chen shrugged his shoulders in disbelief. What about the gods? Can I have more eggs or what? Fuck him when he comes, and as for fucks that don't work, that's another matter. If you can't, think of a way to shake Luo's mom back. You're a real streaming beer. Mers gave a thumbs up. When the time comes for the old man to make your coffin himself, do you want a flip top or a sliding lid? Not about that. Zhang Chen skipped this topic and looked at Mers with a smile. Anyway, I solved the source of this grey mist. It's also considered helping you deliver the goods. Master, how should I be thanked? Mers's gaze instantly deepened. 3 Qs. And then? Zhang Chen's gaze was odd. Mers's gaze deepened. I think it is more important to study the situation in Watermoon City at the moment. In addition, for something this big, the Empire must still have commendations. I'm going to go prepare the materials. Farewell, Kuan. Let's go. After saying that, he turned around and walked away with amazing speed. A few others froze, and after taking a deep look at Jiang Han, they also hurriedly followed. This old Denver. Looking at the few people who disappeared into streams of light, Jiang Han was dumbfounded. There was no one else for a god-level powerhouse to be stingy like this, and I don't know how I can be so attached to my money. He didn't mind too much though, getting used to it. Quickly returned to Windleaf City. The grey fog is gone. Heavenly good comrades. No more running. You can go home guys. I'm so happy. I want to take my pants off when I'm happy. The heavens are open. The heavens are open. At this moment, Watermoon City was bustling with activity. There were people celebrating wildly everywhere. In the streets and in the alleys. The fact that the disaster suddenly disappeared was a little too fantastic for these residents. Not sure why, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is that Watermoon City is safe. In the meantime, the mysterious Hall of Nowhere. In the center of the Great Hall, a statue with a black body. Its eyes steeply erupted with red light. A demonic and husky voice sounded ghostly. It's really so rich in divinity. If I can swallow these divinities, I will definitely be able to break through the shackles. What an anticipation for me. Click, click, click. A crisp sound rang out, as if something had snapped. This ancient statue, which has been standing here for an unknown period of time, actually rose up from the ground and slowly ascended into the air. Simecat, are you going to turn your back on your duty? You've already made the big mistake of losing the Holy Spirit once, and now you're going to make the same mistake again? At that moment, a heavy voice filled with pressure rang out. It is this time that I will make amends for my transgressions, Simecat said lightly. Besides, to give you some very unfortunate news, the Holy Spirit Gladiator has been liberated. Stupid. The voice of the mighty pressure shook with anger. You are as stupid as Hephaestus. If you can't even do such a simple thing, the world will be destroyed by your hands sooner or later. So it is to set things right that I am going. Semerket said. Don't worry, I'm not so far gone as to be like that fool Hephaestus. This time, I'll come down in my true form, and use my greatness to put down all the chaos and get things back on track. The majestic voice was silent for a moment, then resumed. It better be. Semerket, you'd better be able to make sure that nothing goes wrong. or if anything else goes wrong, this king will personally suppress you and strip you of your divinity. Ha! Symmetry sneered, and the eyes on the statue flickered with the color of blood, looking incomparably demonic. He ignored the majestic figure and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the middle of the great hall. When he reappeared, he was already in the boundless void. Fool, when I devour that ignorant human and break through the shackles, I will make you pay for your arrogance. Just wait. This day, it won't be long. Ha! After resolving the grey mist, Jiang Han returned to Water Moon City in a smooth manner. At this moment, along with Mers and the others, a group of people gathered in the hall of the city lord's mansion. Lord Night Cold, allow me to pay my highest respects to you. Sister Xena looked serious and respectfully bowed to Jiang Han. You saved Water Moon City. Just going along for the ride. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and casually asked, by the way, how is Aisha? Thanks to your blessing, little Aisha, she is alright now. Not only her, but the others who were infected with the grey mist as well, Xena said with a smile, admiration growing in her eyes. Mers had only just arrived in Water Moon City, and the crowd couldn't hold back their curiosity to pry at them. At first, many people thought that it was the Supreme Hall's people who had solved the source of the grey mist, even Xena. After all, compared to a Viscount, these actual strong people were more convincing. Unexpectedly, Mers and the others gave answers that blew the crowd away. At the same time, he was doubly in awe of Jiang Han. After all, to be able to do something that a god-level powerhouse had failed to do. This skill, think with your feet and know that it wasn't simple. That's good. Jiang Chen smiled. It seemed that solving the grey mist was a bit easier than expected. Even if you are infected with grey mist, just deal with the source. Ha 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 ha. I heard that the great hero who solved the source of the grey fog is here, but this city lord is very curious. At that moment, a loud, boisterous laugh came. A big, burly man with a bushy beard keeled over from the door. Lord of Watermoon City, this is Lord Night Cold. Immediately, someone introduced Jiang Han's identity to him. Worthy of being the strange man who solved the source of the grey mist, he really does have an extraordinary temperament. The Watermoon City lord came in front of Jiang Han and first looked him up and down, then collected his smile and said with a serious expression, this time, thanks to your excellency Night Cold, this great favor, Dwayne is bound to keep it in mind. Ding! From Dwayne's good graces plus 20. Ding! You've earned the title, Friendship in Suajetsa City. The system beep sounded, just like during the weird invasion. Solving the grey mist was a heavenly good thing for Watermoon City, and even the city lord personally came out to thank him. Not surprisingly, another title arrived. Likewise, the base favorability of all residents is increased by 20. In addition, this matter, I will make a report to the Empire. Dwayne continued. So, can your excellency reveal just how the grey fog was removed? This is, after all, about how your excellency's credit should be characterized. It's nothing. The source of the grey fog is related to the evil god statue. As long as the evil god statue is destroyed, the grey fog will disperse. Jiang Chen didn't hide it. There was no need for that. A statue of an evil god? Dwayne was stunned for a moment, and instantly felt a wave of cold air leap up from his feet. Good lord, is this arm wrestling with the gods? The exact process, can you tell us about it? He pursued. That's no comment, Jiang Chen said blandly. Concerning a divine artifact and the only hidden mission, he naturally wouldn't tell all of this. He knows in his heart what he can and cannot say. Even revealing bits and pieces can be. Dwayne was still pressing his curiosity and continued to ask, but before he could finish his sentence, Mers interrupted. Is presumptuous of me. Dwayne also reacted that there was something wrong with doing that and didn't dare to continue asking. Right. He fished out a communication token from his pocket and handed it over to Jiang Chen. This is my personal communication token. In the future, if your excellency has any use for it, just feel free to ask. I'll never push Dwayne if I can help. Jiang Chen thought about it and took the token. A city lord's favor was still valuable. After all, those who were able to become the lord of a city were at worst 100-level powerhouses, and although they couldn't compare to Mers, there really wasn't a place where they could be of use in the future. There are still many people in the city who need to be settled, so I will not accompany you. If you don't mind, your excellency can settle down in the humble abode, and I will certainly entertain you well. Dwayne greeted and left. As the city lord of Watermoon City, he did have a lot of things to do right now with the many residents returning. However, Jiang Chen naturally had no intention of lingering. Although Watermoon City and Windleaf City were similar, both were main cities, and there was no difference in practicing here. But right now, the only ones who could appraise artifacts were the dwarves. After talking with Mers for a while, the two of them decided to return to Windleaf City after all. With a god-level powerhouse traveling with him, it didn't take much time to return to Windleaf City this time. Jiang Han came to the forge store. At the moment, the place was as lively as ever, with hundreds of dwarves swinging their hammers in unison. Sol, Jiang Han came to the forging table. Oh, what do you command, my lord? Sol stopped what he was doing. Identify something for me. Jiang Chen took out the aqua glazed plate. Oh yo? The moment he saw the turquoise glazed disc, Sol's eyes became incomparably astonished.